On the night the college entrance exam ended, I grabbed a sword I had practiced with for 18 years and went to a special rendezvous. Faced with a bewitching enchantress dressed in red cords, I didn't hesitate and swung my sword down without a second thought. Everyone thought I was crazy, but they didn't know that after I cut off this demon's head with one strike of my sword, the whole world would change because of it. My name is Xu Antian, I'm 18 years old, and I just finished the college entrance exam yesterday. I've been in this world for 18 years, and on the very first day, I awakened the demon-slaying system. But it wasn't until last night that I saw a real demon for the first time. I've been waiting for this day for a full 3,862 days. In the dimly lit alley of the neighborhood, I had a seductive woman pinned against the wall. Her entire body was bound by red cotton rope as thick as a little finger. She was the demon we had been waiting for. Because the 8 trigrams demon refining furnace in my mind has moved for the first time in 18 years. I like it. I really like it. I replied excitedly, then come quickly, sister can't wait any longer. I just don't know if little brother can handle it. The bewitching woman who may licked her red lips, her gaze drifting downward as she provocatively eyed my lower body. It'll work. Definitely will. I reached into my waist, and a glint of cold light appeared as I drew out a nearly 1 meter long silver sword. This demon-slaying sword has been in my hand since the moment the system appeared. For 18 years, I have practiced every day with a small wooden sword, and I have practiced this strike countless times. Without a word, I swung my sword at Humay's neck. Percent you. How dare you carry a sword with you? Who the hell are you? Humay was utterly shocked. She never expected an ordinary-looking young man to see through her disguise and take action so decisively. She tried to break free from the red rope, only to find the demon binding cord tightened the more she struggled. I smiled and explained, that's no ordinary rope, the more you struggle, the stronger its restraining force becomes. Humay screamed in terror and fear, her beautiful face sprouting thick black fur as the outer skin shattered, revealing the true visage of the fox demon. She opened her mouth to bite at the sword's edge, but she was still too slow. Thud! My sword struck first, slicing through half of Humay's neck from the side. Blood splattered everywhere, some landing on my face. Sorry, sis, it's my first time, I'm not that skilled yet. Next time, I'll do better. I bared my teeth in a grin, feeling utterly exhilarated. Screw you for disturbing the peace late at night. Annoyed, I pulled out my demon-slaying sword and swung again. Don't kill me. I'm from Xu Ridge, if you kill me, you won't live long either. Humay pleaded desperately. Squelch! My blade came down, and Humay's head rolled to the ground, drenching the earth in a pool of blood. Xu Ridge? Never heard of it. I sheathed my sword and scratched my ear. Even if Jesus showed up, I'd cut him down without hesitation. The moment the fox demon died, a wisp of clear energy flew out from its body and vanished into my mind. I noticed a change in the Bagua demon refining furnace within my mind. Inside the furnace, Humay's figure twisted in agony before quickly dissipating. Refining the wild fox demon's spirit essence rewards 1 perfect meridian opening pill. Perfect enlightenment pill. Taking it can open all 365 acupoints throughout the body, directly entering the Kayuan realm. With a single thought, the pill appeared in my hand. The Sutra of Slaughter was obtained along with my system, but this scripture requires open acupoints to cultivate. I had been unable to find a way until now. With this enlightenment pill, I can finally begin my cultivation. I dismembered the corpse on the ground and threw it into the trash, getting ready to go home. Boom! The ground suddenly shook violently, with flower pots, cured meats, and clothes hangers falling from midair. Residents rushed out of the buildings in panic, frantically running toward the community square. Look quickly, why is the sky cracking open? Is it the end of the world? I looked up to see a massive vertical crack appear in the pitch-black sky, filled with a brilliant golden light, illuminating the heavens. A golden staircase materialized below, extending deep into the crack, at the end of which stood a faintly visible colossal golden tower. Bang! A window in a nearby building shattered as a slender figure burst through, spreading its wings and soaring into the sky. Shinchu Yue. I recognized her at first glance. She was the campus belle of our Harbin No. 1 high school. We agreed everyone was ordinary, but then supernatural phenomena descended from the sky, and you grew wings and started flying? Further away, more than a dozen figures also rushed into the air, some riding swords, some clearly demons. Like that giant serpent with wings. 18 years. Not a single demon appeared. Now not only have monsters emerged, but cultivators have appeared as well. Heaven sends down strange omens, and here you all are, some riding swords, others soaring through the skies. No more pretending, ha! I clenched my fists, grinding my teeth in fury. The fastest individual had already stepped onto the golden staircase, but the moment they did, both the staircase and the giant tower vanished. The sky turned dark once more. Hee hee, what's the use of your haste? You got nothing in the end, did you? I felt much more at ease. But I've got cheats, they're not pretending anymore, so neither will I. I hurried back home and couldn't wait to toss the enlightenment pill into my mouth. A surge of heat flowed down the throat into the abdomen, spreading toward the limbs and the top of the head. Crack! A series of crisp sounds rang out one after another inside my body. In just a moment, my perception became sharper, and colorful points of light appeared around me. The long-memorized scripture of slaughter automatically began to operate, attracting the surrounding points of light, which drilled into my body, gathering within my acupoints. This sensation lasted for nearly an hour before stopping. At this moment, all 365 acupoints in my body were fully opened, with 43 of them brimming with spiritual energy. Second level of the Kaiyuan realm. I took a deep breath and stood up from the bed. According to the scripture of slaughter, the cultivation realms of a chi refiner are divided into the Kaiyuan realm, Lianmai realm, and Xianjun realm, with each realm consisting of 9 levels. I've finally taken the first step. 18 years, and I've finally achieved this. I raised my hand and slammed it heavily onto the bed. Bang! A loud bang, the entire bedboard snapped directly. Such immense strength. I was somewhat surprised. I picked up my phone, intending to search for information about the Golden Giant Tower online. Opening TikTok, the first trending video was the Golden Giant Tower, with a staggering 800 million plus views. Shocked, Golden Giant Towers have appeared across the Great Xia Kingdom, suspected to be the legendary 9-story Demon Tower. The 9-story Demon Tower. I raised an eyebrow in surprise. Clicking on the trending topics, I roughly understood the situation based on the gathered information. A century ago, a mysterious archaeologist discovered the 9-story Demon Tower in the Kunlun Mountains. It is said to imprison many mysterious creatures. However, these are all speculations from online bloggers, with no official statement. Suddenly, my phone popped up with an "at everyone" message in our class graduation group chat. In 2025, the 749 Bureau Spring Open Enrollment Announcement. The 749 Bureau. My heart skipped a beat as I clicked the link. We control, we protect, we contain. Hello classmates, we are the National Department's 749 Bureau, primarily responsible for the protection of the world's rare species, the control of dangerous species, and the containment of extremely dangerous species. This is the first time our Bureau 749 has publicly recruited from society. This rare species must be referring to mysterious creatures like Yao or demons. I murmured to myself. The name 749 Bureau is no stranger, always carrying a strong aura of mystery. Now it's actually publicly recruiting students, which is likely related to the Golden Giant Tower phenomenon from tonight. This works out well, saves me the trouble of searching for demons everywhere. I quickly made up my mind and closed the link. The second message is, please reply received after seeing this message. If no response is received, the teacher will contact you by phone. After replying received, I immediately rolled up the thin quilt on the bed and took a taxi to 443 Avenue de Champs-Élysées. Since we'll have to sleep on the floor anyway, might as well go queue up early. I wouldn't dare underestimate the diligence of the Daxia people if we really wait till noon tomorrow. Probably won't be able to get in. When I arrived at the Champs-Élysées, there were already a dozen people lying at the entrance, but they all looked to be in their 20s, nothing like high school students. Yo, you're already a scalper at such a young age? Bright future ahead. A young man with dyed yellow hair looked at me with a playful expression. Of course, does making money have an age limit? I nodded, spread the blanket on the ground, and fell asleep. The next day, I was startled awake by the noise, and a crowd had already gathered behind me. A glance at the time showed it was 11:30. When I turned around, I found that each of those scalpers was surrounded by 4 or 5 high school students. I was instantly pushed beyond the 50th or 60th position. Without any hesitation, I strode to the very front and stood right at the first spot. Hey bro, there are rules to follow, you can't just cut in line. A middle-aged man with a thick beard behind me spoke up, his tone laced with annoyance. Rules my ass. I spoke coldly without even turning my head. The bearded man rolled up his sleeves and grabbed at my shoulder, trying to shove me aside. Get the hell out of here. I suddenly turned around and punched him in the stomach. Bang! The bearded man was sent flying 7 or 8 meters by my punch, curled up on the ground, continuously vomiting yellow bile. The scalpers behind him were so frightened their faces turned pale. Murder! A girl screamed. Shut up! I snarled fiercely. In these times, who's gonna tolerate people cutting in line as a group? What's the point of cultivating power if not for this? Of course, it's to protect my own interests. The little girl was so frightened that she immediately covered her mouth, her face flushed bright red, and she lowered her head, not daring to look at me. Upstairs, a man in a black jacket spoke up. Chief, should we go down and intervene? That little guy is being way too brutal. That little guy had been queuing up since 3 o'clock, so naturally he wasn't happy about someone cutting in line. It's understandable for a young man to have some fire in his belly. Don't be so rigid, the pot-bellied middle-aged man beside him said with a smile. Chief, was that Golden Giant Tower phenomenon yesterday really the 9-layer Demon Tower? Not sure, but after that, the spiritual energy in some of the areas we monitored has become even more concentrated. The middle-aged man shook his head. Times are about to change. Alright, it's about time, let's get started below. The middle-aged man waved his hand, and the man in the black jacket nodded and headed downstairs. Chapter 4, Can't even gather a full team? Candidates attending the Bureau 749 recruitment assessment line up to enter. All other non-essential personnel must stay clear. The gates of 443 Avenue de Champs-Élysées swung open, revealing a procession of staff in black Zhongshan suits. Under their organization, order was quickly restored outside. Xu Antian was the first to enter the building. Before him stood a security checkpoint-like structure with a metal detector gate. Following the gesture of a nearby staff member, he stepped through. Beep. The security gate emitted a buzzing sound. The staff member glanced at Xu Antian and pointed to the right. "Hey, handsome, go over there." Xu Antian nodded and walked to a room at the end of the corridor, knocked, and entered. "Hello, student. Please present your student ID," the staff member inside said politely, wearing a professional smile. After Xu Antian handed over his student ID, the staff member tapped away at the computer. Moments later, they announced, "Your personal information is in order. You've been officially admitted. Please return here tomorrow for the class placement ceremony. Also, please scan the app displayed at the window. Your account ID is your ID number, and the password is the last 6 digits of your ID. It contains the detailed arrangements for the placement ceremony." Xu Antian? It's over already? I was accepted outright? May I ask why I was accepted? The security gate at the entrance can detect whether your acupoints are activated. Students with activated acupoints can be directly admitted as long as their background is clean. Oh. Thank you. Xu Antian understood. He pulled out his phone, scanned the QR code to download the app, then walked away. By the time he exited the building, a long queue still stretched out at the entrance. The scalper who had collapsed on the ground was nowhere to be seen. Xu Antian didn't care. Even if a United Coordination Bureau official came looking for him, he wasn't afraid. After all, the scalper had initiated the attack, he was merely defending himself. Ha! Suddenly, his gaze sharpened. He spotted a familiar face in the queue. Shen Chuyue. Last night, the one with wings flying through the sky was her. Who knew she'd come to sign up too? Xu Antian murmured, with no intention of going over to greet her. He and Shen Chuyue had met a few times before and could be considered acquaintances. But they weren't really close. He found a breakfast shop nearby, sipping hot soy milk while opening the newly downloaded 749 app. The moment he logged in, several pop-up notifications appeared. 749 National University Introduction. 749 Admissions Guide. 749 Class Placement Assessment Procedures. 749 National University Regulations. Xu Antian clicked to view. Established in 1948, 749 National University aims to cultivate talent in mysticism, research mysterious phenomena worldwide, and protect and study endangered species across the globe. 749 National University provides full board and lodging, along with regular stipends and cultivation resources. 749 Class Placement Assessment Process. Location: Wolf Fang Ridge, northern suburbs of Harbin. Date time: January 5, 2025, 8 a.m. Requirements: groups of 4. Candidates may form teams in advance or on site. Bring all personal belongings. Moments later, Xu Antian put away his phone, having grasped the assessment process. He returned home and began packing his belongings, preparing to depart early tomorrow morning. The assessment site was outside the city limits, requiring a trip to the outskirts. Fortunately, he lived in the suburbs himself, so the journey would only take a little over an hour. The next day, Xu Antian took a taxi to the assessment site with his luggage. After registering, he entered the assessment grounds. He wasn't particularly early, yet the crowd seemed sparse, barely 100 people. The candidates gathered in small groups, chatting quietly. Did you see that golden tower the day before yesterday? Everyone online says it's the legendary 9-story demon tower. No idea, but this open enrollment at 749 National University might just be connected to that strange phenomenon. Either way, this is our chance for us independent cultivators to join the ranks. Once we get into 749 University, cultivation will become much easier. Look over there, that's Shen Chuyue. Rumor has it she's a half-demon who's already reached the 3rd tier of the Kaiyuan realm, plus she possesses some kind of special ability. That sword-bearing man beside her? He's from the reclusive sword cultivation sect. He's incredibly powerful, once single-handedly slayed a donkey-headed wolf at the 2nd level of the opening realm. Damn, bro, how do you know so much? Who are you? Me? I'm Jiang Wu, nicknamed the Gossip, from the Mist Hiding sect. If you ever need intel on anyone, just come to me. The chubby Jiang Wu grinned as he spoke. Xu Antian stood rooted to the spot as the surrounding examinees chattered away. He picked up quite a bit of useful information. What surprised him most was that Shen Chuyue was actually a half-demon. No wonder she could grow wings and fly at the Kaiyuan realm. This open recruitment by Bureau 749 had revealed another mysterious facet of this world to him. Even reclusive sects had emerged. What were these Mist Hiding sect and Sword Riding sect? He'd never even heard of them. Among the students before him, who knew how many others like them existed? It was even possible that every single one of them possessed such special status. After all, ordinary people simply had no access to cultivation methods only those from special lineages could practice. Without the system, he himself would never have awakened his cultivation potential. And now, with the assessment approaching, the number of students present clearly didn't match the enrollment figures. It was nowhere near 1,000. At most, there are 100. Where did the rest of the students go? Xu Antian frowned, puzzled. What's your name, handsome? Which sect are you from? You look kinda unfamiliar. Just then, a chubby kid sidled up to Xu Antian, grinning as he spoke. It was Jiangwu from the Mist Conceal sect. Xu Antian. No sect. Xu Antian replied, then asked, do you know where the other enrolled students went? Heh, you've come to the right person. From what I know, everyone here today comes from reclusive sects, is a disciple of a chi cultivator family, or is a half-demon from the mountains. They've all opened their chi orifices and aren't weak. As for the other students, they're just ordinary folks with cultivation talent. They need to open their chi gates first, so naturally they can't compare to us. Consider this information a gift to you, Brother Xu. Let's be friends. We'll all be classmates from now on. Jiangwu replied with a smile. Oh, and I see you came alone, Brother Xu. Just a heads up, find a team quickly. Once they're gone, you won't get another chance. With that, he turned and walked toward another team. Xu Antian pondered deeply. As Jiangwu had said, nearly all the students here had connections, and they likely knew each other. When looking for teammates, they would naturally seek out those they were familiar with first. Here, he didn't know a single soul. He really didn't have much of an advantage. He scanned the area and noticed that most groups around him consisted of 4 students. Only 3 groups were short members. Xu Antian approached one of them and asked, hello, do you need teammates? We already have teammates, they're on their way, replied the person with a smile, politely declining Xu Antian's offer. Xu Antian nodded slightly before moving on to the next group to continue his inquiry. You might want to ask other teams, ours is full. We're working with people we know, and you look unfamiliar. Sorry. All 3 teams turned him down. The situation unfolded much as he had anticipated. Not far away, Shin Shuiwa noticed the commotion. Spotting Xu Antian, she furrowed her brow slightly. She had clearly recognized Xu Antian. As an alumna, she wanted to help, but her teammates had been pre-selected. Asking anyone to leave at the last minute wouldn't be appropriate. After a moment's thought, she stepped forward to address Xu Antian. Hello, Xu. Shin Shuiwa greeted him. Xu Antian turned his head, looking at Shin Shuiwa with confusion, unsure why she had approached him. Bucktooth rat demons usually appear in groups. Venturing into Wolftooth Ridge alone is far too dangerous. You can stay by my side, I can protect you. Of course, you may keep the teeth of any bucktooth rat demon you slay. Shin Shuiwa voiced her thoughts. During their previous encounters on campus, she had never sensed the aura of a cultivator emanating from Xu Antian. He must have only recently begun his cultivation journey, so his cultivation level couldn't be very high. Shin, the school beauty, isn't half bad. Xu Antian silently nodded to himself. But following behind her, how could he possibly hunt demons? Besides, how could a man hide behind a woman? Shuiwa, this isn't right. Bringing along this unwanted burden will only slow our demon-slaying progress, the sword-bearing youth from the Sword Control sect murmured. Jian Yu. He's my classmate. Shin Shuiwa frowned. I'm just stating the obvious. Useless trash belongs where it belongs. Jian Yu dismissed her. His gaze turned contemptuous as he glanced at Xu Antian. He was aiming for first place and didn't want anyone holding him back. Besides, what could an unknown nobody do if he criticized him? In terms of background, he was a disciple of the Sword Control sect. In terms of strength, he had already reached the 3rd tier of the Kaiyuan realm. But at that moment, Xu Antian stepped forward. A fist slammed into his midsection. Boom! A thunderous explosion echoed. Jian Yu's body flew backward. Crash! His body slammed heavily onto the ground, kicking up a cloud of dust. Before he could rise, Xu Antian was already before him once more. He raised his hand and struck again. This time, his target was the man's mouth. That guy's mouth stinks. He started off calling himself a burden and a good-for-nothing. At home, no one cares if you have a foul mouth, your parents spoil you. But out here in the real world, someone's gonna teach you a lesson for your foul mouth. Boom! Xu Antian punched him square in the face, knocking out 3 or 4 teeth on the spot. His mouth was filled with blood. Watch your mouth next time, or I'll beat you every time I see you. Xu Antian rose and walked away without a second glance. Jian Yu, lying on the ground, was stunned into silence. He hadn't even said anything. Why did he get beaten up? Most importantly, how could the other guy move so fast? Are you okay? Shin Shuiwa and her 2 teammates approached, helping Jian Yu to his feet. I'm fine. Damn it, I didn't have time to draw my sword. Otherwise, he wouldn't have stood a chance. Jian Yu felt the strange gazes around him and shook his head grimly. All my strength is in my sword. His words came out muffled, his mouth still swollen. Shin Shuiwa watched Xu Antian's retreating figure, surprise evident in her eyes. Even if it was a sneak attack, it wasn't something just anyone could pull off. Xu Antian possessed considerable skill. However, his sudden attack that injured Jian Yu, who was, after all, her own teammate, meant she could no longer defend Xu Antian. Chapter 5, The Thug's Fist of Excitement. Whoa, that kid's pretty strong. Knocked Jianyu out with just 2 punches. What's so strong about him? Didn't you hear Jianyu? If he draws his sword, that kid wouldn't stand a chance. The fact that he prevented Jianyu from drawing his sword speaks volumes about his own skill. Pfft, what's so great about the sword control sect? Their skills are nothing special. The commotion drew a crowd of onlookers murmuring quietly. Jianyu's face flushed crimson. He stood up, glaring at the teacher on the front platform, and pointed at Xu Antian as he lodged a complaint. Teacher. He just hit me. He attacked a classmate without reason. Someone like that doesn't deserve to join 749 University. Up in the stands, Wang Yi, clad in a black jacket, felt a headache coming on. Why is it always that kid Xu Antian? He recalled the last incident on Champs-Élysées Avenue. It had also been Xu Antian. Recalling the director's words, he spoke up, "You're all young. A bit of fiery spirit is perfectly normal. Don't nitpick over every little thing. It's about time. Now I'll announce the assessment content. Let me introduce myself. I'm Wang Yi, the chief examiner for this class placement ceremony. Now, I will announce the assessment details. Behind me lies Wolf Fang Ridge, a containment facility operated by Bureau 749. It houses a large population of buck-toothed rat demons. Your mission is to eliminate these creatures and collect their 2 incisors. Class assignments will be determined based on the number of incisors you ultimately collect. Your final class placement will determine the educational resources allocated to you in the future. Therefore, strive to obtain as many incisors as possible. For your safety, this assessment requires teams of 4. The final tally of incisors will be divided equally among all 4 members. Remember to act within your limits, don't overreach. The assessment ends at 5 p.m. Now, students who haven't formed teams yet, you have 3 minutes to do so. The class placement assessment will officially begin after 3 minutes. As soon as Wang He finished speaking, hardly anyone moved. Because they had already formed their teams. Jianyu's face darkened. He hadn't expected the teachers of class 749 to ignore this matter. Since the teachers won't intervene, this makes things easier. He drew his sword from his back and strode towards Xu Antian. Earlier, he hadn't expected Xu Antian to dare attack, and his carelessness had left him unable to dodge. Now, fully prepared in drawing his own blade, his strength had at least doubled. Xu Antian was no match for him. Look! Jianyu was furious. He's going to slash Xu Antian with his sword. He wouldn't dare. He can't possibly kill someone in public. Who knows? This should be quite the spectacle. Nearby students turned their heads, eager to witness the spectacle. Xu Antian heard the commotion and turned around. Still not satisfied? You want to kill me? Xu Antian pressed his hand to his waist. With a sharp clang, he drew the demon-slaying sword and strode toward Jianyu. He wasn't one to coddle anyone. He'd trained with this sword since birth, feared by all. It could slay demons and kill men alike. Wang Yi frowned as he looked at Xu Antian and the other. His feet shifted and he vanished from the viewing platform. When he reappeared, he was already positioned between the 2 men. His hand swept out, striking the sides of their swords and deflecting both weapons off course. The sword in Jianyu's hand flew straight out of his grasp. Wang Yi's aura erupted as he roared, "Both of you, stop this immediately! Or get out of 749 University!" Xu Antian's arm went numb, yet he still clutched the demon-slaying sword in his hand. He shot Jianyu a cold glance before sheathing the demon-slaying sword back into his waistband. With Wang Yi present, he couldn't kill Jianyu, so he wouldn't waste his time. Killing someone didn't require threatening them first. Just seize the opportunity to act. Jianyu's face darkened. He felt Wang He was deliberately targeting him. Otherwise, why hadn't he intercepted Xu Antian's sword? But he dared not voice this accusation openly. He picked up his sword and walked to the side, his mind set on finding an opportunity within Wolf Fang Ridge to teach Xu Antian a lesson. Wang He's expression softened slightly as he returned to the viewing platform. He had used the same force just now, yet Xu Antian hadn't dropped his sword. This left him somewhat surprised. By comparison, Xu Antian seemed stronger? He was startled by this thought that had surfaced in his mind. He shook his head slightly, dismissing the notion from his mind. He had reviewed Xu Antian's records. Aside from some knowledge of ancient sword techniques, nothing else stood out as exceptional. As for Jianyu, he cultivated the Sword Control Sect's technique, the Sword Control Heart Sutra, possessing both exceptional talent and formidable strength. The reason he'd just dropped his sword was likely because Xu Antian had injured him beforehand. "Hello, my name is Tong Jingshu. May I join your team?" A soft, sweet female voice came from behind Xu Antian. He turned to look, and before him was a sea of snow white. Holy crap, she's huge! Tong Jingshu stood before him, roughly 5 feet 7 inches tall, with long black hair cascading to her waist. She wore black-rimmed glasses, her face hinting at a cool, sophisticated aura, her lips thin and delicate. She wore a white shirt layered under a black casual blazer, paired with black schoolgirl-style pants. Black over-the-knee socks and bean-shaped shoes completed the outfit, while she clutched a black tablet in her arms. This outfit gave her the look of a cute, nerdy bookworm. But that wasn't the point. The point was it was huge. The top 3 buttons of her white shirt were deliberately left undone. Her entire posture screamed about to burst out. He was worried the rabbit might jump out on its own. Additionally, Tong Yuchu seemed somewhat unusual. His pupils were actually red. He'd seen golden and blue pupils before, but red ones were a first. Judging by Tong Jingshu's panting, he must have rushed over. "Hey, could you stop staring at me like that?" Tong Jingshu flushed slightly, shielding her tablet against her chest and clamping her legs together. The boy before her was undeniably handsome, but she hadn't expected him to be so vulgar. I said okay. Don't get the wrong idea." Xu Antian sheepishly averted his gaze, his heart pounding wildly. Changing the subject, he asked, "By the way, what's your cultivation level?" "I've only just begun cultivation, with just 3 acupoints opened. But my half-demon bloodline has awakened, granting me 1 ability." Tong Jingshu's face flushed even redder. "What kind of ability?" Xu Antian perked up with interest. He'd witnessed Qin Chuyue's abilities firsthand and figured half-demon powers must be pretty impressive. Could this be a hidden gem? Tong Jingshu glanced around nervously before suddenly leaning close to Xu Antian's ear and whispering, "I'm a succubus half-demon. My ability makes enemies become more excited." "Holy! What kind of god-tier ability is that?" The excited fist of the villain. Xu Antian desperately wanted Tong Jingshu to use it on him right then and there. Let him experience what it felt like firsthand. Also, I can use it on allies too. But I just awakened this ability and haven't tested its full power yet. My school teacher said if I can master it, it could be pretty useful, Tong Jingshu continued. Not bad. You can try it on me later. I'm built like a tank, should be able to handle it. Xu Antian nodded, his heart racing with anticipation. This was a succubus. A Western demon. He glanced behind Tong Jingshu and noticed the absence of a demonic tail, feeling a slight disappointment. Alright, time's up. All students, enter Wolf Fang Ridge now. He glanced at his watch and bellowed the command. The moment the words fell, over 20 teams, already prepared, charged into Wolf Fang Ridge. Each team aimed to be the first to hunt down the buck-toothed rat demon. Each team was fully staffed with 4 members, leaving only Xu Antian and Tong Jingshu to form a pair. Even if Xu Antian didn't want to team up with Tong Jingshu, he had no choice. Fortunately, the teeth would be divided equally among the members, so it wasn't a big deal. Xu Antian wanted to hurry, but Tong Jingshu dribbling the ball while running made the burden too heavy. They simply couldn't move fast enough. "Jingshu, how about I carry you?" Xu Antian suggested. He was in a hurry. He was in a hurry to slay the demon. Alright, fine. Tong Jingshu agreed, though her body felt slightly awkward. Xu Antian stepped forward, hoisted Tong Jingshu onto his back, and charged toward Wolf Tooth Ridge. Tong Jingshu instinctively wrapped her arms around Xu Antian's neck, pressing herself tightly against his back. It was spring, and he wore only a thin shirt. That warm touch nearly made Xu Antian salute on the spot. His heartbeat quickened, fueling greater strength. His pace quickened. This powerful effect without even using my ability, I can't imagine what would happen if I did. Xu Antian grew uneasy. He feared that if Tong Jingshu unleashed her power on him, he might collapse before he even had a chance to fight back. The outskirts of Wolf Tooth Ridge were relatively flat. Some stronger teams quickly slipped into the woods, scattering and disappearing from sight. But the deeper they ventured, the denser the trees and rocks became. The path grew rugged and uneven, making it difficult to maintain speed. Xu Antian was no exception. He set Tong Jingshu down. Then he reached into his pants. Tong Jingshu watched Xu Antian's movements and instinctively shielded her tablet against her chest. She thought, what is he doing with his right hand in his pants? She wasn't some naive little girl. Out in the wilderness, the surrounding teams had all vanished without a trace. If Xu Antian had ill intentions toward her, she couldn't use her abilities. Amid her bewildered and anxious gaze, Xu Antian drew a sword from his waistband. A silver sword. A full meter long. Careful. There are rat demon traces here. Xu Antian pointed toward a deep, dark hole not far away and warned. He could store both the demon-slaying sword and the demon-binding rope within the golden pagoda, but to avoid drawing attention when retrieving them, he usually concealed the demon-slaying sword inside his trouser leg. Chapter 6, Slaying the Bucktooth Rat Demon, Obtaining the Spirit-Enhancing Pill. Commissioner, everything's set. Emergency response personnel have reached their designated positions. Wang He stood behind a pot-bellied middle-aged man and reported. Well done. Keep a close watch on the Bucktooth Rat King's movements. We can't let it escape and harm those trainees. Zhang Herong instructed. The Bucktooth Rat King possessed the strength of a 5th-tier Kaiyuan realm cultivator, far too powerful for the students to handle. Moreover, choosing Wolf Fang Ridge for this operation was also intended to reduce the number of bucktooth rat demons on the mountain. The Bucktooth Rat King could reproduce on its own, churning out offspring like dumplings. If this continued, Wolftooth Ridge would be completely hollowed out. If it weren't for their research value, he'd have requested permission to exterminate most of these rat demons, keeping only a few caged for containment. Rest assured, Director. The Rat King is locked deep within the cavern under constant guard. No mishaps will occur. Wang He replied. Take a seat. Which of these students do you think show promise? Zhang Herong asked with a smile, pointing to the screen before him. Before him stood a massive screen divided into hundreds of smaller displays, each showing different activities within Wolf Fang Ridge. Based on the intelligence we've gathered so far, Shin Chuiwei possesses the highest cultivation level 4th tier of the Kaiyuan realm. Combined with her half-demon bloodline power, her actual strength is likely even greater. She stands the best chance of securing first place, Wang Yi pondered briefly before answering earnestly. Additionally, Jinyu from Sword Control Sect, Zhang Wu from Mist Concealment Sect, Lin Shan from Mountain Clearing Sect, Duan Tian from the Duan family, and Hong Wu from the Hong family all possess solid strength. They should secure respectable rankings as well. What about Xu Antian? Zhang Herong nodded, then suddenly asked. Xu Antian? He's only at the 2nd tier of the Kaiyuan realm. If he keeps acting so recklessly, he'll face setbacks sooner or later. In his view, Xu Antian was mediocre in strength and prone to stirring trouble. He was bound to suffer a major setback sooner or later. A young man facing some setbacks and enduring hardship isn't necessarily all bad. Zhang Herong looked at the screen, where Xu Antian had just pulled the demon-slaying sword from his pants. Meanwhile, Tong Jingshu realized she had misunderstood Xu Antian. She lowered her head, feeling somewhat embarrassed. Stay behind me. Let's go check it out. Xu Antian instructed before leading the way into the cave. The cave was damp and pitch black, the floor entirely covered in dark green moss. Stepping on it, murky water seeped out from beneath the moss. Tong Jingshu glanced down at her feet with disgust, then gritted her teeth and followed. Guided by the faint light filtering through cracks in the rock wall, Xu Antian advanced cautiously, soon venturing deep into the cavern. Boom! Just then, the ground began to tremble violently. Immediately after, a massive rat demon the size of a wild boar, covered in gray bristles, charged toward Xu Antian like a speeding car. Its eyes were tiny, almost invisible, while a pair of massive fangs dominated its entire rodent face. Squeak! The buck-toothed rat demon squeaked as it charged toward Xu Antian. Tong Jingshu trembled with fear, clamping her hand tightly over her mouth to stifle any sound that might distract Xu Antian. Bring it on! Xu Antian's face lit up with excitement. Only 2 words filled his mind: slay the demon. Boom! The buck-toothed rat demon thrust its hind legs, its massive body leaping through the cave as it lunged at Xu Antian, its huge flat teeth snapping toward his neck. Xu Antian's eyes locked onto its movements. As it closed in, he moved. He crouched low on his knees, arching backward to evade the rat demon's attack. Simultaneously, he drew his sword. Shoo! The sound of blade-piercing flesh echoed through the air. The demon-slaying sword plunged entirely into the buck-toothed rat demon's jaw, piercing clean through the top of its skull. A torrent of blood spurted from the wound as Xu skillfully dodged to the side, avoiding being drenched. Back when he was just an ordinary man, wielding the demon-slaying sword had been enough to sever the neck of a wild fox spirit. Now, having awakened his potential, his strength had surged dramatically. Piercing the rat demon's skull with a single strike was the most natural thing in the world. The rat demon twitched on the ground a few times before going completely still. A wisp of pure energy shot from the rat demon's body, piercing into Xu Antian's forehead. Within the 8 trigrams demon refining furnace in his mind, the rat demon's form materialized. It rapidly faded and vanished. Refining the breaking tooth rat demon's spirit essence. Reward: 1 spirit boosting pill. Spirit boosting pill. Consuming this pill significantly increases spiritual energy within the body, aids in filling spiritual orifices, and accelerates cultivation progress. Xu, you're so amazing! Tong Jingshu exclaimed in astonishment, staring at the corpse on the ground. She had assumed Xu Antian was just like her, lacking any real strength. Otherwise, why would no teen want Xu Antian? But now it seemed completely different. Xu Antian was powerful. At least, she thought he was powerful. Jingshu, keep watch for me. I need to rest for a bit. Xu Antian sat cross-legged on the ground and swallowed the spirit-boosting pill he had just obtained. He needed to gain even greater strength. The moment the spirit-enhancing pill entered her stomach, a vast surge of spiritual energy erupted from within. Xu Antian circulated the Killing Sutra, commanding this spiritual energy and channeling it toward the vacant acupoints. Reaching the Kaiyuan realm was typically a painstaking process, requiring immense time to absorb spiritual energy and fill the acupoints. But now, the spirit-boosting pill provided him with a massive influx of spiritual energy. He only needed to channel this energy, filling the orifices to capacity. Thus, his breakthrough progressed at an astonishing speed. Boom! 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 One after another, the acupoints within his body were filled. Before the potency of the spirit-enhancing pill faded, he ultimately activated 25 acupoints. Now, he had activated 68 acupoints, drawing him one step closer to the 3rd tier of the opening Yuan realm. Rising from the ground, Xu Antian swung his demon-slaying sword, severing the buck-toothed rat demon's incisors. But the rat demon's teeth were truly enormous. They wouldn't fit in his pants pocket. After a moment's thought, he stripped off his shirt, tied a knot at the neckline, and fashioned it into a cloth bag. Xu Antian tossed the fangs inside and handed the pouch to Tong Jingshu. You hold it. It's inconvenient to keep it on me while fighting. Tong Jingshu stared blankly at Xu Antian's chest and abdomen, snapping back to reality only when she heard his voice. Realizing her own gaze, she flushed slightly and took the pouch. But Xu Antian's abs and chest muscles were truly well defined, perfectly proportioned. I saw you saw me were even now. Xu Antian chuckled. Then he muttered under his breath, but I was looking through your clothes, seems like I got the short end of the stick. Ignoring Tong Jingshu's reaction, he turned and continued into the cave. As they delved deeper, Xu Antian discovered this mousehole was surprisingly large and had numerous branches. It was easy to get lost. Rumble. Suddenly, a sound erupted from a rat hole beside him. Finally, you're here. Xu Antian's eyes flashed with excitement. He stood his ground, sword in hand, waiting for the buck-toothed rat demon to charge. As the sound drew nearer, he saw a figure emerge from the hole. Brother, run! There are 4 rat demons behind us. You're no match for them. The youth wore a yellow short-sleeved shirt and baggy shorts, his exposed muscles bulging, suggesting immense strength. But now he looked utterly disheveled, one arm dangling limply, likely broken. On his back, he carried another short-haired youth. They had just fought a fierce battle against those rat demons. Of the 4, only he and the companion on his back had escaped. The other 2 were critically injured and unconscious, rescued by instructors stationed in the cave by the school in advance, thus losing their eligibility for class placement. 4 of them. Xu Antian gripped his demon-slaying sword tightly, stomping his foot on the ground as he charged forward at breakneck speed. His body brushed past the yellow-robed youth. He charged headlong toward the rat demons behind them. Holy crap, bro, you're that brave? Don't you fear death? Hongwu halted in shock. The 4 of them weren't a match for them, yet this guy charged in alone. Chapter 7, for slain in a row you call them strong? Brother Wu, ignore him. He might not stand a chance against those rat demons, but he can buy us time. We need to get out of here fast, the short-haired youth on Hongwu's back urged urgently. Besides, with the instructor here, he won't die. Hongwu hesitated, feeling uneasy about this plan. Brother Wu, save yourself before others. Hurry. We can't get eliminated here. Hongwu realized he was right, especially since he'd already warned Xu Antian. He immediately turned to leave. Out of the corner of his eye, he saw Xu Antian had already charged toward the rat demon. Xu Antian sidestepped, dodging the buck-toothed rat demon's lunge while simultaneously slashing out with his silver sword. Splatter! The sound of flesh tearing echoed through the air. The leader's head was severed cleanly from its neck, spurting a torrent of blood. Its massive body, propelled by momentum, slammed violently into the cave wall, causing the entire cavern to tremble. Behind the rats, a dark-clad man halted his swift advance. He had intended to rush to Xu Antian's aid, but now it seemed unnecessary. Such quick thinking at such a young age, not bad at all, the dark-clad man remarked. Boom! Xu Antian swung his demon-slaying sword horizontally, blocking the other buck-toothed rat demon. In the split second of stalemate, he raised his foot and delivered a fierce kick to its jaw. The rat demon, as large as a wild boar, was sent flying by the kick, its limbs leaving the ground. Xu Antian crouched low, his demon-slaying sword slicing across the rat demon's underside as he closed in on the third one. The rat demon's forelimbs were abnormally thick, its sharp claws like steel picks. When it swung its claws, they scraped against the rock wall, leaving a deep gash that showed just how sharp they were. Too slow. Xu Antian didn't pause, instead accelerating several-fold. The sword's edge struck the rat's claw. Shoo! The sharp rat claws were severed cleanly the moment they touched the demon-slaying sword. Squeak! Squeak! The buck-toothed rat demon screamed in agony. Xu Antian seized the moment, driving his blade through its skull. As he drew his sword, he had already reached the last buck-toothed rat demon. This buck-toothed rat demon was clearly terrified and turned to flee. But its massive frame made sharp turns impossible. Xu Antian seized the moment, slicing open its belly. Along with the gushing blood came a torrent of entrails and flesh. The rat demon thrashed on the ground a few times before finally stilling. 18 seconds. 3 first-tier Kaifeng rat demons and 1 second-tier 1 slain consecutively. Your skill is impressive. Your sword is impressive too. The black-clad man behind the rat demon spoke softly. With his discerning eye, he could tell Xu Antian's demon-slaying sword was no ordinary weapon, exceptionally sharp and resilient. Xu Antian glanced at him, his gaze lingering on the 749 emblem on the man's chest. Nodding slightly in his direction, Xu Antian raised his sword to sever the rat demon's fangs for collection before turning to leave. Xu, are you okay? Tong Jingshu caught up from behind, asking with concern. I'm fine. Take these. Xu Antian tossed the collected fangs to Tong Jingshu. Tong Jingshu hurriedly caught them and tucked them into her cloth bag. Watching Xu Antian's broad, sturdy back, her heart pounded wildly. Xu Antian's demon-slaying moves were just too cool. So decisive and precise, not a single unnecessary movement. He looked just like the protagonists she'd seen in anime. Hongwu hadn't left yet. When Xu Antian killed the first bucktoothed rat demon, he'd been captivated by Xu Antian's sharp movements. Seeing Xu Antian approach, he forced a smile. "Bro, you're strong." "It's not that I'm strong, they're just too weak," Xu Antian replied indifferently. The smile on Hongwu's face turned awkward. If those rat demons were weak, didn't that make them even weaker? But the facts were undeniable, and he couldn't really say much more. He simply expressed his gratitude. "Thanks for saving us just now, brother. I'm Hongwu from the Hong family. This is my younger brother, Hong Yuan. After the class assignment ceremony, we'll treat you to a drink." "Heh, that won't be necessary. Just hand over the teeth you're wearing," Xu Antian chuckled lightly. He didn't recognize the two men before him. And he certainly didn't want any connection with them. Hongwu's expression froze, his gaze turning puzzled towards Xu Antian. "I saved your lives. Isn't it only fair you give me some compensation? Or I could just take them myself, same difference," Xu Antian said indifferently. He had heard clearly what Hong Yuan, the one on Hongwu's back, had just said, that he should block the rat demon. And what about that better dead than poor nonsense? They were practically wishing for his death. "How dare you snatch our stuff? The instructor's right there, go ahead and try." Hong Yuan panicked upon hearing Xu Antian demand the incisors they'd collected. Those were hard-earned treasures. "Fine. Bring it on." Xu Antian grinned. Earlier, Wang He hadn't said anything about forbidding physical altercations between students. If he hadn't said it was forbidden, then it was permitted. With that, Xu Antian unleashed a punch. Boom! A dull thud echoed as Hongwu blocked Xu Antian's punch at the last moment. But his body was sent flying by the immense force, crashing into the cave wall before coming to a halt. "Xu Antian, you actually dared to strike. The Hong family will remember this." Hong Yuan roared in fury. Hongwu struggled to withstand the blow, blood trickling from the corners of his mouth. He had suffered internal injuries. He desperately wanted to silence his younger brother. His brother cursed, but it was he who took the beating. "Oh? You'd better remember me." Xu Antian shifted his stance, lunging forward to stand before Hongwu, poised to strike again. "Stop!" Hongwu called out just in time, swiftly unfastening a pouch from his waist and tossing it to Xu Antian. "It's all in here." Xu Antian didn't catch it, however. Instead, he continued his attack, landing a slap squarely across Hong Yuan's face. Smack! A sharp crack echoed as blood spurted from Hong Yuan's mouth, his face swelling up like a steamed bun. "Remember me now?" Xu Antian asked with a smile. Fear flashed across Hong Yuan's face. He hadn't expected Xu Antian to actually strike. And the instructor was just standing there watching, doing nothing? "Xu Antian, we brothers admit defeat. Leave a little room for future encounters," Hongwu said in a deep voice. "Sorry, I prefer dead ends." Xu Antian shook his head, lifting his foot to kick Hongwu in the stomach. Thud! Hongwu was sent flying once more. Put! Blood spurted from Hongwu's mouth as veins bulged on his forehead. He was a genius too, yet now he was being humiliated like this. But necessity dictated his actions, and he had no choice but to bow his head. Seeing Xu Antian about to strike again, his eyelid twitched and he hurriedly spoke. "Brother Xu, we admit defeat. Spare us." Xu Antian halted his steps. Now that's the right attitude for begging. As long as his strength was formidable enough, even villains would turn good before him. He glanced at the two men, then turned and walked away. He couldn't possibly kill them after all, the instructor was right behind him. Getting expelled from 749 University over this would be a loss. "Go easier next time," the man in black warned as Xu Antian passed by. "If you kill or cripple us, we'll have a hard time explaining it. Also, there's a buck-toothed rat king deep inside the mountain. Don't go too far and it's dangerous." Xu Antian grinned. "Thanks for the heads up, instructor. A buck-toothed rat king, huh? Wonder what rewards it'll yield after refinement." Xu Antian's mind began to race. Chapter 8, Defying Heaven's Gift and Natural Bait. Shin Chuyue's team has already slain 9 buck-toothed rat demons, currently ranking first. Jiang Wu from the Mist Concealment Sect is doing well too. That kid's got some seriously impressive hidden weapons and traps, and he's already taken down 7 rat demons. Lin Shan from the Mountain Splitting Sect and Duan Tian from the Duan family have both made gains. Additionally, 13 students have been eliminated after losing their combat effectiveness. Ha! Xu Antian? He's killed 5 rat demons too? Wang He watched the surveillance feed, reporting each update. But it seems he's relying on the sharpness of his long sword. Otherwise, it would be difficult to slay a rat demon with a single strike. Wang He's gaze was sharp, convinced he'd spotted the key. Then his brow furrowed. But his temperament seems problematic? Why is he constantly clashing with his classmates? What he saw was Xu Antian beating up the Hong brothers. "Chief, should we send someone to warn Xu Antian? I fear he might cause a major incident eventually," Wang He cautioned. School rules state that conflicts between students must be resolved privately, but they cannot be beaten to the point of disability or death. If there are irreconcilable differences, they can even settle it with a duel on the rooftop. Zhang Herong glanced at Wang He. That kid may seem reckless, but he knows his limits. The Hong brothers only suffered superficial injuries. It looks bad, but it's nothing serious. You're absolutely right, Director. Wang He bowed his head, realizing his own shortcomings. Fourth tier of the Kaiyuan realm. Xu Antian rose from where he stood, thrilled as he felt the surging power within him. He had just consumed all the spirit-enhancing pills obtained from slaying the rat demon once more. Now, 138 acupoints within his body were brimming with spiritual energy. Snap! A faint sound came from beneath Xu Antian's feet. A pebble crumbled effortlessly beneath his foot. The sudden surge of power was too much for him to adjust to immediately. He needed time to get used to it. Su, should we continue deeper? Tong Jingshu asked softly. Having witnessed Xu Antian's prowess, she decided to latch onto this powerful ally. Yes. But before that, I want to test your abilities. Xu Antian nodded. He was now at the 4th level of the Kaiyuan realm. He should be able to withstand Tong Jingshu's abilities. The odds of any mishap occurring were low. Therefore, he wanted to see the specific effects of Tong Jingshu's abilities. Alright. Tong Jingshu nodded. She also wanted to prove her worth and not be just a pretty face. I'm starting now. Tong Jingshu announced solemnly. The next second, her red pupils transformed, expanding significantly. Boom! Xu Antian's mind reeled, his thoughts blank as Tong Jingshu's image flooded his consciousness. His qi and blood surged out of control, racing wildly through his veins like a runaway train. His body temperature skyrocketed, his skin turning crimson as blood. Xu Antian instantly felt feverish. His body lunged toward Tong Jingshu uncontrollably. At the critical moment, Xu Antian summoned astonishing willpower to seize control of his actions. Yet his expression made it clear he was struggling to resist. Xu Antian felt a flicker of surprise deep within. Tong Jingshu's abilities seemed to be connected to the mind. Despite his formidable strength, he had still fallen victim to it. He urgently needed to release the pressure. Otherwise, his blood vessels might burst. Follow me! Xu Antian nearly roared. He stomped his foot, causing the stone slab beneath him to crack like a spiderweb. Boom! Using the momentum, he charged rapidly into the depths of the cave. Wait for me! Tong Jingshu cried out from behind, but her speed made it nearly impossible to keep up. She could only run with the ball in hand. Behind Xu Antian, Tong Jingshu's voice grew fainter and fainter. Ahead of him, several buck-toothed rat demons appeared. His eyes flashed red as he charged forward, sword raised. Thud! A soft thud echoed as the buck-toothed rat demon's head flew clean off. He was now vastly superior to these rat demons. They couldn't withstand even a single strike from him. Another rat demon lunged at him. Xu Antian neither dodged nor flinched, clenching his left fist and delivering a powerful punch. Boom! A dull thud echoed. His fist slammed hard into the rat demon's face. Snap! The rat demon's facial bones caved in, sending its forward momentum careening backward at an even greater speed. It knocked over the other rat demon standing behind it. Before they could react, Xu Antian had already charged forward, sword raised. 2 swift thrusts. And just like that, those 2 rat brothers were sent packing. Xu Antian felt a surge of relief as the pent-up energy within him was released. His rationality had temporarily returned, allowing him to suppress the restless power. Moments later, the energy within him settled completely. Apart from a tearing ache in his muscles, he felt no other discomfort. My power just doubled at least. Xu Antian reflected on his explosive outburst, silently assessing the situation. Though Tong Jingshu's ability came with side effects, as long as one could endure them, the resulting power boost was substantial. Right, Jingshu's ability works on demons too. Xu Antian's eyes lit up as an idea formed in his mind. Wasn't Tong Jingshu essentially a natural decoy? Perhaps he could lure the Rat King from the depths of the cave? Then kill it? He was incredibly eager to get his hands on that Rat King. He turned back to find Tong Jingshu and soon spotted her, panting heavily. Probably from the intense exertion, Tong Jingshu was sweating. Beads of sweat trickled down his cheeks and neck, soaking through his shirt. The damp shirt clung to her skin. Outline visible. Xu Antian's recently suppressed desire began to stir once more. Jingshu, I have an idea, he said, shifting the focus. He shared his plan to eliminate the Rat King. I'll follow your lead. Tong Jingshu agreed immediately. She was determined to cling to Xu Antian's coattails. Without Xu Antian, she'd be eliminated from this cave soon enough. Alright, just follow my lead. Come up first. Xu Antian nodded and turned away. He wanted to find the Rat King before the instructor behind him caught up. He didn't want the instructor interfering and complicating things. Tong Jingshu, having gotten the hang of it after the first try, climbed up on her own. Her arms wrapped around Xu Antian's neck, her palms resting naturally on his chest. So hard. Tong Jingshu was astonished. Xu Antian's chest muscles were incredibly firm. One could only imagine the immense strength hidden beneath. And the feel wasn't bad either. Hey! Don't go groping around. Xu Antian warned. With a swift shift of his feet, he charged deeper into the cave. Tong Jingshu flushed crimson. What could she do? She just preferred physically strong boys. A gentle breeze brushed past her ears, and the scene ahead of Xu Antian suddenly opened up. He abruptly halted his steps. Before him lay a massive pit, within which sat a colossal rat demon. This rat demon was nearly the size of a full-grown elephant, its body bloated and seemingly composed entirely of fat. Most of its body was covered in gray bristles, with only a pure white stripe running down its back. At that moment, it lay sprawled below, fast asleep, its snores echoing intermittently. Xu Antian's gaze lingered for several seconds on the massive iron chain around the Rat King's neck. Jingshu, activate your ability. Target the Rat King below. Xu Antian ordered in a low voice. Tong Jingshu complied, her pupils rapidly shifting. Students, this is not the assessment area. Please leave immediately. Just then, a bearded man in black leapt up from the pit below and approached Xu Antian, issuing a warning. Good afternoon, instructor. We'll be leaving immediately. Xu Antian smiled, turned, and started walking away. Below, the buck-toothed Rat King opened its bloodshot eyes and abruptly rose from the ground. After glancing upward, its massive body surged forward, lunging fiercely toward the pit's edge. Boom! Mid-air, the massive chain snapped taut, yanking it back down to the pit's depths. Squeak! 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 The buck-toothed Rat King let out two shrieks, refusing to give up as it charged toward the exit once more. The bearded man frowned. Why was the Rat King suddenly going berserk when it had been perfectly fine just moments ago? Without a moment to spare, he leaped toward the pit steps, determined to subdue the Rat King first. Boom! At that very moment, the massive chain snapped cleanly. The Rat King leaped out from the pit and darted into the tunnel. Impossible, the bearded man exclaimed in shock. Those chains were forged from special materials. There was no way a Rat King at the 5th level of the Kaiyuan realm could break free. No! We must stop the Rat King. He snapped to attention, racing after the creature while simultaneously calling for backup over the walkie-talkie. Chapter 9, The Sutra of Killing reveals its might. One sword opens the heavenly spirit. It worked! Sensing the commotion behind him, Xu Antian's lips curved into a smile. Watching the Rat King charge toward him, he didn't retreat. Instead, he stopped in his tracks. He licked his lips. Jingshu, give me another shot. Tong Jingshu slid down from Xu Antian's back and unleashed her power upon him. Instantly, Xu Antian's entire body began to boil. His strength surged. Stay back, he warned Tong Jingshu before charging forward, sword raised. The Sutra of Killing was activated at full power, causing his body to emit a faint mystical glow. The glow was faint, barely discernible without close inspection. The light swirled and surged, flowing through his hands and into the demon-slaying sword he held. Slaughter slash! Xu Antian roared inwardly. Then, he swung his sword. A slender beam of mystical light shot forth from the sword's tip. In an instant, it reached the Rat King. Thud! A soft thud echoed as the dark light sliced clean through half of the Rat King's skull, exposing the white, pulpy brain matter beneath. Blood spilled forth, staining the Rat King's eyes crimson. The excruciating pain drove it mad. Its massive body, driven by momentum, swung its giant claws toward Xu Antian. Xu Antian blocked with his sword. Boom! Xu Antian was sent flying by the immense force. His body slammed heavily against the cave wall. A trickle of blood spilled from his mouth as a fierce glint flashed in his eyes. He charged forward again, sword in one hand. He planted his feet, leaping upward to evade the Rat King's bite. His left hand seized the shoulder for leverage, propelling him toward the gash on the Rat King's forehead. His demon-slaying sword plunged downward with brutal force. Put! The brain, now unprotected by its skull, was instantly pulverized by the demon-slaying sword. The Rat King's claws, reaching for Xu Antian, fell limply to the ground. Then came its massive corpse. Boom! The corpse hit the ground, twitched a few times, then lay utterly still. Xu Antian landed, his chest heaving violently. His heart pounded like a drum. The instant the Rat King died, a wisp of pure energy shot from its corpse and vanished into Xu Antian's brow. Simultaneously, the Rat King's form materialized within the 8 trigrams demon refining furnace. It seemed to retain some semblance of consciousness, emitting a silent, frenzied roar. However, as flames ignited at the furnace's base, its form rapidly faded until it vanished entirely. Refining the essence of the mutant buck-toothed Rat King. Reward: 1 perfect cavity expanding pill. Perfect cavity expanding pill. Consumption expands all bodily cavities tenfold. The Rat King had barely fallen when the man with the bushy beard rushed forward. Staring at the corpse of the Rat King on the ground, his heart was filled with shock. The Rat King's massive body had blocked his view, preventing him from witnessing what had transpired. His chest-mounted recorder hadn't captured it either. But judging by the outcome before him, it was clear the youth participating in the class selection ceremony had slain the Rat King. Whose child is this, to be so powerful? He marveled inwardly, recording the scene before him with his recorder and transmitting it back to the control center. He possessed the strength of a 6th-tier Kaiyuan realm cultivator, yet even so, he had no confidence he could have killed the Rat King so swiftly. Especially not a rampaging Rat King. Thankfully, no major incident occurred, he thought, still feeling the lingering fear. Had the Rat King injured any other students, the consequences would have been unimaginable. His gaze toward Xu Antian now held an added note of gratitude. What? The Rat King was killed. Wang Yi stared at the surveillance footage in shock, his voice cracking. The Rat King was perfectly fine, why did he suddenly go berserk? And it was Xu Antian who killed him. Wang Yi couldn't wrap his head around it. How could a mere second-tier Kaiyuan realm newcomer have pulled this off? Even if the sword in his hand was razor-sharp, it shouldn't have been possible. And wasn't this all too coincidental? The Rat King went berserk the very moment Xu Antian appeared beside the giant pit. Director, I suspect Xu Antian is involved in this. Wang Yi took a deep breath and said in a solemn tone. It does seem rather coincidental. We'll question him after the class assignment ceremony, Zhang Herong nodded. Given Xu Antian's demonstrated talent, he holds great potential. Be mindful of your approach during questioning. Don't bring out that Bureau 749 style of yours. He felt a headache coming on. The Rat King's death was no small matter, it would require writing numerous reports to higher-ups. He glanced at Wang Yi. Submit a complete, detailed report to me afterward. Understood, Director. Wang Yi replied with a grimace. Fighting? Fine. Writing reports? Absolutely not. It was worse than death. He was already thinking about who he could get to ghostwrite it for him. You okay? The man with the bushy beard approached Xu Antian and asked. Instructor, I'm in the best shape of my life. Xu Antian grinned widely. This buck-toothed Rat King turned out to be a mutant species, providing him with a new pill. He couldn't have been happier. Killing demons felt amazing. Killing demons felt amazing all the time. Seeing Xu Antian was truly unharmed, the man with the bushy beard breathed a sigh of relief. What just happened? At that moment, a slender figure flew in from behind Xu Antian. It was Xin Shuiyue, who had rushed over upon hearing the commotion. She folded her wings behind her back and stared in astonishment at the corpse of the Rat King on the ground. The Rat King revolted, but it's been killed, the bearded man declared. Xin Shuiyue didn't think much of it, assuming the instructor before her had taken down the Rat King. After all, given its size, the Rat King's strength couldn't have been weak. With Xu Antian's newly awakened abilities, it was impossible for him to have killed the Rat King. Survival itself was a feat likely only possible because the instructor was nearby to intervene in time. Xu Antian, are you okay? Xin Shuiyue turned to Xu Antian, who was sitting on the ground nearby, and asked softly. Poof. What could possibly be wrong with him? He's alive and well. Before Xu Antian could respond, a sarcastic voice cut through the air from behind Xin Shuiyue. Jianyu, sword in hand, and Xin Shuiyue's other two teammates stepped forward. That giant rat was killed by the instructor. He must have been scared out of his wits, ha ha ha. Jianyu sneered. He had intended to confront Xu Antian inside the cave and teach him a lesson. But unexpectedly, before he could act, Xu Antian seemed to have already met his end. Xu Antian rose to his feet and strode toward Jianyu. The cold, indifferent gaze sent an inexplicable shiver through Jianyu's heart. He instinctively took 2 steps back, but the thought of all the people around him filled him with shame and fury. He abruptly halted his retreat. Pointing his sword at Xu Antian, he spat, I spoke a couple of truths. What's the matter? You don't like hearing them? Fine. Today, I'll teach you a lesson. I'll make you understand the chasm between us. I'll make you understand what a chasm like gap truly means. Jianyu, put down your sword. Xu Antian is my classmate, do me a favor. Xin Shuiyue darted forward, stepping between them to plead. She didn't want them to come to blows. Shuiyue, move aside. Today I must teach Xu Antian a lesson. No one's words matter. Jianyu said coldly. Today, he would vent the anger burning within him. He practiced the Sword Control Sutra, which held the defilement of the sword heart as its greatest taboo. Now, he must sweep away the dust of Xu Antian to purify his sword heart, making it clear and luminous. Otherwise, he would live his entire life in Xu Antian's shadow. Chapter 10, Shattered Sword Heart, Jianyuet. Step aside. Let us handle this ourselves. Xu Antian stood before Xin Shuiyue, sword in his right hand, pushing her aside with his left. Xin Shuiyue's expression changed abruptly. Xu Antian's strength was astonishingly powerful. She was pushed aside completely. Though she hadn't unleashed her full power, she could still sense something extraordinary. Xu Antian's strength seemed to surpass Jianyu's. You finally stand up like a man. Jianyu's face broke into a smile as he raised his sword, pointing it at Xu Antian. Tong Jingshu watched Jianyu's confident gaze and found it hard to bear witness to what was about to unfold. Xu Antian had even slain that massive Rat King. Jianyu would only fall faster and more decisively. His fate was bound to be utterly miserable. One strike. I need only one strike to defeat you. Jianyu extended a single finger. Then, with a flick of his right wrist, the sword in his hand danced, tracing 3 elegant arcs. He lunged fiercely towards Xu Antian. All show and no substance. Xu Antian thrust his sword forward, like a fierce beast charging into a flower garden. trampling the blossoms, tearing them apart completely. Clang! The sword in Jian Yu's hand was violently flung away. Xu Antian's sword continued its unrelenting charge, aiming straight for Jian Yu's throat. Stop! The bearded instructor stepped forward, attempting to intercept Xu Antian's blade. He had intended to watch the spectacle unfold, but never expected Xu Antian to go all out. He couldn't let Jian Yu die before his eyes. The responsibility was too great. Thud! But Xu Antian's blade was faster, already piercing Jian Yu's throat. Feeling the sharp pain in his throat, Jian Yu's pupils dilated. A warm trickle appeared on his pants. Yet the expected wave of weakness failed to wash over him. I'm not dead? Jian Yu's heart pounded wildly, fear gripping him to the core. Xu Antian withdrew his sword and walked past Jian Yu with a casual air. You're a grown man, yet you spit on the ground like a stray dog by the roadside. Let's go, Jing Shu. Got it. Tong Jingshu withdrew her gaze and followed Xu Antian out. She thought to herself, why did you have to pick a fight with Xu Antian? He really had to go and make trouble for himself. The bearded man halted, a sigh of relief escaping his mind. Xu Antian's sword had pierced Jian Yu's throat, but it had only cut through flesh, not a fatal strike. At the same time, he felt a chill run down his spine. With his own cultivation at the 6th level of the Kaiyuan realm, he hadn't even been able to block Xu Antian's sword. Could Xu Antian's true strength surpass his own? Could a newcomer truly reach such heights? Glancing at the corpse of the Rat King behind him, he felt it was highly likely. Snap! Jian Yu distinctly heard something shatter within his heart. It was the sword heart he had honed over 18 years. Xu Antian! Jian Yu completely lost his mind. He had been utterly humiliated before everyone, leaving him with no face to show his senior masters. He wished he could bury his head in his crotch. Quiet! Xu Antian is on a different level than you. He even slew the Rat King, it's only natural you couldn't match him. The bearded instructor frowned and bellowed. What? Jian Yu froze in shock. So the Rat King had been slain by Xu Antian. The anger in his heart dissipated completely. He turned to stare at Xu Antian's back, feeling the distance between them was both so close and yet so far. Is this the unbridgeable chasm? He murmured to himself, as if in a daze. Xu Antian killed the Rat King. Shin Shuyue was stunned to her core. This was something she never could have imagined. Xu Antian only recently awakened his potential, how could he be this powerful? Doubt immediately surfaced in her mind. Xu Antian, this fellow alumnus, seemed shrouded in mystery. At the control center, Wang Yi rubbed his temples in frustration. He murmured, Jian Yu has taken a pretty brutal beating. He might never recover. If the sword cultivation sect starts asking questions. What does the sword control sect think it is, trying to boss around my 749? Zhang Herong frowned. Just a chi cultivation sect, thinking they're something special. Tell them straight, make it crystal clear. Harbin has only one rule, the 749 rule. If they don't like it, let them try us. Zhang Herong declared with unyielding force. Yes, Director. Seeing Zhang Hairong's anger, Wang Yi hurriedly nodded. Director Zhang didn't get to this position by relying on his fat. His true capabilities remained a mystery even to Wang Yi. Xu Antian emerged from the depths of the cave and found a relatively safe spot to swallow the 3 spirit-enhancing pills he had just acquired. The spiritual energy within him surged violently, filling one acupoint after another. By the time the pill's effects faded, 208 acupoints within his body were saturated with spiritual energy. His cultivation level had successfully reached the 6th tier of the foundational realm. Huff! He slowly exhaled, feeling his physical strength surge significantly. Ah, and there's the perfect pore expanding pill. Xu Antian recalled the perfect pore expanding pill he had just acquired. The perfect meridian expanding pill could enlarge all his meridians tenfold. The larger the orifices, the more spiritual energy they could hold, and the greater the power gained. In other words, once he consumed the perfect meridian expanding pill, within the same cultivation realm, it would be virtually impossible for anyone to surpass his strength. Moreover, the foundational realm was the first gate in a cultivator's journey, the very foundation upon which all future progress was built. The thicker the foundation laid at this stage, the greater the benefits for future cultivation. The only drawback is that when breaking through to the next realm, one requires significantly more spiritual energy. This will inevitably slow down the pace of his breakthroughs. Realms are just empty labels, true strength is what matters. Xu Antian murmured to himself. Moreover, with the 8 trigrams demon refining furnace to refine demons and provide various elixirs, his cultivation pace could never be slow. Unless there were no demons left to slay. He raised his hand and tossed the perfect pore expanding pill into his mouth. Boom! In an instant, the potion's power exploded within him. A tingling sensation surged from his soul straight up to the crown of his head. His spirit felt utterly exhilarated. Simultaneously, the 365 acupoints within his body rapidly expanded under the potency of the elixir. Double, triple, tenfold. By the time the potency faded, the orifices had expanded tenfold. If the old orifices were mere puddles, these new ones were full-fledged pools. However, due to the expansion of his acupoints, the spiritual energy within some of them could no longer fill them completely. Xu Antian had no choice but to activate the Killing Sutra, drawing out the spiritual energy within the orifices to partially refill them. The orifices within his body that had been filled with spiritual energy thus shrunk. Only 21 remained. His cultivation level plummeted directly to the first tier of the Kaiyuan realm. Yet his strength actually increased. He was now stronger than when he was at the 6th level of the Kaiyuan realm. Anyone who underestimates me as an ordinary Qi cultivation stage 1 practitioner is in for a rude awakening. Xu Antian's lips curled into a smirk. Tong Jingshu, standing nearby, stared intently at Xu Antian, deeply curious about what he was eating. "Xu, what are you eating?" "Just ordinary candy balls. I'm almost fully recovered now. We still have plenty of time left, let's continue hunting those buck-toothed rat demons." Xu Antian rose to his feet, answering casually. He certainly wouldn't reveal his secret to Tong Jingshu. Even if his dead father came back to life and asked him personally, he wouldn't reveal anything about the system. Chapter 11, Class Placement Ceremony concludes, undisputed first place. At 5 o'clock in the afternoon, the class placement assessment ended punctually. Xu Antian emerged from Wolf Fang Ridge, shouldering a massive sack. By then, a crowd of students had already gathered in front of the grandstands. They had all descended from Wolf Fang Ridge ahead of him. In the crowd, Shen Shuiwei watched the large sack on Xu Antian's back, her delicate brows slightly furrowed. Judging by the sack's size, it must contain a substantial number of fangs. She likely couldn't compete. Moreover, they were splitting the spoils among 4 people, while Xu Antian's side only had 2. Beside her, Jian Yu kept his head bowed, glancing at Xu Antian out of the corner of his eye before quickly averting his gaze. He instinctively touched his neck. Fear was clearly visible in his eyes. Whenever he saw Xu Antian, his throat would feel a stabbing pain. As if Xu Antian's sword had plunged into his throat once more. Time's up. The class placement assessment is over. Now tally each group's haul. Wang He announced loudly from the viewing platform. Soon, other instructors approached Xu Antian and took the cloth sack from his hands. Moments later, the tally was complete. Wang He declared loudly. First place in this placement assessment, Xu Antian and Tong Jingshu. Each receives 2,000 points, 1 premium spirit elevating pill, free library access privileges, and assignment to the White Tiger class. Second place, Shen Shuiwei, Jianyu, Bai Long, and Zhang Yi. Each receives 1,000 points, 1 standard spirit ascension pill, 3 free library accesses per month, and placement in the Vermilion Bird class. Third place, Zhang Wu, Yilong, Sun Daoyan, and Zhang Ken. Each receives 500 points, 1 common spirit elevating pill, 1 free library access pass per month, and assignment to the Black Tortoise class. Fourth, Lin Shan. Fifth, Duan Tian. 20th, Hong Wu, Hong Yuan, Hong He, Hong Jiang. Points can be exchanged for various cultivation resources you need for your practice. You can view them in the 749 app marketplace. Upon hearing the assessment results, Xu Antian showed not the slightest surprise. After slaying the Rat King, he had dispatched at least a dozen more rat demons in the time since. No one could have killed more than him. Moreover, after slaying these rat demons, he had obtained over a dozen spirit-enhancing pills. After consuming them, his cultivation level had returned to the 2nd tier of the Kaiyuan realm. Besides Xu Antian, Tong Jingshu was overcome with excitement. She had just broken through, her strength nearly non-existent, and had originally come just to go through the motions. Unexpectedly, she was carried to victory by her powerful teammate, snagging first place outright. Happiness had come too suddenly. Shen Shuiwei heard the result and furrowed her delicate brows. She had prepared thoroughly this time, securing a powerful ally in advance, convinced nothing could go wrong. Yet in the end, she still only came in second. Xu Antian had snatched it away. The most valuable resources had been snatched away by Xu Antian. "It's fine," Shen Shuiwei murmured. "As long as I join University 749, there will be plenty of opportunities to obtain better cultivation resources in the future." She was accustomed to looking forward, the past could never be undone. Hong Yuan hid among the crowd, his gaze fixed on Xu Antian's retreating figure with a dark, vicious intensity. If not for Xu Antian, they would never have ended up at the very bottom of the rankings. And not a single resource. "Yuan, Xu Antian isn't your average Qi cultivator. His talent is terrifyingly strong. Don't provoke him anymore. Don't bring trouble upon the Hong family," Hong Wu warned. He was utterly defeated. "Brother Wu, are we just going to let this slide?" Hong Yuan protested, unwilling to accept defeat. "What else can you do? Expect our elders to step in for us? This is 749 Academy, not our Hong family compound. Besides, knowing our elders' temperaments, they'll only blame us too for being useless. For not mastering our skills properly," Hong Wu said solemnly. "We've messed up, we have to own it. If our skills aren't up to par, we'll train twice as hard. Whining won't get us anywhere." Hong Yuan remained silent. He knew his elder brother was right. He just couldn't swallow his pride. He just couldn't accept it. Originally, they could have at least secured a top 5 finish. Now gather your personal belongings and follow the instructors to the school. Wang He continued from above. The students beside Xu Antian boarded the buses one after another and departed. He and Tong Jingshu were left behind alone. You two ride with me. Wang He approached them and ordered. Xu Antian glanced at Tong Jingshu, and the two of them climbed into Wang He's vehicle, a black SUV. A pot-bellied middle-aged man sat in the front passenger seat. Wang He started the engine and drove onto the road. After driving a short distance, he turned his head to look at Xu Antian. Su, we witnessed the entire process of you killing the Rat King. We'd like to hear your explanation. Why did the Rat King suddenly go berserk? Instructor Wang, the Rat King's outburst is actually related to me. I possess a special ability that I haven't yet mastered to control at will, which ended up disturbing the Rat King. Tong Jingshu answered first. Xu Antian shot Tong Jingshu a surprised look before choosing silence. What kind of ability could be so powerful? Show it to me. Wang He was skeptical. A chi cultivator at the first level of the Founding Realm could affect a Rat King at the 6th level of the Founding Realm? This might not be wise? Tong Jingshu hesitated. You're afraid of hurting me? Heh, no need to worry. Go ahead and use your ability freely. Wang He smiled confidently. Young lady, no need to fear. Your ability might be formidable, but it won't harm us. Zhang Herong, seated in the passenger seat, chimed in with a smile. Alright, then, Tong Jingshu agreed. She thought to herself, he's right, the instructor's strength speaks for itself. I'm about to begin, she warned. The next second, her pupils shifted as she fixed her gaze on Wang He. Buzz. The moment their gazes locked, Wang He felt a thunderous roar in his head as his chi and blood surged wildly. Before his eyes, several beauties seemed to be flirtatiously swaying their hips. His vision blurred. No! Wang He realized something was wrong and snapped back to his senses. He forcibly activated his cultivation technique, suppressing the surging chi and blood within his body. But one particular part remained stubbornly erect. This forced him to continue driving in an awkward position. His face was flushed with embarrassment. He let his guard down and fell for Tong Jingshu's trick. Stop! Wang He took a deep breath. Tong Jingshu's abilities were truly bizarre. Even he, a powerful cultivator at the Connecting Veins realm, had fallen victim when caught off guard. He now understood why the Rat King had rebelled. Given this, it made sense. Su, when you saw the Rat King break free and charge at you, why didn't you run? After all, at your second-tier Awakening Realm cultivation, you'd hardly stand a chance against it, Wang He pressed. Jingshu was behind me. If I retreated, she would likely die. I, Xu Antian, will not abandon my teammate. Besides, I'm strong enough. I was confident I could kill the Rat King. Xu Antian replied calmly. Wang He was taken aback. Are young people these days all this hot-headed? What kind of talk is this? I'm strong enough? Thinking he could kill the Rat King, so he just went for it. Ha ha ha, good. Young people with confidence and guts. Zhang Ronghai roared with laughter. Youthful recklessness, he'd been just like that once. In Xu Antian, he saw the reflection of his younger self. Chapter 12, Deep Underground, the True Face of 749 National University. The matter of Xu Antian's two incidents was brushed aside so easily. During the casual conversation on the road, Xu Antian also learned the identity of the middle-aged man in the passenger seat. Zhang Ronghai, director of Harbin Bureau 749 and the first president of Harbin National University 749. Xu Antian and his companion were utterly astonished. Never would they have imagined such a high-ranking figure could appear so affable. Not the least bit stern, he chatted and laughed with them the entire journey. Moreover, he seemed to understand the mindset of young people. Principal, do you know what that golden tower that appeared a couple days ago was? Tong Jingshu asked curiously. We're investigating it too, but no conclusions have been reached yet. However, when that golden tower appeared, creatures confined in containment facilities and research institutes across the country all exhibited varying degrees of unrest. One containment facility even had an escaped creature, causing significant trouble, Zhang Ronghai replied softly. Xu Antian was startled. The day the golden tower appeared had been anything but peaceful. He asked doubtfully, Uncle Zhang, why did Bureau 749 suddenly establish a university and openly recruit students? Opportunities to be alone with such a powerful figure were rare, so he naturally seized the chance to build rapport. He even addressed him directly as Uncle Zhang. After the golden tower appeared, many changes occurred. The most significant one was that spiritual energy became more concentrated worldwide. Before, spiritual energy was sparse. Only a select few cultivators could achieve mastery, and they could only practice in special locations. Now that spiritual energy is growing denser, even cultivators with average talent have a chance to practice. Of course, this includes other creatures as well. The era is changing. This is your era, seize it. Zhang Ronghai spoke with a sense of solemn earnestness. His words carried the weight of an elder imparting wisdom. Xu Antian nodded, grasping the gist of the situation. Half a day later, the convoy entered a mountain tunnel. When the convoy emerged from the tunnel, the landscape before them had changed dramatically. Xu Antian scanned the surroundings from the car window. Along both sides of the roadway, towering metal platforms stood, each bearing massive naval guns, the kind typically seen only on warships. They resembled colossal steel beasts. Directly ahead, at the end of the roadway, stood 3 towering, pitch-black metal gates. Above these gates, platforms were constructed, each also housing massive naval guns. They resembled ancient city gate towers. The convoy entered through the smallest of the metal gates, venturing into the mountain's interior. Staff members wearing 749 uniforms then approached to inspect and verify their identities. They then escorted Xu Antian and his group further inward. They stopped before an elevator and stepped inside. The staff pressed the button for level 25. Xu Antian glanced at the total number of floors displayed on the elevator panel and realized there were a staggering 39 underground levels. The sheer scale of this operation left him inwardly stunned by Unit 749's capabilities. Truly befitting a national-level department. Moments later, the elevator came to a halt. The doors opened to reveal a silver-white metal corridor. Guided by staff, they traversed the metallic corridor. Occasionally, sealed metal doors could be seen along the passageway. Through the transparent windows beside them, they could see enormous, unfamiliar instruments inside, with researchers conducting experiments. Occasionally, strange creatures were visible behind the sealed metal doors. Xu Antian spotted a creature the size of a basketball, resembling a pheasant. Its entire body was covered in feathers ablaze with flames truly mystical. Curious, Xu Antian inquired of a nearby staff member. He was told this was a crimson pheasant, a fire-wielding bird demon with a relatively docile temperament. It had been captured by 749 for research purposes. Xu Antian pulled his greedy gaze away. He desperately wanted to cut this crimson pheasant down. But with so many people around and surveillance cameras, it wasn't feasible. Soon, their group split up, entering different passageways. You two are White Tiger class students. Your study area is in the White Tiger zone. The staff member explained, giving Xu Antian and the others some important reminders about the area. Finally, they were led beneath a metal dome. Beneath the dome lay a plaza where over a dozen figures could be seen sparring. On the opposite side of the plaza stood a row of metal rooms. These are your dormitories. You'll be staying here temporarily. This area also boasts the densest spiritual energy in the entire White Tiger zone, which will greatly benefit your cultivation. The staff member led them into one of the rooms. Of course, this isn't set in stone. If other students take a liking to your room, they can snatch it away. Dorms can be snatched? Tong Jingshu frowned. It's one of 749's ways to motivate you, preventing students from hoarding resources and becoming complacent, the staff member explained. Xu Antian nodded, finding it quite reasonable. Their dormitory was fairly spacious, fully equipped with all necessary living facilities. Additionally, there were 4 separate bedrooms. But with only 2 of them, they didn't need that many. You can stay here for now. Other staff will deliver the rewards you earned from the class placement assessment later. Also, all subsequent arrangements have been synced to your phones, the staff member reminded them before leaving. Xu Antian casually selected a room, placed his luggage inside, and made up the bed. He then headed to the bathroom, intending to wash off the grime covering his body. After spending the entire day tunneling through Wolf Fang Ridge, he was covered in grime. After a 5-minute wash, he slipped into loose shorts, flopped onto the sofa, and opened the 749 app on his phone to check the new notifications. Xu Antian quickly scanned through the content, digesting the information. Their location was known as the 749 Bureau Longsho Mountain Research Institute. Part of the space had been requisitioned by 749 National University as a temporary campus for Harbin. The instructors responsible for teaching them were all full-time employees of Bureau 749. Additionally, beyond their student status, they held another identity, interns at Bureau 749. They could take on less dangerous assignments or accompany full-time staff on fieldwork to perform odd jobs. This allowed them to earn points. These points could be exchanged for various cultivation resources. Within the university, accessing the library to study martial arts manuals or secret techniques requires points. Even meals require points. In other words, to achieve better development and access superior resources here, one needs a substantial amount of points. In addition to completing tasks, another way to earn points is by achieving outstanding results in various university assessments and demonstrating sufficient talent, which will also yield rewards. Similar to scholarships. For instance, by ranking first in his class placement, he earned 2,000 points. Additionally, he doesn't need to spend points to enter or exit the library. All of this stems from the talent he has demonstrated. Whoa! Suddenly, Xu Antian sucked in a sharp breath and glanced toward the bathroom door. There, Tong Jingshu had just finished washing up. Water droplets still clung to her hair, not yet fully dried, casually draped over her shoulders. She wore a sheer lavender nightgown, revealing expanses of snow-white skin. Her legs were fair and slender, like fine porcelain. As she adjusted her hair, her hands moved behind her, tilting her upper body back slightly. Gulp! Xu Antian swallowed hard. The scene before him was truly torturous. It made him wish he weren't human at all, he wanted to be a beast. Chapter 13, Supreme Spirit Raising Pill, 3rd tier of the Kaiyuan realm. Feeling Xu Antian's unabashed gaze, Tang Jingshu's heart pounded wildly. She lowered her head and fled back to her bedroom. Moments later, she emerged wearing a bear print tank top and shorts. But with Tang Jingshu's figure, the little bear design stretched into a big bear. Xu Antian inwardly lamented the missed opportunity. He cursed himself for not taking a few more glances earlier. Tang Jingshu sat beside Xu Antian, her youthful scent mingling with the fragrance of shampoo flooding his nostrils. His thoughts drifted away. Xu, thank you so much. Without you, I never could have taken first place, Tang Jingshu said earnestly, meeting Xu Antian's gaze. She possessed a clear understanding of her own abilities. No need to thank me. You contributed too, Xu Antian waved it off. A hint of awkwardness flashed across Tang Jingshu's face. She really hadn't done much. Regardless, I must thank you. If you need any of the points I have, feel free to take them. Tang Jingshu clenched her teeth as she spoke. Xu Antian raised an eyebrow. 2,000 points was no small sum, it could buy a lot of cultivation resources. Tang Jingshu actually wanted to give them to him? He shook his head. Keep them for yourself. I don't have the habit of taking things from teammates. Don't mention it again. Though tempted, he had his own principles. When dealing with enemies, he would beat them into submission, cripple them, or kill them. With friends, one must help and support each other. When Wang Yi inquired about the Rat King's uprising, Tang Jingshu had deliberately lied and Tang had seen it all. Tang Jingshu's lie carried significant risk. If exposed, he might not be able to stay at 749 University. Though Tang Jingshu's abilities were lacking, his character was beyond reproach. Just as Tang Jingshu was about to say something else, a knock sounded at the door. Xu Antian stood up and opened the door. Hello, students. Here are the rewards you earned during the class placement assessment and your student cards. Please take them. Outside the door, a staff member handed Xu Antian 4 items. 2 white student ID cards, bearing his and Tang Jingshu's photos and names. The remaining 2 items were porcelain vases. Got it. He nodded and brought the items inside. He tossed the student ID card carelessly onto the coffee table. He then sat on the sofa, opened the porcelain jar, and poured out a single green pill. A faint medicinal fragrance wafted from it. Is this the Supreme Spirit Elevating Pill? Xu Antian's eyes lit up slightly. He opened the 749 Mall app and found its description. Supreme Spirit Elevating Pill. This pill contains vast amounts of spirit energy and is exceptionally gentle. A single pill can equal a year's worth of cultivation. It also refines the spirit energy within the body, making it purer. Suitable for those at the opening realm level. Exchange points, 2,000. Damn expensive. Xu Antian grimaced. In other words, he'd made a huge profit this time. Without hesitation, he popped the Supreme Spirit Boosting Pill into his mouth. He sat on the sofa and began his cultivation. The Ascension Spirit Pill melted instantly upon contact with his tongue, transforming into a surge of warmth that flooded his abdomen. The moment he activated the Killing Sutra, a pure strand of spiritual energy swiftly emerged within his meridians. He knew this was the essence of the Ascension Spirit Pill taking effect. He immediately channeled this spiritual energy to fill his acupoints. Simultaneously, the spiritual energy in the air outside his body was stirred. It began to converge toward him. His body acted like a sponge, frantically absorbing the spiritual energy from all around. In an instant, the orifices within his body were filled to capacity. The sensation of his power surging upward brought him immense exhilaration. He almost shouted out loud. Tang Jingshu, standing nearby, saw that Xu Antian had entered a state of cultivation and refrained from disturbing him. She carefully picked up the other jade bottle and returned to her room. She too would strive to cultivate diligently. She refused to be a burden forever. The next morning, Xu Antian awoke from his cultivation state. Under the influence of the spirit raising pill, 36 more acupoints within his body became filled with spiritual energy. Now, 98 of his acupoints were brimming with spiritual energy. His cultivation had reached the 3rd level of the Kaiyuan realm. He was thoroughly satisfied with this result. After all, his acupoints were 10 times larger than those of ordinary people. To have filled 36 of them, the Ascension Spirit Pill had proven remarkably effective. I wonder how powerful I am now. Xu Antian clenched his fist and muttered to himself. He was itching to find someone to test his newfound power. Bang! Just then, Tang Jingshu's door burst open from the inside. Her face beaming with joy, she burst out. The moment she spotted Xu Antian, she threw herself at him. Like a koala bear, she wrapped her long legs around his waist. I've broken through to the 6th level of the Kaiyuan realm, she exclaimed happily. Her strength had undergone a tremendous increase. She rushed to share her joy with Xu Antian first. Xu Antian paused, then gently lifted Tang Jingshu's hips. He praised her. Jingshu, you're doing great. He could sense the genuine delight radiating from Tang Jingshu. As a teammate, he naturally rejoiced for her. But was this posture a bit too suggestive? Fortunately, Tong Jingshu quickly realized this too. Her cheeks flushed crimson as she hurriedly climbed off Xu Antian. No. Sorry, I got a little too excited just now. No problem, the feel was pretty good. Xu Antian's gaze drifted downward as he said it half-jokingly. Tong Jingshu's face flushed even redder. Suddenly, a hint of mischief flashed in her eyes. She lowered her head and whispered, "If you like it, Captain, I'll let you touch it again." Xu Antian? Did he hear that right? Put. Tong Jingshu watched Xu Antian's stunned expression and burst out laughing. She laughed until she was shaking like a leaf, bouncing like a rabbit. Realizing he'd been tricked, Xu Antian felt both embarrassed and furious. He'd always thought Tong Jingshu was a studious, well-behaved girl. Who could have guessed she had such a mischievous side? Fine. You dare tease me? Just you wait, I'll teach you a lesson. Xu Antian vowed revenge. Stop, I'm sorry. We have morning class soon. We need to hurry and get ready, then grab breakfast. Otherwise, we'll be late. Tong Jingshu quickly pleaded. She just found Xu Antian's earlier reaction inexplicably adorable. With that, she bolted back to her room as if escaping. Xu Antian reluctantly gave up, but he had already filed the incident away in his mind. He planned to find an opportunity to get even. After quickly washing up, the two stepped out of the dormitory. Following the road signs, they smoothly found their way to the cafeteria. They arrived a bit late, and the cafeteria was already bustling with people. The food in the cafeteria was primarily divided into two categories, one consisting of dishes made with ordinary ingredients. The other category featured dishes cooked with various rare ingredients, suitable for chi cultivators. The former was free, while the latter required points to purchase. Let's head over there and see what cultivators eat, Xu Antian suggested. Their current points were sufficient for now, so there was no need to deliberately conserve them. The two approached the window and joined the queue. When their turn came, Xu Antian ordered a bowl of spirit rice, a serving of spicy chicken stir-fried with vulture meat, and a bowl of lark turtle soup. Total cost, 10 points. Carrying their trays, they found a spot and dug right in. The spirit rice was soft and sticky, the vulture meat tender and smooth, and the lark turtle soup rich and savory, all quite delicious overall. Most importantly, these items were all classified as spiritual ingredients. Shortly after eating, Xu Antian felt a slight increase in the spiritual energy within his body. Consuming these items over time would greatly benefit his cultivation. Suddenly, Xu Antian noticed several pairs of eyes fixed on him from afar. He frowned and looked over. To his surprise, they were familiar faces. Chapter 14, Sword Madman? Don't get cocky in front of me. It was Shin Chuiwei and Jian Yu's group of 4. Besides them, there were several unfamiliar faces. Their purpose was clear as they strode directly towards Xu Antian. You're Xu Antian? I hear you humiliated my junior brother during the class placement assessment. A man with fair skin and a faint, cold smile at the corner of his mouth spoke in a detached tone. Xu Antian glanced at the man, then shifted his gaze to Jian Yu standing behind him. Jian Yu's gaze shifted nervously, lowering his head to avoid Xu Antian's stare. He tugged at the man's sleeve, whispering, "Senior brother, let's just drop it. Xu Antian is incredibly powerful." Jian Quang's brow furrowed slightly as he sighed inwardly. His junior disciple had suffered such a crushing blow that his sword heart was shattered. Facing Xu Antian, he could muster no courage whatsoever. He was even urging him to retreat. Today, he must teach Xu Antian a lesson. He must make Jian Yu realize that Xu Antian wasn't as formidable as he seemed, helping him rebuild his sword heart. Otherwise, Jian Yu would spend his entire life living in Xu Antian's shadow. How strong could he possibly be? Watch closely, see how I'll cut him to pieces in a moment. Sword Madness brushed away Jian Yu's hand and said indifferently, "Jian Quang, let's talk this out." Xu Antian didn't mean to do it back then. It was Jian Yu who provoked him first. Shin Chuiwei couldn't help but speak up. Though she knew Xu Antian was no ordinary man. Jian Quang had been with Bureau 749 for a year. Though still an intern investigator, he'd been on multiple missions and possessed rich combat experience. He was far beyond what Jian Yu could match. Sword Madness had come here specifically to stand up for Sword Master. Xu Yu. Don't try to talk me out of this. This has nothing to do with you. Sword Madness cut her off. Before coming, he had investigated Xu Antian's background. Just an orphan with no connections whatsoever. He only made it to 749 because luck opened his acupoints. How strong could Xu Antian possibly be in such a short time? He was already an 8th-tier powerhouse in the opening realm. Xu Antian was no match for him. Shin Chuyue's expression darkened. She shot Xu Antian a warning glance, signaling him to leave. But Xu Antian didn't even glance at her, continuing to eat the food before him. "We don't want trouble. Move aside." Tong Jingshu stood up, blocking Jian Quang's path. "Who do you think you are? Get lost." Sword Madness raised his hand, delivering a slap toward Tong Jingshu. Ever since he began his sword training, women had been nothing more than painted skeletons to him. As his master had taught him, with no room for women in your heart, your sword draws with divine grace. Women only slowed their sword drawing speed. Therefore, he never held back when striking a woman. Tong Jingshu's eyes flashed. The next instant, her deep crimson pupils shifted as she fixed her gaze upon the sword madman. The instant their gazes locked, Jian Quang's mind buzzed. His qi and blood surged chaotically within him. Half-demon. Jian Quang's heart raced. He immediately activated the Sword Control Sutra to suppress the turbulent qi and blood within him. But it's still not enough. He growled, pressing his palm downward. But Tong Jingshu had already seized the moment to dodge out of the way. Sword Madman's strike naturally missed its mark. Not bad. You actually dodged my standard strike. Jian Quang remarked indifferently. Behind him, Shen Chuyue's eyes flashed with surprise. If she remembered correctly, Tong Jingshu's cultivation had been quite low before. Yet in just one day, his strength had improved so dramatically. It must be the effect of that top-grade Ascension Spirit Pill, she surmised inwardly. At that thought, she felt a pang of regret. Originally, that top-grade Ascension Spirit Pill should have been hers. Look! Isn't that Sword Madman? Who's he picking on? No idea. Those two look unfamiliar, probably newcomers. Those are Harbin's top freshmen, Xu Antian and Tong Jingshu. During the class placement assessment, they attacked Jianyu, shattering his sword heart. Sword Madman is standing up for his fellow junior disciple. Who are you? How do you know all this? Heh, Jiangwu from the Mist Concealment Sect. Nicknamed Gossip here. If you ever need any inside scoop, just come find me. The chubby Jiangwu grinned as he spoke. Poof. Who'd have thought Sword Madness would pick on a newbie? Let's go check it out. Spectators eager for a show began gathering around. Hearing the murmurs around him, Sword Madman frowned. Ha, Sword Madman, have you really sunk this low? Bullying new recruits now? A blonde-haired youth in baseball attire stepped out from the crowd, his voice dripping with mockery. Zhang Qianxiu, this has nothing to do with you. Don't come over here and provoke me. Sword Madman's gaze turned fierce. Zhang Qianxiu was his rival they'd clashed several times before, leaving a deep grudge between them. This was clearly an attempt to provoke him. Oh ho, so what if I'm messing with you? Got a problem? Let's settle this. Zhang Qianxiu raised an eyebrow and stepped forward. This should be quite the spectacle, two veteran trainee investigators going head-to-head. They say Zhang Qianxiu came from deep within the greater Xing'an range. There's something otherworldly about him. Divine power? What kind? I saw it once, seems like the Yellow Immortal. Whoa! The Yellow Immortal. I've no time to waste with you today. If you want to fight, wait until I've dealt with this matter. Sword Madman declared, unwilling to engage Zhang Qianxiu. But Zhang Qianxiu clearly wasn't about to let this chance to rub salt in the wound slip away. A smirk played on his lips as he chuckled lightly. I refuse. What are you going to do about it? Gazing at Zhang Qianxiu's infuriatingly smug face, Jian Quang's brows gradually furrowed. He reached behind his back and slowly drew his sword. Pointing distantly at Zhang Qianxiu, he declared, since you're asking for it, bring it on. Senior brother, maybe we should just call it quits and leave. Jian Yu watched the unfolding spectacle before him with growing unease. Shut up. This isn't just your business, it's our sect's business. You just stand over there and watch. Jian Quang's eyes flashed with fury at Jian Yu's cowardly demeanor. Jian Yu dared not retort, lowering his head as he retreated to a corner. Seeing Jian Quang's move, the smile vanished from Zhang Qianxiu's face. He drew a long blade from his waist. The air instantly thickened with a murderous tension. The two seemed poised to strike at any moment. But just then, Xu Antian finished his meal. Wiping his mouth, he rose from his seat. He walked up to Zhang Qianxiu and pushed his long sword aside. Hey buddy, first come, first served. Zhang Qianxiu froze, then a smile curled at the corners of his mouth. Things seem to be getting interesting. Are all newcomers this cocky nowadays? Where did he get the nerve to confront Sword Madman? After speaking, Xuan turned to face Sword Madman. He then slowly drew the demon-slaying sword from his waistband. He'd just broken through his cultivation and here came Sword Madman offering himself up for a test. Sword Madman practically offered his face up if he didn't strike. Wouldn't that mean letting Sword Madman put on a show for nothing all this time? Holy, is this rookie that fierce? He actually dares to challenge Sword Madness. He doesn't know his place. Sword Madness has deep roots among the trainee investigators and immense power. He's about to become a full-fledged investigator. That newbie is going to die horribly. Pfft, what good is seniority? Turtles live long, so their seniority's even greater. Regardless of skill, that rookie's got guts. I'm with you. Tong Jingshu stepped forward, standing beside Xu Antian. Just a stray dog barking by the roadside. I can handle this myself. Xu Antian murmured softly. Then he raised his hand, gently pushing Tong Jingshu's shoulder to move her away. Wait, what? Did I just hear him call Sword Madness a stray dog? Damn, I feel like he's even crazier than Sword Madness himself. Are all the newbies this bold nowadays? This is bad. Sword Madman's gonna go all out on him soon. As soon as Xu Antian finished speaking, the crowd erupted in an uproar. Chapter 15. One sword slays sword madness. Xu Antian's true strength. You're arrogant, but before me, you have no right to be. Sword madman's voice was cold and detached. Take this strike, and I'll let you go. In the next instant, his aura surged violently, and a raging energy erupted from the long sword in his hand. With a flick of his wrist, the blade flashed like cold steel, instantly closing in on Xu Antian. Clang! Xu Antian raised his sword, instantly blocking and deflecting the blade. Is he that weak? Xu Antian was astonished. He had thought the sword madman was formidable. Besides being a bit of a loudmouth, his actual skill wasn't much to speak of. Seems like all bark and no bite. The instant he deflected the blade, he flipped his wrist and slashed toward sword madman. Xuanling's expression turned grave. He hadn't expected his attack to be so easily parried. But his reaction was equally swift. His sword danced, creating several illusions that deflected Xu Antian's blade, sending it off course. Clang! 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 The blades clashed repeatedly mid-air. Sparks flew in every direction. The sword madman grew increasingly alarmed as the fight progressed. Xu Antian's strength was unexpectedly formidable. Moreover, he seemed to be growing more familiar with his power, his attacks becoming increasingly swift and fierce. The pressure was immense. Boom! A faint sound echoed. He stumbled backward, shattering the table behind him. What did I just see? Sword madness is being forced back. That rookie actually called sword madness weak. He promised just one strike. How many have there been now? It's not that sword madness wants to keep fighting. Xu Antian probably won't let him leave. No way. Does Xu Antian still want to defeat sword madness? The crowd around them grew denser. Whispers multiplied. His strength has grown even greater. Shen Chuyue's gaze was complex. Given the power Xu Antian had displayed now, she knew she wasn't his match. Recalling how she had just tried to persuade Xu Antian to leave, a trace of self-mockery flickered at the corner of her lips. Is he really this formidable? Zhang Shenqiu stared intently at Xu Antian, a flash of golden light darting through his eyes. His cultivation was higher, and his perspective was broader. In his eyes, Xu Antian had been suppressing Xuanling from the very start. Extremely dominant. Boom! A muffled thud. Xuanling's body flew backward. He slammed into a metal pillar inside the cafeteria before coming to a halt. A trickle of blood seeped from the corner of his mouth. You've got some skill. You actually hurt me. Sword madness wiped the blood from his lips. Cut the barking. If you've got the guts, show me. I'm in a hurry. Xu Antian cut sword madman off. He still had to attend his morning class. Being late for the very first class of the semester was a major no-no. The teacher would mark him down as a troublemaker. Xuanling's breath caught, nearly causing him to spit blood again. You're asking for it, he said coldly. He drew a deep breath, and a faint crimson aura began to emanate from his body. The energy and the long sword pulled at each other. Then he swung it out with a fierce slash. This is the sword madman's signature move. Mad sword sweeps the remnant clouds. Its power is extraordinary. They say he once used this technique to slay a great demon at the 8th level of the Kaiyuan realm. I've seen this sword technique documented in the library. It requires cultivation through murderous intent. With such dense killing energy, sword madman must have mastered it completely. Can Xu Antian withstand it? Among the onlookers, some recognized the sword madman's signature move. Sword madman's strike covered an enormous area, forming a seamless, impenetrable barrier. Evading it would be nearly impossible. Xu Antian didn't even try to dodge. He channeled the killing sutra, causing a faint mystic glow to rise from his body. The mystic light swirled rapidly across his skin, converging upon the demon-slaying sword. As Xu Antian swung his sword, a brilliant white blade of light erupted. Boom! A thunderous explosion. The swirling sword light dissipated. The sword madman's body flew violently backward. Still mid-air, he spat out a mouthful of blood. His vital energy rapidly plummeted. His face turned as pale as paper. Though he refused to admit it, he had indeed been defeated. Defeated by a newcomer. Boom! His body crashed heavily to the ground. Put! He coughed up another mouthful of blood. Senior brother, are you okay? I told you Xu Antian was formidable. Jian Yu rushed to Xuanling's side and helped him up. Xuanling had barely suppressed his injuries when he heard Jian Yu's words, his face flushing crimson. More blood surged from his mouth. He was furious. Without absolute strength, don't bark at me like a dog. Xu Antian glanced at Xuanling indifferently. Next time you want to challenge me, just head straight to the rooftop. If you have the guts, that is. The rooftop. That's a life or death battle. This newcomer is incredibly arrogant. Someone gasped in shock. Once you step onto the rooftop, only one person can walk away alive. Only when two people have irreconcilable conflicts would they choose the rooftop. Sword madman gritted his teeth and lowered his head. He might be reckless, but he wasn't stupid. If they went up to the rooftop, he would be the one to die. Bro, you're pretty skilled. Add me as a friend, I'll call you for missions later. Zhang Qianxiu stepped forward and proactively sent Xu Antian a friend request. At the mention of missions, Xu Antian's eyes lit up and he accepted the friend request. Most of the missions on 749 involved mysterious creatures. He was itching to go out and take down a few. Bro, add me too. I'm Jiang Wu from the Mist Hiding Sect, we've met before. The chubby Jiang Wu grinned as he stepped forward, also requesting a friend connection. Xu Antian recognized him and accepted the request. Soon after, more people approached to add him as a friend, including several pretty girls. One of them even whispered that she liked him and wanted to prepare for pregnancy with him. Xu Antian was utterly stunned, his jaw nearly dropping. Fortunately, Tong Jingshu intervened to stop them. Using the excuse of being late for morning class, she dragged Xu Antian out of the cafeteria and hurried back toward the White Tiger district. Inside the cafeteria, Jian Quang struggled to his feet, determined to leave. But the moment he stood up, a staff member approached him. Holding a long string of receipts, the staff member declared, "You intentionally damaged cafeteria equipment. You must pay for the full cost of the damage." Jian Quan's eyes widened. The injuries he had barely suppressed nearly erupted again. He'd been beaten. And now they wanted him to pay for the damage. Was there any justice in this world? But judging by the staff member's expression, leaving without paying was out of the question. In the end, he gritted his teeth and used his points to cover the damages, finally managing to leave. "Sword madman, you'd better stop being so reckless, it'll only get you beaten up." Zhang Qianxiu was even more spiteful, rubbing salt in the wound as he walked past Sword Madman. With that, he lifted his chin, not even glancing back at Sword Madman, and walked away. Sword Madness gritted his teeth, seething with the urge to cut Zhang Qianxiu down. But now, gravely wounded, he stood no chance against Zhang Qianxiu. He could only endure the humiliation. "Senior brother, let's go. Don't provoke Xu Antian anymore. We're not from the same world as him," Jian Yu whispered. He had just discovered to his astonishment that after Sword Madman's defeat, his shattered sword heart had actually begun to mend itself. He began to understand it wasn't that he was weak, but that Xu Antian was simply too powerful. "Didn't you see that even our senior brother couldn't stand up to him? Still crushed. Useless. Not a shred of fighting spirit." Sword Madness seethed, glaring at his cowardly junior brother. "You didn't beat him either." Jian Yu muttered inwardly, feeling somewhat resentful. He'd already told him not to bother Xu Antian. But the other wouldn't listen. Now that he'd lost, he was blaming him. He felt wrong too. Chapter 16, Tang Dao Tangya, the competition for the Xuanling cultivation room. Xu Antian and the others arrived at the martial arts plaza beneath the dome just before morning classes began. This was where the morning lessons were held. By now, over 20 young men and women had already gathered. They stood together, sizing each other up and chatting idly. Xu Antian and his companion stood in a corner, quietly awaiting the teacher. At 8 o'clock sharp, a figure in red flashed along the edge of the training ground. When she came to a stop, she was already standing before the group. "Good morning, students. I'm Tangya, your combat instructor. Today, I'll be teaching you some fundamental combat techniques." Xu Antian looked toward the front. Before him stood a classical beauty in a red mayan skirt, her jet black hair cascading over her shoulders. Holding a Tang sword, she stood with her arms crossed before her, speaking in a calm tone. "Good morning, Instructor Tang." The students below responded with polite greetings. I'm not one for long-winded speeches, so my teaching style is straightforward. Now, line up and attack me. I'll test your combat skills. Tangya instructed. Also, to avoid accusations of bullying the weak, I'll suppress my cultivation and fight you at your level. The strongest fighter among you will receive a personal reward of 500 points. Plus, a chance to train in the Xuanling cultivation chamber. The Xuanling cultivation chamber? What is that? A young man asked curiously. The Xuanling cultivation chamber contains spirit energy that's been compressed to near liquid density, Tangya explained. This drastically accelerates cultivation progress. If your cultivation techniques are strong enough and you can absorb spirit energy quickly, you'll rapidly advance your cultivation realm. That's incredible. I'll go first. The moment Tangya finished speaking, a youth immediately stepped forward. His eyes flashed with unbridled excitement. Zhang Hao, 6th layer of the foundational realm, the youth declared, gripping his long sword tightly. Let's get started. Tangya said calmly. Teacher, be careful. Zhang Hao warned before drawing his blade. The long blade slashed down from above, tearing through the air with a series of whistling sounds. Tangya remained expressionless. As the blade neared its target, she shifted her stance with a light step. The blade sliced past her nose. Zhang Hao twisted his wrist, swinging the blade horizontally once more. Thud. Tangya raised her scabbard, stepping forward to close the distance. She slammed it hard against Zhang Hao's wrist. Zhang Hao winced in pain, and the blade flew from his grasp. Can't even hold your own weapon? Pathetic. Tangya shook her head. Next. Zhang Hao clutched his wrist, feeling a bit frustrated. He walked to the side and picked up his sword. He knew he might not be a match for Teacher Tang. But before Teacher Tang even drew her blade, he was already defeated. The gap was simply too vast. It was a blow to his confidence. Zhanghe, 7th level of the Kaiyuan realm. Please instruct me, master. Soon, the next student stepped forward. This one was stronger, but he only lasted 2 breaths before falling. He received an average evaluation. One student after another stepped forward, yet none could match Tangya. The strongest among them managed only 5 moves against Tangya. Xu Antian watched quietly from the rear of the group. Hey there, Xu Antian called out to the youth in front of him, his curiosity piqued. As far as he knew, the White Tiger class seemed to consist only of himself and Tong Jingshu. Where had these youths appeared from? Of course. Why else would I be here? The youth nodded. I'm from Qi City. Which city are you from? Harbin. Xu Antian began to understand. The White Tiger class had students not only from Harbin but also from other cities across Heilongjiang province. Oh, so you're local. Next time, take me to Harbin sometime. I hear the nightlife there is pretty wild, the teenager whispered. Heh, no problem. Xu Antian chuckled dismissively. He knew nothing of nightlife. His nightlife consisted solely of hunting demons and slaying them. Soon, it was the teenager's turn. Unsurprisingly, the youth also lost. Hang in there, bro. Teacher Tang is way too strong. Lasting 2 breaths is already impressive. The youth didn't forget to encourage Xu Antian. I'm giving it my all, bro. Xu Antian nodded. He drew the demon-slaying sword from his waistband and stepped forward. Xu Antian, 3rd tier of the Kaiyuan realm. Ha? That weak? Tangya frowned. Haven't you taken the top-grade Spirit Ascension pill yet? I did. Maybe my talent just isn't up to par, Xu Antian explained. He was actually being looked down upon for being too weak? Strange. Tangya wondered inwardly. Logically speaking, even with subpar talent, one should at least reach the 5th tier of the Kaiyuan realm. Xu Antian's cultivation level before them was indeed rather low. The other students around them were also puzzled. They were all geniuses from their respective cities, and they had all obtained top-grade Ascension Spirit pills. Now, most of them were at the 6th or 7th tier of the Founding Realm. Moreover, everyone in the White Tiger class was a prodigy. How could their talent be lacking? Had Xu Antian somehow stumbled into some incredible luck? The students present each speculated silently. But clearly, they couldn't fathom the reason. Teacher, I'm about to make my move. Watch out. Xu Antian said earnestly. Ha ha ha. He's actually telling the teacher to be careful? Careful about what? What do you know? He's telling the teacher to be careful not to hurt him. Bro, you get it. He's bribing you. What else could it be? You don't seriously think he can beat the teacher, do you? The surrounding students didn't hold much hope for Xu Antian. After all, none of the 20-odd students who'd gone before him had stood a chance against Tangya. They couldn't even last 5 breaths against her. Let alone defeat her. Naturally, they were convinced deep down that Xu Antian wouldn't stand a chance either, that he couldn't defeat Tangya. I've already suppressed my cultivation to the 3rd level of the Kaiyuan realm. Go ahead, Tangya chuckled lightly. Xu Antian, standing before her, still had the nerve to solemnly warn her to be careful? How endearing. Xu Antian's gaze sharpened. Facing his teacher, he intended to give it his all. With a flick of his wrist, the demon-slaying sword swept out in a horizontal strike. Tangya didn't take Xu Antian seriously at all. How much strength could a mere student possibly have? But the instant Xu Antian drew his sword, she sensed something was off. Fast. Too fast. Her expression turned grave as she raised her tang sword to block. Thud. A dull thud echoed. Her body was sent flying backward by the sheer force of the impact. Tangya flipped mid-air and landed steadily on the ground. The look in her eyes as she gazed at Xu Antian had changed. You truly are at the 3rd tier of the Kaiyuan realm, she exclaimed in shock. Xu Antian's sword technique was unremarkable, but his power was immense. He had literally blasted her away. Of course. Xu Antian grinned. He immediately stepped forward, closing the distance. Tang Yasho's brows furrowed slightly as her tang sword slid from its scabbard. With a sharp hiss, it met Xu Antian at blinding speed. The surrounding students were stunned into silence. What's going on? Xu Antian actually forced Teacher Tang to draw her blade. Is he that strong? Holy crap. Bro, I admit I misjudged you earlier. Sorry. I was wrong. Please accept my apology. Chapter 17, Victory. Tangya's warning. Ding. Ding ding ding. Tang Dao and the demon-slaying sword clashed fiercely mid-air. Those around could only see after images. Boom. At that moment, the swirling sword shadows dispersed. Tangya's body was sent flying backward once more. Her aura was slightly disordered. After landing on the ground and gasping several times, it gradually steadied. I lost. She looked at Xu Antian and spoke in a calm tone. Just now, she had exerted power exceeding the 3rd tier of the Kaiyuan realm. Otherwise, I'd be injured by now. Not just a draw. The Xu Antian before her eyes astonished her. He actually beat Teacher Tang. That's insane. First day of school and he defeats a teacher. Xu Antian is going to be famous. Seriously, guys, do you really believe he's only at the third tier of the Kaiyuan realm? Did he deliberately conceal his cultivation level to get the reward? Some students snapped out of it and started questioning Xu Antian's true cultivation level. After all, they had all fought against Tanya. Tanya's strength was far beyond what they could achieve at their current stage. Hearing the surrounding students' doubts, Tanya's brows furrowed slightly. Su, would you mind if I verified your cultivation level? Tanya inquired. Sure. Xu Antian nodded. His cultivation was at the third tier of the founding realm, nothing to hide. Tanya stepped forward, extending a hand to rest on Xu Antian's shoulder. Instantly, a thread of energy entered Xu Antian's body, circling through his system. Tanya's face betrayed shock. Xuan was indeed at the third level of the Kaiyuan realm. But his acupoints were far too large. His innate talent was terrifying. No wonder he remained at the third level of the Kaiyuan realm even after consuming the spirit elevating pill. With such a vast chi cavity, naturally he required more spiritual energy. His sword technique is mediocre, yet he can crush her. Pure brute force over technique. With strength like that, no sword technique matters. Master, keep this between us, okay? Xu Antian winked. Tanya took a deep breath and nodded. Xu Antian is indeed only at the third level of the Kaiyuan realm. What? He's really only at the third level of the founding realm. The crowd erupted in an uproar. But Tanya had personally verified it. There was no way she'd deceive them. Perhaps Xu Antian is just exceptionally skilled with the sword after all. It was a duel between peers. Exactly. Xu Antian likely lacks innate talent, but he's achieved some mastery in swordsmanship. That's how he defeated Teacher Tang at the same cultivation level. A few clever ones thought they'd hit upon the key point. Tanya shot the two a sharp lair. Her sword technique was flawless. The problem was Xu Antian's strength was simply too overwhelming. But she had promised Xu Antian to keep it a secret, so she couldn't contradict him. Thus, during the subsequent combat training session, she drilled those two chatty youths relentlessly. The session finally concluded at noon. Tanya kept Xu Antian behind. First, she transferred 500 points to Xu Antian's account. Then she handed him a blue card. This is a single-use cultivation card for the Mystic Spirit Cultivation Chamber. Keep it safe. Thank you, Teacher Tang. You're quite capable. I look forward to seeing you grow quickly and become one of us. Tanya nodded. Teacher, may I ask about your true strength? Xu Antian inquired curiously. Third tier in my realm, 2-star official investigator. Tanya replied. That impressive. Xu Antian exclaimed in surprise. A faint smile blossomed on Tanya's face, like a snow lotus blooming on an iceberg. The slight irritation she'd felt at being bested by Xu Antian vanished. Work hard. You have a chance to catch up to my pace. Also, a word of advice: training opportunities in the Xuanling cultivation chamber are precious. Before entering, it's best to prepare a Qingxin pill to aid your practice. Understood, thank you, teacher. Teacher, if you have any missions later and need my help, just say the word. I don't need points, even running errands is fine. Xu Antian seized the moment to state his purpose. He wanted to go out and slay demons. His entire reason for joining Unit 749 was to hunt demons. A day without slaying demons left him restless. I'll keep you in mind if the opportunity arises, Tanya murmured, pursing her lips. Then she turned and walked away, leaving Xu Antian with a graceful, departing figure. Xu Antian smiled, finding Tong Jingshu waiting for him at the intersection. Together, they headed to the cafeteria for lunch. The damaged tables and chairs from earlier that morning had been replaced with new ones. It looked no different from earlier that morning. Even the mess hall at 749 Company is this efficient. Xu Antian marveled. During the meal, he opened the 749 app to check the price of the Clear Mind pill. Premium Qingxin pill. Consuming this pill temporarily boosts one's comprehension significantly, offering a chance to enter a state of unity with the heavens and greatly accelerating cultivation progress. Exchange points, 3,000. 3,000? That's so expensive. Xu Antian frowned. He only had 2,480 points on hand. He was still over 500 points short of purchasing it. If he asked Tong Jingshu for these points, she would definitely lend them to him. But after a moment's hesitation, Xu Antian couldn't bring himself to ask. Tong Jingshu needed to cultivate too, and 500 points wasn't that much. He'd just have to find a way to earn them himself. After finishing their meal, the two returned to their dormitory, intending to take a short nap. But barely had they stepped inside when strangers came knocking. Xu Antian looked at the four people at the door, puzzled. What do you want? We want your dorm room. Hand it over. A blue-haired youth among them spoke indifferently. They're here to take our dorm? Xu Antian thought in surprise. He'd only been living there for 2 days, and already someone was challenging him. Tong Jingshu, who had heard the commotion, appeared at the doorway. Scowling at the four, she declared, "You're no match for us. Leave. Let's not ruin our class camaraderie. She had seen these students during morning class, all from the White Tiger class. Oomph. Where does your confidence come from? One of you is at the 6th level of the Kayuan realm, and the other at the 3rd. With such strength, you don't deserve to occupy such a good dorm, the blue-haired youth sneered coldly. Let's be clear, 2 of us have already reached the 7th tier of the Kayuan realm. The other 2 are also at the 6th level of the Kayuan realm. Are you really going to fight? Tong Jingshu frowned. Of course. You're not scared, are you? Fine, if you're afraid, just hand over the dorm. We won't bother you. The blue-haired youth nodded emphatically. They had come specifically for this, so backing down now was out of the question. During morning training, they'd witnessed Xu Antian's strength and unanimously agreed his 3rd tier of the opening realm cultivation was far too low. Even if his sword techniques were formidable, they could easily crush him with their superior cultivation. Xu Antian wouldn't stand a chance. As fellow White Tiger class students, they were stronger and deserved the best dormitory. Jingshu, since these classmates are so eager, what reason do we have to refuse? Besides, this sort of thing seems perfectly acceptable. Xu Antian stepped out of the dormitory and spoke with a smile. But before we fight, can we add a wager? If I lose, not only will I hand over the dorm, but I'll also give you an extra 2,000 contribution points. If you lose, you give me 2,000 contribution points too. What do you say? Xu Antian grinned. Oh no. These guys are done for. Seeing Xu Antian's expression, Tong Jingshu silently mourned for them for 3 seconds. She knew Xu Antian was about to screw them over. Chapter 18, I said you all come at once. Ah, great. We're in. The blue-haired youth agreed instantly, unable to hold back his laughter. They'd only come to snatch a dorm room, never expecting such a windfall. 2,000 points, that's no small sum. Enough to last them quite a while. Hold on, there are only 2 of you. Are we doing a group fight or one-on-one? Just then, one of the blue-haired boy's female teammates spoke up. Either way is fine with me, Xu Antian replied indifferently. At that moment, over a dozen other youths were still training on the plaza in front of the dormitory. Hearing the commotion, they all turned to look. Their expressions were pure curiosity. Guys, come quick. There's a show about to go down. Let's go check it out. Soon, a crowd of onlookers gathered near Xu Antian's dormitory. Not far away, Tanya and another girl with short white hair heard the commotion and stopped in their tracks. Aya, is that your student over there? Looks like something interesting happened? Bayushi's fair, doll-like face lit up with curiosity. Tanya scanned the crowd and immediately spotted Xu Antian. Did that kid get himself into trouble? She wondered inwardly. Aya, come on, let's go check it out. Before she could think further, Bayushi had already pulled her over. Are they trying to take over the dorm? I know that blue-haired kid, he's from Qing City. His name is Sun Lanyue. Their team is strong, 2 of them are at the 7th level of the Kayuan realm. Then Xu Antian is doomed to lose. Not only are they only 2 people, but Xu Antian is only at the 3rd level of the founding realm. Who cares? We're just here to watch the show. It's none of our business. Wait, guys, have you thought about this? How did Xu Antian even pass the assessment to get into the White Tiger class with his strength? Didn't you see Tong Jingshu behind him? Probably Tong Jingshu is just too strong and dragged him in. I heard through the grapevine that Tong Jingshu is a half-demon. He's got special abilities. TSK, good looks really do come in handy. Xu Antian hit the jackpot early by hooking up with a rich, beautiful woman, one youth remarked enviously. Xu Antian's got some serious luck. He's got a beautiful woman's leg to cling to. He coasted into the White Tiger class. Tanya and the others nearby had picked up most of the conversation, piecing together what had happened. Tanya silently shook her head inwardly. Given the strength of Sun Lanyue and her 3 companions, they might not necessarily be Xu Antian's match. Tanya, these are all your students, right? Who do you think will win? Bayushi examined both sides with curiosity. Tanya hesitated. If she had to guess, Xu Antian would win. But she had promised Xu Antian to keep it confidential. If she voiced her thoughts, knowing Bayushi as she did, the girl would absolutely pester her for answers. That would drive her absolutely crazy. She shook her head. I've only taught them for half a day. I don't fully grasp their abilities yet. Then let's just keep watching. Tanya chose to conceal the truth. You don't know either? Bayushi was skeptical. They had no choice but to keep watching. On the field, Sun Lanyue overheard the surrounding whispers and was surprised to learn that Tong Jingshu was actually a half-demon. Her heart grew cautious. After all, passing the assessment to enter the White Tiger class was proof of strength in itself. After a moment's contemplation, he made his decision, then gang up on them. The 4 of us against the 2 of you. Though it might be a bit embarrassing, winning and securing the rewards was the real bottom line. The stakes were 2,000 points, after all. Besides, Xu Antian had said it was fine. No wonder they did it. But what a disgrace to Qing City bullying the outnumbered. Exactly. Xu Antian's cultivation is already low, yet he still picks on others. I don't see the problem. Xu Antian was just showing off, saying he'd take on a group or a one-on-one fight. You're not just defending him because he's good looking, are you? The boy turned to a petite girl beside him, his expression puzzled. No way. So? Do you agree or not? Sun Lanyue flushed slightly upon hearing the surrounding chatter. She confirmed with Xu Antian once more. Alright. Xu Antian nodded. Phew. Sun Lanyue and the other three slowly exhaled, their faces breaking into triumphant smiles. For against two there was no way they could lose. 2,000 points were already beckoning to them. But here's the catch, I'm taking on all four of you by myself. Xu Antian continued. What? Sun Lanyue's eyes widened in disbelief, almost convinced she'd misheard. Xu Antian actually intended to take on all four of them alone, relying solely on his third-tier Kaiyuan realm strength. His face flushed crimson, feeling profoundly insulted. Xu Antian. Are you sure about this? We won't hold back at all. Sun Lanyue said in a deep voice. Cut the crap. Draw your swords. I've got a nap to catch. Xu Antian said indifferently. He drew the demon-slaying sword from his waist. He intended to finish this quickly. Oomph. You're too arrogant. Today we'll crush you beneath our feet. We'll see if you still talk big after that. Sun Lanyue snorted coldly, her face flushed with anger. He had made up his mind he would unleash his most powerful techniques to swiftly defeat Xu Antian. To make Xu Antian understand the consequences of showing off. Xu Antian, I advise you not to get too cocky. Dare to underestimate us, and you'll taste the consequences soon enough. Since Teacher Tang is here, let her be our witness. That way, if you lose, you can't deny the points later. One of Sun Lanyue's teammates, noticing Tang Ye's presence, spoke up. Tang Ye frowned. She wasn't keen on getting involved in this sort of thing. Fine, I'll agree on behalf of your teacher Tang. Get started already. Bai Yushi grabbed Tang Ye's hand, raised it high, and urged her on. She couldn't wait to see the outcome. Tang Ye shot her best friend a helpless glance. She could only nod. I can be your witness. Thank you, Teacher Tang. Sun Lanyue and the others thanked her. Then they all drew their weapons and charged towards Xu Antian together. Besides Xu Antian, Tong Jingshu took a step back, intending to watch Xu Antian perform. Xu Antian lightly tapped his foot. Boom! As the ground rumbled, his body lunged forward like a cannonball. He swiftly closed the distance to one of them. As the man's whip lashed out, Xu Antian's demon-slaying sword swept upward, slicing through his abdomen. Rip! The razor-sharp demon-slaying sword sliced through the man's abdomen, spilling a torrent of blood. One down, Xu Antian remarked calmly. After dispatching the first opponent, he shifted his stance sideways, evading Sun Lanyue's spear thrust while simultaneously delivering another strike. The angle of this strike was exceptionally devious. A normal person would never have thought of it. Splatter! Another man was struck, his wrist slashed open, causing the stick in his hand to fly out of his grasp. 2. Xu Antian spun around, seizing Sun Lanyue's thrusting spear in one swift motion. He immediately swung his leg up, delivering a fierce kick toward the other charging youth. Boom! A thunderous explosion echoed. The youth clutched his abdomen and flew backward at an even greater speed. Before he even hit the ground, blood spurted from his mouth. 3. Xu Antian muttered. Releasing his spear, he thrust his sword towards Sun Lanyue's throat. Chapter 19, I'll give you time to catch up. Sun Lanyue roared, unable to believe what was happening before her eyes. All three of his teammates had been taken down by Xu Antian in a single move. Xu Antian was far too powerful for their tier. I won't lose. Facing the incoming sword thrust, veins bulged on Sun Lanyue's forehead. He resolved to unleash his ultimate technique. His aura surged rapidly, blue electrical currents surging across his body. The spear in his hand became enveloped in a thick layer of blue electricity. Then he thrust it fiercely toward the demon-slaying sword. Boom! A dull thud echoed as Xu Antian's demon-slaying sword was blocked. Interesting. That looks like the lightning spear technique. If I recall correctly, that should be Sun Yuanba's signature move, the lightning spear of Qing City. Among Qing City's investigators, Sun Yuanba's strength is among the top. Bai Yushi's eyes lit up as she exclaimed in surprise. Simultaneously, a nagging doubt surfaced in her mind. Both bearing the surname Sun, what was the relationship between Sun Lanyue and Sun Yuanba? Quite interesting, Xu Antian murmured, surprised. But it was merely surprise. He swung his sword once more. After blocking the demon-slaying sword with his spear, Sun Lanyue gained confidence. Seeing the demon-slaying sword strike again, he spun violently and dashed forward 3 paces. Then, spinning swiftly, he thrust the flash lightning spear from above his right shoulder. As if it truly were a thunder spear. A counter thrust. The tip of the lightning spear swiftly approached Xu Antian. Xu Antian's expression remained unchanged as his body suddenly arched backward, bending like a bow to evade the strike. Then, the demon-slaying sword slashed upward. Crack! A crisp snap echoed as the lightning spear was cleaved clean in two. Before Sun Lanyue could react, the demon-slaying sword was already pressed against her forehead. You lose, Xu Antian stated flatly. But you're not half bad, you made me draw my sword a second time. Arrogant. Utterly arrogant. What on earth is Xu Antian's background? Xu Antian, can your bedroom fit 2 people? I can warm the bed. Is this really achievable at the 3rd tier of the Kaiyuan realm? With Xu Antian's strength, why would he need to cling to a rich, beautiful woman? Seeing Xu Antian's victory, the crowd erupted in chaos. After all, before the match began, most people had written Xu Antian off, regardless of the various speculations. Yet the underdog Xu Antian had defeated Sun Lanyue and 3 others in the most dominant fashion. Sun Lanyue stared blankly at the broken gun in his hand, murmuring, I actually lost. Lost to someone at the 3rd level of the Kaiyuan realm. Xu Antian approached Sun Lanyue and gave his shoulder a light pat. He said calmly, you'll come to realize that losing to me isn't something to be ashamed of. Then, Xu Antian pulled out his phone and opened the 749 app. He reminded her, transfer the points. Sun Lanyue gritted his teeth inwardly, though he felt deeply resentful. He still pulled out his phone and transferred 2,000 points to Xu Antian. These were all the points he'd earned during the class placement assessment points he'd been too stingy to use himself. Now, she had lost them all. He picked up the broken gun and checked the injuries of his teammates. He found none were serious. The youth with the slashed abdomen appeared to have lost a lot of blood. But it was only a flesh wound, nothing serious. Sun Lanyue understood that Xu Antian had held back. Moreover, he knew he couldn't match Xu Antian's precision with the sword. Only flesh was wounded, not bone or sinew. Xu Antian, one day, I will defeat you. Sun Lanyue declared before leaving. I'll give you time to chase, but you'll only ever see my back until I'm out of your reach. Sun Lanyue stumbled, nearly losing his footing. Xu Antian was truly arrogant. And he had the strength to back it up. It left him speechless. Finally, Sun Lanyue turned and walked away, as if she had made up her mind about something. The crowd around them gradually dispersed as Xu Antian made his way back to the dormitory. Aya, you've got a promising student there. Great potential. Bayushi raised an eyebrow. She's decent. Some students show remarkable talent early on, but that doesn't guarantee they'll last until the end. Tanya shook her head. She'd seen her share of prodigies. Now the grass on their graves was several meters tall. Back in the dorm, Xu Antian returned to his room, opened the 749 mall app, and placed an order. Besides purchasing a top-grade calming pill, he also bought a concentration incense, another item that aids cultivation. Both items cost him a total of 4,000 points. Now, he only had a little over 400 points left. Cultivation really burns through points. Xu Antian sighed wryly. After waiting about 10 minutes, a staff member delivered the calming pill and concentration incense he had purchased. Xu Antian had a combat training session scheduled for the afternoon, but he was eager to head to the Xuanling cultivation room. He requested leave from Tanya. Tanya didn't give him a hard time and readily granted him a full day off. After informing Tong Jingshu, Xu Antian left the dormitory alone and followed the markers to the Xuanling cultivation room. The entire Xuanling cultivation room resembled a giant teapot. Its exterior featured blue metallic walls. He explained his purpose to the staff. He presented the blue card Tanya had given him. You meet the requirements. You have 1 day to cultivate within the Xuanling cultivation chamber. If you exceed the time limit, corresponding points will be deducted 200 points per hour. The staff member informed Xu Antian of the rules. 200 per hour. That's really expensive. Xu Antian exclaimed in surprise. That meant a full 24 hours of cultivation would cost a whopping 4,800 points. TSK tisk. Shaking his head, Xu Antian stepped into the Xuanling cultivation chamber. The moment he stepped inside, dense spiritual energy washed over him. It felt like mist on his face. It was clear just how high the spiritual energy concentration was here. Surveying his surroundings, he noticed others cultivating within the Xuanling cultivation chamber. They sat inside transparent glass domes, each with a vent at the top. Xu Antian understood the purpose at a glance. This was to prevent disturbances during cultivation. He walked toward the corner and stepped into an empty glass enclosure. Closing the door behind him, he retrieved the focus incense, placed it before him, and lit it. A faint wisp of smoke rose and was drawn into his nostrils. His mind gradually calmed. He sat cross-legged and popped a premium-grade tranquil mind pill into his mouth. He couldn't wait to begin circulating the Killing Sutra. 200 points in just 1 hour. He had to seize every moment for cultivation. Not a single second wasted. Boom! The moment Xuan activated his cultivation technique, vast amounts of spiritual energy began surging toward him from all directions, coalescing around his body. It was absorbed into his body. The acupoints within his body filled up at a visible pace. The speed was astonishing. Xu Antian estimated that within half an hour, he could fill a single acupoint. Gradually, he became completely immersed in his cultivation, his awareness of the outside world fading. He was utterly unaware that the spiritual energy around him had begun to surge violently. Above his head, a funnel-like shape slowly formed. Like a dragon sucking water, it was being drawn into his body. In the control room, staff witnessing this scene stared in shock. Quickly summoned the director. Someone has entered the state of enlightenment. The spiritual energy in the Xuanling cultivation chamber may be insufficient. We must activate the backup spiritual energy reserves immediately. Chapter 20, Enlightenment spiritual energy transforms into wings? What's happening? Director Wang Xu, responsible for the Xuanling cultivation room, rushed over. Director, freshman Xu Antian from class 749 has entered a state of enlightenment. The spiritual energy concentration in the cultivation room is rapidly decreasing, the staff reported. Enlightenment. Wang Xu frowned. The state of enlightenment was extremely rare, the optimal cultivation state for Qi cultivators, something sought but seldom found, and thus incredibly precious. It must not be interrupted. In his decade-plus managing the Xuanling cultivation chamber, he could count such occurrences on one hand. Connect me to the director immediately. Wang Xu ordered. Yes, director. Inside the Xuanling cultivation chamber. The violent surging of spiritual energy disrupted the cultivation of other practitioners inside. What's going on? Why is the spiritual energy concentration dropping? A cultivator snapped out of his meditative state, his face filled with confusion. He immediately followed the direction of the spiritual energy's flow. To his astonishment, vast amounts of spiritual energy were converging toward a single point. In midair, it formed a massive funnel shape, with a human figure below. Sudden enlightenment. Zhang Buochang's eyes widened in astonishment. As a certified investigator, he was no stranger to such phenomena. He knew all too well how rare it was to witness a state of enlightenment. That youth looks unfamiliar. Is he a newcomer? A hint of confusion mingled with deep envy flickered in his eyes. How wonderful it would be if he were the one experiencing this enlightenment. His brow furrowed as he noticed the spiritual energy within the cultivation chamber fluctuating violently, rapidly thinning. He had painstakingly accumulated these points, even consuming a mind-clearing pill to aid his progress. If he couldn't cultivate now, he'd be at a tremendous loss. Many other Qi cultivators shared his thoughts. The surging spiritual energy made cultivation utterly impossible. One by one, they awoke, stepped out of their glass chambers, and turned their gaze toward Xu Antian's location. Where did this kid come from? He actually achieved sudden enlightenment. His enlightenment is his business, but he's messing up our cultivation. We all know how expensive the Xuanling cultivation chamber is. Yeah, what do we do now? Just wait here? Some Qi cultivators voiced their discontent. Their points were hard-earned from missions, some even involving life-threatening dangers. They were counting on the Xuanling cultivation chamber to boost their power. Now they were forced to halt their progress. Some were even contemplating whether to interrupt Xu Antian's state of enlightenment. Though such an enlightenment state was rare, none were willing to sacrifice their own gains to benefit another. Fortunately, Bureau 749 had encountered such situations before and had contingency plans in place. Soon, staff delivered an announcement. They were instructed to temporarily vacate the Xuanling cultivation chamber. All points would be fully refunded, and compensation would be provided for the cultivation resources expended. Only then did the cultivators inside the Xuanling cultivation chamber willingly emerge. In the control room, the phone connected swiftly. Wang Xu reported the current situation truthfully. The Xuanling cultivation chamber will activate its backup spiritual energy reserves. Director, please authorize. Acknowledged. Authorization granted. Zheng Hairong's voice came through the line. Seated in his office, a look of clear surprise flashed across his eyes. Xu Antian, you truly have a knack for surprising people, Zheng Hairong murmured to himself. Though he had high hopes for Xu Antian, he never imagined his talent would be this extraordinary. During the cultivation process, he had directly entered a state of enlightenment. Understood, Director. Wang Xu acknowledged. He then ordered the staff to inject the reserve spiritual energy into the Xuanling cultivation chamber. Soon, the spiritual energy within the Xuanling cultivation chamber became abundant once more. Director, states of enlightenment vary in duration. If Xu Antian's lasts too long. Wang Xu voiced his concern. Prioritize fulfilling Xu Antian's cultivation needs first. As for the losses, let that kid earn points later to gradually make up for them. Zheng Hairong chuckled lightly. He then hung up the phone. Xu Antian's matter was merely a minor concern to him. He had far more pressing matters to attend to at the moment. 2 days later. Xuanling cultivation chamber. Wang Xu watched Xu Antian, who still hadn't stopped, his brow nearly knotted into a pretzel. 2 whole days. Not only had Xu Antian failed to emerge from his state of enlightenment, but his rate of absorbing spiritual energy was accelerating. The reserve spiritual energy stockpile in the Xuanling cultivation chamber was nearly depleted. What kind of freak is this kid? Even this much spiritual energy isn't enough? Wang Xu felt a headache coming on. By all accounts, this amount of spiritual energy should be more than enough for a Qi cultivator at the opening the Yuan realm to break through to the connecting the meridians realm. Yet Xu Antian showed no signs of advancing. All that spiritual energy seemed to vanish into thin air, leaving not a single ripple. This was truly baffling. "Director, look. Something's changing." A staff member beside him called out, interrupting Wang Shu's thoughts. He looked up and saw the spiritual energy vortex above Xu Antian's head beginning to shrink. Finally nearing the end, he exhaled in relief. As time passed, the vortex of spiritual energy finally vanished. At that moment, Xu Antian suddenly opened his eyes. A faint glow, about an inch long, rose from his body. This mystical light rapidly surged toward his back, forming two enormous mystical energy wings. Spirit energy transformed into wings. Wang Shu exclaimed in shock. Such precise control over spiritual energy was far beyond the capabilities of a mere chi cultivation realm practitioner. Clearly, Xu Antian had gained something far greater during his state of enlightenment. Within the mystical spirit cultivation chamber, Xu Antian gazed at the translucent wings behind him, his heart filled with delight. This was a method of manipulating mystical light he had grasped from the Killing Sutra. If he wanted to, he could take flight right now. Of course, with his current abilities, sustained flight is beyond his reach. But brief flight is still within his capabilities. For a chi cultivator at the foundational realm stage, this was already a significant advantage. With a flick of his thoughts, the mystical light wings instantly dissipated and vanished. He then stepped out of the Xuanling cultivation chamber. "Hello, Xu. You spent 2.5 days in the cultivation chamber, exceeding the allotted time by 36 hours. You must pay an additional 7,200 points. As soon as he stepped out, a staff member approached him proactively. 7,200 points. Xu Antian nearly ground his molars to dust. Where on earth was he supposed to get that many points? He only had a little over 400 points on him. If your current points are insufficient, you may take an advance. However, it must be repaid within 1 year. Otherwise, a 10% interest penalty will apply, increasing by 10% for each additional year, the staff member added. Is that so? That's acceptable. Xu Antian nodded. This was Bureau 749, no room for shirking responsibilities here. He'd just have to work hard to earn points and pay off the debt later. Though the cost was enormous, the benefits he gained were equally immense. He scanned his own body internally. At this moment, 225 acupoints within him were already filled with spiritual energy. His cultivation had reached the 6th level of the Kaiyuan realm. His strength had surged dramatically. I wonder if I could defeat a chi cultivator at the Lianmai realm now. Xu Antian pondered inwardly. Chapter 21, Zhang Qianqiu's Invitation, First Mission. By the time he returned to the dormitory, night had fallen. Xu Antian tiptoed into the dormitory. To his surprise, Tong Jingshu had fallen asleep on the sofa. Tong Jingshu lay sideways on the sofa, wearing a black, form-fitting nightgown. Her hands were tucked beneath her face, and large swaths of her snow-white skin were exposed to the air. Worried she might catch a chill sleeping in the living room all night, he bent down, lifted Tong Jingshu and a Princess Carrie from the sofa, intending to carry her back to the bedroom to rest. But the moment he moved, Tong Jingshu sensed the disturbance and woke up. Xu Antian felt a bit awkward. Because he was carrying her princess style, Tong Jingshu's upper body pressed very close to his. No more than 5 centimeters apart. Tong Jingshu, cradled in his arms, flushed slightly and murmured, "You're back. Oh, you probably haven't eaten yet. I left some food for you in the fridge. I'll go heat it up for you." Tong Jingshu seemed to remember something and tried to step down from Xu Antian's arms. Xu Antian paused, then gently set Tong Jingshu down. He watched her run barefoot toward the refrigerator. "Were you waiting for me?" Xu Antian murmured. A wave of emotion washed over him. Ever since leaving the orphanage, he hadn't felt such genuine care from anyone. Every time he returned home, he cooked for himself. If he didn't feel like cooking, he'd just grab a bowl of noodles downstairs to get by. Soon, Tong Jingshu warmed up the meal and placed it on the coffee table. "I got this from the cafeteria. Try some," Tong Jingshu said, handing him chopsticks. "Sure." Xu Antian didn't hesitate, picking up the chopsticks and digging in. He was genuinely starving. After over 2 full days of intense cultivation, it was no wonder he was starving. He ate quickly, polishing off the meal in front of him in just a few bites. Delicious. Xu Antian rubbed his belly contentedly. Seeing Xu Antian's expression, Tong Jingshu smiled faintly. Then she asked, "Didn't you say you'd only be gone for a day to practice? Why did it take nearly 3 days to return?" "Something unexpected happened. I had an epiphany during my training, so it took a bit longer," Xu Antian explained. "An epiphany? That's incredible!" Tong Jingshu exclaimed in surprise. She'd been cramming cultivation knowledge these past days and knew how incredibly difficult it was for a chi cultivator to reach enlightenment. It was something that could only be encountered by chance, not sought after. "It might be due to the exceptional quality of the Qingxingdan," Xu Antian replied. "Oh." Tong Jingshu responded, half convinced. After that, the two chatted idly for a few more moments. Since it was already quite late and they both had an 8 a.m. class the next day, they didn't stay up too late. They each returned to their rooms to rest. The next morning, Xu Antian was jolted awake by the ringing phone. "Hey, Xu, it's Zhang Qianqiu. I've got a job that needs 2 hands. You in? A mission." The voice on the other end instantly jolted Xu Antian awake. What kind of job? How many points? He was drowning in points debt and desperately needed to earn some to pay it off. Multiple disappearances have occurred recently in Harbin's Jiangbei district. They're suspected to be linked to unknown creatures. We need Unit 749 to investigate. Total points, 1200. I've got 2 people on my end, you've got 2 on yours. We split it 4 ways. Zhang Qianqiu rattled off the details quickly, sounding urgent. Based on my experience, this mission shouldn't be too dangerous, though it might take some time. At the mention of unknown creatures, Xu Antian's eyes lit up. When do we depart? He asked. Depends on your end. We can go any time. Hold on, I'll get back to you shortly. Xu Antian hung up the phone, then sought out Tong Jingshu and briefly explained the situation. He sought her opinion. Sounds good. I've been missing home anyway, so I can swing by and visit. Tong Jingshu agreed. Alright, I'll ask Teacher Tang for leave. Xu Antian nodded and pulled out his phone to call Tanya. The call connected. Xu Antian briefly explained his reason for taking leave. Taking leave again? Tanya's tone was sharp. It had only been 4 days since school started, and Xu Antian had only attended half a day of classes. Now he wanted to take another leave. Last time you asked for 1 day off, but ended up missing 3 days. Tanya questioned. Teacher Tang, it's not that I don't want to attend class. I had an epiphany in the Xuanling cultivation room, which delayed me. Because of this, I'm still in debt to the cultivation room for 7,200 points. Xu Antian sighed helplessly. He didn't want this either. You had an epiphany? Tanya's voice rose several notches. Yes, I did. What's wrong, teacher? Silence hung on the line for several seconds. Then came the reply, never mind. Go ahead. Your leave request is approved. Be careful. Don't die out there. Click. The distinct sound of the phone being hung up came through. Miss Tang seems a bit aloof, but she's actually quite feminine and knows how to care for people. Xu Antian chuckled. Then he replied to Zhang Qianqiu's message, agreeing to depart at 10 o'clock. Leaving ample time to gather the items he needed to bring. At 10 o'clock sharp, they met Zhang Qianqiu and his teammate in the elevator shaft. Zhang Qianqiu's teammate was also a woman, appearing to be around 24 or 25 years old. Her name was Xuanling. She had long blue hair and wore a green, form-fitting parka. The 4 of them boarded the elevator and arrived at the platform outside the base. We can use official vehicles for missions within the bureau. The 4 of us can easily fit in one, Zhang Qianqiu said. Do either of you have a driver's license? Xu Antian shook his head. Tong Jingshu nodded. Xu Antian was somewhat surprised he hadn't realized Jingshu could drive. Alright, then Jingshu and I will take turns driving on the way. Zhang Qianqiu arranged. Got it. Tong Jingshu nodded. Soon, they were seated in a black SUV, speeding out of the base. Heading west, they sped toward Harbin. During the drive, Xu Antian inquired about the specifics of the mission. Half a month ago, reports of young people going missing surfaced in Harbin's Jiangbei district. Initially, the local Joint Investigation Bureau treated it as a routine missing persons case. But during the investigation, more citizens came forward reporting family members missing. Things were manageable up to that point. But 3 days ago, the Joint Investigation Bureau finally uncovered a lead. They discovered some of the missing people in a remote, abandoned factory. These are the crime scene photos from that time. Xuanling pulled out a file folder and handed it to Xu Antian. This is? The moment Xu Antian saw the images, his gaze sharpened. Scattered across the floor of a warehouse lay more than a dozen bodies. All appeared to be young men, each with a bowl-sized hole in their chest. Their hearts were missing. Additionally, they bore other wounds, though less conspicuous. All these men's hearts were missing. At the scene, the Joint Investigation Bureau also discovered some unusual hair. Testing confirmed it to be fox fur. Xuanling continued. Xu Antian nodded, his mind immediately racing to the wild fox spirit. After all, the wild fox spirit he had encountered back then had tried to devour his heart. But for such a large-scale killing spree, if it were a wild fox spirit, there would definitely be more than one. He voiced his thoughts. Zhang Qianqiu nodded. Our suspicions align with yours, but we must investigate the scene to confirm. Chapter 22, Qinghu Ridge, Fox Borrowing Tiger's Might. The car journey took a full day, finally arriving at the Joint Investigation Bureau in Harbin's Jiangbei district just before midnight. Though evening had fallen, the bureau remained brightly lit. After presenting their credentials, Xu Antian and his 3 companions were promptly received by He Changwon, the bureau chief of Jiangbei district. A man in his 40s with a receding hairline. Investigator Zhang, you're finally here. He Chuanguang exclaimed cheerfully, his eyes lighting up as if he'd seen a savior. Within his jurisdiction, at least 100 people had gone missing, with over 20 confirmed dead. The longer the case remained unsolved, the greater the pressure he faced. Just moments ago, higher-ups had called again, urging him to crack the case swiftly.
Good afternoon, Chief He.
Please lead us to the bodies.
Zhang Qianxiu nodded. Right away. I'll take you there immediately. He Changwang nodded eagerly.
Though the group before him consisted of young investigators, he dared not underestimate them in the slightest. These were all investigators from Unit 749, specialized in handling extraordinary cases. Led by He Changwang, Xu Antian and the others arrived at the underground morgue. The room was nearly filled to capacity with bodies. Zhang Qianxiu showed no hesitation, reaching out to lift the body covers and examine the wounds on the corpses. After examining over a dozen bodies, Zhang Qianxiu finally paused. He stated, judging by the wound patterns on these victims, they appear to have been killed by sharp claws ripping out their hearts, a method similar to that of the fox demon. We can essentially confirm this is the fox demon's work. Director He, do you still have the hair samples collected at the scene?
Yes. I'll have someone fetch them immediately.
He Changwang nodded urgently. Soon, at his instruction, a small transparent bag was brought over.
Inside lay a tuft of gray fur. Xuanling, please track the scent.
Zhang Qianxiu spoke up.
Got it. Xuanling nodded, then glanced at He Changwang.
Director He, please step aside.
Ah. Right, go ahead. He Changwang understood instantly and led his people out of the morgue.
Once everyone was gone, Xuanling pinched the fox hair between his fingers and raised it to his eyes. The next second, a faint green light surged from his eyes. Xu Antian watched curiously, noticing a change in Xuanling's eyes. They no longer resembled human eyes but rather snake eyes. They had become extremely cold and icy. This transformation was fleeting, and Xuanling's eyes quickly returned to normal. He spoke up, the target's aura is still present.
Should we go search for them now? Better to act now than risk complications later. Let's go immediately. The sooner we complete the mission, the sooner we can return to base.
Zhang Qianxiu made the decision instantly.
Xu Antian nodded in agreement.
He was already itching to slay the demon.
After exchanging farewells with He Changwang, Zhang Qianxiu drove off. Xu Antian felt a pang of emotion.
A case the Joint Investigation Bureau couldn't crack in half a month, and they were about to catch the culprit the moment they arrived.
Their efficiency was staggering.
From the moment they entered the Joint Investigation Bureau to their departure, less than 20 minutes had passed.
Southeast.
Xuanling sat in the passenger seat, occasionally giving directions. The SUV sped along the road, drawing ever closer to their target. Brother Su, if a fight breaks out, it's best not to kill them outright. Living demonic creatures hold greater research value. Bringing them back to base can earn us points, Zhang Qianxiu reminded him. After all, Xu Antian and the other were on their first mission, lacking experience. He felt it necessary to remind them. To prevent unexpected and uncontrollable factors from arising when the time came to act.
Got it. Xu Antian nodded.
But inwardly, he was scheming how to silently eliminate all the fox demons.
Bringing a survivor back to base? Impossible. Not in this lifetime.
His 8 trigrams demon refining furnace desperately needed materials to fire up. Over an hour later, the off-road vehicle drove to the outskirts and stopped before a small mountain. Xuanling stood at the base, scanned the area, and confirmed, it's up on the mountain.
Zhang Qianxiu nodded and opened the map for reference.
This is Qinghu Ridge. No one lives nearby, we can proceed immediately.
Xuanling, you lead the way. Follow me.
Xuanling nodded and sprinted toward the summit. Her agile form leapt several meters forward in a single stride. Xu Antian and the others followed closely behind, darting swiftly through the forest and rocky terrain. All 4 were chi cultivators, their stamina long surpassing that of ordinary people. Moments later, they reached the mid-slope. There, they discovered 3 cave entrances. Zhang Qianxiu edged close to the cave entrance, plucked a strand of fur from a crevice, and brought it to his nose.
Fox scent. Prepare to move. Xuanling and I will each handle 1 entrance. You and Jingshu together, no problem?
He gave a warning before drawing a long sword from his waist.
Got it. Xu Antian nodded lightly, drawing his demon-slaying sword.
Shielding Tong Jingshu behind him, he whispered, stay behind me.
You won't need to fight. Got it.
Tong Jingshu didn't insist on proving herself. Though she possessed the cultivation of the 6th level of the Kaiyuan realm, her combat experience was lacking. The 3 exchanged glances before each stepping into their respective cave entrances.
The moonlight provided just enough illumination to see within the cave.
Tong Jingshu felt a twinge of fear, gripping Yi Qingyi's sleeve as she followed.
Snap.
Suddenly, a cracking sound came from beneath Xu Antian's feet. He looked down to find he had crushed a human femur beneath his foot.
In that split second of distraction, a figure darted out of the darkness.
It was a massive fox, covered in coarse gray fur, moving on all 4s, as large as a wild boar. Its jaws snapped open, revealing sharp teeth as it lunged for Xu Antian's throat.
Xu Antian's eyes lit up. Finally.
With a flick of his wrist, the demon-slaying sword shot forward, striking first despite being launched later.
Splatter!
A soft thud echoed as the fox demon's head snapped clean off, flying entirely away.
Boom!
The massive body slammed into the stone wall with great force, carried by its momentum. After a few final convulsions, it lay utterly still. So weak, Xu Antian remarked, then planted his foot firmly and accelerated deeper into the cave. Boom! But before he could advance far, the adjacent rock wall suddenly burst open. Zhang Qianqiu's body appeared before Xu Antian. He looked utterly disheveled, covered in mud and grass roots. Get out of here! There are other monsters! Zhang Qianqiu shouted at Xu Antian the moment he saw him. Xu Antian didn't move. He glanced at the humanoid monster bursting out of the shattered cave. He raised his sword and charged forward. That's a ghost controlled by the tiger demon. Its body is incredibly hard, and it's extremely powerful. You're no match for it. Retreat immediately. Report the situation here and have official investigators come to handle it. Zhang Qianqiu spoke at breakneck speed, trying to stop Xu Antian. But at that moment, Xu Antian's eyes were fixed only on the demon. Boom! A thunderous crash. Xu Antian and the ghost collided violently. Xu Antian's immense force hurled the ghost back through the gap in the cave wall. Xu Antian gripped the ghost's head, and with a swift stroke of his demon-slaying sword, he severed its neck. Boom! Xu Antian landed, while the ghost's body crashed heavily from mid-air. Xu Antian turned his head. Brother Zhang, what did you just say? Zhang Qianqiu. He made up his mind, next time, he'd speak more slowly. The moment he finished speaking, Xu Antian had already sliced that ghost to pieces. How utterly humiliating. It's fine. I just told you to be careful. He brushed the dust off his clothes as if nothing had happened. Then his expression turned grave. With ghosts appearing here, there must be a tiger demon inside the cave and it won't be weak. For safety's sake, I suggest we leave immediately and request base support. Chapter 23. The sword slays the white tiger but by another hand. Leave? Xu Antian frowned. He'd finally gotten a chance to slay a demon. He wasn't about to let it slip away. But judging by Zhang Qianqiu's expression, he was clearly afraid of encountering even stronger demons inside the cave. Brother Zhang, if you're afraid, you can wait here. I'll go in and investigate myself, Xu Antian offered. What do you mean, scared? I'm being cautious. Do you even understand caution? Better safe than sorry. Zhang Qianqiu snapped. He was, after all, a senior, yet here he was being looked down upon. He gritted his teeth and declared, I'm coming with you. A faint smile touched Xu Antian's lips. Without another word, he strode straight into the cave. The cave wasn't long, and they soon reached the bottom. They found themselves inside a mountain cave. But upon seeing the scene inside the cave, all three of them, including Xu Antian, had their eyes narrow slightly. The cave floor was covered with human bones of all kinds. A stone pathway had been cleared through the center of these bones. At the end of the passage stood a massive stone bed. A humanoid white tiger sat there with an air of authority, its tiger eyes radiating an intimidating presence as it looked at Xu Antian and the other two. Beside it sat a gray fox demon. However, at this moment, the gray fox demon was trembling violently. You have the audacity to trespass into this mountain lord's lair. And you've killed my spirit servant. The white tiger roared like thunder, its voice filled with fury. Zhang Qianqiu felt his legs tremble. Judging by the tiger demon's size, it likely possessed the strength of a Lian My Realm cultivator. He deeply regretted not insisting on leaving earlier. Now, there was no escaping. You're the one with the audacity allowing your fox demon minions to murder. Xu Antian's gaze was icy as he spoke. With so many skeletal remains strewn across the ground, who knew how many lives this tiger demon had claimed? What's wrong with this mountain lord partaking in a little blood offering? You bipeds are nothing but natural prey for my kind. The white tiger with piercing eyes rose from the stone bed, standing over 4 or 5 meters tall. It grabbed a thick-bladed broadsword from nearby, over 2 meters long. Xu Antian's blood boiled at these words. He immediately raised his demon-slaying sword and said coldly, if not for the Endangered Species Protection Act, your entire clan would have been hunted to extinction long ago. Insolent! How dare you speak to this mountain lord in such a manner? The white tiger roared with fury, claws clenched as he leapt from the ground. Boom! The stone slabs beneath its massive weight shattered instantly. Whoosh! The broad-bladed greatsword swung viciously towards Xu Antian, cutting through the air with a piercing whistle. Blindingly fast. Brother Xu, this tiger demon is beyond our capabilities. We must cover each other and retreat. Zhang Qianqiu urged urgently. No, brother Xu, I beg you leave now. As he spoke, a faint yellow glow rose from his body. A 2-meter-tall illusory form of a giant weasel materialized above his head. Zhang Qianqiu pressed his fingers together and tapped his forehead, bellowing, Yellow Immortal, aid me. Calm down. Let me see what's going on. The weasel opened its eyes. Then, a massive white tiger with bulging eyes lunged toward them. What kind of demon did you provoke? This immortal is no match for it. Run. The weasel's eyes widened in terror. This wasn't asking for help, it was a death sentence. Boom! But at that very moment, Xu Antian moved. Not only did he not retreat, he charged forward. Boom! Mid-air, he collided heavily with the tiger demon. Xu Antian stood only about 1.8 meters tall, significantly smaller than the tiger demon.
Yet in the instant of impact, it was Xu Antian who sent the tiger demon flying backward.
Zhang Qianqiu froze in place.
Just how powerful was Xu Antian? You're telling me this is a freshman who just enrolled at 749 University? You've got to be kidding me. Your friend is incredibly strong. Huang Xian exclaimed in surprise, no longer in a hurry to flee.
Zhang Qianqiu rolled his eyes inwardly. Needless to say, I'm not blind.
Trying to run?
Suddenly, Zhang Qianqiu's gaze sharpened as he turned his head to the side. The wild fox spirit that had been by the stone bed was trying to slip away in the chaos.
I may not be able to beat that white tiger, but you think I can't handle you?
Zhang Qianqiu planted his foot firmly and blocked the wild fox spirit's path.
With the aid of the great yellow immortal, he swiftly subdued and restrained the fox spirit.
Meanwhile, Xu Antian was overwhelmingly dominant, having kept the white tiger on the defensive from the very start. This left the white tiger fighting in utter frustration.
Xu Antian had already carved over a dozen wounds into its body. Dare to wound this mountain lord? You seek death. The white tiger roared, its eyes bulging, suddenly leaping back.
Then it snapped its jaws wide open and let out a fierce roar.
Roar! The tiger's roar echoed through the mountains. Its voice thundered like a clap of thunder. The immense sound reverberated within the cave.
Xu Antian was affected, his brain buzzing slightly. At that moment, a faint white light rose from the white tiger's body. A sharp aura emerged. The white light gathered upon its claws, then lashed out violently.
Shoo!
Whoosh! Whoosh! 4 or 5 faint white claw-shaped beams shot out in a whirlwind. Moving at blinding speed, they reached Xu Antian in the blink of an eye. Xu Antian drew a deep breath and swung his sword with one hand. Swish! A faint, mystical blade aura shot forth from the demon-slaying sword. It effortlessly scattered all the claw-like beams.
Xu Antian immediately stepped forward, swinging his sword horizontally once more.
The mystic light sword energy reappeared. The white tiger with piercing eyes hadn't even reacted before being sliced clean through by the sword energy. This mountain lord shall. The white tiger's claws had just lifted when its movements abruptly froze. In disbelief, it reached toward its own neck. Put! A crimson line tore through its hide, spurting forth like a fountain. The massive tiger head snapped clean off at the neck and shot skyward. Crash! The massive tiger's body collapsed to its knees, crushing countless bones beneath it into dust. Zhang Qianqiu, standing nearby, was utterly dumbfounded. That tiger demon, seemingly at the Lianmai realm, had been slain so effortlessly.
Damn it, what a waste!
Zhang Qianqiu slapped his thigh, suddenly filled with regret. If they'd captured the tiger demon alive and brought it back to base, they could have earned a ton of points. But since Xu Antian had done the killing and he hadn't contributed much, naturally, he wouldn't utter a word of blame toward Xu Antian. He owed Xu Antian a debt of gratitude for keeping him alive.
What's going on here?
Xuanling, arriving late, looked at the scene before her and asked in confusion.
She had encountered 2 wild fox spirits on the way and rushed over after dealing with them. She hadn't expected everything to be over already. Exactly as you see it.
These fox spirits were bullying others under the guise of a tiger, backed by a tiger demon who was killed by Brother Xu.
Zhang Qianqiu explained.
He had even changed the way he addressed Xu Antian.
What could he do? Xu Antian was simply too powerful.
The strong deserved respect.
Whoa!
Xuanling sucked in a sharp breath, her gaze toward Xu Antian shifting noticeably. Earlier, she had been somewhat displeased that Zhang Qianqiu had brought in 2 newcomers. After all, these newcomers would split the points equally with them. But after Zhang Qianqiu's persistent insistence and her trust in him, she finally agreed. She thought she was saddled with 2 deadweights. But now they'd become their lifelines. After all, that tiger demon clearly wasn't ordinary. Its power should far surpass theirs. Xu Antian withdrew his gaze from the tiger's corpse and turned to the only survivor left in Zhang Qianqiu's grasp, the wild fox spirit.
Brother Zhang, this wild fox spirit has little cultivation. Let's cut her down too.
He stepped forward. No, please, masters of the 749th Division.
I beg you to spare this little demon. Those people were all eaten by the mountain lord. I had nothing to do with it.
The wild fox spirit pleaded fearfully. She had just witnessed the mighty mountain lord having its head severed by the humans before her.
Liar! Those humans in the warehouse, weren't they all killed by you?
Zhang Qianqiu seized the fox spirit's throat, demanding an answer.
What humans in the warehouse?
I have no idea what you're talking about, sirs.
The fox spirit was clearly bewildered. Zhang Qianqiu was baffled too. He thought, if you hadn't done anything wrong, why would we have come looking for you?
But Xuanling seemed to sense something amiss. She pulled the warehouse photo from her pocket and held it up for the fox spirit to see.
Didn't you kill the people here?
The fox spirit studied it intently for a few moments, then shook her head vigorously like a rattle. Honestly, I have no idea where this place has never been here.
And I definitely didn't kill these people.
This servant might devour the essence of one or two foolish men driven mad by lust, but how could I possibly consume so many human hearts at once? That would be such a waste. Zhang Qianqiu and Xuanling exchanged glances, both frowning. They seemed to have targeted the wrong suspect. Chapter 24, She must be telling the truth. Su, the real killer of those people must be someone else. We killed the wrong demon. Zhang Qianqiu spoke in a low voice. So there are other demons to kill? Xu Antian perked up. He didn't care whether they'd made a mistake or not. Demons weren't divided into good or bad, demons were demons. The human bones scattered throughout this cave were all the work of these tiger and fox demons. In ancient times, this would be considered ridding the people of a menace. Gentlemen, since you've made a mistake, might you please release this humble servant? The wild fox spirit was on the verge of tears. She'd been unjustly implicated in a major case, leaving her the sole survivor of the entire Fox Ridge. Let you go? Dream on. Zhang Qianqiu snorted coldly. Cooperate with the investigation, or we'll chop you up. Speak. Why were your hairs found in that warehouse? I truly have no idea. The fox spirit knelt down immediately. That's right. Some other demon must have framed Fox Ridge. They deliberately planted my fur there. Otherwise, how could my fur end up in that place? It must have been another demon who purposely put it there. Facing mortal peril, the wild fox spirit's mind raced frantically, piecing together recent events. Then tell me, Zhang Qianqiu narrowed his eyes, who could have done this? I've been on Xinghu Ridge the entire time. I only went down the mountain to hunt 5 days ago. Perhaps some fur was left behind while I was processing the carcass after the hunt, and another demon obtained it. The wild fox spirit hurriedly explained. Exact time and location. Outside the Love God Club. Around midnight 5 days ago. The wild fox spirit answered. Are you telling the truth? If you're lying, I'll cut you down. Xu Antian suddenly spoke up from the side, raising his demon-slaying sword. It's true. I swear it's true. The wild fox nodded frantically. Fearing a delayed response would earn her a beheading. I think you're lying to us. Xu Antian said coldly, then swung the demon-slaying sword down. No. I'm telling the truth. The fox spirit screamed in terror. She'd told them everything she knew. Why was he still attacking her? Splatter. The wild fox spirit's cries abruptly ceased. A fox head was severed from her neck. Blood gushed forth in a torrent, staining the nearby white bones crimson. Brother Zhang, it seems she was telling the truth. I cut her down, yet she never recanted. Xu Antian sheathed his sword, speaking calmly. This. Zhang Qianqiu was at a loss for words. Xu Antian's bloodlust was too intense. He'd behead people at the drop of a hat. Seeing the sword in Xu Antian's hand, he felt a twinge of unease deep down. You're right. Zhang Qianqiu nodded. With the fox spirit already dead, what else could he say? If he said the wrong thing and offended Xu Antian, that would make him a real fool. He then pulled out his phone and relayed the situation to He Changlong, instructing him to bring men to handle the bodies. With so many human remains here, even if he couldn't find their families, he had to at least give them a proper burial. So their souls could rest in peace. This was a principle that had been upheld since ancient times in the Great Xia Kingdom. While waiting for the Joint Investigation Bureau to arrive, Xu Antian turned his gaze inward. In his mind, the flames beneath the 8 trigrams demon refining furnace had extinguished. Within the furnace, 4 gleaming golden pills now appeared. Refining the spirit essence of a wild fox demon, rewarded with 2 perfect awakening pills. Refining the ghostly spirit of a specter rewards 1 ghost armor pill. Refining the spirit essence of the white tiger demon, rewarded with 1 tiger soul pill. Apart from the perfect awakening pills, the other 2 pills were first-time acquisitions. Ghost armor pill, consuming grants 3 temporary ghost armor protections, each lasting 10 minutes. Tiger soul pill, consumption grants tiger soul tempering, significantly enhancing skeletal strength throughout the body. What a score! Xu Antian thought with delight. He just needed to handle the matter at hand before finding a quiet place to consume the pills. Brother Su, this white tiger demon possesses the strength of a 9th-tier Kaiyuan realm cultivator, just 1 step away from reaching the Lianmai realm. Such a powerful demon is truly rare. On the other side, Zhang Qianqiu crouched down to assess the white tiger demon's power. Xu Antian nodded slightly. No wonder it had been so easy to deal with. He hadn't expended much effort at all. It was merely a Kaiyuan realm tiger demon after all. This left him somewhat disappointed. He had been eager to test himself against a Lianmai realm demon beast. Brother Su, you killed this tiger demon. By rights, the carcass is yours. What do you plan to do with it? Tiger skin, tiger bones, tiger penis, all-powerful tonics. Zhang Qianqiu inquired, winking slyly. Xu Antian pondered for a moment. Brother Zhang, how do you guys usually handle situations like this? Us? We usually try to capture them alive whenever possible and bring them back to base for points. Dead ones can earn some points too, but it's minimal. So when we find dead beasts, we bring them back to base. We store them in the cafeteria and spend points to have them cooked. Consuming beast meat over time benefits our cultivation. Zhang Qianqiu hesitated before continuing in a lower voice, or we sell them directly at the market to trade for other cultivation supplies.
Market? Xu Antian frowned in confusion.
It's a trading spot formed spontaneously by civilian qi cultivators, the kind registered with Bureau 749, Zhang Qianqiu explained.
Got it. Xu Antian nodded. We all contributed to slaying that tiger demon. Let's bring it back and stew it for dinner. He wasn't stingy. Zhang Qianqiu had taken 2 newbies on a mission and split the points evenly. His character was solid. Heh, sounds good. Zhang Qianqiu didn't hesitate, chuckling.
His body had been feeling weak lately, so tiger kidneys would be perfect for a tonic.
Besides, such a massive tiger demon wouldn't yield much meat for them to consume.
But Xu Antian's attitude was crucial. It proved he wasn't the type to hog everything for himself. This would pave the way for future cooperation. Moments later, the Joint Investigation Bureau personnel finally arrived. He Changwang came personally. Upon witnessing the horrific scene inside the cave, he stood stunned for a long while. Particularly the enormous tiger demon corpse within the cave. Though dead, its tiger eyes remained wide open, radiating a fierce, malevolent glare. These young people are no ordinary lot, he Changwang thought to himself. They truly live up to their reputation as members of Unit 749. He had been right to treat Zhang Qianqiu and the others with courtesy from the start. These youngsters possessed genuine skill. Director I'll leave matters here to you. Please do your best to find families for these remains, Zhang Qianqiu instructed. Investigator Zhang, rest assured. We'll handle everything properly, he Changwang promised. Right. Also, Director please have that tiger demon corpse transported back to the Bureau.
We have other uses for it, Zhang Qianqiu nodded. No problem. He Changwang readily agreed. His smile then faded. Investigator Zhang, you mentioned on the phone that there might be other demons behind the population case in Zhongbei district. What did you mean by that?
This tiger demon likely took the fall for other demons. The real culprit behind it all is still alive.
However, we've obtained new leads and should uncover the truth of the entire affair soon. Chapter 25, Tiger Demon Pill, Iron-Hardened Bones.
By the time they returned to the Joint Investigation Bureau, it was already around 4 or 5 in the morning. But Xu Antian and the others hadn't slept yet. The 4 of them were gathered in the cafeteria, watching the Bureau chefs prepare the tiger demon.
A tiger demon this massive?
I've only ever heard tales of such creatures from my grandfather, remarked one chef, who appeared to be in his 50s, wiping sweat from his brow.
Back then, we could still eat this stuff.
Later, it was forbidden. Honestly, if it weren't for the director's orders, we wouldn't dare handle this tiger demon carcass.
It's just a beast meant to be eaten. Xu Antian remarked indifferently.
The chef paused, then chuckled. Nodding in agreement, he added, "You're right, young man. You wouldn't believe it, but back in the day, our northeastern menus were full of wild delicacies.
Now, sigh.
It's not that northeast cuisine is inferior, it's just that those ingredients are now protected under animal conservation laws."
Quite right. Xu Antian nodded.
You'll get a taste of what this stuff is like later, but don't overdo it, your bodies can't handle it. The chef's eyes lit up, and they worked even harder. It took a full 2 or 3 hours, until dawn broke, before everything was finally ready. The large round table for 12 was laden with an array of dishes. Braised tiger claws, stir-fried kidney slices, soy braised tiger penis.
Xu Antian and the others couldn't wait.
As soon as the dishes were ready, they began eating. As qi cultivators, their robust physiques had heightened their appetites considerably. Within half an hour, the table was completely cleared. Xu Antian rubbed his belly, feeling a warm glow spread throughout his body. His qi and blood pulsed with vitality.
Brother Xu, let's head back and rest for a bit.
We can investigate that lead later, Zhang Qianqiu suggested. They hadn't rested at all until now, and even with the boundless energy of qi cultivators, fatigue was starting to set in.
Sure. Xu Antian naturally had no objections.
They left the cafeteria and returned to the single-occupancy dormitory assigned by the Joint Investigation Bureau.
Xu Antian locked the door and sat cross-legged on the bed.
He took out the ghost armor pill and swallowed it. The pill dissolved instantly upon contact with his tongue, transforming into 3 streams of black mist. After circulating through his meridians, they coalesced into 3 black dots that converged at his chest.
Xu Antian pulled open his shirt to inspect.
He discovered 3 black dots beneath the skin on the right side of his chest. They formed a triangular pattern, occasionally twitching as if alive.
This can only be used 3 times. Reserve it for critical moments.
Xu Antian withdrew his gaze. Immediately afterward, he swallowed the tiger soul pill. The moment it touched his tongue, his expression turned grave. The pill's potency was ferocious. The moment it entered his stomach, countless streams of white, malevolent energy surged forth. This aura was bitterly cold, causing Xu Antian discomfort.
Moments later, the aura invaded his bones. Gah! Xu Antian sucked in a sharp breath.
It felt as though knives were scraping his bones from within, a pain that truly penetrated to the marrow. And it wasn't just 1 or 2 bones, every bone in his entire body was enduring this agony.
including his skull. It felt no different than someone hacking at his head with a blade. Within moments, Xu Antian's entire body was drenched in sweat. He gritted his teeth to endure it, nearly grinding them to dust. Fortunately, this didn't last long. It stopped after just over 10 minutes. Phew! Xu Antian slowly exhaled as he checked his own changes. My bone density has increased, making them heavier, he murmured. His bones had become translucent, resembling ancient jade. He fetched a scale and stepped onto it. 230 kilograms. A full 460 gene, yet his appearance gave no hint of such weight. This weight gain was solely due to the increased density of his bones. My attacks will pack more punch, and my ability to withstand blows has improved dramatically. Xu Antian nodded with satisfaction. He'd just have to be careful controlling his strength when walking from now on, lest he accidentally crush something underfoot. I won't need these 2 perfect awakening pills anymore. I can find a chance to sell them at the market later, Xu Antian mused, eyeing the 2 remaining pills in the Bagua demon refining furnace as he contemplated how to dispose of them. But he had no time to spare now. He needed to complete his task first. It wasn't until late afternoon that Xu Antian and the others gradually awoke. After leaving the room and grabbing a quick bite, they piled into the off-road vehicle and headed straight for the Arrows Club. Here's the information I gathered on the Love God Club. Take a look. In the car, Xuanling pulled out several file folders and handed them to Xu Antian and Tong Jingshu. Xu Antian took them and opened them to look. The documents revealed that the Cupid Club operated on a membership system inaccessible to ordinary people. Only the wealthy or influential could gain entry. It was backed by Harbin's Hanhai Group, a multinational conglomerate primarily engaged in international trade. The group ranked among Harbin's top taxpayers annually and was a key enterprise supported by the city, with its headquarters located in Japan. During our investigation, we should avoid conflicts whenever possible to prevent misunderstandings, Xuanling cautioned. In handling matters, they must strive not to disrupt the lives of ordinary citizens. Sis Xuanling, what if this incident is connected to Hanhai Group? Tong Jingshu, who had remained silent until now, suddenly spoke up. Then we'll handle it strictly by the book. If they're making money on our soil and still causing trouble, they must be tired of living. Xuanling replied. If they abide by the law, it benefits us all. But if they disobey and break the rules, that's an entirely different story. Tong Jingshu nodded slightly and said no more. The off-road vehicle sped along, soon reaching a mountainous outskirts area far from the city center in Jiangbei district. Before them lay a hillside. It was spring, and tender shoots of grass had just begun to sprout, creating a sea of emerald green from afar. Below the slope stood several detached villas. This place is considered a high-end club in Harbin. It has not only a ski resort and a golf course, but also an equestrian center. Xuanling remarked indifferently. Xu Antian nodded slightly. Truth be told, this was his first encounter with such amenities. As an orphan, he'd never had the chance to experience these high-end offerings. Soon, they arrived at the club's main entrance. The 4 got out of the car and approached the security booth. Hello, we're investigators from Unit 749. We require your assistance with an investigation. Could we speak with your supervisor? Zhang Qianqiu presented his credentials to the guard. The guard looked taken aback, surprise flashing in his eyes, but he quickly regained his composure. Bowing politely, he said, "Please wait a moment, I'll report this to my supervisor right away." With the public enrollment of 749 University, the institution had gradually entered the public consciousness. Therefore, while the security guard was surprised and puzzled to see 749 investigators, he wasn't overly shocked. The guard picked up his walkie-talkie and relayed the situation to his superiors. Soon, 2 middle-aged men emerged from the distant villa complex. They strode swiftly toward the club's entrance. Xu Antian observed them closely. Both were dressed in sharp suits, exuding a professional demeanor. Additionally, they sported small mustaches beneath their noses. They appeared to be Japanese nationals. "What can we do for you?" asked one of them, a man with a crew cut, looking at Xu Antian and his 3 companions. "A major criminal incident has occurred in Jiangbei district, and it appears to be connected to this location. Please escort us to the surveillance room. We need to access the footage from 5 days ago," Zhang Qianqiu stated firmly. He presented his credentials once more. Chapter 26, Assaulting Investigators? Execute on the spot. The 2 men exchanged a glance, their eyes flickering with a barely perceptible hint of caution. But it vanished quickly, and they returned to normal. "Sorry, but 5 days ago we had an electrical malfunction here. The surveillance system failed completely. There are no recordings available," the man with the flat top said. "Of course, I can take you to the monitoring room to verify our statement." Zhang Qianqiu and his 3 companions frowned in unison, sensing something too coincidental. Still, Zhang Qianqiu refrained from questioning it outright and nodded instead. "Please lead us there to take a look." "Certainly. Please follow me," the man with the flat top said politely. He led Zhang Qianqiu and his companions to the villa complex's surveillance room. The man with the flat top personally retrieved the surveillance footage for them to review.
The footage from 5 days prior was indeed missing, with only the last 3 days' recordings available. This was clearly useless to them. The trail seemed to end here.
Xu Antian frowned imperceptibly. "Officers, is there anything else we can assist with?"
The man with the crew cut offered a friendly smile and inquired politely. No one could fault him. Just then, Tong Jingshu, standing at the back, suddenly spoke up. "Large clubs like this usually have backup power sources.
"Don't you have one?"
Zhang Qianqiu and Xuanling exchanged glances, realizing the implication. The man with the crew cut smile faltered.
"We do have backup power.
However, when the main lines failed, the backup system was also affected. It was only repaired 3 days ago."
The group present, including Zhang Qianqiu, weren't fools. Hearing this,
they already suspected the two men were deliberately withholding information. One coincidence could be chance, but 2 coincidences were no coincidence.
"I suspect you're connected to the missing persons cases in Jiangbei district.
Please come with me for questioning," Zhang Qianqiu said in a low, firm voice. Once they were back at the Joint Investigation Bureau, there would be ways to make these two spill the truth. "Officer, we're not particularly knowledgeable about surveillance matters. Please don't make things difficult for us. Furthermore, we are foreign nationals. If you wish to take us away for your investigation, you must first contact our lawyers." The smile vanished from the man with the crew cut.
Zhang Qianqiu frowned, caught in a dilemma. Logically, that was indeed the proper procedure. "We have other matters to attend to.
Please leave now, officers." Seeing Zhang Qianqiu's hesitation, the man with the flat top continued. The tone was clearly turning dismissive. "Qianqiu, let's leave first. We'll have the Joint Investigation Bureau handle negotiations later." Xuanling leaned close to Zhang Qianqiu's ear and whispered. With foreign nationals involved, the situation had become considerably more complicated. Handling it through the Joint Investigation Bureau was clearly the better approach at this point. They were capable of slaying demons, but when it came to diplomatic negotiations, the Joint Coordination Bureau was far more adept. No need for such trouble.
"Just take them back." Just as Zhang Qianqiu was about to nod, Su Tianan, who had remained silent, stepped forward. "You have no right to take us away. Besides, this is Hanhai Group's territory. This land belongs to us. Leave immediately."
The man with the flat top cut his tone sharply. "Brother Su, maybe we should just leave for now and discuss this matter later."
Zhang Qianqiu didn't want to escalate the situation. Xu Antian shook his head.
"They tread upon the soil of our great Xia nation. They must obey our great Xia's laws."
"Jingshu." Xu Antian glanced at Tong Jingshu. Tong Jingshu understood instantly and immediately unleashed her power.
The two men with crew cuts felt their brains buzzing. Their chi and blood surged violently, their eyes bulging with bloodshot redness. Their faces flushed crimson as they roared and charged toward Tong Jingshu. 2 individuals have openly assaulted Investigator 749, violating Great Xia law. Arrest them according to the law.
Xu Antian declared in a deep voice.
He wasn't foolish, he naturally needed a justification before taking action.
Without delay, he delivered 2 swift kicks. Boom! Boom!
Both men flew backward at an even greater speed, crashing into the wall before coming to a halt. The impact of their bodies left a deep dent in the wall. It nearly pierced right through.
Yet even so, both remained able to move.
Clearly, they were both chi cultivators. The excruciating pain snapped the 2 bald men back to their senses. They struggled to their feet and turned to flee. But once Xu Antian had made his move, he wasn't about to let them escape. He drew the demon-slaying sword and closed the distance to their backs in a few strides. Splatter! The moment he swung the demon-slaying sword, the bald man's head flew clean off. His lower body, still in shock, stumbled forward several more steps before finally collapsing to the ground. This scene terrified the remaining man to the point of losing his soul. His face was filled with fear. Summoning every ounce of strength, he lunged toward the exit of the monitoring room. But just then, he suddenly felt a chill in his lower body. His body immediately lost its balance, crashing heavily to the ground. Both his legs had been severed clean off. Blood gushed from his legs, staining the floor crimson.
"Is there something you need to tell me?"
Xu Antian raised the demon-slaying sword, pointing it at the man before him. The man desperately pressed his severed legs, trying to stem the flow of blood.
Hearing Xu Antian's question, he gritted his teeth and said, "I know nothing. If you don't want to talk, then don't." Xu Antian said coldly. He raised his sword, poised to strike the man down. "Hold on, Brother Su." Zhang Qianqiu hurriedly intervened.
"I have a way to make him tell the truth," he explained, meeting Xu Antian's questioning gaze.
Xu Antian was far too ruthless, ready to chop off heads at the slightest provocation.
This kid was definitely a bloodthirsty bastard. He couldn't let him keep killing, otherwise the leads would dry up.
Xu Antian nodded, sheathed his demon-slaying sword, and stood aside, intending to observe Zhang Qianqiu's approach.
Zhang Qianqiu stepped forward, approaching the man. He pressed his fingers together at his brow, and a wisp of yellow mist appeared beneath his eyes. His eyes turned a dark yellow, no longer human. He then lifted his head and looked at the man. The instant their gazes met, the man's eyes instantly clouded over. As if his mind had been stolen.
What's your name?
Zhang Qianqiu spoke, his voice hoarse.
The thief from the well. The missing persons cases in Jiangbei district, are you connected to them?
Yes,
the man replied.
Why did you kill those people?
The lunar eclipse is approaching.
The crimson dog ascends to become a tengu, requiring vast quantities of the heart's blood from young men and women to refine the soul pill.
Where are the bodies of those you killed? All the bodies were thrown into the incinerator and refined. Where is Akainu?
In the basement of the group headquarters. Blood trickled from the man's nose and mouth, his gaze gradually regaining clarity. According to the latest weather forecast, the lunar eclipse will occur tonight. Xuanling tapped her phone a few times before speaking in a solemn voice.
It was already afternoon, with just over 3 hours left until dusk.
Splatter! A soft thud echoed as Xu Antian, standing nearby, severed the man's head with a single sword strike.
Go to Hanhai Group. Kill Akainu. Xu Antian stated flatly.
His tone was calm, yet it carried an air of absolute command that brooked no refusal.
Chapter 27, The Human Soul Pill, Brutal and Inhumane.
Understood. Zhang Qianqiu nodded, his eyes blazing with fury.
A bunch of islanders dared to kill people in their great Xia kingdom?
They must be tired of living. We don't know the defensive strength of Hanhai Group's headquarters. To be safe, I suggest we report this and request formal investigators to assist.
Xuanling remained much calmer.
They were merely trainee investigators. Going alone carried a high risk of danger.
Moreover, if they alerted the target prematurely and allowed them to escape, the consequences would far outweigh any potential gains. We can report it, Xu Antian nodded. But we don't need backup. Akainu, he was going to kill him. If official investigators got involved, how could he carry out the hit?
Xuanling frowned, but remembering Xu Antian was the strongest among the four of them, she held her tongue.
She simply nodded. All right, I'll report it immediately. With that, the four hurried outside, quickly boarding a vehicle and racing toward downtown Jiangbei district.
En route, Xuanling relayed their findings back to headquarters. The base responded promptly. Base has instructed us to temporarily wait near Hanhai Tower and monitor the situation. They've also proactively coordinated 2 official investigators to support us. Xuanling glanced at the message before sharing it with the others. Xu Antian frowned, taking the phone from Xuanling.
Then he turned it off. We're too busy to be checking our phones. Xuanling gave an awkward smile. He knew Xu Antian didn't want others interfering.
Zhang Qianqiu, who was driving, glanced at Xu Antian and asked seriously, Brother Xu, tell me straight, how strong are you really right now? Xu Antian shook his head slightly. Below the linked veins realm, I'm unmatched. Above that realm, it's unknown. I haven't fought anyone yet.
Brother Xu, what realm are you currently at?
6th tier of the opening realm. Zhang Qianqiu was utterly speechless. 6th tier of the opening realm, yet claiming invincibility below the pulse realm? If anyone else had said that, Zhang Qianqiu would have immediately dismissed it as pure bull. But Xu Antian had just slain a 9th tier Kaiyuan realm tiger demon. Therefore, he believed it. Moreover, from Xu Antian's words, it seemed he even wanted to test himself against Lianmai realm practitioners. He hesitated for a moment before saying, Brother Xu, though I've never fought a chi cultivation expert at the Lianmai realm, I've witnessed their battles. They're in a completely different league from the Kaiyuan realm. If we encounter a pulse link realm expert in the Hanhai Tower, we should retreat first. There's no need to risk our lives.
You can retreat, Xu Antian said softly. He needed a pulse connecting realm expert to test his strength.
Therefore, he would not retreat.
Is this the world of geniuses?
Zhang Qianqiu gave a bitter laugh and stopped trying to persuade him. The SUV sped down the road, soon arriving at the base of Hanhai Tower.
The four got out and strode into the building.
Xu Antian led the way, heading straight for the staircase to the lower levels. Halt!
Who are you?
A security guard approached from behind to question them. Xuanling stepped forward to block him.
Bureau 749 apprehending a criminal. All non-essential personnel, stand aside.
The guard's expression changed as he swiftly pulled a walkie-talkie from his chest. But in that instant, Xuanling drew a dagger from her waist and pressed it against the guard's throat.
You'd better not move.
Thud. To their surprise, the guard raised his arm and violently deflected the dagger.
He was actually a chi cultivator.
The moment the guard pulled away from Xuanling, he was about to shout into the walkie-talkie. But the next second, he felt a sharp pain in his chest. His body collapsed, drained of strength.
You underestimated me, didn't you?
Xuanling flicked the blood from her dagger. This man had actually ignored her, attempting to relay information. Ignoring the corpse on the ground, she turned and gave chase after Xu Antian and his 2 companions.
Basement level 2.
Staring at the sealed stairwell door before him,
Xu Antian kicked it with his foot. Boom! A dull thud echoed as the cast iron door burst open under his force. The 2 iron doors swung open, crashing down toward the basement. Who's there?
A voice echoed from within the basement.
2 figures dressed in bizarre attire immediately sprinted toward the entrance.
They were clad entirely in black bodysuits, with only their eyes visible, both hands gripping long blades.
These are ninjas from the island nation. They have many tricks up their sleeves. Be careful. Zhang Qianqiu warned. It's fine.
Tong Jingshu replied beside him.
The next second, she activated her ability. The ninja's forward momentum abruptly halted.
At that moment, Xu Antian planted his foot and charged forward.
Boom!
The immense force propelled him forward with even greater speed.
Xu Antian's demon-slaying sword sliced through both necks. Splatter! A faint sound. Their bodies froze for an instant. The next second, their heads flew off simultaneously. Blood gushed from the severed necks like fountains.
That's brutal. Zhang Qianqiu's hair stood on end.
Xu Antian always decapitated his victims. What kind of twisted hobby was that?
Up ahead, Xu Antian remained oblivious to Zhang Qianqiu's thoughts. He severed heads purely because he believed only then would his target be truly dead. At this moment, his attention was entirely focused on the bronze four-legged square tripod before him. The tripod stood roughly 2 meters tall, with a body nearing 1 meter in height.
Its surface bore intricate patterns,
but also adorned with yellow talismans. Beneath the tripod, a massive pile of wood blazed fiercely. Wisp after wisp of blood-red mist wafted upward from the vessel. The entire basement was saturated with the scent of blood.
Xu Antian stepped forward.
The moment he saw what lay within the cauldron, his gaze sharpened. Inside was nothing but bright red blood. A crystalline film glistened on the surface, while beneath it, something pulsed as if alive, causing the film to arch upward intermittently. Xu Antian approached several steps, coming to stand before the square cauldron. Beneath the pulsing blood, he saw dark, shadowy souls. They struggled desperately to crawl out of the cauldron, their mouths emitting silent wails,
as if enduring unimaginable agony. Xu Antian's brow furrowed deeply.
The next instant, he raised his sword and struck. With a sharp hiss, the sharp demon-slaying sword cleaved the square cauldron in two. Blood gushed out from within, splattering onto the ground.
Unbound by the crimson membrane, the trapped souls finally found their chance to escape.
The blood evaporated rapidly, vanishing at a visible pace.
The souls' faces showed relief before they too faded away. These people are truly inhuman, actually refining this human soul pill.
Who knows how many people's heart's blood it took to fill this cauldron?
Zhang Qianqiu gritted his teeth. Tong Jing's face was deathly pale.
She pressed her lips tightly together, her clenched fists betraying the turmoil within her. Meanwhile, the instant the bronze cauldron shattered.
In a room atop the Hanhai building,
a bald man with a cold, grim expression abruptly leapt from his chair.
He dashed out of the room and sprinted toward the elevator shaft. Along the way, he pulled out his phone. I accept your proposal for cooperation. The condition is that you come to the basement of Hanhai Tower immediately to assist me. Haha, partnering with our demon god sect is a wise choice.
A strange, duck-like cackle echoed from the other end of the line.
Chapter 28, All Beasts Must Die. Basement Level 2. Xu Antian suddenly sensed something and glanced to his right.
There, a hairless, crimson-skinned beast with sharp fangs and claws emerged from the darkness.
Its size was comparable to a full-grown calf.
Two broad, fleshy wings spread across its back, now slightly unfurled. It bared its teeth at Xu Antian and his two companions.
Red Dog.
Zhang Qianqiu gripped his long sword, cautiously facing off against the creature. This is a unique demonic creature native to the island nation, possessing the potential to evolve into a tengu. With a body this massive, it likely boasts the strength of a Lianmai realm cultivator. Xuanling, who had rushed over, declared in a solemn voice.
Boom!
No sooner had Xuanling finished speaking than Xu Antian moved. Sword in hand, he charged straight at Akainu.
Roar!
Provoked, the red dog grew enraged.
All four limbs surged forward, actively closing in on Xu Antian.
His sharp claws dug into the ground, shattering the concrete beneath. The two closed in rapidly.
Boom!
Xu Antian's sword collided violently with Akainu's claws.
Woo woo!
The next instant, Akainu let out a broken howl as his body was sent flying backward at an even greater speed. Mid-air, he frantically flapped his wings to regain his balance. Half his claw was severed, blood dripping profusely. Seeing Xu Antian charging toward him once more, a savage glint flared in Akainu's eyes. His other forepaw swelled like an inflated balloon, rapidly thickening and enlarging. Then it swung out with brutal force.
Boom! A deafening roar echoed. Xu Antian's body trembled as a tremendous force surged through the demon-slaying sword into his body.
He instinctively took a step back to steady himself. Akainu, however, stumbled back 3 steps.
Is this the power of the linked veins realm? Xu Antian murmured, a flicker of excitement dancing in his eyes. Akainu was far stronger than the tiger demon.
He couldn't finish him off in just 2 moves. He stepped forward twice and swung the demon-slaying sword once more.
Boom! 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 A series of sounds echoed.
Within mere breaths, they exchanged dozens of blows. Xu Antian grew more and more excited as the fight progressed, his strikes becoming faster and faster. Meanwhile, Akainu's swollen forepaws were visibly shrinking at a rapid pace.
Boom! Xu Antian kicked Akainu into the air.
Simultaneously, he swung his demon-slaying sword. Whoosh! A faint, mystic light slashed toward Akainu. Akainu seemed to sense the danger, his wings flapping frantically behind him as he tried to evade. But the sword's momentum was faster. Splatter! One of its hind legs was severed cleanly. A torrent of blood splattered onto the ground. Back on the ground, Akainu couldn't even stand. Seeing this, Xu Antian charged forward once more. The demon-slaying sword in his hand struck out. After 3 strikes, Akainu's head flew clean off. Not far away, Zhang Qianxiu, who had been agonizing over whether to flee, no longer needed to hesitate.
Akainu was dead. Damn, that was brutal.
Zhang Qianxiu thought to himself. Xuanling was also secretly startled.
Xu Antian's strength was completely unlike that of a newcomer.
He was practically on par with a full-fledged investigator.
Watch out! Tong Jingshu's urgent warning rang out beside them.
Zhang Qianxiu was just about to turn around to investigate. Suddenly, a powerful gust of wind struck from behind. An unfamiliar bald man was striking for his back. At the critical moment, a yellow phantom materialized behind him. Boom! The yellow phantom held for only an instant before shattering.
An agonized scream erupted from within Zhang Qianxiu's body. His body flew backward.
Put! Zhang Qianxiu violently coughed up a mouthful of blood, his aura plummeting. His face was filled with horror and lingering dread. If not for Huang Xian blocking the blow for him just now, that slap might have killed him outright. Meanwhile, Xuanling and the others seized the moment to create distance and rushed toward Zhang Qianxiu. In his current state, Zhang Qianxiu couldn't possibly block a second strike. Fortunately, the bald man did not continue his attack. Instead, he turned his gaze toward Xu Antian. More accurately, he was staring at the corpse of Red Dog behind Xu Antian. His face twisted into a hideous grimace. You killed Red Dog. Damn you. He had poured immense effort into cultivating this Akadog into a Tengu. Success was within reach. Now not only was the human soul pill destroyed, but Akainu was dead too. All his years of effort had been wasted. How could he not be furious? How could he not be furious? Fueled by rage, he charged straight at Xu Antian. What are you barking about? If you've got the guts, kill me. Xu Antian snorted coldly, showing no fear whatsoever. As he charged forward, the bald man's legs rapidly swelled, doubling in size. His speed surged as his fingers, like eagle talons, clawed toward Xu Antian's face. Xu Antian blocked with his sword held horizontally. Boom! A thunderous impact sent Xu Antian reeling backward. It seemed the bald man possessed greater strength. Xu Antian halted his steps and grinned. He had finally met a worthy opponent. He raised his demon-slaying sword, pointing it at the bald man, and laughed, "Watch me cut you down. You want to slay me, the vulture demon? Dream on." The bald man sneered coldly and charged forward once more. His footwork was lightning fast, and his hands packed immense power as he launched a series of grabbing strikes at Xu Antian. The vulture demon. Xuanling's face drained of color upon hearing the bald giant's name. This was a major criminal from the island nation, wanted under case 749, with a bounty of 10,000 points. He had orchestrated a major incident in a certain city, resulting in hundreds of deaths. Among the casualties were 3 official investigators. A long-established powerhouse of the Lianmai realm. His real name was unknown. Hawkdemon was merely his alias. He wields the Eagle Claw ultimate technique. Call for backup. Zhang Qianxiu forced himself to speak, issuing the warning. Such a formidable opponent was beyond their capabilities. Xu Antian was powerful, but this was a Lianmai realm chi cultivator. He's even killed a certified investigator. Xuanling nodded and immediately pulled out her phone to contact base. Meanwhile, at the base's central control center. Upon receiving the report, the operator swiftly relayed the information to higher-ups. What? The real mastermind behind the missing persons cases in Jiangbei district is the vulture demon. Wang He exclaimed in shock, his expression turning grim. This was a ruthless individual who had killed one of their official investigators, acting with extreme brutality. How far are Li En and Fu Nian from that location? He demanded, turning to a man beside him. 5 minutes, the man replied in a deep voice. He was Chao Gao, the director of the Central Control Center. Wang He fell silent. 5 minutes wasn't long, but for a chi cultivator, it was ample time to accomplish many things. This mission was assigned to trainee investigator Zhang Qianxiu. Accompanying him are Xuanling, Xu Antian, and Tong Jingshu. The latter 2 are freshmen from University 749. Chao Gao added. What? How could Xu Antian and the others be assigned to such a dangerous mission? Wang He frowned. The Central Control Center initially rated this mission's danger level as low. Chao Gao replied. Moreover, after learning this matter involved the Hanhai group, we elevated the danger level and warned Xuanling beforehand to wait outside the Hanhai building for backup. For some reason, they didn't follow instructions. This is madness. Absolute madness. Wang Yi slammed his palm onto the desk before him, his expression darkening to the extreme. He was furious. According to their intelligence, the vulture demon was a chi cultivator at the 3rd level of the linked veins realm. Xuanling and Zhang Qianxiu were both at the 8th level of the founding realm. With such strength, they stood no chance against the vulture demon. Their chances of survival were extremely slim. As for Xu Antian and the other, he dismissed them outright. What could 2 newcomers possibly accomplish? Inquire about Xuanling's situation and report back immediately. Chapter 29, Slaying even those at the linked veins realm. Killing you like slaughtering dogs. Han Hai Building, basement. The vulture demon grew increasingly alarmed with every strike. The youth before him possessed strength nearly matching his own. But his body was also incredibly hard. His hands, capable of crushing steel, occasionally struck the youth's body, yet only managed to inflict superficial wounds. This must end quickly, the vulture demon thought to himself. His movements had been exposed, and Bureau 749 would soon receive word and come to hunt him down. Though he had a backup plan, he wasn't willing to risk it. The longer he delayed, the greater the danger he faced. With that realization, he resolved to deploy his ultimate tactic and eliminate the youth before him. With a thunderous boom, he sent Xu Antian flying with a single punch, seizing the moment to create distance. Kid, you've got some skill. You've lasted this long against me, but that alone isn't enough. The vulture demon spoke coldly. Enough with the nonsense. Can you stop barking like a dog? In such a rush to keep that dead dog company? Xu Antian replied indifferently. He had already gauged the vulture demon's strength. Their odds were roughly even. 6 for him, 4 for the enemy. Mentioning Akainu was one thing, but the very name made the vulture demon's face flush crimson with rage. The next second, his right hand swelled to twice its size. Sharp, pitch-black claws sprouted from his fingers, coiled with dark mist that looked utterly sinister. I'll kill you. With a ferocious expression, Jilma charged towards Xu Antian at breakneck speed. In the blink of an eye, he was upon Xu Antian. His right hand lunged viciously towards Xu Antian's chest. Watch out! Not far away, Tong Jingshu's fingers tightened into a white-knuckled grip as she instinctively shouted the warning. She desperately wanted to intervene, but her abilities offered no chance to intervene. The two moved too swiftly. Facing the inky black claw lunging toward him, Xu Antian remained expressionless. The demon-slaying sword in his hand emitted a faint mystical glow, striking toward the vulture demon in return. This time, he chose not to defend. Want to trade blows with me? The vulture demon sneered. He was confident he could strangle Xu Antian to death first. His claws closed in on Xu Antian. They were about to seize Xu Antian's heart. At that very moment, a jet-black ghost armor suddenly appeared on Xu Antian's body. Runes densely covered every inch of the armor. Boom! The vulture demon's claws struck the armor, erupting in a silent explosion. Impossible! The vulture demon's face twisted in shock. It felt as though he'd grabbed rubber. His strength was completely blocked. Seeing Xu Antian's sword about to strike, he pulled back. Too late. Xu Antian's lips curled into a cold smile. In the next instant, the ghost armor on his body writhed, conjuring a spectral hand that seized the vulture demon's arm. A tremendous force erupted, halting the vulture demon's movement and robbing him of his best chance to dodge. Splatter! A flash of sword light sliced cleanly across his neck. The vulture demon's movements froze as he touched his own neck in disbelief. There, a crimson line rapidly widened. Then it shot skyward. As his head flew off, he caught sight of his own hind legs. Thud! The head hit the ground, and the vulture demon glared with eyes wide with defiance. The formidable vitality of the Lianmai realm prevented instant death. Xu Antian stepped before him, raised his foot, and stomped down with brutal force. Killing you is like slaughtering a dog, he said indifferently. Put! The large bald head exploded like a watermelon. Flesh, blood, and bones splattered everywhere. Dead, dead? Xuanling and Zhang Qianxiu stared in stunned disbelief. That vulture demon was a chi cultivator at the Pulse realm. And he was just killed like that. His head was crushed. Savage. Utterly savage. Tong Jingshu slowly unclenched her fists and exhaled deeply. She hurried to Xu Antian's side, anxiously asking if he was hurt. Seeing Tong Jingshu's concerned expression, Xu Antian felt a warm glow in his heart. Then he clutched his chest dramatically, feigning distress. Oh no, I might have internal injuries. What? What should we do? Tong Jingshu stepped forward to support him. But she noticed Xu Antian's movements suddenly halted, his eyes fixed intently on her chest. You're so naughty. Tong Jingshu's face flushed crimson instantly. Xu Antian still had the nerve to ogle her. He didn't look injured at all. Meanwhile, Xuanling breathed a sigh of relief as she relayed the news of the temporarily averted crisis back to base. Central Control Center. Upon receiving the report, the operator swiftly relayed it to higher command. Captain Wang, Xuanling reports the vulture demon is dead. Only Zhang Qianxiu sustained injuries, but they're not life-threatening. Chao Gao, standing beside Wang He, spoke up. Dead. Did Li Yan and Fu Nian arrive in time? Wang He exhaled in relief. No.
Chao Gao shook his head. Then what happened? Old Chao, you're not usually like this. Why the sudden secrecy?
Wang He looked at Chao Gao questioningly. Chao Gao hesitated for a moment before replying earnestly, Xu Antian killed the vulture demon. He's a new recruit who joined 749 University less than a week ago, still at the Kaiyuan realm.
What? You mean Xu Antian? Impossible.
Wang He exclaimed in shock.
His reaction was understandable. The news was utterly unbelievable. A mere newcomer at the opening realm stage had slain a vulture demon at the third level of the Connecting Veins realm? How could he possibly believe that?
The recorder footage is being transmitted back. We'll have the exact details soon, Chao Gao stated.
He didn't believe it either. But then again, would Xuanling, who was wearing the recorder, really have any reason to lie? Meanwhile, after Xuanling reported their situation,
he immediately contacted the Joint Investigation Bureau to have them come handle the aftermath.
Since Zhang Qianxiu was seriously injured, Xu Antian didn't stay in the basement. Instead, he planned to head to a nearby hospital first.
Xuanling supported Zhang Qianxiu as they all made their way to the surface. Just as they reached the entrance, they encountered a middle-aged man wearing a gray long coat and a black round hat. His attire stood out starkly in the modern metropolis.
He looked more like someone from ancient times. All four of them, including Xu Antian, couldn't help but give him a curious second glance.
The long coat passed by them, heading straight for the staircase and disappearing within it.
Xu Antian and Zhang Qianxiu exchanged glances.
The former spoke up, that guy's got something off about him. His peculiar attire, coupled with his direct path to the basement stairs, all pointed to the fact that his appearance here was no coincidence.
Jingshu, you two leave first. I'll go check it out, Xu Antian declared.
He immediately turned to give chase.
But just then, two young men entered the building once more.
One wore a white suit with metallic buttons, sporting spiky yellow hair. He toyed with a butterfly knife in his hand, which created countless afterimages as he played with it.
He looked kinda cool.
The other stood nearly 2 meters tall, built like a door panel. His arms were thicker than the blonde-haired youth's thighs.
Little giant Lian. And butterfly blade Funyan.
Xuanling murmured the moment she saw them.
So the vulture demon man heard we were coming and spared you, fleeing early? Funyan raised an eyebrow, chuckling lightly.
We received an urgent mission and rushed here immediately.
Still, we arrived too late, Lian boomed, his voice loud and almost deafening. All 4 trainee investigators before them were still alive.
The vulture demon must have fled.
Otherwise, these trainees, merely at the opening realm stage, wouldn't have survived. Chapter 30, The Demon Cult's Appearance.
Xuanling shook his head. The vulture demon is dead. He escaped and died.
How did he die? Did someone else get there before us?
Funyan's head jerked to a halt in surprise. Lian beside him also turned to look at Xuanling. Xu Antian killed him, Xuanling pointed at Xu Antian.
He killed him?
Funyan walked up to Xu Antian, scrutinizing him from head to toe, his eyes filled with doubt.
Weren't all members of this squad merely probationary investigators at the Kaiyuan realm? Capable of killing a vulture demon at the Lianmai realm? And not a single one of them died? That's a bit far-fetched, isn't it? Even TV dramas wouldn't dare portray it this way. Aren't you only at the founding realm? Funyan asked. Yep. Xu Antian nodded. A founding realm cultivator killed a linked vein realm cultivator? Funyan's eyes widened. Is there a problem? Xu Antian frowned. He'd merely crossed realms to kill a chi cultivator. Was all this fuss really necessary? Funyan nearly choked on his breath.
Of course there was a problem. You, a mere foundation establishment cultivator, killed someone at the vein linking realm.
How could that not be a big deal?
And look at Xu Antian, not a scratch on him. Which means, if Xu Antian really did kill that vulture demon, then his strength isn't just a little stronger than the demon's.
It would be crushing. That's downright terrifying. Something even Funyan couldn't accomplish, and here's a mere Kaiyuan realm newcomer pulling it off?
At this moment, Funyan was more inclined to believe the 4 before him were lying.
Where is the vulture demon's corpse? I'll go take a look, Funyan declared. The basement. Xu Antian pointed toward the basement entrance. The moment Funyan and the others looked up, the figure in the long robe emerged from the staircase.
Funyan's pupils contracted sharply, halting the knife-wielding motion in his hand.
He whispered a warning, "Old Li, be careful. Something's off about this guy." Lian gave a slight nod and assumed a fighting stance.
Haha, the vulture demon is such a useless piece of trash, actually getting killed by a bunch of 749 kids. The long-coated figure cackled, his voice as unpleasant as a rooster's.
You ruined my fun, so you'll die first.
As the words fell, his body lunged forward, charging headlong. As he neared Lian, his hands shot out from beneath his sleeves. Those hands were as white as jade, appearing like the finest porcelain. They lunged for Lian's wrist joints.
Jade hand withers the horse.
The moment Funyan saw those hands, his eyes lit up. They had been somewhat disappointed at failing to intercept the vulture demon. Little did they know they'd stumbled upon a bigger, more valuable fish.
A demon cultivator from the demon god sect, white jade hand destroying horse, an 8th tier pulse realm powerhouse with a bounty of 30,000 points. Boom. 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 In a fleeting moment, Lian and Diaoma exchanged dozens of blows. Boom. The next second, Lian's massive frame was sent flying. He slammed into the glass outside the hall. The sturdy glass shattered effortlessly. Old Li. Fu Nian shouted hoarsely. Put. I'm fine, just a little rough around the edges. Lian spat out a mouthful of blood, his voice muffled. I'll handle this. Fu Nian barked. His feet blurred like a phantom as he lunged forward, his butterfly knife darting toward the vital points of the withered horse. But Diaoma was faster. His jade-like hands danced through the air, deflecting every strike of the butterfly knife. Fu Nian grew increasingly alarmed with every strike. Not a single chi cultivator on that bounty list was easy to deal with. Boom! A single lapse in focus sent him flying backward. Before he could react, Diaoma was already before him. He raised his hand to smash down on Fu Nian's forehead. With the overwhelming power of the linked veins realm, a direct hit would shatter his skull. Boom! Just then, Lian arrived, blocking the blow with his right hand, which expanded like a balloon. His body shook violently, nearly losing his footing. But it was enough to temporarily push the withered horse back. Heh, you two youngsters have some skill, but you're only at the 6th level of the linked veins realm. How many minutes do you think you can last against me? Diaoma sneered. The next second, he drew 2 iron rods from the seam of his chest garment. Each rod was about 20 centimeters long, with razor-sharp tips that glowed faintly green, seemingly coated in deadly poison. Careful! Those are his signature artifacts imbued with spiritual poison that corrodes flesh and meridians. Fu Nian's expression darkened as he issued the warning. Got it. Lian nodded. As the withered horse charged forward, both men met his advance head-on. Once again, they became entangled with the dying horse. Xuanling and the others nearby had already taken the opportunity to retreat to a relatively safe distance. A battle of this caliber was beyond their reach. Getting involved would only slow them down. Zhang Qianqiu was on the verge of tears. He'd only accepted a routine mission. How had he ended up provoking 2 bounty hunters at once? Whether it was the vulture demon or the withered horse, either one could kill him over a dozen times over. And each death would likely be uniquely gruesome. Thankfully he'd brought Xu Antian along, otherwise he'd be dead meat this time. Xu Antian stood nearby, his hand on the demon-slaying sword, itching to fight. He wanted to test his own limits. Brother Xu, don't be impulsive. The withered horse is at the 8th level of the pulse realm. With Fu Nian and the others holding the line, there's no need for you to charge in. Zhang Qianqiu, seeing Xu Antian's expression, called out a warning. I've already called for base backup. As long as Fu Nian and the others hold out a little longer, other investigators will arrive soon, Xuanling stated. Tang Jingshu gripped Xu Antian's other hand. Though she said nothing, her gesture spoke volumes. She didn't want Xu Antian to risk himself either. Xu Antian was powerful, but he had his limits. But at that very moment, chaos erupted in the hall. Lian and Fu Nian were simultaneously blasted backward. Boom! Lian slammed heavily onto the stone pavement in front of the building. Fu Nian, however, braced himself with one hand, nimbly pivoting to land. But neither of them looked to be in good shape. Lian's clothes were torn to shreds, revealing a black soft armor beneath. The soft armor was covered in gashes, and the abdominal area had been pierced through. Blood gushed out in large quantities. Lian's face was deathly pale, his lips tinged green. He struggled several times while seated before managing to stand once more. He swiftly pulled out a pill and shoved it into his mouth to suppress the spiritual poison within his body. Fu Nian appeared to be less severely injured, but a bloody hole gouged the side of his neck. It had been pierced by Diaoma's iron spike. It had nearly pierced his windpipe. The two of us can't hold him off. We've got maybe 2 more minutes. You guys, get out of here. Fu Nian shouted at Xu Antian and the other 3. Xu Antian raised an eyebrow. Fu Nian seemed unreliable, his mannerisms flippant. He's pretty loyal when it counts. Inside the base. After watching Xu Antian's combat footage, Wang He remained silent for 2 full minutes. Xiao Gao, what do you think? Are young people these days just this fierce? It's nothing like our time. Wang He exhaled slowly and spoke softly. Captain Wang, not all young people are this fierce, just Xu Antian. Xiao Gao corrected. Ah, what if I personally took Xu Antian as my disciple? Wang He continued. That might have worked before, but now that 749 University has just been established, all training is standardized. Taking Xu Antian as your disciple would be going against the Bureau's policies. True. I'll ask the chief later. Wang He nodded. Xiao Gao. He made his point so clearly, yet Wang He was still stubbornly insisting on consulting the chief. Oh well, he couldn't be bothered with such matters anyway. Suddenly, a voice crackled through his earpiece. His expression turned grave. He said in a low voice, Captain Wang, bad news. Chapter 31, the cannibalistic Gu Eagle has come for you. Bai Yusho Diama has appeared at Hanhai Tower and is already engaged with Fu Nian and Lian.
But Fu Nian and the others are no match for Diama. They won't hold out much longer. Chao Gao's brow furrowed deeply.
The jade-handed withered horse. How did he end up in Harbin? These demon cultists from the demon god sector no pushovers. Are there any other investigators nearby? Dispatch them for backup immediately.
Also, have Xuanling and the others withdraw immediately.
Wang He ordered in a deep voice. The nearest Fei Ling is already en route.
At Fengling's speed, it should take about 10 minutes.
She must arrive as quickly as possible. Capture them alive if possible. Wang He's expression was grave.
Ever since the Golden Tower anomaly appeared, cases involving Qi cultivators in Harbin had been steadily increasing. The scene shifted back to the Hanhai Tower.
Heh, none of you will escape.
The withered horse cackled, bringing 2 fingers together and placing them in his mouth. His cheeks puffed out as he whistled sharply. The piercing sound carried far into the distance.
A dark speck rapidly approached from the rooftop of a distant building.
Xu Antian and the others looked up. They saw a colossal monster diving straight down. Its upper body resembled an eagle, yet a jet-black spiral horn protruded from its head.
Its hooked beak gleamed coldly.
From its neck down, feathers gradually gave way to fine, jet-black scales.
Its pitch-black claws resembled iron hooks.
The wingspan of its broad wings stretched to a terrifying 10 meters or more. As it dove, a strange cry erupted from its beak.
It sounded like the wail of a newborn infant. It's a goo bird. Xuanling's face turned pale as she trembled. Even if they ran, they couldn't outrun this flying beast.
Despair had already settled deep within their hearts. Zheng Qianqiu and Tong Jingshu beside him felt the same. Such a powerful demonic creature was utterly beyond their ability to resist. On the other side, Diama was once again locked in combat with Fu Nian.
He dominated both opponents single-handedly, fighting with overwhelming force. Both opponents coughed up blood repeatedly. Jingshu, give it to me. Just as despair gripped the group, Xu Antian spoke. His voice carried a hint of excitement. Why had he come on this mission? Wasn't it to slay demons?
He could tolerate seeing that withered horse. But this goo-carved eagle was right before his eyes. How could he ignore it now? He had made up his mind he would cut down this goo-carved eagle.
All right. Tong Jingshu gritted his teeth and immediately activated his ability.
Her pupils shifted as she locked eyes with Xu Antian. Buzz. Xu Antian's mind buzzed, his blood surged through his veins, his heart pounded like a drum, and immense power coursed through his body. His eyes turned bloodshot, and the look he gave Tong Jingshu was as if he were about to devour her.
Tong Jingshu's face betrayed her worry, fearing Xu Antian would lose control. After all, her ability was a double-edged sword. While it amplified his strength, it also clouded his mind. Those with weak resolve would turn against her. Fortunately, her worries proved unfounded. After staring at her for 2 seconds, Xu Antian forcefully turned his head away, fixing his gaze on the giant goo bird soaring overhead. The Gue eagle, sensing someone's direct gaze, flashed a menacing glint in its eyes. It dove straight toward Xu Antian, its sharp talons reaching for the top of his head. Xu Antian raised his demon-slaying sword to block. Clang!
The moment the blade struck the demon eagle, it felt like striking solid iron, producing a crisp metallic clang. Yet it still managed to tear a small gash in the demon-slaying sword. The demon-slaying sword was far too sharp. The Gue bird, stung by the pain, flashed anger in its eyes. Its claws seized the demon-slaying sword, violently yanking Xu Antian into the air. As the ruler of the skies, it intended to tear this insect to shreds mid-air. It released its grip, hurling Xu Antian toward the ground, then folded its wings and dove straight down toward him. Its massive, hawk-like beak stabbed toward Xu Antian like a deadly blade. Below, Tong Jingshu's heart clenched in dread. Mid-air, Xu Antian had nowhere to brace himself. This seemed a near-certain death. Zhang Qianqiu closed his eyes, unable to bear the sight. Xu Antian was formidable, the most gifted Qi cultivator he had ever encountered. But heaven envies talents. Xu Antian was about to die. He regretted it. He should never have brought Xu Antian back this time. Xuanling remained silent. Xu Antian was already strong enough, but alas, his opponent was simply too powerful. After Xu Antian's death, it would be their turn. But just as the bird's beak was about to pierce Xu Antian, 2 transparent wings suddenly unfolded behind him. With a flutter, they evaded the poisonous eagle's strike. In that split second, Xu Antian drew the demon binding rope from his waist and flung it behind him. One end of the demon binding rope had a live loop, which snugly encircled the goo eagle's neck with pinpoint accuracy. He had been waiting for the goo bird all along, and thus was thoroughly prepared. With intent against unpreparedness, the demon eagle fell into the trap. He flapped his wings, pulling hard on the demon binding rope. The immense force nearly choked the demon bird, causing its body to plummet uncontrollably. It struggled fiercely, its beak pecking at the demon binding rope. Yet the more it struggled, the tighter the demon binding rope constricted. Xu Antian seized the moment, leaping onto the demon bird's back. The demon-slaying sword in his hand slashed fiercely toward the demon bird's neck. Splatter! A dull thud echoed as half the demon eagle's neck was severed. A torrent of blood gushed forth. A piercing, agonized scream echoed through the air for miles. Below, the withered horse that had been viciously attacking Fu Nian and the other man abruptly halted its assault, staring up in shock. Upon seeing the gruesome state of the gu-carved eagle, his eyes nearly popped out of their sockets. That was the gui bird he had raised since childhood, as close to him as family. It had survived over a dozen life or death crises alongside him. Now, it was about to be slain by a mere youth. "Stop!" he roared furiously. The iron pickaxe in his hand was hurled violently towards Xu Antian. But the distance was simply too great. By the time the iron pick reached Xu Antian, most of its force had dissipated. Xu Antian parried it with a single sword strike. The next instant, he raised his sword again and struck. Splatter! The neck of the gui bird snapped cleanly. Its massive body spun as it crashed toward the ground. Boom! The stone slabs beneath shattered instantly, leaving a gaping crater in the ground. The gui bird wasn't quite dead yet. Its wings flapped weakly a few times before finally going still. Xu Antian landed lightly on the ground, his wings vanishing behind him. Zheng Xianxiu stared blankly at Xu Antian, momentarily speechless. A chi cultivator at the Kaiyuan realm could actually fly. Who could tell him what Xu Antian couldn't do? What was there that Xu Antian couldn't accomplish? He desperately wanted to tell Xu Antian, "You're invincible." This wasn't meant as sarcasm, he genuinely believed Xu Antian was invincible. You're truly damned. Diama glared at the corpse of the gu-carved eagle, his eyes bulging as if they might pop out. "If you're going to fight, stop whining. Your voice is truly unbearable, like a castrated eunuch." Xu Antian scratched his ear. That high-pitched voice sounded exactly like a eunuch in the palace. "Kid, you're dead. No one can save you now." Diama glared at Xu Antian with murderous intent. If looks could kill, Xu Antian would have died several times over. Boom! The next second, Diama charged at Xu Antian, his jade-like hand slamming towards Xu Antian's forehead. Chapter 32, Old Man Deng, you kite. Damn! Is Xu Antian a rookie? I'd believe he's a veteran investigator. Fu Nian wiped the blood from his mouth, stunned. That formidable gu-carved statue had been sliced clean through by Xu Antian. This kid is too fierce. Now he was completely convinced Xu Antian had killed the vulture demon. After all, the proof was right before his eyes. It happened right in front of him. A gui bird, a man-eating demon of that caliber, couldn't possibly be weaker than the vulture demon. "He saved both our lives," Lian muttered hoarsely, clutching his stomach. Had Xu Antian not slain the gu jiao and drawn the attention of the dying horse, they might have been beaten to death. Of course, they were still in terrible shape now, their bodies nearly immobilized. But surviving was already a blessing. Haha, oldly, don't get too excited just yet. We both know the withered horse's strength. Xu Antian might not be able to hold it off. Fu Nian gave a helpless chuckle. Lian frowned, glancing towards Xu Antian's position. As Diama charged forward, Xu Antian had already activated his ghost armor. The ghost armor could only be used 3 times total, and he'd already used it twice in a single day. But he felt no regret whatsoever. Because he had killed Red Dog in Gu Diao. By any measure, he'd made a killing. Boom! He blocked the white jade hand of the withered horse, his body sent reeling backward by the impact. Diama's strength far surpassed that of the vulture demon. Each strike was heavy and powerful, surpassing his own strength. Fortunately, after consuming the tiger slaughter pill, his bones had grown sufficiently hardened. Combined with the defense of his ghost armor, it was utterly impossible for Diama to defeat him in the short term. Killing him was out of the question. Moreover, as time passed, he noticed Dismount's strength waning. Xu Antian glanced at Diama, whose forehead was already beaded with sweat. "Old Deng, are you this weak?" he exclaimed in surprise. Before facing him, Diama had already fought Fu Nian for quite some time. Given his youth, Xu Antian had reason to suspect that Diama was simply exhausted from excessive exertion. After all, youth holds an advantage in combat. Diama's face was grim. To swiftly eliminate Fu Nian and his companion, he had been fighting at full strength, which was why he could beat them half to death in just a few minutes. But he himself had also expended enormous energy. His original plan was to kill Fu Nian and his companion, then have the gu-carved statue eliminate these 4 youngsters and carry him away. But now, the gu-carved bird was dead. This ruined his entire plan. After all, this was the city center. The longer the fight dragged on, the more disadvantageous it became for him. Reinforcements from Bureau 749 could arrive at any moment. If he moved too slowly, he might never escape. "Don't get too cocky, kid. I've seen more salt than you've eaten rice." Diama snorted coldly. The next instant, a faint red glow emanated from his body. The glow surged, rapidly gathering upon his hands. His jade-white hands turned crimson. Then they slammed down towards Xu Antian. Xu Antian sensed the danger and chose not to confront it head-on. He spread his wings and flew backward, creating distance between himself and the withering horse. The current dying horse was clearly losing control. Only a fool would engage him head-on. Seeing Xu Antian's maneuver, the withered horse paused in surprise. Xu Antian had been charging headlong into every clash with him, leading him to instinctively assume this youth was utterly reckless.
Who could have imagined Xu Antian would suddenly stop being so stubborn?
His blood slaughter palm possessed immense power, and he was confident it could shatter the ghost armor protecting the youth.
But what if he couldn't land the strike?
His reflexes were sharp. Seeing he couldn't land the strike on Xu Antian,
he immediately turned and charged toward Tong Jingxiu and the other two. Run! Xuanling cried in alarm, grabbing the injured Zhang Qianqiu and dashing away. Tong Jingxiu followed behind.
Her strength was weaker, and her speed wasn't fast.
Xu Antian frowned.
The old man wasn't stupid after all.
Your opponent is me. Xu Antian flapped his wings and returned.
A mystical glow surged from the demon-slaying sword in his hand, its sword energy sweeping toward Diama.
Boom!
Diama spun around, shattering the sword chi with a single palm strike. But he himself was knocked back several steps. Anger flashed across his face as he felt the blow was utterly frustrating. He lunged forward, reaching out to grab Xu Antian, intent on pulling him from midair.
But Xu Antian was cunning.
The moment Diama made his move, he pulled away again.
If you've got the guts, don't run! Diama roared.
Old dang, I'm kite flying you.
Xu Antian sneered coldly.
It was clear Diama was growing impatient. But he wasn't in the least bit anxious. Once the rest of Unit 749 arrived, this old bastard would be finished. Diama was furious, yet he couldn't do a thing about Xu Antian. He turned, poised to attack Tong Jingxiu once more. But the moment he turned, a slash of sword energy came at him, forcing him to turn and block. After several such exchanges, Diama Fei was furious.
This kid was utterly unreasonable. Realizing he couldn't get the upper hand anytime soon, Diama suddenly considered fleeing.
He feigned pursuit of Tong Jingxiu, but in the instant of his charge, he shifted direction. Dodging the sword energy behind him, he dashed toward the road on the right.
Haha, kid, we may meet again someday. I remember you. Next time I see you, I'll cut you down. Diama spat out his threat, about to vanish into the crowd.
But just then, a woman in white charged from the side. A silver spear in her hand thrust violently toward Diama.
Diama was startled.
He scrambled to block the strike.
But the woman's attack was relentless.
Her spear moved like a dragon, constantly pressing the advantage against Diama.
After a dozen exchanges, a dull thud echoed. The silver spear pierced Diama's thigh. His body instantly lost its balance.
The next instant, the silver spear struck again.
Boom!
The spear had slammed into Diama's chest and abdomen, pinning him to the ground.
Blood spilled from Diama's mouth as he lay immobilized on the ground.
Its war god spear failing. The cream of the crop among official investigators.
She once single-handedly fought 5 opponents of equal rank. Rumor has it she can even defeat foes of higher tiers, though that remains unconfirmed.
Xuanling spoke the moment he saw the woman.
Xu Antian descended from midair.
Sustaining his spirit energy wings for such a prolonged period had taken a tremendous toll on him. This woman named Failing bore sharp, sword-like eyebrows and exuded the aura of a female warrior.
Xuanling, do all these official investigators have nicknames? Xu Antian asked curiously. Pretty much.
These nicknames, or rather monikers, align with their individual traits and are widely recognized by everyone, Xuanling nodded. When we break through to the Lianmai realm and become official investigators, we'll probably get nicknames too.
Xu Antian understood, yet couldn't help wondering what his own nickname might be. By the way, do you know Director Zhang? What's his nickname?
Xu Antian suddenly recalled the affable Zhang Herong. In his memory, every time he'd seen Zhang Herong, the man had been wearing a beaming smile.
The smiling Buddha. Xuanling's expression turned peculiar. Does that nickname have any special meaning?
Xu Antian asked, puzzled.
Well, I heard it from others.
Apparently, our director enjoys killing people with a smile, the kind where he's smiling at you 1 second and pulling out a knife to slash you the next.
Xuanling replied in a low voice. Xu Antian?
He felt a chill run down his spine. Zhang Herong had smiled at him plenty of times.
Chapter 33, Tong Jingxiu's Invitation, a Family Banquet? Are you all okay?
Failing asked as she approached the group after subduing the withered horse. Her voice was light and ethereal, like a lark's song. Sis Failing, if you'd arrived any later, old Li and I would have been done for.
Fu Nian forced a smile. You were lucky. I happened to be nearby on a mission. Otherwise, I might not have made it in time.
Failing slung her spear back over her shoulder. We only survived because that brother held off the withered horse. Otherwise, we wouldn't have lasted until you arrived. Lian spoke more words than usual.
Him?
Failing looked at Xu Antian in surprise. A flicker of insight passed through his eyes. Xu Antian's heart skipped a beat, feeling as if he'd been completely read.
Ha? Only at the 6th level of the Kaiyuan realm?
Failing raised an eyebrow, her mind filled with confusion.
He's only at the 6th level of the opening realm? How could he possibly block the withered horse?
Failing voiced her confusion aloud.
Fu Nian and Lian exchanged glances, both shaking their heads. Sister Failing, we don't know the full details either.
All we know is that this brother not only killed the vulture demon, disposed of the Gu eagle, but also held off the withered horse for several minutes. In the end, that withered horse fled, likely fearing our reinforcements would arrive. We've held out this long largely because of this brother, Funyan explained.
Is that so? Fei Ling frowned. With Funyan and Lian as eyewitnesses, it must be true.
She stepped before Xu Antian and murmured softly, "You also assisted in capturing the withered horse this time. His bounty points total 30,000. I'll share a portion with you and Funyan later."
Great. Xu Antian nodded happily. He still owed the Xuanling cultivation room over 7,000 points.
This time, after returning, it should be enough to repay the debt.
If he added the bounty points from the vulture demon, he'd even have a decent surplus left over. Senior Fei Ling, though this might not be the most appropriate setting, could I ask for your autograph? I'm your biggest fan.
Zhang Qianxiu, standing nearby and dragging his injured body, interjected.
Xu Antian glanced at Xuanling beside him and murmured in surprise, "Brother Zhang has a crush on Fei Ling?" Zhang Qianxiu was in such a state, yet he still asked for an autograph? That was beyond the pale.
Fei Ling is one of our bureau's most renowned geniuses. She has many admirers internally, Xuanling explained.
Brother Qiu really is a hopeless romantic, Tong Jingshu remarked, glancing sideways at Xu Antian. Passionate soul?
More like a pathetic sucker, Xu Antian thought to himself.
Fei Ling was actually quite easygoing. She took the pen and signed Zhang Qianxiu's shirt.
Zhang Qianxiu beamed with delight, grinning like a pig.
Then he came up to Xu Antian, "Brother Xu, sign one for me too." Xu Antian? Bro, I'm not into that.
Ha! No, I just figured with how awesome you are, Brother Xu, you'll make a name for yourself in the bureau sooner or later. When you become famous, this shirt will be a treasure.
Zhang Qianxiu explained.
You better hope that's the case. Tong Jingshu said with deadpan seriousness.
Don't worry. Zhang Qianxiu winked. In the end, he successfully fulfilled his wish, now sporting Xu Antian's signature on his chest. Soon, the Joint Investigation Bureau arrived. Over 20 police cars pulled up along the street. The Joint Investigation Bureau agents swiftly exited their vehicles and cordoned off the entire Hanhai building.
He Chang Wang hurried over, his forehead beaded with sweat upon seeing the massive corpse of the bug sculpture on the ground. These 749 operatives looked young, but each and every one was a formidable force. After briefly discussing the situation with Xuanling, they swiftly began handling the aftermath.
Funyan and several others were rushed to the nearest hospital for treatment. Xuanling accompanied Zhang Qianxiu to the hospital. Fei Ling didn't stay behind instead, she departed with Diama.
According to her, Diama was a demonic cultivator from the demon god sect and might carry valuable intelligence that needed to be brought back to base for detailed investigation. Xu Antian and Tong Jingshu returned to the temporary dormitory of the Joint Investigation Bureau. Inside the quarters, Xu Antian turned his inner vision inward.
Beneath the 8 trigrams demon refining furnace, flames blazed fiercely.
Within the furnace, the figures of the bug sculpture and the crimson hound were gradually being refined. However, complete refinement would still require considerable time. Both the crimson dog and the bug-carved statue were demon beasts at the linked veins realm. It seems the higher the realm of the demon I slay, the longer the 8 trigrams demon refining furnace requires to fully refine it.
Xu Antian speculated silently.
At this rate, it'll probably take a day or two, Xu Antian murmured. 2 days was a wait he could easily afford.
And Tian, are you free right now?
Tong Jingshu's soft, sweet voice drifted from outside the door.
So late at night, what brings you here, Jingshu?
Xu Antian opened the door, slightly puzzled. Outside, Tong Jingshu stood in a big bear pajama set, her hands clasped tightly in front of her.
What's up, Jingshu? Our mission is essentially complete.
Before heading back to base, I'd like to visit my home, Tong Jingshu said, her eyes lowered. The next moment, her cheeks flushed slightly.
I'd like to invite you to my place tomorrow.
Xu Antian paused, then a faint smile touched his lips.
Sure. Just come knock on my door tomorrow. MHM.
Tong Jingshu exhaled a barely perceptible sigh of relief, her tightly clenched hands finally relaxing. After glancing at Xu Antian one last time, she scampered back to the neighboring room.
Xu Antian shook his head and smiled, then turned to go back inside.
He hasn't been up to much lately, so visiting Tong Jingshu's place won't make any difference. 749 Longzhou Mountain Research Institute.
Captain Wang, good news. Xiao Gao's face lit up with a smile.
Xu Antian and the others are all alive, and Diama has been captured by Fei Ling.
What? Diama was captured? I recall he had a Gue eagle mount.
Several times we surrounded him, but that Gue eagle always let him escape.
Wasn't the Gue eagle present this time? Wang Yi sighed in relief yet exclaimed in surprise. It appeared, but it's dead. Oh. Did Fei Ling kill it?
Sigh, Fei Ling's killing intent is too strong.
It would have been so much better to bring that Gue bird back. The Bureau could have studied it, maybe even bred more Gue birds. Wang Yi sighed, feeling deeply regretful.
Captain Wang, it was Xu Antian who killed it, Xiao Gao corrected. Wang Yi's eyes widened in disbelief as he stared at Xiao Gao.
You mean Xu Antian killed the Gu Eagle? Gu Eagles aren't like vulture demons, they can fly and are incredibly agile. Even if Xu Antian had the strength to kill a vulture demon, could he possibly sprout wings and fly into the sky? Killed it just like that. This is the combat footage just transmitted back. Xiao Gao didn't waste words. He knew Wang He might react this way and had prepared accordingly. The footage played. On screen, Xu Antian was being dragged skyward by the Gu bird. Just as the Gui bird was about to bite him to death, wings sprouted from Xu Antian's back. Then turned the tables and killed the Gui bird. Wang He really has wings. His heart trembled. The worry, surprise, and shock of that single day equaled what he'd experienced in an entire year before. The footage continued to play. After Xu Antian killed the Gu bird, it drew the attention of the withered horse. Then he actually started fighting the withered horse. Could this kid be some hidden powerhouse infiltrating our 749 university? Wang He wondered. Xu Antian's records are fine. He probably just has exceptional cultivation talent, Xiao Gao explained. A bit higher? That's ing off the charts. Who in the entire Harbin Bureau 749 could kill a Lianmai realm cultivator at the Kaiyuan realm? Especially a top-tier Lianmai realm cultivator at the 8th tier. Send the footage to Director Zhang. Wang He said after a moment's thought. I wonder what expression Director Zhang, who's always smiling, will have when he sees this footage. He felt a bit curious. Unfortunately, Director Zhang was currently out of town on business and not at the bureau. Chapter 34, Wulong Mountain, the Dragon Python emerges. Wulong Mountain, Jishan City, Jishan Province. At this moment, the entire Wulong Mountain was sealed off by thousands of personnel from the United Investigation Bureau. The entire perimeter was sealed off, leaving no gaps. 2 days prior, a mysterious creature, a dragon python, had appeared on Wulong Mountain, attacking residents who had gone up for a stroll. Upon receiving the report, Bureau 749 of Jishur dispatched investigators to the scene. 12 full-time investigators were dispatched. The final report confirmed that there were not one, but 2 dragon pythons, a male and a female. They were incubating a clutch of dragon python eggs. The dragon python's power had reached the Sha Gang realm. Following this incident, Jishan City took it extremely seriously. Immediately joining forces with Harbin City, they dispatched over 100 official investigators. The bureau chiefs and directors of both cities personally led the operation. This morning, both dragon pythons were successfully subdued and are currently undergoing containment and transfer procedures. Brother Heron, thank you for your timely support. Stay a couple more days. I have century-old tea, let's savor it together. Director Song Xiancheng of Jishur Bureau 749 offered with a smile. These 2 dragon pythons possessed formidable power, valuable insights could likely be gleaned from studying them. Not to mention, dragon python blood alone holds extraordinary value. No need for that. Harbin and Jilin are neighbors, helping each other is only natural, Zhang Herong replied with a smile. Ever since the Golden Tower phenomenon appeared, powerful demons have been emerging everywhere, many even legendary creatures. Our Bureau 749 bears a heavy burden. At this point, Song Xianqing's smile vanished. Isn't the urgent establishment of Unit 749 University precisely to address this crisis? A great era is upon us. Zhang Herong nodded. We're severely understaffed now. We can only recruit talented individuals from the common folk below to join Unit 749. But those who can truly make a decisive difference are the high-tier chi cultivators. They can't be of much use for the time being. Brother Heron, no need to fret. Don't we still have us old codgers around? That should give them ample time to grow. Song Xianqing interjected. Indeed. Brother Xianqing speaks wisely. I shan't linger, for tea. Harbin still needs me to hold the fort. Alright, I won't keep you. I'll have someone deliver what I promised you later. Song Xianqing nodded. Zhang Herong departed Wulong Mountain and boarded the military aircraft, returning to Harbin. He picked up his phone to check the latest messages. Why is Xiao Gao sending me all these videos? Zhang Herong wondered as he tapped to open them. Xu Antian? As he watched, the smile faded from Zhang Herong's face, replaced by an increasingly peculiar expression. He had always liked Xu Antian's personality, and because of his orphan status, he had initially taken care of him. But he never imagined that after just a few days of his absence, Xu Antian would pull off such a major feat. A Kaiyuan realm cultivator slaying a 3rd-tier Lianmai realm vulture demon, and then single-handedly holding his own against an 8th-tier Lianmai realm dying horse. Such power and potential surpassed even his own youthful days. The new generation is pushing the old aside. Zhang Herong's face regained its smile. Harbin City, Jiangbei District Joint Investigation Bureau. Xu Antian stared at the luxury sports car before him, somewhat surprised. Who would have thought Tong Jingshu was a rich kid too? Miss, please get in. The master and young master are waiting for you at home. A middle-aged man in his 40s, dressed in a suit, stepped out of the car to greet her. Yes, Uncle Fu. Tong Jingshu nodded. She then helped Xu Antian into the car. Does this mean I have to start calling you Miss Tong now? Xu Antian asked half-jokingly as he settled into the car. Just call me Xiao Shu. Tong Jingshu murmured softly.
Uncle Fu, seated in the front row, felt a pang of surprise. Xiao Shu was their young mistress's childhood nickname, one usually reserved only for the master of the house. He hadn't expected a friend to use it voluntarily. It seemed the young lady and this Xu Antian fellow shared a special bond.
Heh, good. Xiao Shu.
Xu Antian chuckled softly, nodding as he deliberately drew out the last syllable.
Tong Jingshu's cheeks flushed slightly. She even reached out and pinched his arm.
But seemingly afraid of hurting him, she barely used any force. It felt more like a gentle touch.
Oh, you dare hit your captain. How dare you? Just you wait, I'll teach you a lesson. Xu Antian feigned anger and struck back.
He and Tong Jingshu soon became entangled in a playful scuffle.
The sports car was filled with a joyful atmosphere.
It took a while for things to gradually quiet down. The sports car came to a smooth stop. Xu Antian and the others stepped out to find a 4-story estate before them.
Surrounding the estate were lush green lawns dotted with vibrant flowers of every hue.
At the estate's entrance, a square-faced middle-aged man and a teenager of 13 or 14 emerged, surrounded by 7 or 8 servants.
Sister! You're finally back. I've missed you so much.
The boy dashed to the car door, his voice brimming with joy.
Did you bring me anything fun? Tong Jingshu peered into the car after stepping out. Tong Lan. Mind your manners.
Tong Jingshu shot her younger brother a fierce glare, activating her bloodline suppression.
Tong Lan immediately ducked his head, clearly terrified of his older sister. Ha, Xiao Shu, is this Xu Antian, the classmate you mentioned to me? Just then, the square-faced middle-aged man spoke with a light chuckle.
Yes, he's been very kind to me at school, Tong Jingshu replied, her cheeks flushing slightly.
Hello, uncle. Xu Antian stepped forward to greet him, presenting the gift he had brought.
Inside are some demon meats, which can be beneficial for ordinary people's physical constitution. It contained tiger demon meat and bug carved meat, along with a set of tiger bones and a tiger loin.
Tong Hai's heart sank. Since his daughter entered 749 University, he had invested considerable effort in researching the institution. He knew 749 was a special national department dealing with things beyond the imagination of ordinary people.
The demon meat before him likely came from such sources.
He never imagined he'd one day get to taste such rare delicacies. Heh, you're too kind. Come on in and take a seat. Tong Hai smiled warmly, inviting Xu Antian into the estate. Everyone took their seats in the first floor hall.
After exchanging pleasantries, Tong Hai began inquiring about Tong Jingshu's recent activities at Unit 749 University. It was clear Tong Hai cared deeply for Tong Jingshu.
Xu Antian listened quietly from the side, occasionally chiming in with a few words.
Brother Su, I heard that everyone at 749 University can cultivate. They can fly through the skies, traverse the earth, and even stir up the seas like in novels.
Is that true?
Tong Lan had quietly approached Xu Antian and whispered the question.
Novels are all made up. You actually believe that?
We just have a bit more strength and can run a little faster, Xu Antian explained.
Oh. Tong Lan looked a bit disappointed.
But her eyes quickly lit up again.
Brother Su, what about that demon meat you brought? Are there really demons in our world? Demons do exist, Xu Antian replied, but they're just a bit more formidable than ordinary beasts. Nothing that exaggerated. Brother Su, no, brother-in-law. Could you teach me how to cultivate? Put. Xu Antian spit out a mouthful of tea. What did you just call me? Tong Lan. Are you trying to get yourself killed?
Tong Jingshu, who was nearby, clearly heard it too and instantly lost her temper. She grabbed Tong Lan by the collar with one hand and marched toward the door, clearly intent on disciplining her younger brother.
Xu Antian, sitting on the sofa, felt a bit awkward.
Tong Hai was staring at him.
Uncle, please don't misunderstand.
Xiao Shu and I share a pure friendship between classmates, nothing more, Xu Antian explained nervously.
Tong Hai withdrew his gaze, thinking, you call her Xiao Shu and still try to play innocent with me?
I don't oppose young people pursuing love freely, Tong Hai said, taking a sip of tea as he tested the waters.
Xu Antian breathed a sigh of relief.
Parents as understanding as you are becoming increasingly rare these days.
He realized he was actually feeling a bit nervous. The pressure felt heavier than when slaying demons.
Hearing Xu Antian's near acknowledgement, Tong Hai sighed inwardly. His daughter was still on his mind. Truthfully, he'd already suspected something when Xiao Shu brought Xu Antian home. After all, before this, Xiao Shu had never brought classmates home.
Xu Antian was the first.
He paused thoughtfully before saying, her mother and I divorced early on. I raised Xiao Shu almost entirely on my own. This child has always been remarkably sensible and deeply emotional. Regardless of how things turn out between you two, I hope you won't hurt her feelings. Xu Antian wanted to protest. After all, he and Tong Jingshu weren't officially dating, just mutually attracted. But seeing Tong Hai's utterly serious expression, he nodded slightly. At the foot of the second floor staircase, Tong Jingshu caught Xu Antian's expression and a faint smile touched her lips.
Sis, shouldn't you thank me? Tong Lan blinked innocently.
But what met her gaze was Tong Jingshu's open palm.
Murdering your own brother. Tong Lan screamed in pain. Chapter 35, Night Meeting, Tong Jingshu's Boldness. At noon, Xu Antian stayed for lunch. At the table, everyone chatted cheerfully.
Tong Hai proactively downed over a dozen shots of strong liquor with Xu Antian, as if he wanted to prove his authority as the head of the household.
The result? Tong Hai successfully drank himself into a stupor. He remained unconscious until evening.
Though it was Xu Antian's first time drinking, as a qi cultivator, his body could withstand even minor toxins, let alone alcohol.
That evening, Xu Antian stayed overnight at the Tong residence.
While cultivating, he received a message from Zhang Qianxiu, arranging to return to the Longzhou mountain base by noon the next day. Zhang Qianxiu's injuries were now under control, but full recovery required returning to the base for recuperation. This meant Xu Antian's plan to sell the 2 perfect awakening pills at the market would fall through. There simply wasn't enough time. Still, he wasn't in a rush. He could find another opportunity when he went out on missions later.
Glancing at the time, it was already midnight.
Since becoming a qi cultivator, his stamina had greatly increased. Even now, he remained wide awake, feeling no trace of drowsiness.
Antian, are you asleep? I can't sleep.
Tong Jingshu's voice came from outside the door.
Xu Antian opened the door.
Outside, Tong Jingshu stood in a black silk nightgown, her head slightly bowed. Whether intentional or not, a generous expanse of snow-white skin was exposed at her chest.
Xu Antian was instantly drawn to the sight. Would you like to come in and sit for a while? He invited. MHM. Tong Jingshu nodded, stepping inside and sitting on the edge of the bed. A brief silence hung in the air. Tong Jingshu broke the silence first. What do you think we should do if we face another crisis like yesterday's?
Crises are inevitable. We just have to keep improving ourselves, Xu Antian replied after a moment of thought. After all, Bureau 749 deals with these kinds of things. Danger is inevitable.
I've been thinking. I might die on a mission someday. What? Don't you trust me as your leader? With me here, you'll always die after me. Xu Antian sensed Tong Jingshu's unease and tried to reassure her.
Of course I trust you.
Tong Jingshu met Xu Antian's gaze. But I don't want to leave any regrets. I like you. Xu Antian's heart skipped a beat. Just as he was about to speak.
But Tong Jingshu reached out and covered his mouth.
Don't talk. Kiss me.
As the words fell, Tong Jingshu drew closer.
Xu Antian watched her lips draw ever closer. He leaned in to meet them.
If a girl could be this proactive, what was stopping him? The moment their lips touched, Tong Jingshu's body visibly tensed. Then, a soft, fragrant tongue slipped inside. They fell onto the bed, quickly becoming entangled. Xu Antian watched soccer all day long, and today he finally got his hands on the ball. But just as he thought this was the extent of it, Tong Jingshu's pupils suddenly changed. She had unleashed her ability directly upon Xu Antian. Xu Antian, who had retained some semblance of rationality, instantly succumbed. With his blood surging, he couldn't care less about anything else. He lunged forward, pinning her beneath him. Outside the door, Tong Lan tiptoed cautiously to the entrance. He had just seen his sister slip into Xu Antian's room. Hearing the sounds from inside, he froze for a moment, then flushed crimson and scampered away. The next day, near noon, Tong Jingshu slipped out of Xu Antian's room, though her gait seemed slightly awkward, and she frowned occasionally. Inside the room, Xu Antian surveyed the bed's disarray and shook his head. Fortunately, he was stronger than Tong Jingshu. Otherwise, he might have lost the fight. Even now, his legs felt weak. After washing up, he left the room. But the moment he stepped out, he spotted Tong Lan lurking around suspiciously. Brother-in-law. Tong Lan's eyes lit up upon seeing Xu Antian, and she immediately ran over. Xu Antian looked at him. Brother-in-law, I know everything about you and sister last night. If you don't want Dad to find out, teach me cultivation. Tong Lan whispered. Threatening me? Xu Antian raised an eyebrow. This Tong Lan was quite the little schemer. He'd even schemed against him. Go ahead. See if your sister beats you to death when she finds out. Xu Antian walked away immediately. Tong Lan froze, then chased after him, her face tear-streaked. Brother-in-law, I beg you. I really want to cultivate. Xu Antian halted. Wanting to cultivate isn't wrong, but you're far too young. Wait until you turn 18 and apply to 749 University. With that, he paid Tong Lan no further mind and walked away. He was still just a freshman himself. How could he teach Tong Lan? If he taught her wrong, he wouldn't be able to explain it to Tong Jingshu. After lunch, Xu Antian and Tong Jingshu left together, heading to the hospital to meet up with Zhang Qianxiu and the others. The four of them got into a car and headed back to the Longzhou mountain base. I submitted our mission report yesterday. The completion bonus was released this morning, a total of 1,200 points. As agreed, we'll split these points evenly among the four of us. I've already had headquarters transfer them directly to our accounts, Zhang Qianxiu said, turning from the passenger seat. All right.
Xu Antian nodded.
He had no objections whatsoever after all, this had been agreed upon beforehand.
Also, Su, you should check your app, the bounty points should be in there too.
Zhang Qianqiu reminded him.
Xu Antian nodded and opened the app to check.
He discovered his points had surged to over 18,000.
Two large deposits stood out, one for 10,000 points and another for 8,000.
The 10,000 points came from the bounty on the vulture demon, while Xu Antian guessed the remaining 8,000 points were his share from assisting in capturing the withered horse, distributed by Fei Ling. After just one outing, he had suddenly become rich. This time back, he could not only pay off the debt to the Xuanling cultivation room but still have plenty left over. Of course, his greatest gain was the demons he had slain. He looked inward and saw that the 8 trigrams demon refining furnace within his mind had gone out. Within its body lay 2 golden pills, resting quietly. Refining the crimson dog spirit essence, rewarded with 1 tempering body pill. Refining the spirit essence of the goo carving demon, rewarded with 1 sudden enlightenment pill. Body tempering pill, consuming this pill tempers the physique, greatly enhancing flesh and blood strength. Enlightenment pill, consumption induces a state of sudden enlightenment, lasting 3 days. These are both excellent items. Xu Antian felt a surge of delight. Especially the enlightenment pill, this item could put him into an enlightenment state. In this state, both his cultivation speed and comprehension would skyrocket. Last time, when he unexpectedly entered the state of sudden enlightenment in the Xuanling cultivation chamber, his cultivation level had surged by 3 tiers in just 2.5 days. If he continued cultivating in the Mystic Spirit cultivation chamber this time, he felt he had a strong chance of directly breaking through to the Linked Veins realm. During this outing, he had faced multiple crises and even clashed several times with Qi cultivators at the Lianmai realm. Though he emerged victorious each time, he was now reflecting on his own shortcomings. The most glaring flaw was his limited repertoire of combat techniques, relying almost exclusively on swordplay. It was only because the vulture demon chose to fight him to the death, desperate to kill him, that he succeeded. Otherwise, if the vulture demon had focused solely on escape, it would have been extremely difficult to kill him. In fact, had the vulture demon kite him, wearing him down until his ghost armor technique faded, he likely wouldn't have stood a chance. This was entirely due to his low cultivation level. The foundational realm was merely the initial stage of cultivation for Qi cultivators, offering few combat techniques to learn. Practitioners primarily relied on their physical bodies, harnessing their strength to master various combat skills. Only upon breaking through to the linked meridian realm, where the body's acupoints interconnect to form Qi meridians, could one cast simple spells. Chapter 36, Blowing up the test dummy with 1 punch. It really wasn't my fault. As evening approached, Xu Antian and his group successfully returned to base. Returning to the dormitory, Xu Antian slipped back into his bedroom while Tong Jingxu was washing up. He eagerly swallowed the body tempering pill. The body tempering pill melted instantly upon entering his mouth, transforming into a surge of heat that spread throughout his entire body. His skin temperature rapidly rose, turning crimson. Wispy heat rose from his skin, as if scorched by raging flames. His muscles swelled, pulsing rhythmically like breathing. The sensation was profoundly comfortable, without any discomfort whatsoever. Xu Antian circulated the Killing Sutra, guiding the potency to flow throughout his body, fortifying every corner of his physique. As time passed, his muscles grew firmer, their lines becoming more even and fluid. Finally, the potency faded. Xu Antian clenched his fists, feeling his strength had increased dramatically. Suddenly, he caught a whiff of a foul odor. He looked down at himself and discovered a small amount of oily substance appearing on his skin surface. He scrambled off the bed, stripped off his clothes, and raced toward the bathroom. Then, he saw Tong Jingxu. The two stared at each other, frozen for a full 3 seconds. Gulp! Xu Antian swallowed hard. Xiaoshu, I need to wash up too. Tong Jingxu instinctively covered her private parts. Her face flushed slightly at his words, her voice as soft as a mosquito's buzz. Aha! Let me help you. Tong Jingxu directed the showerhead towards Xu Antian. The next morning, Xu Antian and Tong Jingxu left the dormitory together, heading toward the cafeteria. Tong Jingxu linked her arm through Xu Antian's, occasionally frowning. Don't do that again next time. Tong Jingxu whispered. Okay. Xu Antian nodded, feeling a bit embarrassed. After things had progressed that far last night, what followed was only natural. In the heat of the moment, he'd even practiced several advanced martial arts techniques. Xiaoshu still hadn't recovered. Now that Xu Antian had plenty of points, he treated himself to a luxurious demon beast feast at the cafeteria. It cost him a full 20 points. The beasts he had slain in Harbin would take several more days for the Joint Investigation Bureau to transport to the base. Once the demon meat arrived, he could eat the flesh of his own kills and save his points. After breakfast, the two arrived punctually at the square for morning training. Teacher Tang, we're back. Xu Antian reported to Tang Jing. Right. Now that you're back, focus on your studies. You've already missed several sessions. Tang Jing nodded slightly, gesturing for them to return to their seats. You've been at 749 University for a week now. Today, I'll test you to see what level you're currently at. If you show no progress over 4 consecutive weeks, you'll be expelled from the White Tiger class.
We don't want useless people in our White Tiger class. Tang Jing addressed the students before her. Is this even a test?
I should be fine, I'm already at the 7th level of the Kaiyuan realm.
Oomph, what's the big deal about the 7th level?
I'm already at the 8th level of the Kaiyuan realm, and I've even mastered a new sword technique.
I'm also at the 8th level of the Kaiyuan realm. The assessment shouldn't be a problem.
I plan to take on a mission and go out for training soon. Below, the students buzzed with discussion. Alright, the test requires specialized equipment.
Everyone, follow me. Tanya gave a quick order, then led everyone away from the square toward the other side.
Moments later, they arrived at the testing room. The testing room was filled with various testing instruments.
Staff members were stationed beside each device. Several other students were currently queuing up for their tests. Xu Antian spotted several familiar faces among them.
Jianyu, Shin Shuiwei, Hongwu, Hong Yuan, the chubby Jiang Wu. Sensing someone behind them, Shin Shuiwei and the others turned around curiously. Jianyu immediately lowered his head and turned away the moment he saw Xu Antian. Shin Shuiwei gave a slight nod in acknowledgement.
The Hong brothers, Hongwu and Hong Yuan, nonchalantly averted their gaze. As for the chubby Jiang Wu, he waved at Xu Antian and greeted him with a smile. Xu Antian responded with a light nod.
The first test was strength.
Any part of the body could be used to strike the dummy.
Jianyu, 7th tier of the Kaiyuan realm, strength 2100 gene. Shin Shuiwei, 9th layer of the Kaiyuan realm, strength 3600 gene. Hongwu, 7th tier of the Kaiyuan realm, strength 2200 gene. Jiangwu, 8th layer of the Kaiyuan realm, strength 2800 gene.
Staff members nearby recorded each assessment result.
According to records, the strength limit for typical Kaiyuan realm cultivators is 3000 gene. Shin Shuiwei has surpassed that limit. That Shin Shuiwei is quite famous in the vermilion bird class. She's exceptionally talented and cultivates rapidly already at the 9th tier of the Kaiyuan realm. Rumor has it she's preparing to break through to the Lianmai realm.
She's that strong and still in the vermilion bird class? Our White Tiger class will definitely crush them later. White Tiger class students murmured among themselves.
There weren't many students in the testing room, and soon it was the White Tiger class's turn. Sun Lanyue, 8th layer of the opening heaven realm, strength 3000 gene. Pu, 7th layer of the opening heaven realm, strength 2700 gene. Zhang Ting, 9th tier of the Kaiyuan realm, strength 3400 gene. Tong Jingshu, 7th tier of the founding realm, strength 2800 gene. Before the test, the students of the White Tiger class were brimming with confidence. After the test, they discovered that not a single one of them surpassed Shin Shuiwei in strength.
Shin Shuiwei seemed to be the absolute ceiling.
Up ahead, Shin Shuiwei and the others glanced back.
It was Xu Antian's turn. Xu Antian glanced at the dummy in front of him.
Then he raised his fist and struck.
Boom! The deafening roar drew everyone's attention. The sound was simply too loud.
The staff nearby froze in place. In all his years of testing, he'd never seen anyone blow up a dummy like that. Had he not reacted quickly, he would have been caught in the blast. He stared at Xu Antian as if he were a freak of nature.
It must be a problem with the dummy, right? Xu Antian frowned. He hadn't even used much force. This dummy sure can't take a beating. If he had to pay for the damage. Tang's lips twitched slightly. Even she, usually so stern, couldn't hold back her amusement. This test dummy was specifically designed for new students at the Kaiyuan realm. Theoretically, it should be able to withstand up to 5000 gene of force. After all, no Kaiyuan realm cultivator had ever unleashed 5000 gene of force. The entire Great Xia Kingdom's record stands at just 4900 gene.
Yet now, Xu Antian had shattered this dummy.
What immense power must that have been?
In the distance, Shin Shuiwei, who had grown somewhat arrogant due to her own 3600 gene strength, silently lowered her head.
I'm still too weak. I need to keep pushing myself.
Jianyu, standing nearby, trembled visibly.
If that punch had landed on him. Brother Yuan, whenever we see Xu Antian from now on, we'd better take a detour. Hongwu whispered to Hong Yuan.
Jiang Wu narrowed his eyes slightly, lost in thought.
Teacher Tang, what's this supposed to mean? Should we test it again? Xu Antian was also curious about his current strength. Tanya pondered for a moment before nodding. Follow me. There's another dummy over there.
She led Xu Antian to another dummy.
This was the dummy for the Lianmai realm test. Chapter 37, How can you chase when you can't even see their back? Teacher Tang, this dummy should be fine, right? Xu Antian confirmed beforehand.
He was genuinely afraid of getting it blown up again. If he had to pay for it, he'd be in big trouble.
It won't. Go ahead with confidence.
I'll take responsibility if anything happens.
Tanya assured him earnestly. The test dummy for the Pulse Realm test could withstand 25,000 gene. No matter how strong Xu Antian was, could he really blow up this dummy? She certainly didn't believe it would.
The earlier commotion had been so loud that everyone had stopped testing and was now focused on Xu Antian's final results. The staff member overseeing the Kaiyuan realm dummy had even come over. They held notebooks, ready to record the results. "Alright then, I'm going in." Xu Antian nodded. He raised his fist and slammed it into the dummy's abdomen. The numbers on the screen above surged wildly. Finally, it stopped at 5,600 gene. Phew, thank goodness it wasn't too outrageous. Tang Yushu exhaled in relief. Even so, Xu Antian had shattered the Great Xia Kingdom's record. Xu Antian, 6th tier of the Kaiyuan realm, strength 5,600 gene. The staff member announced excitedly. He felt like he was witnessing history. 5,500 gene. The students present fell into collective silence upon hearing the figure. The testing room instantly turned into a library. Compared to Xu Antian, who dares call themselves a genius? Who dares claim astonishing talent? They were all mere juniors. But just then, Xu Antian threw another punch. Boom! The numbers above the dummy surged upward once more. 6,600 gene. Boom! Xu Antian delivered a kick. 8,800 gene. Boom! Xu Antian rammed his shoulder into the dummy. 14,000 gene. Not bad. Xu Antian halted his movement. This was nearly his current maximum strength. Tanya was grinding her teeth in frustration. For an ordinary 9th tier Lianmai realm cultivator, strength typically hovered around 15,000 gene. Some geniuses can achieve strength levels around 20,000 gene. Of course, this is without the amplification of magical techniques. With her current strength at the 3rd level of the Lianmai realm, a typical strike would only exert a force of around 6,000 gene. Xu Antian had achieved a staggering 14,000 gene. Even with spell amplification, she couldn't match that level of power. Her student was stronger than her. How could she possibly teach him? She felt like she was going to lose her mind. Consider this, Xu Antian was currently only at the 6th tier of the opening realm. The 6th tier of the opening heaven realm is roughly equivalent to the high tier of the connecting veins realm. What kind of prodigy is this? Tong Jingshu, who knew Xu Antian well, was also taken aback. She knew Xu Antian was strong, but never imagined he'd be this powerful. Is he even human? And such overwhelming power. Xu Antian simply said, "Not bad." Tanya fell completely silent. The teachers of the Vermilion Bird class and Black Tortoise class also fell silent. The entire testing room fell silent. Dead silence. Xinshuyue's gaze locked onto Xu Antian, feeling as though her resolve was shattering. With over 5,000 points of power, she could still catch up if she pushed herself. But 14,000 gene. That gap was simply too vast. She had no idea how she could possibly bridge it. Xu Antian's figure was already out of sight. "Teacher Tang, shall we continue the test?" Xu Antian broke the silence. After handling matters here, he still planned to head to the Xuanling cultivation room this afternoon. He didn't want to waste too much time. Tanya exhaled slowly, forcing herself to steady her emotions. She was the teacher, she had to stay composed. "Testing resumes," she declared. Soon, with the staff's organization, the testing line regained order. The second test was a speed test. Participants had to stand on the testing platform and run at 5 times the force of gravity to measure their speed. Xinshuyue, 18 seconds for the 100-meter dash. Zhang Wu, 20 seconds for 100 meters. Under the influence of gravity, their speeds inevitably slowed down. After completing their tests, all attention shifted to Xu Antian. They were intensely curious to see what speed Xu Antian could achieve. The moment Xu Antian stepped onto the gravity field, he felt immense pressure bearing down on him. But this force was neutralized the moment he exerted a little effort. Boom! He stomped his foot, and his figure vanished from the spot. Xu Antian, 100 meters in 4 seconds. Though they already knew Xu Antian's test results would be extraordinary, the crowd was utterly stunned upon witnessing it firsthand. That speed was too fast, as if gravity had no effect on Xu Antian whatsoever. But Tanya and the other teachers understood it was Xu Antian's immense strength that had counteracted gravity itself. Didn't you see the multiple footprints he left on the gravity force field? In the final total spiritual energy test, Xu Antian still came in first. Yet the crowd had grown somewhat numb to it. In other words, they'd only be surprised if Xu Antian didn't come in first. Xu Antian couldn't care less about what these people thought. After the tests concluded, he and Tanya requested leave to practice in the Xuanling training room that afternoon. He was currently having lunch with Tong Jingshu in the cafeteria. "Jingshu, when did you break through to the 7th level of the Kaiyuan realm?" Xu Antian asked curiously. He remembered Tong Jingshu had only been at the 6th level of the Kaiyuan realm before. "Back at my place." Tong Jingshu replied. "My succubus's second talent was likely unlocked that very night." "Second innate talent?" Xu Antian exclaimed in surprise. Tong Jingshu's first innate ability resembled enchantment, capable of clouding a target's mind and driving them into madness. What was this second talent? Tong Jingshu glanced around, finding no one nearby. She explained in a low voice, her cheeks flushed. It seems I can cultivate through that. Her face flushed scarlet, the words difficult to utter.
Ha! Xu Antian instantly understood.
He hadn't expected Tong Jingshu's ability to be so powerful she could cultivate while lying down or even on her stomach.
And without spending any points.
Unlike him, who still had to go to the Xuanling cultivation room to practice. Am I going to get drained dry? He worried immediately afterward. But then he remembered it had already happened twice, and he hadn't felt any discomfort.
He didn't dwell on it too much. Little book, I wholeheartedly support your cultivation. If you ever need anything in the future, you can come to me anytime. Xu Antian said earnestly.
Whether there was any self-interest behind his words remained unknown.
MHM. Tong Jingshu nodded, avoiding Xu Antian's gaze. Her legs still ached a little. After finishing their meal, Xu Antian escorted Tong Jingshu back to her dormitory.
He then intended to head to the Xuanling cultivation room. But before he could step out of the dormitory, someone was already looking for him outside. He looked at the two strangers before him with confusion. You're Xu Antian, right? One of the tall men asked coldly.
And you are? Xu Antian inquired.
I'm Tu Long, a 2-star certified investigator.
This is my younger brother, Tu Hong. We're here for one reason, my brother will be moving into your dorm. I expect you to get along amicably.
Tu Long stated in a commanding tone.
Xu Antian raised an eyebrow. What did this mean? Did you get permission from a teacher or the dorm supervisor? Don't you know dorm rooms can be seized? Tu Long frowned. Then have your brother come and seize it. Xu Antian replied coolly.
The other's attitude ignited his own anger.
Xu Antian, I know you have some skill, you defeated sword madness. But I'm an official investigator. Even at the pulse realm level, you'd better give me some face. Let my brother move in. Tu Long threatened. His brother wasn't strong enough to defeat Xu Antian in a fight. That was precisely why he had come. Besides, it wasn't convenient for him to get involved personally. Xu Antian was a freshman at 749 University.
The rules governing dormitory disputes only applied to new students. As a full-fledged investigator, it wouldn't be right for him to lay a hand on Xu Antian. Even if he won, he'd be ridiculed by other investigators. That's why he tried reasoning with Xu Antian. Chapter 38, Are we that close? Why should I give you face? Are we that close? Why should I give you face? Xu Antian stared straight at Tu Long. This guy starts barking orders at him right off the bat. Who does he think he is? He really thought he was a dish on the table. Give you face? You've got some nerve. Humph. Xu Antian. Are you sure you want to provoke me? Tu Long's gaze turned fierce. He tried to intimidate Xu Antian. But Xu Antian wasn't afraid at all. He dared to confront a great demon at the pulse realm, let alone a mere Tu Long. Got anything else to say? If not, move aside. Xu Antian had no intention of engaging with Tu Long. This guy was clearly not right in the head. He was clearly missing a screw. Think you can just walk away? No way. Today, you'll agree whether you want to or not. Tu Long stood firmly in Xu Antian's path, his tone unyielding. What if I refuse? Xu Antian's expression turned cold. Humph. If you don't agree, I'll cripple you first, then have my brother beat you. Tu Long snorted coldly, looking down his nose at Xu Antian. Though he didn't want to resort to such measures if Xu Antian truly refused to cooperate. He'd have no choice but to swallow his pride and deal with Xu Antian. After all, he only had this one younger brother. The concentration of spiritual energy in Xu Antian's dorm room was the highest in the entire 749 University district. Naturally, the items he gave his brother were the finest. Their conversation drew a crowd of students. Most were students from the White Tiger class. They all stared at Tu Long with strange looks. A formal investigator. He must be pretty powerful. Of course. One of the strict requirements to become a formal investigator is reaching the linked veins realm. Lian my realm? Then Xu Antian should be able to beat him, right? Students murmured among themselves. Tu Long frowned. Why did that sound so strange? Shouldn't he be crushing Xu Antian outright? An intern investigator at the founding realm, he could handle him with one hand. Fine, then go ahead. Xu Antian nodded. You really aren't afraid at all. But let me tell you, you should be afraid of me. Tu Long snorted coldly, simultaneously extending his palm to strike at Xu Antian. His other hand remained clasped behind his back. He intended to defeat Xu Antian with one hand alone, making him recognize the gap between them. Xu Antian watched the palm hurtling toward him. A faint smile curved his lips. He swiftly sidestepped, taking a quick step forward. Dodging the palm strike, he slammed a fist into Tu Long's midsection. Boom! A thunderous explosion sent Tu Long flying backward. Clutching his stomach, his body curled into a shrimp-like position. Kneeling on the ground, the pain left him unable to stand for a moment. Whoa! Brutal, absolutely brutal. Xu Antian's strength is real. That power test was no joke.
14,000 gene utterly terrifying. Tu Long looked so miserable, it hurts just watching. The surrounding students wore expressions that said, that's exactly what he deserved. Tu Long's face twisted in agony. He never imagined he'd be defeated by a single punch. The contrast was too stark. He found it hard to believe for a moment. How is this possible? Aren't you at the founding realm? How can you be this strong? Tu Long exclaimed in shock. Who said the founding realm can't be this powerful? Xu Antian stepped before Tu Long. He then raised his foot, crushing Tu Long's face into the ground. Now tell me, do you still want your dignity? Xu Antian. You're bullying me. Tu Long struggled desperately. But Xu Antian's foot pressed down with immense force, like a mountain, impossible to break free from. So what if I bully you? Xu Antian said indifferently. Thud. He raised his foot and stomped down hard. Buzz. Tu Long's brain buzzed violently, as if it might explode. If Xu Antian applied just a bit more force, his brain would be crushed. In that moment, he finally knew he was done for. Gritting his teeth against the pain, he took a deep breath. Xu Antian, today I, Tu Long, admit defeat. I apologize to you. Not sincere. I shouldn't have come to provoke you. It's my fault. I'm sorry. Speak up. I can't hear you. I'm sorry. Tu Long practically shouted. That's more like it. Xu Antian nodded slightly. Then he delivered another kick, sending Tu Long flying backward. Tu Long nearly choked on his anger. He'd apologized, yet Xu Antian still attacked him. Xu Antian couldn't care less about that, and certainly wouldn't hold back. Tu Long wasn't truly sorry, he was just scared. He paid no attention to the people around him. He pushed through the crowd and continued rushing toward the Xuanling cultivation chamber. Moments later, he successfully reached the Xuanling cultivation room. Xu Antian? Why are you here again? Without points, you can't enter the Xuanling cultivation room. The staff recognized Xu Antian at a glance. Mainly because Xu Antian still owed their department over 7,000 points. That's why he was so memorable. Who says I don't? I'm here to settle my debt and do some training while I'm at it. Xu Antian hadn't expected to be looked down upon. He was tempted to slap the points right in the guy's face, just to make him see clearly. What? You're here to pay your debt? Are you sure? The staff member was astonished. It had only been a few days. Where on earth had Xu Antian gotten so many points? Of course. Quick, show me the QR code. Xu Antian urged. He was eager to get back to his cultivation. The staff member suspiciously pulled out the QR code for receiving points. Xu Antian transferred the points right in front of the staff member. Seeing the over 10,000 points on Xu Antian's phone, the staff member was completely dumbfounded. This rate of earning points was simply too fast. How many points does it cost to cultivate in the Xuanling cultivation room for 3 days? 200 points per hour. 3 days would be 14,400 points, the staff member replied. Xu Antian glanced at his remaining 11,000 plus points. They seemed like a lot, but when it came to spending them, they felt insufficient. He was still over 3,000 points short. The effects of the enlightenment pill lasted 3 days. Training for only 2 days would be a waste. His eyes darted, and an idea immediately formed in his mind. I'll cultivate for 2 days, he declared. Last time he entered the state of enlightenment, the staff at the Xuanling cultivation room hadn't interrupted him, only asking him to repay the debt afterward. This time, he was certain he'd enter the enlightenment state, so he planned to pay for 2 days' worth of points and continue running a tab for the extra day. Alright, pay the points first, the staff member nodded. After receiving the required points, they unlocked the Xuanling cultivation room and let Xu Antian enter. Xu Antian walked into a cultivation room in the corner and sat cross-legged. He eagerly swallowed the enlightenment pill. Inside the control room, Director Wang Shu noticed Xu Antian's figure appearing in the cultivation chamber and felt somewhat puzzled. He summoned a staff member to inquire. You mean he not only repaid his points but also spent points to rent the training room for 2 days? Wang Shu exclaimed in surprise after hearing the staff member's explanation. Yes, Director. I didn't believe it at first either, but the points have already been transferred to our department. The staff member nodded. Excellent. This kid's a prime customer. He even knows to return points. Wang Shu nodded with satisfaction. As for where Xu Antian had obtained the points, that was none of his concern. As long as he wasn't in debt to him. Director, what if Xu Antian has another epiphany? Another staff member suddenly spoke up. Wang Shu frowned, then shook his head. You've been here a while, and you still don't know this? Enlightenment is something you can only hope for, not something you can force. How could someone enter that state every time? Some people experience it once and never again until the day they die. You're absolutely right, Director. Your experience really shows. Exactly. That's why Brother Wang became Director. Within the department, don't address each other as brother. Call me Director. Wang Shu nodded in satisfaction and corrected them. Director. Director, look. Something's off with Xu Antian. His spiritual energy fluctuations are abnormal. He seems to have achieved enlightenment again. Just then, a staff member exclaimed in shock. Chapter 39, Others' enlightenment is like winning the lottery, yours is like drinking water. What? Wang Shu stared in shock toward the cultivation room. Above Xu Antian's head, a massive vortex of spiritual energy rapidly took shape. Vast amounts of spiritual energy surged toward it from all directions. The entire cultivation room's spiritual energy was boiling over. What kind of freak is this kid? Wang Shu felt his teeth ache and his face sting. He had just declared Xu Antian incapable of sudden enlightenment, and the kid achieved it immediately. It felt like Xu Antian was deliberately defying him. Director, what should we do now? The staff member inquired. What else can we do? Clear out the others inside first, then prepare to activate the reserve spiritual energy. Wang Ren ordered. It was rare for a cultivator to enter the state of sudden enlightenment. Regardless, Xu Antian's needs must be met first. Everything else could wait until Xu Antian emerged. At that moment, 7 or 8 practitioners remained inside the Xuanling cultivation chamber. Upon hearing the announcement, they emerged, though not without some discontent. After all, the Xuanling cultivation room offered appropriate compensation, and they could always return another day. Ugh, what rotten luck. I finally had time to come practice, only to be interrupted. I was so close to opening that last acupoint, what a waste. Stop complaining. You know how precious a state of sudden enlightenment is. Yeah, it's been a year since my last enlightenment, and I still haven't felt that sensation again, sighed a young man in white robes. What? You've experienced enlightenment too, brother, someone exclaimed in surprise. Could you share some tips on how to enter enlightenment? Someone asked for advice. Heh, it's hard to explain. Everyone's different, the white-robed youth chuckled lightly. Take me, for example, I can't even guarantee I'll reach enlightenment again. It requires the right opportunity. He lifted his chin, basking in the admiring gazes of those around him. Huh, that guy in the cultivation room looks familiar. Didn't he have an enlightenment in the same room just a few days ago? He's even sitting in the exact same spot. Suddenly, someone recognized Xu Antian. You must be mistaken. No one could achieve enlightenment twice in such a short span, someone countered skeptically. A nearby staff member intervened, explaining, his name is Xu Antian. He did achieve enlightenment a few days ago, and this is his second time. What? Someone can achieve enlightenment back to back? That's incredibly gifted. Aren't enlightenments supposed to require a special opportunity? It feels like Xu Antian does it as easily as drinking water. Sigh, we struggle to achieve even one enlightenment, yet he does it repeatedly. We just can't compare, someone lamented, visibly disheartened. Look! He's standing up. He seems to be wielding a sword, someone exclaimed. Everyone looked over and saw Xu Antian inside the cultivation chamber, holding a long sword and swinging it through the air. His movements grew faster and faster. Countless sword shadows materialized. Suddenly, these sword shadows slashed out violently, spreading like a vast net that enveloped the space ahead. He's grasped a new sword technique in his enlightenment. And he's still refining it, perfecting it, exclaimed a chi cultivator at the Linked Veins realm. That sword technique looks incredibly powerful. Is he a chi cultivation realm cultivator? Xu Antian is at the foundational realm. He's a freshman who just arrived from 749 University, explained a staff member. Whoa! A mere foundation establishment cultivator wielding such formidable sword techniques? He's no weaker than a pulse link cultivator in some aspects, even stronger. The pulse link cultivator sucked in a sharp breath. An urgent sense of urgency immediately welled up within him. He was an elder, a formal investigator, yet at this moment, he felt he was no match for a mere newcomer. This made him feel utterly humiliated. He felt deeply shaken. I can't watch anymore, I fear my Dao heart will shatter. He turned and walked away, refusing to look at Xu Antian, leaving the stunned crowd behind. A day later, Xu Antian slowly sheathed the demon-slaying sword in his cultivation chamber. From the sword techniques he had already mastered, he had grasped new variations. Additionally, he had gained fresh insights into the mystic chi slash from the Sutra of Killing. Previously, his mystic energy slash could only unleash a single strike at a time, requiring a cooldown afterward. Now, he could unleash multiple strikes simultaneously, even a dozen or more. The possible combinations and variations between them had also greatly increased. Closing his eyes, he continued his cultivation. 2 days later, Xu Antian remained in the training chamber, showing no signs of stopping. Director, Xu Antian's training session is up, the staff member reminded him. I know, Wang Shu nodded, feeling a slight headache coming on. Judging by this, Xu Antian was likely to exceed his time limit again this time. After a moment's thought, he dialed Zheng Hairon's number. Director, Xu Antian has had another epiphany. He's been in a state of enlightenment in our training room for 2 days straight. And it's still ongoing. Huh? What? That kid's had another epiphany. Zhang Hairong sat bolt upright in bed, his voice rising several octaves. Yes, Director. To ensure his enlightenment isn't interrupted, our Xuanling cultivation room has been closed to outsiders for 2 days now. This has caused significant losses for us. Director, could you allocate more resources and funding to our cultivation room? Wang Shu tentatively inquired. It's only 2 days. Your department is so large, what impact could it possibly have? Don't play the poverty card with me. Zhang Herong knew exactly what Wang Shu was thinking and cut him off before he could continue. But that kid Xu Antian was getting more and more interesting. It's only been a few days, and he's achieved enlightenment again. Director, even the largest family fortune can't withstand Xu Antian's extravagance. Wang Shu resorted to playing the fool. Zhang Herong ignored Wang Shu completely. 2 sudden realizations? He must be close to reaching the Lianmai realm, he murmured to himself. The next moment, he rose, dressed, picked up the sealed metal canister beside him, and walked out. Moments later, he arrived at the Xuanling cultivation room. Director, why are you here in person? Wang Shu was utterly surprised to see Zhang Herong. But upon seeing the object in Zhang Herong's hand, his eyes lit up. Director, I was just saying. Why did you take it so seriously? He reached out, intending to take the sealed canister from Zhang Herong's hands. Such containers were typically used to store high-grade celestial treasures. It definitely contained something valuable. He'd only been testing the director, hoping to score some perks, never expecting to actually get something. But Zhang Herong didn't let go. It's not for you. Let go, he said flatly. Wang Shu froze, his weathered face flushing crimson as he awkwardly released his grip. Turn on the analyzer and check Xu Antian's current cultivation level. Zhang Herong ordered. All right. Wang Shu nodded. Activate the testing device. The device could cover the entire cultivation chamber, allowing him to monitor the practitioner's states and cultivation levels inside. Soon, a human silhouette appeared on the tester's screen. 332 points on the human form emitted blazing white light. Already at the 9th level of the opening Yuan realm? Zhang Herong's gaze sharpened. He murmured, just in time. The next second, he opened the cultivation chamber door and strode directly towards Xu Antian. Chapter 40, Bathing in Dragon Serpent Blood, 749 University's First Linked Vein. Zhang Herong approached Xu Antian, lifted the lid of the metal square jar in his hand. Lifting the canister, he poured its contents over Xu Antian's head. A torrent of crimson liquid surged from the vessel, merging into the spiritual vortex atop Xu Antian's head. Xu Antian rapidly absorbed it into his body. Xu Antian, who was in the midst of cultivation, suddenly noticed that the spiritual energy entering his body was tinged with faint crimson blood essence. This blood essence spread toward the acupoints throughout his entire body, slowly burrowing within them. Simultaneously, the spiritual energy within his body's acupoints rapidly increased. Finally, the last few acupoints were filled at this moment. Boom! A humming vibration erupted within Xu Antian's body. All 365 acupoints vibrated in unison. His body shook violently. The orifices within his body continued to absorb the surrounding spiritual energy. Soon, spiritual energy overflowed from one acupoint, extending toward another. This was the meridians connecting. But the process was excruciatingly slow. Moreover, the energy channels trembled incessantly, creating the illusion they might collapse at any moment. Suddenly, the spiritual energy within his acupoint began to tremble. The energy channels trembled even more violently, nearly collapsing entirely. But at that very moment, vital blood surged forth from the orifice and merged into the chi meridian. Whatever its purpose, the moment this vital blood surged into the meridian, it stabilized it. After that, everything proceeded smoothly. 1 day later, the enlightenment concluded. He had successfully forged an incomplete energy channel connecting the 4 acupoints within his body. His cultivation breakthrough reached the first level of the linked veins realm. Xu Antian slowly opened his eyes, feeling immense power surging within him. Suddenly, he froze. Director, what were you doing here? He hadn't expected that his moment of enlightenment would even alert the director. And what did the director's unusually bright smile mean? He grew cautious. There was no such thing as a nickname that was called by mistake. The director, after all, was nicknamed the Smiling Buddha, a formidable figure who could kill with a smile and turn on a dime. I just happened to be passing by. Saw you practicing, so I thought I'd lend a hand. Zhang Herong said with a beaming smile. His eyes, already small, now narrowed to mere slits. Xu Antian recalled the blood essence mingled within the spiritual energy and asked doubtfully, was it you, director, who just helped me? Zhang Herong nodded. The crux of the Lianmai realm lies in whether the chi meridians you construct are resilient and expansive. This determines how much spiritual energy explosion you can withstand. To strengthen your chi channels, you need various rare treasures. Just now, I used Dragon Python Essence Blood for you. Dragon Python Essence Blood. Xu Antian's eyes lit up. The very name suggested something extraordinary. He had already felt its effects, and it had indeed been immensely helpful. Thank you, Director. Xu Antian expressed his gratitude. But he didn't ask about the price. He was already broke enough he couldn't afford to take on more debt. This Dragon Python Essence Blood is from my personal stash. It's worth 180,000 points. Figure out a way to repay me later, Zhang Herong nodded. Xu Antian? He hadn't expected that a high-ranking official like the director would be so nitpicky with him. Wasn't the director helping him because he recognized his talent and valued his potential? Why was he demanding points now? Hundreds of thousands of points. How long would it take him to repay that? Moreover, he strongly suspected Zhang Herong had deliberately inflated the price. He might have been ripped off. Director, I've only been at our university for a week. I genuinely don't have that many points. Could you give me a discount? Xu Antian tentatively asked. This is already the discounted price. Zhang Herong replied, his smile unchanged. Director, I'm an orphan. I've been poor since childhood. Xu Antian played the victim. No points. 50,000 points. If you haggle with me again, I'll extract the dragon python blood from your body. Zhang Herong's smile grew even brighter. Xu Antian felt a chill run down his spine and immediately shut up. 50,000 was steep, but still manageable. It wouldn't be wise to anger Zhang Herong. Heh, fine. I'll pay, but I don't have the points on me right now. I'll owe you for now. Xu Antian chuckled. You have 6 months. Zhang Herong said with a smile. He then reminded him, now that you've reached the Lianmai realm as a chi cultivator, you can be promoted to a full-fledged investigator. Full investigators can take on more missions and earn significantly more points. With that, he turned and left. As he passed the control room, Wang Shu approached and whispered, Director, was that the essence blood of those 2 dragon pythons from Harbin just now? Yes. Wang Shu's expression shifted. Those 2 dragon pythons were Shagong realm great demons. Their essence blood was something ordinary people could never even touch, let alone purchase with points. Such high-grade celestial treasures were rare and hard to come by. If you were to put a price on them, they'd easily fetch hundreds of thousands of points. And now, the director was selling them for just 50,000? Director, are you serious about this price? Wang Shu asked in a low voice. Young people need a little pressure. Pressure breeds motivation, Zhang Herong replied with a smile. Wang Shu? From the sound of it, the director was practically giving it away for free? Is this how they treat geniuses? Damn it! That kid Xu Antian still isn't satisfied. He thinks he paid too much. Honestly, comparing people is enough to drive you mad. If someone sold him 50,000 points, he'd be down on his knees thanking the director. Xu Antian was unaware of the events unfolding in the control room. By now, he had already stepped out of the cultivation chamber. The staff waiting outside immediately approached him. They proactively informed him, your cultivation session exceeded the time limit by 1 day. An additional payment of 4,800 points is required. Same as always debt. Xu Antian waved his hand dismissively, leaving behind a dashing silhouette. It took the staff 3 seconds to react. He shook his head with a wry smile, he's practically earned experience points from running up debts. Xu Antian was now unfazed by a mountain of debts. Owing 10,000? He planned to pay it back as soon as possible. Now that he owes over 50,000, he's not in a hurry anymore. He'll pay it back slowly. He returned to his dorm room and collapsed onto his bed. After 3 days without sleep, he was utterly exhausted. The next afternoon, he finally woke up. His entire being felt rejuvenated once more. Stepping out of his bedroom, he saw the meal laid out on the living room table. Beside the dishes lay a small note. It was left by Tong Jingshu. I'm off to class. Remember to eat the food on the table when you wake up. Heart. Xu Antian smiled faintly, picked up his chopsticks, and began eating. But whether it was due to the changes brought by his cultivation breakthrough or not, his appetite was now unusually voracious. After devouring everything on the table, he still felt ravenous. With no other choice, he dressed and headed to the cafeteria. The good news was that the Joint Investigation Bureau had already delivered the demon creature carcasses he'd hunted in Harbin. He only needed to pay a processing fee to enjoy dishes made from demon meat. Only after devouring 3 or 4 pounds of tiger demon meat did he finally feel full. He then opened the 749 app to review the requirements for becoming a full-fledged investigator. He found them quickly. Requirements for promotion to full investigator. 1. Cultivation must reach the linked veins realm. 2. Complete 3 missions alongside a formal investigator and receive positive evaluations from teammates. Chapter 41, Fixed Patrol Zone. I, Xu Antian, have arrived. The first requirement I've already met, but the second? Xu Antian pondered. He didn't know many formal investigators. Only Fu Nian and Lian, but neither was particularly close. The one he'd spent the most time with seemed to be Tangya teacher Tang. He glanced at the time and realized there was still over an hour left before today's class ended. I'll go pick up Xiao Shu and ask teacher Tang while I'm at it. Xu Antian made up his mind and rose from the cafeteria table. Soon, he arrived at the cultivation plaza and reported to Tangya. Teacher Tang, I'm back from cultivation, Xu Antian said. MHM. Tangya gave a slight nod, though inside she felt a touch of helplessness. Xu Antian's talent was simply too extraordinary. After only a few days of cultivation, his strength had already caught up to hers. Now, she felt there was little left she could teach Xu Antian. Teacher Tang, I've broken through to the linked veins realm. Xu Antian continued. Ha? The linked veins realm. Weren't you only at the 6th level of the founding realm just a few days ago? Tanya froze in surprise. Hee, I had an epiphany in the cultivation room and just broke through. Xu Antian smiled. Tanya fell silent. To advance from the 6th layer of the foundational realm to the linked veins realm in just 3 days. What kind of monster was this? How was she supposed to teach the student going forward? Now, she was undoubtedly no match for Xu Antian. This left her with a tinge of defeat. But then she thought such a formidable student was actually her own pupil. Her heart instantly felt much better. Teacher Tang, I want to advance to a full-fledged investigator. Do you have any assignments available lately? Xu Antian asked the question that mattered most to him. Tanya shook her head. I've been teaching classes lately and haven't had time for assignments. But if you want to advance quickly, I suggest you request assignment to a fixed patrol zone. What's a fixed patrol zone? Xu Antian asked, puzzled. Bureau 749 establishes fixed patrol zones in locations where mysterious incidents, supernatural creatures, or chi cultivators frequently appear. Senior investigators are assigned long-term duty there to respond to potential crises at any moment. After all, if we're too far away, by the time we arrive after an incident occurs, it's already too late. Within fixed patrol zones, the probability of missions occurring is very high. Many capable investigators like you who seek promotion choose to assist in these zones. Of course, it's also relatively dangerous. Tanya explained. Xu Antian nodded, understanding completely. Teacher Tang, how many of these fixed patrol zones are there in all of Harbin? Our Harbin Bureau 749 oversees not only Harbin itself but also Yi City, Shi City, and Qing City. Combined, there are 8 fixed patrol zones. Tanya explained with a light chuckle. Which area sees more frequent appearances of mysterious creatures? Xu Antian inquired. Completing missions to become a full-fledged investigator was one thing, but he couldn't let it interfere with slaying demons, right? Tanya pondered for a moment. Yi City borders the Xing'an Mountains. Occasionally, mysterious creatures emerge from those mountains there, so it's relatively more frequent. If you're interested in going to Yi City, I can put in a good word with my contacts there. Sounds good. Thanks in advance, Teacher Tang. Xu Antian nodded with a smile. Though Teacher Tang's abilities weren't particularly impressive, her connections were quite solid. Alright, I'll let you know once I've made contact. For now, stay put at the base, Tanya instructed. Got it. Xu Antian nodded. He wasn't in a rush to leave anyway. Also, since you've broken through to the linked veins realm, you can learn a few basic spells to boost your combat power. Tanya reminded him. Does Teacher Tang have any spell recommendations? That depends on where your chi meridians are concentrated. If they're in your upper limbs, learn spells related to fists and palms. If they're in your lower limbs, focus on movement techniques. Tanya explained. Xu Antian pondered briefly. His chi meridian originated in his left foot, suggesting agility techniques would be more suitable. After expressing his gratitude once more, he sought out Tong Jingshu, and the two departed the plaza together. For the next week, Xu Antian remained at the base. Beyond attending classes, he spent most of his daytime hours cultivating the 2 spells he'd obtained from the library. One spell, called Thunderstep, allowed him to channel thunderous power through his feet. According to the description, its destructive force was formidable. The other was Exploding Spirit Technique, a spell nearly all Lianmai realm cultivators mastered. It allowed one to channel their spiritual energy into their chi meridians, temporarily granting power far exceeding their normal capabilities. During his battle with the vulture demon, his right arm had suddenly swollen to twice its size. That was the effect of this technique. Exploding Spirit was relatively straightforward. He mastered it in a single day. Thunderstep proved relatively more challenging, taking him 5 days to master. As for evenings, he assisted Tong Jingshu in her cultivation. After a week, Tong Jingshu's cultivation had advanced significantly, breaking through 2 levels. Now, Tong Jingshu had reached the 9th level of the opening Yuan realm. The Lianmai realm was within reach. This made Xu Antian deeply envious of Tong Jingshu. Her breakthroughs came far too easily. Except it kinda wasted him. That night, right after finishing his workout, he received a message from Tanya. I've made arrangements with my contact in Yi City. Her name is Bai Yushi. Just go directly to her to report for duty. I'll send you her phone number. Also, another intern investigator will be going with you. You can head over together tomorrow. Finally? Xu Antian's face lit up with excitement. He couldn't wait to start hunting demons. What's wrong? Tong Jingshu snuggled into Xu Antian's embrace, her face still glistening with fine beads of sweat. Teacher Tang has news. I'm reporting to the fixed patrol zone in Yi City tomorrow. Xu Antian explained. He had already discussed this matter with Tong Jingshu beforehand. You're leaving tomorrow already? Tong Jingshu's expression flickered with hesitation. She felt reluctant to see Xu Antian leave. But this time, Xu Antian was reporting to the fixed patrol zone, and it wouldn't be convenient to bring her along. Yes, I'll complete the mission and return as soon as possible. Or, once you break through to the Lian my realm, you can come find me there. Xu Antian promised. Alright. Tong Jingshu nodded. The next second, Tong Jingshu climbed back onto Xu Antian's chest.
She breathed into his ear, "Give it to me." Xu Antian grinned, flipping her over and mounting her.
Early the next morning, Xu Antian climbed into the SUV and left the base.
To his surprise, the trainee investigator Tang Jing mentioned who would accompany him to East City was none other than Shin Shuiwei.
It's you! You've broken through to the Lian my realm too.
Shin Shuiwei seemed even more astonished than Xu Antian. After witnessing Xu Antian's formidable talent, she had been deeply shaken and had even doubted herself. Fortunately, she had managed to adjust her mindset in time and had broken through to the linked veins realm just days ago. She had believed her cultivation progress surpassed Xu Antian's. Little did she know that Xu Antian had also broken through to the linked veins realm. Yeah, I had a sudden epiphany a week ago and managed to break through by sheer luck, Xu Antian nodded. Shin Shuiwei had spoken up for him several times, and he felt a certain fondness toward her.
A week ago. An epiphany. A lucky breakthrough.
Shin Shuiwei stared at Xu Antian, feeling so withdrawn she almost didn't want to speak.
Talking to Xu Antian was testing her mental endurance to the limit.
And now she was assigned to the same patrol sector as him.
Future interactions were inevitable.
The more she learned about Xu Antian, the deeper her sense of helplessness grew.
Chapter 42, First Assignment Smuggling Case.
After chatting idly along the way, they arrived punctually at the East City Bureau 749 office near dusk the next day. They met by Yushi without incident.
I'm Xu Antian. Teacher Tang asked me to report to you.
I saw you last time at Longshou Mountain.
Never expected you to break through to the Lian my realm so quickly.
Yushi said with a smile, her short white hair giving her a sharp, stylish look. Today, she wore a form-fitting black outfit that perfectly accentuated her figure, her rounded, pert hips exuding a sensual allure.
Aya hasn't stopped praising you to me.
Rest assured, as her student, I'll definitely look out for you. I'll help you smoothly get your credentials and become a full-fledged investigator.
Yushi winked and murmured. Gilded? Xu Antian raised an eyebrow. Had he been misunderstood? Still, he couldn't outright refuse Yushi's enthusiasm. He simply nodded. I'll be relying on you, Sister Bai. Right. You must be exhausted from the journey. Go rest first. I have a mission to attend to and need to head out. Yushi nodded, gave a final reminder, and was about to leave. A mission? Xu Antian's eyes lit up. Sis Bai, can I tag along? It's possible, but don't you need rest? After all that traveling? Yushi hesitated. Shuyu did all the driving. I was sleeping the whole way. Shin Shuiwei gave a slight nod. She had indeed driven the entire way after all. Xu Antian didn't have a driver's license. Oh, alright then. Come with me. It's not a dangerous mission anyway. Yushi beckoned. Xu Antian happily followed. Sis Bai, wait. I want to go too. Shin Shuiwei gritted her teeth and hurried after them. Even though she was already exhausted. But seeing how hard-working and ambitious Xu Antian was, what excuse did she have to slack off? Her talent couldn't match Xu Antian's, and she refused to fall short even in her level of effort. Yushi waved her hand, offering no refusal. 1 to carry, 2 to carry, what difference did it make? Soon, they arrived at the garage downstairs. Who here knows how to ride a motorcycle? Yushi asked, pointing at the 2 sleek, stylish bikes before them. Xu Antian shook her head. She was a bit surprised she hadn't expected Yushi to be a female rider. Shin Shuiwei gave a slight nod. At that moment, she wished she didn't know how to ride either. They say versatility is an asset, but right now, she felt like it was crushing her. Yushi tossed the car keys to Shin Shuiwei and ordered, "Follow me. Xu Antian, you sit behind me." Then she mounted one of the black motorcycles, starting it up after Xu Antian climbed aboard. Roar! Amidst the roar of the engine, the motorcycle shot out of the garage. Sis Bai, what's the mission this time? Xu Antian asked curiously, his voice cutting through the howling wind. Our people spotted the Ganshan gang members suspected of smuggling. We're going to tail them and see if we can uncover anything useful, Yushi explained. A faint rose scent wafted from her short white hair. Before arriving in He City, Xu Antian had briefly researched the city's information. The Ganshan gang was one of the local factions in He City. They had long operated deep within the Xing'an Mountains, amassing wealth by excavating rare natural treasures and precious medicinal herbs from the mountains. It was a large group comprised of over a dozen smaller clans, hence the name Scattered Gang. Sister Bai, what exactly are they smuggling? Xu Antian inquired curiously. Precious herbs, natural treasures, all sorts of things. These are resources used by Qi cultivators for their practice. They're strategic resources, so we strictly prohibit their sale abroad. Got it. Xu Antian nodded. Xu Antian then asked a few more questions. He learned their target was the Sun family within the Scattered Alliance.
The Sun family's influence within the scattered alliance had been modest until 2 years prior, when Sun Binfu, the eldest son of the family head, returned from the island nation. Accompanying him was his Japanese wife, who possessed considerable influence. With her backing, the Sun family's influence grew steadily. They were quietly positioning themselves to become the leaders of the Ganshan scattered gang. If the Sun family had simply focused on legitimate business, there would have been no issue. But then Unit 749 discovered they might be involved in smuggling. This was a major issue. Bayushi had been monitoring them for nearly a month, yet had yet to uncover any concrete evidence. An hour later, they arrived near a small hill on the outskirts of He City. On the hillside, a dozen or so villas were built. By now it was evening, with only 2 or 3 villas still lit up. This was the Sun family's territory. The entire hill belonged to them. Bayushi parked the car at a considerable distance from the hill. He then retrieved a drone from the trunk and launched it into the air above the hill, surveying the area for potential discoveries. Times have changed. Even though we're chi cultivators, technology makes certain things much easier. Like now, we don't need to risk venturing deep inside. Just use the drone to observe. Bayushi's tone carried a hint of pride. Heh, Sister Bai is absolutely right. Xu Antian agreed. But Sister Bai, have you considered that the Sun family also possesses technology like radar? That's how they spotted us the moment we arrived. He'd pondered this during their journey. Bayushi had found nothing in all these days, likely because the Sun family had already detected her. With their guard up and vigilance heightened, they naturally wouldn't continue smuggling. And upon seeing the drone, his suspicions were confirmed. Drones weren't exactly small, and their flight produced noticeable noise. They couldn't operate completely silently. The chances of being spotted weren't exactly slim. Bayushi froze. How had she not considered this? Now that she thought about it carefully, Xu Antian's reasoning seemed quite sound. Assuming we've been exposed, what should we do? Shin Shuiwei spoke up from the side. Withdraw proactively to lower the Sun family's guard, then launch a surprise counterattack, Xu Antian proposed. If the Sun family has radar or other high-tech equipment, our counterattack would likely be detected too. This is what we'll do. I'll request several sets of combat suits from headquarters that can jam all signals. No need for such trouble. Shin Shuiwei is a half-demon. She can fly. She can disguise herself as a large bird and observe from high above. Xu Antian shook his head. Bayushi was astonished. Xu Antian had thought of everything. Shin Shuiwei. She felt like she was born to work tirelessly. Shuiwei, is there a problem on your end? No issues. Shin Shuiwei nodded. Deep down, she was silently competing. She couldn't let Xu Antian outshine her. Alright, let's do it this way. We'll stay a little longer, then pretend to leave. Bayushi made the decision. She had a feeling that this time, they might actually uncover something. Xu Antian's analysis seemed solid. It was a blind spot in her thinking she hadn't noticed before. 2 hours later, after darkness had fully settled, Xu Antian and the others departed together. They stopped near a residential complex over 10 kilometers away from the small hill. Then, Shin Shuiwei transformed into her half-demon form, white wings unfurling from her back. She soared rapidly into the sky, heading swiftly toward the direction of the Sun family's residence. Xu Antian watched Shin Shuiwei's figure until she vanished into the distance. Stop staring. Once you reach the 1,000-ton realm, you'll be able to hover briefly too. Bayushi patted Xu Antian's shoulder reassuringly. Xu Antian knew Bayushi had misunderstood. She thought he was envious of Shin Shuiwei. Little did she know, he too possessed the ability to transform spiritual energy into wings and fly. Of the 3, only Bayushi couldn't fly. Chapter 43, Premeditated Assault on Investigator 749. Take them all away. Xu Antian nodded, not answering directly. He feared it would upset Bayushi. Instead, he changed the subject. How long has Sister Bai been with 749? Me? I've been with 749 for almost a year now, and I'm already at the 4th level of the Linked Veins realm. Don't think my cultivation speed is slow. This pace is considered above average among investigators. The cultivation of the Linked Veins realm differs from the opening realm. The opening realm only requires filling 360 acupoints with spiritual energy. Theoretically, as long as there's sufficient spiritual energy, advancing through the opening realm shouldn't be too slow. Back then, it only took me a little over a month to reach the Linked Veins realm. Bayushi stated earnestly. But after reaching the Lianmai realm, my cultivation slowed considerably. Connecting the chi meridians is incredibly prone to failure, and even when successful, it requires considerable time to stabilize. Rapidly connecting all the chi meridians is simply impossible. Unless you have the backing of a clan or sect, granting access to vast quantities of rare treasures and divine herbs to accelerate the stabilization of the chi meridians. 360 acupoints? Suan's eyelid twitched. Weren't there supposed to be 365 acupoints? How did it become 360 with Bayushi? What happened to the remaining 5? He sensed he had stumbled upon something profound. Could it be that she had activated all 365 acupoints by consuming the perfect acupoint opening pill?
But ordinary people only have 360 acupoints. If that were the case, then the perfect awakening pill in his possession would be absolutely priceless. No, I can't let Shu break through to the connecting veins realm. She must take the perfect awakening pill before her breakthrough to build a stronger foundation. His first thought was of Tong Jing Shu. What's wrong? Why are you spacing out? Did I hurt your feelings? Bayushi waved her hand in front of Xu Antian's face. Honestly, you needn't worry. With 749 backing us, as long as we work hard, we'll have everything we need, she reassured him. Xu Antian snapped back to reality and nodded. Sis Bai is right. Bayushi's words were indeed reasonable, reflecting what many Lianmai realm cultivators were experiencing. But when he broke through, the dragon python bloodbath had strengthened his body. The chi channels he connected were rapidly stabilized by the dragon python blood's effects. This saved him many detours. The power of the dragon python blood still coursed within him. It could sustain him as he continued linking his energy channels. Currently, the chi meridians in his left leg were already more than half connected. Only 5 acupoints remained before the connection was complete. Once fully connected, he would gain a complete chi meridian and successfully break through to the second level of the linked meridian realm. The Lianmai realm comprised 9 tiers, each corresponding to a fully connected energy meridian. Once all 9 meridians are fully connected, he can break through to the 1,000-ton realm. Time passed swiftly. Through the walkie-talkie, Shin Chuyue's voice could be heard intermittently. But they still hadn't found anything. As dawn approached, if they still hadn't found it, they would have to return first. Chuyue, let's head back first. Bayushi ordered. Though disappointed, this was to be expected. Such surveillance missions inherently involved an element of luck. After all, no one could predict when the target would choose to make the exchange. Got it. Shin Chuyue replied, preparing to head back. But mere moments later, a startled cry erupted from Shin Chuyue's walkie-talkie. Oh no! Someone's attacking me. Hurry and help me. What? Get on! Bayushi exclaimed in shock, quickly jumping onto the motorcycle. Carrying Xu Antian, she sped toward the Sun family villa. What's happening over there? Who's attacking you? Bayushi demanded urgently. 2 men. They're shooting at me with compound crossbows. Shin Chuyue seemed to have regained her composure after the attack, her voice steady. Xu Antian frowned. Could Shin Chuyue have been mistaken for a bird demon? Stay safe, we're almost there. Bayushi urged, then accelerated further. Soon, they reached the vicinity of the small hill and spotted Shin Chuyue dodging intermittently in midair. Without a word, Bayushi charged her bike straight up the slope. The 2 figures atop the hill froze upon seeing Bayushi. As local power players who occasionally dealt with Unit 749, they naturally recognized Bayushi. Seeing her charge toward them, both men felt their hearts skip a beat. After all, they knew their own business. They felt a bit guilty. One of them, a man with a crew cut, immediately turned and dashed toward a nearby villa. He intended to inform the family head of the situation. Above, Shin Chuyue, who had noticed the 2 men cease firing, descended from midair. Her face bore obvious signs of exhaustion. The moment Bayushi stopped the motorcycle, Xu Antian leaped off and sprinted toward the young man with the crew cut. He raised his foot and delivered a swift kick. The young man's expression changed drastically, utterly unprepared for Xu Antian's immediate attack. He scrambled to block, but being only at the Kaiyuan realm, he was no match for Xu Antian. A kick to the gut sent him crashing to his knees, unable to rise. Xu Antian flashed his credentials and declared, premeditated assault on Investigator 749. You're in serious trouble now. The young man retched several times before finally regaining his composure. Hearing Xu Antian's words, he was utterly dumbfounded. They had simply gone out for a morning run when they happened to spot a large bird in the sky, sparking their hunting instincts. Who could have guessed it was a 749 investigator? Bro, I'm innocent. I had no idea this beauty was one of your people. The young man was on the verge of tears. I'll apologize to the lady. I'm so sorry. He felt utterly wronged. Ignorance isn't an excuse. If apologies were enough, what would be the point of Bureau 749? Xu Antian was utterly unyielding. Come with us for questioning. And your accomplice too. Bayushi, standing nearby, widened her eyes in surprise. Could they really conduct investigations like this? In her view, this was at most a misunderstanding. A clear explanation should suffice. Xu Antian seemed to be taking this way too seriously. Hold on, Investigator Bai. There must be some misunderstanding here. Just then, several figures approached at a brisk pace from the distance. The middle-aged man leading the group frowned and spoke up. The man wore a dark suit, his hair parted down the middle. He appeared to be in his 40s or 50s, with a prominent knife scar across his face. There's no misunderstanding. Your people deliberately attacked a 749 investigator. We have it all on record. Bayushi pointed to the recorder on her chest. They didn't recognize her. They mistook her for a bird. And before the attack, they had no idea she was a 749 investigator. At worst, it was reckless and negligent. That hardly amounts to such a serious charge, does it? Sun Yutong said in a deep voice. As he spoke, he shot a fierce glare at his two juniors. What the hell were you two thinking, shooting at birds for no reason? What a waste of time. The charges aren't for you to decide, Sister Bai. We'll take these two back and hand them over to headquarters for interrogation. Let's see how headquarters rules on this, Xu Antian interjected. He thought to himself, why shoot anything else when you could shoot Shin Shuiwei? Nice shot. They'd been struggling to find leads, and now the Sun family had practically delivered them on a platter. Once inside 749, what secrets couldn't be extracted from these two? Find even a shred of evidence linking the Sun family to smuggling, and they could raid the entire clan. Chapter 44, No problem is the biggest problem. Investigator Bai, who is this? Sun Yutong eyed the unfamiliar Xu Antian with confusion. Xu Antian, an intern investigator from our bureau. Bai Yushi interjected. Oh? Investigator Xu is new here. I should remind you that our bureau has cooperated extensively with yours on certain matters. Your actions will make things very difficult for me going forward. Sun Yutong's lips curled into a cold smile. The mountain scattering gang extracted countless treasures from the mountains each year, most of which were supplied to Bureau 749. It could be said that the cultivation resources for Bureau 749's investigators in East City were partly thanks to their efforts. If he cut off these supplies, where would Bureau 749 find their cultivation resources? Of course, he wouldn't resort to such measures unless absolutely necessary. After all, Bureau 749 represented official authority. He wasn't foolish enough to openly defy them. Whether it's difficult or not is your problem, what does it have to do with me? Xu Antian offered no quarter. Besides, let me remind you the Guanshan clan isn't just your Sun family. If you refuse to cooperate, there are plenty of others willing to. Don't get too full of yourself. Sun Yutong's smile vanished. He hadn't expected an intern investigator to be so assertive. And to make matters worse, those two young upstarts knew about some of their shady dealings. If those secrets were ever exposed, they wouldn't have enough lives to atone. As for bribing the three people before him, he flatly rejected the idea. Hadn't he seen the body camera on Bayushi's chest? Bribing under camera surveillance? Even if Bayushi dared to take it, he wouldn't dare offer it. After wrestling with himself several times, he finally said, since Investigator Xu believes there's something fishy about these two, take them away. Xu Antian was astonished. He hadn't expected the old man to actually let them go. Could it be that the Sun family isn't involved in smuggling? He wondered suspiciously. But matters had progressed this far, there was no turning back now. They took the two young men with crew cuts and headed down the mountain. Not a single incident occurred until they had completely left the Sun family's territory. Could we have misunderstood the Sun family? Bayushi hesitated before speaking. Whether we've misunderstood or not, we'll find out by taking them back for questioning. Xu Antian murmured softly. If it turns out they're truly innocent, we'll just set them free again. Brother Xu, we really didn't mean to, the buzzcut man said with a bitter smile. Whether it was intentional or not, the Bureau will determine that during interrogation. Xu Antian dismissed their pleas. Since they'd arrived on motorcycles, there simply wasn't room for all five of them. Bayushi had no choice but to report to headquarters and request backup to transport the two men. By the time they returned to the station, it was already noon. Shin Shuiwei was completely worn out. After lunch, she went straight back to the dormitory to sleep. Xu Antian also returned to his place to rest. Bayushi would handle finding professionals to interrogate those two, so he didn't need to worry about it. He unlocked his phone and sent a message to Tong Jingshu. First, he checked in to let her know he was safe. Then, he subtly probed her, finally confirming that Tong Jingshu indeed possessed only 360 acupoints. Without his assistance, Tong Jingshu's cultivation progress had slowed. Breaking through to the linked veins realm would be impossible in the short term. Only then did he feel somewhat relieved. He planned to find an excuse to give Tong Jingshu the perfect awakening pill after he was promoted to a full-fledged investigator. He drifted off to sleep, only to awaken as evening approached. He sought out Bayushi to inquire about the interrogation results. Those two have been interrogated. We couldn't get anything out of them about smuggling. They've been released. Bayushi sounded disheartened. The Sun family might genuinely be innocent. I've abandoned this mission. She had already spent too much time on this mission and didn't want to continue. Nothing at all? Xu Antian frowned. Yes, those two were clean. When questioned about the Sun family, all they mentioned were trivial matters. That's odd. How could members of the mountain bandits be completely clean? Xu Antian muttered. A group of treasure hunters in the mountains, could their hands really be that clean? Killing a few people must be commonplace for them. Who conducted the interrogation? Are they reliable? Absolutely. It was an old hand from headquarters, a veteran with the white immortal badge. No way he'd slip up. And I was right there during the interrogation. Bayushi frowned slightly. Alright, then it seems these two are indeed trustworthy. Xu Antian nodded. With Bayushi saying so, what else could he say? To continue questioning would mean doubting Bayushi.
They'd only known each other for a day, some things couldn't be stated too plainly.
It wouldn't do to be misunderstood. Truthfully, in his view, the elderly were the easiest to bribe.
After all, newcomers like them, unfamiliar with the situation, rarely had the courage to be bribed.
Sisbai, I'm new to East City and still unfamiliar with the area.
I was planning to explore downtown this afternoon, he said with a smile.
All right.
When I have other tasks, I'll call you guys, Bayushi nodded. Though East City couldn't compare to Harbin, it still had plenty of places to enjoy. She even mentioned a few fun spots to Xu Antian. After watching Bayushi depart, Xu Antian paused to reflect for a moment before heading to Shinchuyue's residence. Bureau 749 regulations stipulated that when conducting official business outside, two agents must always operate together.
First, to enhance safety protocols. Second, to ensure mutual oversight.
This prevented anyone from abusing the authority of Bureau 749 to engage in corruption or misconduct. When Xu Antian found Shinchuyue, she appeared to have just woken up. Without delay, Xu Antian voiced his suspicions and invited Shinchuyue to join him in investigating the Sun family.
Are you really sure about this? Shinchuyue frowned.
She had staked out the Sun family all night yesterday and found nothing.
We've got no other assignments anyway. What if we uncover something? Don't you want to advance faster?
Xu Antian countered. Shinchuyue looked at Xu Antian, sensing an inexplicable confidence radiating from him.
Contagious by his enthusiasm, she nodded. All right, let's go. We'll wander around the city and head to the Sun family villa tonight.
If there really was a mole, they must know Bayushi had abandoned the mission. The Sun family had been under surveillance for nearly a month.
Now that they knew they were off the radar, would they immediately start smuggling? Xu Antian and Shinchuyue borrowed Bayushi's motorcycles.
With Shinchuyue driving, they headed toward the city center.
The two spent the entire afternoon tearing through the city.
They didn't do much sightseeing, but they certainly indulged in plenty of delicious food.
It wasn't until evening that they left the city and headed toward the Sun family villa.
About 10 kilometers from the villa, they stopped and temporarily hid the motorcycles within a residential complex. I'll go scout the area from above, Shinchuyue said. With that, she unzipped the back of her jacket, revealing snow-white wings.
I'll come with you this time, Xu Antian said calmly. Chapter 45, You can fly, so why can't I? Shinchuyue looked at Xu Antian with confusion.
She went to scout because she could fly at high altitudes, using the darkness for strong concealment.
What could Xu Antian possibly do? The Sun family villa was heavily guarded with sentries. Sneaking in from the ground was utterly impossible.
Under Shinchuyue's puzzled gaze, two translucent wings slowly materialized behind Xu Antian.
Spirit energy wings. Shinchuyue gaped in astonishment. You can fly too?
Of course.
If you can fly, so can I. Xu Antian nodded. Shinchuyue? She could fly because she was a half-demon. Half-demon, you know. Born with wings. But you, Xu Antian, are human. You think just reaching the pulse realm lets you transform spiritual energy into wings and fly through the sky? That's not even the same thing. Plus, Xu Antian's wings can be retracted. Hers can't.
Her wings are part of her body at most, she can tuck them behind her back. This made her never dare to wear tight-fitting tops, for fear of drawing too much attention. If ordinary people saw her, they'd easily realize she was an outsider. Xu Antian, on the other hand, could not only fly but also wasn't constrained by her physique. My only advantage pales in comparison to Xu Antian's. Shinchuyue felt bitter inside. She felt utterly crushed. Ever since meeting Xu Antian, he'd consistently outshone her, leaving her gasping for air. Being around such a genius was truly overwhelming.
Let's go.
My spirit energy wings won't last much longer.
Xu Antian urged, spreading his wings and soaring into the sky.
After breaking through to the Lianmai realm, his strength had increased, but he still couldn't sustain his spirit wings for long. At most, a few hours, then the spiritual energy within him would be depleted. Hearing Xu Antian say he couldn't hold on much longer, Shinchuyue felt a little better. At least she could endure longer. Neither of them was particularly slow, and they soon reached the skies above the Sun family villa. They waited patiently for any potential developments. Inside the Sun family villa, Sun Yutong looked at the young man before him who bore an uncanny resemblance to himself and smiled. That little brat Bayushi isn't particularly clever. This time, I played along with their scheme and successfully deceived them. Not only did I get Sun Shan and the others released, but our Sun family also managed to slip out of the spotlight.
Heh, father, you're brilliant.
They'd never guess we had a mole inside their ranks, Sun Binfu chuckled lightly.
We've operated in East City for over a dozen generations. How could they possibly manipulate us so easily?
A bunch of wet behind the ears brats.
Sun Yutong snorted coldly.
It was only because he had grown old and his killing intent had weakened over the years. Otherwise, if Xu Antian had dared to threaten him like that today, he would have found a way to eliminate him long ago.
4. How are your arrangements progressing? Father, rest assured. Everything is in place. As always, Uncle Bai Lang will lead the team. We'll take the old route and conduct the transaction with the Nami family on the north bank of Songjiang. Sun Binfu said in a deep voice. The people along this route had long been bribed and were now in the same boat as the Sun family. Father, rest assured. Everything at home is taken care of. A fair-skinned young woman beside Sun Binfu pursed her lips and smiled softly. Their Shimada family was also a clan of chi cultivators, but due to the island nation's scarce resources, cultivation materials had always been insufficient within their lineage. That changed when she learned by chance that Sun Binfu's family belonged to the mountain crossing bandits. After becoming acquainted, she used her personal charm to win over Sun Binfu and facilitated the smuggling operation. The Sun family supplied various rare treasures, while her clan handled transporting them to the island nation. Some were sold at high prices, while others were used for the cultivation of their clan members. Over the past 2 years, both families reaped immense benefits from this arrangement. I trust you to handle things well, Sun Yutong nodded with satisfaction. His son had certainly found a good wife. With the enormous profits from smuggling, he could fully consolidate the scattered factions within another year or two. By then, their influence would grow even more formidable. The thought of the glorious future ahead made the corners of his mouth curl upward. They're coming out. Xu Antian declared from high above. 7 or 8 figures appeared on the mountain road. They hoisted several large boxes onto a pickup truck and drove down the mountain. All the boxes were metal, sealed tight. After exchanging a glance with Shen Shuiyue, the two did not act immediately. Instead, they followed the group without a word. If they were going to make an arrest, they needed to catch them red-handed. If they intervened now, the suspects would have 1,000 ways to wriggle out of it. Where are they going? Shen Shuiyue wondered aloud. They'd been following for half an hour, yet the target showed no signs of stopping. Xu Antian pulled out his phone and opened the map. He discovered the road below them led to Songjiang. The island nation is surrounded by sea on all sides. They're likely smuggling by sea. Xu Antian murmured. The subsequent maneuvers of the vehicles below confirmed his suspicion. Sure enough, they stopped at the northern shore of Songjiang. There's no dock here. How are they going to transport it? Shen Shuiyue wondered. At the same time, she was somewhat surprised. They had been flying for over an hour, yet Xu Antian still hadn't run out of energy. Is this what you call not lasting? How long would it take to be considered stamina? Forever? No idea. We'll find out soon enough. Xu Antian shook his head, equally curious. Below, 7 or 8 people were steadily unloading large boxes from the pickup truck and carrying them to the riverbank. Then, all of them got into the truck and drove off immediately. The moment the pickup started moving away, the waters of the Songjiang River suddenly churned. A massive creature emerged from the water and crawled onto the shore. Its body was jet black, covered in raised, horn-like scales, somewhat resembling a crocodile. Its head was flatter, and its jaws were wider. In size, it dwarfed crocodiles by several times. It measured over 30 meters in length and 4 to 5 meters in width. A massive crate was strapped to its back. At that moment, 4 figures leaped out from within the crate. They were clad entirely in pitch-black waterproof suits, with katana swords strapped to their backs. After reaching the shore, they picked up the box and headed back toward the sea monster. Xu Antian recognized this attire. He had seen it before in Harbin. Island Nation Chi Cultivators Ninjas. Xu Antian said in a low voice. Shall we move? Shen Shuiyue asked, eager for action. Let's do this. Xu Antian drew the demon-slaying sword from his waist and charged downward with fierce momentum. They now possessed complete evidence. Caught red-handed, the Sun family was finished. Xu Antian plunged from midair, streaking past a ninja's head at breakneck speed. The demon-slaying sword sliced through. Splash! The sound of flesh tearing echoed through the air. The black-clad ninja's upper body was cleaved clean in two. Shen Shuiyue was slightly slower, but she too was locked in combat with another ninja. The remaining 2 ninjas froze in shock upon seeing Xu Antian and his companion suddenly appear. He snapped to attention, tossed aside the metal box in his hands, drew the katana strapped to his back, and joined the others in closing in on Xu Antian. They shouted in a gibberish language Xu Antian couldn't understand. Their speed was remarkable, at least matching that of Lianmai realm practitioners. Their coordination was seamless. One targeted his lower body while the other attacked his upper body. It seemed Xu Antian had no way to evade. But at that very moment, the demon-slaying sword in Xu Antian's hand emitted a faint mystical glow. He swung the sword in a slash. Mystic Chi. Continuous slash. Swish. 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 Several streaks of sword energy flashed forth from the demon-slaying sword. Thud. 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 The blades sliced clean through both ninjas. The 2 ninjas still maintained their forward-charging posture. But in the next instant, their bodies were severed into several pieces. Crashing to the ground, they were clearly beyond saving. A torrent of blood stained the riverbank crimson. Chapter 46, Slaying the Pig Dragon, Charging the Sun Family. So powerful. Shin Shuiwei glanced over at Xu Antian's situation, her eyes widening in shock. Two chi cultivators at the dual vein realm were cut down by Xu Antian with a single stroke. His strength was overwhelming. Is the gap between Xu Antian and me really this vast? Shin Shuiwei sank back into self-doubt.
Xu Antian glanced at Shin Shuiwei, satisfied she was safe, then immediately turned and charged toward the water monster near the shore.
A creature this massive must be a demonic beast. If it was a demon, he would slay it.
The water monster seemed to sense the killing intent. Seeing Xu Antian charging toward it, it turned and plunged back into the river.
Trying to escape?
Xu Antian's gaze sharpened.
The next second, his left foot swelled to twice its size. Boom!
As he stomped the ground, his body propelled forward a great distance. A sword thrust aimed for the water monster's tail.
Splash!
The sharp demon-slaying sword sank into the hilt.
But the tail wasn't the monster's vital spot, it wasn't a fatal blow.
The pain only intensified its struggle, unleashing its savage nature. It whipped its head around and lunged at Xu Antian. Its sharp triangular fangs glinted coldly. A single bite would surely shatter bones and snap tendons.
Xu Antian's eyes narrowed. Without time to draw his sword, lightning flashed beneath his feet as he delivered a fierce kick to the water monster's jaw. Boom! The water monster was slammed by the immense force, its body thrown off balance, nearly toppling over.
Xu Antian seized the moment to wrap his arms around its tail.
Ha!
With a low shout, he unleashed his immense strength.
Then he violently flung the water monster toward the riverbank. Boom! The monster's massive body slammed into the riverbank.
The riverbank's green stone couldn't withstand the force, shattering instantly into rubble.
Boom! Boom boom!
Xu Antian gripped the water monster's tail, whipping it like a lash as he slammed the creature into the ground again and again. Not far away, Shin Shuiwei, drawn by the deafening roar, looked over. She had just finished off her opponent.
Seeing Xu Antian's brutally forceful side, she gaped in astonishment. How could such a colossal water monster be tossed around like a toy in Xu Antian's hands?
It seemed Xu Antian was more of a monster than the creature itself.
Boom!
Xu Antian paused, watching the water monster's form slowly materialize within the 8 trigrams demon refining furnace in his mind. A faint smile touched his lips. He casually drew the demon-slaying sword from the creature's body. He called out to Shin Shuiwei, "Let's go, we're chasing after the Sun family." The two soared back into the sky. They quickly caught up to the Sun family's convoy.
The Sun family has quite a few people. For safety's sake, we should report this incident first. Shin Shuiwei suggested. Agreed. You report it first.
I'll go down and eliminate the Sun family members here to prevent them from relaying the news and letting Sun Yutong escape.
Xu Antian nodded. Without waiting for Shin Shuiwei to speak again, Xu Antian had already charged down. Aren't you afraid at all? Shin Shuiwei sighed bitterly. Xu Antian was far too reckless.
He had only just broken through to the Lianmai realm.
Yet to her, Xu Antian seemed invincible. Is this the mindset of a genius? Shin Shuiwei murmured.
Bitterness welled up in her heart.
She felt she fell short of Xu Antian in every way.
She shook her head violently, disrupting her thoughts. She feared that if she continued dwelling on it, her resolve would shatter.
Boom! Xu Antian descended from the sky, planting his foot squarely on the pickup truck's roof.
The roof caved in, cracking downward. The pickup lost balance and careened toward the roadside. Simultaneously, the 4 occupants inside reacted. Except for the driver, the other 3 drew their weapons and swung at Xu Antian. But what met them were 4 faint sword chi. The movements of all 4, including the driver, froze abruptly. Slashes appeared at their necks. Blood gushed forth immediately. Boom! The pickup truck slammed into the guardrail, triggering a violent explosion.
But Xu Antian didn't even glance back. He charged toward another pickup truck.
But just then, a middle-aged man in gray clothing emerged from the pickup. He planted his foot firmly and charged toward Xu Antian. His speed was astonishing.
His hands formed hooks, reaching for Xu Antian's throat. Xu Antian's eyes lit up. Finally, a worthy opponent.
Judging by the man's appearance, he was most likely at the late stage of the Lianmai realm. He raised his demon-slaying sword to intercept.
Clang!
A crisp sound rang out as the demon-slaying sword was blocked. Xu Antian examined the fingers of the gray-clad man, which were clad in metal finger guards.
Otherwise, that strike would have severed his fingers.
The gray-clad man's heart trembled, his fingers quivering uncontrollably.
The opponent's strength was too overwhelming. Wasn't Xu Antian merely an intern investigator?
How could he possess such formidable strength? Even with his 7th-tier bloodline realm strength, he was still no match for them. With the smuggling operation exposed, the Sun family is likely finished.
Returning meant certain death.
Only by escaping now could they cling to a sliver of hope.
But to escape, they must first kill Xu Antian standing before them.
A ruthless glint flashed in his eyes. Mountain men like him spent their lives scrambling through the wilderness, battling tigers, leopards, jackals, and wolves. It was all in a day's work.
Naturally, they possessed a fierce, ruthless spirit. They never lacked the courage to fight to the death. Now that he'd made up his mind, he wasted no time. His fingers plunged violently into his own chest. Thud! A dull thud echoed as his fingers pierced his heart meridian. This was a secret technique to unleash latent potential, one that drained his lifespan. Yet it could boost his strength by 50%. As power surged within him, his right arm swelled violently. 5 fingers glowed faintly crimson as they lunged toward Xu Antian once more. The fingers aimed straight for Xu Antian's chest. Die, boy, the gray-clad man sneered. Too slow. Xu Antian shook his head. He raised the demon-slaying sword, its mystic light swirling. A surge of sword energy swept out. Boom! A dull thud echoed as the gray-clad man was sent flying backward. Incredulity flashed across his face as he stared at his palm. His palm was severed clean off at the wrist, now gushing blood. The excruciating pain twisted his features into a hideous grimace. Yet it also brought him a moment of clarity. Even with his latent potential unleashed, he was no match for Xu Antian. Now injured, he certainly wasn't Xu Antian's match. I'm just a lowly errand boy for the Sun family. If you spare me, I'll tell you a secret about them, the gray-clad man pleaded urgently. Speak. Xu Antian paused his sword strike. Sun Yutong captured a treasure-seeking rat in the mountains years ago. It's thanks to this rat that the Sun family always finds something valuable deep within the mountains. With that, the man leaped off the pickup truck. He scrambled desperately toward the roadside bushes. Just as he was about to disappear into the woods, a sudden chill touched his neck. The next second, he saw his own lower body still sprinting forward. You're not keeping your word. With someone like you, there's no need for trust. Xu Antian said indifferently. He then turned his gaze to the 2 remaining men inside the pickup truck. He raised his hand and slashed twice, dispatching them both. Though it seemed like a long process, from the moment Xu Antian acted to the moment he dealt with them, it took less than 2 minutes. At that moment, Shen Shuiyue had just reported the situation here. Seeing the headless corpses on the ground, her face paled. Though both killed, Xu Antian always severed heads. It was more violent and bloody. The report has been sent. Sister Bai and the other official investigators are heading to the Sun family villa right now. Additionally, reinforcements will be dispatched to the riverbank. Shen Shuiyue spoke up. Alright, let's go. We're heading to the Sun residence too. Xu Antian nodded. He was quite intrigued by that treasure-seeking rat. Chapter 47, I told you yesterday not to take yourself too seriously. Xu Antian and the others managed to return to the Sun family villa in just about 20 minutes. At this moment, the Sun family villa appeared unchanged. It seemed they hadn't received advance information and fled. That shouldn't be possible. Xu Antian frowned. Although he had acted swiftly, the Sun family members should have had time to relay the message. After all, relaying a message only takes a few seconds. I'll go down and check first. Something doesn't seem right. Xu Antian spoke up. Why not wait a bit? By now, the bureau's people should be arriving soon. Shen Shuiyue hesitated before speaking. If something was amiss, it was only prudent to play it safe. Once the bureau's people arrived, whatever backup the Sun family had prepared would be useless. No need. Xu Antian refused. By the time the bureau arrived, the treasure seeker would be out of his reach. Before Shen Shuiyue could continue her pleas, he plunged straight downward. He recalled the villa where Sun Yutong had emerged last time. Therefore, he headed straight there. He didn't use the front door, he broke in through a window instead. Boom! The fine wooden window frame shattered effortlessly under his impact. Landing in the first floor hall, Xu Antian immediately spotted Sun Yutong seated in the main position. Beside him stood 3 other middle-aged men. Hearing the commotion, they all turned to look at Xu Antian. Sun Yutong frowned. Is that all Bureau 749 can send? To deal with you, 1 is more than enough. Xu Antian replied indifferently. Sun Yutong sneered coldly. Who would have thought that Sun Yutong, who's walked on eggshells his entire life, would fall at the hands of a little brat like you? But if you think you can take on all of us alone, that's nothing short of arrogance. Fine. At least I can take you down with me before I die. Sun Yutong slowly rose to his feet. I told you yesterday not to think too highly of yourself. Now I'll say the same to you. Xu Antian slowly raised his demon-slaying sword. These old codgers really think they're the main course. Something felt off here. These old fools were clearly waiting for the 749th Division to arrive. They were likely stalling for time to allow the rest of the Sun family to escape. After all, he hadn't seen any other members of the Sun family here. Therefore, he intended to end this quickly. Young man, I advise you not to be so hot-headed. Sun Yutong picked up his weapons from beside the chair. 2 golden daggers. Seeing this, the other 3 silently drew weapons from their waists. If you're not hot-headed, are you even a youngster? Xu Antian smiled faintly, then stomped his foot hard on the ground. Boom! The floor tiles shattered instantly as his body propelled forward with the force. You'll die a miserable death.
Sun Yutong sneered coldly. He was at the 9th level of the linked veins realm, and the few old brothers beside him were all at the 7th or 8th level. Killing a young upstart was child's play. He raised his short sword to block Xu Antian. Clang! But the instant their blades touched, a tremendous force surged through the dagger into his hand. It nearly made him lose his grip on the dagger. What incredible strength! Sun Yutong was startled. The moment they clashed, he witnessed Xu Antian's extraordinary prowess. Not nearly enough. His gaze turned fierce. The next second, his entire body swelled violently. His height, previously only 1.8 meters, instantly shot up to 2 meters. Muscle bulged across his frame. He radiated overwhelming power. He raised the short blade once more and slashed towards Xu Antian. The golden blade traced a gleaming arc, aiming straight for Xu Antian's throat. But at that very moment, several sword chi surged towards Sun Yutong. Clang! 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 Sun Yutong's expression changed as he shifted his stance to block. The immense force slammed into the dagger in his hand, pinning him in place. He was even forced backward. His arm went numb, losing all sensation. On the other side, the other three saw Sun Yutong blocked and their expressions turned grave. They closed in on Xu Antian from both flanks, closing in for the kill. Die! Like hell! Xu Antian snorted coldly, his left leg swelling to twice its size as he delivered a powerful kick. The kick was blindingly fast. It struck one of their wrists with pinpoint accuracy. Snap! A sharp crack echoed as the man's wrist snapped clean off, hanging by a thread of flesh. His hand nearly flew off entirely. He staggered backward. The blades of the other two men were already slashing towards Xu Antian. Xu Antian raised his sword to block. The immense force sent them reeling backward. Simultaneously, he unleashed a slash of sword energy. Boom! A dull thud echoed. Though they blocked with their blades, the immense force still hurled them backward. Even mid-air, they coughed up blood violently. Boom! At that moment, the door behind Xu Antian burst open. Shin Shuiwei arrived, weapon in hand. I'll help you, she snapped coldly, lunging at the man with the severed wrist. After hearing the commotion inside, she had wrestled with her decision for quite some time. In the end, she chose to come in. Xu Antian wasn't afraid, and neither was she. Xu Antian's brow furrowed slightly. He felt Shin Shuiwei shouldn't have come in. He had entered because he was confident in his own abilities. What gave Shin Shuiwei such confidence? Did she possess sufficient strength? Ignoring Shin Shuiwei, he planted his foot and leapt into the air. A flash of lightning erupted from his toes as he stomped down on someone. Boom! He sent the man crashing into the ground. His sternum caved in. Though still conscious, he clearly couldn't get up. Third brother. Sun Yutong roared. He charged forward again, golden dagger in hand. But Xu Antian still unleashed 3 slashes of sword energy, once again halting his advance. Having witnessed the sword chi's power firsthand, Sun Yutong could only grit his teeth and defend. Xu Antian seized the moment to pursue the other man, striking his head clean off with a single sword blow. He turned to face Sun Yutong. Old man, your turn. Xu Antian stepped forward swiftly, closing the distance to stand beside Sun Yutong. He pressed Sun Yutong with overwhelming force. Sun Yutong was forced back step by step. Flesh tore from his body, blood spilling freely, staining him crimson from head to toe. You little brat, if you want to kill me, you'll pay the price. Sun Yutong snarled. In the next instant, he tore off his shirt, baring his torso. Where his vital organs should be, each was pierced by a jet-black coffin nail. This was his final desperate measure. He had intended to use them against the 1,000-ton realm expert from Bureau 749. But now it seemed he'd never get another chance. He raised his hand to strike the coffin nails. But Xu Antian stood directly before him. Would he stand by and watch him cast his spell? With a single step, he closed the distance to Sun Yutong. This time, he held nothing back. Shen energy surged from the demon-slaying sword as he struck repeatedly. Swish! 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 8 sword energies sliced through the air. Sun Yutong's expression changed drastically. He had assumed 3 sword energies were Xu Antian's limit. Unexpectedly, Xu Antian's limit was 8 sword energies. He was forced to halt his spellcasting to defend. But he could only block 4 of them. The remaining 4 slashes cut through his body one after another. Sun Yutong was instantly dismembered by the sword chi. Fallen to the ground, he glared at Xu Antian with unyielding defiance. His eyes remained open even in death. Xu Antian glanced at Shin Shuiwei struggling to defend herself nearby, his brow furrowing slightly. He stepped in to assist. He swiftly eliminated her opponent. Then, he approached the sole survivor lying on the ground. He demanded, "Where are the rest of the Sun family?" "Pa! I'd rather die than tell you." The man remained defiant. Xu Antian raised his sword. Don't try to intimidate me. I'm not easily scared. I wasn't trying to threaten you." Splatter! Xu Antian's sword fell, severing the man's head cleanly. "Shu Yu, send a message to Sister Bai. Tell her the situation here. The Sun family members have most likely escaped.
Have them seal off any possible escape routes. Focus on the Xing'an Mountains. Xu Antian ordered. When a group of mountain dwellers faced danger, their most likely course was to flee into the mountains they knew best. Got it. Shen Chuyue nodded. Her gaze toward Xu Antian held a complex mix of emotions. During their recent confrontation, she had come to understand. Xu Antian's formidable confidence stemmed from his formidable strength. And she lacked the strength to match that confidence. Chapter 48, Citywide Ambush, Sun Binfu blocked. Xu Antian stepped outside, taking a deep breath to steady himself. The succession of battles had left him feeling a hint of fatigue. Since the treasure-seeking rat wasn't at the Sun family villa, the most likely scenario was that it had been taken by someone who had escaped from the Sun residence. The person who took it was most likely Sun Yutong's son, Sun Binfu, the overseas student who had returned from the island nation. After a moment of deep thought, Xu Antian and Shen Chuyue found a car and drove toward the Xing'an Mountains. Meanwhile, Bai Yushi, who was rushing toward the Sun family villa, stared at the message from Shen Chuyue on her phone, almost unable to believe her eyes. She never imagined that Sun Yutong, the head of the Sun family, would be dead and killed by Xu Antian. Hadn't Xu Antian just broken through to the linked veins realm? You're telling her Xu Antian killed Sun Yutong, a 9th-tier Lianmai realm cultivator? It was utterly beyond comprehension. In all her years, she'd never heard of such a thing. Doesn't that mean Xu Antian is even stronger than her? The thought of how she lectured Xu Antian yesterday with that air of superiority made her teeth ache. District Chief, only Sun Yutong and his 3 brothers were at the Sun family villa. They've already been killed by Shen Chuyue and Xu Antian over there. The 2 suspect other Sun family members are fleeing, possibly heading toward the Xing'an Mountains. Bai Yushi looked at the middle-aged man seated in the front of the plane and reported respectfully. MHM. Have the Joint Investigation Bureau immediately seal off all key routes near the Sun family villa. Conduct thorough checks. Any Sun family members found must be apprehended immediately. If they resist, execute them on the spot. Additionally, notify all local factions within He City to assist in apprehending the Sun family members. Their moment to prove themselves has arrived. Anyone who fails to cooperate will face consequences. I'll personally visit them afterward. Wu Lei issued his orders methodically. Give special emphasis to the Ganshan gang, they'll know what to do. Meanwhile, we'll proceed to the Sun residence. Leave these matters to our subordinates. Yes, District Chief. An investigator tasked with relaying messages responded beside Wu Lei. As Wu Lei's orders spread, the entire Qi cultivator community of He City sprang into action. When the wall falls, everyone pushes. Especially since the Sun family wasn't a major clan to begin with. At best, they were merely a slightly more powerful local powerhouse. But Wu Lei was the district chief of Bureau 749's He City Patrol Division. All openly practicing Qi cultivators in He City fell under his jurisdiction. Anyone who refused to cooperate would surely face dire consequences. Smart people knew what to do. Moreover, this was a prime opportunity to prove oneself. If Wu Lei takes notice and makes you an unofficial member of 749, you'll be able to wear the 749 tiger skin. The direct and indirect benefits would be immense. These local factions have operated within their spheres of influence for generations, some for over a dozen, and once they mobilize their resources, their power is immense. News began trickling in almost immediately. Members of the Sun family were being captured one after another. Meanwhile, the aircraft carrying Wu Lei finally reached the skies above the Sun family villa. He leapt from mid-air. He took several strides in midair before landing on the ground. The ability to walk through the air was a manifestation of the 1,000-ton realm. The other investigators aboard the aircraft also descended using ropes. They automatically spread out, beginning a thorough search of the entire Sun family villa. Where are Xu Antian? Wu Lei frowned and asked. These 2 new trainee investigators had been involved in such a major incident, yet they were nowhere to be found. District Chief, Shen Chuyue just sent word that they're heading toward the Xing'an Mountains to intercept the Sun family, Bai Yushi replied. Tell them to be careful. The Sun family won't get away, Wu Lei said in a low voice. It was commendable that the 2 young men were so ambitious, but overzealousness was unwise. If they were to die, it would be their loss. Yes, District Chief. Bai Yushi felt a flicker of surprise. Their district chief was famously cold and aloof, yet today he was showing unprecedented concern for others. It was truly rare. District Chief, we discovered several crates of top-grade medicinal herbs at the Sun residence that hadn't been taken away. Additionally, Sun Yutong, Sun Mantang, Sun Yulong, and Sun Monsong are all dead. They were all killed by blades. An investigator relayed the information. The bodies of Sun Yutong and the other 3 were also carried out and laid before Wu Lei. District Chief, Xu Antian's weapon is a sword. Bai Yushi spoke up. Wu Lei stared at the bodies on the ground. He recalled the phone call the bureau chief had made to him yesterday. One line stood out as a casual joke. The exact words were, heard Xu Antian went to your place. That kid owes me 50,000 points. If he dies, you, Wu Lei, pay me back.
Now, recalling it, Director Zhang's words seemed to carry some deeper meaning.
It was highly likely that Director Zhang had long been aware of Xu Antian's capabilities. This was a direct hint. He was telling him to look out for Xu Antian, to make sure Xu Antian didn't die on his watch. But, with that kid Xu Antian's abilities, does he even need protection? Even a 9th rank Pulse Realm cultivator wouldn't stand a chance against him. As for the 1,000-ton realm,
there are no more than 10 such individuals in the entire He City.
They're all prominent figures who would dare lay a finger on Xu Antian.
Still, just to be safe, he decided to check on Xu Antian himself.
Take everything here back first, he ordered.
I'm heading to the Xing'an Mountains. With that, he stepped lightly and returned to the helicopter. The helicopter turned and headed toward the Xing'an Mountains.
Meanwhile, at the edge of the Xing'an Mountains, hundreds of people had gathered here.
One person stood every 100 meters, nearly blocking the entire entrance to the Xing'an Mountains.
No one could possibly enter from here. But just then, a black SUV sped toward them from the distance.
It aimed to break through into the Xing'an Mountains. But at that moment, someone among the crowd moved, blocking the SUV's path.
Hey, nephew, we've got orders from above, you're not getting through today. Don't blame us for being ruthless. You can't have your cake and eat it too.
These past 2 years have been tough for us.
Stop now.
You've broken the law, there's no way out for you. I hear your Sun family has a treasure-seeking rat.
Leave it to us scattered bandits.
We'll remember your Sun family and burn incense for you on the 1st and 15th of every month.
The crowd around them grew thicker by the minute.
They were all members of the scattered mountain hunting gangs. Having received word from Bureau 749, they had now all gathered at the entrance to the Xing'an Mountains. The off-road vehicle came to a halt. Sun Binfu stepped out, his face looking somewhat pale.
Beside him stood Nami Shimada.
Beyond them stood the 2 remaining elders of the Sun family. Uncles and elders, Sun Binfu said solemnly, my family has never been stingy with rewards for some of you. Today, I ask only that you turn a blind eye and let my nephew pass, give him a way out.
Nephew, it's not that we won't give you a way out, you've walked yourself into a dead end. That's right. You'd be better off surrendering now. Once you're inside, you might just survive in the end. Hand over the treasure-seeking rat. The Gansan gang's elders emerged, some smiling, others expressionless.
The Sun family is gone, but the Shimada family remains.
Do you truly wish to provoke us to the point of no return? Shimada Nami spoke up.
Haha, little girl, don't try to intimidate us. If your Shimada family truly had any real power, you wouldn't have ended up in this situation today. And let me tell you this, in the Great Xia Kingdom, you abide by the Great Xia Kingdom's rules.
I've looked into the Shimada family.
They're nothing but a fallen Shi cultivator clan, not even as good as the Sun family.
And you think that scares us? Enough chatter. Hand over the treasure-seeking rat. Chapter 49, you all want it? Then I'll divide it for you. The members of the mountain-chasing sect clearly weren't easily intimidated. Wu Lei of Unit 749 had already given the order who dared let Sun Binfu leave? Especially in front of so many people?
Uncles, I can give you the treasure-seeking rat, but please make way first.
Otherwise, I'll take the rat with me when I die.
Sun Binfu pulled a cage from his robe and spoke in a grave tone. Inside the cage sat a palm-sized rat covered in golden fur. Its ears were large and pointed, its eyes bright and full of lively spirit. He reached in, grabbed the treasure-seeking rat from the cage, and pinched its throat. A fierce expression hardened his face. Facing life or death stakes, Sun Binfu unleashed his savage nature. He was gambling that these people were greedy enough. That they would open a path for the treasure-seeking rat. Nephew, hold on tight. This creature must not be trifled with. Hand over the treasure-seeking rat, and my Wang family will leave no further involvement in this matter.
Oomph. The Zhang family wants the treasure-seeking rat too. Who wouldn't want it? With this thing, who'd ever worry about finding treasure in the mountains?
The eyes of the mountain-chasing band members gleamed with desire.
To mountain hunters, this treasure-seeking rat was priceless. It's almost like a treasure mountain. None of them were willing to give up, they all wanted it.
Now they were all scheming for a win-win solution. A way to avoid offending 749 while still getting the treasure-seeking rat. But clearly, Sun Binfu was growing more impatient. Holding the treasure-seeking rat, he led his men forward.
Step aside. Sun Binfu barked. Once I enter the Xing'an Mountains, I'll release this treasure-seeking rat.
Whoever snatches it then will depend on your own skill. All the mountain hunters present feared Sun Binfu might actually kill the treasure-seeking rat. They all instinctively stepped back.
A gap had indeed opened up.
Sun Binfu breathed a sigh of relief. He had won his gamble. But just as he was about to push through the crowd, a dark shadow suddenly plummeted from the sky.
Boom!
Xu Antian smashed down from the sky, his demon-slaying sword slashing straight at Sun Binfu. After riding his motorcycle for some time, the spiritual energy within him had recovered slightly. To intercept the Sun family's men as quickly as possible, he once again summoned his spirit energy wings. Only now, as Sun Binfu was about to depart, did he finally arrive. Sun Binfu's attention was entirely focused on the mountain-chasing man before him, completely oblivious to Xu Antian.
But the two elders behind him saw him. Simultaneously, they drew daggers from their sleeves and blocked Xu Antian's path. They shouted, "Little Fu, run! Like I'd let you!" Xu Antian's eyes flashed with ferocity.
The demon-slaying sword instantly unleashed 4 sword chi, striking both elders simultaneously.
Boom! A deafening explosion echoed. Both elders stumbled backward uncontrollably, their arms dangling limply, clearly severed. Xu Antian pressed his advantage relentlessly.
The demon-slaying sword slashed forward with the momentum.
Splatter!
1 strike, 2 severed heads. The heads of both old men flew off simultaneously, blood gushing from their necks like fountains. Their bodies crashed to the ground. Sun Binfu, witnessing the bloody scene behind him, felt his heart pound wildly as he dashed deep into the Xing'an Mountains. The surrounding mountain hunters didn't want Sun Binfu to escape, or rather, they didn't want the treasure-seeking rat to get away. They all gave chase. But Xu Antian was faster. With a flutter of his wings, he was already in midair, drawing his sword to strike Sun Binfu once more.
"Don't kill me! I surrender! I admit my guilt!" Sun Binfu screamed. He was terrified. His two elders weren't a match for Xu Antian, and he certainly wasn't either. He'd only die faster. He didn't want to die yet. He wanted to live. Xu Antian sheathed his sword, landing beside Sun Binfu.
He snatched the treasure-seeking rat away.
He said indifferently, "Go back over there and stand in your place." "Yes, right away."
Sun Binfu's face was ashen. The thought of his possible fate filled him with dread. Nami Shimada, who had been unable to flee earlier, now watched Sun Binfu's return with a grim expression. Sun Binfu had actually abandoned her and fled alone. But Sun Binfu's mind was now consumed with his own grim fate. He couldn't care less about what Shimada Nami thought. Meanwhile, upon seeing the treasure-seeking rat in Xu Antian's hands, the members of the mountain-chasing scatter gang all looked distinctly uncomfortable.
An elderly member politely inquired, "May I ask your name, young friend?" "Xu Antian, trainee investigator of Bureau 749. Xu Antian replied coolly. "Heh, so you're Investigator Xu. We're here to help capture the Sun family members too," the elder chuckled. "Investigator Xu, this treasure-seeking rat won't be of much use to you. Why not give it to our gang? We'll remember your kindness."
This was practically a direct hint. Hand over the treasure-seeking rat, and they'd surely reward him handsomely later.
"Fine. But with so many of you here, who should I give it to?" Xu Antian raised an eyebrow. "To me, of course."
"Our Wang family is the most powerful within the Scattered Alliance," the elder chuckled. The subtext was clear: his Wang family held the greatest power. With the Sun family gone, securing this treasure-seeking rat would make the Wang family the undisputed leader of the mountain-chasing bandits.
"Heh, my Zhang family isn't weak either. Elder Wang, how about giving it to my Zhang family?" But just then, another elder stepped forward. "Oomph. My Song family wants it too. Just give it to my Bai family, and we'll follow your every command." More mountain bandits stepped forward. They all wanted it.
"You all want it, which makes this very difficult for me. But I'm a man who values fairness above all else."
Xu Antian raised his hand. "Since everyone wants it, I'll give each of you a piece."
With that, he flung the treasure-seeking rat into the air. Then he swiftly slashed dozens of times, slicing the treasure-seeking rat cleanly into mid-air. All the mountain-chasing men present were stunned.
"Is this what you call fairness?" Indeed, it was fair.
But they want the treasure rat for treasure hunting, and they want it alive.
What now? We're doomed to eat meat. Agent Xu, you're deliberately toying with us, aren't you? Someone, realizing the situation, looked displeased and wore a hostile expression. "Just an intern investigator, and he dares to toy with us. He's alone. Let's just kill him."
"Hold your horses.
Look up."
They looked up into the sky. They spotted Shin Shuiwei flying low overhead.
They instantly fell silent, holding their tongues.
With the treasure seeker already dead, it would be unwise for them to cause any more trouble.
But Xu Antian didn't see it that way. Who just openly declared they wanted to kill trainee investigator 749? "Step forward."
Xu Antian narrowed his eyes. Hundreds of mountain-chasing men fell silent at his words.
No one wanted to betray their own. Since none of you will admit it, this is a collective act.
According to the law, anyone who intends to kill a 749 investigator has the right to be killed on the spot.
To nip the danger in the bud, Xu Antian raised his sword. In other words, this criminal act is being collectively shouldered by the entire Gangshan bandits, correct? Xu Antian pointed his sword at the hundreds of people.
Strangely, not a single person among the hundreds dared to speak.
Instead, they silently parted to form a path.
At the end of the path stood a pale-faced young man. "I did say those words, but I was just momentarily out of my mind. I never intended to kill you. Please don't take it seriously, Investigator Xu.
You're an adult.
You must take responsibility for your words."
Xu Antian stepped forward, sword in hand.
But at that moment, a middle-aged man stepped forward.
His face set with resolve, he declared, Investigator Xu, he is my son.
A father's failure to teach his child is his own fault.
I, as his father, offer my deepest apologies. You needn't lift a finger to discipline this wayward son of mine. With that, he drew a dagger and turned to face the youth. He thrust it violently toward the boy's chest and abdomen. 3 consecutive strikes. 3 blows, 6 wounds. The youth collapsed to his knees, blood gushing from his body. Chapter 50, What to do when one has such a father. Xu Antian's brow furrowed slightly. This turn of events was something he hadn't anticipated. You've used private forces to harm others, that too was a crime. Xu Antian said in a deep voice. Investigator Xu. The middle-aged man took a deep breath. He took 2 steps forward and knelt down with a thud. Then, he suddenly raised a short knife and stabbed himself. 3 stabs, 6 holes. Please, Investigator Xu, spare my son's life. I'll take his place. The man pressed the blade against the ground, struggling to stay upright. Xu Antian's frown deepened. Before he could react, more mountain dwellers emerged from the surrounding area, kneeling on one knee. Without a word, they abruptly drew daggers and plunged them into their own thighs. They shouted, Please, Investigator Xu, spare the life of the young master of the Zhang family. Xu Antian was deeply moved. These scattered mountain-chasing factions had just been bickering fiercely over a treasure-seeking rat. They had even nearly come to blows. Now, they were willing to harm themselves for the sake of one of their own. Truthfully, this matter could be either trivial or grave. If he pressed the matter, he could argue that the young man had attempted to murder a 749 investigator. If he chose not to press the matter, it would amount to nothing more than a joke. Just as he was about to speak, the sound of a helicopter suddenly echoed from the distance. Almost immediately, a middle-aged man stepped out of the aircraft and descended to his feet in just a few strides. The man was tall and broad-shouldered, with a square jaw and muscles bulging beneath his clothes. Wu Lei glanced at Xu Antian. What's going on here? Only a powerhouse above the 1,000-ton realm could step out of thin air like that. From the glances of the surrounding mountain dwellers, he could vaguely guess the identity of the man before him. Xu Antian briefly recounted the sequence of events. The Sanbang faction has taken a clear stance in apprehending the Sun family and performed reasonably well. I had intended to grant you non-regular status, but now it seems you harbor grievances against Bureau 749? Wu Lei glanced at the man on the ground and remarked casually. District Chief Wu, the scattered gang harbors no grievances whatsoever. We absolutely obey Bureau 749's orders. That's right, District Chief Wu. We'll do whatever you ask. The Jiang family's young master speaks without restraint, but he truly had no intention of killing anyone. The moment they heard they could become non-regular members, the scattered gang's eyes lit up. This was practically a guaranteed job. They'd been dreaming of this. I, Jiang Wu, failed in my duty as a father. I apologize to District Chief Wu, Investigator Xu, and all my old brothers. On the ground, the middle-aged man suddenly spoke in a deep voice. The next second, he raised the short knife in his hand and thrust it violently toward his own throat. Not a moment's hesitation. Wu Lei frowned. His intention had been to give the Ganshan gang a warning. He never intended to drive them to suicide. This time, the Sun family, the most powerful faction within the Ganshan San gang, had suffered heavy casualties, significantly weakening the gang's influence. This would affect the supply of various cultivation resources to Unit 749. To maintain regional stability and prevent the Sun family's smuggling activities from recurring, he did indeed entertain the idea of incorporating the Gangshan scatter gang as an auxiliary force. Boom! A powerful aura erupted from his body. He stepped forward, blocking the dagger with his hand. Thud! Snap! The dagger shattered instantly. Wu Lei's hand remained unscathed. Not even a scratch remained. Xu Antian, what do you think? Wu Lei looked at Xu Antian. Wait, you're the district chief. Why are you asking me? Xu Antian frowned. What kind of situation is this? A district chief asking an intern investigator? He was tempted to say, how about I take over as district chief? But considering Wu Lei's capabilities, he decided to keep a low profile. Since it was just a slip of the tongue, we'll let this one slide, but don't let it happen again. Xu Antian paused briefly before speaking. Back then, when he was bullied by an adult at the orphanage, the old director had shielded him just like that middle-aged man on the ground now. Equally unhesitating. Thank you, Investigator Xu. Thank you, District Chief Wu. The middle-aged man's tense body relaxed. All right, go bandage them up. Don't let them die. Wu Lei nodded. Additionally, send 2 representatives to my place tomorrow afternoon. Upon hearing this, the mountain hunters present couldn't help but grasp the meaning. This meant they were being recruited. One by one, their faces lit up with joy, as if the bloody wounds on their thighs no longer hurt. Rest assured, District Chief Wu will be there on time. An elder stepped forward, smiling as he spoke. I heard the Sun family had a treasure-seeking rat. Did you take it? Wu Lei asked casually. The moment these words left his mouth, the room fell silent. All eyes turned to Xu Antian. You have it? Wu Lei raised an eyebrow.
Xu Antian pointed toward some scattered scraps of fur and flesh in the distance.
Over there. Dead?
Wu Lei frowned, then suddenly shouted, "Which bastard killed it?
Do you have any idea how valuable this thing is?"
The gathered members of the scattered mountain band kept their heads down, silent. They thought this was an internal matter for your 749 group. They dared not speak up and get involved.
One wrong word could spell regret they'd never recover from. District Chief, I killed it. Xu Antian forced himself to speak. He had no choice. Only by killing the treasure-seeking rat could he claim the reward. Otherwise, the treasure would never end up in his hands. That was precisely why he'd rushed over so urgently. If Wu Lei saw the treasure-seeking rat, he'd never get the chance to kill it. Wu Lei stared at Xu Antian, taking several deep breaths. He resisted the urge to blast him to smithereens on the spot. What a waste of a treasure! He roared inwardly. Don't you know our primary objective at 749 is to control, protect, and contain these creatures? He nearly laughed in exasperation. The situation was critical, then I had no choice but to kill it, Xu Antian murmured. You dare talk back? Write me a thorough self-criticism report when you get back. Reflect on your actions. Wu Lei glared. If it weren't for the director's instructions, he'd have beaten Xu Antian senseless. This was infuriating. Xu Antian fell silent. Wu Lei was still fuming, and Xu didn't want to push his luck any further. As for the self-criticism, he glanced at Shen Shuiwei. In the end, Wu Lei took Sun Binfu and his wife away. He angrily left Xu Antian stranded on the mountain. Shen Shuiwei, however, showed some consideration and stayed behind to keep Xu Antian company. She rode her motorcycle back to the dormitory with Xu Antian. Shuiwei, could you handle writing our mission report this time? Xu Antian asked during the ride. Shen Shuiwei froze, thinking, aren't you the one leading this mission? I wasn't good at school. I really have no idea how to write a report, Xu Antian explained. Alright, I'll write it up later, Shen Shuiwei agreed. She sighed inwardly once more. Being too skilled in too many things wasn't always a blessing. Too many skills can be a burden. Thanks, you've really helped me out. Also, District Chief Wu just asked us to write a self-criticism. You should write yours too, Xu Antian said, his mood much improved. Shen Shuiwei. I'll write your self-criticism for you, but I want extra points. She had been standing right beside District Chief Wu when he reprimanded Xu Antian and heard everything. The self-criticism was for Xu Antian to write. What did it have to do with her? She might not be as gifted as Xu Antian, but that didn't mean she was stupid. The task was completed by both of them. The report was written, so be it. But the self-criticism was a different story. She didn't kill that treasure-seeking rat. Fine. Xu Antian agreed. He genuinely didn't want to write the self-criticism. At worst, he'd just give Shen Shuiwei a few more points. Compared to writing a self-criticism, he much preferred going on missions to slay demons. Chapter 51, Refining the Treasure-Seeking Rat, Obtaining the Treasure Eye Pill. Inside the dorm, Xu Antian stared intently at the 8 trigrams alchemy furnace in his mind. The spectral image of the treasure-seeking rat was dissipating at a visible pace. Refining the treasure-seeking rat's essence, rewarded with 1 treasure eye pill. Treasure eye pill, upon consumption, vision becomes sharper and more acute, enabling perception of certain special chi energies. With a thought, the treasure eye pill materialized in Xu Antian's hand. Golden throughout, it was no larger than a child's fist, bearing the distinct pattern of an eye. Without hesitation, Xu Antian tossed the treasure eye pill into his mouth. The pill melted rapidly in his mouth. A surging wave of warmth rushed toward his eyes. It felt as though his eyes were bathing in a hot spring. It felt incredibly soothing. Tears welled up at the corners of his eyes, carrying a cloudy fluid. As if cleansing away impurities. This state lasted a full 10 minutes before gradually subsiding. Xu Antian went to the bathroom and washed the murky liquid from his face. In the mirror, his eyes appeared significantly brighter, his gaze sharper. What is this? Suddenly, his gaze sharpened as he turned to the wall beside the mirror. There, a tiny insect was crawling. Normally, he wouldn't have noticed such a tiny insect without careful scrutiny. But now, he could easily make out its every movement. It was as if a magnifying glass had appeared before his eyes. Quite remarkable. This must be the eye transformation brought by the treasure eye pill. Xu Antian murmured. Beyond that, he noticed a faint golden glow deep within his pupils. It was somewhat unnatural for human eyes. Fortunately, it wasn't obvious. Unless someone got close and looked carefully, it was impossible to notice. He wasn't overly concerned about others noticing it. The treasure eye pill also allows me to perceive certain special energies. I wonder what they are. Xu Antian mused. He sensed that the changes in his eyes weren't limited to these. There must be more. Suddenly, he looked at his arm again. He noticed that his arm had undergone an unseen transformation. Large patches of crimson light mist had materialized on its surface. His entire body seemed to be ablaze. Moreover, the crimson light mist pulsed rhythmically with his movements. What is this? Xu Antian's heart skipped a beat as he glanced at his other arm. He discovered the same crimson light mist there. Finally, he realized his entire body was enveloped in the crimson light mist. After a moment, he regained his composure, concluding that this strange mist must be what people referred to as chi energy. He just didn't know what purpose it served. He pushed the thought aside for now. He turned his gaze to the other demon beast within the 8 trigrams demon refining furnace. This demon was at the linked veins realm, still over a day away from being fully refined. He wasn't in a hurry, it would be refined sooner or later anyway. Returning to the bed, Xu Antian collapsed and fell asleep. After working all night, he was feeling a bit tired. The following afternoon, Xu Antian was roused by a knock at the door. He opened the door to find Xuanling standing there. She appeared to have slept poorly, dark circles lingering under her eyes. I've finished the mission report and submitted it. Also, here's your self-criticism letter. You can take a look when you have time. Xuanling's voice sounded slightly weak. Xu Antian stared at Xuanling and noticed a faint red mist swirling around her body too. It just didn't look as dense or rise as high as his. The peak of his aura rose about 2 meters above his head. Moreover, Xuanling's body was also enveloped in patches of white light mist, intertwined with the red mist. Is this what chi energy is? Does everyone have it? Xu Antian murmured inwardly. Outwardly, he remained composed as he accepted the self-criticism letter, asking curiously. Alright, haven't you slept? I slept for 2 hours. I've been busy with the report. Also, the rewards for this mission have already been distributed. Since you were the lead on this mission, all the points were credited to your account. Xuanling shook her head lightly. Come inside, Xu Antian nodded. The two entered the room. Xu Antian opened the 749 app to check. He found that his phone indeed showed an additional sum of points. And it wasn't a small amount, of full 30,000. For an ordinary intern investigator, receiving this many points would be enough to make them laugh in their sleep. But Xu Antian could only say it wasn't enough to pay off his debts. Moreover, these 30,000 points weren't all his to keep. He needed to split them with Xuanling and Bayushi. Although Bayushi had abandoned the mission, she was the one who had initially introduced them to it. Plus, Bayushi had contributed later by reaching out to contacts within the bureau. Therefore, he decided to split the points among the 3 of them. Xuanling, I plan to divide these points into 3 shares, 1 for you, 1 for me, and 1 for Sister Bai. Alright. Xuanling nodded, having no objections. Alright, I'll transfer them to you. Xu Antian ultimately transferred 8,000 points to Xuanling. Having contributed the most effort to this matter, he naturally deserved a larger share. The look on Xuanling's face as she left made it clear she was satisfied deep down. After all, for them as trainee investigators, ordinary missions only yielded 1 or 2,000 points at most, and that had to be split among several people. Just like the last time he and Zhang Qianqiu went on a mission together. Therefore, 8,000 points was already a substantial amount for Xuanling. This time, the substantial points they earned were largely due to the large number of individuals involved and their formidable strength. After a quick wash, Xu Antian left the dormitory and headed to the 749 Bureau office. This was the headquarters of He City's Bureau 749. It was nearing evening, a time when the place was bustling with people, yet he recognized almost none of the faces inside. Each person radiated a distinct aura, varying in intensity, though most were red. What puzzled him, however, was that some of them actually nodded and greeted him. They appeared exceptionally warm and friendly. Xu Antian felt a bit suspicious. He found Bayushi. Sis Bai, the rewards for this mission have been distributed. I'm here to deliver your points. Xu Antian said with a smile. Bayushi's aura rose over a meter from her head, though it still fell short of his own. Bayushi was still clad in her signature black leather bodysuit, her legs encased in knee-high boots. When Xu Antian found her, she was lying back in her chair, lost in thought. Bayushi sat up from the chair and moved closer to Xu Antian. She drew very close. Xu Antian could even smell her breath. You did well, kid. Got the job done without a peep. Bayushi's tone carried a hint of teasing. Hee, all thanks to Sister Bai's excellent guidance. Without her leading us, we definitely wouldn't have completed the mission. Alright, stop flattering me. We all know how things went. You can keep the points for yourself. Bayushi declined. She had already abandoned the mission, and her original task was merely to find evidence of the Sun family smuggling. Who could have imagined that Xu Antian would not only uncover the Sun family's smuggling evidence but single-handedly take down the entire Sun family, even killing Sun Yutong himself? She'd only offered minor assistance, she didn't deserve the points. Sis Bai, I earned plenty of points from this mission. Don't be so polite. I'm counting on you to send me another job next time. Xu Antian insisted. How much is enough? Bayushi inquired. 30,000 in total. You big shot. Transfer it to me. Bayushi immediately pulled out her phone. What's this about saving face? She didn't care about face, she wanted points. Xu Antian froze for a moment before pulling out his phone and transferring 5,000 points to Bayushi.
He himself was left with 17,000. Bayushi happily tucked her phone away, finding Xu Antian more and more to her liking with every glance. This guy was practically her lucky charm. He'd already transferred her so many points just after arriving. Sis bye, don't stare at me like that. I have a girlfriend, Xu Antian said, feeling a bit uneasy under Bayushi's gaze. He felt like she was about to devour him. Bayushi flushed. You're not even that old, and what are you thinking about all day? This Sun family incident caused quite a stir. You've made quite a name for yourself this time. Chapter 52, a name forged in battle. Silver Sword Azura. Fame? Xu Antian pondered. No wonder that person from 749 greeted him earlier. So now the situation was this: he didn't know anyone, but everyone had heard his story. Out of the game, yet the game is full of legends about me? Yeah, you wouldn't know, but your fame now outshines even the official investigators. People VE even given you a nickname, Bayushi stated matter-of-factly. A nickname? What nickname? Xu Antian perked up. Silver Sword Demon. Silver Sword Demon? He understood the silver sword part. After all, his demon-slaying blade was silver. But Azura? So, should I call you Xu Silver Sword or Xu Azura from now on? Bayushi's smile held a playful tease. Call me whatever you like, sister. Bye. How did I earn this Azura title? Xu Antian shrugged indifferently. What do you think? It's because your methods are too brutal. Bayushi recalled the corpses of Bai Yutong and the other three, feeling a wave of nausea. Not a single corpse remained intact. All had been decapitated. One had even been severed into multiple pieces. Xu Antian laughed bitterly. He'd only feared his opponents weren't dead enough. If he intended to kill, he naturally had to ensure they were truly dead. It's fine, Xu Antian chuckled. By the way, where's the district chief's office? I need to see him about something. He figured he might as well drop off the self-criticism letter while he was at it. There, Bayushi nodded toward the district chief's office. Xu Antian looked in that direction just as the office door opened. Two smiling elderly men emerged from inside. Their expressions shifted upon seeing Xu Antian. They immediately bowed their heads slightly, their smiles broadening as they approached to greet him. Greetings, Demon Xu. I am Wang Gu, and this is Zhang Jiang. Our Risheng San gang is now affiliated with Unit 749. From now on, we're practically colleagues. We humbly request your future guidance, Demon Xu. Do drop by for tea sometime. Though Xu Antian was only an intern investigator, they had witnessed the ruthlessness of his actions. Moreover, they had heard of the brutal deaths of the Sun Yutong brothers. This only deepened their awe and respect for the Xu Tianan standing before them. Xu Antian was slightly surprised. It seemed Wu Lei had specifically summoned the Gansan Sanbang members yesterday to discuss this very matter. Since we're colleagues, it's only natural to look out for each other, he murmured, nodding slightly before brushing past the two men and heading toward the district chief's office. He knocked and entered. District Chief, here is the self-criticism letter I wrote. Xu Antian placed the self-criticism letter on the desk in front of Wu Lei. He surreptitiously assessed Wu Lei's vital energy. He discovered that Wu Lei's aura was incredibly towering, over 5 meters tall. Moreover, the red mist was so dense it seemed almost tangible. One thing I can confirm now is that the height of one's aura seems directly related to their cultivation level. The stronger the cultivator, the taller and denser their aura. Xu Antian thought to himself. You're quite efficient, Wu Lei nodded approvingly. He picked up the written reflection, glanced at it, and set it down moments later. Your handwriting is decent, and your reflection is fairly thorough. I'll overlook this time, but there can be no next time. Understood, he admonished. Understood. Xu Antian breathed a sigh of relief. Right. Also, that pig dragon you killed by the river, its carcass has some research value and has been sent to the lab. This 200-year-old bloodlingji is compensation for you. It can help broaden your chi channels, perfect for your current needs. Wu Lei nodded lightly, pulling a square glass box from the drawer. The box was about the size of a human head, containing a blood-red lingji mushroom. Xu Antian examined the blood spirit mushroom and detected chi energy emanating from it. Unlike the energy of a chi cultivator, however, the energy of the blood lingji was green. Xu Antian reached out to take it, his voice filled with surprise. District Chief, can the chi channels actually be expanded? This was the first time he'd ever heard such a notion. Of course. The thickness, resilience, and diameter of the chi channels can all be altered. Think of the chi channels as water pipes. The thicker and more resilient the pipe, the more spiritual energy it can carry, and the greater the power of the spells you cast. But bigger isn't always better. The ideal size is about 10% larger than the acupoint. If it's too thin, it will hinder cultivation at the Thousand June realm, Wu Lei explained to Xu Antian. Xu Antian nodded. Wu Lei's analogy was spot on and easy to grasp. District Chief, how does one cultivate the 1,000-ton realm? He asked curiously. This rare chance to consult a master privately was one he wouldn't let slip. The 1,000-ton realm involves moving chi through the body's 360 acupoints, gradually merging them until only one acupoint remains.
If the chi channels are too thin, how could the acupoints merge? The same principle applies to the thickness and resilience of the chi channels. Wu Lei was generous with his answers, responding to every question. Xu Antian frowned. His acupoints were 10 times larger than others, meaning his chi channels must be sufficiently vast. Otherwise, cultivating the 1,000-ton realm would prove exceedingly difficult. Is there any method or rare treasure that can widen the chi channels? There are quite a few common ones. You can search for them yourself in the marketplace. Each natural treasure has its effects explained, but they all have tolerance issues. You can't take them frequently. Usually, after 2 or 3 uses, they stop working. The better ones? Each one costs a fortune. Wu Lei said solemnly. Their cultivation resources had always been scarce. And the higher one ascended in cultivation, the scarcer the resources became. This was precisely why they prohibited domestic cultivation resources from flowing overseas. They barely had enough for themselves. Exporting them would be sheer stupidity. The Sun family was courting death. Understood, Xu Antian nodded. Good. Now, when you encounter demons next time, it's best to spare their lives. Demon blood is the primary ingredient for many elixirs, Wu Lei reiterated. Xu Antian sighed inwardly. This was something he truly couldn't bring himself to do. But what could he do? He had a demon refining furnace inside him. He could only agree superficially. One more thing, the Ganzhan Sandbang people shared some intel. Deep within the Xing'an Mountains, they discovered a strange valley shrouded in mist. They've never found the entrance and want us to send people to investigate. Since they're now practically part of the 749, we should assist them whenever possible. You're familiar with the Ganzhan San gang members. In a couple of days, take Yushi and a few others to investigate. Wu Lei instructed. Xu Antian's mouth twitched. That's way too familiar. Familiar enough that they nearly killed each other. But since it was an assignment, he naturally had no reason to refuse. All right, he nodded in agreement. Back in the dorm, he immediately opened the 749 app to start shopping. With points in hand, naturally he'd prioritize boosting his strength first. As for the points he owed to the Mystic Spirit Cultivation Room and the Bureau Chief, he planned to repay them later. After all, he could owe one for a year and the other for 6 months. Time was still on his side. There was no rush to repay them. He searched for spiritual materials or pills that could accelerate cultivation in the linked veins realm. He soon found several suitable options. Triple Young Flower, 2,000 points. Effect, slightly enhances the resilience of chi meridians. Effect significantly diminishes after 2 doses. Long Fruit, 3,000 points. Effect, slightly enhances the resilience of chi meridians. Effect significantly diminishes after a single dose. Vigorous Meridian Pill, 10,000 points. Effect, slightly enhances meridian resilience and expands meridians by 1/3. Effect significantly diminishes after a single dose. Xu Antian placed his order immediately. He purchased 2 3 Yang Flowers, 1 Long Fruit, and 1 Strengthening Pulse Pill. 17,000 points vanished in the blink of an eye. Chapter 53, Strength Boost, reaching the 5th layer of the Linked Veins realm. The next day, a 749 staff member arrived at his doorstep, delivering all the items Xu Antian had purchased. After checking the contents, Xu Antian carried everything to his bedroom. He discovered that each item carried its own distinct energy aura. Relatively speaking, the chi aura emanating from the vein strengthening pills was the strongest. It seems all items imbued with spiritual energy possess this aura. Xu Antian murmured. He sat cross-legged on the bed, picked up a long fruit, and popped it into his mouth. The long fruit was no larger than an eyeball. The moment it entered his mouth, it dissolved into a wave of coolness that flowed into his stomach. Xu Antian focused his mind and began circulating the Killing Sutra. The medicinal power was slowly absorbed into his acupoints. Seizing this opportunity, he connected his chi channels. Soon, he reconnected a meridian point in his leg. The newly linked energy channels were still unstable, trembling slightly. But at that very moment, the scorching power of the dragon python's blood surged forth from the acupoint, stabilizing the chi meridian. Next came the long fruit. Its icy effect, amplified by the dragon python blood, further solidified the chi channels and increased their thickness. Leveraging the ling fruit's potency, he linked over a dozen acupoints in one go and stabilized them. He successfully broke through to the 2nd level of the linked meridian realm. The medicinal power of the long fruit is still too weak, Xu Antian murmured. Nearly connecting a dozen or so acupoints had exhausted the ling fruit's potency. Meanwhile, the power of the dragon python blood remained abundant. The potency gap between the two was simply too vast. When compared like this, the 5,000 points for the dragon python blood didn't seem expensive at all. Xu Antian picked up 2 3 Yang Flowers, stuffed them both into his mouth, chewed them a few times, and swallowed them down. Leveraging the medicinal power of the 3 Yang Flowers, he began reconnecting his chi channels once more. 2 days later, Xu Antian finally emerged from his cultivation state. In that time, he had not only consumed all the spiritual ingredients and pills purchased from the shop, but also depleted the blood lingji given to him by Wu Lei. Yet his gains were immense.
By now, the chi meridians throughout his limbs were fully interconnected. His cultivation had broken through to the 5th level of the linked veins realm. In just 2 days, his cultivation realm had soared by 4 tiers. Moreover, with his cultivation base elevated, he could now preliminarily wield one of the spells within the Killing Sutra. At its core, cultivation boils down to resources. Only with sufficient resources can one achieve rapid breakthroughs and surpass peers at the same level. Xu Antian sighed. Without these resources, his breakthrough pace wouldn't be much faster than an ordinary cultivator's. Fortunately, he possessed the 8 trigrams demon refining furnace, which allowed him to refine demons into elixirs. His cultivation resources were inherently more abundant than others. He scanned his mind inward. Within the Bagua demon refining furnace, a crimson pill lay quietly at the bottom. This was the pill obtained from refining the pig dragon. Refining the essence of the pig dragon rewards the pseudo-dragon blood pill. Pseudo-dragon blood pill consumption greatly enhances physical strength and grants pseudo-dragon power. Pseudo-dragon power? Xu Antian's eyes lit up. Let's taste it. With a thought, the pseudo-dragon blood pill floated into his palm. He tossed it into his mouth. The pill was intensely hot, instantly burning Xu Antian's mouth upon contact. Yet it remained within his tolerance. Gritting his teeth, he swallowed the pill. It felt like a fiery thread sliding down his throat and straight into his stomach. His stomach felt like it housed a furnace, its temperature rapidly rising. Boom! Xu Antian's blood began to boil, surging through his veins like a raging beast. His skin turned crimson, steaming with white vapor. This really hurts. Xu Antian gritted his teeth, feeling as though he were trapped inside a furnace, being gradually refined. Once again, vast amounts of pitch-black impurities oozed from his skin. These were the impurities within his body. The pseudo-dragon blood pill was cleansing his marrow, and his physique would grow stronger as a result. An hour later, the expulsion of impurities finally began to cease. Yet the potency of the pseudo-dragon blood pill persisted, intensifying with each passing moment. What the hell is happening? Xu Antian was startled. He felt as though something was burrowing beneath his skin. He raised his arm to inspect it, finding nothing unusual. Yet the sensation was undeniably real. He reached out to touch it. A thick layer of dead skin instantly peeled away from his arm, revealing the smooth, luminous skin beneath. So hard. Xu Antian was utterly astonished. He pressed his hand against his arm, feeling immense resistance beneath the skin. His physical body had grown stronger. At that moment, the potency of the pseudo-dragon blood pill seemed to finally fade, and his body temperature gradually returned to normal. Xu Antian leapt from the bed and dashed into the bathroom in a few strides. He began to wash himself. The grime on his body was quickly washed away by the rushing water. In the mirror, his skin appeared fairer and radiant, making him look even more handsome. But this was merely a secondary benefit of the fake dragon blood pill. The greatest benefit was that his physique had grown stronger. He raised his hand and slapped his arm. Thud! His arm emitted a dull metallic clang. Moreover, he felt not a shred of pain. It felt as though the arm wasn't even his own. He knew this was because his defenses were too strong. Minor impacts simply couldn't reach the threshold of pain. Xu Antian, are you in there? Why aren't you answering my messages? Just then, a knock sounded at the door. Xu Antian froze, recognizing Bai Yushi's voice. He pulled on his boxers and opened the door. Outside stood Bai Yushi and Shin Shuiwe. Seeing Xu Antian bare-chested, Bai Yushi's eyes widened. She glanced several times, lingering especially on his lower body for a few seconds before teasing, "Who knew you were so well endowed?" Shin Shuiwe, however, turned her head away slightly, occasionally stealing a glance with a look of even greater bashfulness. Sister Bai, cut the jokes. What brings you two here? Xu Antian turned back into the room to put on his shirt. He had no intention of letting these two flirtatious women take advantage of him for free. You're telling me? Have you forgotten about the task to disperse the mountain bandits? District Chief Wu just personally inquired about it. Bai Yushi said, slightly annoyed. Xu Antian froze, then gave a wry smile. I've been in seclusion practicing these past few days and haven't been following the news. Wait for me a moment, I'll be ready soon. So absorbed in cultivation he'd completely forgotten about the mission. He quickly dressed and strapped on his weapons. He followed Bai Yushi and the other woman out of their lodgings. The three mounted their motorcycle and sped straight toward the gang's location. Xu Antian, I've broken through in cultivation. I'm now at the 5th level of the linked veins realm. Bai Yushi couldn't help but boast a little along the way. After earning points, she had purchased a spiritual material that enabled her breakthrough. I've also advanced to the 3rd level of the linked veins realm. This mission should be a breeze for us now, Shin Shuiwe chimed in beside her, her tone tinged with confidence. This confidence stemmed from her enhanced strength. What about you? Don't tell me you're still at the 1st level of the linked veins realm? Bai Yushi asked curiously. I'm doing okay. Just reached the 5th tier of the linked veins realm, Xu Antian replied softly. What? Bai Yushi gasped in shock. She had poured so much effort into finally breaking through to the 5th tier of the linked veins realm, eager to show off her achievement. Who would have thought that just days after breaking through to the pulse link realm, Xu Antian had already caught up to her? This was beyond belief. Stunned, she instinctively slammed on the brakes. The result? Xu Antian, sitting behind her, was thrown forward violently by the momentum. And it wasn't just his arms that had hardened. His entire body from head to toe had hardened. Feeling the hard, burning heat behind her, Bayushi knew exactly what it was. She spun around and snarled, "You really are a silver sword." Chapter 54. Deep in the Xing'an Mountains, the White Snake seeks an imperial title. Xu Antian gave a bitter smile. Could he really be blamed? You were the one who slammed on the brakes. Helplessly, he shifted backward slightly and chose to remain silent. At this point, the more he explained, the more tangled it would become. Seeing Xu Antian's silence, Bayushi shot him another fierce glare before turning back to restart the motorcycle. But she seemed to have developed a psychological shadow, constantly feeling like Xu Antian behind her might stab her at any moment. Meanwhile, Xin Chuyue's fleeting confidence, born from her recent breakthrough in cultivation, was ruthlessly shattered by Xu Antian. She sank back into despondency. Compared to Xu Antian, I really am lacking. Xin Chuyue felt like she was about to withdraw into herself. After the incident with Xu Antian, Bayushi fell silent. They rode in silence. Soon, they arrived at a small town named Xing'an Town at the foot of the Xing'an Mountains. Most members of the mountain bandits gang had come from this very town. Before arriving, Bayushi had already made arrangements with the Gangshan gang. At the town entrance, over a dozen members of the Gangshan Sanbang were waiting. The two elders standing directly in front were the same ones Xu Antian had met at the 749 office last time. The one on the left, wearing a gray Zhongshan suit, was Wang Gu. The other, with a crew cut and a white shirt, was Zhang Jiang. They strode forward, smiling as they greeted Xu Antian and his companions. Su Azura, investigator by Investigator Shin, you must be exhausted from your journey. Please come into town for a warm cup of tea. Wang Gu invited the trio into the small town. No need. We're in a hurry. Just have your people guide us. Xu Antian waved his hand. He was in a hurry to complete his mission. Who had time for tea? Drinking tea was for old men. As a young man, he preferred the thrill of combat. Heh, Su Azura sure works efficiently. Our people are already ready, the ones behind me here. That valley lies deep within the Xing'an Mountains. Reaching it will take 3 or 4 days. The valley is teeming with fierce beasts, and the dense forests make it easy to lose your way. However, these are seasoned mountain guides who know the terrain well. They should be able to assist you. Zhang Jiang stepped aside, gesturing toward the dozen or so people behind him. These men carried an assortment of peculiar weapons, along with ropes, provisions, and other supplies. After speaking, he turned to 2 men in the group and instructed, Zhang Yi, Wang Mang, everything you do in the mountains must follow the 3 investigators' orders. No reckless actions. Zhang Yi was a sturdy man in a white vest, his dark complexion giving him the appearance of a farmer. Wang Mang had a well-proportioned build, clad in a fur-lined coat. A prominent knife scar marked his cheek, and he radiated a fierce aura. Father, rest assured. We're now auxiliary personnel of Unit 749. We'll follow orders without question. That's right, Uncle Zhang. You can trust us to handle things. Both men agreed. Since you're ready, let's move out. Xu Antian nodded with satisfaction. All right. Su Shura, our men will lead the way up front. You two just follow behind. Zhang He nodded and led the group briskly up the mountain path. The mountain path was rugged and unsuitable for riding, necessitating travel on foot. However, all present were Qi cultivators, elite members handpicked by the Mountain Crossing clan. The weakest among them possessed at least the 9th level of the opening Yuan realm. Thus, even on foot, their pace was remarkably swift. The group traversed the Xing'an Mountains with remarkable speed. The Ganshan gang members ahead would occasionally halt, pulling out their compasses to determine their direction. Su Xiu Luo were still on the outskirts of the Xing'an Mountains. There shouldn't be much danger here, Zhang He remarked casually. When did you discover that valley? What was peculiar about it? Xu Antian nodded, inquiring. About a month ago, Zhang He replied solemnly, his expression turning grave. It's a vast valley, completely shrouded in mist. We tried to find an entrance but never did. Instead, 3 people went missing. Among the missing was a member of his own Zhang family. After that, they made multiple trips into the mountains, searching for a way into the valley, but all attempts were fruitless. Finally, with no other options, they requested assistance from Unit 749 to search for the 3 missing individuals. Have you tried aerial reconnaissance? Xin Chuyue inquired from the side. We tried drones, but the signal cuts out the moment they enter the fog, Zhang He nodded. This fog is rather strange. We might not even be able to get in, Bayushi frowned. No matter how strange, there must be clues. Let's go check it out. Xu Antian disagreed. Cowardice before battle wasn't in his nature. Fine, I never said I wouldn't go. Su Jian. Bayushi's cheeks seemed to flush slightly.
Xu Antian glanced at her. Why resort to name-calling so easily? It was just a little jab at Bayushi. Did she really hold a grudge over that? The first day passed without incident until evening, when they lit a campfire to rest before a mountain cliff. The mountains teemed with mosquitoes and insects, but thanks to the insect-repelling powder scattered by the mountain-chasing gang, they didn't have to worry about being disturbed. But deep into the night, a sudden scream pierced the darkness. Xu Antian snapped awake and turned to look. Above the cliff, a massive white snake was slithering downwards. Its crimson tongue flickered in and out. Its massive head hovered above a man's head, speaking in human tones. Fellow villager, do you see me as human or immortal? The man's face turned pale, and he stood frozen in place, saying nothing. After waiting a moment without a reply, the serpent turned its gaze to another person. Fellow countryman, do you see me as human or immortal? The same question repeated. This is the white snake seeking an imperial title. At this moment, you must say nothing, or you'll be entangled. Wang Mang whispered from beside Xu Antian. His voice was so soft it was barely audible. Yet the instant his words fell, they still caught the white snake's attention. She slithered her serpentine body forward, moving swiftly. Her eyes fixed on Wang Mang, she repeated the same question. Fellow countryman, do you see me as human or immortal? Wang Mang remained silent, still ignoring her. You're a beast. But at that moment, Xu Antian suddenly spoke. The next instant, he raised the demon-slaying sword and swung it with all his might. Swish! A flash of cold light streaked through the air. Splatter! The massive serpent's head snapped clean off. Blood gushed from the severed neck like a waterfall. The massive serpent's body thrashed wildly in agony. Su Azura, you mustn't kill this white snake. It's seeking an imperial decree before ascending to immortality. If you kill it, it will haunt you endlessly. Wang Mang exclaimed in shock. The others nearby were equally stunned that Xu Antian would be so reckless. He had actually cut the white snake down. They had thought ignoring the white snake would suffice, it would depart on its own after a while. But Xu Antian had slain the white serpent. This changed everything. Alas, young people act too impulsively, sighed an old mountain hermit, shaking his head. Killing the white immortal? She'll haunt you forever, tormenting you. Someone did this once before 5 members of their household died mysteriously. I'm an orphan. I fear none of this, Xu Antian said indifferently. With a demon before my eyes, how could I not kill it? What white immortal? She's just playing tricks. He wasn't afraid at all. Just then, a flash of white light suddenly shot out from the white snake's body, streaking toward Xu Antian. Xu Antian reacted swiftly, raising his demon-slaying sword to unleash several slashes of mystical energy. SSSSH. A piercing scream erupted from within the white light, followed by its immediate disintegration mid-air. Simultaneously, a wisp of pure energy shot from the white snake's corpse and entered Xu Antian's mind. Chapter 55, Soul Moistening Pill, Yin Yang Eyes? The surrounding mountain hunters were stunned into silence. Xu Antian had actually killed the white immortal. The white light that shot out from the white snake's corpse was the so-called white immortal. It was connected to the white snake's soul. It could possess a human host. Since Xu Antian had thwarted the white snake's chance to ascend to godhood, the white spirit would certainly not let him off the hook. Possessing Xu Antian would certainly spell trouble. It would torment him day and night. But now, it seems things have settled. Because Xu Antian has already slain the white immortal. Among them, some had spent their entire lives exorcising mountain spirits and had never witnessed such a situation. Xu Azura, you truly aren't afraid at all, Zhang He trembled. They're just beasts, what's there to fear? Remember this, spirits and demons fear the wicked and I am the wicked. Xu Antian spoke indifferently, his tone calm. Su Xiu Luo, you're truly formidable. Zhang He stammered in agreement. As a native mountain-chasing man, he firmly believed in the white snake's quest for an imperial title. These were lessons passed down by the older generation. Just because Xu Antian could do it didn't mean he could too. He still knows his own limits. If he really acted like Xu Antian, that would be foolish indeed. The others looked at Xu Antian with a newfound respect in their eyes. Some among them had only heard rumors about Xu Antian. Having never witnessed it firsthand, they harbored doubts about the young man's true capabilities. Now, however, Xu Antian had truly taught them a lesson. At the very least, they wouldn't dare kill that white snake. If the white snake dies here, the bloodshed might attract other unknown entities. We should leave this place first, an elder cautioned, sensing it was unwise to linger. Demons are highly sensitive to vital energy. It's indeed unwise to linger here. Bayushi nodded in agreement with the elder's assessment. It might attract other demons? Xu Antian's eyes lit up. The more demons, the better. A bunch of beasts hiding in the mountains, what's there to fear? We'll stay right here tonight. No one goes anywhere. Get a few more people to cut that white snake into pieces and roast it. I want to taste it. Xu Antian's voice was confident. Xu Azura, this might not be wise, Zhang He hesitated. Though their father had instructed them to follow Xu Antian's lead. They'd lived in these mountains for years and believed they understood the terrain better. Humph. If you feel it's unwise, leave one man to guide me. The rest of you may return. Xu Antian frowned.
No, we don't think it's unwise.
We'll follow Su Luo's lead.
Wang Mang shot Zhang He a meaningful glance. Then, he drew a cleaver from his waist and began slicing into the white snake's flesh.
Xu Antian nodded in satisfaction.
Soon, the white snake meat sizzled over the fire, oil dripping and crackling.
The savory aroma wafted far and wide.
Xu Antian picked up a skewer and shoved it straight into his mouth.
Surprisingly, the snake meat was quite good, very tender.
At his recommendation, Bai Yushi and Shin Shuiyue each tried a couple of pieces. Both found it quite tasty. As members of the 749 group, they were skeptical of these mountain legends. Besides, they'd eaten plenty of demon meat before, so they naturally had no major psychological reservations.
Zhang He and Wang Mang were different, though. Even with Xu Antian's recommendation, they remained cautious. Xu Antian couldn't force them, so he simply ate a few more pieces himself. Soon, the night fell silent once more.
Within the 8 trigrams demon refining furnace, another pill materialized. The pill was the size of a human eye, pure white throughout.
Refining the essence of the white snake spirit rewards 1 soul moistening pill. Soul moistening pill enhances spiritual power and heightens perception of malevolent entities. Xu Antian retrieved the soul moistening pill and slipped it discreetly into his mouth.
The pill dissolved into a wave of coolness that surged straight to his crown chakra. His mind cleared instantly. He felt all the fatigue in his body swept away, leaving him refreshed and invigorated.
This transformation lasted a full half-hour before gradually fading.
He examined himself and found no unusual changes beyond his mind becoming more lucid. Suddenly, his gaze fell upon one member of the mountain-chasing scatter gang.
Besides the conspicuous aura emanating from this person, there was also a faint yellow phantom on his back.
The phantom stood 100 meters tall and resembled a weasel. Upon catching Xu Antian's gaze, it instinctively locked eyes with him.
Then, it realized Xu Antian could actually see it. The weasel was startled.
It hastily averted its gaze. It had witnessed Xu Antian's brutal killing of the white snake just moments ago. Being of the same caliber as the white immortal, it was naturally afraid. But Xu Antian clearly had no intention of letting it off so easily. Xu Antian rose and strode over to the man in a few quick steps. He spoke directly. "You have a weasel on you. Xu Azura." A flicker of panic flashed in the man's eyes. "Xu Azura, Xuanling does indeed have a yellow spirit on him, but this spirit is here to repay a debt of gratitude, not to harm Xuanling." Zhang He, who had overheard the commotion nearby, hurried over to explain.
"To repay a debt?"
"Yes. Several years ago, this yellow spirit faced a calamity and nearly died. Xuanling saved it in the mountains.
That's why it remains with him. It has already shielded Xuanling from several disasters." Zhang He nodded. "That's right, Xu Luo, please don't kill it."
Xuanling also reacted and pleaded.
Xu Antian gave a slight nod.
He recalled that Zhang Xianqiu also harbored a yellow spirit. His visit was more to confirm whether he could truly perceive these soul-like entities. "It does resemble the ability to see spirits," Xu Antian murmured inwardly.
Seeing Xu Antian leave, Zhang He and Xuanling both breathed a sigh of relief.
They'd both feared Xu Antian might, on a whim, strike down the yellow immortal. Or perhaps he'd slash both Xuanling and the yellow immortal together.
Xu Antian was far too fierce.
They genuinely feared he might do something like that. The rest of the night passed quietly, with no further incidents.
This left Xu Antian somewhat disappointed.
In contrast, the members of the mountain-chasing clan all breathed a sigh of relief. As dawn broke, the group pressed onward, heading deeper into the Xing'an Mountains. 3 days later, they arrived safely near the valley. But Xu Antian's luck seemed to have run out on the very first day. They encountered no demons afterward. They only saw a few wild beasts.
"Xu Azura, that valley ahead is where our men vanished," Zhang He pointed out.
Xu Antian and the others looked ahead, seeing the valley shrouded in white mist.
Above the haze, the outline of the valley walls rose faintly into view.
He nodded slightly, and the group pressed onward. Soon they reached the edge of the mist. Here, the members of the mountain-chasing clan grew cautious.
"We have 2 veteran mountain guides stationed here. Xu Luo, please wait. We'll check if there have been any recent changes in the mist," Wang Mang announced.
He then directed several men to fan out in all directions.
After about 10 minutes, Wang Mang and the others gradually returned.
But their expressions were grim. For accompanying their return were 2 corpses.
"Our men are dead."
Wang Mang clenched his fists tightly, his voice gritted through clenched teeth. The 2 left behind were seasoned veterans among the mountain crossers.
Whatever had killed them couldn't have been anything ordinary.
Bai Yushi stepped forward to examine the bodies. Moments later, she frowned and spoke. "There are no obvious external injuries on their bodies, but their chests and abdomens are caved in, and their internal organs have rotted away."
"Could it be the work of a demonic creature?" Shin Shuiyue asked doubtfully. "Not a demon," Wang Mang spat hatefully.
"We found footprints near the bodies, not just 1 set, but at least 5.
Chapter 56, Encountering a female ghost in the mists, one with a kind heart. Judging by the traces they left behind, they must have entered the mist. The tracks are still fresh, no more than a day old, an old mountain guide remarked. Take me to where the tracks were found. Xu Antian ordered immediately. Soon, they arrived at the spot where the corpse had been found. On the ground, they could see traces of broken branches. Xu Antian and his companions weren't skilled at tracking, but for the scattered band of mountain guides, confirming this wasn't difficult. They unanimously concluded that the group had entered the mist. What do we do now? Bayushi looked to Xu Antian, seeking his advice. If others can get through, so can we. As long as we follow the trail they left behind, we won't get lost. Xu Antian spoke up. What if that group got lost in the clouds too? Shin Shuiwei poured cold water on the idea. That's entirely possible. Not very likely. This group managed to find the valley and kill the Gansan Sanbang members. Their purpose seems clear, otherwise, who would go deep into the mountains just to kill? Bayushi held the opposite view. Su Shura, I'm willing to go in and check. Wang Mang suddenly spoke up, stepping forward. Me too. Zhang He chimed in immediately. Xu Antian shook his head slightly. I'll go. The fact that the mountain-chasing band had gotten lost in the valley proved their methods were useless. He intended to test it personally. With that, he unfastened the demon binding rope from his waist. He tied one end to his own wrist and handed the other to Bayushi. Hold on to this end. Bayushi stared at the crimson rope in her hand, somewhat speechless. She wondered, didn't the mountain-chasing clan have their own ropes? Why weren't they using them? Why use Xu Antian's own belt instead? But seeing Xu Antian already striding into the mist, she had no choice but to grip the red cord tightly and stand at the edge of the fog. Xu Antian slipped into the mist, discovering visibility inside extended no more than 30 meters before fading into blurry obscurity. This was only possible for him. For others at the Lianmai realm, the visible distance would be even shorter. The mist was eerily quiet, devoid of any signs of life. He stood within the mist for quite some time, detecting no unusual activity. This made him doubt whether the mist was truly as eerie as Zhang He and the others had described. He stepped back out of the mist, then pulled Wang Mang back inside. What do you feel? Xu Antian asked, standing within the mist. My head feels swollen, and my eyes hurt. But it's still bearable, Wang Mang replied. He then pulled out his compass, only to find it swinging wildly, refusing to settle. The magnetic field here is chaotic. I can't pinpoint the direction. Wang Mang declared. Have you ever tried this method using my technique? Xu Antian gestured to the demon binding rope in his hand. We have, but after entering the mist for a while, the rope inexplicably breaks. Wang Mang nodded. It breaks? Xu Antian frowned in thought. Suddenly, he looked up into the depths of the mist. A shadow had just drifted past. He motioned for Wang Mang to be silent. Soon, the shadow reappeared. And it was closer now. Vaguely discernible, the shadow took on a human form. Xu Antian slid his hand to his waist, poised to draw the demon-slaying sword at any moment. Under his watchful gaze, the shadow swiftly drifted toward their rear, extending claws to snatch at the demon-binding rope. At that moment, Xu Antian lunged forward, swinging his demon-slaying sword with a fierce strike. Boom! A dull thud echoed as the shadow was struck directly. Screech! The shadow, pained, erupted in a piercing shriek. The shockwave gave Xu Antian a slight headache. Wang Mang fared even worse, clutching his head as he knelt on the ground. Screw you! Xu Antian roared, swinging his sword again. The shadow screams abruptly ceased, and the world fell silent. Looks like this guy must be the one who broke the rope. Xu Antian muttered to himself, watching the shadow on the ground gradually fade. This shadow resembled some sort of specter. It seemed to belong to the same kind as Huang Xian, which was why he could see it. But this shadow possessed an astonishing resilience, refusing to die instantly. It merely faded considerably. Xu Antian frowned, about to continue observing. But at that moment, the shadow suddenly rose and knelt on the ground. Please, divine being, do not kill me. I was trying to save you, the shadow cried out. The voice sounded distinctly feminine. Xu Antian froze. This female ghost deliberately severed the rope to save them? That was a bit far-fetched, wasn't it? But this female ghost clearly knew something. Tell us what you know. Xu Antian demanded in a deep voice. The female ghost shuddered violently and nodded urgently. Yes, divine being. This place is actually a mass grave. Moments later, Xu Antian grasped the full story. This valley had once been a mass grave, but due to the constant wars of ancient times, the number of bones piled here was beyond count. Short-term exposure posed no immediate threat. But over time, all manner of malevolent spirits began to thrive. However, these restless spirits, unable to endure sunlight, could only hide within the valley. Recently, however, a powerful zombie emerged from the mass grave. It devoured most of the malevolent spirits. A few escaped the valley, clinging to life amidst the mist outside. A month ago, the mountain-chasing clan discovered this place. To prevent people from entering the valley and being killed by the zombie, The female ghost deliberately created obstacles, hoping to make the Gangshan Sanbang retreat. But clearly, human curiosity isn't so easily quenched. To be fair, the female ghost was kind-hearted. She didn't want to see living people die horribly. By the time the female ghost reached this point, Xu Antian was already half convinced. Have any others entered in recent days? Xu Antian inquired. 5 people entered yesterday. They were very powerful. One of them even had a formidable ghost king with them. I dared not approach them, the female ghost nodded. She then described the 5 individuals' appearances. After hearing this, Xu Antian's expression turned peculiar. He recognized the terms gray horsecoat and blue horsecoat from the female ghost's description. Only the demonic practitioners of the demon god sect favored such attire. Come to think of it, he had quite a knack for running into those demonic cultivators. The frequency of encounters was unusually high. Xu Antian glanced at the female ghost on the ground and spoke calmly, "Rise. Let us inside." Honorable immortal, that zombie is extremely powerful. The female ghost tried to continue. But Xu Antian cut her off, "Just lead the way. We're here to kill him." As he spoke, Xu Antian gave a sharp flick of the demon-slaying sword in his hand. Terrified, the female ghost could only nod. Xu Antian stepped out of the mist and briefly explained the situation to Bayushi and the others. The demonic practitioners of the demon god sect are all extremely powerful. It would be safer to wait for reinforcements from headquarters. Bayushi cautioned. Xu Antian shook his head. The demon god sect's people have been in the valley for a long time. They could emerge at any moment. We might not have enough time. You report the situation here first. Bayushi frowned, pondering for a moment before nodding in agreement. She began making calls. Their phones were satellite devices, capable of connecting even deep within the mountains. After reporting the situation, Xu Antian led Bayushi and the members of the mountain taming clan back into the mist. Shin Shuiwei and 2 members of the mountain taming band remained outside to await the arrival of the 749 team. With the female ghost leading the way, they easily located the valley's entrance. Chapter 57, Demon Slayer, I thought you could do it. At the valley's entrance, not a blade of grass grew. The soil was pitch black, emitting waves of putrid stench. The stench was nauseating. The ground was soft, causing each step to sink in by more than half. The group advanced cautiously, constantly scanning their surroundings. Xu Antian was no exception. Suddenly, his gaze sharpened as he looked toward the cliff face mid-air. Within a rocky outcrop there, a distinct crimson aura emanated. Someone? Xu Antian raised an eyebrow. At this hour, the only ones left in the valley could only be the demon cultivators of the demon god sect. After all, the members of the mountain chasing and bandit dispersing guild had been missing for over 10 days. Their chances of survival were virtually non-existent. Moreover, if the Ganshan Sanbang members had encountered Wang Mang and his group, they wouldn't have remained hidden. Judging by the intensity of the aura emanating from that person, Xu Antian estimated their strength to be around the 7th level of the linked veins realm. Quite weak, actually. Someone on the cliff face. Watch out. Xu Antian whispered a warning to those beside him. The next instant, a pair of wings emerged from his back. Amidst the astonished gazes of the others, Xu Antian soared directly toward the cliff face. The cliff face, dozens of meters high, was reached in an instant. Boom! The demonic figure within the crevice realized it had been discovered. They burst out of the crevices with fierce force. Gripping steel claws in their hands, they lunged viciously toward Xu Antian. But meeting their attack head-on was Xu Antian's Xianqi slash. Boom! A dull thud echoed. The steel claw, along with his wrist, was severed cleanly. Ah! The demonic being let out a pained howl, his gaze fixed on Xu Antian with utter terror. He planted his foot on the mountain wall, scrambling like a wall runner, about to flee into the valley. But before he could take a few steps, a sword she sliced through his legs. Splatter! His legs snapped clean off at the knees, sending him tumbling downward. The demon's body lost its balance, and he too fell uncontrollably downward. Xu Antian seized the moment, flying forward to deliver another strike, severing the demon's only intact arm. He delivered a kick, sending the demon crashing to the ground. Had he not intended to spare a witness, that first strike would have ended him. Boom! The demon's body slammed heavily into the ground, sinking deep into the earth as blood gushed continuously from its mouth. Bayushi watched Xu Antian slowly descend, swallowing hard. From spotting the demon cultivator of the demon god sect to eliminating him, Xu Antian had accomplished it all in just a few breaths. Killing them was as easy as slaughtering chickens. Unconsciously, she imagined herself in the demon cultivator's place. She realized that if she were to face Xu Antian, her outcome wouldn't be much better. Fortunately, she and Xu Antian were teammates, making a confrontation highly unlikely. Wang Mang and the others from the mountain-chasing scatter sect could only think, truly worthy of being a 749 investigator, truly worthy of the title Silver Sword Azura, so incredibly powerful. With that kind of power, even if all 10 or so of them attacked together, they'd only die more miserably. Zhang Yi recalled his father's assessment of Xu Antian before he entered the Xing'an Mountains. Xu Antian acts decisively and strikes without mercy.
If he continues to grow, he will undoubtedly become a major figure in Bureau 749.
You are entering the mountains with him on this mission.
Under no circumstances should you offend him.
Instead, do everything in your power to befriend him.
His father had an uncanny knack for judging people, rarely missing the mark. Zheng He believed those words. Now, witnessing Xu Antian in action firsthand, his conviction only deepened.
Zhuo Chang, come here. Interrogate him. Xu Antian pointed toward the crowd.
His target was the middle-aged man carrying Huang Xian on his back. Zhang Xianqiu had once summoned Huang Xian before his very eyes to interrogate a fox spirit. Thus, he knew the yellow immortal could conduct interrogations.
I'll give it a try.
Zhuo Chang stepped out of the crowd and approached the demon lying on the ground.
The next moment, a dark yellow glow appeared in his eyes. He demanded, "What is your name?" "Pa. What are you doing here?" "Put. How many of you came together? Who's the strongest among you? Get lost. I'd rather die than tell you."
The demonic cultivators of the demon god sect seemed completely unfazed. Zhuo Chang felt a bit awkward.
My power seems insufficient. Xu Antian frowned, raised his sword, and beheaded the demonic cultivator.
Since he couldn't extract anything useful, he had no choice but to kill him. He never imagined Zhuo Chang would prove so utterly useless.
He couldn't even extract a single word from him.
Rumor has it there's a great demon within the demon god sect. These demonic followers are merely its servants. Their souls are enslaved by the great demon, making them nearly impossible to interrogate. Even for the Bureau, extracting anything useful from them would be extremely difficult. Bai Yushi frowned as she explained.
Xu Antian raised an eyebrow, surprised to hear this.
He just wondered if the Bureau had managed to extract anything useful from that dying horse they captured last time. Hearing Bai Yushi speak on his behalf, Zhuo Chang shot her a grateful glance.
Xu Antian nodded slightly and cautioned, danger could strike at any moment from now on. Be careful. Rest assured, Su Ajura.
We'll protect ourselves, Zheng He replied respectfully. The others echoed his words in succession. Having witnessed Xu Antian's prowess, their demeanor grew even more respectful. After all, some among them had only heard of Xu Antian's exploits, never having witnessed them firsthand.
Witnessing it firsthand was far more shocking and left a deeper impression.
The group continued deeper into the valley. Guided by the female ghost, they finally passed through the valley entrance and entered the valley interior.
What on earth happened here before?
Zheng He gasped in shock at the sight before him. The sight before them was simply too overwhelming. Within the valley stood two small hills formed from piles of white bones. At the summit stood a pyre of human skulls. Some skulls had rotted and crumbled over time. The pitch-black ground had turned a dark crimson, and occasionally, human bones could be seen stuck in the earth. It was unimaginable how many bodies had been buried here in the past. Where did those demon cultists go? Bai Yushi asked, her voice tinged with confusion after a moment of stunned silence.
Though the valley was vast, aside from the two bone mountains, there were few obstructions making concealment difficult.
Footprints here, one of the mountain-chasing clan members spotted the traces. They followed the footprints and eventually discovered a pitch-black cave behind the bone mountain. They must have gone down there.
Wang Mang declared. What lies below? Xu Antian turned to look at the female ghost. The female ghost's body trembled, appearing visibly frightened.
Her voice trembled as she whispered, "Down there lies that zombie.
Its senses are incredibly sharp.
It's likely already detected our presence.
Immortal, we should leave quickly." The female ghost trembled. Shut up. Xu Antian snapped, cutting her off.
There was no way they could leave. He turned to face the others behind him.
You wait outside, he ordered.
I'll go in and check. Bai Yushi and the members of the mountain crossing band weren't particularly powerful. Accompanying him inside would offer limited assistance. He'd have to divert his attention to watch over them, so it was better to have them wait outside.
Chapter 58, Mountains of Bones, Flying Zombies Emerge. No, it's too dangerous for you to go in alone. I'll accompany you.
Bai Yushi shook her head to stop him.
Sister Bai, I won't need your help for now. I can handle this alone.
Xu Antian gripped his sword and strode toward the cave entrance. To him, her 5th-tier Lian My realm strength was nothing more than deadweight.
Bai Yushi froze. Was she being rejected?
She was being rejected by an intern investigator.
Wait.
Bureau regulations require at least 2 people on missions. Bai Yushi called out to Xu Antian. Even if he disliked her, she was still going in.
Xu Antian frowned, having completely forgotten that detail. He could only nod in agreement. Let's go then.
Bai Yushi exhaled in relief and quickened her pace to catch up with Xu Antian. The cave was pitch black inside, the ground soft and muddy beneath their feet, emitting a foul stench. They moved forward cautiously.
Xu Antian kept his eyes fixed on the surroundings. Should any person or demon lurk nearby, he could detect their presence through their aura.
Descending steadily, they finally reached the cave's bottom after several minutes. The cavern floor was a vast circular earthen hollow, its walls and ground embedded with countless white bones. At the very center of this bone-lined chamber stood 5 figures. 4 of them wore long horsehair robes, clearly members of the demon god sect. One wore a light blue robe, distinct from the others. The 4 stood in a square formation. 3 of them held pitch-black chains, the other ends of which were tightly bound around the central monster. The last figure, a middle-aged man in the light blue robe, held a thick coffin nail in his hand, driving it deep into the monster's crown. Judging by the length of the nail protruding from the end, most of it had already pierced deep into the creature's brain. The creature stood a full 3 meters tall, humanoid in form, covered in fine white fur. The exposed skin appeared indistinguishable from that of a normal human. Hearing the commotion, all 4 turned their gaze towards Xu Antian and his companion. Each of them frowned imperceptibly. They were in the critical moment of suppressing the flying corpse before them. They couldn't be interrupted, otherwise all their efforts would be in vain. "Ha, looks like we arrived just in time." Xu Antian chuckled. Had they arrived even a moment later, these demonic cultists might well have subdued the corpse before them. But now? Since he'd stumbled upon them, it could only be said that these demonic cultists were out of luck. Without another word, Xu Antian struck. Wielding the demon-slaying sword, he stepped forward and swung it out. Several sword chis surged toward the 4 simultaneously. The 4 frowned even deeper, exchanging glances before one declared, "I'll hold them off." One of them, clad in a gray horsehair coat, shouted softly. He tossed the chains in his hands to his comrade, then spun around to draw a small shield from his back. The shield bore an engraved pattern of the black tortoise. The moment he raised it, the design seemed to come alive. A phantom leapt forth from its surface, intercepting the sword energy. Boom! 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 The shield's defense proved formidable, blocking all 3 of Xu Antian's sword chi strikes. Only the 4th strike shattered the black tortoise's phantom. Crack! The shield shattered instantly. The gray-clad figure stiffened, drawing a dagger from his waist to intercept the final slash. Snap! The dagger snapped clean in 2. The sword energy sliced straight through his chest. But the man wore soft armor beneath his garments. The armor absorbed most of the blade's force. He wasn't cleaved in 2, suffering only superficial wounds. "Who are you?" "There seems to be no such person in Bureau 749 of his city," the man in the gray horse haircoat demanded in a deep voice. "Xu Antian, Silver Sword Azura, trainee investigator of Bureau 749. I've come to chop off your dog heads today." Xu Antian replied indifferently. Though speaking, his hand never paused, striking out once more at the gray-clad figure before him. The gray-clad figure, wounded and wary of Xu Antian. He sensed Xu Antian was far more than just an intern investigator. He drew a spear from his back and thrust it towards Xu Antian. Bai Yushi, standing nearby, wasn't content to watch the spectacle. She unfastened a leather whip from her waist and lashed out at another figure, attempting to disrupt the demon god sect member's spellcasting. Yet with her strength, she couldn't cause them much trouble. Clang! 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 The demon-slaying sword and spear clashed repeatedly. After several strikes, the figure in the gray horsehair coat abruptly halted. In disbelief, he lowered his head and reached up to touch his neck. The next second, a crimson line appeared at his throat, spurting blood. "How is this possible?" the gray-clad figure muttered, the light in his eyes rapidly fading. Thud! The corpse crashed to the ground. The sudden turn of events caused the remaining 3 members of the demon god sect to darken in expression. The blue-robed figure's expression was the most savage. He glared at Xu Antian, gritting his teeth. "An intern investigator dares to ruin our plans? He's asking for death." As the words left his mouth, a pitch-black shadow shot out from his body, darting towards Xu Antian and his companion. Xu Antian's brow furrowed. From the female ghost, he had learned that the demonic practitioners of the demon god sect harbored a powerful ghost king within them. This specter before them must be it. "Watch out," he warned Bai Yushi. He then redirected the demon-slaying sword, aiming it at the ghost king. Several whirling sword energies covered every possible evasion route of the ghost king. Boom! 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 A series of dull thuds echoed. The sword energy sliced through the demon king's body. The ghost king's body froze, the pitch-black aura surrounding him thinning. "How is this possible? You actually wounded the Ghost King." The man in the blue robe frowned and exclaimed. This Ghost King was forged from the souls of hundreds of special birthday girls. Not only was it unfazed by sunlight, allowing it to operate in daylight, his defenses were also incredibly strong. Ordinary cultivators at the Convergence realm couldn't possibly injure the Ghost King. Yet just now, the Ghost King had clearly been wounded. A trainee investigator possessed such formidable strength. Lan Magua was utterly shocked. At this rate, swiftly eliminating Xu Antian before him seemed increasingly unrealistic. But it didn't matter. As long as he could tie up these 2, once he subdued the flying corpse before him, he could eliminate the 2 before him in an instant. With that thought, he changed his plan, directing the Ghost King to relentlessly harass Xu Antian and buy time. Trying to stall? Xu Antian raised an eyebrow. The other party had quite the pipe dream. The next instant, his sword technique shifted abruptly. After fainting at the Ghost King, he slashed toward the flying zombie. Sword energy swept out. Slicing through the air, it arrived in an instant. Boom! A muffled thud. At the critical moment, the man in the blue coat intervened, wielding a short knife in one hand to disperse the sword's energy. But this diversion allowed the flying corpse to seize an opportunity to resist, beginning to struggle. The immense force strained the two gray-robed figures gripping the chains, their faces flushed crimson as they nearly lost their hold. One of them even took the full brunt of Bayushi's whip. "You're courting death," the blue-robed figure growled, his face darkening. He had intended to buy time, but now it seemed impossible. If Xu Antian struck again and the flying corpse broke free, the consequences would be unimaginable. He had no choice but to order the Ghost King to charge at Xu Antian. Even if it meant the Ghost King suffered injuries, Xu Antian must be killed. Xu Antian didn't force an attack either. Seeing the Ghost King charging, he unleashed several more sword chi strikes. The Ghost King's form flickered, evading only one blade. The rest all struck its body, causing the pitch-black aura surrounding it to grow even paler. Yet it had already reached Xu Antian's front. If it could enter Xu Antian's body, it could instantly shred his internal organs to pieces. With a savage grin, it extended its claws, reaching for Xu Antian's body. Chapter 59, Heaven-Slicing Flying Sword Technique pierces 3 extra chapter for Warm Sun. Boom! Xu Antian swung his sword, the demon-slaying blade slicing through the Ghost King's body, inflicting another severe wound. But its claws had already clawed into Xu Antian's chest. They were about to pierce right through his chest. The Ghost King cackled savagely. Once he touched Xu Antian's body, he could enter his flesh. Then, whatever he desired, Xu Antian would be powerless to stop. He would torture Xu Antian mercilessly, letting him die in agony. But at that very moment, a jet-black light erupted from within Xu Antian. In an instant, a ghostly armor formed on his body surface. The ghost armor was covered in a dense network of runes. Boom! The Ghost King's claws struck the armor and were instantly repelled. Shock flashed across the Ghost King's face. Beside him, Lan Mogwai's eyes also darkened with gravity as he looked at Xu Antian. The Ghost King was intangible. Ordinary armor couldn't possibly block him. The pitch-black ghost armor on Xu Antian's body was clearly no ordinary item. Surprised, huh? Xu Antian grinned. The next second, he lunged forward, grabbing the Ghost King by the throat. Wielding the demon-slaying sword like a ruthless bandit, he stabbed wildly at the Ghost King's abdomen. The Ghost King's form visibly faded at a rapid pace. The strength with which it struggled in Xu Antian's grasp grew weaker and weaker. "Stop!" The man in the blue robe glared with eyes bulging with fury. He had poured immense effort into successfully refining the Ghost King. Now it was about to be shattered. How could he not be furious? In his fury, he bit through his tongue and spat a mouthful of vital blood onto the coffin nails before him. The pitch-black coffin nails were stained with a trace of crimson. The sight was eerily unsettling. The man in the blue coat suddenly raised his palm and slammed it down onto the coffin nail. Boom! A dull thud echoed as the coffin nails sank completely into the flying zombie's skull. The struggling flying corpse froze instantly. Seeing this, the man in the blue coat relaxed slightly. He immediately released the coffin nails and turned to charge toward Xu Antian. Using his secret technique, he had forcibly driven the corpse-sealing nails into the flying corpse's body to suppress it. But this method wouldn't last. He had to kill Xu Antian quickly. Otherwise, given enough time, the flying corpse might break free. Lan Mogwa moved with blinding speed, and the cavern itself wasn't particularly large. Within a few strides, he was already before Xu Antian. Boom! At that moment, the Ghost King in Xu Antian's hands finally couldn't hold on any longer, its body exploding mid-air. Witnessing this, the blue-robed figure grew even more enraged. A fist slammed towards Xu Antian. The punch was astonishingly fast. It was far beyond what a chi cultivator at the Linked Veins realm could possibly unleash. Xu Antian raised an eyebrow, a look of excitement flashing in his eyes. After fighting several battles, he hadn't encountered a worthy opponent. The man in the blue horse haircoat before him seemed quite capable. He should possess the strength of a 1,000-ton realm cultivator. Though his aura couldn't match Wu Lei's, it was still formidable. Compared to himself, he was only slightly inferior. Boom! He raised a fist to block. Both were sent reeling backward. But the blue-robed man was thrown farther back. "You're at the 1,000-ton realm." The man in the blue horse haircoat frowned and spoke. Xu Antian before him was so young, yet he was already at the 1,000-ton realm. Otherwise, he couldn't have blocked his punch. After all, he had received the blessing of the Sect Master. His power surpassed that of ordinary 1,000-ton realm cultivators. The gap between the Linking Veins realm and the 1,000-ton realm was immense. Theoretically, it was impossible for someone at the Linking Veins realm to stand against someone at the 1,000-ton realm. "To kill you, the 5th tier of the Lianmai realm is more than enough." Xu Antian spoke indifferently. The strength of the 1,000-ton realm was nothing special. A chi cultivator who has just broken through to the 1,000-catty realm can wield strength reaching 30,000 catties. That's where the name Qin Jun comes from. Yet even at the foundational realm stage, his strength had already approached 20,000 gene. Now, he had reached the linked veins realm and had consecutively consumed several pills to strengthen his physique. Frankly, even he didn't know how powerful he was now. 5th tier Lianmai realm. You're lying. Lan Magua refused to believe it. If the other party were truly at the 5th level of the linked veins realm, he could wipe them out with a single hand. There was no way the other could have blocked his punch and even forced him back. In his estimation, the other's cultivation level was likely comparable to his own. As for the story about being a probationary investigator, that was probably just another lie to deceive them. Ba Lin wasn't so easily fooled. The next instant, vast swaths of blood energy surged from his body, coalescing midair into a colossal crimson serpent. The serpent coiled around his back and shoulders, occasionally flickering its tongue. Without pause, he lunged forward once more, both palms striking out toward Xu Antian. Xu Antian's lips curved into a smile as he raised his sword to block. Clang! Boom! 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 In an instant, he clashed with Ba Lin over a dozen times. The great serpent coiled around Ba Lin's body bit at Xu Antian intermittently as Ba Lin attacked. Moreover, after unleashing the serpent, Ba Lin's strength grew even greater and his speed increased. Several times, he even struck the ghost armor. You have some skill, but it's nothing compared to mine. Die! Ba Lin roared furiously, launching another attack straight at Xu Antian's face. Boom! A dull thud echoed. His palm was firmly seized by Xu Antian. Ba Lin froze, feeling as though he'd struck a solid wall, his force completely absorbed. I've had enough of playing with you. You can die now. Xu Antian grinned. But in Ba Lin's eyes, it was utterly terrifying. The next second, faint dragon patterns emerged on Xu Antian's arm. Snap! Ba Lin's wrist snapped clean off as Xu Antian yanked him violently toward himself. Lightning flashed beneath his feet as he delivered a fierce upward kick. Boom! Baron gritted his teeth against the pain, blocking the blow with his other arm. The immense force made his arm tremble, as if his bones were cracking. Moreover, the lightning caused a momentary tingling numbness throughout his body. His expression changed drastically as a thought flashed through his mind. The great serpent coiled around his shoulder lunged for Xu Antian's throat. It aimed to force Xu Antian to stop. But the moment the serpent moved, the demon-slaying sword struck its head cleanly. Boom! The serpent was cleaved clean in two. Put! Ba Lin spat out a mouthful of blood, his face turning pale. His aura plummeted. He never imagined that the power of the bar serpent within him could be broken. The blow left him severely wounded. Before he could process it, Xu Antian's demon-slaying sword struck. Feeling the icy coldness at his throat, he violently raised his hand to block. Splash! His arm was severed cleanly, but he seized the moment to create distance between himself and Xu Antian. He shot Xu Antian a hateful glare before planting his foot firmly and charging toward the cave exit, teeth clenched. Run! Leave the flying corpse behind! Ba Lin roared. He was no match for Xu Antian. If they continued fighting, they would all perish here. The other two immediately released the chains upon hearing the order, attempting to follow Ba Lin. Think you can escape? Xu Antian narrowed his eyes. In the next instant, he hurled the demon-slaying sword into the air. He then flashed several hand seals toward it. Streams of spiritual energy surged into the blade. Hum! The demon-slaying sword trembled lightly, erupting with a crisp, white light. Go! Xu Antian pointed with one hand. The demon-slaying sword traced a graceful arc, flashing past the three figures. Its speed was so swift it seemed to happen in an instant. The three figures, who had been sprinting toward the cave exit, froze in unison. Each turned back in disbelief to stare at Xu Antian. The next second, the heads of the two men in gray coats flew skyward as their bodies crashed to the ground. Ba Lin's head also flew off, yet he did not die immediately upon hitting the ground. How could your sword be so fast? He stared at Xu Antian's feet, asking dazedly. But the only response he received was Xu Antian's foot. Thud! Xu Antian crushed Ba Lin's skull underfoot. He had no intention of explaining to Ba Lin. As his cultivation advanced, he gradually mastered the techniques from the Sutra of Killing. The heaven-slicing flying sword technique he had just employed was one such technique from the Sutra of Killing. It was the first time he'd used it since breaking through to the 5th level of the Lianmai realm. Its sheer power was truly beyond comprehension. Bai Yushi, standing nearby, was utterly dumbfounded. She had greatly overestimated Xu Antian's strength. But now it seemed, by far, insufficient. Watch out! Suddenly, Xu Antian, who had been standing before her, took 2 quick steps forward and shoved her aside. Boom! A muffled thud. A massive white figure collided with Xu Antian. Then both retreated. It was the flying corpse from earlier. While Xu Antian and Ba Lin were locked in combat, it not only forced the corpse sealing nails from its head, but also snapped the chains binding its body. Now, it was completely free. Chapter 60, The Flying Corpse Escapes Confinement Unmatched in Flesh? Xu Antian looked down at his chest. Fine cracks had appeared on the ghost armor there. This corpse's strength was astonishingly immense. This zombie is covered in white hair, like the legendary flying zombie. Flying zombies possess immense strength, and their flesh is incredibly hard. Swords and blades cannot pierce it. Bayushi warned, still shaken. Had Xu Antian not intervened at the critical moment, she might have been ripped open by the flying zombie just now.
A flying zombie? Xu Antian was astonished.
He never imagined he'd encounter such a legendary creature.
No wonder its strength was so immense. Unbreakable by blades or swords. I wonder if my demon-slaying sword can pierce it. Xu Antian murmured inwardly.
As the flying zombie charged toward him once more,
he proactively met it head-on, wielding the demon-slaying sword. Clang! Clang! Clang!
The moment the demon-slaying sword collided with it, a metallic clang erupted.
The flying zombie's skin was as hard as refined iron.
The demon-slaying sword only severed its white hair, leaving a pale mark on its skin. It couldn't pierce its flesh at all.
This hard. Xu Antian frowned.
The flying corpse's body was like a solid iron block, and its strength was immense. Even with his current strength, he could barely match it.
Thud. A dull thud.
The flying corpse's fist sent Xu Antian flying. Suddenly, Xu Antian's gaze sharpened as he fixed his eyes on the undead creature's armpit. After consuming the treasure eye pill, his eyesight had sharpened, allowing him to perceive finer details. Just now, he noticed something unusual about the skin under the flying zombie's armpit. Unlike the rest of its body, which bore skin similar to a human's, the skin there was black. Noticing this anomaly, he deliberately began slashing at the flying corpse's armpit. But this action seemed to enrage the flying corpse, which became even more furious, unleashing greater power to strike Xu Antian.
More cracks appeared on Xu Antian's ghost armor. Oh ho, you're still up for it, huh? Xu Antian raised an eyebrow. A single sword strike forced the flying zombie back, and he swiftly drew the demon binding rope from his waist.
Though he was fairly certain the flying zombie's weak point lay under its armpit, landing a decisive strike there would be exceedingly difficult. Given the circumstances, he had no choice but to subdue the flying zombie first. As the flying zombie charged again, he flung the demon binding rope, wrapping it around its wrist. He yanked it backward with all his might. The flying zombie's body continued its forward momentum uncontrollably. In the process, its other hand attempted to strike Xu Antian.
Xu Antian raised his arm to block it. He then wrapped the demon binding rope around its other wrist. Then he tightened it.
The flying zombie paid no heed, straining with both hands to break free of the demon binding rope.
Once. Twice. Not only did the demon binding rope not snap, it tightened even further.
Parts of it had even dug into his flesh.
The flying zombie roared with fury, then pulled even harder.
Bayushi, watching nearby, was utterly dumbfounded.
Just how strong was the flying corpse? He couldn't even break free from Xu Antian's belt.
She quickly realized Xu Antian's belt was no ordinary red cord. It was likely some sort of spirit artifact. Only a spiritual artifact could possess such extraordinary effects.
Just how many secrets does Xu Antian possess?
Bayushi's beautiful eyes sparkled with curiosity.
As far as she knew, Xu Antian was merely a freshman at 749 University, with no notable background.
But now it seemed the situation was far from what it appeared.
Could Xu Antian be from some reclusive sect? She couldn't help but speculate. Meanwhile, the flying corpse's struggles grew increasingly violent. The demon binding rope was already cutting into his bones. Xu Antian watched the raging flying corpse and shook his head. You big oaf. The next second, he struck again, yanking the other end of the demon binding rope and wrapping it tightly around the flying zombie's neck.
The flying corpse grew even more frenzied. Under the watchful eyes of Xu Antian and Bayushi, it literally choked itself to the ground. The flesh around its neck was torn and exposed.
We can't let it kill itself. Xu Antian murmured. He still needed the flying zombie to fuel his 8 trigrams demon refining furnace.
The next instant, he formed hand seals once more, unleashing the heaven-slicing flying sword technique.
The demon-slaying blade sliced through the flying corpse's neck. Boom! A dull thud echoed as the flying zombie's head flew clean off. Viscous golden blood flowed from its neck.
Moments later, the flying corpse lay utterly still. A wisp of pure energy shot out from its body, piercing Xu Antian's forehead. Confirming the flying corpse's death, Xu Antian stepped forward, retrieved the demon binding rope, and coiled it back around his waist. He then looked down at the golden blood pooling on the ground. Suddenly, he recalled what Wu Lei had mentioned a few days prior.
The blood of many demons could be used for alchemy.
This flying zombie was no pushover. Its blood should be somewhat useful. As for its flesh and blood, Xu Antian had no desire to consume it. It would be a miracle if he could even bite through it. But he had no container on him. After a moment's thought, he turned to Bayushi and said, "Sispai, could you go up and have them bring down some tools? I want to collect this flying zombie's blood." Bayushi snapped back to attention, nodded, and dashed out of the cave.
Xu Antian crouched down and began searching the corpse. These demon cultists should have some valuable items on them. But these fellows seemed to be penniless.
In the end, he only found a bottle of pills and a single medicinal herb on the blue-robed corpse. The herb resembled ginseng. He didn't recognize the elixir, so he'd have to take it back and have someone familiar with such things identify it. Additionally, he discovered a coffin nail on the ground. The coffin nail was over 30 centimeters long, jet black throughout, and angular. Yet its crude workmanship suggested it was not a modern artifact, but rather something ancient. This object could be used to suppress flying zombies. It was clearly no ordinary item. He tucked it away as well. He had killed everyone here. The items naturally belonged to him as well. Bayushi had no claim to any share. That's the rule of 749, whoever does the killing gets the spoils. Soon, Wang Mang and the others descended into the cave. Seeing the several corpses on the ground, their fear of Xu Antian deepened. Though they didn't know the combat strength of these corpses in life, they surmised none were weak. Does anyone have a container? Help me collect the blood from this flying zombie, Xu Antian ordered. These members of the mountain-chasing sect were here to assist him in the first place. They felt no hesitation in responding. I have one. Wang Mang was the first to respond, pulling a leather water bag from his waist and emptying its contents. He then stepped forward, scooping up the blood that hadn't yet seeped into the ground into the water bag. Zhang He and several others stepped forward to assist. They tried to lift the flying corpse. But to their astonishment, the corpse proved incredibly heavy. Like a lump of iron, they struggled mightily to lift it. Is this a zombie? Someone murmured doubtfully. Looks like it. The skin is incredibly hard, even a knife can't cut through it. Whoa! Just imagine the strength needed to sever its head. After sensing the peculiar nature of the flying corpse, their admiration for Xu Antian grew even deeper. Moments later, the flying corpse's blood was collected, filling 3 water bags. About 10 liters. The group carried the corpse out of the cave one after another. To Xu Antian's surprise, the female ghost was still present. Upon seeing the corpse of the flying corpse, her eyes flashed with excitement. She appeared to be moved to tears. Honorable Immortal. Thank you, Honorable Immortal. You didn't deceive me, you truly came to slay the zombie. The female ghost knelt on the ground and kowtowed to Xu Antian. Xu Antian's expression grew slightly peculiar. Something about this female ghost seemed off. As if sensing Xu Antian's confusion, the female ghost explained, my daughter and I became spirits together and lived very happily. But after that zombie awoke, he devoured my daughter. I thought I'd never have the chance to kill a zombie in this lifetime, but now the immortal has fulfilled my unresolved obsession. With that, I too shall find release. As her words faded, the female ghost's form visibly began to dissolve, growing increasingly faint until she vanished completely. Chapter 61, Could it be a powerhouse from the mountain chasing clan? Everyone watched the ghostly figure fade away, all falling into a brief silence. Her love for her children in life remained even in death. Now that her great vengeance was fulfilled, the ghost had no lingering attachments or resentment left. She too followed her daughter into the afterlife. Meanwhile, the agents from Bureau 749 finally arrived. And it was Wu Lei himself who came. He led a dozen formal investigators, entering from the valley entrance. Chief, there's a corpse up ahead. Judging by the attire, it appears to be a demon cultivator from the demon god sect. An investigator responsible for reconnaissance returned to report. Go check it out. Wu Lei ordered, quickening his pace. The group soon reached the corpse. Seeing the body hacked into a human steak, Wu Lei frowned. He murmured to himself, Xu Antian sure knows how to strike hard. Only Bayushi and Xu Antian had entered the area. And Xu Antian was the only one wielding a sword. The group pressed onward, soon entering the valley where they encountered the 2 massive mounds of skulls. Whoa! What was this place before? How come there are so many bones here? Looks like an ancient burial ground. Bayushi and the others are over there. The investigators were utterly shocked by the mountains of bones filling the valley. Someone with keen eyes spotted Xu Antian and his group. Wu Lei strode over to Xu Antian. Seeing he was unharmed, Wu Lei breathed a sigh of relief. Xu Antian was a capable young man, but he tended to act recklessly at times, lacking caution and inviting accidents. What did you discover here? He inquired. District Chief, we encountered demon cultivators from the demon god sect and flying zombies here, but Xu Jian took care of them all. Bayushi stepped forward to recount the events. Flying zombies? Here? Wu Lei froze. Flying zombies were as hard as refined iron and possessed immense strength. He had once encountered one back when he was at the Linked Veins realm. That time, it took 3,000-ton realm experts to finally subdue the flying zombie. And now, Xu Antian and Bayushi, 2 investigators at the Lianmai realm, had actually killed a flying zombie? Needless to say, his inner doubts were immense. His first reaction was disbelief. His second thought was that flying zombies varied in strength. Perhaps Xu Antian and his partner had encountered a weaker one. Otherwise, if they had truly encountered a flying corpse, they would have had no chance of survival. I saw the corpse at the valley entrance. Where is the flying zombie? Take me to see it. Wu Lei nodded, instinctively assuming there was only one demon from the demon god sect. Bayushi turned and stepped aside. The scene behind them was suddenly laid bare before Wu Lei and his companions. Seeing the 5 corpses on the ground, all the 749 bureau personnel, including Wu Lei, were stunned. Counting the corpse at the valley entrance, the Demon God Sect actually dispatched a full 5 members this time. Demon God Sect members usually operate alone. Sending 5 at once must mean they have some grand scheme. Look at what that man is wearing. It's a blue mandarin jacket. If I recall correctly, only Demon God Sect experts at the Thousand Cati realm are permitted to wear that. Xianjun realm. How is that possible? Bayushi and Suan are only at the Lianmai realm. How could they possibly defeat a Qianjun realm expert? Could it be that the mountain-chasing scatter gang has hidden powerhouses? The investigators buzzed with speculation. Wu Lei's frown deepened. Where would the Ganshan gang have a 1,000-ton realm powerhouse? According to the intelligence he held, the Gangshan scatter gang had only 2 top-tier fighters, Bai Yutong and Wang Gu. The former had already been killed by Xu Antian. The latter wasn't even in the valley. Even if Wang Gu came personally, he wouldn't stand a chance against a 1,000-ton realm expert. He walked over to the corpse of the man in the blue horse haircoat, crouched down, and began his examination. He quickly confirmed that the blue-robed man had indeed possessed the cultivation level of the 1,000-ton realm in life. Moreover, upon seeing the severed head discarded nearby, he recognized it. Ba Lin. A second-tier 1,000-ton realm powerhouse who had once caused a major uproar in a remote mountain village near Qing City, slaughtering an entire village of ordinary people. On the Bureau 749 bounty board, his reward stood at 100,000 points. Additionally, he saw the flying zombie. Judging by its size, this flying zombie's strength and life wouldn't have been much weaker than the one he'd encountered before. You killed all of these? Wu Lei looked at Xu Antian and asked in a deep voice. Xu Antian nodded. There was no need to hide this. They were too powerful. I couldn't capture them alive, so I had to kill them. Xu Antian replied. He preemptively shut Wu Lei up, dreading the possibility that Wu Lei might blame him for killing the flying zombies. He certainly didn't want to write another self-criticism. Wu Lei. Was that really what he cared about? What he cared about was that Xu Antian, a mere chi cultivator at the Pulse realm, had killed someone at the 1,000-ton realm. That talent was simply beyond compare. It left him utterly stunned. He had assumed Sun Yutong's strength represented Xu Antian's absolute limit. Who could have imagined that even a 1,000-ton realm cultivator wasn't Xu Antian's match? He himself was only at the 4th tier of the 1,000-ton realm, which meant Xu Antian was likely stronger than him now. He was the district chief, after all. It took him a full 13 years to cultivate to his current realm. And Xu Antian? He'd only been at 749 University for a little over a month, not even graduated yet. The new generation is coming on strong, Wu Lei thought bitterly. He felt like he'd already been washed ashore. What happened today? Not a single word to anyone outside this room. Complete confidentiality. He surveyed the room, his voice commanding. Xu Antian's talent was simply too formidable. A tree that stands out in the forest is sure to be struck by the wind. This was his way of protecting Xu Antian. Sticking your head out too far is never a good thing. Rest assured, District Chief. We know how to handle this. We won't leak a single word to anyone. Wang Mang pledged on behalf of the Ganshan Sanbang. As for the 749 members, there was no need to mention them. They understood the rules of Unit 749 all too well. Wu Lei nodded in satisfaction. He then ordered everyone to begin removing the bodies and processing the scene. Shin Shuiwei, who had entered with Wu Lei, was utterly shocked to see Xu Antian kill even a chi cultivator at the 1,000-ton realm. She stood frozen in place, speechless. Meanwhile, Wu Lei summoned Xu Antian and Bayushi privately. He instructed Xu Antian and Bayushi to report the detailed sequence of events. Xu Antian glanced at Bayushi. Bayushi sighed helplessly and began explaining. District Chief, after entering the underground cavern, we discovered those 4 demonic cultivators from the Demon God Sect controlling that flying zombie. It seemed they were about to suppress it. The Demon God Sect gathers powerful demonic creatures from across the world. Such actions are hardly surprising, Wu Lei nodded lightly. According to their intelligence, the Demon God Sect's leader was suspected to be a great demon. This entity controlled the sect's followers, gathering demonic creatures everywhere. Recently, they've been particularly active in Black Province. They were likely brewing another sinister plot. The Bureau has also apprehended several demon cultists from the Demon God Sect, and they've already confessed everything without holding back. You've done an excellent job this time. Once you return, compile a report and submit it to me, Wu Lei commended. Those who knew him well understood he rarely offered such praise to others. Yes, District Chief. Bayushi responded. She knew that writing reports was a task only she could handle. Otherwise, she would have been nothing more than a mascot during this mission. District Chief, I found a bottle of elixir on that blue-robed figure. Do you recognize it? Seeing the two had finished their discussion, Xu Antian drew the pill bottle from his waist and asked curiously. Chapter 62, Close-up view. Not a single one worth fighting. This is a spirit source pill, usable only by those at the Thousand Cati realm.
It aids in meridian fusion and enhances cultivation. With your current meridian link realm cultivation, your chi channels aren't fully connected yet, it's useless for you now.
Wu Lei examined it carefully before explaining. If you want to trade, I can offer several pills that aid meridian connection in exchange. As a 1,000-ton realm cultivator, pills meant for the linked veins realm were no longer useful to him. Trading with Xu Antian would benefit both parties, helping Xu Antian while also being advantageous for himself. It was a win-win situation.
Deal. Xu Antian agreed immediately. Boosting his strength was the top priority.
The spirit source pills were useless to him right now.
Once his strength increased, would he really struggle to gather more cultivation pills later?
All he needed to do was slay a few demons. Next, he pulled out the herb that resembled ginseng but was much larger.
He asked Wu Lei to identify it. This is ginseng, but it's incredibly old, almost at the point of becoming a spirit. It's a treasure, packed with potent essence that aids cultivation and extends lifespan.
Wu Lei's eyes lit up, his voice tinged with envy.
Xu Antian really had some luck, stumbling upon such a top-tier medicinal herb. If refined into a pill, its effects would be even more potent.
You can find an alchemist from the bureau on the app to process it, Wu Lei advised.
Thanks for the heads up, District Chief. Xu Antian nodded with a smile.
This was truly a huge windfall. Not only did he receive points as a reward, but he also had these items in his hands. It was more than enough for his recent cultivation needs.
Well, you've worked hard this time. Take a few days off to rest. I'm giving you all a week's vacation. District Chief, we young folks aren't tired, no need for rest. I'm itching to make progress. Xu Antian declined.
Wu Lei paused, feeling both amused and exasperated.
This kid Xu Antian really was different from everyone else. This is an order, he declared sternly. Xu Antian had only been in his city for a few days? Yet he'd already pulled off 2 major achievements. And he still wasn't satisfied? Want to improve? Progress my ass.
The chief had specifically instructed him to keep an eye on Xu Antian.
If Xu Antian keeps stirring up trouble and accidentally gets himself killed, how could he possibly account for it?
Therefore, he decided to keep Xu Antian quiet for a few days. Xu Antian had no choice but to nod in agreement. After everyone had dealt with the body, they began their return to his city. With the attack helicopter Wu Lei had brought along, the journey back was much easier.
Within hours, Xu Antian and his group had successfully returned to his city.
That evening, Xu Antian lay in bed chatting with Tong Jingshu about the 16+2 mission and the events of the past few days. Xiao Shu, I completed another mission today. Now I only need to finish one last task before I can advance. Congratulations.
I'm also just 1 acupoint away from breaking through to the linked veins realm. Once I do, I'll come find you. That fast?
Xu Antian was surprised.
Don't break through yet. I'm on vacation these next few days. When I get back, I have something to tell you in person.
He hurriedly urged.
He happened to have a week off, so it would be good to visit Xiao Shu and deliver the perfect awakening pill. Alright, I'll wait for you.
Plus bears beautiful photos.
Fine, you seductive demoness.
How dare you tempt this young master?
When I return, you'll get a taste of my stick. Come on then, seduce me.
The next day, Xu Antian completed the exchange with Wu Lei, trading 3 spirit source pills for 10 pulse stabilizing pills that aided in connecting chi channels. He also spent 20 points to hire Wu Ji to escort him back to Dragonhead Mountain.
He didn't lack points now. Earlier that morning, the bounty points from the Demon God Sect had already been credited to his account. A whopping 16,000 points.
The mission points would take a few more days to process, as Bai Yushi was still writing the report. By midday, he successfully returned to the Dragonhead Mountain base. He hurried back toward the dormitory. But to his surprise, standing at the dormitory entrance was a young man holding a bouquet of flowers. He looked to be around 18 or 19, sporting dyed yellow hair slicked back in a pompadour and wearing purple skinny jeans looking rather flashy. Xu Antian averted his gaze and was about to open the dorm door. But just then, the blonde-haired man rushed forward, making a move to grab Xu Antian's hand.
Xu Antian easily dodged him.
The blonde-haired man looked slightly embarrassed, but remembering he needed a favor, he forced a smile and said, "Hello, classmate.
I'm Jian. Do you live in this dorm?"
"Yeah, what's up?"
Xu Antian nodded, feeling a bit suspicious.
I fell for Jingshu at first sight.
I want to give her this bouquet. Since you're her roommate, you must be close. Could you help me? Jian flashed a lovesick smile. A textbook case of a love-struck eye.
Xu Antian narrowed his eyes.
He'd only been away from home for a few days, and already his place was getting robbed? We are close, but I can't help you. Xu Antian raised an eyebrow. Come on, classmate, don't be like that. Everything has a price.
How about this? I'll give you 20 points if you deliver these flowers to Jingshu for me.
Jian pulled out his phone. Let me give you a suggestion. What? Get lost. Xu Antian said flatly. Hey, buddy, if you won't help, that's fine, but why the insults?
Jiang looked at Xu Antian in confusion, a hint of anger rising within him.
Is this how you Harbin folks treat your classmates? You're not from Harbin?
Xu Antian asked, puzzled.
Jiang's appearance was indeed unfamiliar to him. I'm from Jilin University in Jilin City. I'm here for a research exchange program.
Too bad none of you Harbin folks seem to have what it takes. Jiang held his head high, his face brimming with arrogance.
Look, it's Jiang.
He's chasing after Tong Jingshu again.
He sure is persistent.
Yeah, but he's got some real skills.
He's got us Harbin students walking around with our heads down.
Pfft, what's he so cocky about? If Xu Antian and Shen Shuiwa weren't at the base, he wouldn't be able to act so arrogant.
Wait, am I seeing things? Is that Xu Antian? How did he get so handsome? He looks so classy. Damn, it really is Xu Antian. He's back. This is gonna be good.
Students from the White Tiger class who had just finished lunch began gathering around.
Not a single one of you can fight?
Xu Antian glanced at Jiang, who was looking down his nose at everyone, and suddenly smiled.
Perfect. I've never met a worthy opponent at Harbin 749 University either. How about we settle this? This is gonna be good. Not a single one who can fight?
Jiang's in for it. Standing before him is the toughest fighter in our school.
Keep it down, don't let Jiang hear. How else are we gonna enjoy the show? Exactly. That kid's been pissing me off too, daring to chase our class beauty. He's just asking to get beaten up. More people gathered around. Chapter 63, hurry up. Don't let Xu Antian beat him to death.
My Jiang brother is the toughest.
Who the hell is Xu Antian?
Never heard of that trash. Just then, a girl with average looks but heavy makeup stepped out from the crowd, followed by 5 or 6 boys.
Exactly. Jiang alone could crush all of you. You don't seriously think he could be a match for Senior Jiang, do you?
That's just wishful thinking. The others behind her chimed in agreement. In my eyes, Jiang isn't worth a single strand of Brother Su's hair.
The crowd parted to make way.
Tong Jingshu emerged, clad in black stockings and a pleated skirt, her feet in polka-dot shoes. She gave the girls a dismissive glance. She walked straight toward Xu Antian. Under Jiang's stunned and furious gaze, she reached out and gently hooked her arm through Xu Antian's.
When did you get back? Why didn't you tell me beforehand?
I wanted to surprise you, Xu Antian smiled.
You. What is your relationship? Ignored, Jiang's face flushed crimson as anger erupted from his voice. Xu Antian is my boyfriend, and he'll be my husband someday. Stop bothering me.
My boyfriend has a temper.
If you get hit, you'll have only yourself to blame.
Tong Jingshu spoke softly,
as if stating a simple fact. I'm dying of laughter. Look at Jiang, doesn't she look like a boiled red frog? Frog? That's a toad. You think he'll actually hit her? Wait, look at Sun Yan, her expressions are priceless. No need to ask.
The guy he called trash is Jiang, the one she likes, and Tong Jingshu's boyfriend, who's been sucking up to him.
If Xu Antian is trash, I'm curious, what is she? A pile of? The crowd around them was all gleefully watching the drama unfold.
Sun Yan's face was as red as Jiang's, her small chest heaving up and down.
Like a frog puffing itself up. Her anger had reached its peak. She stepped forward, grabbing Jiang's arm. Brother Jiang, they're bullying us. How could you possibly be worse than this trash? Get lost. Shut your mouth.
Jiang shook off Sun Yan's hand. He fixed Xu Antian with a direct stare. If you're a man, fight me fair and square.
If I lose, I'll never bother Jingshu again. If you lose, you leave Jingshu. Xu Antian smiled a dazzling, triumphant smile. Xiao Shu isn't a commodity. I won't use her as a bet. But I will fight you. No other reason, I just want to beat you. Fine. But we're going to the rooftop. If I can't be with Jingshu, I'd rather die. Jiang nodded emphatically. Xu Antian raised an eyebrow, surprised to find Jiang was such a love-struck fool. Agreed. Xu Antian nodded lightly. A rooftop duel to the death? What was there to fear? Let's go. Jiang lifted his foot and strode toward the elevator. This should be entertaining. Jiang is going to die horribly. Exactly.
Xu Antian is notorious for his brutality. He specializes in decapitations.
Isn't this getting a bit out of hand? Who cares? We're just here for the show.
The surrounding crowd buzzed with whispers.
Sun Yan stood beside them, utterly dumbfounded.
She never imagined that Jiang, whom she pursued for so long, would be willing to die for another girl.
What did that make her? As for Jiang being no match for Xu Antian, she hadn't even considered that possibility. Brother Jiang was so powerful, how could he possibly lose? He could definitely kill Xu Antian. The group hurried toward the elevator.
Such a large crowd naturally drew the attention of others. So much so that the crowd grew larger and larger. Tanya, who had just finished her meal, witnessed the scene. After stepping forward to inquire, she learned the full story. She couldn't help but feel both amused and exasperated.
Xuan had barely returned before causing trouble for her. After all, Zhang Ken was from Jishur. If he were to die here, especially at the hands of their students, that would look terrible. It would create a very negative public perception. As for Xu Antian losing, she hadn't even considered that possibility, because it was simply impossible. She strode through the crowd and blocked the elevator entrance. Xu Antian, the students from G City are our guests. You can't lay a hand on them. Otherwise, it'll spread that we're bullying people. What happened between you two is just a minor issue. Let's just let it go. She looked at Xu Antian and shook her head. No. Teacher Tang, this is my voluntary duel with Xu Antian. It has nothing to do with your Harbin City. This is a personal grudge. Please step aside. Zhang Ken shook his head. Xu Antian raised an eyebrow. He hadn't even spoken yet, and Zhang Ken had already refused. When someone wants to court death, there's simply no stopping them. Teacher Tang, you saw it yourself, Xu Antian replied calmly. Teacher Tang, Zhang Ken is courting death. Why are you still trying to stop him? Exactly. He's got love blinders on and wants to duel Xu Antian. Isn't the rooftop meant for settling disputes between the four of us? Why are you stopping him? Why not just scrap the rooftop altogether? It's useless if we can't use it anyway. The crowd chattered in a cacophony of voices. Tang's face darkened. She'd stepped in to play the good guy and prevent tragedy, yet now she was being cast as the villain? This was something she hadn't anticipated. She was helping Zhang Ken, but not only did he fail to appreciate it, he even resented her for getting in the way. The thought made her seethe. Fine, I won't interfere anymore. She stepped aside and dialed Wang He's number. This matter was beyond her control, only higher-ups could handle it now. If anything went wrong, it wouldn't be her fault, she'd already reported it up the chain. You're saying Xu Antian wants to duel Zhang Ken over Tong Jingshu? Wang He was utterly shocked. When did he come back? Today. They're heading to the rooftop right now, almost there. Tangya replied. Got it. Wang He replied. After hanging up, he turned to Zhang Herong beside him. Chief, should we intervene? Go check it out. Make sure Xu Antian doesn't beat Zhang Ken to death, Zhang Herong said indifferently. Yesterday, Wu Lei from Yi City had already briefed him on Xu Antian's recent actions. That Xu Antian kid could even kill a chi cultivator at the 1,000-ton realm. Let alone Zhang Ken, who was only at the second level of the linked veins realm. Xu Antian could probably crush him with a single slap. He maintained a decent rapport with the Bureau 749 chief in G City and didn't want the other guy's man to die on his turf. Alright. Wang He nodded and immediately stepped out, striding toward the rooftop. At the same time, Xu Antian and the others had already arrived at the rooftop outside. This was the true rooftop, a platform above the Longsho mountain base. Several machine gun turrets were even mounted around the perimeter. Enough talk. Let's get started. Zhang Ken declared in a deep voice. He drew a broadsword from his back. The blade was nearly 2 meters long and appeared extremely sharp. Its tip pointed straight at Xu Antian's face. Chapter 64, In Such a Hurry to Reincarnate? Brother Jiang is so cool. Xu Antian is definitely going to die a miserable death. Sun Yan's eyes were fixed on Zhang Ken, almost overflowing with admiration. Of course he will. Senior Zhang Ken ranks among the top 5 in our school. Who does Xu Antian think he is? Never even heard of him. Exactly. What kind of cat or dog dares to try to scam us? He really doesn't know when to quit. I bet senior brother Jiang will take him down in 3 moves. Students from Jishur University chimed in beside Sun Yan. This drew a wave of cold laughter from the Harbin students. Ha ha ha, you're the ones living in a well. Just because you've got some name in Jilin City, you don't really think you're invincible, do you? Some people are just like frogs in a well, lousy ones at that. Don't say it, really don't say it, your description hits the nail on the head. That shameless clinger chasing Tong Jingshu is nothing but a scabby toad. Jingshu, aren't you worried about Xu Antian? Tangya glanced at Tong Jingshu beside her, who remained calm, her doubts growing. Logically, as Xu Antian and Tong Jingshu were a couple, she should be at least a little worried. But right now, she showed absolutely none. Teacher Tang, I trust him. Tong Jingshu smiled. Because he's never lost. Not even against enemies at the 1,000-ton realm. Xianjun realm. Tang's heart trembled. How long had Xu Antian been at the Lianmai realm? And now he can defeat a 1,000-ton realm powerhouse? That rate of improvement was terrifying. What cultivation level is Xuan now? She whispered curiously. 5th layer of the linked veins realm. Tong Jingshu replied. Ha! Tangya exhaled a long breath. She was utterly stunned. Xu Antian had only been enrolled for a little over a month. Yet his cultivation had already caught up to hers, his teacher. Not to mention, Xu Antian possessed formidable innate talent. His true strength far exceeded his current cultivation level. Across from Zhang Ken, Xu Antian slowly drew the demon-slaying sword from his waist. Since you're so eager to be reincarnated, I'll grant you your wish. Xu Antian spoke calmly. The next instant, he struck.
The moment the demon-slaying sword rose, a blade of energy sliced through the air with blinding speed.
It reached Xu Antian in an instant.
Xu Antian's expression changed drastically. Xu Antian's strike was far too swift. In a panic, he raised his broadsword to block.
Boom! Crack! A faint sound echoed.
Xu Antian's broadsword snapped clean in two, and the sword chi continued its path straight toward his chest. At the critical moment, a golden shield suddenly materialized around his body.
Clang!
The golden shield trembled violently, cracks rapidly spreading across its surface at a visible pace.
Boom! Finally, it shattered with a thunderous crash. Simultaneously, a crystal pendant around Xu Antian's neck shattered completely. Boom!
Ultimately, the sword chi struck Xu Antian's chest, cleaving it open and sending his entire body flying backward.
Put!
Still mid-air, Xu Antian coughed up a mouthful of blood.
Boom!
He finally crashed to the ground. Xu Antian's face twisted with terror, his eyes filled with utter disbelief. He, a formidable Lian my mirror second-tier cultivator, ranked among the top 5 at Jisher's 749 University. And now, he had been defeated in a single strike. In fact, had it not been for the protective talisman shielding him, that single strike would have killed him outright.
I've lost. Come on. Xu Antian spat out a mouthful of blood, gritting his teeth.
Xu Antian had defeated him fair and square. His loss was indisputable.
Brother Jiang. I don't want you to die. Beside them, Sun Yan burst through the crowd, shielding Xu Antian with her body.
The other Qi cultivators from Ji City stood in stunned silence.
Their Ji City prodigy couldn't even withstand a single strike from Xu Antian.
They found this outcome hard to accept. Yet the cold, hard truth stood before them, leaving them no choice but to believe it.
Ha! 3 moves to defeat Xu Antian? Xu Antian couldn't even withstand a single strike from Xu Antian. Genius. More like a useless piece of trash. What's going on now? Can't take a loss? Sending a girl out to block the sword.
They've already lost all dignity, might as well let them off the hook.
Ha ha ha.
In contrast, the students from Harbin number 749 who witnessed this scene were overjoyed, feeling a deep sense of satisfaction.
After all, those Jilin City students had mocked them relentlessly earlier. They looked down their noses at everyone. Now that the tables had turned, they certainly weren't going to hold back.
Xu Antian, Xu Antian is still a student from a sister school. I suggest we just teach him a lesson and call it even.
Tanya stepped forward and whispered into Xu Antian's ear. She didn't want things to escalate. Xu Antian said nothing, merely stepping forward until he stood before Sun Yan.
Then he delivered a kick.
Thud. A dull thud echoed. Sun Yan was sent flying backward by the kick.
She crashed to the ground and lost consciousness. Xu Antian, lying on the ground, lifted his head to look at Xu Antian. A trace of self-mockery flashed across his face. No wonder Jingshu likes you, you really are strong.
I've lost. Go ahead. Xu Antian stiffened his neck, presenting himself for the blow. Realizing the gap between himself and Xu Antian, he gained some clarity. A real man. Xu Antian spoke calmly, then raised his sword and swung it down with a fierce strike. Stop.
At that moment, a figure burst from the rear of the crowd, swiftly closing in before Xu Antian.
Clang. A metallic clang echoed through the air.
Xu Antian's sword was blocked. The one who arrived was none other than Wang He.
Feeling the force transmitted through his short blade, Wang He's expression shifted slightly. This formidable force actually emanated from a Qi cultivator at the Pulse Realm.
He said in a deep voice, Xu Antian, the director has spoken, spare his life.
Xu Antian's brow furrowed slightly.
He hadn't expected Zhang Herong to meddle in such minor matters. He would grant Zhang Herong this favor. The old man had once helped him. He sheathed the demon-slaying sword.
Brother Wang, I'd like to see the chief. He wanted to repay the points he owed first.
At this point, he didn't need those 50,000 points. Besides, he considered purchasing dragon python blood again from the mall a few days prior. But he hadn't realized until he checked it now required a whopping 400,000 points. He couldn't help but realize that Zhang Herong was looking out for him.
He couldn't keep racking up more debt. All right. Wang He nodded.
If anyone else wanted to see the director, they'd naturally need to apply in advance. But Xu Antian was different. He had heard the director praise Xu Antian on multiple occasions. After instructing Tanya to evacuate the students from the rooftop, Wang He led Xu Antian away. Moments later, they arrived at Zhang Herong's office.
Commissioner, Xu Antian wishes to see you, Wang He stated.
What brings you here, kid? Zhang Herong looked up, smiling at Xu Antian.
I'm here to return some points. Also, Uncle Zhang, do you still have any dragon python blood? I'd like to buy some more. Xu Antian smiled lightly. Do you think dragon python blood is something you can find anywhere?
No. Zhang Herong's smile faded slightly. The dragon python blood he had was given by the chief of Jisher City. There was no second batch.
No big deal.
Uncle Zhang, I killed a flying zombie in his city this time and collected some of its blood. I saved a bag for you.
Xu Antian shrugged it off.
He'd only asked casually, having it was a bonus, but not having it wasn't a loss. He took out the flying zombie's blood and handed it to Zhang Hairong. Zhang Hairong's smile broadened noticeably, and without hesitation, he accepted the offering. "You're a good kid. That can't be all of it, right? Give me the rest. I'll find an alchemist to refine it into pills for you. Taking them will be even more effective." "Alright." Xu Antian nodded and handed over all the flying zombie blood he had. As the bureau chief, Zhang Hairong wouldn't deceive him over such a minor matter. "Alright, head back. The bureau might be making some big moves soon. Focus on advancing your cultivation, you might get to participate," Zhang Hairong instructed. Xu Antian nodded, choosing not to pry further. If Zhang Hairong had intended to elaborate on such matters, he wouldn't have stopped at just this much. After returning the 50,000 points, he turned and left. Chapter 65, Then Eat Me. Dormitory, on the sofa. Tong Jingshu lay in Xu Antian's embrace, her fingers lightly resting on his chest. "I obtained a pill during my last mission that aids in opening the meridians. Take it before you break through to the linked veins realm." Xu Antian caught Tong Jingshu's fidgeting fingers. He produced the perfect enlightenment pill he had prepared earlier. "I didn't expect you to bring me a gift," Tong Jingshu exclaimed happily. She propped herself up and kissed Xu Antian's cheek. "Is that all the thanks I get?" Xu Antian glanced at her snow-white skin and teased. "Then what do you want?" Tong Jingshu straddled Xu Antian's thigh, wrapping her arms around his neck and batting her eyelashes. Xu Antian froze. After just a few days apart, he found Tong Jingshu had grown even more mature and alluring. Yet she still carried a hint of innocence and youthfulness. Combined with Tong Jingshu's exquisite features and curvaceous figure, she was utterly irresistible. "I want you." Xu Antian chuckled. "Then devour me." Tong Jingshu gazed at Xu Antian with dreamy eyes, cupping his cheek with both hands as she murmured softly. Xu Antian took a deep breath. He wrapped his arms around her slender waist. He smiled faintly. "Why don't you devour me instead?" Tong Jingshu's cheeks flushed even redder. She nodded softly. She slowly sat down. Night fell. Xu Antian, who had been exercising, suddenly stopped. He noticed that Tong Jingshu's body was rapidly accumulating spiritual energy. Nearly all the acupoints within her body were now filled to the brim with spiritual energy. Evidently, during their fusion process, Tong Jingshu's innate talent had kicked in, accelerating her absorption of spiritual energy. At this moment, Tong Jingshu was but a single step away from breaking through to the linked veins realm. Xu Antian reached out, grabbed the pill bottle beside him, and poured out a perfect awakening pill. Before Tong Jingshu could react, he shoved the pill directly into her mouth. Tong Jingshu was startled by the sudden pill in her mouth. But that surprise quickly turned to shock. She discovered with astonishment that 5 additional acupoints were emerging in various corners of her body. The total number of acupoints within her body now reached 365. What is this, she wondered inwardly. After all, according to teacher Tanya, cultivators only possess 360 acupoints. What was the meaning of these 5 extra ones? Moreover, Xu Antian had specifically warned her not to break through to the linked veins realm before his return. Clearly, Xu Antian knew the effects of this pill. She wanted to ask for details. Focus your mind, absorb it with all your strength, prepare to break through. Seeing Tong Jingshu's dazed expression, Xu Antian barked the command in a deep voice. To assist Tong Jingshu in her breakthrough, he moved once more. He aimed to maximize the utilization of Tong Jingshu's innate talent. Xu Antian was now at the vein mirror realm, his strength rivaling that of the 1,000-ton realm. Under his full power output, Tong Jingshu couldn't withstand it. Compounded by the restless spiritual energy surging within her, Tong Jingshu had no choice but to focus intently on countering the assault. Her face bore a complex blend of pain and pleasure, creating a peculiar yet captivating expression. Fortunately, her will remained steadfast. She swiftly activated her cultivation technique, quelling the surging spiritual energy. The acupoints within her body rapidly filled. The next morning, Tong Jingshu lay motionless on the sofa, her body drenched in sweat. Xu Antian rose and carried her to the bedroom to rest. Although Tong Jingshu had successfully broken through to the linked veins realm yesterday, it had also drained a significant amount of her physical strength and energy. She was now resting to recover her condition. After settling Tong Jingshu, he returned to the living room and sat back down on the sofa. He glanced at the 8 trigrams demon refining furnace within his mind. The flying zombie's form remained within the furnace, showing no signs of vanishing. It had merely grown considerably dimmer. It wouldn't be long before it was fully refined. According to his estimate, it would take at most 1 more day to fully refine the flying corpse. At that point, he would obtain new elixirs. Now, continue your cultivation. Xu Antian took out the pulse-stabilizing pill, popped it into his mouth, and began circulating the killing sutra. The pulse-stabilizing pill melted instantly upon entering his mouth, transforming into a warm current that flowed into his abdomen. It then split into several streams, surging into his acupoints.
As he cultivated, a new energy channel was forged. Under the potency of the elixir, it rapidly solidified, condensed, and stabilized. Time lost all sense of day or night in the blink of an eye. A full day had passed. Xu Antian awoke from his cultivation. Crackle. As his body moved, crisp cracking sounds echoed from his bones and tendons. Seventh layer of the linked veins realm. Feeling the vast network of chi meridians intertwining within him, Xu Antian's heart swelled with joy. This was the result of consuming those 10 pulse solidifying pills. I need more pills or spiritual materials to aid my cultivation. Xu Antian murmured. With cultivation resources to aid him, not only would his progress accelerate, but the chi meridians he forged would also become more resilient and robust. Open the 749 app. Points balance, 215,400. Seeing the point total, Xu Antian was utterly astonished. Checking the point breakdown, he discovered that the task he had just completed had rewarded him a whopping 100,000 points. How could it be this much? He opened the mission report details for inspection. After several minutes of review, he withdrew his gaze, finally grasping the reason behind it all. The primary reason was that their opponent this time was a 1000 realm powerhouse, posing a high level of danger. The mission had been assessed as a 3-star task. Tasks were categorized into 12 stars based on danger level. 1-star tasks posed the lowest risk and could be completed by ordinary chi cultivators at the foundational realm. A 3-star mission, however, was tailored for chi refining cultivators at the 1000-ton realm. Therefore, the rewards were correspondingly generous. After grasping the situation, Xu Antian paused for a moment before transferring 10,000 points each to Bayushi and Shinshui. He had contributed significantly to this mission, even using up his final chance to deploy the ghost armor. While Bayushi and Shinshui had also participated, their roles were primarily supporting. Giving each of them 10,000 points was already quite generous. After the transfer, he still held over 99,000 points. He opened the shop and browsed through pills and spiritual materials useful for cultivating the linked veins realm. He quickly found several suitable options. 9-turn pill, 50,000 points. Effect, significantly enhances the resilience of chi meridians. Effect diminishes substantially after a single dose. Solid vein pill, 8,000 points. Effect, slightly enhances chi meridian resilience. Effect significantly diminishes after 10 doses. Celestial feather iron ore, 80,000 points per liang. Effects, greatly enhances the solidity and resilience of chi channels and aids in widening them. For cultivators at the linked veins realm, the maximum single dose is half a liang. Water wolf spirit fish, 60,000 points per fish. Effects, consumed after steaming or boiling, greatly enhances chi meridian resilience and expands meridians. No side effects. The solid vein pill's efficacy weakens after taking 10 pills? Xu Antian murmured. He had intended to purchase several more solid vein pills for continued use, but that was no longer feasible. In the end, he purchased one portion each of 9-turn pills, heavenly feather iron ore, and water wolf spirit fish. His points instantly dwindled to just 5,400. Chapter 66, Heavenly Gang's Absolute Slaughter Pill, 1000-ton realm. After placing his order, Xu Antian sent a message to Tong Jingshu. He learned she was currently in class and wouldn't return to the dorm until after afternoon lectures. After confirming Tong Jingshu was safe, he turned his attention inward. Within the 8 trigrams demon refining furnace in his mind, the flying corpse had vanished. In its place lay a gray pill. The pill was about the size of an adult's fist, radiating a translucent glow. Heavenly Guardian Demon Slaying Pill. Consuming this pill fortifies one's chi channels, grants access to Heavenly Guardian Chi for protective shielding, and infuses one's spiritual energy with demon energy capable of corroding an opponent's flesh and internal organs. Heavenly Gang's Protection. Shattering? Xu Antian heard these unfamiliar terms for the first time. With a flick of his wrist, the Heavenly Guardian Demon Slaying Pill instantly appeared in his palm. Without a second thought, he tossed it into his mouth. Who cares what it does? Just swallow it and be done with it. The pill felt icy cold upon entering his mouth, like sucking on a piece of ice. It melted rapidly, sliding down his throat. In that instant, a bone-chilling cold surged from his throat, racing downward like an ice dragon rampaging through his body. Xu Antian shuddered uncontrollably. He hastily activated the Killing Sutra to absorb the potion's power. As the technique circulated, the sensation finally began to subside considerably. The icy aura coursed through his energy channels. With each full cycle, his energy channels grew increasingly resilient and robust. The transformation was strikingly evident. Simultaneously, the spiritual energy within his meridians seemed to become tainted. It too grew intensely frigid. This must be Xu Antian murmured, a realization dawning within him. But what exactly was the Heavenly Gang's chi? He still hadn't figured that out. As time passed, the potency of the medicine gradually seeped into his body, and the Insha energy within his meridians grew ever stronger. Yet at that very moment, the chill abruptly shifted and vanished entirely. The next instant, the chi and blood within his body began to heat up rapidly. A torrent of scorching heat surged through his body.
Every inch of his flesh felt as though scorched by raging flames, emitting sizzling sounds. From the pores and crevices of his skin, wisps of faint black vapor drifted out. This was his blood undergoing purification. The process was excruciatingly painful, causing Xu Antian to clench his teeth involuntarily. After enduring nearly an hour, the transformation gradually subsided. Within Xu Antian's body, the once vivid crimson blood now bore a faint golden sheen. With a thought, Xu Antian unleashed his physical strength. A golden sheen appeared on the surface of his skin. He raised his hand to touch it, smooth and resilient to the touch. This was the Tianchang qi within his blood gathering on his surface, forming the Tianchang. Xu Antian wanted to test the protective strength of the heavenly gangs. He drew the demon-slaying sword and struck his own arm with a single blow. Thud! A dull thud echoed, yet the heavenly girdle remained utterly unmarked. Xu Antian raised an eyebrow. Though he'd only used 10% of his strength, it was still immense. To his surprise, the heavenly girdle showed no reaction whatsoever. He raised the demon-slaying sword once more and struck again, this time using 30% of his strength. Yet the heavenly girdle merely dented by 1/10. Xu Antian continued his testing. He finally reached a conclusion. Only his full power attack could barely cleave through Tiangang. Moreover, the heavenly girdle not only protected against blades and weapons but also withstood his mystical energy slashes. This meant the heavenly girdle could also withstand spirit energy type attacks. The heavenly girdle proved stronger than the ghost armor he had previously acquired, and it had no usage limit. It was something he truly mastered himself. However, when blocking attacks, his heavenly chi depletes. The stronger the assault, the greater the loss. However, this depletion can be restored through his own recovery. Hello, is Xu Antian available? Just then, a voice came from outside the door. Xu Antian rose and opened the door. He found 3 staff members from Unit 749 standing there. That's me. Xu Antian replied. This is your purchase from the mall. Please verify and accept it. One of the staff members said. He then handed over 3 items. A jade bottle, a gold box, and a sealed miniature fish tank. Inside swam a peculiar-looking little blue fish. MHM. Xu Antian nodded, carefully inspecting each item before carrying them inside. He eagerly opened the jade bottle and poured out a scarlet-red pill. This was the 9-turn pill, capable of greatly enhancing the resilience of one's chi channels. But it could only be consumed once. Its effects would be drastically reduced on the second use. Many pills and spiritual materials in the 749 mall had restrictions on the number of times they could be consumed. Xu Antian interpreted this as drug resistance. Fortunately, the 749 store offered a fairly diverse selection of pills and spiritual materials. At least he hadn't yet reached the point where he had nothing left to consume. Crossing his legs, Xu Antian tossed the 9-turn pill into his mouth. A sharp, pungent taste exploded in his mouth, shooting straight to his brain. It instantly invigorated his spirit. Immediately, he circulated the Killing Sutra to absorb the potion's power, strengthening the resilience of his chi channels. Simultaneously, he forged new chi channels. Time flew by. When he opened his eyes again, he had fully absorbed the pill's essence. His cultivation had broken through to the 8th level of the Linked Veins realm. Without resting, he opened another iron box. Inside lay celestial feather iron, shimmering like flowing golden sand. Xu Antian lifted the box and poured the celestial feather iron directly into his mouth. Surprisingly, the taste was actually quite pleasant. Like a creamy shaved ice dessert. Icy and sweet, with a rich, layered flavor. Just as he had done after swallowing the 9-turn pill, Xu Antian continued to circulate his cultivation technique, absorbing the medicinal power and expanding his chi channels. Several hours later, the steamed spirit wolffish was also swallowed by Xu Antian. The taste of this spirit fish was quite exceptional. After consuming and assimilating the water wolf spirit fish, the energy channels within Xu Antian's body finally became fully interconnected. A complete map of his chi meridian circulation took shape. It encompassed his entire body. And now, aided by so many rare treasures, both the resilience and width of his chi channels had reached an astonishing level. Take the width of his energy channels, for instance, they now surpassed the size of his own acupoints. Keep in mind, his energy channels were already 10 times larger than those of an ordinary chi cultivator. Imagine the energy channels of an ordinary chi cultivator as small streams. Xu Antian's energy channels were like mighty rivers and broad avenues. The vastness of his energy channels allowed him to move and fuse his acupoints more effectively. Moreover, it enabled him to unleash even more powerful spiritual energy attacks. With the current strength of my chi channels, they should be robust enough to withstand the movement of the acupoints without risk of rupture. Xu Antian mused. If his energy channels weren't sufficiently broad and resilient, the pressure of moving and merging the acupoints could cause them to collapse. That would result in self-inflicted injury, a drop in cultivation level, and the need for more time to rebuild the chi channels. But clearly, he had no such worries. Taking a deep breath, he resolved to attempt the breakthrough. He channeled the 1,000-ton realm technique from the Killing Sutra. Boom! The moment he activated it, a chi point on his right palm began to tremble. Then, it slowly moved along the energy channels toward another nearby acupoint.
The process was remarkably smooth. Finally, the two acupoints converged, overlapping completely. Boom!
A deep, muffled sound erupted from within Xu Antian's body. It was as if two millstones had been stacked together. At this moment, he had completed the first and most difficult step of breaking through to the 1,000-ton realm. Next, he needed to fuse the two orifices completely, making them indistinguishable from one another.
At present, the two orifices were only preliminarily fused, still capable of separating again.
Time was needed to refine them with spiritual energy, forging them into a single, indivisible entity. Once he fused every pair of orifices within his body, leaving only 183 remaining, he would reach the first level of perfection in the 1,000-ton realm.
The process continued similarly. Each time half a Choshu emerged, it counted as one level.
This process continued until the 9th layer of the 1,000-ton realm was perfected, leaving only a single acupoint within his body.
Chapter 67, Blood Sting Swarm, Emergency Mobilization. Evening, in the dormitory.
Tong Jingshu nestled against Xu Antian's shoulder, her slender fingers tracing circles on his chest.
So, you obtained that pill by accident?
Of course. I only obtained one such pill. And since I acquired it when I was already at the linked veins realm, with my chi channels already fixed, I deliberately saved it for you.
Xu Antian nodded.
He had briefly explained the pill's origin to Tong Jingshu earlier. He concealed the fact that he himself had also consumed a perfect awakening pill. Of course, all of this was fabricated on the spot.
You should understand what this means.
I advise you to pretend this never happened, or you'll easily be locked up as a lab rat for research.
Xu Antian cautioned. I understand.
Tong Jingshu stopped her fingers, looked up into Xu Antian's eyes, and nodded firmly. But what preoccupied her more was the fact that Xu Antian had given her such a precious pill. If she were to turn it in, she couldn't even begin to imagine the magnitude of the reward she might receive.
And Xu Antian had thought of her first.
This touched her deeply. She silently told herself she hadn't misjudged him. Her fingers slowly trailed downward, pausing at a certain spot.
You've been so kind to me, how can I ever repay you? How about I give you a baby?
After speaking, she gave Xu Antian a light flick.
Xu Antian shuddered, inwardly cursing her a vixen.
He quickly grabbed Tong Jingshu's hand.
We're still young. Let's talk about children later.
Without waiting for her reply, he swept her up in his arms. He strode toward the bedroom.
You dared to tease me?
Just wait and see how I'll teach you a lesson tonight.
How exactly?
Tong Jingshu showed no fear, even flashing a hint of defiance.
With my hands? Xu Antian tossed Tong Jingshu onto the bed and snarled, a whip and a big stick. 3 days later. Xu Antian, resting in his dorm room, was jolted awake by a commotion.
Urgent notice, all investigators at the base with cultivation levels above the Lianmai realm must immediately cease all current tasks, bring combat weapons, and assemble on the rooftop. Urgent notice, all investigators within the base possessing cultivation at the Lianmai realm or above must immediately cease all current tasks, bring combat weapons, and assemble on the rooftop immediately.
The loudspeakers in the dormitory lounge played this phrase on a loop. Xu Antian furrowed his brow slightly, realizing something major might be happening.
He roused Tong Jingshu, and the two quickly dressed before heading outside the dormitory. By now, most investigators had emerged from the dormitory or various locations, rushing along the corridor toward the elevator shaft.
Confusion was etched on every face.
Clearly, there was no time to figure out what was happening.
Professor Tang is over there. Tong Jingshu pointed ahead and called out a warning.
Xu Antian paused for a moment before quickening his pace toward her.
He asked in a low voice, Teacher Tang, do you know what's going on here? Hearing Xu Antian's voice, Tangya didn't halt her pace.
She continued walking while explaining, I don't know the specifics either, but emergency assemblies are only activated during sudden incidents. Something major must have happened. The last emergency assembly was triggered when a powerful demon broke through the base's containment and escaped, resulting in the deaths of dozens of investigators.
Tong Jingshu's expression instantly turned grave. Xu Antian nodded slightly, a hint of concern also stirring within him. He followed the main group into the elevator, quickly reaching the rooftop.
By then, a large crowd had already gathered. Among them were some familiar faces.
Shen Shuiyue, Jianyu, Jian Kuang.
Standing suspended in midair before them was Zhang Herong. Behind him stood over a dozen investigators, among whom Xu Antian recognized Wang He. After waiting several more minutes, the number of investigators on the rooftop continued to grow.
Xu Antian roughly counted at least 300 people. A small portion of them were freshmen from Harbin's 749 University. Everyone should be here by now. I'll keep this brief.
Harbin City has been attacked by a swarm of bloodthorn bees today, resulting in thousands of civilian casualties and causing massive panic within the city. Investigators in Harbin are understaffed, so we need to provide support to eliminate the bloodthorn bee swarm and reduce civilian casualties. Now for the task assignment, each 3-star investigator will lead a team consisting of 10 2-star investigators and 21-star investigators or trainee investigators. We'll depart for Harbin by helicopter. Specific operational plans will be arranged by the 3-star investigators upon arrival in Harbin. Now, everyone board the aircraft in your groups and proceed to Harbin immediately. Zhang Hairong's voice wasn't loud, but it carried with piercing clarity. Even Xu Antian, standing toward the rear, heard every word clearly. Investigator ranks corresponded directly to combat prowess. 3-star investigators equated to chi refining realm practitioners at the 1,000-ton realm. 2-star corresponded to the linked veins realm. However, a Lianmai realm cultivator was not necessarily a 2-star investigator. For instance, Xu Antian's aspiration to become a full-fledged investigator required not only meeting the strength threshold but also completing 3 assigned tasks. No sooner had Zhang Hairong finished speaking than Wang He and the others behind him stepped forward, beginning to divide up the personnel. Whether intentional or not. In the end, both Xu Antian and Tong Jingshu were recruited under Wang He's command, and the nearby 2-star investigator Tanya was no exception. Joining them were over a dozen other students from the White Tiger class who had broken through to the Lianmai realm. According to Tong Jingshu, during the days Xu Antian was away in his city, many new Qi cultivators had joined the White Tiger class. These later arrivals were also freshmen at 749 University. Unlike Xu Antian and his group, who had activated their acupoints early. They had not yet opened their acupoints before arriving. It was only after opening them that they participated in the class assignment ceremony. However, several latecomers had surpassed their peers, demonstrating formidable talent and rapidly breaking through to the linked veins realm. Once the group was assembled, Wang He led them out of the Longsho mountain base to the external airfield. They boarded the large transport helicopter that had been prepared in advance. Amid the whirring of rotor blades, the helicopter swiftly ascended and sped toward Harbin. On board, an investigator spoke up. Team leader Wang, how many bloodsting bees are we dealing with this time? Why did it require mobilizing all our investigators? There are over a dozen colonies of bloodsting bees, each with more than 50 individuals. They're scattered throughout Harbin city. Wang Yi replied in a low voice. According to intel from our city colleagues, these bloodstinger bees aren't particularly powerful individually, only at the Lianmai realm Qi cultivator level. But their sheer numbers, their swarming tactics, and their venomous stingers are deadly. Even a Qinjun realm physique can't withstand them. We must be extremely cautious if we encounter them. Wang Yi explained the situation to everyone. He then ordered 2 boxes to be brought from the helicopter's corner, containing rows of antidotes. These were distributed among the group. Xu Antian and Tong Jingshu each received 2 vials of antidote. These antidotes neutralize the venom of the bloodthorn wasps. Wang Yi continued his precautions. But if the poison is too severe, even the antidote won't help. You'll just have to wait for death. The others listened quietly, occasionally asking a question or two. Soon, the helicopter left Longsho Mountain far behind. Watch out! Wang Yi suddenly bellowed, his voice cutting through the air. In the next instant, he stepped forward and his figure shot out of the helicopter. Boom! Boom! The moment Wang Yi made his move, a series of violent explosions erupted in the sky. From the dense forest below, dozens of rocket-propelled grenades were fired toward the fleet of over a dozen helicopters. Some helicopters were struck before they could react, bursting into flames as they plummeted downward. Others, however, were piloted by Qi refining cultivators at the 1,000-ton realm. They reacted in time, leaping out mid-air and detonating the rockets before impact. Wang He was among the latter. The moment Xu Antian heard the warning, spirit wings materialized behind him. His left arm wrapped around Tong Jingshu's slender waist while his right hand pulled Tanya aside. He too leapt from the helicopter, emerging into the open air. Remaining inside the helicopter now would make them sitting ducks. Chapter 68, Ambush along the way, delaying arrival. But strangely, after the initial barrage of dozens of rocket-propelled grenades, there was no follow-up. They faced no further attacks. A golden light flashed in Xu Antian's eyes, yet he detected no signs of life below. A dozen investigators at the 1,000-ton realm, including Wang He, swiftly maneuvered through the air, catching those falling from above to prevent their impact with the ground. At the helicopter's altitude, non-flying Qi cultivators at the Lianmai realm would be crushed beyond recognition upon impact. However, some 2-star investigators were clearly more experienced. They were wearing wingsuits. Apart from a few unlucky souls killed instantly by explosions, the overall losses among the investigators were minimal. However, 6 helicopters were destroyed. This meant half the investigators could not reach Harbin City quickly. Wang Yi returned to the helicopter with a grim expression. He had just gone down to inspect the area closely, but found only a dozen or so rocket launcher systems. No human presence was detected. Continue to Harbin. Wang Yi ordered the pilot in a grim voice. The bureau chief had already suspected motives behind the sudden appearance of the bloodstinger swarm in Harbin. Now it was essentially confirmed. The bloodthirsty wasp swarm's appearance was premeditated, orchestrated by other forces behind the scenes. Otherwise, they wouldn't have been ambushed while en route to provide support. The enemy's objective was clear: to prevent them from reaching Harbin City swiftly to provide support. He had already reported the situation here to headquarters. They would coordinate helicopters from other locations to transport the remaining Qi cultivators to Harbin. As for their own team, they would proceed directly to Harbin. After all, every moment delayed meant more civilian casualties. Inside the helicopter, Xu Antian released his grip, letting Tong Jingshu and the others go. "Thank you," Tanya murmured softly. Her body felt slightly unnatural. Xu Antian's grip had been firm, bringing her a sense of reassurance. She found herself wishing Xu Antian would keep his hands on her waist forever. She startled herself with that thought. "You're welcome, Teacher Tang," Xu Antian replied with a faint smile and a nod. Tanya had been quite considerate toward him, and helping her was merely a small gesture. Hearing the words Teacher Tang brought a faint pang of disappointment to Tanya's heart. Truthfully, she preferred that Xu Antian and she remained friends. With the helicopter traveling at full speed, it took them just over an hour to reach the outskirts of Harbin. By this time, it was already noon. 6 helicopters, guided by intelligence leads, were dispatched to various locations across Harbin to begin clearing out the Bloodthorn hive. Soon, the helicopter carrying Xu Antian and his team followed suit. Across the entire city of Harbin, the shrill wail of air raid sirens filled the air, leaving the streets completely deserted. Occasionally, figures could be glimpsed through the windows of some high-rise buildings. Soon, Xu Antian and his team arrived near a high-rise building in the city center. Parts of the glass surrounding the building were shattered, and the occasional sound of human screams echoed from within. "Our target is inside this building. We'll move together as a team. Ensure your own safety first, then swiftly eliminate the target," Wang He instructed in a low, commanding voice. Crack! But no sooner had the words left his mouth than a blood-red figure smashed through the building's glass and hurtled toward the helicopter. Xu Antian immediately recognized the blood stinger wasp. The bloodthorn bee was roughly the size of a calf, with 2 transparent wings on its back and a belly as crimson as blood. Its mouthparts resembled sharp cones, still stained with blood. A slender stinger protruded prominently from its rear. It was nearly as long as its entire body. Without a word, he drew the demon-slaying sword and leaped out of the helicopter. The moment he stepped out, the wings on its back spread wide. With each beat, he rapidly closed in on the bloodthorn wasp. As he drew near, the demon-slaying sword slashed through the air. Whoosh! A white blade aura swept through the air. The bloodstinger bee's form faltered. Boom! It was cleaved clean in two. A torrent of blood rained down from midair onto the ground. Wang He frowned at the sight. He had just warned against going solo when Xu Antian charged out. Wasn't this slapping him in the face? "Xu Antian, come back," he called out as a warning. Several investigators who knew his temperament were taken aback. Team leader Wang placed immense importance on discipline. Anyone who violated it would get a thorough scolding at best. In severe cases, they could even be confined to their quarters. But now, Wang He seemed to have mellowed. "Haha, Brother Wang, I just couldn't resist the urge," Xu Antian turned around and replied with a smile. "Bloodsting bees usually operate in swarms. There must be more than one here. Others will arrive soon. It's too dangerous outside. Let's all get off the plane and handle this together," Wang He said patiently. If it were anyone else, he might have already started lecturing them or even yelling. But Xu Antian's combat prowess was undeniable, and with the director's endorsement, Wang He couldn't really say much. Little did he know, the moment his words fell, 3 more bloodsting bees burst out from within the building. 1 in front and 2 behind, they rapidly closed in on Xu Antian. "Watch out!" Wang He warned, leaping out of the helicopter himself, intent on taking down the 3 bloodthorn wasps. But before he could fully react, Xu Antian had already drawn his sword once more. Shin Chi Slash. 3 sword chi slashes erupted almost simultaneously. Not far away, the 3 bloodstinger bees froze mid-motion. The next second, they were cleaved clean in half. Wang He stopped in shock. He could have disposed of the 3 bloodthorn bees as well. But he couldn't do it with Xu Antian's effortless ease. As more commotion erupted from within the building, he hurriedly turned and ordered, "Everyone get off the helicopter and enter the building." The helicopter's noise in mid-air was loud, easily attracting the bloodstinger bees and making them a target. Moreover, within the confined space of the helicopter, even Qi cultivators at the Pulse Realm struggled to unleash their full power. Following his command, the helicopter approached the building's side. Investigators leaped from the aircraft, jumping through shattered glass gaps into the building. The floor they landed on was the office area. Not a single living soul remained inside. Corpses drained of blood littered the floor. On some faces, the fear and struggle of their final moments were still faintly visible. Those bloody, bloodthirsty bees deserved to be damned. Tanya gritted her teeth, her voice filled with hatred. The Qi cultivators present had once been ordinary people themselves. Witnessing the scene before them, they were naturally filled with rage. Boom! 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 At that moment, a wall ahead was smashed through repeatedly, and one after another, enormous bloodstinger wasps flew out. They charged toward every Qi cultivator present. "Watch out! Don't get stung by their tails!" Wang Yi shouted a warning before drawing two short blades from his waist and charging forward first. But Xu Antian was faster. Standing rooted to the spot, he unleashed over a dozen sword chi strikes from his demon-slaying sword. The sword energy completely enveloped the space before him, trapping several bloodstinger bees within its grasp.
As if sensing danger, the bloodstinger bees suddenly raised their tails.
With a sudden swelling of their abdomens, the stingers detached from their tails and shot explosively towards Xu Antian.
Chapter 69, One Guide is Enough.
The venomous stingers shot through the gaps in the sword energy with astonishing speed, piercing towards Xu Antian.
Xu Antian remained unflinching, raising the demon-slaying sword to deflect two stingers in quick succession.
As the remaining two stingers closed in on his body, a golden glow began to emanate from the skin beneath his clothing.
Boom!
The tail needles pierced through his clothing, colliding with the heavenly gangs and emitting a dull thud. They were actually bounced straight back. Not far away, Wang He, who had been somewhat concerned for Xu Antian's safety, twitched his lips. His worries seemed rather unnecessary. The bloodstinger bee's stinger was its most potent attack, yet it had no effect whatsoever on Xu Antian.
Could his current strength actually surpass mine?
Wang He was startled by the thought that had suddenly surfaced in his mind. He was at the 8th level of the 1,000-ton realm. Not far from the Sha gang realm. He shook his head, dismissing the thought. No matter how powerful Xu Antian was, he was still only at the linked veins realm.
At the 1,000-ton realm, one's chi meridians are fully interconnected, enabling the projection of spiritual energy to confront enemies.
The variety of techniques available was incomparable to those of a chi cultivator at the linked veins realm. He gathered his focus, concentrating on the bloodstinger bees before him. Occasionally, he would lend a hand to the other investigators nearby. After dispatching the bloodstinger bee before him, Xu Antian glanced at Tong Jingshu. Seeing her entangled by one, he immediately charged forward and swiftly dispatched the bloodstinger. Without pausing, he kept moving. He moved swiftly through the crowd, helping eliminate one bloodstinger after another. To him, these demonic creatures were all potential elixirs. The more he could eliminate, the better. Many investigators looked at Xu Antian with eyes full of gratitude.
Without Xu Antian, they might have been injured.
The number of bloodstinger bees in the arena rapidly dwindled.
Meanwhile, atop a low mountain range several dozen kilometers from Harbin City, a dozen figures stood atop the ridge. All wore blue long robes.
Had Xu Antian been present, he would have instantly recognized them as members of the demon god sect. Among these long coats, there stood an exceptionally tall figure. Standing over 3 meters tall, he resembled a miniature giant. His upper body was bare, clad only in a pair of animal skin shorts below the waist. What was astonishing was that he possessed 2 heads, one large and one small. Both faces were hideously ugly, with only a few dry strands of hair on each head.
The bloodthorn bees are dwindling. Reinforcements from Unit 749 should have reached Harbin by now. The smaller head spoke in a hoarse, aged voice. Old bug, the blood we've collected should be sufficient for the blood sacrifice.
It's time to depart, a wrinkled figure in a blue horse haircoat said with a smile.
Very well. The small giant named Bug Elder nodded.
Then he slowly closed his eyes.
Meanwhile, in Harbin City,
Xuan, who had just slain a bloodstinger bee before him, flinched and glanced sideways. The bloodthirsty bees there were abandoning their opponents and flying toward the exit of the building.
Trying to escape? Xu Antian frowned. How could he let the elixirs he'd secured simply fly away?
Spreading his wings behind him, he burst out of the building and gave chase. Though these bloodsting bees weren't particularly powerful, their flight speed was surprisingly swift. For a moment, he struggled to keep pace.
Xu Antian's brow furrowed slightly.
The next second, spiritual energy erupted beneath his feet as he leapt through the air several times in succession. His speed surged, catching up to the bloodthorn bees. The demon-slaying sword in his hand struck down without mercy. Boom! The bloodstinger bee attempted to turn and block, but Xu Antian was faster. The sword's energy pierced through the bloodthorn wasp, slicing it cleanly in midair. Behind Xu Antian, Wang He, worried for his safety, rushed forward in pursuit. Seeing Xu Antian stride through the air, his eyes widened in shock.
You've reached the 1,000-ton realm. MHM. Xu Antian nodded lightly, making no attempt to conceal it.
Without waiting for Wang He's reaction, he continued chasing after the bloodstinger bees. That kid, clearly already at the 1,000-ton realm, yet he's still using spirit wings. Made me mistakenly think he was only at the linked veins realm and worried me half to death. Wang He shook his head with a wry smile. But he couldn't blame himself. Who could have imagined that Xu Antian, who had joined Unit 749 less than 2 months ago, could cultivate to the 1,000-ton realm? This was beyond being merely prodigious. Such a talent was likely rarer than the combined freshman classes of all 749 universities nationwide.
The director would be absolutely thrilled if he knew.
Wang He murmured, already itching to see the director's reaction to the news. He lightened his step and gave chase after Xu Antian. He called out from a distance, "Don't kill all the bloodthirsty bees.
Someone might be controlling them. Follow them and uncover the mastermind behind this."
Got it.
Xu Antian nodded. Then, he killed another blood stinger bee. Only one blood stinger bee was needed to lead the way. The others needn't be kept alive. The blood stinger bee population dwindled rapidly, and soon only one remained, killed by Xu Antian. By then, they had already flown to the outskirts of the city. Xu Antian, come guide me. Wang He shouted from behind. As a 1,000-ton realm cultivator, he could hover briefly but couldn't sustain flight for long. He was now nearing his limit and could no longer continue flying. In that moment, he seemed to grasp why Xu Antian always used his spirit wings to fly. Because while soaring through the air was undeniably cool, it was exhausting. Xu Antian halted his stride, turned back, and grabbed Wang He's shoulders. Bro Wang, you can't keep this up for long. Xu Antian grinned mischievously. Hey, kid. I'm your superior, how dare you mock me? Don't you fear I'll make your life miserable? Wang He feigned anger. Brother Wang, it's a misunderstanding. We're all on the same team. Don't worry, I won't spill the beans about you. What do you mean you won't say anything? There's nothing I can't talk about. Wang He felt a headache coming on. Ordinary 1,000-ton realm cultivators can't stay airborne as long as I can. It's only because you have spirit wings. Otherwise, in pure aerial flight, I definitely last longer than you. Xu Antian shook his head gently, smiling without comment. Though Wang Yi's cultivation was higher, his time in the air might not actually surpass Xu's. After all, the spiritual energy within his body was abundant, far exceeding that of an ordinary Qi cultivator. Look down below. Wang He called out in warning. Xu Antian narrowed his eyes. The bloodthorn bees ahead of them flew straight toward a hill below. Upon that hill lay over a dozen colossal spiritual auras. Most were human auras, with one exception, a demonic aura. Human auras appeared red, while demonic auras could manifest in any color. As for half-demons like Shinshuyue, their aura manifested 2 distinct colors. 15 people below, plus 1 major demon. All 15 are at the 1,000-ton realm, and that demon is even stronger likely at the Sha Gang realm. Xu Antian warned in a low voice. What? A major demon at the Sha Gang realm? Wang He exclaimed in shock. The next moment, he grabbed Xu Antian by the arm and leapt into the air, fleeing back the way they came at an even faster pace. He had witnessed Sha Gang realm experts in action before that caliber was utterly beyond their ability to confront. The director had also said that at his current cultivation level, encountering a Sha Gang realm opponent meant running for his life. Being caught meant certain death. Chapter 70, Sliced to Pieces. Hey, Wang. Where are you running off to? Xu Antian flapped his spirit wings, pulling Wang Yi back. They were still far from those people. Was there really such a need to flee so urgently? No. That's a Sha Gang realm demon. If I don't run, I'm dead. Wang Yi panicked. He feared the 2 of them would be spotted by those below. He strained, trying to pull Xu Antian away. But to his astonishment, Xu Antian's strength proved nearly equal to his own. He simply couldn't pull Xu Antian along. It hasn't caught up yet, has it? Xu Antian didn't want to leave. He even wanted to strike down that great demon. This was the first time he'd ever seen a demon at the Sha Gang realm. If he could slay it, he'd surely obtain a top-tier elixir. It would be a lie to say he wasn't tempted. But he had only recently broken through to the 1,000-ton realm and had never faced a Sha Gang realm opponent. He knew nothing of its methods or capabilities. Engaging it would be quite dangerous. Is the director aware of the situation here? If he came, he should be able to kill that great demon easily, right? Xu Antian asked doubtfully. Zhang Herong hadn't been seen during this operation. The director is aware of the situation here. His friend is already on his way to us. Wang He stated solemnly. Zhang Herong was currently stationed at the base, monitoring the situation in Harbin. After all, with so many investigators away from the base, Longzhou Mountain Base's defenses had become vulnerable. What if this was the enemy's ploy to lure the tiger away from its lair? They could seize the opportunity to launch a surprise attack on Longzhou Mountain. Their losses would be even greater. Within Longzhou Mountain reside the nation's top researchers and a vast array of cutting-edge cultivation and research equipment. Beyond that, numerous powerful demons reside there. If these powerful demons were to escape, it would spell disaster. Therefore, Zhang Herong dared not take the gamble. The director's friend? Xu Antian asked doubtfully. He didn't know what kind of friend it was, but if the chief's friend didn't show up soon, those people would leave. A vast swarm of bloodthirsty hornets rose into the air from the distant hills. They carried the figures northward. Xu Antian frowned, then immediately dropped Wang Yi and charged forward. Though it was risky, he had to try. Even delaying them would be worthwhile. Xu Antian's feet darted forward, rapidly closing the distance between them. Come back! Wang Yi shouted. But Xu Antian showed no sign of responding. Wang Yi sighed inwardly, resigned to following him. The commotion behind them was detected by the demon god Sect's men. One figure at the front turned and ordered, "You 4, go kill them. 2 Qianjun realm cultivators actually dare to come here to die. Ha ha ha, excellent. 2 little brats, truly ignorant of their place. Since they seek death, we'll grant it."
The four spoke in unison, breaking ranks to halt, then turning to face Xu Antian and his companion.
Xu Antian's expression remained unchanged, his pace unabated. He had no confidence facing a demonic beast at the Sha Gang realm. But these demonic cultivators at the 1,000-ton realm? He couldn't care less.
How arrogant of you, young man, sneered a short man, rubbing his hands together. Instantly, a fireball materialized before him. Go! With a flick of his finger, the fireball shot straight towards Xu Antian. Beside him, another slightly plump man acted simultaneously. He drew a thick-bladed golden knife from his back and swung it at Xu Antian through the air. A faint golden blade aura shot forth from the blade. At the 1,000-catty realm, all chi channels throughout the body were fully interconnected, enabling practitioners to learn and unleash certain spells. However, constrained by their limited spiritual energy, the actual power remained mediocre. This was why most chi-refining cultivators at the 1,000-ton realm still preferred close-quarters combat.
The remaining two demonic cultivators of the demon god sect did not continue attacking Xu Antian. Instead, they proactively advanced toward Wang He at the rear. Boom!
Xu Antian raised his demon-slaying sword, unleashing a slash of sword energy that sliced the fireball clean through mid-air, causing it to explode violently. The short man's expression shifted, his smirk vanishing.
Some skill.
But not enough, he growled. The next instant, he planted his foot and charged straight toward Xu Antian.
Xu Antian sidestepped to evade the golden blade's glint.
He planted his foot firmly and charged straight at the two men. The short man was faster, reaching Xu Antian first. His fist blazed with raging flames as he slammed it toward Xu Antian. Die, the short man snarled, his eyes flashing with vicious intent.
You talk too much. Xu Antian remarked indifferently.
The next instant, golden celestial energy surged from his body. He unleashed a single-handed punch.
Boom! A thunderous explosion echoed.
The short man was sent flying by Xu Antian's direct strike. In terms of raw power, the short man was no match for Xu Antian. A look of shock flashed across the short man's face as he instinctively looked down at his arm. A searing pain shot through it. His arm bone was clearly broken.
I'll handle this.
From behind, the slightly plump man charged forward. A massive golden blade slashed through the air, aiming for Xu Antian's crown chakra.
Get lost. Xu Antian raised his demon-slaying sword and struck upward horizontally. Clang! The two weapons locked in a brief stalemate mid-air.
But in the next instant, the slightly plump man's body flew upward.
Xu Antian had sent him flying.
The man's arms trembled uncontrollably, nearly causing him to lose his grip on the golden blade. Though he was only at the 5th level of the 1,000-ton realm, his strength rivaled that of someone at the 7th level. Yet even so, he was still no match for the youth before him. Before he could process it, Xu Antian stomped his foot, closing the distance to the stocky man even faster.
Mystic Chi Storm Slash. Xu Antian's mouth opened slightly.
This was the sword technique he had comprehended from the Killing Sutra after his breakthrough. The moment the demon-slaying sword struck, an intensely bright white light erupted from its tip.
It was almost blinding.
Instantly, the white light exploded outward, unleashing hundreds of slender sword energies. Whoosh! 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 The sword energies pierced the air, instantly reaching the slightly plump man. They closed in on every possible evasion space. The plump man's face paled. Without a word, he immediately activated his life-saving technique.
A dull yellow light shield enveloped his entire body, shielding him within. Clang! 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 Clang!
The sword chi struck the shield, producing a series of clanging sounds. The slightly plump man's expression eased slightly, but the next second, the earth-colored light shield began to tremble.
Finally, it exploded with a thunderous boom. Countless sword energies engulfed his figure. When the white light dissipated, the slightly plump man's body remained suspended in midair. He stared at Xu Antian in disbelief. He seemed to want to say something. But the moment he moved, countless crimson lines erupted from his body, spurting blood wildly outward. Immediately after, his entire body shattered into countless fragments, plummeting toward the ground below. The short man beside him, who had been about to attack Xu Antian again, felt his scalp crawl at the sight. Without another word, he turned and fled. The slightly plump man possessed strength comparable to his own. If the stocky man couldn't withstand it, neither could he. If he kept trying to stop him, he would die. Don't run! Weren't you trying to kill me? Xu Antian smiled, his feet pounding the ground as he gave chase. Come on, stop. I'll kill you. Hearing the words from behind, the short man ran even faster. Kill my ass. If he believed that, he'd be an idiot. Hey, stop running. I'll really kill you. Little runt. Chapter 71, The Two-Headed Giant. The short man's charging body halted abruptly. He was furious enough to grind his teeth. But to save his life, he had to endure it. But clearly, his speed couldn't match Xu Antian's. Within a few breaths, Xu Antian caught up to him. Forced to turn and face him. A cold gleam flickered from the wide sleeves of his robe, instantly appearing before Xu Antian. It was a silver needle glinting coldly. Clang! Xu Antian raised his sword, striking it away.
With a flick of his wrist, the demon-slaying sword blazed with a blinding white light once more. The white light exploded outward, transforming into countless white sword energies that enveloped the small man's body. Ah! With a piercing scream, the short man's body shattered into countless fragments, plummeting downward. But with the two of them holding them off for a moment, the demonic cultivators of the demon god sect had already fled far away. It was too late to pursue them now. Just then, however, a middle-aged man clad in white robes charged rapidly from the distant side. His speed was astonishing. In the blink of an eye, he had already intercepted the demonic cultivators. It's Song Xiansheng. Wasn't he in Jishur? How did he get here? Among the demon cultists, someone recognized the white-robed man.
Song Xiansheng is a chi cultivator at the Sha Gang realm.
Be careful. I'll hold him off. You take the blood source and leave first. The two-headed dwarf known as Old Insect spoke softly.
Yes, Old Chong. The demonic followers of the demon god sect responded in unison before charging forward once more. You think you can escape before me?
Song Xiansheng's expression was cold and ruthless. He struck out with a palm toward the demons ahead. Instantly, a golden palm print materialized in midair, crashing thunderously toward them.
Your opponent is me.
Chong Lao spoke softly.
The next instant, a sound like cicada chirping emanated from his mouth.
The seemingly powerful golden palm print gradually faded, finally dissipating into thin air.
The demonic being seized the opportunity to flee.
Song Xiansheng's expression turned cold. He paid no mind to the fleeing demonic beings. Instead, he raised his hand and hurled a golden square seal. The moment it left his hand, the golden square seal rapidly expanded to 100 meters in size. It crashed down from above with a thunderous roar,
seeking to crush the insect elder beneath it.
The old insect glanced upward, then slowly opened its slightly larger head.
Roar! A colossal beastly roar echoed out. Xu Antian, watching from afar, could even see tangible blue sound waves spreading outward like ripples.
The golden square seal struck the blue sound waves, making no sound whatsoever.
Though its descent slowed, it continued plummeting downward. Seeing this, the old insect calmly unleashed a fist strike into the air. Boom!
The fist struck the bottom of the golden seal, sending it flying. Immediately after, countless blood-spiked bees swarmed around him, carrying him toward another direction. Song Xiansheng, seeing this, planted his foot and gave chase. Both moved at extreme speeds, vanishing into the distance within mere breaths. A battle between Shagong realm experts isn't something we can get involved in, Wang He, slightly out of breath, called out from behind Xu Antian.
His two opponents, after Xu Antian killed the short man, also attempted to flee.
In the process, Xu Antian had severely wounded and captured one of them, leaving him unconscious.
He now held that man by the neck.
The other managed to escape. Seeing Xu Antian remain silent, Wang Yi continued, Song Xiansheng is the chief of Harbin's Bureau 749.
He's incredibly powerful. With him on the case, that two-headed giant won't get away. Xu Antian raised an eyebrow.
It wasn't that he was worried about this. Rather, he felt a sense of regret. His speed still lagged behind that of the Sha Gang realm. He couldn't keep up with Song Xiansheng's two pursuers.
Brother Wang, let's head back. Xu Antian turned to leave.
Since they couldn't catch up, there was no point wasting more time here. The two headed back to the building they had just left.
Tong Jingshu, watching Xu Antian return safely below, breathed a sigh of relief.
Though she had immense confidence in Xu Antian's abilities, she still couldn't help but worry. Most of the blood sting bees in Harbin have departed, Wang Yi announced, but to prevent any unforeseen incidents, half of our team will remain here to assist our Harbin colleagues with the aftermath.
Those willing to stay and assist temporarily, step forward.
As soon as he finished speaking, people began stepping forward from the crowd, quickly gathering enough to make up half the group. The remaining members followed Wang Yi as they boarded the helicopter bound for the base. He had received orders to bring the captured survivors back to base for interrogation, to uncover the conspiracy behind the demon god sect.
Xu Antian did not choose to stay behind.
Instead, he chose to return with them.
By evening, the group had successfully returned to base. Xu Antian took a moment to glance at the 8 trigrams demon refining furnace in his mind.
As expected, the blood-spiked bees had not yet been refined. They had merely faded considerably. Based on past experience, refining a demon at the Lianmai realm typically took about 2 days. This time in Harbin, he had slain a full 16 bloodthorn bees, a truly lucrative haul. He was filled with anticipation for the pills that would be refined from these bloodthorn bees. In high spirits, he helped Tong Jingshu cultivate all night.
Early the next morning, he woke up and opened his phone. An unexpected piece of good news awaited him. The rewards for yesterday's joint operation had been distributed.
He had earned another 80,000 points. Moreover, this marked his third successful mission completion, earning him formal praise from investigator Wang He. Thus, he had successfully advanced. Now, he too was a full-fledged investigator. He was thoroughly satisfied with this outcome. After a brief moment of joy, he glanced at Tong Jingshu, who was still sound asleep beside him, and chose not to disturb her. He got up, tidied up briefly, and left the dormitory.
Moments later, he appeared outside the gravity training room.
There were two approaches to cultivating the 1,000-ton realm.
One involved absorbing spiritual energy to increase one's internal spiritual power, gradually accelerating the fusion of acupoints. The other method involved harnessing external forces, subjecting oneself to immense pressure from the environment to forcibly fuse the acupoints. The former was slow but safe and reliable. The latter is faster but carries a risk of injury.
Each method has its advantages and disadvantages.
Xu Antian possessed an exceptionally large number of acupoints. If he chose the slow, gradual fusion method, the time required would be immense.
He was unwilling to waste too much time on cultivation.
Therefore, he chose the second cultivation method, using external force to fuse the acupoints.
However, should this method go awry, his energy channels would shatter, requiring extensive time to rebuild and leaving him injured. Nevertheless, he had confidence in himself. After all, his energy channels were sufficiently thick and resilient. They could withstand stronger impacts.
Each hour of training in the double gravity chamber costs 20 points.
The triple gravity training chamber costs 40 points per hour. The 10G training chamber costs 400 points per hour.
A staff member at the entrance announced. "This is my first time here. I need to test my gravity tolerance level first," Xu Antian stated.
At the same time, he suddenly remembered that he still owed points to the Xuanling cultivation room.
Never mind. There's still time. I'll deal with it later, Xu Antian thought to himself.
The staff member nodded and led Xu Antian into the gravity training room to test the optimal gravity level for cultivation.
Chapter 72, 10 times gravity? Not enough.
Inside the gravity training room were rows of specialized gravity training stations placed side by side. It was still early morning, so few Qi cultivators were training here.
Only 4 or 5 people were present.
One of them was familiar to him, none other than Zhang Can, the blonde-haired man he had nearly killed. Zhang Can stood within a gravity training field, drenched in sweat and his face contorted as he swung a massive broadsword.
"Go, brother Jiang." Outside the gravity training field, Sun Yan cheered loudly for Zhang Can. Zhang Can swung his arm. Boom!
The massive broadsword slammed into the ground, anchoring him in place.
"I told you. Don't talk and disturb my training." Zhang Can frowned and snapped.
Suddenly, his expression froze. He saw Xu Antian approaching. Their eyes met, and Zhang Can's gaze instinctively averted.
That day, Xu Antian's strength had left him utterly stunned.
It made him realize that there were always people more skilled than him.
From that day onward, he trained with even greater intensity, striving to catch up to Xu Antian's pace. "Hello, Senior Xu." Zhang Can waved proactively to greet him.
However, confined within the gravity training chamber, his movements appeared somewhat distorted.
Xu Antian gave a slight nod, ignoring Zhang Can. He walked straight into an adjacent gravity training chamber. "I'm ready. Let's begin." Xu Antian addressed the staff outside the gravity training chamber. "Right away."
The staff member nodded and immediately began operating the controls on the instrument beside the gravity training chamber.
"Current gravity, 1 times. Buzz."
A faint humming sound filled the gravity training chamber.
Xu Antian frowned.
This gravity was too weak to him, it felt practically non-existent. It offered no assistance to his training whatsoever.
"Not enough. It's already been adjusted to double gravity." "Still not enough. Increase it up to 5 times. "Sorry, we can only increase it level by level. This is to prevent trainees from overestimating their strength and being crushed by the gravity."
The staff member shook his head.
There had been precedents. That's why the regulations were established. Then increase it level by level, Xu Antian said in a deep voice.
"Understood. I'll wait 1 minute between each increment. If you can't endure it, just say the word." The staff member nodded. Then, following the rhythm, they began to systematically increase the gravity.
3 times, 4 times, 5 times.
"If you can't hold on, you must call out in advance," the staff member reminded him. He had been overseeing the gravity training chamber for 7 or 8 years, yet few Qi cultivators could endure training under 5 times gravity. Only those at the 1,000 Kati realm could endure such immense pressure. Xu Antian looked remarkably young, hardly like someone at the 1,000-ton realm.
"Feeling okay, keep going," Xu Antian declared.
Under 5 times gravity, he felt a hint of strain, but it was still far from what he sought. The staff glanced at Xu Antian. Seeing him still standing perfectly straight with no signs of distress, they began to increase the gravity. 6 times, 7 times, 8 times, 10 times.
Boom!
Inside the gravity training chamber, Xu Antian stood with legs spread wide, maintaining a horse stance. He anchored his entire body within the chamber. Now, immense gravity pressed down upon him, as if some force were tugging at him, squeezing his flesh. He felt a stifling pressure in his chest and abdomen. Yet it remained within his limits. He attempted to circulate the Killing Sutra, using this external force to fuse his acupoints. Yet after attempting it, he furrowed his brow. The 2 acupoints on his palm that he had begun to fuse showed accelerated progress, yet the pace still seemed painfully slow. At this pace, it would take at least a full day to achieve complete fusion. Too slow, he frowned. He ordered aloud, keep increasing the gravity. It's already 10 times gravity. Do you want to increase it further? The staff member frowned. Very few investigators could train under gravity exceeding 10 times normal. Within the entire base, they could be counted on one hand. And they were all renowned practitioners at the 1,000-ton realm. Nearby, Xu Antian had halted his training the moment he spotted Xu Antian. He had been watching Xu Antian's progress the entire time. When he first saw Xu Antian increase to 5 times gravity, he quietly breathed a sigh of relief. He felt the gap between himself and Xu Antian wasn't as vast as he'd feared. After all, his own gravity training chamber operated at 4 times gravity. But as Xu Antian steadily increased the gravity, ultimately reaching 10 times gravity, despair consumed him. Compared to Xu Antian, he was nothing but a failure. And it seemed that wasn't enough. Xu Antian actually wanted to increase the gravity even further. Where the hell is his limit? Xu Antian screamed inwardly. The biggest mistake he ever made was coming to Harbin for this exchange. Otherwise, he wouldn't have to endure all this. If only I'd sent the others instead. Xu Antian was filled with regret. Under his watchful gaze, the gravity in Xu Antian's training chamber kept increasing. 11 times, 12 times. That's enough. At 14 times gravity, Xu Antian called for a halt. This gravity was nearly at the limit his physical body could endure. If he activated the heavenly gangs, he could endure even greater gravity. It was possible but unnecessary. He was here to train, not to torture himself. The staff monitoring the session breathed a collective sigh of relief when Xu Antian called it off. If Xu Antian had suffered an accident, they would have been held responsible. Fortunately, Xu Antian held on in the end. The staff fiddled with the controls on the console, stabilizing the gravity. Simultaneously, they inquired, state your name and cultivation level. I need to log this into the system. He was genuinely curious about Xu Antian's cultivation level. Xu Antian, Shanjun Realm, first tier. Xu Antian replied, then sat cross-legged, beginning to focus his mind and integrate the acupoints within his body. What? Only the first level of the 1,000-ton realm? The staff member exclaimed in shock. He checked Xu Antian's records in the back-end system. Upon discovering that Xu Antian was merely a freshman at 749 University, he was so stunned he couldn't speak. How long had 749 University even been in session? What kind of miracle drug did this Xu Antian take? How did he break through so quickly? Moreover, at the first level of the 1,000-ton realm, he could withstand 14 times gravity. Such achievements. A sudden thought struck him, and he swiftly opened a ranking list. Gravity Training Chamber Peak Rankings. Realm, Shanjun Realm, first tier. First place, Yi Xianong. Highest record, 18x gravity. Second place, Xiangyulan. Highest record, 17 times gravity. Third place, Zhang Herong. Highest record, 16x gravity. Sixth place, Bai Jia. Highest record, 14x gravity. 16th place, Gong Xian. Highest record, 14x gravity. On the rankings, from 6th place down to 16th, the highest recorded gravity level was 14 times standard gravity. This means that at the first level of the 1,000-ton realm, Xu Antian already ranks within the top 10 of the entire Bureau 749. In Harbin's history of national gravity cultivation rankings, only the bureau chief had ever entered the top 10 during his youth. Now, Xu Antian was the second. He recalled that reaching the top 10 apparently came with some sort of reward. He clicked on the list details beside it. It indeed stated that the top 10 on the list would receive rewards corresponding to their rankings. Mr. Xu, the gravitational force you're currently enduring has placed you among the top 10 on the Gravity Cultivation Peak ranking. Entering the top 10 will grant corresponding rewards, the staff member reminded him. Xu Antian possessed such formidable talent his future prospects were boundless. The staff member also wanted to cultivate a good relationship with him, hoping to reap benefits from Xu Antian down the line. Chapter 73, A Cliffhanger First Place. There's such a perk? Xu Antian was astonished. He hadn't expected that even his regular cultivation would yield such benefits. Upon hearing this, he inquired in detail about the specifics of the ranking system. Through their explanation, he quickly grasped the situation. It turned out this was another method the 749 Incentive Bureau employed to motivate investigators to cultivate diligently. Not only the Gravity Training Room, but other specialized training rooms also maintained corresponding rankings. Those who ranked high on the list could receive various rewards. Can each person only receive these rewards once? Xu Antian inquired curiously. You can only receive one reward per minor realm. Usually, it's the highest one, the staff member explained. So if I break through to the second tier of the 1,000-ton realm, I can still compete for rankings and earn rewards? That's correct, the staff member nodded. Xu Antian raised an eyebrow. That made things simple. He just needed to rank first in every minor realm of the 1,000-ton realm. 14 times gravity? That wasn't his limit. Alright then, keep increasing the gravity. Xu Antian ordered.
Ha? Increase it further? The staff member nearly doubted his own ears. Snapping back to his senses, he hurriedly pleaded, Xu, don't be impulsive. The rewards on the leaderboard are tempting, but you must know your limits. Injuring yourself would be disastrous. It's fine. I know my limits. I won't risk my life for a joke. Begin. Xu Antian shook his head. Seeing Xu Antian's serious expression, the staff hesitated. Xu Antian was handsome and well-built. He didn't look like someone lacking in intelligence. If it were that yellow-haired guy beside him, he definitely wouldn't agree. Meanwhile, other chi cultivators were gradually entering the training chamber. Hearing someone was attempting to break into the rankings, they came to watch the spectacle. It's Xu Antian, the one who nearly killed Xuanling from Harbin on the rooftop last time. But he's still just a probationary investigator. How is he challenging the gravity peak rankings? Isn't that reserved for those at the 1,000-ton realm? He's already at the Qianjun realm, first tier. A cultivator who had just been training in another cultivation chamber spoke up slowly. A hint of sourness tingled in his tone. Whoa! A Qianjun realm probationary investigator? That's not the point. The point is Xu Antian is a freshman at 749 University. He's only been here for a few days. Compared to him, does that make us all useless? The remark plunged the group into collective silence, the implications chilling upon reflection. After a long pause, someone murmured, calling ourselves losers is actually flattering ourselves. Look! The gravity keeps increasing. It's already 15 times normal. The chi cultivators monitoring the training grounds changes immediately noticed the shift. First tier of the 1,000-ton realm, 15 times gravity. This. Look! Xu Antian's ranking is rising. He's currently 5th. Can he keep increasing the gravity? All eyes turned expectantly towards Xu Antian in the training ground. Boom! The clothes on Xu Antian's body shattered under the immense pressure, revealing his fair, well-defined physique. Now, his muscles bulged in defined, sculpted blocks. They appeared to possess a streamlined beauty. Pseudo-dragon power. Xu Antian's heart stirred, unleashing a surge of immense power within him. Behind him, the shadowy form of a dragon materialized. Back in E City, the 8 trigrams demon refining furnace had refined the pig dragon into a pseudo-dragon blood pill. This had granted him the power of the pseudo-dragon. His own strength received a tremendous boost. Under the amplification of the pseudo-dragon power, the pressure on his body suddenly eased. He felt he could go on. Keep going, he gritted his teeth. The staff did not immediately increase the gravity. Only after observing Xu Antian still holding steady for a full minute did they gradually ramp up the gravitational force once more. Boom! Xu Antian's crouched body instantly sank lower, but he quickly readjusted to the force. He regained his balance once more. 16 times gravity. That's already the director's former record. With each doubling of gravity, the pressure one endures increases exponentially. The pressure Xu Antian is enduring now is immense. 16 times gravity. Even at my current 6th tier of the 1,000-ton realm, I couldn't possibly train under such pressure. At my 8th tier of the 1,000-ton realm, I can barely endure a single breath under 16 times gravity. That force presses down like a mountain, crushing his very breath. The surrounding chi cultivators murmured in discussion. Just then, 2 figures stepped forward from the rear of the crowd. Those who saw them immediately bowed their heads and parted to make way. Director! Good day, Director! It was none other than Zhang Herong and Wang He. Ignoring the investigators around them, Zhang Herong and Wang He strode straight toward the training ground. Heh, not bad. This kid has the same flair I had back in my day. Zhang Herong glanced at Xu Antian, his face breaking into a smile. His already small eyes narrowed even further. Wang He was astonished. That was quite the high praise. Director Zhang was widely regarded as a prodigy within the bureau back then. During that period, his talent and overall capabilities easily placed him among the top 10 nationwide. Unfortunately, spiritual energy was scarce worldwide back then. No matter how exceptional one's innate talent, there was an inherent ceiling. This is precisely why Zhang Herong remained stagnant at the Sha Gang realm. Had Zhang Herong been born in the present era, his innate talent would have unlocked limitless potential. Breaking through the Sha Gang realm would have been entirely possible. Add more. Xu Antian, having naturally spotted Zhang Herong, gave a slight nod of acknowledgement before speaking again. The staff had grown numb to it. Upon receiving the order, they began increasing the gravity once more. 17 times gravity. Zhang Herong frowned. He had once attempted 17 times gravity, but abandoned it after merely an instant. Under that immense pressure, he felt as though he was being crushed into mincemeat. Can you hold out? The smile on his face faded considerably, his small eyes filled with concern. Click. Crack. Crack. Under the immense pressure, Xu Antian's bones and joints emitted a series of cracking sounds. Blood seeped beneath his skin. Gritting his teeth, he channeled the Killing Sutra. He hadn't forgotten why he came here to cultivate. Such immense pressure would surely accelerate the fusion between his acupoints. And indeed it did. Almost instantly, the first two acupoints fused completely, becoming one. A potent surge of spiritual energy gushed forth from the newly merged orifice, nourishing his energy channels. Under his control, one acupoint after another began to fuse rapidly. Time flew by. In the blink of an eye, over a dozen hours had passed. Outside, night had already fallen. That's enough. Xu Antian opened his eyes once more. Now, only 185 acupoints remained within his body. Merging just one more would propel him to the second tier of the 1,000-ton realm. But before that, he needed to test his limits. Keep increasing the gravity. Zhang Herong and the others watching from the cultivation room lit up with anticipation, their eyes fixed on Xu Antian. 18 times gravity. 19 times gravity. Heavenly gangs. Xu Antian roared. A faint golden glow immediately surged from his body surface, and the pressure on him suddenly eased. Keep increasing it. Director, shall we proceed? The staff member glanced at Zhang Herong beside him. Continue. Zhang Herong nodded. Xu Antian wasn't foolish, quite the opposite, he was intelligent. He trusted Xu Antian wouldn't push himself recklessly and do something to harm himself. 20 times. 21 times. Chapter 74, 21 times gravity unprecedented. 21 times gravity. He's already in first place. A commanding lead second place only managed 18 times gravity. Director, Xu Antian seems to be surpassing your former glory. Wang He murmured. In response, Zhang Herong offered him a smile. Wang He's heart sank and he lowered his head. The nickname, Smiling Buddha, wasn't given lightly. The director was clearly displeased just now. That's precisely why he smiled at him. You're already number one. Zhang Herong declared. Xu Antian nodded silently. At this moment, he was under immense pressure every single moment. Having already gained the benefit, there was no need to persist any further. The next moment, he focused his mind and began fusing his acupoints once more. He aimed to break through to the second tier of the 1,000-ton realm and claimed the rewards for that stage. With the immense gravitational force aiding him, the meridian fusion proceeded remarkably smoothly. Within just over 10 minutes, he had completed the fusion. Now, only 183 acupoints remained within his body. Boom! At the moment of breakthrough, vast amounts of spiritual energy surged from the acupoints into his energy channels. This strengthened his energy channels. The concentration of spiritual energy within his meridians also increased. Check the record for the second tier of the 1,000-ton realm. Xu Antian demanded. Second tier of the 1,000-ton realm you've broken through. Zhang Herong exclaimed, visibly moved. Xu Antian had only broken through a few days ago, how could he have advanced again already? This speed was simply unbelievable. Machem, Xu Antian murmured. After the breakthrough, his strength had changed. Now, even under 21 times gravity, he no longer felt so strained. A second tier of the 1,000-ton realm as a probationary investigator? Who would believe that? An investigator exclaimed in shock. Wang He glanced at him and said indifferently, Xu Antian officially became a 1-star investigator yesterday. Director, the record for the second tier of the 1,000-ton realm is 20 times gravity. Xu Antian has already broken it, a staff member nearby interjected. The staff member hadn't lowered their voice, so Xu Antian heard it too. Broke the record? Xu Antian grinned. As he'd said before, getting the benefits was enough, no need to push further. Besides, he'd just broken through and needed time to adapt, he couldn't continue fusing his acupoints. There was no point in staying any longer. Cultivating here consumed points. Though he still had plenty of points, there were plenty of other places where they were needed. He stepped out of the gravity training ground. Zhang Herong watched, his lips twitching slightly. After enduring so long, Xu Antian actually managed to walk out of the gravity training field under pressure on his own. That kid clearly still had reserves. But this was for the best. Revealing too much strength could draw unwanted attention. It wouldn't do if he were to meet an untimely end. Uncle Zhang. Brother Wang. Xu Antian accepted the clothes prepared by the staff nearby, dressed himself, and greeted both Zhang Herong and Wang with a smile. Not bad. Zhang Herong nodded approvingly. The more he observed Xu Antian, the more he liked him. He reached into his robe and pulled out 3 jade vials, handing them to Xu Antian. These are pills refined from that blood. Take them. They should further enhance your physical strength. Xu Antian took them without opening them, tucking them straight into his waistband. The pills he'd asked Zhang Herong to refine were made solely from the flying zombie blood from last time. Prepare yourself. We'll return to East City in 2 days. Something significant is about to happen there. With your current strength, you're qualified to participate. You might even get a piece of the pie. Zhang Herong's lips moved slightly, yet no words came out. Yet the voice echoed directly within Xu Antian's mind. Xu Antian was startled, vaguely guessing this was a form of telepathic communication. He nodded slightly, watching Zhang Herong and the other leave the cultivation chamber. The major event that even a figure like Zhang Herong deemed significant instantly piqued Xu Antian's interest. But now was not the time to dwell on it. He turned to the staff member nearby. How do I claim the reward? The moment you secure your ranking, a notification will be sent to your app.
Simply confirm it, provide your address, and a colleague will deliver it to your doorstep, the staff member explained.
It's quite convenient, Xu Antian nodded with satisfaction.
Then, the staff calculated the cultivation expenses for him. A total of 55,600 points, the staff member quickly calculated the points. As if concerned Xu Antian might find it expensive, he added, activating the gravity training field consumes a significant amount of spiritual energy.
The fee we charge is merely covering our costs. That's expensive. Xu Antian shook his head.
After paying the points, he turned and left the training room. The crowd parted automatically to make way for him, their eyes fixed on his departure.
Back in the dormitory.
It was already past midnight. He immediately opened the 749 app to claim the rewards he had just earned.
He then contacted customer service. He was informed the delivery would arrive the day after tomorrow.
He would receive it just in time before heading to He City.
Ha!
Suddenly, his expression shifted as he turned his attention inward. Within the 8 trigrams demon refining furnace, the bloodthorn bee had vanished. At the bottom of the furnace lay a dozen crimson pills. Bloodburst pill, upon consumption, significantly boosts physical strength for 10 minutes, followed by a period of extreme weakness.
A consumable pill? Xu Antian raised an eyebrow.
Come to think of it, that ghost armor pill he'd obtained before was also a consumable type. While such pills couldn't directly enhance his strength,
they could save his life in critical moments. Not bad at all.
Withdrawing his gaze, he reached into his waistband and pulled out the 3 pill bottles Zhang Herong had given him. Each contained 10 golden pills. A note was tucked inside, detailing the names and effects of the pills. Golden Sun Pill enhances physical constitution, fortifies the body, and improves blood vessel strength. Efficacy diminishes after consuming 10 pills.
Another physical enhancement?
His physical strength was already formidable. To keep increasing it, he dared not imagine the consequences. He himself didn't mind, but Little Book would likely object. He never dared to exert himself too much. This batch of pills is plentiful enough to share some with Xiaoshu, Xu Antian mused. After consuming 10 pills, the potency would diminish, any more would be wasted. Why let the benefits go to outsiders? He entered the bedroom and found Tong Jingshu still resting in bed. It seemed she hadn't gone out today. The mark he'd left on her lips last night remained untouched. Did Xiaoshu sleep all day?
Xu Antian couldn't help but click his tongue.
But it was possible. After all, he hadn't slept much at all last night. He felt like teasing Xiaoshu a little. He poured a golden sun pill from the bottle and slipped it into Xiaoshu's mouth. Xiaoshu, here, eat this. He murmured softly.
I can't eat it.
Tong Jingshu instinctively refused in her drowsy state. But she was startled to discover the taste in her mouth felt off. Her eyes snapped open.
What is this?
Golden Sun Pill.
It enhances your constitution.
What else did you think it was?
Xu Antian watched Tong Jingshu with keen interest.
Chapter 75, Gathering of All Parties. I thought it was that.
Tong Jingshu shot Xu Antian a reproachful glance.
Then, with a hint of worry, she asked, this pill must be expensive.
You're giving it to me, but what about you?
I have plenty more, enough for both of us.
Xu Antian smiled. Then he began undressing.
It's getting late. We should rest soon.
Tong Jingshu's cheeks flushed slightly.
2 days later.
Outside Longsho Mountain Base.
Xu Antian looked at Tong Jingshu before him and cautioned, be careful on the road. Yesterday, Tong Jingshu received a call from home. Her mother, who lived overseas, had suddenly returned to China. Tong Jingshu and her mother had last seen each other 7 years ago. Upon learning of her mother's return, she had specifically requested leave to reunite with her family. Originally, Xu Antian had planned to go as well. But he was leaving the base tonight for Longsho Mountain. Therefore, he would have to wait for another opportunity to visit Tong Jingshu's mother.
Yeah, it's fine.
Tong Jingshu reluctantly averted her gaze. Amidst the roar of the car engine, she soon vanished into the distance.
Xu Antian watched it depart before turning back toward the base dormitory. Inside the dormitory,
sitting on the sofa, a thought flashed through his mind, and a faint golden light immediately emanated from his body.
My heavenly gangs are even more solid than 2 days ago.
Xu Antian murmured as he ran his fingers over them. This was the effect of the Golden Sun Pill. Not only had it fortified his physical constitution, but it had even increased the thickness of the heavenly gangs. The heavenly gangs were a power he had gained by consuming the heavenly gang's absolute slaughter pill. The Tiangang Juesha pill, in turn, was a pill obtained by refining a flying corpse. The Golden Sun Pill was forged using the blood of the flying zombies. Xu Antian speculated that perhaps it was precisely this connection. This connection might have caused the heavenly gangs to transform, becoming more powerful. This was a fortunate development for him.
Is Xu Antian here?
No sooner had he sat down than a voice called from outside the door.
Xu Antian rose to open the door. He found it was a staff member from Unit 749. I am Xu Antian. After confirming Xu Antian's identity, the staff member handed him a small box.
This is your reward for ranking on the Gravity Peak leaderboard. Please take it.
Alright. Xu Antian nodded, took it, and returned to his dorm.
Opening the box, he found only 2 items inside.
A pill and a golden talisman.
Meridian Fusion Pill assists chi cultivators at the 1,000-ton realm in merging meridian orifices, significantly accelerating the fusion process. Effect lasts 1 month.
Vajra Talisman, a single-use protective talisman.
Upon activation, the physical body gains Vajra-like protection, capable of withstanding 3 attacks from chi cultivators below the 5th tier of the Sha Shield realm. The Bureau sure thought of everything, Xu Antian murmured.
1 item aids cultivation and realm advancement.
The other was a lifesaver. The Vajra Talisman's ability to withstand attacks from practitioners below the 5th tier of the Sha Shield realm speaks for itself.
As for the Meridian Fusion Pill, Xu Antian sat cross-legged and tossed the pill directly into his mouth. Let's see how it tastes. The pill tasted faintly sweet as it slid down his throat and into his stomach.
Its potent effects steadily diffused, permeating every orifice throughout Xu Antian's body.
He attempted to fuse 2 of the acupoints within.
He found that the speed of merging acupoints had indeed increased significantly, at least 5 times faster than before taking the elixir. With the aid of the Meridian Fusion Pill, his meridian integration speed would undoubtedly accelerate further.
Calming his mind, Xu Antian gradually entered a state of meditation.
As night fell, a combat helicopter took off from Longsho Mountain, heading toward He City. At 10 p.m., Xu Antian arrived safely in He City.
East District, Snack Street, He City.
Bayushi shoved a skewer of grilled squid into Xu Antian's hand.
Did you get some news, kid? Why'd you suddenly come back to He City?
Bayushi took a bite of the candied hawthorn on her own skewer. Though called candied hawthorn, the main ingredient was actually a turtle.
Noble name, turtle honey. Xu Antian looked slightly exasperated. My vacation ended, so I came back, Xu Antian replied nonchalantly. Really? You're not lying? Bayushi eyed Xu Antian suspiciously.
Of course.
Xu Antian replied without batting an eyelid.
Seeing that Xu Antian seemed genuinely unaware, she leaned closer and whispered, something big is definitely about to happen.
Investigators from the Capital Bureau have arrived.
Plus, a bunch of unfamiliar chi cultivators have appeared in He City lately. They've caused quite a stir here, giving the district chief a real headache.
Oh? Xu Antian raised an eyebrow. Having spent considerable time in He City, it made sense that Bayushi could detect unusual activity from recent changes within the city.
They've been particularly active near the Xing'an Mountains.
Something major is likely brewing there soon.
Those investigators from the capital have been entering the mountains frequently too, Bayushi continued.
Why are you telling me all this? Xu Antian asked, smiling at Bayushi.
According to speculation from other colleagues at the Bureau, a treasure is likely to surface in the Xing'an Mountains soon.
I'm giving you an opportunity here. Bayushi explained. Xu Antian remained silent, only smiling. Of course, when you're seeking that opportunity, you'd best bring me along.
After all, I've been in He City longer and could offer some assistance, Bayushi said, her cheeks flushing slightly. She was telling Xu Antian all this precisely to latch onto his coattails. The last 2 times she'd tagged along with Xu Antian on odd jobs, she'd earned more than she ever had from her own missions.
Alright. Tomorrow we'll head into the Xing'an Mountains to take a look. Xu Antian nodded.
The matter within the Xing'an Mountains was likely the important business Zhang Herong had hinted at.
Great. I knew you'd be reliable.
Bayushi nodded happily, her steps lightening noticeably. Her full hips swayed with each step.
Xu Antian couldn't help but take a few unabashed glances. The next day,
Xu Antian and Bayushi rode away from the base together. Bayushi still wore her black form-fitting outfit, showcasing her alluring figure to perfection. A light breeze swept past the motorcycle, carrying the faint fragrance from Bayushi's body. Yesterday, a group of chi cultivators from Jishur injured members of the Gansan gang. Bayushi's voice came from ahead. Since the Gansan gang are essentially auxiliary personnel for our bureau, headquarters has issued an order to apprehend the offending chi cultivators.
Capture them?
Where are we supposed to find that group of chi cultivators? Xu Antian asked, puzzled.
The ones who did the beating yesterday must have fled far away by now. If they've fled into the Xing'an Mountains, where would they even look? They're still in Xing'an town, they haven't left.
The Gangshan Sanbang members are keeping tabs on them.
Bayushi replied. As if concerned Xu Antian might not grasp the situation, she quickly added an explanation.
Lately, many people have been entering the Xing'an Mountains to hunt for treasures.
But the terrain is complex, and ordinary chi cultivators easily get lost. That's why many pay the mountain guarding band for guides.
This has made Xing'an town bustling with chi cultivators from all over gathering here. That group of cultivators originally went to the Gansan gang to hire guides too, but they acted too arrogantly, which is why they clashed with the Gansan gang members.
Chapter 76, Showing You Face? Who do you think you are? Since they're still here, let's go take a look. Xu Antian had no objections. They had originally come to the Xing'an Mountains to try their luck anyway, so completing a task and earning some points along the way was a nice bonus. 2 hours later, the two of them successfully reached Xing'an Town. Compared to their last visit, the town was noticeably more crowded. Moreover, the way these people were dressed clearly marked them as outsiders. Their glances were furtive and evasive. Suajura. The moment the pair stepped into the town, a figure darted out from a side alley and approached Xu Antian. Xu Antian looked up and recognized a familiar face. It was Wang Mang, the man who had once guided him into the Xing'an Mountains. Su Shura, you finally arrived. Those Qi cultivators are still staying at villagers' homes in town. Wang Mang's face lit up with excitement. He hadn't expected Su Xiu Luo to come personally today. He had witnessed Su Xiu Luo's methods firsthand. With him stepping in, how could those outsider Qi cultivators dare to act so arrogantly anymore? Lead us there, Xu Antian nodded. All right. Wang Mang moved swiftly, his feet practically flying as he hurried toward the town center. After weaving through several alleys, they finally halted before a humble dwelling. Along the way, Wang Mang briefly recounted the situation. It turned out that the group of Qi cultivators wanted to find someone from the mountain crossing band to serve as a guide up the mountain. However, the man's wife was heavily pregnant and nearing delivery, so he refused to leave home for work. Enraged, the Qigong practitioners then hacked off one of the mountain guide's legs. The elders of the mountain traveling clan naturally couldn't stand by and watch, so they led their people to confront the Qigong practitioners. Unfortunately, the Qigong practitioners were exceptionally powerful, and several members of the Gangshan Sanbang were severely injured. Left with no other choice, they sought assistance from the bureau. In town, many members of the mountain traveling band knew Xu Antian. Upon seeing Xu Antian appear, they all followed him. Soon, over 20 members of the Gangshan scattered gang appeared behind them. Didn't you mention your connection to 749? Bai Yushi asked curiously. We did, Wang Mang gritted out, his eyes flashing with suppressed anger. But those Qi cultivators seem to have connections too. They weren't afraid of our outsider status. Oh? Xu Antian's eyebrows twitched, his interest piqued. Boom! Wang Mang delivered a powerful kick, sending the gate before him flying open. The heavy iron gate swung violently into the courtyard. Two young men standing within turned their gaze toward the entrance. Upon seeing Wang Mang, both wore cold smiles. Country bumpkins. What? Still not convinced, one of them, a teenager in a leather jacket, sneered contemptuously. These guys are stubborn as mules. We've beaten them twice already, don't they know pain, echoed the other youth, slightly overweight and clad in white athletic gear. Oomph. Two little brats who don't know their place. Today you'll pay dearly. An old man from the Ganshan San gang snorted coldly. Old man, you've lived too long. Are you looking to die? The leather jacket youth's face darkened with malice as he drew a golden long sword from his back. So it was just these two who attacked? Xu Antian looked at Wang Mang. Besides them, there were 4 others. Those 4 are older and should still be inside the house, Wang Mang replied. Xu Antian nodded slightly and stepped forward. His voice was calm, Investigator Xu Antian, case 749. Bring out all your people. They're coming with us. 749? The two youths exchanged glances, their eyes flashing with caution. Before they could speak, the room behind them opened, and 4 men emerged. All were middle-aged men. The leader stood at least 6 feet tall, broad-shouldered and thick-waisted, his face a mass of rugged features. So it's friends from Unit 749. I'm Black Whirlwind Li Shan. Pleased to meet you. Li Shan said with a smirk. Black Whirlwind Li Shan, the one from Black and White Mountain in G City, someone from the mountain crossing band behind Xu Antian spoke up, clearly familiar with Li Shan's reputation. Bai Yushi beside him also pulled out her phone to look up the name. Later, he whispered a warning in Xu Antian's ear, we've run into a tough nut to crack. Black White Mountain is located in G City. There are 108 constellations on the mountain, and the top few are all Thousand June Realm powerhouses. They're incredibly strong, and each has their own signature move. This Black Whirlwind possesses brute strength, he's incredibly powerful. Can they be tougher than us? Xu Antian dismissed the concern. Across the entire Great Xia Kingdom, they 749 were the toughest. What a load of crap, Black White Mountain and its 108 constellations. Think they're some kind of Lianshan heroes? Xu Antian glanced at Li Shan, his tone still calm. Come with us. Are you sure you want to do this? Li Shan's eyes widened, a dangerous aura emanating from him. Li Shan, you wouldn't dare lay a hand on us? Bai Yushi's beautiful eyes flashed with warning as she drew her whip from her waist. Xu Antian's words reminded her. They were investigators from Unit 749, what was there to fear? Whoever this Li Shan was, he'd better obey. Brotherly. Behind Li Shan, a man with a simple, honest face tugged at his arm and shook his head gently. Li Shan frowned, turning back to Xu Antian. We only had a minor altercation with the locals here, no one was killed. Could you two do me a favor? We'll compensate those individuals, and we'll consider this matter settled. We Black-White Mountain also have people in Unit 749. When you come to Jishur in the future, I, Li Shan, will personally host you both. Hearing this, the members of the mountain crossing band felt their hearts sink. They instinctively turned to look at Xu Antian. Li Shan's meaning was clear. He was attempting to build connections and offer benefits to persuade Xu Antian to let them off. But if Xu Antian let Li Shan's group off, the members of the mountain bandits would have been beaten for nothing. Several had been crippled, nearly killed. This wasn't something that could be settled with a mere token of compensation. Yet they were non-regular members of He City's Unit 749. If Xu Antian agreed to Li Shan's terms, they'd have no choice but to swallow their anger. Amidst their anxious anticipation, Xu Antian spoke. Give you face? Who do you think you are? Speaking to you politely, you lot just don't get it, do you? In that case, I'll switch to something you can understand. With that, Xu Antian raised his hand and drew the demon-slaying sword from his waist. Brother, hold your horse. Let's talk this out. Seeing Xu Antian getting serious, the simple-looking man behind Li Shan immediately stepped forward, trying to smooth things over. Uncle Bai, this punk clearly isn't playing ball. Why waste words on him? The jacket-clad youth spoke, slowly raising his golden sword. No! Bai Long shouted to stop him, but it was too late. Xu Antian flicked his wrist, hurling the demon-slaying sword. The demon-slaying sword transformed into a streak of silver light, instantly piercing the jacket-clad youth's chest. SSSSH. A faint sound echoed. The jacket-clad youth stared in disbelief at his own chest. There, a gaping hole appeared. Now, a torrent of blood gushed forth from it. Put! The jacket-clad youth spat out a mouthful of blood and fell backward, head tilted back. It all happened too fast. Only when the jacket-clad youth hit the ground did Li Shan and the others snap into action. Here! Li Shan roared, leaping from their spots and rushing to the jacket-clad youth's side. Bai Long pressed his fingers against the boy's neck, then shook his head solemnly. Chapter 77, Make an example of them, leave none alive. Xu Antian. What do you think you're doing? Li Shan roared, leaping to his feet. This man attempted to attack Investigator 749. By the rules, he must be executed, Xu Antian stated calmly. Behind him, Wang Mang and the others exchanged glances, their faces lighting up with delight. This feeling of having someone backing them up was simply too good. Yet, Xu Antian's words felt strangely familiar. Back when they first met Xu Antian, he had uttered the exact same words to them, the members of the mountain-chasing gang. Only now, the roles had reversed. He merely drew his sword, he did not attack you. Bai Long declared in a deep voice. Whether it is or not, that's for me to decide. Xu Antian declared with unmistakable authority. With a flick of his finger, the demon-slaying sword suspended in the distance shot back toward him. Since breaking through to the 1,000-ton realm, his mastery of the heaven-slicing flying sword technique had grown ever more refined. Without waiting for Li Shan and the others to protest, Xu Antian continued, "You 5 are under arrest. This is a forced apprehension. Any further resistance will result in immediate execution." Bai Yushi, watching Xu Antian's profile from the side, thought he looked incredibly handsome. Wang Mang and the others all looked at Li Shan and his group with smug expressions. They were practically begging Li Shan and his group to disobey and keep resisting. Then, Su Ajura would simply cut them all down. But clearly, Li Shan and his group weren't that foolish. Though furious, they hadn't lost their senses. "We'll go back with you. But don't take advantage of our ignorance of the rules. I'll report your abuse of power to your superiors." Bai Long declared earnestly. They hadn't killed anyone, they'd merely crippled the Ganshan gang members. Even if arrested, their crimes weren't capital offenses. They could simply have the Jishur and He City 749 leaders make a call, pay a small price, and be released. Clash with the 749 investigators now? Utterly unnecessary. Kid. Once I'm out of 749, I'll settle the score with you for killing our men. Li Shan stepped before Xu Antian, his voice thick with menace. Xu Antian raised an eyebrow. He hadn't expected Li Shan to be so stubborn. How dare he threaten him? You openly threatened a 749 official investigator and attempted to harm me. Sister Bai, report this to headquarters. Xu Antian stated calmly. With that, he focused his intent. The demon-slaying sword beside him flashed, striking toward Li Shan. You brat! You're trying to kill me. Li Shan was utterly enraged. Xu Antian was leaving him no room to survive. Then he wouldn't hold back either. His hands shot out from beneath the wide, fur-lined gauntlets, and the gleaming brass knuckles slammed into the demon-slaying sword. Boom! A dull thud echoed as the demon-slaying sword was deflected, grazing past its edge. Boom! Li Shan stepped forward, reaching out with one hand to grab Xu Antian's throat. Boy, die! A savage expression twisted Li Shan's face. You talk too much. Xu Antian said indifferently. The next instant, a faint golden light surged from his body. He raised one hand and seized Li Shan's wrist. Li Shan's expression changed. The instant Xu Antian seized him, his wrist felt as if clamped in an iron vice, utterly immobilized.
Such immense strength, he thought, his heart trembling. Ha! He let out a low shout as black mist surged from his body. Simultaneously, a colossal black bear apparition emerged from behind him. Its blood-red eyes locked with Xu Antian's as its massive paws slammed down toward him. A roaring wind followed their descent.
But Xu Antian didn't even glance at them.
He stepped forward, closing the distance until his body pressed against Li Shan's chest. A hand glinting with a faint golden light easily plunged into Li Shan's chest.
Put!
A sound of flesh and bone tearing followed.
Xu Antian withdrew his hand.
In the palm of his hand, a bright red heart still beat relentlessly. Its rhythm, however, grew steadily slower.
Boom!
Li Shan's eyes widened in shock as his towering frame crashed to the ground. With just one move, he was defeated.
Xu Antian before him was terrifyingly powerful.
After Li Shan fell, the shadowy black bear behind him burst forth from his body, attempting to flee toward the crowd. But just a few meters out, the demon-slaying sword sliced clean through its body.
The black bear's body trembled, its color fading significantly.
Before it could flee further, several sword energies shot out from the demon-slaying sword, slicing it into countless fragments.
Roar! Accompanied by a wretched roar, the black bear vanished completely mid-air.
Within the courtyard, the restless white dragon and its companions, witnessing Li Shan unable to withstand even a single strike, lost all courage to act. Only fear remained in their hearts.
Master Xu, we'll follow you. Right now, the white dragon whispered.
They were terrified that Xu Antian would strike them down as well.
No need.
You're all in cahoots with this man, plotting against me.
I've decided to execute you all right here. Xu Antian shook his head.
Turning to Wang Mang beside him, he commanded, Wang Mang, do it.
Yes, Lord Xu. Wang Mang answered in a deep voice, a savage grin spreading across his face.
Their chance for revenge had finally arrived.
Run!
Bai Long, seeing this, was shocked but reacted swiftly.
He shouted and turned to flee.
But after taking only a few steps, a sharp pain shot through his leg. Looking back, he saw his calf had been severed clean off.
He wasn't alone.
The others had lost their lower legs as well.
Xu Antian turned and left the small courtyard.
Behind him, Bai Yushi caught up to Xu Antian.
With a hint of concern, she asked, did we go too far? They were arrogant and rude, but did we really have to kill them all?
Kill the chicken to scare the monkeys.
Xu Antian replied indifferently. The situation in Xuanling was unclear. Xing'an town is filled with a large number of outsiders. Incidents like this were bound to happen again.
If they let those chi cultivators from Black White Mountain go today, Haishi's Unit 749 would find it even harder to control these outsiders. Sooner or later, those chi cultivators will cause major trouble. Of course, it's primarily those Black White Mountain cultivators courting their own demise.
Openly defying the authority of Unit 749, what else could it be but courting death?
If every Tom, Dick, and Harry dares to step on Unit 749, how will they ever manage other chi cultivators in the future?
I see.
Bai Yushi realized, a flood of thoughts rushing through her mind. The only problem was that the post-incident report would be a pain to write. That gave her a bit of a headache. After waiting outside the small courtyard for a moment, Xu Antian finally saw Wang Mang and the others emerge. Each bore a fierce, menacing look. These mountain folk never lacked for bloodlust.
Suajura, these items were taken from those men.
I thought they might be useful for the investigation, so I brought them over specifically for you. Wang Mang pulled a cloth bag from behind his back and handed it to Xu Antian.
Xu Antian nodded slightly, took the cloth bag, and glanced inside.
He discovered quite a few valuable items inside. He tucked it into his robe and said, find a few men. You two will accompany us into the mountains.
Wang Mang's expression shifted. After a moment's hesitation, he leaned close to Xu Antian's ear and whispered, is Su Xiu Luo also interested in what lies within the Xing'an Mountains? Chapter 78, Bandits Targeting Me? Xu Antian's expression shifted.
If anyone knew the greater Xing'an Mountains best, it was undoubtedly these scattered mountain herders before him. Generation after generation, they had depended on the Xing'an Mountains for their livelihood, so naturally they knew more about what lay within.
Wang Mang's expression clearly suggested he knew something. Do you know what the treasure in the mountains is? Xu Antian inquired. Suajura, there are too many people here. Let's find somewhere else to talk, Wang Mang replied, not answering immediately but instead leading Xu Antian away from the vicinity.
Moments later, Xu Antian and his group appeared within a secluded courtyard deep in Xing'an town. Besides Wang Mang, his father, Wang Gu, was also present. Wang Mang briefly recounted the recent events to Wang Gu. Thank you, Su Xiu Luo, for standing up for our Sanbang. We remember this favor. Should Su Xiu Luo ever need our Sanbang's assistance in the future, just ask. Wang Gu pledged.
Xu Antian waved his hand lightly. It was simply my duty. Old Wang, there's no need to dwell on it. I've heard many chi cultivators have been entering the mountains searching for something lately. Do you know anything about this, Old Wang? Xu Antian got straight to the point. A flicker of hesitation crossed Wang Gu's brow at Xu Antian's inquiry.
After a moment, he continued, within our Ganzhan lineage, there's a legend passed down. In ancient times, the Xingyan Mountains housed a mountain deity. On the deity's festival day, our ancestors would sacrifice young boys and girls, praying for the mountain god's protection and safety. To ensure those venturing into the mountains could return home safely with their hunt. Wang Gu paused, his eyes sinking into memory. Later, for various reasons, the mountain god sacrifices were discontinued. The mountain god never manifested again. Xu Antian listened intently. He sensed this wasn't merely a legend, it was likely a real event. But what did this have to do with the things in the mountains? Our people have been entering the mountains frequently lately alongside those outsider chi cultivators. We overheard their conversations. They seem to have learned through some special channel that treasures left behind by the mountain god exist within the Xingyan Mountains. That's why they've come here specifically. Wang Gu continued. Old Wang, you must know some clues about the mountain god's treasures, right? Xu Antian narrowed his eyes slightly. The mountain chasing gang had lived near the Xingyan Mountains for generations. It's impossible for them to know nothing. I do know something, Wang Gu nodded lightly. Yesterday, a group of chi cultivators from the capital discovered a suspected mountain deity relic deep within the Xingyan Mountains. Other chi cultivators, having somehow received word, are now rushing there en masse. The moment I learned of this, I reported it to the bureau leadership. If Su Shou Luo wants to try his luck there, I can have Manga guide you to the location. Doesn't your Guanshan gang have any interest in the mountain deity's treasures? Xu Antian asked, puzzled. Our strength is too weak. We're unworthy of participating. Wang Gu shook his head lightly. At least you know your place. Xu Antian nodded inwardly. The strongest among the mountain-chasing scatter gang hadn't even reached the Thousand June realm. Going there would likely just make them cannon fodder. Sometimes, not being greedy allows one to live longer. Wang Mang, come with me. Xu Antian rose and stepped outside the courtyard. Having obtained the information he needed, there was no reason for him to linger. All right. Wang Mang nodded, leading Xu Antian and the other man out of Xingyan town as they hurried deep into the mountains. Half a day later. Along a forest path. Xu Antian, who had been hurrying along, suddenly slowed his pace. He called out to Wang Mang and the other. He looked up toward the tops of several tall trees ahead. The moment he looked up, 3 arrows shot down from the trees. Xu Antian stepped forward, drawing his demon-slaying sword to block. Clang! Clang! The arrows were deflected by him. At that moment, 3 figures dropped from the trees, charging swiftly toward Xu Antian and his companions. All 3 wore masks, concealing their faces. 3 puny kids daring to meddle? You really don't know when to quit. The swiftest of the trio snarled. His greatsword slashed viciously toward Xu Antian's throat. Xu Antian's expression turned cold. He hadn't expected to encounter highway robbers here. Shoo! Xu Antian's sword flashed out, the demon-slaying blade transforming into a streak of silver light. The attacker's body faltered, and in the next instant, his head shot skyward. A torrent of blood sprayed forth. Boom! Xu Antian took several strides forward. Like a human-shaped explosive bear, he charged toward the other 2. The 2 men reacted swiftly. The instant they saw their comrade die, they spun around and fled in opposite directions. But their speed was no match for Xu Antian's. Xu Antian caught up to one from behind. His palm deflected the man's counter-strike sword strike, and in the same motion, the demon-slaying sword severed the man's head. Moments later, the 3rd man was also slain by Xu Antian. Meanwhile, the archer hiding in the trees found his escape route blocked by Yushi and Wang Mang. Brother, I was wrong. Spare my life. We only wanted to rob you. The man knelt, kowtowing in supplication. With so many chi cultivators in the Xingyan Mountains, it's inevitable that some with impure motives will appear, Wang Mang murmured, shaking his head. You're not wrong, you're just afraid, Xu Antian remarked coldly. Then, with a single sword strike, the pleas for mercy ceased abruptly. Wang Mang crouched down to search the bodies of the fallen. Yushi joined in the search. Moments later, the 2 returned carrying 4 cloth bags, Yushi also holding 4 masks. These men must have done this sort of thing often, they've all sorts of odds and ends on them. Wang Mang and Yushi set the bags on the ground. Xu Antian opened the bags to inspect their contents. The contents of the 4 bags were largely similar. Most were aged medicinal herbs, with only 2 or 3 spiritual materials. Additionally, within one of the bags, Xu Antian discovered a martial arts manual. Titled Whirlwind Blade Technique. After flipping through it briefly, Xu Antian tossed it back inside. Trash. Of the 4 bags, Xu Antian kept 2 for himself and gave the remaining 2 to Yushi. Wang Mang took the Whirlwind Blade Manual. These masks are pretty cool. Should we wear them too? Yushi still had 4 masks left. We're regular troops. Why would we need to conceal our identities? Xu Antian couldn't understand. In his view, anyone who refused to obey could just be dealt with directly. Below the Sha gang realm, he truly feared no one. Think about it, Yushi reasoned. We're in the mountains to hunt for treasure. What if we accidentally kill someone during the search and they recognize us? Masks let us do many things, even steal from others without fear of being discovered.
Conflicts with others were inevitable during treasure hunting. 749's identity might not necessarily be useful.
It might even make us targets for other chi cultivators.
You're right. With masks, we can rob people openly. Xu Antian's eyes lit up. Bayushi's eyes widened. Was that what she meant? But it didn't really matter.
In the end, Xu Antian agreed.
Chapter 79, Stealing My Lines. Damn it.
In the end, all three of them donned masks.
Wang Mang wore a wolf mask, Bayushi chose a rabbit mask. Xu Antian chose a clown mask.
These masks appeared to be embroidered with fur, not only feeling exceptionally soft to the touch. They were also comfortable to wear, not stuffy at all.
The trio continued on their way. However, they encountered no other chi cultivators along the way.
This temporarily dashed Xu Antian's hopes of poaching someone.
Wang Mang, how much longer until we reach that place?
After another half-day of travel, Bayushi snapped a thorn branch before her and couldn't help but ask. Traveling through the jungle proved extremely difficult, and several patches of her clothing had been torn.
About half a day more. Wang Mang, leading the way ahead, turned back to answer. Bayushi exhaled in relief.
This duration was still acceptable to her. Just then, Xu Antian abruptly halted and turned his gaze toward the distant side.
What is it? Bayushi asked curiously.
There should be something worthwhile over there.
Let's go check it out. Xu Antian stepped toward the side.
He had detected a faint aura there.
It was the unique aura belonging to spiritual materials.
Xu Antian preferred to call it the aura of treasure.
Like humans or demons, spiritual materials and other entities imbued with spiritual energy also possess their own vibrations.
As he drew nearer, the treasure aura in his vision grew increasingly distinct.
What good stuff could be here?
Bayushi scanned the surroundings in confusion. Nothing but trees, nothing but trees.
Beneath the ground. Xu Antian pointed at his own feet. Wang Mang, dig this spot open for me. Got it, leave it to me.
Wang Mang rolled up his sleeves and pulled a shovel from his waist. They mountain-chasing folk carried all sorts of tools. The iron shovel for digging was merely the most basic. With each scoop, more earth was removed, and the pit grew deeper.
The treasure aura in Xu Antian's eyes grew ever more intense.
Thud. Suddenly, Wang Mang's shovel struck something hard.
Everyone looked down.
Within the pit, a stone the size of a lychee had appeared. The stone was perfectly round like jade, pure white throughout.
What is this? Wang Mang exclaimed in astonishment.
He'd been prospecting for over a decade, yet had never encountered such a precious gem. Bayushi took out her phone to photograph it, uploading the image to the 749 app for instant recognition. Moments later, she exclaimed with delight, "This is a soul-nurturing jade. Wearing it nourishes one's spirit, making it stronger. It aids cultivation at the Sha Gang realm."
Xu Antian raised an eyebrow and took the soul-nurturing jade without hesitation.
The soul-nurturing jade felt icy cold to the touch, instantly invigorating his entire being. A wave of comfort washed over his entire body.
Truly a remarkable item. Xu Antian murmured, tucking the soul-nurturing jade into his waistband.
Though Bayushi and the other felt envious, neither dared to ask for it. After all, Xu Antian had discovered it, they had no right to make such a request. With the treasure secured, there was no longer any reason for them to linger. They were about to continue their journey.
But just then, Xu Antian halted once more. He glanced back with a smile. Was this luck coming their way, impossible to resist?
Along the way, he had encountered only one band of chi cultivators who had ambushed them. Now, not only had he obtained the soul-nurturing jade, but he'd encountered another group of chi cultivators. That look in his eyes confirmed that he was the one she was after.
Behind them, 5 figures leapt swiftly through the trees before landing on the ground.
At the center of the group stood a youth clad in white robes with snow-white hair. His features were strikingly handsome, and he held a long sword in his hand. The remaining 4 formed a protective circle around him. The youth glanced at the deep pit before him, his brow furrowing slightly. He then lifted his gaze to Xu Antian and his 2 companions.
Where are the items from here?
Hand them over, the white-clad youth demanded in a cool tone. His tone was condescending, as if giving orders to servants in his own home.
Xu Antian was taken aback. He hadn't even started to grab it yet.
How come the other side was reciting lines before him?
What things? We don't know. Bayushi feigned ignorance, trying to bluff his way out.
Oomph. Whether you have it or not, we'll find out by searching your bodies. A middle-aged man with a bushy beard beside the white-clad youth snorted coldly. Mountain rules apply here: first come, first served.
This is no different from outright robbery.
Wang Mang stepped forward, his voice boiling with fury. Since ancient times, treasures have gone to those with the strength to claim them.
You lack the power to protect what you find.
Hand it over, we'll safeguard it for you, another man beside the youth interjected.
Clap. 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 You're absolutely right. Xu Antian clapped his hands in delight.
Then, he drew the soul-nurturing jade from his waist and waved it before him.
Here it is. Who's coming to take it?
Upon hearing Xu Antian's words, Bai Yushi and Wang Mang both took several steps back, retreating behind Xu Antian. They feared being splattered with blood.
That is, the soul-nurturing jade.
An elderly man beside the youth spoke in a solemn voice. Young master, this object nourishes the soul. It's a rare treasure of heaven and earth.
We must get our hands on it.
Oh? The white-robed youth's expression shifted as he glanced at the bearded man beside him.
Go retrieve it. Be careful not to damage it.
Yes, young master. The bearded man nodded, gripping his weapon as he stepped closer to Xu Antian. Within a meter's reach, he raised his hand to demand the soul-nurturing jade.
Hand it over.
Sure thing. Xu Antian chuckled. The next second, he stomped his foot. The ground caved in as his body launched forward like a cannonball. Boom! His entire body slammed into the bearded man. The speed was so blindingly fast that the bearded man, merely at the linked veins realm, couldn't react in time. Xu Antian's fist struck him squarely in the head. Boom! His skull exploded like a watermelon, splattering red and white everywhere. Not far away, the white-robed youth stared in utter shock. Who was at the 8th level of the linked veins realm, and he was blown apart with a single punch. Bad news. Cover the young master's retreat. This man is at the 1,000-ton realm, the old man beside the white-clad youth barked in a deep voice. In the next instant, he leapt out from among the four and charged towards Xu Antian. He too was at the 1,000-ton realm, confident he could block the clownish man before him. The remaining two reacted swiftly, supporting the white-robed youth as they darted backward.
An old man of his age still running around fighting like a youth? It's utterly ridiculous. Old age demands acceptance. Stay home and enjoy your retirement. A faint golden glow rose from Xu Antian's body. Then he collided violently with the old man. At the instant of contact, the old man's expression remained unchanged. It felt as though he was facing a mountain. Snap! In that instant, his arm snapped clean off. The muscles surrounding the bone tore apart. Boom! His entire body flew backward at an even greater speed. Before he could hit the ground, Xu Antian had already closed the distance. He swung a kick toward the man's head. Thud! A dull thud echoed as the old man's skull shattered, his head exploding open. His body shot away like a rag doll. Only after crashing through several large trees did it finally come to a halt. Xu Antian didn't pause, continuing his pursuit of the fleeing trio. Now that the tables had turned, he wanted to see the expressions on their faces. It promised to be quite entertaining. Chapter 80, Brutal, Too Brutal. High above where Xu Antian and his group fought, 5 young figures stood motionless atop the treetops. Senior brother Xiang, those below appear to be chi cultivators from the Bai family, whispered one of them, a woman with delicate features, fair skin, and clad in black combat attire. I heard the Bai family started out as mountain bandits years ago. Though they've gone legit in the capital now, they still carry some of that outlaw spirit. Coming into the mountains just brought out their true colors back to their old ways of robbery. That clown sounds young, yet he managed to kill a 1,000-ton realm cultivator in 2 moves. He's got some skill. It's actually a soul-nurturing jade. Senior brother Xiang, should we intervene? The others chimed in with their assessments. Then they turned their gaze to the last figure ahead of them. Standing over 6 feet tall with a well-proportioned build, he possessed sharp, sword-like eyebrows and piercing, star-like eyes. He wore black training robes, with a silver-white spear adorned with red tassels slung across his back. Under their gazes, Xuanling looked down and spoke slowly, "Kill them all." The 4 behind Xuanling exchanged glances, each eye reflecting a hint of resignation. Senior brother Xiang was immensely powerful, having reached the 8th level of the 1,000-ton realm at just 20 years old. He was the undisputed prodigy of Capital City's 749th Division, nicknamed the Cold-Faced Yama. He once single-handedly slaughtered over 100 members of the Yin Yang sect with just his spear. The leader of the Yin Yang sect was a 9th tier of the 1,000-ton realm at the time. Senior brother Xiang was exceptional in every way, except for his overly cold demeanor, or perhaps it was cold-bloodedness. He cares not for the lives of others or even his own. His sole pursuit is overwhelming power. Yes. Senior brother Xiang, the 4 replied in unison. As they spoke, their gazes fell back to the ground. Xu Antian had already caught up to the 3 figures in white robes. Boom! Xu Antian shattered their legs, rendering them unable to flee. Why are you running? I'm offering you soul-nurturing jade. Why won't you take it? Do you want me to personally deliver it to you? Xu Antian lowered his gaze to the white-robed youth. Tears welled in the youth's eyes. His earlier arrogance was now replaced by profound regret. Who could have imagined that among the 3 random people they encountered, one would be such a formidable chi-refining cultivator at the 1,000-Kati realm? In the entire Xing'an Mountains region, including He City, the strongest practitioners were at the 1,000-ton realm, and they could be counted on one hand. Earlier, hearing the young voices of the clown and his crew, he'd assumed they were at most at the Lianmai realm. That's why he'd dared to scheme for the treasure. Little did he know he'd hit a brick wall. Old son, a 1,000-ton realm cultivator, was kicked to pieces. Brother! You misheard me earlier. How could I dare take anything from your hands? Quickly put it away. Treasures like this I'm not even worthy to glance at them. Circumstances forced him to bow his head. We're from the Bai family of the capital. You've surely heard of us? The other man beside the white-clad youth spoke in a deep voice. What white family, black family? Never heard of them. Xu Antian raised his hand and struck out. Boom! A dull thud echoed as Xu Antian smashed the man's skull clean off. Red, white, and fragments of bone splattered all over the white-robed youth. His white robes were now stained crimson, and fragments of bone had even embedded themselves into his flesh. He now hated the dead man beside him with a passion. If you can't speak, then off and shut the hell up. Brother, I was wrong just now. Name your price, my family will compensate you for anything. The white-clad youth pleaded, enduring the pain across his body. He'd learned some street rules from his father. He knew that when beaten, one must stand at attention. Otherwise, you'd only die faster. But the moment he finished speaking, Xu Antian raised his hand and struck him. Thud. A dull thud echoed as the white-clad youth's head exploded. You're so broke you're stealing from me, what could you possibly afford to pay back? Xu Antian said indifferently. Then, he looked at the last person and immediately lost his nerve. Two living people, just like that, were killed by the clown before his eyes, one slap each. How could he not be terrified? Forget it. Just then, Xu Antian abruptly rose, his interest waning. The man froze, thinking Xu Antian was about to spare him. But the next second, a foot rapidly loomed before him. Thud. Xu Antian glanced down at his shoe. Not bad, no bloodstains. Wang Mang. Come check the body, he called over his shoulder. Wang Mang, who had just finished searching the old man's body, immediately ran over. His skills weren't up to par, so he was stuck with the dirty, grueling work. Deep down, he was quite happy to do it. After all, there were rewards to be had, and it helped him build rapport with Su Xiu Luo. But upon seeing the headless corpses scattered on the ground, even with his seasoned experience, he nearly vomited. He took several deep breaths before finally regaining his composure and getting to work. So bloody, so violent. Bai Yushi silently remarked to herself nearby, observing Xu Antian's actions. But I love it. After giving his instructions, Xu Antian lightly tapped his foot. His entire body stepped into the air, ascending to mid-height in just a few strides. Opposite him, 4 men and 1 woman stood silently atop the treetops, their gazes fixed upon him. You've been watching the spectacle from up there for quite some time. Haven't you had enough? Xu Antian asked indifferently. We are investigators from Bureau 749. We witnessed the entire murder. You are now under arrest. Please cooperate. Shi Ming's voice was solemn. 749? Behind his mask, Xu Antian's brow furrowed. He'd assumed they were mere onlookers he could easily overpower and seize. But they were Bureau 749. Additionally, we suspect all items on your person are evidence related to the case and must be confiscated. Shi Ming continued. Are you blind? Xu Antian retorted without restraint. These people didn't look like they were here to uphold justice. Clearly, they had their eyes on the soul-nurturing jade in his hands. And they were looking for a flimsy excuse to justify it. Openly slandering Investigator 749? That's an aggravated offense. I advise you to hand over the item willingly, or we'll have to take it ourselves. A slightly plump man beside Shi Ming barked. Ha, you want what's in my hand? That depends on whether you have the strength to take it. Xu Antian laughed. He had originally intended to let these few off the hook. But now, it seemed unnecessary. Even if they discovered his true identity later, he wasn't afraid. He was in the right, what was there to fear? How utterly ignorant of your place. Let me teach you a lesson. The slightly plump man snorted coldly, then planted his foot firmly and leapt from the treetops. Wielding a nearly 2-meter-long jet-black square mace, he swung it down towards Xu Antian. Xuanling's divine smashing mace is forged from meteorite iron. Combined with his family's secret mace techniques, ordinary weapons can't withstand it, they'd shatter instantly. The opponent won't last 3 strikes before being subdued, remarked another tall, thin man in a low voice. The remaining 3 nodded in agreement. They acknowledged the lanky man's assessment. Though their prowess fell short of senior brother Xiang's, they were still considered prodigies in their own right. Each now possessed the strength of the 1,000-ton realm. The Bureau dispatched them on this mission for 2 reasons, to temper their skills and because they trusted their abilities to handle the dangers ahead. Chapter 81, Unusual Activity in the Depths of the Xing'an Mountains. Boom! Xu Antian raised his sword to block. The blade trembled slightly but showed no sign of yielding. The next instant, Xu Antian twisted his wrist with force, sending Xuanling flying backward. Xuanling's expression turned serious. Few chi cultivators at his level could withstand a single strike from his mace. He planted his foot firmly, halting his momentum. Your strength is quite impressive, Xuanling remarked. Heh, your strength isn't all that impressive. Xu Antian chuckled lightly. The next instant, he lightly tapped his foot and charged toward Xuanling. Once again, he and Xuanling clashed fiercely. Clang! 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 Their weapons clashed relentlessly, erupting in a series of sharp sounds. Impossible.
Senior brother Xuanling is at the 3rd tier of the 1,000-ton realm, with combat power surpassing the 5th tier.
How could he be getting beaten like this?
Ming gasped in shock.
Where did this clown come from? His strength is incredibly formidable.
Xuanling still hasn't unleashed his ultimate techniques. Don't panic.
Boom! A deafening explosion erupted.
Xuanling's body crashed down from midair, looking utterly battered.
His garments were completely shredded, revealing the jet-black treasure armor beneath.
His face was twisted with shame and rage.
He had been completely dominated by a stranger.
And right in front of his own comrades.
You're asking for death. Xuanling roared in fury.
In the next instant, faint crimson mist rose from his body, and a colossal red specter manifested behind him.
It stood 100 meters tall. The demonic figure possessed 6 massive hands.
Now, those 6 hands descended in succession, joining Xuanling in grasping the divine slaying mace in his own hands.
Boom! The entire sky shook violently.
A colossal shadow of the staff materialized upon it. In an instant, it hurtled towards Xu Antian.
This is interesting. Xu Antian's interest was piqued. A faint golden glow emanated from his body.
Holding the demon-slaying sword, he struck at the mace's shadow. A white flash erupted from the sword's tip, transforming into countless pure white sword energies that swept out.
Boom! The two collided midair, then exploded with a thunderous roar. Put! Xuanling's body felt as if struck by lightning.
He spat out a mouthful of blood, his breath instantly faltering.
He could no longer even maintain his footing in the air. Senior brother Xuan!
Ming gasped, planting her feet firmly to catch Xuanling. But the moment she caught him, a powerful force slammed into her body.
She couldn't help but let out a muffled groan. Ouch!
We're here to help. Seeing this, the other two rushed to assist.
Only then was the immense force dissipated.
Turning to Xuanling, he had already fainted. One of them quickly pulled a healing pill from his robe and fed it to Xuanling.
How dare you injure one of our 749 investigators? You're dead.
Ming seethed, ready to strike.
You're no match for him. I'll handle this.
At that moment, Xuanling, who had remained motionless, finally spoke. As he spoke, he gave a slight wave of his hand. The spear on his back shot forward instantly, landing firmly in his grasp. Seeing Xuanling move, Ming and his two companions stepped back voluntarily, their faces radiating triumph as they turned to stare at Xu Antian across from them.
Your skill is commendable.
I'll grant you the courtesy of stating your name before you die.
Xuanling's tone was utterly detached. Your father.
Xu Antian replied with a sneer.
You're asking for death.
Xuanling's face turned cold as the spear in his hand stabbed toward Xu Antian through the air.
Boom! It sounded like a thunderclap.
A vast expanse of purple lightning surged along the silver-white spear. In a flash, the lightning spear pierced toward Xu Antian. Xu Antian's expression shifted as he raised his sword to block.
Boom!
A tremendous force erupted from the thunder, carrying a tinge of numbing sensation. He was forced to stumble back several steps. His gaze towards Xuanling shifted slightly, his expression growing more serious. Little did he know, Xuanling across from him was also somewhat surprised. He had once used this very technique to instantly defeat a chi cultivator at the 6th level of the 1,000-ton realm. Now, it had been blocked by a nameless stranger. Behind him, Ming and the other two also wore expressions of astonishment. After all, it was rare for a chi cultivator at the 1,000-ton realm to withstand their senior brother Xiang's thunder spear.
After the strike missed, a purple glow surged across Xuanling's body.
Upon closer inspection, one could discern that this purple light was actually swirling lightning.
Boom! Xuanling's feet touched the ground lightly, and his entire figure vanished from his original spot.
When he reappeared, he was already before Xu Antian. The thunder spear, now encircled by purple lightning, thrust toward Xu Antian with blinding speed.
Xu Antian activated his heavenly gangs, enveloping himself in a golden glow.
He raised his demon-slaying sword to meet the thunder spear head-on.
Boom! 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 The clanging of clashing weapons echoed densely through the air,
accompanied by waves of thunderous roars.
Xu Antian's expression turned serious.
The Xuanling before him was the strongest opponent he had ever faced. Her attacks were clean and ruthless, powerful and devastating, each strike deadly.
One misstep could expose a weakness.
The thunder spear had pierced the heavenly gangs multiple times. But he wasn't one to be trifled with either, parrying each strike with his demon-slaying sword.
What on earth is this clown's background? How can he possibly hold his own against senior brother Xiang?
Ming was utterly shocked.
Senior brother Xiang could defeat a 9th tier 1000 June realm opponent half a year ago. His strength must be even greater now. Yet even so, he still can't defeat this man?
Senior brother Xiang probably hasn't taken this seriously yet and hasn't unleashed his full power. The other two spoke up in turn, their hearts filled with shock, but more so with disbelief.
Dozens of exchanges had passed, yet that clown still held his ground. The longer the fight went on, the colder Xuanling's expression grew.
For a chi cultivator from such a small place to endure so many exchanges against him was almost unbelievable. After all, even in the capital, among the young generation, only a handful possessed combat prowess comparable to his at the same cultivation level. But this clown before him was clearly not one of those young geniuses he knew. Could it be that this clown merely had a youthful voice yet was actually much older? Otherwise, he refused to believe that some random chi cultivator he'd encountered could possibly be his equal. You've piqued my interest, but you've also exhausted my patience, Xuanling declared coldly. He raised his thunder spear, unleashing tremendous force that sent Xu Antian flying backward. Seizing the moment of separation, Xuanling channeled purple lightning rapidly into his feet, enveloping them entirely. Boom! A thunderous explosion. The lightning beneath Xuanling's feet erupted violently. His speed surged dramatically. In the blink of an eye, she was before Xu Antian. Boom! Xu Antian reacted swiftly, raising his sword to block. The immense force, amplified by the thunder's power, slammed into Xu Antian, sending his body tumbling downward against his will. No sooner had he regained his footing than Xuanling's next strike arrived. Xu Antian's expression turned grim as he flung the demon-slaying sword forward. He reached out bare-handed for the thunder spear. Boom! The lightning spear, moving with blinding speed, was seized directly in his single hand. Immediately, immense force erupted from Xu Antian's hand, attempting to pull Xuanling toward him. Xuanling's brow furrowed slightly. With a sudden flick of her wrist, she yanked the thunder spear back. Boom! A sharp clang echoed as the lightning spear collided with the soaring demon-slaying sword, producing a crisp metallic sound. Xuanling was forced back. Sword control technique, huh? Xuanling murmured inwardly, watching the demon-slaying sword drifting through the air. But he had seen sword control before. None were as swift as this clown's blade. Just as he was about to strike again, a thunderous roar erupted. The entire Xing'an mountains began to tremble. Beneath them, trees swayed violently. Senior brother Xiang, the epicenter of the tremor is over there. That's where the mountain god's ruins lie. Ming held a compass in his hand, his face flushed with excitement. It's likely a rare treasure has emerged, another voice chimed in. After a moment's hesitation, Xuanling flashed over to Ming and the others, his voice grave. Business comes first. Let's go. Carrying the unconscious Xuanling in one arm, the five of them stepped into the air and swiftly vanished into the distance. Xu Antian watched them depart but made no move to pursue. He had heard every word they exchanged. Compared to disciplining them, the treasure was far more important. Xu Antian descended to the ground, then seized Wang Mang and the other man by the shoulders. Spreading his spirit wings behind him, he soared skyward with the two men. He pursued in the direction Xuanling and the others had departed. Chapter 82, Clearing the area early. The immense commotion within the Xing'an mountains had alarmed every chi cultivator in the region. They swiftly deployed their respective methods, rushing toward the epicenter of the tremors, fearing they might arrive too late and miss out on the treasures. Several hours later. Mid-air. Su Xiu Luo, it's right over there. Wang Mang pointed to a valley below, his voice trembling with excitement. Xu Antian nodded lightly. With just a casual glance, he detected a vast concentration of energy fluctuations surrounding the valley. Evidently, many others had received the same intelligence and arrived near the ruins ahead of him. However, these individuals seemed to be congregating near the valley entrance. He couldn't tell what they were up to. Xu Antian landed at a spot farther from the entrance, perching atop a treetop to observe the valley's opening. At the entrance, he saw a 100-meter-wide pit. The soil within was a dark red, and fragments of bones could faintly be seen scattered about. Behind the pit, at the very entrance of the valley, stood a massive green stone gate, completely blocking the way in. In front of the pit stood over 100 chi cultivators, including Xuanling and her group who had just departed. Additionally, Xu Antian spotted Wu Lei. Clearly, the 749 group had arrived as well. The only question was whether Zhang Herong had made it. Xu Antian felt it was highly likely he had. At this moment, most of the chi cultivators were peering into the depths of the pit. Some had even ventured into the pit to search around. Meanwhile, in the sky, other chi cultivators circled the valley, searching for a way to enter. Xu Antian wanted to see more clearly. He led Bai Yushi and the other toward the pit. As they drew nearer, the putrid stench of decay wafted up from the depths. The soil within this pit was once stained crimson with blood. This is likely the site where blood sacrifices were made to the mountain deity. Wang Mang pinched a handful of dark red earth from the pit and declared in a solemn voice. Xu Antian nodded slightly. He had spotted numerous small human bones within the pit, matching the young boys and girls sacrificed to the mountain deity. Boom! While they were examining the pit's contents, an impatient chi cultivator drew his weapon and began pounding on the massive green stone gate guarding the valley entrance. But it was clearly futile. The stone gate stood immovable, not even a crack appeared. Everyone, hold your horses. This stone gate won't budge with brute force. An old man spoke up from within the crowd. The old man was gaunt and frail, yet his eyes burned with sharp intelligence. A long braid hung down his back. Behind him stood dozens of Qi cultivators. Xu Antian observed their energy auras and discovered that most of them were at the 1,000-ton realm. The leader among them was even at the Shagang realm. Even a Shagang realm cultivator has come in person. Xu Antian felt uneasy. He had never clashed with a Shagang realm cultivator and had no idea of their strength. We can't open it. Do you have a way? The group of Qi cultivators who had just bombarded the stone gate turned to ask. Of course. My ancestors made their fortune as tomb raiders and are highly skilled in all manner of feng shui mechanisms. The elder nodded with a smile. Then, under everyone's gaze, he continued, you should all know this is most likely the mountain god's ruins. The massive pit before us is clearly where blood sacrifices were made to the mountain god. If we follow the example of those who came before us and perform a blood sacrifice here, the stone gate will open of its own accord. Why are you so utterly certain? Someone in the crowd questioned, suspecting the old man knew far more than he was letting on. Who I am is irrelevant. What matters is that everyone here desires to open the green stone gate and claim the treasures beyond. The old man chuckled, offering no further explanation. These words struck a chord with the Qi cultivators present. Had they not come here precisely for the treasure? Then how do we perform the blood sacrifice to the mountain deity? Someone asked for instructions. Simple, the old man replied with a smile. Just fill this sacrificial pit before us with blood and flesh. How are we supposed to fill such a massive sacrificial pit? Someone questioned. 100-meter-long pit, how many beasts would they need to slay to fill it? True. While this method makes some sense, accomplishing it is utterly unrealistic. Where on earth would we find that much blood? Another group of Qi cultivators nodded in agreement. The cultivators, now grasping the plan, turned their gaze toward the old man. Ha! The elder chuckled softly, pausing before continuing, don't you find the number of treasure seekers a bit excessive? Why not clear the field first? The corpses can serve as blood offerings to open the green stone gate. How ruthless! Xu Antian shot the old man a look. The old man clearly spoke with ulterior motives. His goal was to eliminate the opportunistic cultivators lurking near the ruins. Before we came, Elder Wang mentioned that these outsiders learned of the mountain god's treasures in Xing'an Ridge through some special channel. Bai Yushi suddenly interjected. Could it be that someone deliberately spread the news? Originally, she hadn't considered such possibilities. But the old man's actions had suddenly planted this thought in her mind. Highly possible. Wang Mang nodded in agreement. He sensed the scent of conspiracy in the air. None of the cultivators present were fools, otherwise, they wouldn't have reached their current levels of cultivation. Upon hearing the old man's words, some Qi cultivators who felt their strength was insufficient began retreating toward the rear, seeking to leave for the time being. The old man's words stirred the interest of several major factions present. Their sole objective was the treasure left behind by the mountain spirit. As for the lives of others? That was none of their concern. Everyone, let's move now. Otherwise, we'll never enter the stone gate. Once the main force of 749 arrives and seals off this place, we won't even get a taste of the spoils. The old man spoke again. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, he waved his hand lightly. The Qi cultivators behind him immediately flew toward their pre-selected targets. After settling matters, he glanced toward Wu Lei on the opposite side of the giant pit. Clearly, he knew Wu Lei's identity. Wu Lei stood rooted to the spot, barely shifting. With his 1,000-ton realm strength, attempting to block the Qi cultivators present would be tantamount to courting death. Outside these mountains, these Qi cultivators might have shown him some respect. But within these mountains, they wouldn't show him any mercy just because he was one of the 749. Seeing the old man's men strike first, several other groups of Qi cultivators with considerable strength lost all restraint and joined the fray. From the shadows of the jungle, more Qi cultivators emerged. Some were here solely for the blood sacrifice, while others sought to kill and plunder. Too many cultivators harbored their own agendas. In an instant, chaos erupted around the giant pit. Battles erupted everywhere, both above and below. Corpses were tossed into the pit from time to time. Boom! Xu Antian sent a Qi cultivator charging at him, flying with a single punch. He then grabbed Bai Yushi and two others, charging toward the edge of the pit. The area near the giant pit was too dangerous, he could still protect himself. But Bai Yushi and the other were only at the pulse realm. Staying here meant a high risk of injury. Boom! An arrow shot down from above the treetops, aimed straight for Xu Antian's back. Golden light surged from Xu Antian's back, repelling the arrow. Splash! With a soft thud, the demon-slaying sword sliced through the Qi cultivator's neck from the treetops, cleaving him clean in two. Xu Antian's speed unabated, he continued charging toward the pit's edge. Chapter 83, The Ruins Awaken. Extra chapter for the mature empress. Once they were far enough away, Xu Antian set Bai Yushi and the other down. He declared, you two should stay out of what happens here. Understood. Wang Mang nodded. His role had been solely as a guide. Having successfully led Xu Antian to his destination, there was no reason for him to remain. As for the mountain god's ruins, his father had made it clear long ago. No member of the mountain chasing clan was permitted to get involved. Failure to comply would result in severe disciplinary action according to clan regulations.
Bayushi gritted her teeth. Though she desperately wanted to continue, she knew her abilities were insufficient. Staying behind would only slow them down. It could even put her life at risk. Compared to the treasure, she valued her own life more. Alright. Be careful. If things get too tough, reveal your identity and join District Chief Wu's group. Bayushi nodded, not forgetting to remind Xu Antian. Go on. Xu Antian waved her off. With that, he turned and headed back the way he came. His current strength had already surpassed Wu Lei's, making revealing his identity pointless. Moreover, it would only restrict his actions. You can't kill this demon, you can't kill that demon. If he couldn't kill any of them, how was he supposed to refine elixirs? Therefore, unless absolutely necessary, he had no intention of revealing his identity. Soon, he slipped back to the vicinity of the deep pit, hiding in the shadows to observe. He noticed the pit had already piled up quite a number of corpses. As time passed, the sounds of combat around the pit grew fainter. Yet the corpses within the pit only grew more numerous. 6 groups of chi cultivators stood around the pit's perimeter. The initial group led by the Elder and Wu Lei, along with the 749 faction, plus another group of chi cultivators clearly dressed as ninjas from the island nation. Among the remaining 3 groups of chi cultivators, one consisted of only 2 individuals. A middle-aged man and a woman with a light veil over her face. The middle-aged man possessed formidable energy, clearly a chi cultivator at the Sha Gang realm. Another group comprised over 100 chi cultivators. These practitioners clearly did not belong to a single faction. Though gathered in one place, they subtly formed smaller cliques, appearing more like a hastily assembled temporary force. The final group comprised only a dozen or so practitioners, most clad in purple robes with long swords strapped to their backs. Their leader was an old Taoist priest, his hair and beard entirely white. The 6 factions occupied the 6 cardinal directions around the giant pit, facing each other from a distance. Long time no see, Taoist Ziyun. Your strength has grown considerably. The long-braided elder gazed at the group of Taoists and spoke with a light chuckle. Nothing compared to Taoist Qing Shan. I heard years ago that Taoist Qing Shan joined the demon god sect. I wonder if that's true. Taoist Ziyun stroked his beard lightly and replied indifferently. Taoist Ziyun, your information is remarkably well sourced, the long-braided elder chuckled. That old man is actually from the demon god sect. Xu Antian, who had overheard the exchange from afar, was astonished. No wonder he incited the chi cultivators present to act. He was never a good person to begin with. Such behavior was hardly surprising. Upon hearing the name demon god sect, the reactions of the other 4 groups of chi cultivators varied. Wu Lei and his group showed no reaction at all, clearly already aware of the long-braided elder's identity. The trio shared the same indifference. The chi cultivators from the island nation merely glanced at the long-braided old man before quickly averting their gaze. The most attentive group toward the long-braided elder was the one composed of various smaller factions. Their eyes mostly revealed a look of caution. The demon god sect had caused quite a stir within the great Xia nation. Their notorious reputation was well known, and these chi cultivators had all heard of them to some extent. Taoist Qing Shan, we followed your suggestion and placed sacrificial offerings in the pit. Yet the green stone gate still hasn't opened. Could it be you've been deceiving us all? Taoist Ziyun's face bore a smile, but his words held no courtesy. Hearing Ziyun Doran's words, the other chi cultivators turned their gaze toward Qing Shan. They waited for him to provide a reasonable explanation. Everyone, please be patient. Look into the pit. Qing Shan seemed prepared for this moment, pointing his finger toward the pit. The crowd looked down and saw that the flesh and blood on the piled corpses were rapidly shedding at a visible speed. Along with the blood, they were being sucked into the mud below. Within mere minutes, the pit's pool of blood and flesh had vanished entirely. Only bones remained. The moment the blood vanished, a multitude of dark red patterns emerged around the entire Qingshi gate. These patterns converged toward the center of the stone gate. Ultimately, they coalesced into a massive image of a mountain peak on the surface of the stone gate. Before the crowd could examine it closely, the entire ground began to violently tremble. Boom! Immediately afterward, the massive stone gate swung open to either side, revealing a narrow crack. But it was enough for humans to enter. Once the stone doors opened, every chi cultivator present was itching to act. Yet none made a rash move. They all waited. Waiting for the demon god sect's move. Given Qing Shan's recent actions, it was clear the demon god sect possessed considerable knowledge about the mountain god ruins. All wished to let the demon god sect scout the path first. Since my fellow cultivators are so courteous, Qing Shan said with a smile, leading his numerous chi cultivators toward the stone gate. They swiftly entered. Seeing the demon god sect take the lead without incident, the other chi cultivators began to stir, scrambling to rush toward the green stone gate. The 2 veiled women were the swiftest, soaring through the air and into the stone gate. Next came Taoist Ziyun's group, followed by the island nation's chi cultivators, and finally the 100-strong band. What astonished Xu Antian was that the 749 group didn't rush to enter. This was highly unusual.
Just as he was puzzling over it, Xianyilan and her group of 5 exchanged a few words with Wu Lei before suddenly flying straight into the stone gate. Wu Lei and the other 749 investigators remained waiting in place. After most of the Qi cultivators around the deep pit had departed, other figures began emerging from the distant woods, charging toward the green stone gate. These were cultivators of average strength who had narrowly escaped the earlier conflict. Now they were sneaking back, hoping to get a piece of the action within the ruins. Seeing this, Xu Antian wasted no time. Emerging from his hiding spot, he charged toward the stone gate. His speed was astonishing. He leapt over several Qi cultivators in succession, ultimately reaching the stone gate first. Peering through the cracks behind the gate, but all he saw was a hazy white blur utterly indistinguishable. Stealing his resolve, Xu Antian stepped inside. Beyond the door, the same white mist persisted. Even with his keen eyesight, he could only see about 10 meters ahead. Anything farther remained indistinct. The ground beneath him was covered in grass. He had consumed the treasure eye pill and the soul moistening pill, granting him not only astonishing vision but also keen perception. Yet even with these enhancements, 10 meters was his absolute limit. For others here, it would likely be like navigating in complete darkness. Finding no one around, Xu Antian cautiously felt his way forward across the soft grass. Ha! Suddenly, he gasped in surprise, glancing down at his feet. The soil beneath his feet had changed, becoming noticeably harder. Not far ahead, a dense aura of treasure emanated. He approached slowly and eventually discovered that the source of the aura was a small, crisp green blade of grass. The grass had 8 leaves, each bearing a red fruit. A spiritual herb. Xu Antian's eyes lit up, and he immediately moved forward to pick it. But just then, as if sensing the approach, the grass shot back underground with a whoosh, vanishing without a trace. Xu Antian? Grass can actually run away? Chapter 84, Daoyan Sex Yun Ziyan. Xu Antian hurried forward to where the grass had been. All that remained was a hole in the ground. Nothing else was there. Grass turned into a spirit? Xu Antian murmured. If beasts could become spirits, then plants surely could too. But compared to beasts, plants were far less likely to develop sentience, making it even harder for them to become spirits. It seemed this mountain god's ruins held many treasures. He'd encountered spirit-possessed grass right after entering. He followed the direction where the grass spirit's aura had vanished. If he encountered that grass spirit again, it wouldn't escape so easily. The grass spirit wasn't particularly swift, and before long, he had indeed caught up. But just then, 2 figures emerged from the white mist. The one in the middle wore a white gauze robe, a veil partially covering her face. The eyes peeking out shone as brightly as stars in the heavens. Beside him stood a burly, bald, middle-aged man. These were the very 2 Xu Antian had encountered outside the greenstone gate. Esteemed Taoist friend, the woman spoke softly, her voice like the gentle flow of a clear spring, soothing to the soul. Might you consider parting with this grass spirit? I can offer you appropriate compensation. Xu Antian looked at the woman with some surprise. Given the middle-aged man beside her possessed the formidable strength of the Shagong realm, he could easily force her to retreat. Yet now, he was negotiating? Offering compensation? Since entering the Xing'an Mountains, everyone he'd encountered had been motivated solely by greed. This woman before him was the first of her kind. Xu Antian couldn't help but study her more closely. Could it be he'd stumbled upon a female bodhisattva? I also want that grass spirit, Xu Antian tentatively offered. The grass spirit should be something the 8 trigrams demon refining furnace could refine. He planned to kill it first, then use its corpse for alchemy. Young man, our holy maiden has spoken kindly to you. Don't be so ungrateful. The bald middle-aged man beside the girl barked as soon as Xu Antian finished speaking. Uncle son, the girl gently admonished. Though she addressed him as master son, he clearly obeyed her. After the girl spoke, he shot Xu Antian a glare before falling silent. Please forgive him, fellow Taoist. My master meant no harm, the girl explained. I'll give you the grass, but this grass spirit is highly skilled in teleportation. Once disturbed, it will burrow underground and is usually very difficult to catch. It would be a shame to let it escape. I know an earth-binding spell that can seal the ground around the grass spirit, trapping it. If you need it, I'll help you for free. What a saintly woman. Xu Antian thought to himself. Not only did she not take anything, but she even offered to help. This actually made him feel a bit awkward. His original plan was to surprise the grass spirit by binding it with a demon binding rope. But that method carried the risk of letting the grass spirit escape. With the girl's help, it would be foolproof. Since it was free anyway, there was no harm in using it. Then thank you, Lady Bodhisattva. Might I inquire about your name? Xu Antian asked with a smile. Daoyan Sex Yun Ziyan. Yun Ziyan's cheeks flushed slightly beneath the gauze veil as she replied softly. What a thick skin, muttered senior uncle's son beside Yun Ziyan. Xu Antian remained completely unfazed, thinking to himself, so I'm thick-skinned, what are you going to do about it? Miss Ziyan, I'll trouble you then. MHM. Yun Ziyan gave a soft nod, then swiftly extended her pale fingers to form seals before her. Streams of spiritual energy surged into the ground beneath her.
After a few breaths, she stopped. The earth binding technique is complete. Fellow Daoist, you may now capture the grass spirit, Yun Ziyan reminded him. Xu Antian drew the demon binding rope from his waist, looped it around the exposed branches of the grass spirit, and knotted it tight. With a sharp tug, he yanked it straight out of the ground. Beneath the branches and leaves lay a large, humanoid root system. Now bound by the demon binding rope, it struggled violently. Yet the more it struggled, the tighter the demon binding rope constricted. Finally, it was bound into a tight bundle, lying motionless on the ground. Xu Antian stepped forward and stabbed it dead with a single sword thrust. The instant the grass spirit died, a wisp of pure energy shot from its body and vanished into Xu Antian's brow. Simultaneously, within the Bagua demon refining furnace, the grass spirit's form materialized. You killed it? Yun Ziyan watched Xu Antian's actions with astonishment. Is there a problem? Xu Antian looked back at Yun Ziyan in surprise, stuffing the grass spirit's corpse into his bag. Spirits can be companions or used for their sap to refine elixirs. You just killed it outright, what a waste. Son, he stared at Xu Antian, suspecting the young man had lost his mind. Such a fine grass spirit, and he just killed it outright. Yun Ziyan shared similar thoughts, but since the grass spirit belonged to Xu Antian, she felt it wasn't her place to say much. After speaking, he urged, Holy Maiden, let's go. Don't waste any more time on this kid. Yun Ziyan nodded lightly and turned to leave. Fellow Daoist, we shall meet again someday. Wait, Lady Bodhisattva. Xu Antian called out. Yun Ziyan's footsteps halted, and she turned back with a look of surprise. I possess a treasure-seeking spell that can detect nearby spiritual materials. Why not collaborate and hunt for treasures together? Xu Antian proposed. He wasn't one to like owing favors to others. Especially free favors. He wanted to help Yun Ziyan find a grass spirit or other spiritual materials to repay the favor. That could work. Yun Ziyan pondered for a moment before nodding lightly. The sacred maiden mustn't agree. That lad looks slippery as mud, he's probably scheming to join our ruins expedition under our protection. Son, he interjected. Senior son, before we left, my master said we should treat others kindly and not speculate about fellow cultivators like this, Yun Ziyan advised Sun He. Holy Maiden, it's not that I'm deliberately suspecting him. But this lad clearly has ulterior motives, he hasn't even revealed his name yet. And he keeps hiding his face. After speaking, Sun He turned to Xu Antian and demanded, Boy, which clan or sect do you belong to? 749. What? 749. Sun He exclaimed in utter shock. If he's from Bureau 749, that's way too legit. Impossible. If you're from 749, why aren't you with Wu Lei? Sun He questioned. Earlier outside the Greenstone Gate, he hadn't seen anyone wearing a clown mask like this young man beside Wu Lei. Xu Antian didn't answer directly. Instead, he pulled his phone from his pocket, unlocked it with facial recognition, and opened the 749 app. He held it up for Sun He to see. This can't be fake, right? 749 personnel IDs might be counterfeit, but the 749 app on their phones could only be unlocked by their own irises. Therefore, this was the best way to prove it. The truth was staring Sun He right in the face, leaving him no choice but to believe. Yet a lingering doubt remained in his heart. If you're from 749, why hide your identity? We're on a secret mission, old man. Besides, doesn't the goddess of mercy wear a veil too? Xu Antian sighed helplessly beneath his mask. Did he really have to explain it all so clearly? Can't people just fill in the blanks themselves? Chapter 85, Our Stuff Best Not to Touch. Since you're a fellow from Bureau 749, let's travel together. Yun Ziyan covered her mouth with a soft laugh, her gaze toward Xu Antian tinged with curiosity. Sun He was about to say something else, but Yun Ziyan's gaze silenced him. And so, amidst Sun He's bewilderment, Xu Antian smoothly joined Yun Ziyan and her companions. Lady Bodhisattva, where is the headquarters of your Daoyan sect? Xu Antian inquired curiously along the way. He had never heard of the Daoyan sect before. Our sect is near Harbin. We've been secluded from the world until now, Yun Ziyan explained. Before the cosmic Qi anomaly, she had lived deep within uninhabited mountains. Only recently had she been permitted to descend the mountain for training. Xu Antian nodded in understanding. They walked on, chatting casually. Mostly Xu Antian asked questions, and Yun Ziyan answered. Xu Antian discovered that Yun Ziyan possessed an exceptionally pleasant disposition. She answered nearly every question he posed. Along the way, he gained deeper insight into the Daoyan sect. He learned that the sect had very few disciples, only a dozen or so in total. Yun Ziyan had come here solely for the purpose of honing her skills. As for Sun He was her guardian. At this moment, the look Sun He gave Xu Antian was filled with warning. Xu Antian had asked far too many questions. Had he not repeatedly interrupted him, Xu Antian would have pried out every last secret of their sect. Xu Antian completely ignored Sun He's warning. Suddenly, his expression shifted as he looked ahead. He alerted, someone up ahead. Ha! Yun Ziyan shot Xu Antian a surprised glance.
In her field of vision, only a hazy white mist stretched ahead. The next second, she raised her fair arm, her finger touching her brow. A flash of insight lit her eyes, and the scene ahead became clear. There were actually over a dozen Japanese people standing ahead, seemingly plotting something. Sun He's eyes also widened in surprise. Only after Xu Antian spoke did he notice the commotion ahead. In terms of perception, Xu Antian seemed to surpass even him, a Shagang realm cultivator. Let's go around them, Sun He suggested. As they discussed, the people across from them also spotted them. For the safety of the Holy Maiden, he wanted to proceed with caution. They're capturing the grass spirit. Xu Antian remained rooted to the spot, his voice deep and stern. A bunch of islanders, daring to come onto the land of our great Xia kingdom to plunder things. Do they think the Qi cultivators of our great Xia kingdom don't exist? Holy Maiden, we'll kill them and the grass spirit is yours. Though the enemy outnumbered them, only one opponent had reached the Sha Gang realm. As long as Sun He could hold that one off. He didn't care about the rest of the Qi cultivators. Grass spirit. Sun He's eyes lit up. This was a valuable find. Bringing it back to the sect would be a major achievement. He no longer mentioned leaving. The treasures of Great Xia's lands truly shouldn't be stolen by outsiders. Yun Ziyan nodded softly, agreeing with Xu Antian's viewpoint. Let's go persuade them. Holy Maiden, there's no need to waste words with these islanders, just take action. Sun He disagreed with Yun Ziyan. He felt a pang of helplessness. The Holy Maiden was simply too kind-hearted. Her kindness was easily exploited by others. The islanders may plunder without warning, but we cannot. Yun Ziyan insisted. With that, she strode forward. Xu Antian made no attempt to dissuade Yun Ziyan. People like Yun Ziyan had their own convictions and principles they wouldn't change easily. We discovered this grass spirit first. Whoever you are, leave immediately. As Xu Antian and his companions approached, someone stepped forward to shout at them. This is the land of the great Xia kingdom. That grass spirit is no less than yours. Please leave. Yun Ziyan gently urged. The Qi cultivator across from them paused, then burst into laughter. In your great Xia terms, heaven's treasures go to those with destiny. We are those destined ones. Get out of here now, or don't blame us for being rude. There are only 3 people, why waste words on them? The island nation's cultivators were itching to act. Yun Ziyan frowned slightly and took a step back. Uncle Sun, they won't listen to reason. Let's move in. Understood. Sun He nodded, and in the next instant, he formed a seal with one hand before him. A crimson speck of fire appeared before him, rapidly expanding into a fiery orb. Dozens of them blazed forth, radiating intense heat. Go! Sun He flicked his finger lightly. The fireballs instantly shot toward the opposite side. The moment the island nation's Qi cultivators saw the fireballs, their expressions changed drastically, and they began retreating rapidly. But the fireballs could change direction, chasing them and burning them. Left with no choice, they turned to defend themselves. Boom! The moment a warrior's katana clashed with the fireball. The fireball exploded instantly, its flames sweeping out, threatening to engulf him completely. The island nation cultivator's face twisted with terror. Spiritual light erupted beneath his feet, propelling him forward at an accelerated pace as he attempted to escape the flames' reach. But his speed was clearly insufficient. His right foot was ultimately engulfed in flames. The moment he halted his body, he tried to extinguish the flames. But after several futile attempts, it proved useless. In a desperate move, he gritted his teeth and swung his blade, severing his right foot clean off. The severed foot fell to the ground, engulfed entirely by flames, and within moments it was reduced to a pile of ashes. The other Qi cultivators fared no better. With a single strike, Sun He had severely wounded several island nation Qi cultivators. Is this the power of the Sha Gang realm? Xu Antian's heart trembled with shock. The power of spells cast by Sha Gang realm cultivators was clearly greater. It far surpassed the Thousand Jun realm. Compared to them, the spells cast by Qin Jun realm practitioners seemed like children's toys. Uncle, what kind of spell is this? Its power is immense. Xu Antian asked curiously. Explosive fireball technique, a secret transmission of our sect. Not to be shared with outsiders. Sun He raised his chin proudly. Xu Antian. He never said he wanted to learn it. Bullying the weak. You Qi cultivators from Great Xia are shameless. A short, stocky figure just over 5 feet tall stepped forward from the group of Qi cultivators from the island nation facing Xu Antian and his companions. The little guy was slightly overweight, sporting a beer belly, with his hair tied in the island nation's distinctive small braids. Oh? Then come fight me. Sun He raised an eyebrow, unwilling to waste words on him. His hands formed seals once more, gathering vast amounts of spiritual energy before him. A massive fireball gradually took shape. Immediately after, a massive serpent head emerged from the fireball, followed by the fiery serpent's body covered in flaming scales. The moment the fire serpent materialized, its massive body rose into the air. It opened its enormous jaws, lunging downward toward the dwarf below. It intended to swallow him whole. The dwarf's expression grew grave. He too formed hand seals, gathering a multitude of blue water spheres before him, which he hurled toward the fire serpent's head. Boom! 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 The water spheres exploded upon impact with the fire serpent's head, dimming the fiery glow of its scales. The dwarf then planted his foot firmly, charging at the fire serpent with his katana in hand. As he moved, a faint black mist swirled around his body, gathering and coalescing. A faint black mist shield formed around him. This was a technique of the Sha Gang realm, a unique Sha Gang formed by condensing Sha Qi. Sha Gangs formed from different Sha energies possessed varying effects. It could be used for defense or attached to weapons to enhance their power. It could also amplify the effects of various spells. Chapter 86, Can't I Admit I'm Handsome? Extra chapter for Lai Tian. Boom! The katana struck the fire serpent's head with brutal force, shattering vast patches of its fiery scales. The fire serpent was knocked back, but under Sun He's control, it quickly regained its balance, its scales regenerating in an instant. The fire serpent lashed its tail, smashing toward the little dwarf. Boom! The dwarf raised his katana to block, once again entangling himself with the fire serpent. After watching for a moment, Xu Antian concluded that Sun He's strength seemed to slightly surpass that of the opposing island nation dwarf. At that moment, other Qi cultivators from the island nation charged toward them. He wanted to seize the opportunity to kill them both. Let me handle this. Just as Xu Antian was about to act, Xuanling stepped forward. Ha! Xu Antian halted his movement, his gaze fixed on Xuanling's back. Xuanling was the first person whose depth he couldn't fathom. The intensity of her aura fluctuated unpredictably, waxing and waning. This made it impossible for him to gauge her true combat strength. But now, the energy surging from her body was so intense it was indistinguishable from that of a Sha Gang realm cultivator. With a light tap of her foot, Xuanling soared into the air. A pure white jade bottle materialized in her hands. She formed a seal with both hands and struck the bottle. A brilliant radiance erupted from the bottle, blindingly bright. The surrounding mist was completely dispersed. From within the bottle, a mighty river surged forth, cascading down like the waters of the Milky Way. Boom! The river crashed down with immense force, a force even a Qi cultivator at the 1,000-ton realm couldn't withstand. The moment they made contact, they were violently hurled backward by the torrent. Moreover, this did not seem to be ordinary water. Even those cultivators who attempted to block it with spells found their efforts futile. The spiritual light on their bodies rapidly dimmed. Soon, they were swallowed by the surging river. The female bodhisattva is truly fierce. Xu Antian thought to himself. Watch out! Xu Antian suddenly shouted a warning upward. He stomped his foot and soared into the air. As he swung the demon-slaying sword in his hand, a jet of sword energy shot forth. It struck toward Xuanling's back. Boom! Where nothing had been moments before, a figure clad in ninja attire materialized, a trace of blood staining the corner of its mouth. He had intended to ambush Xuanling, but Xu Antian spotted him and dealt a severe blow. The ninja tried to flee, but Xu Antian wouldn't let him escape. He hurled the demon-slaying sword into the air, where it transformed into a silver streak that sliced cleanly through the ninja's neck. Splatter! A soft sound echoed as the ninja's head was severed. The demon-slaying sword returned to Xu Antian's hand. Xuanling shot Xu Antian a surprised glance. She murmured inwardly, sword control technique? Boom! At that moment, another explosion echoed nearby. Both of their gazes were drawn toward the source. The little dwarf from earlier was sent flying by the fire serpent's massive tail. Even the aura of killing intent surrounding him became unstable. His brow furrowed deeply. Upon seeing the gruesome state of his other subordinates nearby, his face twisted into a savage grimace. Retreat! He waved his small hand, issuing the command. The other island nation Qi cultivators retreated into the white mist. Xu Antian raised an eyebrow, having expected the little runt to fight to the bitter end. But it turned out that his anger was just that anger. Sun He and Xuanling showed no intention of pursuing further, watching the island nation's Qi cultivators flee. Xu Antian and Xuanling descended from the sky, landing near the grass spirit's location. The commotion had startled the grass spirit, which had already fled. Only a hollow patch of earth remained where it had stood. Kid, you know treasure-seeking spells, right? Can you find the grass spirit? Sun He approached and asked. Having witnessed Xu Antian help Xuanling defuse the crisis, his impression of Xu Antian had improved slightly. His tone was no longer as aggressive. It's still here. Xu Antian pointed at the ground beneath his feet. The grass spirit before them seemed rather clever. It had actually resorted to trickery. It appeared to have fled. But in reality, it was hiding within that hollow space. It truly is underground. Xuanling's eyes shimmered with purple energy as she nodded lightly. The next instant, she formed another seal and cast the earth binding technique, sealing the surrounding ground. Sun He stepped forward, extending a single hand toward the ground. The turf was torn away, and the earth split open on both sides, exposing a grass spirit beneath. This grass spirit differed from the one Xu Antian had slain. Not only did it possess a human-like form,
but it actually had eyes. At that moment, two small eyes gazed pitifully at Sun He. The two pink flowers atop its head trembled slightly. Sun He crouched down, lifted the grass spirit from the ground, and handed it to Xu Antian. This flower spirit is awakening its six senses. Once awakened, it will be able to speak like a human. Xu Antian explained calmly, enlightening Xu Antian.
Then, she raised her pale finger, formed a seal, and tapped the flower spirit's forehead.
A white mark appeared on its forehead. You will follow me from now on. Xu Antian addressed the flower spirit before her. As if understanding, the flower spirit nodded obediently toward Xu Antian.
The next moment, it actually burrowed into Xu Antian's embrace of its own accord.
Is the flower spirit also an old pervert? Xu Antian exclaimed in shock. He suspected the spirit might harbor the soul of another human. Thank you for your help this time, fellow cultivator. Xu Antian gave Xu Antian a light nod in gratitude. Last time you offered me grass, I thought you considered me a friend.
Since we're friends, no need for formalities.
Xu Antian waved it off. Fair enough. Xu Antian chuckled softly. You're the first friend I've made since descending the mountain. Might I ask your name?
Handsome guy, Xu Antian.
Xu Antian introduced himself.
Kid, you're shameless praising yourself like that. Son, he snorted disdainfully from the side. But the name Xu Antian seemed familiar to him.
Oh, so being handsome is a no-no now. Xu Antian was speechless.
He really wanted to rip off his mask and blow Sun He's mind with his looks.
See if he'd still talk trash then. Enough, Master Sunday. Xu Antian is my friend, show him courtesy.
Xu Antian murmured beneath her veil, a faint smile playing at her lips.
Yes, holy maiden.
Sun He nodded, shooting Xu Antian a fierce glare. This old man, he hadn't even provoked him. If Sun He weren't at the Sha Gang realm, he might not stand a chance.
He really wanted to smash Sun He's skull in. Wait a moment, you're Xu Antian, and you're from 749? Could you be the silver sword Azura who appeared in his city recently?
A flash of insight struck Sun He, and he suddenly remembered. Though their sect lived in seclusion, each generation sent a few members out to gather news and procure cultivation resources.
It was their way of keeping up with the times.
He had once purchased spiritual materials from Sun Yutong of the mountain-chasing sect. He'd come this time intending to make another purchase, only to discover upon inquiry that Sun Yutong had been caught smuggling and killed. And the one who killed him was none other than an intern investigator, Xu Antian, the Silver Sword Demon.
It was me. Xu Antian admitted outright.
Though he no longer walked the martial world, legends of him still echoed throughout it.
Uncle Sun, is fellow Taoist Xu quite famous? Xu Antian looked intrigued.
Sun, he shook his head.
Not particularly famous.
He just killed a few chi cultivators at the 9th level of the Linked Veins realm a little over half a month ago.
Beneath his mask, Xu Antian's eyes widened. He thought, if he's not famous, why were you so shocked just now? Sooner or later, he'd beat the crap out of this old bastard. Damn it, this is infuriating.
But apparently, he'd just broken through to the Linked Veins realm when he killed them.
His strength is pretty decent. Xu Antian shot Sun He a glare. That old fart talks with his mouth wide open. At least he finally said something sensible. Senior Sun, are you saying that only half a month ago, fellow Taoist Xu had just broken through to the Linked Veins realm? Xu Antian frowned. Then what's going on with Xu Antian now?
His cultivation was clearly at the 1000 June realm.
Breaking through from the Linked Veins realm to the 1000 Ton realm in just over half a month? Chapter 87, you're also from 749? Do you know Xu Antian?
Reminded by Xu Antian, Sun He also snapped to attention.
He looked at Xu Antian in astonishment, his first thought being that the information must be wrong. Tell me the truth, kid.
What realm were you in when you killed Sun Yutong?
Sun, he demanded.
Even the Holy Maiden, with her special Dao physique, had taken 3 months to break through from the Linked Veins realm to the 1000 June realm.
Xu Antian's talent couldn't possibly surpass hers.
9th layer of the Linked Veins realm, Xu Antian lied. If he admitted he was only at the first level of the Connecting Veins realm back then, Sun He would surely doubt him again. Preconceived notions in people's minds were like mountains. Better to play along with Sun He's assumptions. It would spare him further prying questions.
See? I knew it. How could you possibly have just broken through to the Pulse Link realm and already slain by Yutong?
Sun He nodded, a sigh of relief escaping his mind.
Otherwise, Xu Antian's talent would be too godlike. Besides, Xu Antian was already at the 9th level of the Linked Veins realm back then.
His recent breakthrough to the 1000 Ton realm was entirely reasonable.
It wasn't something to be overly surprised about.
Still, for a newcomer like you to defeat an established 9th tier Lianmai realm expert is quite impressive. Sun He adopted a senior's demeanor, raising his hand to slap Xu Antian's shoulder. But Xu Antian dodged it without a flicker of emotion.
You brat! Sun He glared. Xu Antian paid him no mind, focusing solely on their journey.
The trio continued their journey together, encountering several spiritual materials along the way. Yet they found no rare treasures like grass spirits. Yun Ziyan, having already obtained the flower spirit, gave all the materials to Xu Antian.
Xu Antian accepted them without hesitation.
A day later, Sun He, who was walking ahead, called out a warning. The ground has changed.
Xu Antian looked down and saw the grassy terrain had vanished. Instead, a surface of scattered stones now covered the ground. The group slowed their pace, scanning their surroundings. There's a fight ahead. Sun He pointed ahead. Two groups were locked in combat. One group numbered over a dozen, all armed with long swords. The other group was familiar to Xu Antian. It was Xuanling's group of 5, the very ones he had fought before. It's Xuanling from the Sword Control Sect and Unit 749. Sun He murmured softly after clearly seeing the confrontation. Sword Control Sect? Xu Antian exclaimed in surprise.
His mind immediately flashed back to Jianyu and Jianquan, whom he had fought before. The name Xuanling, however, seemed vaguely familiar.
He opened the 749 app and searched for Xuanling's information.
Finally, he remembered where he'd heard the name before. During gravity training, he had shattered the odds by securing first place under 21 times gravity. Third place had gone to none other than Xuanling, standing right before him now. Though not as exceptional as himself, her talent was still quite remarkable. Despite the sword cultivation sect's numerical superiority, they were being thoroughly outmatched by Xuanling and her 4 companions.
Boom! A muffled thud echoed.
Xuanling hurled his thunder spear, sending a sword cultivation sect chi cultivator flying.
The man's front garments were torn to shreds, his chest charred black.
He crashed to the ground, unconscious.
Xuanling,
we found this treasure first. Are you really going to forcibly seize it? Roared Jianba, an elder of the sword cultivation sect. We all saw it at the same time.
Naturally, whoever has the ability takes it.
Xuanling shouted. Now seemingly recovered, he wielded the divine slaying mace like a war god. With a thunderous boom, he sent his opponent flying. The sword cultivation sect's chi cultivator seethed with fury, but his inferior strength left him no choice but to retreat in defeat.
Xuanling descended from midair, picked up a yellow stone from the ground, and tucked it into his robe.
Turning to see Xu Antian, his brow instinctively furrowed. He hadn't expected to encounter that clown again here. He raised his spear and strode towards Xu Antian.
We meet again, Xuanling said coldly. Indeed. Last time you ran away with your tail between your legs. This time, you won't be able to run again, will you? Xu Antian spoke calmly.
Bull. We had to leave because of the mountain god ruins.
If we really fought, you'd be the one to die.
Shi Ming, standing behind Xuanling, shouted angrily. This clown before her had the thickest skin imaginable. Utterly shameless. You tried to unsettle me, but you miscalculated. Xuanling remained unmoved.
Aren't you both from 749? Why are you fighting?
Sun He, standing nearby, looked surprised and confused. It sounded like Xu Antian and Xuanling had fought before, but the commotion caused by the mountain god ruins had made Xuanling abandon his attempt to kill Xu Antian.
Ha? You're from 749?
Xuanling frowned. If they were both from Unit 749, things would get complicated. He couldn't just kill someone outright at most, he could teach them a lesson. And right now, they were in the mountain god ruins. He had more important things to attend to. He couldn't afford to waste time.
After a moment's hesitation, he said, since you're from Unit 749, you should know Xu Antian, right?
A few days ago, Xu Antian broke the 18-fold gravity record Xu Antian had set during gravity training when he was at the first level of the 1,000-ton realm. That surpassed both his own and the current top record. He was intrigued by Xu Antian and desired to spar with him. Only such a prodigy was worthy of facing him in combat. Sun He was about to speak when Xu Antian grabbed his arm, cutting him off.
Xu Antian, the Silver Sword Azura?
Of course I know him. Not only do I know him, but I'm quite familiar with him.
Xu Antian spoke indifferently. Since you two are acquainted, I'll grant Xu Antian a favor today and let you go. When you return, tell Xu Antian this, Xuanling of the capital will seek him out for a duel in due time.
With that, Xuanling turned and departed, leading the 4 men behind him.
Xu Antian?
What the hell does Xuanling mean by that?
He doesn't even know me, yet he's giving me face. Has his reputation grown that much? How come he didn't know about it himself? This Xuanling really is a peculiar one.
I wonder what kind of expression he'll have when he finds out I'm Xu Antian.
Just thinking about it is amusing. Why didn't you reveal your identity just now, Xu Daoyu?
Yun Ziyan, standing nearby, asked curiously with a smile in her eyes.
I was on a secret mission. Xu Antian brushed it off.
Hee, I understand, Yun Ziyan chuckled, choosing not to press further. She could clearly sense Xu Antian was hiding something. But she chose not to press the issue.
Friends need secrets too.
Holy maiden, this kid's full of lies, don't let him fool you. Son, he stared at Xu Antian. His expression resembled that of an old father afraid his daughter might be lured away by a punk.
Xu Antian ignored him and kept walking forward.
Yun Ziyan said nothing either, merely shaking her head slightly before following suit.
Sun He stood rooted to the spot like an old man who'd been abandoned. Finally, he too took a step and hurried after them. As they continued onward, the mist before them gradually dispersed. The view opened up. They could see farther. That is. At that moment, Xu Antian looked up toward the distance. There, towering into the clouds, stood a mountain. Chapter 88, The Battle on the Green Stone Steps. The mountain was lush and verdant. A long, overgrown stone staircase wound its way upward, reaching all the way to the summit. Someone's climbing the mountain. Sun He spoke as he witnessed the scene. Xu Antian looked up at the stone steps and saw numerous chi cultivators climbing the mountain. He wondered why they didn't simply fly up. The three of them approached cautiously. They arrived at the broad stone steps. Beside the steps stood a slab of blue stone. 3 characters were inscribed upon it: Mountain Spirit Peak. This area is under restriction. Flying is forbidden. Yunxian murmured softly from beside him. She had just tried to take flight. But an inexplicable force blocked her, preventing her from taking flight. Ancient worship of mountain deities required sincerity. This stone staircase was likely used to test devotees. Come, let us climb the mountain too. Sun He mused aloud. Xu Antian heard such words for the first time. He felt a sudden surge of astonishment. The trio quickened their pace, ascending toward the summit. Yet the mountain towered so high that even standing on the stone steps, its summit remained invisible. The gravity here has intensified. After climbing over 100 stone steps, Xu Antian distinctly felt the shift in gravitational pull beneath his feet. Climbing demanded greater exertion. This slight increase in gravity won't make much difference. Sun He waved it off, unconcerned. After climbing over 1,000 steps, sweat beaded on Sun He's forehead, and his breathing grew slightly ragged. Are you okay? Xu Antian asked, sounding perfectly unperturbed. These steps must be calibrated to reflect one's cultivation level, Sun He remarked gravely. The gravity I'm bearing is far stronger than yours. If not for this, how could he, a formidable Shagong realm cultivator, be outmatched by 2 juniors? Xu Antian raised an eyebrow, surprised by this explanation. He'd assumed Sun He was just weak. I can still hold on. Let's keep going. Sun He took a deep breath and continued climbing forward. After ascending another dozen steps, a sudden commotion erupted ahead. Immediately after, a figure tumbled down from above. Xu Antian sidestepped to avoid the faller. He then turned to look at the fallen figure. He wore the robes of a disciple from the sword cultivation sect. But now he looked utterly wretched, a massive sword wound gouging his midsection, nearly cleaving him in 2. He appeared to be dead. They're fighting up ahead. Xu Antian called out. None of our business. Keep climbing. Sun He shook his head. The 3 men stepped over the corpse and continued their ascent. Yet every few steps, they discovered the corpses of chi cultivators nearby. Clearly, someone had unleashed a bloodbath upon the green stone steps. Wealth stirs the heart, especially when it comes to the mountain god's treasures. It wasn't hard to understand why these cultivators, blinded by greed, had resorted to violence. Boom! Another figure plummeted onto the stone steps. And it was someone Xu Antian had seen before. The woman standing beside Xuanling Shiming. One of her arms was severed cleanly at the shoulder, her entire face as pale as paper. She looked as if she might faint at any moment. Hurry and save senior brother Xiang. Shiming pleaded the moment she saw Xu Antian's mask. Mr. Show-off in trouble? Xu Antian raised an eyebrow. He inquired, what happened? We're under attack by the demon god sect. Shiming gritted out. With her remaining free hand, she swiftly pulled a pill from her chest and swallowed it. The moment it touched her tongue, an unnatural flush spread across her face. Demon god sect. Xu Antian's eyes narrowed sharply. He quickened his pace, charging toward the source of the commotion ahead. If Xuanling were fighting other chi cultivators, he could turn a blind eye. But the demon god sect was a sworn enemy of 749. His grievances with Xuanling could wait until they were out of this place. Yunxian crouched down, pulling out a length of white cloth to bandage Shiming's wound. Senior disciple's son, we should go check on them too. Fellow Taoist Xu is my friend. Yunxian rose and headed up the stone steps, her pace now several times faster. Xu Antian, unleashing his full speed, reached Xuanling and her group in just half a minute. At that moment, over a dozen members of the demon god sect were surrounding Xuanling and her 3 companions. Including Xuanling, all 4 bore wounds. And the wounds appeared to be quite severe. The demon god sect's chi cultivators weren't faring much better. The 5 or 6 corpses strewn across the ground bore witness to this. A chi cultivator at the Sha Gang realm. Xu Antian narrowed his eyes slightly upon seeing Xuanling's opponent. It was the same Shagong realm elder from the demon god sect he had encountered outside. His name was Qingshan. This man was exceptionally powerful, forcing Xuanling to retreat continuously, blood spilling from his mouth. Yet it seemed Xuanling could still hold on for a while longer. Xu Antian drew the demon-slaying sword from his waist, yet did not rush to aid Xuanling immediately. Since this stubborn bastard could still hold on, let him endure a little longer. First, he would clear away the minor threats before him. He stood rooted to the spot. Xu Antian flicked his wrist, hurling the demon-slaying sword forward. The demon-slaying sword transformed into a silver streak, slicing through the crowd. Put! Puff! 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 Slicing through several necks in quick succession. The heads of the demon god sect's chi cultivators flew off one after another, trailing streams of blood. You brat, you're asking for death. A furious demon god sect cultivator strode towards Xu Antian. Yet under the immense pressure of the stone steps, his speed was noticeably slowed. Xu Antian swung his sword. Clang! A crisp sound echoed as the demon-slaying sword was knocked flying. Not an ordinary thousand-catty realm cultivator. Xu Antian narrowed his eyes. The demonic cultivator before him was likely a high-tier chi refining cultivator at the 1,000-ton realm. Recalling the demon-slaying sword back into his hand, Xu Antian stepped forward toward his opponent. A faint golden light surged from his body, enveloping him entirely. The moment he drew near, he swung his sword. Boom! A speck of white light appeared at the sword's tip, then exploded outward. Countless slender white sword chi burst forth, completely sealing off the opponent's escape routes. The chi cultivator's expression changed as he formed a single-handed seal. A golden light shield rapidly coalesced before him. Clang! 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 The sword chi struck the shield, erupting in a crisp metallic clang. Crack! In mere moments, the shield erupted with sharp cracks, its surface now riddled with fissures. Boom! Finally, it shattered beyond repair. Put! The chi cultivator spat blood from his mouth, stumbling back a step before regaining his footing. He raised his long sword and swung it towards Xu Antian. A blade's glint shot forth. Xu Antian raised his sword to block, stepping forward once more. He swung his sword again. Boom! His hasty defense forced him to stumble back another step. Xu Antian pressed forward, sword in hand with every step, leaving his opponent gasping for breath. Blood spurted from his mouth. Splatter! The final strike severed the opponent's head clean off. The massive body crashed to the ground. Thud! It slammed against the blue stone steps. At that very moment, Yun Ziyan and Sun He arrived. Yun Ziyan once again summoned her treasure bottle artifact, calling forth spiritual water that surged toward the chi cultivator of the demon god sect above. Qingshan saw Sun He preparing to act as well, his face twitching several times. Though reluctant, he gave the order to retreat, leading his men swiftly toward the mountain peak. Their primary objective this time wasn't to kill Xuanling, the urgent matter at hand took precedence. Chapter 89, The Arrogant Insect Appears. Xu Antian intended to pursue further. But upon seeing Sun He show no intention of pursuing, he halted as well. After all, Sun He wasn't one of the 749. Getting Qingshan to flee was already a decent outcome. Expecting Sun He to risk his life fighting Qingshan for him was clearly wishful thinking. What surprised him was that Xuanling had managed to hold out for so long against someone at the Sha Gang realm. Moreover, he appeared to have sustained only minor injuries. With my current strength, I should also be able to briefly hold my own against a Sha Gang realm expert. But that's only on the green stone steps. A Sha Gang realm expert still has to divert energy to counteract gravity. Xu Antian murmured to himself, assessing his own combat power. Even if he wasn't quite at the Sha Gang realm level, the gap shouldn't be significant. You're quite impressive. Xu Antian didn't choose the wrong friend. Xuanling approached Xu Antian and spoke softly. Xu Antian. He desperately wanted to punch Xuanling right then and there. Does this jerk have to keep showing off even when he's about to die? You're a bit lacking. If Xu Antian were here, he wouldn't have let Qingshan escape. Xu Antian replied indifferently. Acting cool? Anyone can do that. Xuanling fell silent. After a moment, he spoke, I'll spar with Xu Antian. With that, he had his companions help Shiming to his feet and continued climbing toward the mountaintop. Xu Antian shook his head. Turning to Yun Ziyan, he said, Thank you for your timely assistance, Lady Bodhisattva. No need for formalities, layman. Yun Ziyan chuckled lightly. Xu Antian paused. So Yun Ziyan could joke around too. She actually called him late devotee. Put. Yun Ziyan covered her face with her jade-like hand, unable to stifle her laughter. Buddhist nun, you're getting naughty. Xu Antian chuckled, unconcerned. Let's keep climbing. Looks like we're almost at the summit. Sun He interrupted the two. Alright. Xu Antian nodded. The trio continued their ascent. As they passed the corpses, Xu Antian casually picked through the bodies. The demonic cultivators of the demon god sect carried limited valuable items. He found only a few bottles of pills suitable for cultivation at the 1,000-ton realm, plus a handful of spiritual materials. Xu Antian cursed under his breath at their poverty. The higher they climbed, the greater the gravitational pull of the stone steps became. Gradually, Xu Antian began to feel the strain. They even witnessed chi cultivators who couldn't endure any longer voluntarily heading back down the mountain. They believed they could not endure until the summit. Opting for the next best thing, they planned to gather spiritual materials at the base instead. Such cultivators were far from rare. As they drew nearer the summit, they encountered more and more descending practitioners. He even spotted Ziyun Daoist, a cultivator at the Sha Gang realm. "You're descending too?"
Sun He, who seemed acquainted with the Daoist, asked. "My lifespan is short, my vitality waning. Reaching this point was already difficult. To continue climbing would likely mean death before I reach the summit," Ziyun Daoist replied with a smile, stroking his beard. Sun He paused, then nodded slightly. He bowed his hands and said, "Take care, Daoist Ziyun." Ziyun Daoist stepped forward and continued his descent. After climbing nearly 1,000 more green stone steps, along the way, Xu Antian encountered Shiming and the others once more. They too were too exhausted to continue climbing and remained where they were to rest. At this point, only a handful of people remained ahead of them, still persevering. Xingshan, Xianyilan, the short guy from the island nation, plus Xu Antian, Yun Ziyan, and Sun He. After ascending several more steps, Sun He suddenly halted, his voice muffled. "Holy maiden, I can't hold on any longer." His clothes were already soaked through, and his breathing sounded like a bellows. Most of his strength was spent. "Uncle Sun, please rest here," Yun Ziyan said without pressing him further. She and Xu Antian continued climbing upward side by side. Meanwhile, outside the mountain spirit ruins, Zhang Herong finally arrived with a dozen men. Bloodstains marked his body, suggesting he had just endured a fierce battle. "Director." Upon seeing Zhao Herong, Wu Lei immediately stepped forward to greet him. "What's the situation here? Where are the Qi cultivators from the capital?" Zhang Herong inquired, frowning. "Xianyilan and the others ignored our warnings and entered the ruins," Wu Lei replied in a low voice. "Useless. Can't even keep track of a few people." Zhang Herong's tone was displeased. Those individuals were all geniuses from the capital. If they died under his watch, he couldn't bear the responsibility. "What about Xu Antian? Didn't he come over?" "No sign of him." Wu Lei shook his head. "Director, Xu Antian's phone is located right here. He must have entered the ruins." Just then, Wang He, standing beside Zhang Herong, glanced at his phone and alerted them. Zhang Herong shot Wu Lei a glare. He didn't even know someone had gone in. After a moment of contemplation, he said, "Brother Song, I'll need to trouble you to come inside with me." No problem." Song Xianqing chuckled and nodded. They had spent the past few days hunting down that arrogant insect deep within the Xing'an Mountains. That's why they hadn't arrived at the mountain god ruins on time. Moreover, that proud insect was far too powerful. The two of them could only suppress it, not kill it, and in the end, they let it escape. However, they had wounded it. It should not dare to interfere with matters within the mountain god ruins anymore. The group stepped through the green stone gate before them and swiftly vanished into the mist. Shortly after their departure, a colossal figure descended from the sky. It was a two-headed giant, swarming with bloodthirsty stinger bees. However, one of its arms had vanished without a trace. This demon was none other than the proud insect. The scene shifted back to Mountain God Peak. At this moment, Xu Antian and his companions had already climbed the final 10 green stone steps. Yet these final 10 steps seemed like an insurmountable chasm, impossible to cross. With each step upward, the pressure multiplied exponentially. It pressed down on him, leaving him gasping for breath. "Oomph. The gravity here is far beyond what you can withstand. Don't waste your effort." Xingshan snorted coldly from ahead. The next moment, under the puzzled gazes of Xu Antian and the others, he pulled a jade bottle from his robe and opened it. A thick, pungent scent of blood immediately wafted out. He poured it over his head. A torrent of blood splashed down, soaking him completely. After completing this, he tossed the jade bottle toward the island nation dwarf beside him. "Brother Izumi, let's climb the mountain together, each taking what we need," Aoyama declared. With that, he strode purposefully toward the summit. To Xu Antian's astonished gaze, he scaled the mountain effortlessly. "That must be some kind of secret technique," Yun Ziyan murmured softly, wiping the fine beads of sweat from her forehead. He used it to disguise his aura, deceiving the stone steps and dissipating the gravity. Under their watchful eyes, Kenichi Izumi ascended the peak using the same technique. He and Sheng Shan vanished from sight together. "The demon god sect has actually colluded with those island nation Qi cultivators," Xu Antian muttered. "Without any secret techniques, I can still reach the summit." Xianyilan suddenly roared. A faint blue glow emanated from his body as a colossal beast materialized above his head. It roared defiantly toward the heavens. Clang! The beast resembled a crimson leopard, sporting 5 tails and a single horn atop its head. Its roar echoed like the strike of stone. "That's the Jin beast." Yun Ziyan's delicate brows furrowed slightly. Chapter 90, 4th tier of the 1,000-ton realm. So Xianyilan's other bloodline is Jin's? Xu Antian raised an eyebrow. He had long recognized Xianyilan as a half-demon. He just hadn't been able to pinpoint exactly what kind of half-demon bloodline she possessed. Now it was finally confirmed. It was the Jin, a beast of legend. Clang! Clang! Behind Xianyilan, the Jin beast thrashed and roared furiously.
Under Xu Antian's gaze, Xuanling stepped forward onto the green stone steps once more. She leapt over 4 steps in succession. The summit was but a single step away. Xuanling's muscles bulged, his entire body seeming ready to explode at any moment. Boom! A muffled thud echoed as the skin on his back split open. Strands of blood drifted out, pooling onto the monstrous beast's head behind him. Its form ignited with a faint crimson glow. The beast's eyes blazed crimson as it roared once more. Clang! Xuanling seized the moment, taking the final step. Finally reaching the summit. He collapsed onto the ground, taking half a minute to regain his footing. He turned to look down the mountain and spoke calmly, "I'll wait for you at the peak. Get lost." Xu Antian was speechless. Exhausted like this, and still trying to act cool. Unbelievable. Xuanling said nothing, simply turning and walking away. "Brother Xu, we must hurry too." Yunxian's expression grew grave. The next second, under Xu Antian's gaze, her hands formed countless intricate hand seals. A blinding white light flared around his body. Under Xu Antian's gaze, he ascended step by step, reaching the mountaintop without a hitch. "Hang in there, Brother Xu. I'll wait for you here." Yunxian stood atop the peak, looking down at Xu Antian. "My turn," Xu Antian murmured. A faint golden light surged from his body as he activated the heavenly gangs. He immediately began his ascent. He took 3 swift steps. Yet the immense gravitational force pressed down, once again overwhelming him with crushing pressure. At this moment, even moving a finger felt impossible. "Must I stop here?" Xu Antian refused to accept defeat. The next second, his pseudo-dragon power erupted, propelling him forward once more. Boom! An even greater gravitational force struck him. He was now just 4 steps away from the summit. Yet these 4 steps felt no less daunting than scaling the heavens themselves. Rumble! Within him, the Sutra of Killing and Birth surged rapidly. It unleashed immense power. Yet it still wasn't enough. Yet under immense pressure, his acupoints showed signs of further merging. "Kid, if you can't handle it, don't push yourself. If you damage your Tao foundation, you'll regret it too late." "Son," he shouted a warning from behind. Though Xu Antian was full of lies, he still felt compelled to offer some guidance to this junior. He couldn't bear to see such promising talent go to waste. "Old man, rest assured I can handle it." Xu Antian gritted his teeth. Blood seeped from his teeth. "Fuse!" Xu Antian roared inwardly. The remaining 183 acupoints within his body began merging simultaneously. Within just 2 breaths, only 92 acupoints remained within his chi channels. Under the intense gravitational pull surrounding them, these acupoints rapidly merged, though complete fusion would still require time. "Goddess, you go ahead. I'll catch up with you later." He didn't want to delay Yunxian's treasure hunt. "Alright." Yunxian didn't insist, turning to leave. "I'll wait for you at the summit." "Young man, I know you don't want to lose face in front of the Holy Maiden, but there's no need to push yourself this hard." "Son," he continued to urge him from behind. He clearly misunderstood something. "Old man, just because you can't do it doesn't mean I can't." Xu Antian snapped angrily. Time passed slowly. Half an hour later, the orifices within his body finally fused completely. This rapid fusion was only possible under immense pressure and with the aid of the Meridian Fusion Pill. For anyone else, it would have been impossible. Of course, the risks were immense. If one couldn't withstand the pressure, the acupoints would explode, damaging the foundation of one's cultivation. Boom! Even more potent and refined spiritual energies surged through his meridians, granting him greater power. Boom! He took 2 more steps forward. Now, only 2 steps remained between him and the end of the stone staircase. But his own strength still fell short. "Not enough? Then fuse more." Xu Antian growled fiercely. He once again commanded the acupoint to shift within his energy channels. This time, however, the movement of the acupoint slowed noticeably. If moving the acupoint earlier had been like shifting a finger-sized stone, now it felt like moving a fist-sized boulder. The resistance from the acupoints grew even stronger. Fortunately, it wasn't impossible to move. Xu Antian spent another half hour, finally pairing all 92 acupoints together in pairs. Then, after another half hour, he completely fused the 92 acupoints into 46. At this moment, he had broken through to the 4th level of the 1,000-ton realm. The immense pressure weighing upon him suddenly lifted. Xu Antian stepped lightly onto the stone steps and ascended to the mountaintop. He really did it. "Son," he murmured below, his heart filled with astonishment. Just moments ago, he had sensed Xu Antian's aura intensify twice in succession. From the 2nd tier of the 1,000-ton realm, he had consecutively broken through 2 realms, reaching the 4th tier of the 1,000-ton realm. In just over an hour, Xu Antian had broken through 2 realms. Such talent was nothing short of defying the heavens. It even surpassed the Holy Maidens. Could this kid have really killed Sun Yutong, a 9th-tier Lianmai realm cultivator, while only at the 1st tier himself? He recalled the incident and found it increasingly plausible.
And Xu Antian's rapid ascent from the first tier of the connecting veins realm to the 1,000-ton realm didn't seem so hard to accept after all. After all, Xu Antian had just shattered 2 minor realms in barely over an hour.
Standing atop the mountain, Xu Antian looked at Sun He and said, "Old man, why don't you give it a try? 50 is the prime age to strive." Sun He's expression froze. He didn't know about others, but he certainly couldn't do it. The pressure on those final steps was overwhelming. Even now, he was struggling to hold on. He turned to head back down. Having said that, Xu Antian paid no heed to Sun He's expression and turned to leave. He'd already wasted too much time and didn't know if he'd make it to the treasure in time. But just then, the corner of his eye caught sight of a familiar figure. "Director!" Xu Antian was startled. "Remove the mask." Not far below, Zhang Herong and Song Xiansheng were walking toward the mountaintop, one ahead of the other. Zhang Herong saw Xu Antian was unharmed and breathed a sigh of relief, a faint smile appearing on his face. "You're one lucky bastard." Along their ascent, they had encountered numerous corpses. Evidently, a fierce battle had taken place. He inquired with the Qi cultivators descending the mountain, all of whom had only seen Xiangylan and not Xu Antian. He'd assumed Xu Antian had met with misfortune, but it turned out the kid was alive and well. "Heh, take your time climbing, Director. I'll wait for you at the summit." Xu Antian chuckled and turned to leave. Zhang Hairong's smile froze on his face. He shook his head helplessly. "That kid really deserves a good beating. Brother Hairong, best leave him be. The gravitational pull beneath our feet is growing stronger, we may never reach the summit." Song Xiansheng cautioned. Chapter 91, The Mountain God Seal bonus chapter for Fox Spirit Matchmaker. Xu Antian turned to look. Behind him lay a narrow path of green stone. He followed the path forward. After walking for a moment, 2 diverging paths appeared before him. Without hesitation, he stepped onto the left fork. The 2 paths appeared identical to him. Since either route would lead him to the same destination, there was no point wasting time debating which to take. He continued walking briskly forward. At the end of the stone path lay a small courtyard. In front of the courtyard stood a small garden enclosed by a fence, bearing traces of recent digging. Evidently, someone had arrived here before him. The courtyard gate stood wide open. Most of the items inside had rotted away. And there were signs that things had been rummaged through. Xu Antian approached a bedroom on the side. His attention was drawn to a golden seal resting on the table. The seal was only palm-sized, with a square base and a mountain carved on top. The mountain was vividly lifelike, bearing a striking resemblance to the mountain god peak. Xu Antian attempted to touch it. It felt cold to the touch, causing no discomfort whatsoever. He attempted to lift it, only to find the seal utterly immovable. "Ha!" Xu Antian was astonished. With his current strength, he couldn't even lift a single seal. Moreover, it was impossible to even budge it an inch. "This is definitely a treasure," Xu Antian murmured. No wonder it was still here. Those who came before him couldn't lift it and had to abandon it in frustration. But judging by the situation before him, he himself would struggle to lift it either. After a moment's hesitation, Xu Antian placed his hand upon it. He channeled spiritual energy into the square seal. But the square seal remained as unyielding as a stubborn stone, refusing to absorb his spiritual energy. Xu Antian frowned. The next second, a thought flashed through his mind. The square seal vanished from the table. It actually worked. Xu Antian was somewhat surprised. The 8 trigrams demon refining furnace could not only refine demonic entities but also store items. For instance, he usually kept his demon slaying sword inside, along with the demon binding rope and other spiritually imbued items. He was merely testing it out, never expecting that the Fang seal would be absorbed as well. Xu Antian felt deeply satisfied. This square seal clearly wasn't ordinary. He'd definitely stumbled upon a treasure this time. He continued to wander around the small courtyard. Finding nothing else of note, Xu Antian turned and left the courtyard. He returned to the fork in the path and this time took the right-hand path. The path remained the same, a cobblestone lane, but the scene at its end had changed. No longer a stone courtyard. Instead, a vast circular pond lay before him, with a large slab of bluestone protruding from its center. The stone glowed with a faint sheen, markedly different from ordinary bluestone. Just as Xu Antian was examining it closely, a disturbance came from beneath the water. Almost immediately, Qingshan and Kenichi Izumi burst upward from beneath the surface, emerging mid-air. No sooner had they stabilized their positions than another commotion erupted beneath the surface. Xiangylan and Yunxian emerged one after the other. They appeared to be in terrible shape. Blood trickled from Xiangylan's mouth, her left arm dangling limply as if paralyzed. Yunxian's white robe at her chest was also stained with speckles of blood. "Ha ha ha. You 2 mere 1,000-ton realm cultivators think you can stop me? What a delusion." Qingshan roared with laughter, his mood utterly exhilarated. After months of scheming, today they had finally succeeded. Across from him, Xiangylan and Yunxian both wore grim expressions. Xu Antian stepped lightly to Yunxian's side and asked, "What's going on here?" The mountain spirit here was a stone demon that had cultivated into a spirit.
But later, for reasons unknown, it fell dormant here. And just now, Qing Shan and the other used a blood sacrifice ritual to awaken it once more.
Xuanling explained.
As they spoke, the green stones in the water pool suddenly began to tremble.
Splash!
The green stones rose vertically from the pool, revealing a colossal humanoid figure.
Is this the stone demon?
Xu Antian murmured, staring at the colossal creature towering hundreds of meters before him. Its entire body was composed of massive green stones, roughly humanoid in form, with what appeared to be a mountain on its back.
Who dares awaken me?
The stone demon opened its eyes, which gleamed like emerald gems, its voice booming deafeningly. 1,000 years ago, when spiritual energy dried up, it had no choice but to fall into slumber. Now, an outsider had disturbed his slumber, rousing him from his deep rest.
It was me, Qing Shan declared with a smile. Insolent!
You lowly insect, dare to look upon me, the stone demon roared in fury. The next instant, it raised its fist and swung it directly at Qing Shan. Qing Shan's face twisted into a cold smile. In the next instant, his hands formed seals as he unleashed a strike. A dense crimson mist suddenly surged from the stone demon's body, coalescing into chains. Clank! The chains tightened around its body, halting its raised fist. I've already placed a blood soul curse within you. I advise you to cooperate willingly. Otherwise, I'll extinguish your soul. Make you vanish completely. Qing Shan threatened. Roar! The stone demon roared in fury. 1,000 years ago, humans were merely his blood sustenance. Now, they dared to threaten him. How could he possibly tolerate this? In the next instant, it raised its other hand, grasping at the air diagonally above. He roared, seal. 1 second, 2 seconds. Nothing stirred in the air. Seal, the stone demon roared again. But still, nothing stirred. Where is my mountain spirit seal? Who has taken my mountain spirit seal? The stone demon realized he could no longer sense his own magical artifact. He had intended to use his own artifact to suppress the enemy before him. Xu Antian's face betrayed surprise. Could it be that the square seal in his hand was the mountain spirit seal? That would be quite the coincidence. Humph. Since you refuse to obey, don't blame me. Qing Shan snorted coldly. The next instant, he formed hand seals once more. More crimson chains appeared on the stone demon's body. The creature was now completely immobilized. We can't let him succeed, Xuanling warned. In a flash, the thunder spear shot through the air toward Qing Shan. Stay put. Kenichi Izumi stepped forward, parrying the thunder spear with his katana. Yun Ziyan followed suit, summoning the jade bottle once more to unleash a torrent of spirit water toward Qing Shan. Too late. Qing Shan sneered coldly. Then, a wisp of a spirit soul emerged from his crown, flickering and vanishing into the stone demon's skull. The stone demon's eyes shifted instantly. The look in its eyes became strikingly similar to Qing Shan's. Turning to Qing Shan, his eyes were tightly shut as his body plummeted directly into the water below. He intends to usurp the stone demon's body. Yun Ziyan warned. So what if you know? You're all going to die, the stone demon declared. But the voice that emerged was now Qing Shan's. The crimson chains binding his body vanished beneath the green stone. A massive stone arm slammed toward Yun Ziyan. Boom! A thunderous explosion echoed. The spiritual water swirling from the jade bottle shattered under the force of the fist. Yun Ziyan grunted, her body reeling backward uncontrollably. After regaining her footing, she couldn't help but spit out a mouthful of blood. Chapter 92, The Terrifying Body of the Mountain Spirit. As the stone demon raised its fist once more to strike Yun Ziyan, Xu Antian's body radiated celestial energy as he darted between them. His hand wielded the demon-slaying sword, striking out. A white glow erupted from the sword's tip, then exploded outward. Countless milky white sword energies slashed toward the stone demon's arm. Boom! 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 The sword chi struck as if against solid rock, unable to budge it an inch. Boom! The immense force slammed into the demon-slaying sword, sending Xu Antian flying backward. Put! Even mid-air, Xu Antian spat blood from his mouth. A single strike had wounded him. This stone demon's power was too overwhelming. Direct confrontation was utterly impossible. Had the heavenly gangs not weakened some of its force, this blow would have blown him to pieces. Seeing the stone demon charging again, he hesitated not a moment. He pulled a crimson pill from his robe and swallowed it. It was the exploding blood pill. Boom! The instant he swallowed it, the blood within his body began to surge. His heart pounded like a war drum. His strength surged exponentially. Boom! Yet even so, he was sent flying backward. This time, however, he didn't sustain any further injuries. He glanced over and saw the injured Xuanling was no match for Izumi Kenichi, getting completely overwhelmed. Xu Antian frowned. He produced 2 more pills and tossed one to Yun Ziyan and one to Xuanling. It can temporarily boost combat power, he explained. No need. Xuanling flatly refused. The next instant, the ethereal form of Jin reappeared upon his body. With each thrust of the thunder spear, a deafening clang echoed through the air.
He actually managed to overpower Kenichi Izumi. Xu Antian was astonished, not expecting the king of pressure to possess such countermeasures. Beside him, Yunzian didn't refuse. Instead, she swallowed the exploding blood pill. A blinding white light erupted from her body, completely obscuring her figure. An arcane aura emanated from her entire being. She formed another seal and unleashed her power. The water in the pond below surged skyward, coiling into a dozen massive water serpents. The water serpents twisted their bodies, coiling around the stone demon's legs. The immense force sent the stone demon staggering, nearly toppling it. But its reflexes were sharp. A massive green stone gathered beneath its feet, anchoring its twin horns firmly to the ground and steadying its form once more. Then, the stone demon pushed off with its feet. With a loud thud, the water snake's body snapped cleanly in two. It scattered once more, splashing back into the pool as water droplets. With the likes of you dare challenge me? Xing Shan sneered coldly. He raised his hand, grasping at the air, and the green stones on the ground surged upward, instantly coalescing into a massive green stone sword. The massive blade stretched a full 100 meters in length. It swung towards Xu Antian, aiming to cleave him in two. Xu Antian stepped forward to meet the attack head-on. He raised his demon-slaying sword to block, then immediately unleashed a Xian Qi storm slash. But the bluestone sword's power was too great. He could not withstand it. Just then, a white light descended upon him, enveloping his entire body. Boom! The green stone sword struck him. The white light held for an instant before exploding. The blade then struck the heavenly guardian. Xu Antian retreated swiftly, choosing not to endure the blow head-on. Yet even so, he was wounded once more. Just as he thought the stone demon would attack again, he suddenly noticed the green stone sword pause. It abruptly dispersed into fragments of stone that rained down. Its hands retracted, clutching its head as it let out a pained howl. The stone demon's soul remains, struggling against Xing Shan. This is our chance, Yunzian declared in a low voice. She summoned the sacred bottle, from which spiritual water shot forth. In midair, it coalesced into a massive spear of spiritual water. It lunged fiercely toward the stone demon's head. But at that very moment, the stone demon's struggle ceased as Xing Shan regained control. He raised his hand to shield his head. Boom! A deafening explosion echoed. The water spear pierced straight through his palm. A gaping hole appeared. But it had exhausted its power, exploding mid-air and scattering. Is that all you've got? Xing Shan sneered coldly. The surrounding green stone surged around his palm, instantly filling the hole in his palm and restoring it to its original state. Immediately, he swung his fist again. Xu Antian's expression grew grave. This stone demon's body was far too resilient. It could heal its wounds at an alarming rate. It was practically immortal. As the stone demon's fist closed in, he unfastened the demon binding rope from his waist and hurled it forward. The demon binding rope rapidly lengthened and thickened as it flew through the air. Like a serpent, it coiled around the stone demon's arm. Winding its way backward along the arm, it then coiled around the stone demon's neck. Then it tightened with force. Boom! The next second, the demon binding rope was stretched taut by immense force. The force from the stone demon's flailing arm transmitted through the binding rope to its own neck. Boom! The blue stone at the back of his neck cracked and his entire body was yanked off balance. He toppled forward. What the hell is this thing? Xing Shan's furious voice rang out. Even with his current immense strength, he couldn't break this crimson rope. Xu Antian offered no reply, seizing the moment to close in near the stone demon's head. He thrust the demon-slaying sword toward its crown. Clang! A faint clang echoed. Though the demon-slaying sword pierced the demon's crown, it only sank a dozen centimeters deep. Given the stone demon's massive frame, it likely hadn't even pierced the scalp a mere scratch. However, his spiritual energy carried in shattering force, clinging to the vicinity of the wound. Though the wound continued to heal, the pace was noticeably slowed. To kill a stone demon, attacking its physical form is futile, at least beyond my current power. Xu Antian mused, lightly stepping aside to evade the stone demon's incoming punch. The stone demon's physical form was too formidable. Even if it stood there letting them hack away, it would never be killed. We must target its soul, Xu Antian murmured. Xing Shan could control the stone demon's soul, proving its spiritual essence was not sufficiently potent. At this moment, Xing Shan's rage boiled over. Under the pull of the demon binding rope, his right hand was pressed tightly against his own neck, rendering him completely immobilized. He could only attack with his left hand, severely limiting his movements. Help me restrain the stone demon. Xu Antian turned to Yunzian behind him. Understood. Yunzian nodded, her complexion visibly turning pale. Casting powerful spells consecutively had taken a tremendous toll on her. She couldn't hold out much longer. She formed another seal and struck the water pool below. Hundreds of thick water tendrils emerged from the pool, coiling around the stone demon's legs and climbing up its waist to its still-moving left arm, temporarily restraining its movement. I can only hold on for 3 breaths at most. Yunzian spoke weakly. No sooner had the words left her lips than Xu Antian reappeared above the stone demon's head.
He drew a pitch-black object from his robe. It was the coffin nail he had recently obtained from the demon cultivators of the demon god sect. At the time, the demonic cultivator had used this nail to suppress the flying corpse. It must possess the power to suppress souls. At this point, he had no choice but to give it a try. Otherwise, once the effects of the blood rage pill wore off, they would all die. Boom! He raised his hand and drove the coffin nail into the crack he had just cleaved open atop the stone demon's head. The pitch-black coffin nail sank in completely. Chapter 93, Shattering the Stone Demon. The moment the coffin nail struck, the stone demon let out an agonized roar, its body erupting with countless crimson chains. "What are you doing? Stop it!" Xing Shan shouted angrily. Xu Antian's strike had pierced his soul, causing excruciating pain and suppressing his spiritual power. This caused the stone demon's soul to struggle once more. It showed signs of breaking free from the blood curse. It works! Seeing the changes on the stone demon, Xu Antian's face lit up with delight. Without a moment's hesitation, he raised his fist once more and struck out. He drove the coffin nail deeper into the demon's crown. The stone demon's struggles grew even more violent. "Damn it!" Xing Shan roared in fury. With no other choice, his soul flew out of the stone demon's body and re-entered his own. The instant he regained control of his body, he summoned his flying sword and slashed fiercely at Xu Antian. "Watch out!" Yun Xian cried out in warning. All her energy was focused on controlling the stone demon. She was utterly powerless to intervene. The flying sword was about to cleave through Xu Antian's body. At that very moment, Xu Antian pulled a talisman from his robe and slammed it against his chest. The talisman exploded, transforming into a golden light shield that enveloped Xu Antian. Boom! A dull thud. The flying sword struck the barrier and was immediately deflected away. He had used a Vajra talisman, capable of withstanding 3 attacks below the 5th level of the Sha Gang realm. Clearly, Xing Shan's cultivation hadn't surpassed the 5th tier of the Sha Gang realm. The Vajra talisman remained unbroken. Xu Antian seized the opportunity to deliver another punch. The coffin nail continued to drill deep into the stone demon's spiritual core. Roar! The stone demon let out a pained roar, its crimson chains straining taut, as if they might snap at any moment. Fear gripped the stone demon's heart. He sensed the breath of death. But his soul was suppressed and controlled by the blood soul curse, rendering his full power utterly useless. The coffin nails exerted immense suppression on his soul. It made his soul grow even weaker. It was on the verge of sinking back into slumber. Boom! Xing Shan swung his sword once more, striking the Vajra talisman. But it still proved useless. Boom! 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 Xu Antian unleashed punch after punch. The crater beneath his feet grew larger and larger. Finally, he plunged straight into it. Boom! Another thunderous explosion erupted as Xing Shan soared overhead, swinging his sword down at Xu Antian. The Vajra talisman on Xu Antian's body dissipated after withstanding 3 attacks. Just as Xing Shan was about to strike again, Xu Antian's feet lost their footing and his entire body plummeted into a void. This is the stone demon's mind. Xu Antian scanned the scene, his brow furrowing. His gaze finally settled on the center of the void, a glowing orb bound by countless crimson chains. His eyes lit up. With a swift leap, he shot upward. His palm, armed with a coffin nail, thrust ruthlessly toward the orb. No! Xing Shan, who had just burrowed in, roared in fury at the sight. His sword slashed toward Xu Antian once more. Clang! Xu Antian summoned his demon-slaying sword to block. But it was instantly knocked flying. Xing Shan's sword, momentarily halted, continued its thrust toward Xu Antian. Xu Antian's face contorted in fury. He pulled a blood-boiling pill from his robe and swallowed it. Boom! Boom! The blood within his body surged like a raging dragon. Boom! His skin burst open, spilling copious amounts of blood, instantly transforming him into a blood-soaked figure. Get lost! Xu Antian erupted in golden light, sending the flying sword flying with a single punch. Put! But the sword's immense force caused him to spit blood once more. He used the recoil to step back, driving the coffin nail directly into the sphere. Put! A dull thud echoed. The coffin nail sank in completely, and a wretched, furious roar erupted from within the sphere. Yet it still did not die. Xu Antian frowned, pulled out the nail, and stabbed again. Thud! 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 He stabbed it over a dozen times in quick succession, finally delivering the last blow. The sphere exploded. The crimson chains surrounding it dissipated one after another. But before he could celebrate, the utterly enraged Xing Shan swung his sword again. Boom! He blocked with the demon-slaying sword, relying on the power granted by the blood explosion pills to avoid being instantly slain. Yet his own strength was rapidly and steadily waning. The side effects of the exploding blood pills were about to kick in. Just then, a bulky figure emerged from the hollow above. Get out of here! Zhang Herong roared with fury at the scene before him. He struck out with a palm, sending Xing Shan flying backward. Then he snatched Xu Antian away. Seeing the injuries covering Xu Antian's body, his brows furrowed tightly.
Can you hold on?
Zhang Herong pulled a pill from his robe and shoved it into Xu Antian's mouth.
I won't die.
Xu Antian grimaced, feeling every muscle and bone in his body twitching in excruciating pain. Zhang Herong planted his foot, bursting out from within the stone demon's skull and emerging outside.
Xu Antian scanned the surroundings and spotted Song Xianqing and Sun He. Besides them, there was also the two-headed freak he'd seen last time.
How did you get up here? Xu Antian felt considerably less weak after swallowing the pill, but his body remained largely immobile. Just minutes ago, the pressure on Mountain God Peak vanished suddenly, so he came up.
Zhang Herong explained. Xu Antian nodded thoughtfully.
He suspected it was related to his retrieval of that square seal.
Leave this matter to me.
You just rest. Zhang Herong handed Xu Antian over to Yun Zian behind him.
Keep an eye on him.
Beside Yun Zian lay Xiangyuan, now limp and exhausted. Of the three, only Yun Zian remained relatively intact. Zhang Herong planted his foot firmly and charged straight toward Green Mountain. In an instant, he was locked in combat with the creature. Meanwhile, Song Xianqing charged toward the two-headed monster. Finally, after casting one last glance at his own sacred maiden, Sun He's eyes flashed with a hint of ruthlessness.
He turned and charged toward Izumi Kenichi. 5 humans and 1 demon clashed once more. You're pretty strong. You could be my friend. What's your name? Xiangyuan looked weakly at Xu Antian. They were both in such a mess, yet Xiangyuan was still putting on airs. Xu Antian couldn't be bothered to respond. He simply turned his head away. He turned his gaze inward toward the 8 trigrams alchemy furnace. A spherical figure had appeared within the furnace, none other than the stone demon. Xu Antian grinned. Such a tremendous sacrifice had yielded immense rewards. A stone demon this powerful, the elixirs it refined must possess extraordinary potency. He was immensely eager to see the elixir after the stone demon's refinement.
But based on past refinement patterns, it would likely require more time to fully refine. There was no point in rushing it. He glanced over at the other battlefield. He observed that, overall, their side held the upper hand. As time passed, this advantage only grew larger.
Ultimately, Izumi Kenichi was slain.
Aoyama, his arm severed, fled alongside the two-headed giant. Zhang Herong and Song Xianqing gave chase together. Sun He remained behind to tend to Xu Antian and the others. After another period, Wang He, Wu Lei, and other investigators from Unit 749 reached the summit. They carried away Xu Antian and Xiangyuan. By this point, Xu Antian could no longer hold on and passed out. Chapter 94, Tong Jingshu's Disappearance Bonus Chapter for Reader 272. When he regained consciousness, he found himself lying in a hospital bed. His body was covered in tubes. Even the slightest movement of his fingers sent waves of pain shooting through his entire arm.
Captain Wang.
He's awake, exclaimed a medical staff member nearby, her voice filled with surprise and delight. Wang He immediately hurried over.
You're finally awake.
Otherwise, I wouldn't have known how to explain this to the chief when he returned, Wang He said, a hint of exhaustion visible on his face.
Captain Wang, what's my condition now?
Xu Antian asked, his voice hoarse and dry, as if blades were scraping his throat. You've been unconscious for 5 days since returning from the Xing'an Mountains, Wang He said solemnly. Whatever potential unleashing pill you took caused most of your blood vessels to rupture.
Your chi channels were also compromised, creating leaks. Xu Antian's condition had been critical at the time.
Only with the help of the base's medic after his return had his injuries been stabilized. Now that Xu Antian had regained consciousness, he was finally out of danger. However, according to the medic, Xu Antian had depleted a significant portion of his foundational energy reserves during this ordeal. Whether he could fully recover to his former state remained uncertain.
Has it been 5 days already? Xu Antian frowned.
He hadn't realized his injuries this time were so severe.
Brother Wang, when can I leave this place? Your injuries are severe.
Whether you can leave depends on your recovery progress, Wang He said solemnly.
Just focus on healing here. If you need anything else, just let me know. Nothing urgent, really.
Where's the director?
Xu Antian inquired. The chief is still pursuing the demonic cultivators of the demon god sect. He's out on a mission and hasn't returned yet. But if he knew you'd woken up, he'd be overjoyed. Xu Antian nodded lightly.
Merely uttering those words left him utterly exhausted. Moments later, he drifted back to sleep. When he awoke again, he found the pain in his body had lessened considerably. But full recovery would still take time.
He picked up the phone by his bedside, intending to contact Tong Jingshu.
He didn't want her to worry if she didn't hear from him. Upon opening the messaging app, a flood of notifications appeared. Messages from Mayushi, Tanya, and Shinshuiwa. Most were inquiries about his condition.
He didn't reply immediately, instead searching for Tong Jingshu.
He discovered her latest message to him was actually from 3 days ago.
Save me. Just 2 words. Xu Antian's heart immediately leaped into his throat.
Tong Jingshu was in danger.
No, I have to find Xiao Shu.
Xu Antian struggled to get up.
But his injuries were too severe, he couldn't even stand. Suddenly, he turned his inner vision to the 8 trigrams demon refining furnace. Inside, the stone demon's transformed sphere continued its refinement. The grass spirit, however, had vanished, replaced by a green pill. Pure Yang Vitality Pill, upon consumption, absorbs vast amounts of vital energy to rapidly repair injuries, eliminate latent damage, and restore the body to peak condition. With a thought, the Pure Yang Vitality Pill instantly materialized in Xu Antian's hand. He shoved it straight into his mouth and swallowed it. The moment it touched his tongue, potent vitality surged through his entire being. His shattered flesh and blood rapidly regenerated at a visible pace. Scabs on his wounds fell away, revealing intact skin beneath. Within his body, the ruptures in his chi channels were mended, restored to their original state. Within mere minutes, Xu Antian's injuries had completely healed. His condition was even better than before he had been injured. He pulled out the tubes attached to his body and got out of bed. "Why are you getting up? Lie back down immediately." A young nurse hurried over, attempting to stop Xu Antian. Xu Antian raised his hand and gently pushed her aside. "I'm fine now." With that, he pushed off with his feet and sped out of the medical room. But just as he stepped into the elevator, Wang He received the news. As soon as Xu Antian exited the base, he saw Wang He waiting for him at the entrance. "Brother Wang, I have important business to attend to. Besides, I'm genuinely fine now," Xu Antian stated earnestly. "Whatever it is, I'll handle it." "You go back and rest," Wang He urged. Xu Antian had lost consciousness multiple times. How could he possibly recover so quickly? If the director found out he hadn't kept a close eye on Xu Antian, he'd be in serious trouble. Therefore, he absolutely couldn't let Xu Antian leave. "Xiao Shu is missing. I need to go to Harbin to find her. I don't trust anyone else to go." Xu Antian shook his head. "Tong Gingshu is missing?" Wang He frowned. He then said, "You go back and rest. I'll have our colleagues in Harbin investigate this immediately." "Brother Wang, I told you I have to go myself," Xu Antian insisted. Though others could investigate, he couldn't shake the unease in his heart. With that, he strode toward Wang He, ready to leave the base. "I said you can't go." The moment Xu Antian drew near, Wang He struck. His fist slammed toward Xu Antian, aiming to subdue him and bring him back to the base. Thud! A dull thud echoed. Xu Antian effortlessly caught Wang He's fist. "Brother Wang, I'm sorry." The next instant, he raised his other fist and slammed it into Wang He's midsection. Wang He raised his palm to block. But a powerful force surged through his palm into his body, sending him reeling backward uncontrollably. He stumbled back over a dozen steps before finally absorbing the force. When he looked back at Xu Antian, the latter was already soaring through the air. Has that kid really recovered? Wang He's face betrayed a mix of shock and disbelief. Moments later, he pulled out his phone and dialed. An investigator named Tong Jingshu has gone missing at headquarters. Contact Xu Antian and provide full cooperation with his actions. Yes, Team Leader Wang. Xu Antian activated his rapid transport and sped toward Harbin. After roughly 2 hours, he finally arrived in Harbin. Another half-hour later, he arrived at the Tong family estate. Tong Jingshu had come home to see his family, so his first stop would naturally be the Tong residence. He descended from the sky and pushed open the villa's main gate. With his current strength, pushing open a door was as easy as pushing open a wall. Stepping inside the villa, he immediately spotted Tong Lan sitting on the living room sofa. Dozens of empty beer cans were scattered before him. He looked like he was nursing a hangover. Xu Antian frowned, approached her, and shook her awake. "Where's your sister?" "Brother-in-law?" The moment she recognized Xu Antian, Tong Lan's mind cleared instantly. "Brother-in-law, you finally came." Tong Lan threw her arms around Xu Antian's waist and burst into tears. Seeing Tong Lan so distraught, Xu Antian realized Tong Jingshu might be in danger. And urgently demanded, "Tell me what happened." "My sister and the old man were taken away by the people who came back with my mom." Tears streamed from Tong Lan's eyes. After all, she was just a high school student with limited resilience. These past few days, she'd been holding on by sheer willpower. Seeing Xu Antian, her pillar of strength, appear finally broke her resolve. Smack! Xu Antian raised his hand and slapped Tong Lan hard on the back of her head. Frowning, he snapped, "Stop crying. Hold it in, then tell me exactly what happened." Chapter 95, Octagon Group Extra Chapter for Redemption. Tong Lan was stunned by Xu Antian's slap. She thought, "I'm already so heartbroken, why hit me too?" Yet that slap also helped steady her emotions slightly. She looked at Xu Antian, paused in thought, then spoke. "Brother-in-law, you must save my sister and the others. Everything was fine after my mother returned. Our family was happy together, and my sister was joyful too. But 3 days ago, my mother suddenly got into a huge fight with my father. That night, the 2 people who came back with mother forcibly took father and the others away, leaving only me behind. Mother forbade me from calling the police, saying it would endanger my sister and the others." Tong Lan sobbed as he recounted the events. For a high school student like him, this blow was truly devastating. Do you know where they were taken?
Xu Antian frowned as he asked. It seemed Xiao Shu had merely been taken away and had his freedom restricted. He should be safe for now.
I don't know. Tong Lan shook his head. I understand the situation.
I'll find your sister, Xu Antian nodded. He glanced at his phone, which showed several missed calls.
And one text message.
It was from the district chief of Harbin's fixed patrol zone.
He dialed back. Is this Investigator Su?
A middle-aged man's voice came through the line.
This is he.
I'm Zhang Buping, head of Harbin's fixed patrol district.
Captain Wang asked me to contact you.
Our bureau's colleagues have already pinpointed the location of Tong Jingshu's phone.
I'm here right now.
Where?
138 Longshan Avenue, Longshan District. I'll be right there. Xu Antian hung up the phone. Stay put at home.
Xu Antian instructed Tong Lan before stepping out of the villa and racing toward the address provided by Zhang Buping. He accelerated to top speed, reaching the location in just over 10 minutes. By then, police tape had already been stretched across the ground.
Xu Antian landed and looked at the dozen or so investigators before him. Agent Su?
A middle-aged man with a kind, weathered face looked at Xu Antian and tentatively spoke up.
That's me. Hello, I'm Zhang Buping.
I'm in charge of this case.
I've already investigated the situation here.
3 days ago, a car drove through this area. The phone was thrown out of the vehicle and fell into the sewer. The occupants' appearances were captured on camera.
The Bureau is currently running the footage through Eagle Eye to match against suspects.
Additionally, I've notified some local kingpins. They'll do everything they can to help find those people. As long as they're still in Harbin, I will find them. Zhang Buping looked at Xu Antian and solemnly relayed the current situation. Captain Wang had pledged full cooperation with Xu Antian, and he had indeed done everything in his power.
He'd done everything conceivable. Thank you for your hard work, District Chief Zhang. Xu Antian said politely.
In such a short time, Zhang Buping had accomplished so much it was truly remarkable. He took Tong Jingshu's phone from an investigator standing nearby.
The phone was completely shattered and waterlogged, rendering it inoperable.
Stuffing the phone into his pocket, Xu Antian stood still, waiting quietly for news.
Harbin was too vast. Finding Tong Jingshu on his own was simply impossible.
Now, all he could do was wait for updates from headquarters. Zhang Buping observed Xu Antian from the side. As the district chief, he had heard of Xu Antian. Xu Antian was a freshman at 749 University, gifted with considerable talent and likely possessing the Lian My Realm cultivation level. He had closed several major cases in his city and earned the moniker Silver Sword Azura. After team leader Wang's call, he personally reviewed Xu Antian's file.
But the information he could access was limited.
Xu Antian's detailed records required approval from the bureau chief to view, indicating a high level of confidentiality. This made him realize Xu Antian was likely more than he appeared. Zhang Buping had risen to his current position through two key factors: his formidable personal strength and his sharp wit, which allowed him to befriend anyone. In Harbin, there was no one who wouldn't give Zhang Buping face.
Xu Antian clearly fit the bill as a friend worth cultivating. After waiting about half an hour, Zhang Buping's phone suddenly vibrated. After answering, he listened to a few words before hanging up. We have news. Zhang Buping looked at Xu Antian, his face lighting up with joy. Where is he? Xu Antian's expression shifted as he urgently inquired. Bafang Tower. That's the headquarters of Bafang Group. I'll take you there. Zhang Buping answered while instructing his men to drive over. All right. Xu Antian nodded. The two got into the car and sped toward the Octagon building. During the drive, Xu Antian learned about the background of the Octagon Group from Zhang Buping. Bafang Group was a foreign-funded joint venture with diverse entertainment businesses across Harbin. KTVs, bars, nightclubs, hotels, all bore the group's influence, with combined assets exceeding 100 billion yuan. I'm on good terms with the chairman of the Bafang Group. I'll talk to them shortly. As long as the person is still in the Bafang building, nothing will happen. Zhang Buping said with a smile. Though the Bafang Group was powerful, the truth remained, in Harbin, no one would dare disregard Zhang Buping's authority. Seeing Zhang Buping's confident assurance, coupled with the favorable impression he'd made initially, Xu Antian nodded. Then we'll trouble District Chief Zhang. Heh, what's the trouble in that? We both work at 749, and Captain Wang and I have a very good relationship, Zhang Buping smiled amiably. As long as he handled this matter well, Xu Antian would owe him a favor. When the day came that he needed Xu Antian's assistance, he was sure Xu would help. Through such exchanges, a bond of friendship would naturally form. Xu Antian gave a slight nod and said nothing more. Moments later, the car pulled up outside the entrance of the Bafang building. Zhang Buping and Xu Antian, along with a dozen investigators, entered the building. At the entrance, a middle-aged man in a suit spotted Zhang Buping and immediately approached with his entourage. District Chief Zhang, it's such a small matter, no need for you to make the trip personally. Tong Jingshu and her family are merely guests here. They're staying comfortably upstairs right now, the man said with obsequious politeness. By who, you know what kind of person I am. No need for further discussion. I need to see them immediately, Zhang Buping said flatly, his expression unyielding. Bai Hu's expression stiffened, his smile fading slightly. He murmured, "What do you mean by that, District Chief Zhang? Do you not trust me?" "Of course I trust you, but some things I need to see for myself." Zhang Buping wasn't about to be fobbed off by Bai Hu's words. The smile vanished from Bai Hu's face, only to reappear moments later. "Since District Chief Zhang wishes to see for himself, let's go upstairs." With that, he led Zhang Buping and his entourage into the elevator. Chapter 96, Face Isn't Given by Others. A smile played on Zhang Buping's face, his satisfaction evident. He had pulled strings for Octagon Group on numerous occasions, and their relationship was fairly solid. If it were anyone else, they wouldn't have been granted such easy access to the upper floors. Soon, they reached the top floor of the building. Following Bai Hu, they approached a room door. Bai Hu stood at the doorway and called softly inside, "Ms. Elisa, District Chief Zhang from Bureau 749 is here to see you." The door swung open from the inside, revealing the scene beyond. A tall, young woman with distinctly Western features stood in the doorway. She had long golden hair, an exceptionally fair complexion, and strikingly red lips. She wore a black and red halter top, and beneath her flat abdomen was a pair of black briefs. The silhouette accentuated the firm curve of her hips. Such a revealing display caused all the present 749 investigators to frown, some even averting their gaze. "What is it?" Elisa asked in a seductive tone. Zhang Buping remained unflappable, speaking softly, "We apologize for disturbing your rest, but one of our bureau's investigators is missing. We need to enter to confirm whether Tong Jingshu is here." "Oh? Are you looking for Jingshu? She and old Tong are both inside. Our family of 3 is just resting here. You may come in if you wish to see them, but please keep it brief." A look of surprise flashed across Eliza's face as she lightly covered her lips before stepping aside. Xu Antian stepped forward, entering the room first. His gaze immediately fell upon Tong Jingshu and old Tong seated on chairs beside the bed. The moment he saw Tong Jingshu, Xu Antian instinctively furrowed his brow. Though Tong Jingshu appeared normal, her face showed little emotional reaction upon seeing him. "Why are you here?" Tong Jingshu asked in a flat tone. "I came to rescue you." Xu Antian's frown deepened. It was Tong Jingshu who had sent him the message, yet now she acted as if she had forgotten everything, as if she knew nothing. "I'm fine. Just vacationing here with my parents." Tong Jingshu shook her head. "Also, there's something I intended to tell you after returning home, but since you're here, I'll say it now." Tong Jingshu paused. She bit her lip tightly. "We might not be right for each other. Let's break up." "What are you talking about?" Xu Antian's eyes widened. This wasn't something Tong Jingshu would ever say. He even suspected whether another soul had taken up residence in Tong Jingshu's mind. But the aura emanating from the Tong Jingshu before him was undeniably real. There was no trace of any ghostly presence clinging to her. "Heh, you must be Jingshu's boyfriend. I've heard about you. Jingshu might have liked you before, but you know how kids your age are, their feelings are always changing." Elisa glanced at Xu Antian and chuckled softly. Xu Antian whipped around, his gaze locking onto Elisa. He had no idea what had happened to Tong Jingshu these past few days. But he knew one thing for certain, Xiao Shu would never be the one to break up with him. And Xiao Shu's state was clearly off. Otherwise, she wouldn't have sent him that life-saving message. "I know this might be hard for you to accept right now, and I sympathize with you. It's getting late. Go home and think it over. Our family needs to rest." Elisa comforted Xu Antian, though her tone carried a hint of dismissal. Xu Antian stood rooted to the spot, his feet refusing to budge. Outside the door, Bai Hu witnessed this scene and wore an expression of displeasure. He spoke up, "District Chief Zhang, I gave you face by personally bringing you here to see the person. Now you've seen them. Ms. Elisa is a crucial client for our group's collaboration. Please refrain from further disturbance, or I'll find myself in a difficult position." This. Zhang Buping's eyes flickered with hesitation. They had originally believed Tong Jingshu was missing, which was why they came searching. Now that she had been found and appeared unharmed, staying any longer would indeed be difficult to justify. Xiao Shu is with Unit 749. The Bureau needs her to return immediately. Just as Zhang Buping hesitated, Xu Antian spoke up. I forgot to mention Jingshu and her father have decided to return to the United States with me. They'll submit their application to leave Unit 749 in a few days," Eliza replied with a light chuckle. Xu Antian frowned and turned to Zhang Buping. "District Chief Zhang, I absolutely must take her with me. The situation was too suspicious, he wouldn't leave so easily." Zhang Buping gritted his teeth inwardly and turned to Bai Hu. "We'll take the person away first. I'll discuss this matter with your chairman later." Bai Hu's expression instantly turned cold. He sneered coldly, "District Chief Zhang, I've already given you ample face. Taking this person away now would only make me look bad in front of the chairman. And even if the chairman were here, he wouldn't let you take Ms. Eliza's family away. Don't forget, the chairman once did you a tremendous favor." A flash of fury crossed Zhang Buping's eyes by who actually dared to threaten him. Xu Antian witnessed everything unfold before him.
He sighed softly within, then stepped before Zhang Buping. He spoke calmly, District Chief Zhang, thank you for your assistance today.
I'll handle the rest.
Furthermore, I believe respect is not something granted by others. With that, he drew the demon-slaying sword from his waist and pressed it against Bai Hu's throat.
May I take him away?
Bai Hu's face twisted with contempt. He sneered coldly, even if you're from Unit 749, you can't just kill people willy-nilly.
If you've got the guts, kill me right now. Threats won't work on me. Do you think I, Bai Hu, am easily intimidated? Splash! Xu Antian tightened his grip and the demon-slaying sword sliced cleanly through Bai Hu's neck.
Bai Hu's head flew off, his face frozen in disbelief.
You, how could you?
His eyes widened as blood spilled from his mouth, choking off the rest of his words.
Thud!
His head hit the ground, eyes wide open in death.
Now, can I take the person away? Xu Antian turned to the remaining men.
Behind Bai Hu's corpse, a dozen figures exchanged glances before silently retreating. Zhang Buping sighed with a headache-inducing wry smile. Though he too felt some anger, it hadn't reached the point of wanting to kill Bai Hu. That kid Xu Antian was far too eager to kill. Silver Sword Azura, the title certainly suits him well. Zhang Buping murmured inwardly. Behind him, the group of 749 investigators also wore expressions of astonishment. They hadn't expected this base investigator to decapitate someone without a second thought.
See? Now they're all giving me face.
Xu Antian turned, flashing a grin. He carried the blood-stained sword as he stepped back into the room. Grabbing Tong Jingshu's hand, he headed toward the door. Tong Jingshu, her hand gripped tightly, trembled all over, tears welling in her eyes. She sobbed, "Why won't you leave?"
"Because I know you'd never say goodbye to me." Tong Jingshu suddenly embraced Xu Antian from behind.
Her warm tears soaked through the fabric of his back.
Chapter 97, The Succubus Clan? "Hey, be careful there, don't let your snot drip out," Xu Antian teased. Snort! Tong Jingshu burst into laughter at Xu Antian's joke. But then she cried even harder. At a time like this, Xu Antian was still trying to cheer her up. Just as she was about to explain the whole situation to Xu Antian, Tong Hai suddenly leapt from his chair and shouted, "Xiao Tian, take Xiao Shu away from here. The succubi have arrived in force and want to take her." "Heh, I was originally going to let you leave," Elisa suddenly laughed aloud. "But since you're choosing to court death yourselves, don't blame me." Her gaze turned cold as she fixed it on Tong Jingshu. "Jingshu, I gave you a chance. Too bad you didn't appreciate it. You belong to our succubus clan. What's so bad about returning to your own kind? Why can't you understand this?" Elisa murmured softly. The next moment, her pupils transformed, a crimson heart replaced her entire iris. Elisa turned to face Zhang Buping and the others. The moment their gazes met, Zhang Buping, who had been about to act, froze instantly. The light in his eyes gradually faded. He stood frozen in place, like a mummy. District Chief, an investigator behind her, shouted, trying to rouse Zhang Buping. Others charged toward Elisa, weapons drawn. Boom! At that moment, the door to the adjacent room burst open from the inside. 7 or 8 tall, slender women, each with a different face, yet all possessing an equally captivating figure and allure, rushed out. But in the next instant, their features transformed. Jet-black curved horns sprouted from their heads, their fair skin turned a deeper pink, and 4 fangs emerged from the corners of their mouths. Their ample bosoms swelled even fuller, tearing through their clothing. A whip-like tail, black as ink and tipped with a triangular spike, emerged from their backs. Sharp, slender claws sprouted from their hands. They charged swiftly toward the 749 investigators. Instantly, they gained the upper hand. Several investigators were caught off guard and sustained injuries. Among these succubi, one maintained human form. A crimson heart pattern appeared within its pupils as it fixed its gaze on Xu Antian. Xu Antian instinctively tried to look away. But that gaze seemed omnipresent, rapidly magnifying before his eyes. Until his mind was completely consumed by the crimson hearts. "Get out!" Xu Antian roared in his mind. His soul radiated an intense blue light, shattering the crimson heart into oblivion. "Ah!" The succubus opposite him screamed in agony, clutching her head as she collapsed to the ground. His senses snapped back. He raised the demon-slaying sword with a violent jerk, swinging it toward Eliza's throat. Whether she was Xiao Shu's mother or not, a mother like this was better off without. "Impossible!" Eliza cried in terror, darting out of the room. A strand of golden hair slipped from beside her neck. Elisa was overcome with dread. Had her reaction been even a fraction slower, she would have died. Then, a surge of fury erupted within her. She had nearly been killed by a child. "You're asking for death." A sharp, cone-shaped tail shot out from behind Eliza, striking toward Xu Antian as he charged at her. "You talk too much," Xu Antian remarked indifferently. A faint golden light flared around his body as his palm abruptly seized Eliza's tail. His palm clamped down like iron tongs, pinning her tail in place. He yanked with all his might. Elisa felt immense force surge through her tail, propelling her body uncontrollably toward Xu Antian. She extended her hand, sharp claws emerging, and swiftly slashed toward Xu Antian's neck. Thud! Her claws struck Xu Antian's armored gauntlet, producing a dull thud. A look of shock flashed across Elisa's face. She couldn't even break through Xu Antian's defenses. Boom! Xu Antian lifted his foot and delivered an upward kick, striking Elisa squarely in the abdomen. The immense force sent her flying into the air, smashing through the ceiling. Blood spilled from her mouth as she stared at Xu Antian as if he were a monster. Before she could react further, Xu Antian's sword was already at her throat. Xiao Tian, spare her life! Tong Hai shouted urgently from below. Xu Antian frowned, switching his blade to the flat of the sword. With a thud, he knocked Elisa unconscious. At the doorway, Zhang Buping, who had just regained his senses, watched Xu Antian subdue Elisa and felt a jolt of shock. He had unwittingly fallen victim to Elisa's mental enchantment. He never expected Xu Antian to save him. Xu Antian paid no attention to Elisa. With a swift leap, he charged toward the door. He flung the demon-slaying sword into the air. The demon-slaying sword transformed into a slender silver thread, flashing through the crowd of succubi one by one. Puff! 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 A series of sharp sounds echoed. By the time the demon-slaying sword returned to Xu Antian's grasp, all the succubi's bodies had frozen in place. Immediately afterward, crimson lines appeared near their necks. Their heads rolled to the floor with a thud. The entire corridor was splattered with blood. Xu Antian turned, lifted the unconscious Eliza from the room, then looked at Tong Jingshu and his daughter with a smile. Let's go. Tong Hai looked at his future son-in-law. Then he glanced at the corridor, which looked as if it had been washed in blood, and his heart trembled. He stared at the handsome young man, wondering how he could be so ruthless. The succubi's heads had all been severed. If he hadn't shouted in time, Xu Antian would have chopped off his own mother-in-law. District Chief Shang, I'll be leaving now. Is it all right to leave this to you? Xu Antian murmured softly as he passed by Zhang Buping. No problem. Wang, he escort brother Xu out first. Zhang Buping, sensing the aura emanating from Xu Antian, hurriedly nodded. Yes, director. The investigator, who had been called by name, immediately responded and led Xu Antian and the others downstairs. Watching Xu Antian's retreating figure, Zhang Buping wiped the sweat from his forehead. He muttered to himself, is this how young people are nowadays? Ready to fight at the drop of a hat. He was now more accustomed to talking. But after glancing at Baihu's head on the ground, Zhang Buping's expression instantly turned cold. He hadn't laid a hand on anyone in years, and it seemed some in Harbin had forgotten just how ruthless he used to be. As it turned out, these local thugs in Harbin needed a good smackdown every now and then. Being too lenient with them only encourages them to push their luck. Xu Antian and the others got into the car and headed back toward the Tong family estate. On the way, Xu Antian asked Tong Jingshu for an explanation. Let me explain. Tong Hai cut Tong Jingshu off, his eyes glazing over with nostalgia. Over a decade ago, I was pursuing my master's at Harbin Institute of Technology when I met Eliza, who was studying abroad. She was generous, kind-hearted, and cheerful. We quickly became close and confirmed our romantic relationship. Xu Antian raised an eyebrow, thinking to himself, father-in-law, if you're into that, just say so. Where was Elisa kind? Open-minded was more like it. Over the next 3 years, Eliza gave birth to Xiao Shu and Xiaolan. After completing her studies, she returned to the United States. Everything was fine at first. Elisa would return every few years to visit Xiao Shu and Xiaolan. But when she returned this year, upon learning Xiao Shu had become a qi cultivator and detecting the awakening of succubus bloodlines within him, she completely changed. Chapter 98, the Big Scoop bonus chapter for Reader 272. Xu Antian listened patiently, not interrupting. He thought to himself that his father-in-law had certainly enjoyed his youth. Elisa told me about her succubus identity. She insisted that Xiao Shu, bearing succubus blood, must return to the succubus clan in the United States. We had a huge argument over it. It was then that I learned the truth that everything, absolutely everything, was part of a colossal conspiracy. As he spoke, anger flared in Tong Hai's eyes. To propagate their lineage, the succubi clan sends pure-blooded members disguised as humans into human society to seek suitable seeds for sowing, thereby producing offspring. Once these offspring naturally awaken their bloodline, the clan snatches them back to bolster their numbers. Xu Antian's eyes widened in astonishment. He never imagined the entire affair could be so mind-blowing. Uncle Tong, then why did they capture you? A flicker of unease crossed Tong Hai's face. Not all human seed is effective for succubi. They captured me to use me as a seed bank. Mind-blowing. Absolutely mind-blowing. Xu Antian was utterly speechless. These succubi sure know how to play. But then a nagging question surfaced in his mind. Uncle Tong, that doesn't make sense. Why didn't they just find someone locally in the United States? Why did they have to come all the way here? Tong Hai shook his head. I don't know much, but apparently our bloodline is stronger. Xu Antian hadn't considered that possibility, and nodded in response. He turned his gaze back to Tong Jingshu and asked, Xiao Shu, why didn't you tell me the truth earlier? Did you want to go to the United States yourself? No. Tong Jingshu's emotions had steadied by now. It's.
Hesitation and shyness flickered in her eyes.
What is it? Xu Antian's curiosity deepened.
Tong Jingshu bit her lip, leaned close to Xu Antian's ear, and whispered, "First, I didn't want you to face danger and be killed by my mother.
Second,
Mother said that after succubi reach adulthood, their desires grow stronger and stronger.
moreover, their cultivation requires that method.
If I were with you, I would harm you, shorten your lifespan, and diminish your natural talents."
Xu Antian froze.
Your mom's full of it.
I'm not some ordinary guy like your dad.
You know how powerful I am.
Stop it.
Tong Jingshu's cheeks flushed crimson all the way to her ears.
So embarrassing.
Tong Jingshu lowered her head, unable to meet Xu Antian's gaze.
The investigator surnamed Wang driving up front wore a look of helpless resignation.
He thought of his own daughter, who spent all her time hanging out with that punk. How strikingly similar to Tong Jingshu. Moments later, the car came to a stop, successfully arriving at the Tong family estate.
You've worked hard. We won't need you here for now. You can head back first. Xu Antian instructed the investigator surnamed Wang.
Understood.
The investigator nodded and drove away.
Xu Antian carried Eliza in one arm and supported Tong Jingshu with the other as they entered the villa. Tong Lan, the youngster with bloodshot eyes, heard the commotion at the door and immediately rushed out. He threw his arms around Xu Antian's waist, sniffling, "Brother-in-law, thank goodness you're here.
Otherwise, I'd be an orphan."
Tong Hai, who had been watching his son's pitiful state, felt a flicker of satisfaction.
Thinking Tong Lan had finally grown up. But what nonsense was this kid spouting? Orphan? He was practically cursing him to death. Lan, what kind of sight is this, crying and sniveling?
You have no composure at all, Tong Hai scolded. Tong Lan shrugged it off, muttering, "You cried too the day mother forcibly took you all away."
What did you say? Tong Hai's eyes widened in fury. Tong Lan shrank back, no longer daring to speak out of turn. The group entered the room and sat down on the sofa.
Xu Antian glanced at the unconscious Elisa beside him, his brow furrowing as he asked, "Elisa came here with ulterior motives from the start.
Her intentions weren't pure. What's your plan for dealing with her?"
Tong Jingshu kept her head bowed.
"I don't know.
Even though she's terrible, she still gave birth to me."
Tong Hai nodded. Xiaoshu is right.
Even though Alicia is wicked and had ulterior motives from the start, she is still Xiaoshu and the other's mother.
Father, in my eyes, only you and my sister are my family. I never had a mother growing up. Eliza only showed up every few years. She didn't even care for me as much as our nanny did." Tong Lan suddenly spoke with solemn seriousness. Her face was filled with earnestness.
All his classmates had mothers, yet despite having one himself, it felt as though he had none. She only returned when she occasionally remembered him. And he felt not a shred of affection from Eliza. He refused to acknowledge this woman as his mother. Tong Hai frowned, but this time, unusually, he didn't scold Tong Lan.
Because Tong Lan was telling the truth. "Xiaotian, your Unit 749 has its own rules. Follow them as you see fit.
I only ask that you spare her life if possible," Tong Hai finally sighed. In that moment, he seemed to age several years.
Tong Jingshu kept his head bowed, saying nothing. Xu Antian nodded. "I understand."
He understood the emotions of Tong Hai and the others. Then he turned to Tong Jingshu. "Xiaoshu, do you want to stay home for a few more days?" Tong Jingshu shook her head.
"No, I want to return to the base. Xiaoshu, it's getting late tonight. Why don't you leave tomorrow?" Tong Hai glanced at the time and suggested. "Xiaotian should stay here too." "That's fine," Xu Antian nodded. He didn't have any urgent matters to attend to. One more night wouldn't hurt. He pulled out the demon binding rope and secured Elisa.
Then he and Tong Jingshu went upstairs together.
The next morning,
Xu Antian opened his eyes, withdrew his arm from behind Tong Jingshu's neck, and got out of bed. Tong Jingshu had sneaked into his room last night and cried again. Clearly, her mood was still affected by Eliza. Her display of strength downstairs yesterday had been an act. After a quick wash, he went downstairs to eat breakfast while waiting for Tong Jingshu. Xiaoshu is such a sensible child, and you're a good person too. I hope you two can get along well," Tong Hai said softly after taking a sip of milk.
"Uncle Tong, rest assured. I understand everything you've said," Xu Antian nodded gently. "Good.
As long as you treat Xiaoshu well, everything else will fall into place.
By the way, when do you two plan to get married?"
Ha!
Xu Antian hadn't expected to be pressured about marriage by his girlfriend's father. This was just too. He had never given this question any thought. "Uncle Tong, that depends on what Xiaoshu thinks."
Xu Antian could only temporarily pass the question to Tong Jingshu, who hadn't come downstairs yet. He truly didn't know how to respond. I was just asking.
No other meaning.
You young folks should discuss the specifics yourselves. Tong Hai chuckled lightly, brushing the matter aside. Though not a cultivator himself, he possessed a keen eye for judging character. Xu Antian had come to rescue them father and daughter, and his character was commendable.
Moreover, he seemed to possess considerable potential. Chapter 99, Innate Golden Stone Pill Extra Chapter for the Mature Empress.
At noon, Zhang Buping sent men to retrieve Xu Antian and his companion. They also brought Alicia, the sole survivor of the succubus group, back to Bureau 749 in Harbin. Since the incident occurred under his jurisdiction, the matter naturally fell to him. Xu Antian gave Zhang Buping a general account of the situation. As for how to handle Eliza going forward, that was entirely up to Zhang Buping. By late afternoon, he and Tong Jingshu had successfully returned to the base.
Inside the dormitory, Xu Antian scanned his mind.
The stone demon within the 8 trigrams demon refining furnace had vanished, replaced by a fist-sized golden pill.
A faint silver-gray glow emanated from the pill.
Primordial golden stone pill, refined from the essence of 1,000-year-old stubborn stone. Consumption grants a body of stone and metal, along with the strength of stone and metal.
So that stone demon was a 1,000-year-old stubborn rock that cultivated into a spirit? Xu Antian's heart stirred.
With a flick of his thoughts, the innate golden stone pill instantly materialized in his palm. Staring at the pill, which was easily fist-sized, Xu Antian felt a bit overwhelmed.
This thing was far too large. He examined it repeatedly before finally biting into the pill. Snap! Crunch! Xu Antian devoured the entire pill in a few bites, as if eating an apple. The potency of the medicine rapidly spread through his limbs and meridians. His blood grew scorching hot, and a tearing pain surged through his flesh. Within moments, a fine sheen of cold sweat broke out on Xu Antian's forehead. Pain! It hurt so much.
It felt like countless knives were scraping his flesh from within.
Xu Antian clenched his teeth, forcing himself to endure the agony.
But this agony was too intense, far beyond what any human could endure. He held on for only a few minutes before he could endure no longer.
Darkness engulfed his vision as consciousness began to fade.
In a hazy daze, Xu Antian felt as though he had returned to the warmth of a swaddling blanket. When he opened his eyes again, a flash of snow white met his gaze.
"You're finally awake."
Tong Jingshu beamed with joy as she gazed at Xu Antian, who had regained consciousness, in her arms.
"So it was you, Xiao Shu." Xu Antian's face was pressed against Tong Jingshu's soft skin.
"Yeah, I hit a snag during cultivation, but I'm fine now," he reassured her.
"Are you truly all right?"
Hearing about the cultivation mishap, a flicker of worry rose in Tong Jingshu's heart. "Maybe there is, but if I rest a little longer, I should be fine," Xu Antian said with a smile.
Tong Jingshu's cheeks flushed. "Ugh, I'm already all yours." Watching the blushing Tong Jingshu, Xu Antian felt his heart race.
He rolled over, scooped her up in a princess carry, and strode toward the bedroom.
"I'm getting a little hungry." Tong Jingshu playfully punched Xu Antian's chest. "I won't have you talking like that." "Then how should I speak?" "Don't talk. Just do what you like."
Tong Jingshu leaned close to Xu Antian's ear and murmured softly.
The next morning, Xu Antian awoke early.
With his cultivation level rising, his energy felt more abundant than ever. Even after staying up all night, he felt energetic during the day. Glancing at Tong Jingshu, who was still fast asleep, he rose and left the bedroom, heading to the living room. Yesterday, he had consumed the innate golden stone pill but had yet to test its specific effects. Today, he intended to test it. With a single thought, his flesh and skin began to transform. In less than a breath's time, the transformation spread throughout his entire body. He looked at his reflection in the mirror. His height and appearance remained unchanged. But his skin had turned golden. Clang! When he tapped his arm, it emitted a crisp, metallic ring.
Is this what a body of gold and stone feels like? Xu Antian examined himself with curiosity.
He finally confirmed that it wasn't just his skin, his flesh and blood had also become as hard as stone. He drew the demon-slaying sword from his waist and swung it fiercely at his own arm.
Thud! A dull thud echoed as the demon-slaying sword was deflected away.
It merely left a faint white mark on his arm. A flicker of joy flashed in Xu Antian's eyes as he increased the force of his test.
He finally confirmed that his current defense was impenetrable even by a typical 1,000-ton realm cultivator wielding a weapon. He examined the fresh gash on his arm. No blood flowed from the wound, and it was healing at a visible pace. Within moments, it had already returned to its original state. This reminded Xu Antian of the stone demon's ability. Back then, when Yun Ziyan had pierced Shi Yao's palm, it had regenerated in the blink of an eye.
His stone-like body not only boosted his defense but also significantly enhanced his regenerative abilities.
Moreover, his strength had grown considerably. No, it had surged dramatically. All thanks to the power of the golden stone.
After testing, he discovered that even without activating the stone-like body, he could unleash the power of the stone-like force.
I wonder if my current strength is enough to lift that golden square seal. Xu Antian murmured, eager to give it a try.
The square seal within the 8 trigrams demon refining furnace, known as the mountain spirit seal, had once been the artifact of a stone demon.
Now it was his.
After pondering for a moment, Xu Antian ultimately suppressed his curiosity and decided to postpone the attempt.
The mountain spirit seal was far too heavy. Even if he could lift it, he feared the base's floor couldn't withstand the weight. If he caused it to collapse under his weight, he'd be held liable for the damages. That would be a huge disaster. He could always try again later when he had the chance outside. He stepped out of the dormitory and headed toward the gravity training room. With his current strength, he wondered how many times the gravity he could endure. Yes, he intended to claim the rewards from the gravity training leaderboard again. After all, it was a reward he could easily claim, no reason to pass it up. The only slight regret was that he could no longer claim the reward for the third tier of the 1,000-ton realm. At the entrance to the gravity training chamber, a staff member proactively greeted Xu Antian. Investigator Xu, at what gravity level would you like to train today? Xu Antian, a student at Harbin 749 University, broke the record in the gravity training chamber, making all investigators in Harbin proud. When traveling to other cities on business, even if locals didn't ask, they'd bring it up themselves. Not for any other reason, just to show off. My strength has recently increased, Xu Antian mused. I'm now at the 4th level of the 1,000-ton realm. I need to retest the gravity suitable for my cultivation. He wasn't entirely sure how powerful he truly was. Certainly, I'll arrange it immediately, the staff member replied enthusiastically, guiding Xu Antian into the gravity training chamber. After Xu Antian entered the chamber, the staff swiftly adjusted the gravity to 21 times normal. Xu Antian frowned. This level of gravity merely exerted a slight pressure on him. It was still far from his limit. Increase it. Got it. The staff responded with a nod and adjusted the gravity to 22 times. Keep going. Xu Antian commanded again. Not enough. Still not enough. Keep increasing it. Sweat beaded on the technician's forehead. It's already 27 times gravity. Investigator Xu actually wants to increase it further. The top record for the 4th tier of the 1,000-ton realm is only 25 times gravity. Chapter 100, the limit of the gravity training chamber is not my limit. In other words, Xu Antian had just shattered the record for the 4th tier of the 1,000-ton realm. Investigator Xu, the record for gravity training at the 4th tier of the 1,000-ton realm is 25 times. You've already broken it. Do you intend to continue? The staff member inquired. The commotion drew the attention of other investigators training nearby. They gathered curiously. It's Investigator Xu. He already managed 21 times gravity last time. Yeah, he currently holds the records for both the 1st and 2nd tiers of the 1,000-ton realm. Has his cultivation broken through again recently? He can actually withstand 27 times gravity now. Whoa, that's terrifying. I just heard the staff mention 4th tier of the 1,000-ton realm. It's been less than 2 weeks since Xu Antian broke the record last time, right? Silence. Dead silence. The entire training ground had turned into a library once more. Every investigator present understood what this signified. Less than 2 weeks, a breakthrough from the 2nd tier to the 4th tier of the 1,000-ton realm. Such talent, they couldn't even fathom it existing in a human being. The expressions on the investigators' faces varied. Some eyes held admiration, others jealousy, and still others shock and confusion. Keep increasing it. Xu Antian's voice echoed through the training ground, breaking the silence. The staff nodded and adjusted the gravity to 28 times. Xu Antian frowned. 28 times gravity merely made him feel a slight pressure. The newly acquired stone gold power had elevated his capabilities too significantly. Such gravity still fell short of achieving the desired effect in his training. He hadn't even activated his stone hard body yet. Keep increasing it. Xu Antian urged. 29 times. 30 times. Xu Antian finally felt a hint of pressure. Without activating the golden stone physique, 30 times gravity was nearly the limit his body could endure. But training under this gravity yielded little effect. The pressure was still insufficient. Gravity needed to reach the critical threshold of his endurance to accelerate the fusion of his acupoints. Keep increasing it. Xu Antian remained unsatisfied with this gravity level. More. It's already 30 times. That's the record for the 7th level of the 1,000 June realm. Hearing Xu Antian's demand, the investigators present were already numb. I'm sorry, Investigator Xu, but our base's gravity training chamber can only provide a maximum of 30 times gravity. It cannot be increased any further. The staff member's face bore an apologetic expression. Is that so? Xu Antian frowned. He hadn't expected to hit the facility's limit before reaching his own. Where can I find a stronger gravity training facility? He inquired. Stronger gravity training chambers exist at the 749 headquarters in the capitals of Beijing, Shanghai, Guangzhou, and Shenzhen, the staff member replied. Got it. Xu Antian nodded lightly. Then he stepped out of the gravity training chamber. Training under this gravity offered little benefit. Therefore, he saw no point in wasting any more time here. Is the registration complete? He asked the staff member nearby. It's all set. Investigator Xu can claim your reward through the app later. Good. Xu Antian nodded in satisfaction. Under the gaze of the crowd, he exited the gravity training chamber.
On the way back, he opened the 749 app and casually claimed his reward.
By evening, Xu Antian once again turned his gaze inward.
Within the 8 trigrams demon refining furnace, the 8 succubus figures had vanished.
In their place lay 8 pale pink pills.
Lust pill enhances one's own desire after consumption, aids in intimate affairs, and improves dual cultivation effects. These pills crafted by succubi are all related to carnal affairs, truly demons born of lust, Xu Antian murmured inwardly. Of course, Xiao Shu was an exception. Everyone says succubi are wicked, but only Xu Antian and his future father-in-law knew their virtues. These pills should help Xiao Shu advance her cultivation a bit further. Xu Antian thought to himself as he watched Tong Jingshu washing up in the bathroom. With his guidance, Tong Jingshu had already broken through to the 4th level of the Lianmai realm. This pace was exceptionally rapid. It was mainly due to Xu Antian's current high cultivation level, which placed him a full major realm above Tong Jingshu. Even the slightest benefit he casually imparted carried immense value for Tong Jingshu.
Xu Antian rose and removed his clothes.
Holding the elixir in his hand, he chuckled softly as he stepped into the bathroom. This pill was effective for dual cultivation, so naturally it was meant for Xiao Shu to consume. Taking it himself would be utterly useless. After all, he possessed no dual cultivation techniques. Inside the bathroom, mist swirled hazily. Xu Antian reached out, his hand soon encountering something soft. He spoke softly, Xiao Shu, I have a pill here that will benefit your cultivation. Take it. Tong Jingshu materialized from the mist. Upon confirming it was indeed Xu Antian, she reached out, took the pill, and swallowed it.
She trusted Xu Antian completely.
But the moment she swallowed it, something felt off. Her body temperature began to rise rapidly. Her skin began to flush red.
The moment Xu Antian touched her body, he felt the intense heat.
Ugh! Tong Jingshu clenched her teeth, a muffled groan escaping her lips. Her gaze grew unfocused, her legs trembling so violently she could barely stand. As if suppressing some kind of agony. She reached out and gripped Xu Antian's arm tightly.
Her entire upper body pressed against Xu Antian. Xu Antian felt as though he were hugging a huge furnace.
Huff! Tong Jingshu exhaled a cloud of hot breath, her pupils glowing crimson.
Is the potency this strong? Xu Antian exclaimed in surprise.
Husband, help me, Tong Jingshu's pain-filled voice whispered in Xu Antian's ear.
Xu Antian's lips curled into a smirk and he didn't immediately offer assistance. Tong Jingshu's agony intensified.
The last remnants of her willpower shattered in that moment.
Her small hands frantically groped at Xu Antian's body.
Please. Her soft, trembling voice made Xu Antian's heart race and he found it hard to resist. He stopped teasing Tong Jingshu and began focusing solely on helping her cultivate.
The next morning, Xu Antian came to in the bathroom. Recalling yesterday's wild passion, a hint of lingering satisfaction flashed across his face. Little Xu seemed like a completely different person yesterday.
And he, too, had experienced pleasure unlike anything he'd ever known. I think I understand Uncle Tong a little now, Xu Antian murmured. Elisa might be heartless, but she was once an exchange student, life abroad must have been good. No wonder Tong Hai had fallen under the spell of her thong.
Back then, Tong Hai was just an ordinary person, nothing like the man he was now.
Lying on the sofa, Xu Antian opened the 749 app to review recent major incidents at the bureau.
He suddenly exclaimed in surprise.
His phone was flooded with friend requests. Among them were several familiar faces.
Like Xiangyilan, Shiming, Xuanling. Why is the king of trolls adding me? Xu Antian was puzzled but clicked accept.
Barely a minute after adding him, the jerk sent a message. The 4 provincial capitals martial arts tournament in the capital, I'll be waiting for you.
Chapter 101, 4 provinces martial arts tournament. 4 provinces martial gathering? What's going on?
Xu Antian was puzzled. But the king of show-offs was still as pretentious as ever. He just wondered what expression Bai Wang would wear when he realized Xu Antian was standing right before him. Back then, Xiangyilan had passed out just like him, and the 5 of them had been sent straight back to the capital.
That's why he still didn't know that Xiangyilan was actually Xu Antian.
He searched for related information on the app. He found 4 provinces martial arts tournament with ease. Simply put, it was a martial arts competition for Qi cultivators from 4 provinces, organized by Bureau 749 in the capital. Qigong practitioners under 22 from Heilongjiang, Jilin, Liaoning, and the capital could participate, with few restrictions on cultivation level. Besides Bureau 749 investigators, the Bureau also invited cultivation sects and prominent cultivation families from the 4 provinces. The tournament offered generous rewards, spiritual pills, rare treasures, top-tier cultivation techniques, and magical artifacts. The event is scheduled for the end of this month. About half a month remains until then. Might be worth checking out, Xu Antian mused inwardly. The gravity training chambers within the base couldn't satisfy his cultivation needs. But the one in the capital could. Once there, he could utilize the capital's gravity chamber to fuse his acupoints. Participating in the 4 provinces martial arts tournament to earn some rewards wouldn't be a bad idea either. Yet he held off on registering.
After all, there was still half a month left. Who knew if unexpected matters might arise and delay him in the meantime?
Over the next 10 days, Xu Antian spent his time either cultivating himself or assisting Tong Jingshu in her cultivation. Boosted by the passion pill, Tong Jingshu's cultivation advanced rapidly. By today, she had reached the 8th level of the linked veins realm. She was practically breaking through a realm every single day.
She's practically cultivating while lying down. Xu Antian couldn't help but feel genuinely envious. Wait. He snapped out of it.
Standing, lying down, or even propped up, he could cultivate in any position.
Well, not entirely lying down.
Additionally, he received the reward for breaking the gravity cultivation record. It was a secret technique enabling rapid short-range movement. It was called Phantom Step. It was far superior to the Thunder Step he had learned before.
He had now mastered it.
Beyond that, he also spent time mastering the 2 techniques from the Killing Sutra that could be performed at the Thousand-Ton realm. One is called Spirit Control, which allows prolonged manipulation of magical artifacts using spiritual energy. It was essentially an upgraded version of the heaven-slicing flying sword technique. He could now stand upon the demon-slaying sword and fly through the air. Of course, he could also stand on the demon-binding rope, but it just wasn't as cool as sword riding. The other technique, Blood Slaughter Chi Gathering, allowed him to amplify his own aura of slaughter through killing. The more aura of slaughter present on a target, the greater the amount he could absorb upon slaying them. Blood not only amplifies the power of his spells like Yin does,
it also serves to intimidate others' minds and condense demonic gale energy.
Sha Gangs, however, are the defining power of the Sha Gang realm. This means that with sufficient blood Sha, one could even attain Sha Gang's abilities while still in the Thousand June realm. This made Xu Antian truly grasp the terrifying nature of the Sutra of Killing. It actually required constant slaughter to enhance the power of his spells. Still, he rather liked the straightforward, no-nonsense approach to cultivation. One day, while deep in cultivation, he suddenly received a phone call. It was Zhang Herong asking him to come over.
Xu Antian arrived at Zhang Herong's office with a puzzled look. "Uncle Zhang, you wanted to see me?"
Xu Antian greeted him with a smile. Zhang Herong sat behind a large wooden desk, with Wang He standing behind him. Hearing the voice, he looked up at Xu Antian, his face still wearing a warm smile. In a few days, the 4 provinces martial arts tournament will be held in the capital.
Our city also needs to send representatives. Uncle Zhang wants me to go?
Xu Antian raised an eyebrow, having assumed he'd apply himself.
Yes. Each university base gets a few spots exempt from the preliminary round. I intend for you to represent Harbin. I have only one requirement for you:
do your best to place within the top 10. Zhang Herong's expression grew serious.
Top 10? Xu Antian frowned.
Zhang Herong should have some understanding of his capabilities, yet even so, his expectation was merely a top 10 finish. This alone showed just how prestigious this martial arts competition truly was. Those who rank in the top 10 may choose to enroll at the National University's Kyoto main campus, Zhang Herong stated solemnly. The resources there are far more abundant and superior, which will greatly benefit your future development. As the spiritual energy in the world gradually revives and grows denser, many grassroots chi cultivator groups have seen their strength surge dramatically.
Some have even become restless.
This 4 provinces martial gathering also serves as a warning from the 749 headquarters in the capital to other chi cultivator factions across the 4 provinces.
Don't disgrace me once you're there.
Zhang Herong revealed the hidden agenda behind the 4 provinces martial gathering.
Xu Antian's heart skipped a beat.
What appeared to be a simple 4 provinces martial gathering actually held far deeper implications. Moreover, the cultivation facilities in Harbin truly could no longer offer him any further assistance.
This was evident from the gravity training chamber alone.
Heading to the capital and joining the Kyoto main campus of 749 University was undoubtedly the better choice. Uncle Zhang, rest assured with my current strength, securing a top 10 spot will be a breeze.
Xu Antian was supremely confident in himself.
This confidence was grounded in his current abilities.
Kyoto was no Harbin.
There are numerous chi cultivator clans there, and sects far surpassing ours in strength.
Try not to cause trouble. Zhang Herong cautioned. Cough. Cough cough.
Suddenly, Zhang Herong began coughing violently.
Director. You.
Wang Yi, standing behind him, frowned and tried to step forward to check on him. But Zhang Herong raised his hand, gesturing for him to stay behind. He shook his head slightly.
Just a minor injury. Nothing to worry about.
Xu Antian frowned across from him. After a moment's hesitation, he drew the grass spirit from his waist. Uncle Zhang, this is the corpse of the grass spirit. Take it to refine a pill and treat your injuries.
Zhang Herong glanced at the grass spirit. Anger made him cough violently again.
You brat, wasting precious resources. How could you kill a grass spirit? You're trying to drive me to my grave. Zhang Herong nearly choked on his breath.
Ugh. Xu Antian thought to himself, if I'd known pulling out the grass spirit would get me yelled at, I wouldn't have given it to you.
Director, Xiao Tian meant well, Wang He whispered.
Zhang Herong glared at Wang He, as if I didn't know he meant well. I'll take the grass spirit. Go prepare yourself. I'll have someone escort you there the day after tomorrow. Alright, I'll be going then, Uncle Zhang. Xu Antian nodded, but his feet showed no sign of moving. Uncle Zhang, I really am leaving. Xu Antian blinked. He was representing Harbin City at this event. The bureau should at least acknowledge that, right? Get lost. Zhang Herong glared. His small eyes widened to their fullest. Uncle Zhang, I'm representing Harbin's reputation here. Xu Antian protested, unwilling to back down. You brat. Zhang Herong was so furious he started laughing. Xu Antian really had a thick skin. He'd set his sights on him. And he wouldn't budge no matter how much he was shooed away. But the kid had a point. After a moment's thought, he turned to Wang He and ordered, take this kid to the base warehouse and let him pick one item. Yes, director. Wang He acknowledged the order and led Xu Antian away. Chapter 102, The Mysterious Giant Egg Bonus Chapter for Shea. The director just returned a few days ago. Xing Shan, who injured you, was killed by the director. On the way to the warehouse, Wang He, walking ahead, spoke softly. Xu Antian's heart stirred. He realized Zhang Herong might have been injured specifically to kill Cheng Shan. And most likely, it was for his sake. A flicker of emotion stirred within him. Uncle Zhang is quite the man of principle, he replied. Wang He paused and glanced at Xu Antian. This wasn't about being principled or not. That wasn't his intention at all. Brother Wang, what about that two-headed freak? Did it get away? Xu Antian inquired. You mean the pride insect? That thing is also a demon, but it's far too powerful. Even the director and Song Xianxing teaming up couldn't hold it back. The proud insect? Xu Antian's heart stirred. It was the first time he'd ever heard of such a demon. As they spoke, they reached the lowest level of the base. Rumble. As the massive electric gate lifted, the scene of the rear warehouse came into view. Along the wide steel passageway, massive metal chambers lined both sides. Through the transparent glass, he could see demons of all shapes and forms inside. Xu Antian was drawn to a massive, shaggy beast resembling a giant dog. The information plaque on the chamber door detailed this great beast's specifications. Beast Slayer, captured in 1943 at Taishan in the eastern Xing'an Mountains. Characteristics: thick, tough hide, immense strength, thunderous roar capable of unleashing earth element spells. As Xu Antian ventured deeper, he encountered more creatures. There were giant insect demons resembling dragonflies. There were also bird-like beasts with adorable appearances. Some he had seen before, like rat demons and tiger demons, were also present, and in even greater variety. He even encountered a massive serpent with 4 wings. All told, the entire underground realm teemed with at least 100 different creatures. If I could kill them all, I'd be rich. Xu Antian's eyes lit up with excitement. These beasts were captured over centuries since Bureau 749 was established, Wang He explained. His first visit here had left him profoundly shaken. Wang He flipped another circuit breaker in front of him. Behind it stood rows of boxes resembling safes. Each safe featured a transparent glass front, allowing one to see its contents. This is the storage area. Inside are all kinds of spiritual materials, elixirs, magical artifacts, and demon beast components. What do you need? Wang He pointed at the numerous transparent boxes before him and asked aloud. Xu Antian didn't respond immediately. Truthfully, he wasn't sure what he needed. He could obtain spiritual pills by slaying beasts, and he already possessed the demon-slaying sword, the demon-binding rope, and the mountain spirit seal. Brother Wang, can I just browse around? Xu Antian inquired. Sure. You have 15 minutes. Let me know if anything catches your eye. Wang He nodded. Alright. Xu Antian nodded. The next second, he stepped into the warehouse. A flicker of golden light danced in his eyes as he scanned the array of treasures before him. To his eyes, each radiated varying degrees of precious aura. Since he didn't know what he needed, he would simply choose the item with the strongest aura. That would surely be the finest item in the entire warehouse, and even if he sold it, he wouldn't lose out. With this thought in mind, he moved swiftly through the warehouse, seeking out the treasure with the strongest aura. Surprisingly, he did indeed find one treasure in the end. Unlike the aura emanating from the other treasures, the aura emanating from the object before him was exceptionally potent, unmatched anywhere else in the entire treasure vault. If the aura of the other treasures was like fireflies, then the one before him was like the bright moon. But upon seeing the object's form, he hesitated. This thing was actually a massive oval-shaped stone, resembling an egg. Xu Antian glanced at the item description on the box. 1832, discovered within volcanic magma following an undersea eruption near the coastal city of Haidu. Name unknown. Purpose unknown. Material unknown. Everything except the date and location of discovery was unknown. Xu Antian was a bit baffled. Though the thing looked precious. But holding it in his hands, it seemed utterly useless. He looked closely at the thing before him once more. He discovered a faint white aura within. This thing really is an egg, and there's a living demon inside. Xu Antian was startled by his own discovery. But if there really was a demon inside, how could 749 research have studied it for so many years without discovering anything? This thing is useless, just a rock spewed out by a volcanic eruption. Wang Yi, standing nearby, saw Xu Antian frozen in place. He walked over, glanced at the egg in the box, and casually remarked, "Rock? How do you know that?" Xu Antian asked, puzzled. "The director said it. We studied this thing before. It's just hard, nothing special. It's nothing but rock. The researchers at the base couldn't be bothered with it. Brother Wang, I'll take this rock." Xu Antian pointed at the box before him. "Are you sure? This thing is genuinely useless." Wang He was surprised. "I advise you to take the pills that enhance talent. They can increase your potential. Let you go further." "No thanks, Brother Wang. I just want this thing." Xu Antian shook his head. Ever since confirming it contained a demon, immense curiosity had surged within him. He desperately wanted to know what kind of demon lay within that egg. An egg that had lain dormant for centuries still contained vital energy. Given such formidable vitality, whatever demon it was couldn't be anything ordinary. Seeing Xu Antian's persistence, Wang Yi stopped trying to persuade him. He pulled out his phone, opened the 749 app, scanned the QR code on the egg, and tapped confirm on the pop-up screen. The box before him opened with a click. Xu Antian cradled the massive red egg nearly as large as his upper body and left the warehouse. Moments later, he returned to the dormitory. He placed the giant egg on the floor and leaned in for a closer look. The surface of the giant egg was smooth and delicate, and when he touched it, it felt slightly warm. But he was still clueless about how to hatch a demon egg. Try dripping blood? Xu Antian, adopting a trial-and-error approach, cut his arm and let his blood drip onto the eggshell. But after dripping for half a minute, the shell showed no reaction. This thing was found in a volcano. Could it be that it needs to be heated? Xu Antian decided to try a different approach. He picked up the giant egg and placed it on the gas stove. He turned on the gas burner. 10 minutes later, the giant egg still showed no signs of change. Hatching it really isn't that easy. Xu Antian didn't lose heart. If it were that simple, it wouldn't have waited for him. But it really could fool someone into thinking it was just a rock. Had he not been able to perceive the vital energy of various creatures, he wouldn't have known the demon inside was still alive. Later, I should look for books related to demons and study how other demons hatch. Maybe I'll find something useful, Xu Antian planned silently. The next moment, he placed his hand on the giant egg. With a thought, it vanished from its spot. It had been absorbed into his 8 trigrams demon refining furnace. Chapter 103, Xuanling stunned bonus chapter for wealth honor. 2 days later, outside the Longsho mountain base. Xu Antian and 9 other Qi cultivators from Harbin who were participating in the 4 provinces martial arts gathering boarded a plane bound for the capital. After half a day's journey, they successfully arrived at a massive mountain range near the capital around noon. This place was called Ling Mountain, standing over 4,000 meters above sea level. Perpetually snow-capped and rarely visited by humans. This was the location of the capital's Bureau 749. After presenting their credentials, they were temporarily accommodated within the base. According to the 4 provinces' martial arts tournament schedule, the martial arts tournament would commence in 2 days. The first 10 days would be the preliminary trials, which would screen out the majority of the contestants. Those who pass the preliminary rounds will then compete alongside those exempt from preliminaries for the final rankings. This meant he had nearly half a month of free time ahead. Inside his lodgings, he took out his phone and sent a message to Tong Jingshu, informing her that he had arrived safely in the capital. Just then, a knock sounded at the door of his dorm room. "Is Xu Antian inside?" Hearing this vaguely familiar voice, Xu Antian's expression turned slightly peculiar. Was that kid Xuanling keeping tabs on him? He had only just arrived at Ling Mountain, and already this person was knocking on his door. Xu Antian rose and opened the door. "Ha? Why are you here? Where's Xu Antian?" Outside the door, Xuanling frowned instinctively upon seeing Xu Antian. His gaze darted past Xu Antian, scanning deep into the dormitory behind him. Trying to find the real Xu Antian. Xu Antian. This feeling of being unrecognized was incredibly strange. Had Xuanling never seen his photo? "Do I look like him?" Xu Antian asked calmly. "You? Aren't you Xu Antian's friend? I don't appreciate jokes." Xuanling frowned, assuming Xu Antian was teasing him. After all, he'd always assumed the person before him was Xu Antian's friend. "Then do you know my name?" Xu Antian was speechless. "Why should I know? In Harbin, only Xu Antian's name deserves my attention." Xuanling raised his chin defiantly. Xu Antian stared at Xuanling's arrogant demeanor. He really wanted to punch him right then and there. "Xu Antian isn't here. Come back another day." Thud. Xu Antian slammed the dorm door shut. He couldn't be bothered to explain to this jerk anymore. He'd rather spend that time whispering sweet nothings to Xiao Shu. Cultivate his romantic sensibilities.
Early the next morning, after inquiring with the staff, he arrived at the gravity training chamber nestled within the heart of Ling Mountain. He still had over 10 days before his competition.
He didn't want to waste this time.
He intended to utilize the capital's gravity training chamber to continue merging his acupoints. True to its status as headquarters, the gravity training chamber here was astonishingly large. The entire chamber was as large as 4 or 5 football fields.
Since he arrived early, the room wasn't crowded yet.
As soon as he stepped inside, a staff member approached him proactively.
"Good morning," they inquired with a smile. "May I ask what gravity level you'd like to train at?"
30 times or more, please, Xu Antian replied softly. A look of surprise flashed across the staff member's face. Have you ever trained under 30x gravity before? The staff member wondered inwardly. At their headquarters in the capital, few investigators could endure 30x gravity. And this man before him was clearly someone he hadn't seen before.
He must have come from somewhere else.
Yes, I trained at the Longsho mountain base in Harbin. But their gravity chamber only reached 30x gravity, which couldn't meet my training needs, Xu Antian nodded.
By the way, my name is Xu Antian.
I'm the one who broke the record for gravity training at the 4th level of the 1,000-ton realm.
You're Xu Antian.
The staff member's eyes widened. Working in the gravity training chamber, he naturally paid close attention to the gravity training rankings. The name Xu Antian, who had recently broken multiple gravity training records in succession, was certainly no stranger to him.
My apologies, I got a bit carried away just now. Would it be possible to see your credentials?
The staff member realized his outburst and quickly apologized.
Xu Antian nodded and presented his credentials.
The staff member was now completely convinced. With no further doubts, he led Xu Antian deeper into the training chamber. Our gravity training chamber is divided into a beginner zone and an advanced zone. The beginner zone can only provide gravity up to 30 times Earth's gravity, while the advanced zone can provide gravity ranging from 30 to 50 times Earth's gravity.
The staff explained along the way.
Moments later, Xu Antian arrived at the advanced training zone. The gravity training field here differed significantly from the beginner zone. The beginner zone's training chamber had nothing above it. The advanced training chambers, however, were enclosed within massive metal pods. They appeared far more technologically advanced. After the staff registered his information at the console, they opened the chamber door.
Xu Antian stepped inside.
The door automatically closed behind him. Agent Xu, I'll begin with 30x gravity and gradually increase the intensity. If you can't handle it, just give me a heads up, the staff member instructed.
All right. Let's begin. Xu Antian nodded. He was also curious about just how much gravity he could endure.
Currently at 31 times gravity, the staff member announced.
Not enough. Increase it. Xu Antian demanded. 32 times. 34 times. 36 times. What kind of monster is this? 36 times gravity is already the record for the 8th tier of the 1,000-ton realm. The staff member's eyes widened in disbelief. He was actually witnessing a new record being set today. Just then, 2 figures approached from nearby. One wore black training attire, with a silver-tipped spear strapped to his back, none other than Xuanling. Beside him walked a man of similar age. Slender in build, he wore a blue short-sleeved tracksuit, his chin slightly lifted as he walked, an air of arrogance evident in his eyes. What's he doing here? Xuanling halted, her gaze darting towards Xu Antian inside the training room. He recognized Xu Antian.
Surprise flashed through his mind. The minimum gravity level in the advanced cultivation zone was 30x. He hadn't expected this friend of his, Xu Antian, to actually endure it inside.
But he probably just reached 30x gravity. This guy.
Just as he was about to continue walking, the blue-clad man beside him suddenly frowned.
You know him? Xuanling inquired.
If I'm not mistaken, that should be Xu Antian from Harbin, Zhang Wudi murmured thoughtfully. His younger brother, Zhang Can, had once been beaten in Harbin. The man who attacked his brother was Xu Antian.
He had seen Xu Antian's photo before he wouldn't mistake him. What? Xuanling's icy expression betrayed obvious shock. Those who knew him well understood he always wore an icy, expressionless face.
For something to cause such a change in his expression, it must have been a tremendous shock.
Chapter 104, I didn't say it, you didn't ask, seeking gold tickets.
While Xuanling was astonished, she was also deeply puzzled. He had met Xu Antian several times before, yet the man had never once mentioned his name.
That's not right. Xuanling frowned.
Yesterday, Xu Antian had hinted at it vaguely, and at the time, he thought it was a joke.
Is it really Xu Antian?
He walked over to the staff member and looked at the operation screen.
The name in the upper left corner read Xu Antian.
Below his name was the current gravity level inside the training chamber.
36 times. Xuanling's pupils contracted. 36 times gravity. He was currently at the 7th level of the 1,000-ton realm, yet the maximum gravity he could endure was only 32 times. Xu Antian, at the 4th level of the 1,000-ton realm, had already surpassed him. Just then, Zhang Wudi approached from the side and saw Xu Antian's information.
His brow furrowed, then smoothed out the next second as fierce fighting intent flared in his eyes. Gravity training merely indicates formidable physical constitution.
But victory isn't solely determined by physical strength alone. Brother Xiang, go ahead and train.
I'll wait here for him to emerge. Back in Harbin, he beat up my own younger brother. Today, as his elder brother, I'm here to settle the score.
Xuanling nodded lightly but did not leave.
He spoke calmly, I wish to spar with him as well.
Beside them, the staff member's forehead glistened with sweat. He both hoped Xu Antian would keep increasing the gravity and feared Xu Antian wouldn't hold out, accidentally dying inside.
Inside the cultivation chamber, Xu Antian himself was enduring immense gravitational pressure. He had essentially reached his limit. Of course, this was without activating his golden stone physique.
Since I'm here, let's see where my limit lies. Xu Antian murmured.
Then he spoke softly, keep increasing it. Agent Xu, are you sure? The staff member asked, concerned about potential accidents.
If Xu Antian died here, he wouldn't be able to bear the consequences. I'm certain.
After receiving the affirmative response, the staff member took a deep breath and, under immense psychological pressure, increased the gravity once more. Once the adjustment was complete, he pulled out his phone to send a message to his superior. He felt it was best to call the director over. That way, even if something happened to Xu Antian, the director would bear the brunt.
It wouldn't be his problem. 37 times? Xuanling didn't even realize he was gritting his teeth.
Jiang Wudi remained haughtily indifferent. Strength wasn't his forte, this wasn't his arena, so he felt little impact.
He merely regarded Xu Antian as a worthy opponent.
Inside the cultivation chamber, beads of sweat formed on Xu Antian's forehead as he endured immense pressure. The bones within his body creaked under the unbearable strain.
It felt as though they might snap at any moment.
Though his internal organs were shielded by spiritual energy, they too showed faint signs of impending rupture. Seeing this, he relented. With a flick of his thoughts, he activated his golden stone body. In an instant, his body's color shifted, turning golden. The moment the golden stone body was complete, the weight pressing down on him suddenly lifted. His internal organs and bones all returned to their normal state.
Continue. Xu Antian commanded once more.
But the staff clearly dared not increase the load any further. Fortunately, Director Sun Shan, his superior, arrived at that moment. After hearing the entire situation, Sun Shan frowned. Yet moments later, his expression smoothed. You can't judge a genius like this by ordinary standards. Besides, he wouldn't risk his own life. Keep increasing the pressure. I want to see just how far he can go. Sun Shan ordered. To him, the scene before him was nothing out of the ordinary.
Xu Antian was an adult.
To have cultivated to his current level, he couldn't possibly be a fool. Their worries were clearly unnecessary. The staff member exhaled a long breath of relief. He'd been waiting for the director's approval. Hearing this, he hesitated no longer and increased the gravity to 38 times. Then 39 times. 40 times. 42 times. Director, should we keep increasing it? The technician's back was drenched in sweat without him even noticing.
Sun Shan's brow furrowed again.
Wiping the cold sweat from his forehead, he paused before speaking. Wait 3 minutes.
He wasn't worried that Xu Antian would risk his own life.
But this was 42 times the gravitational force. What if something went wrong? In case of an accident, he'd probably be finished as director. To say there was no pressure at all would be a lie. Xuanling beside him hadn't relaxed his furrowed brow once, and it only grew deeper. If he remembered correctly, the gravity record for the 9th level of the 1,000-ton realm was only 40 times gravity. That record was set over 40 years ago. It was held by the director of their capital bureau. In other words, the potential Xu Antian was now demonstrating in terms of sheer physical prowess already surpassed that of their own bureau chief. And their bureau chief was one of the leading figures of his era. Which meant Xu Antian also possessed the potential to become a leading figure. Xuanling was grinding his teeth in frustration. He had set the bureau chief as his goal, constantly striving to match his footsteps. His talent was undeniably exceptional, and his cultivation was diligent. He could keep pace with the bureau chief right now. But now, the Xu Antian before him had surpassed the director. At merely the 4th tier of the 1,000-ton realm, he shattered the director's record of the 9th tier.
Xuanling took several deep breaths, trying to steady his emotions.
Yet he realized his heart was already in complete disarray. Inside the cultivation chamber, Xu Antian endured immense pressure.
42 times gravity was an immense burden.
Without a body of stone, he would be crushed by the immense force in an instant.
My limit should be around 44 times gravity. Xu Antian estimated in his mind.
Though he hadn't quite reached it yet, he was getting close. As the gravity increased, his hypothesis was validated.
44 times gravity was indeed his current limit.
He didn't push himself further. Upon realizing his limit, he decisively instructed the staff to lower the gravity. It was ultimately adjusted to 36 times gravity, a level suitable for his cultivation. He then sat cross-legged in the training chamber, focusing his mind to integrate his acupoints. Time passed swiftly, and before long, the sky grew dark.
Xu Antian emerged from the cultivation chamber.
Upon seeing Xuanling outside, a hint of surprise flashed across his face. Yet he made no move to greet her.
Under Xuanling's gaze, he approached the staff member and inquired, "How many points do I need?"
10 hours of cultivation under 36 times gravity equates to a total of 150,000 points, the staff member replied.
Xu Antian frowned.
Though he had prepared for this, the price still exceeded his expectations. Fortunately, he had killed quite a few members of the demon god sect within the mountain god ruins, leaving him with over 400,000 points in reserve. After paying the points, he turned to leave.
But Xuanling suddenly called out to him. "So you're Xu Antian? Why have you never once mentioned your name?" Xuanling gritted out.
He had even sent Xu Antian messages before, but the man had never replied. "I didn't mention it, and you never asked," Xu Antian turned, winking with a smile. "Besides, you don't deserve to know my name." With that, he continued walking out.
Pretentious? He could play that game too.
When you've got the skills, it's called showing off.
When you don't have the skills but still try to show off, that's just being an asshole. Chapter 105, The Three Geniuses Duel Seeking Gold Tickets. Xuanling stood rooted to the spot, trembling with rage.
Xu Antian's words were ones he himself had once spoken. Now, Xu Antian had thrown them right back at him. But back then, he hadn't known Xu Antian was Xu Antian.
Zhang Wuti shot Xuanling a dismissive glance.
His feet shifted, and in a swift movement, he positioned himself in front of Xu Antian. Fixing his gaze on Xu Antian, he declared haughtily, "I'm Zhang Wuti of G City's Bureau 749. I'd like to spar with you."
Xu Antian frowned. He had never even met this Zhang Wuti before.
This guy suddenly popped up wanting to challenge him. It was rather presumptuous. Therefore, he merely glanced at him before walking straight past. If just anyone could come out of nowhere, block his path, and demand a challenge.
Wouldn't that be a huge hassle?
Zhang Wuti froze, his face alternating between pale and flushed.
What was going on? Was Xu Antian completely ignoring him?
A surge of anger flooded his mind as he stepped in front of Xu Antian once more. "You beat up my younger brother, Zhang Can, in Harbin.
I'm his older brother."
"Oh?"
Xu Antian halted his steps.
So he was the older brother of the man he'd defeated. He had spared Zhang Can back then, yet this Zhang Wuti, the older brother, showed no gratitude now he dared to challenge him publicly?
"So, you're here to avenge your brother?"
Zhang Wuti shook his head. "No. My brother was no match for you. He deserved to be beaten. Everyone tastes defeat eventually. But since I began training at Jishur 749 University, I've never lost to anyone my age."
"You're strong, perhaps you can make me taste defeat." "The unbeatable? Another arrogant bastard?"
Xu Antian felt a wave of helplessness wash over him. Fighting these people offered him no benefit whatsoever, it was nothing but a waste of time.
"You go fight the show-off." Xu Antian pointed at Xuanling and was about to continue forward.
"He fought me to a draw."
Zhang Wuti refused to step aside. "What's this? Are you only willing to move if we fight today?" Xu Antian frowned, growing impatient.
"You just finished your cultivation session, you're not at peak condition.
We can schedule another time to fight," Zhang Wuti declared confidently.
He disliked taking advantage of others. He didn't want people to say he'd won by exploiting Xu Antian's weakened state. If he was going to win, it had to be fair and square. He would utterly defeat Xu Antian before everyone's eyes. No sooner had the words left his mouth than Xuanling caught up from behind.
"Xu Antian, I want to spar with you too."
By now, darkness had fully settled over the sky. Many investigators were present in the training room, and upon hearing the commotion, some approached.
"Xu Antian? That name sounds familiar. Xuanling and Zhang Wuti? They're both challenging the same person. Xu Antian is from Harbin, right?
He just broke the gravity cultivation record again.
Xuanling is the top practitioner in the capital, and Zhang Wuti is number 1 in Jilin. If these three fight, it'll be huge news. Is that Xu Antian? He's so handsome. Xu Antian, I'm going to get pregnant for you."
The surrounding crowd buzzed with discussion, drawing an ever-growing circle of onlookers.
Hearing that abrupt shout from within the crowd, Xu Antian instinctively looked over.
There stood a girl in a black training uniform with twin ponytails. Admittedly, she was quite pretty. But she lacked restraint. He already had Xiao Shu, he didn't need any other women. Then, he turned his gaze to Xuanling and the other before him, frowning as he spoke, "Neither of you are worthy to challenge me. Step aside. Whether we're worthy or not, we'll only know after we fight," Zhang Wuti declared, his feet rooted to the spot.
Xuanling was no different.
"Once you break my record in gravity cultivation, I'll be ready to spar with you anytime," Xu Antian said indifferently.
At these words, Xuanling's expression immediately darkened. "Strength isn't my forte, speed is my specialty.
In all martial arts, only speed cannot be broken.
You won't be my match."
Zhang Wuti remained unconcerned.
"What would it take for you to fight us?" Xuanling pressed from behind. Xu Antian was far too arrogant.
He intended to defeat him, proving that his pride was unwarranted.
Xu Antian sighed inwardly. These two were like glue, sticking to him relentlessly. It seemed a fight was inevitable. After a moment's pause, he said, "You can fight me, but you must follow my rules." Agreed.
All right. The two across from him immediately agreed. Their eyes blazed with fierce fighting spirit. They both wanted to defeat Xu Antian.
Very well. We'll duel tomorrow at noon outside Ling Mountain Base. The wager is 500,000 points.
Xu Antian chuckled lightly. With the points he had, he could only train for 4 or 5 days at most in the gravity training ground. He'd been fretting over where to earn more points. Now that Xuanling and the others were practically begging him to fight,
he certainly wouldn't be polite. 500,000 points? Xuanling's gaze sharpened.
That was nearly all the points he had on hand.
Fine. I accept. Xuanling finally nodded. He didn't believe he would lose.
Hearing the figure of 500,000 points, Zhang Wudi showed no fear. Instead, his face lit up with excitement. In his view, losing was impossible. The 500,000 points were practically handed to him.
I accept too. Zhang Wudi declared immediately. Whoa! They're actually going to fight. Senior Xiang is the strongest freshman at our capital 749 University.
Even among veteran investigators, no one at the 1,000-ton realm can match him.
Xu Antian probably can't either.
Zhang Wudi isn't far behind either. He fought Xuanling to a draw twice before.
Neither can overpower the other. Xu Antian, I'm going to prepare for your pregnancy.
The crowd grew excited upon hearing Xu Antian's 3 challenges. Hearing the crowd shouts again, Xu Antian's mouth twitched several times. He thought to himself, people in the capital are really open-minded. He admitted he was quite handsome. But shouldn't girls be a bit more reserved? What was the point of declaring her feelings in public? Ignoring the onlookers, he strode through the crowd and exited the training room. After grabbing a bite in the cafeteria, he returned to his dorm. He couldn't care less about tomorrow's duel. To him, whether it was Xuanling or Zhang Wudi, could be his match. With his body as hard as stone, his defenses were impenetrable even to magical artifacts. It could be said he was born invincible. He couldn't fathom how Xuanling and the other could possibly defeat him. Opening his phone, Xu Antian initiated a video call with Xiao Shu as usual. He informed her about his scheduled duel with Xuanling today. In the video, Tong Jingshu wore a light short-sleeved top and shorts. She was eating yogurt with a small spoon. As they spoke, Xu Antian could occasionally see traces of warm, milky white residue lingering on her tongue. Xu Antian's eyelid twitched. Xiao Shu, you've been away for just a few days and already trying to seduce me. When I get back, I'll definitely punish you properly. Tong Jingshu glanced down at herself, unable to discern where she might be seducing him. She assumed Xu Antian was just teasing her. Hearing this, she extended a finger, scooped out the warm milk from the yogurt container. She placed it in her mouth. This yogurt tastes pretty good. She licked her finger, a look of pure enjoyment spreading across her face. Then she shot Xu Antian a defiant look. Chapter 106, The Summit of Ling Mountain Bonus Chapter for Crooked Mouth Dragon King. The next day, Xu Antian didn't leave the house until close to noon. Tong Jingshu was infuriating. She'd stirred up such a fiery rage in him that he wanted to fly back to Harbin immediately. Unsurprisingly, he couldn't sleep. After leaving the dormitory and grabbing a quick bite, Xu Antian made his way to the summit of Ling Mountain. Here stood a vast plaza of green stone. It served as the training ground for the 749 investigators of the capital. Usually, there would be hardly anyone here. But today, even before the agreed time between Xu Antian and Zhang Wudi, the plaza was already packed with spectators. Whispers filled the air as the crowd eagerly anticipated the duel between Xu Antian and his 2 companions. I've heard Xu Antian's nickname is Silver Sword Azura. His sword technique is peerless, and he's ruthless with his enemies. Xu Antian? What's so special about him? Our senior brother Xiang is nicknamed the Ice-Faced Yama. He single-handedly wiped out an entire cult once. Zhang Wudi is formidable too, already at the 5th level of the 1,000-ton realm. They say his speed is blinding. His nickname is the 1,000-handed judge. Betting is open. Betting is open. Hurry up and place your bets. Listening to the surrounding chatter, Xu Antian smiled. Then, curiosity piqued, he glanced at the betting board nearby and moved closer. Can I bet on myself to win? Sure, absolutely. The chubby bookie nodded cheerfully. Anyone could bet, as long as they were willing to spend their points. Against Zhang Wudi, your odds are 1.1. Against Xuanling, 1.2. Seems like no one's betting on me. Xu Antian chuckled. Don't get the wrong idea, our odds are AI generated based on each fighter's past notable victories. No offense intended, the chubby guy chuckled. Xu Antian shook his head. He didn't mind. This actually meant he could earn more. Xu Antian glanced at his points balance and ultimately placed a bet of 300,000 points. The fat guy swallowed hard. This was a huge bet. Observing the fat man's expression, Xu Antian suddenly felt uneasy.
What if he won and this guy took off? If you lose, you won't run off, right? Xu Antian stared at the fat man and asked. Heh, you must be new around here and don't know me. I'm Fat Li. My dad's Lian Bang, the biggest official around here.
The fat man in front of him chuckled.
Then no worries. Xu Antian nodded. The highest ranking official here, that must be the chief of the capital bureau. He probably wouldn't be stingy with a few points. After receiving the betting slip, he walked into the square. Jiang Wudi and Xuanling were already waiting for him there. You should be ready now. Who do you want to fight first? Xuanling asked coldly. After you finish with one of us, you'll get 2 hours to rest. Jiang Wudi added.
No need for such trouble. You two can come at me together. Xu Antian shook his head lightly.
You're insulting me. Xuanling's face darkened.
Xu Antian, you may have some skill, but thinking you can defeat both of us together is just too arrogant.
Jiang Wudi shook his head.
Besides, I won't team up with Xuanling.
I'm more than enough on my own. Damn, Xu Antian is so cocky, trying to take on 2 of us alone.
Senior brother Xiang is so powerful, he could crush Xu Antian single-handedly.
This is insulting our geniuses from Bureau 749 in the capital. Xu Antian is way too cocky.
Coming from Harbin, he's clearly never seen the world. Just because he's got some clout back home, he thinks he can act like a big shot. But this is the capital, a place where dragons and tigers lie hidden. Even a dragon crossing the river has to keep its head down here. Xu Antian's words enraged some investigators from Bureau 749, who felt he was disrespectful. Amid the crowd, a lowly girl in a school uniform turned to the slender, fair-skinned youth beside her. Senior Wang, who do you think will win? All 3 are geniuses from their respective provinces. It's hard to tell before they fight, but if Xu Antian takes on 2 of them, he'll likely lose.
Wang Yan replied softly. What if you were to fight them?
60-40 in my favor, the youth answered confidently. Xu Antian listened to the surrounding chatter, his brow slightly furrowed. He wanted to end the fight quickly so he could get back to his cultivation.
But it seemed Xuanling and the other weren't willing. Well, there was no helping it. He'd just have to take them down one by one. He pointed at Jiang Wudi. You go first. Jiang Wudi's face broke into a smile. You'll regret picking me first.
Though Xuanling felt displeased, he said nothing more and stepped aside to watch.
Xu Antian and Jiang Wudi separated themselves. Begin. All right. Jiang Wudi nodded.
The moment the word all right fell, his figure abruptly vanished from the square.
Clang. A crisp sound rang out.
Jiang Wudi materialized before Xu Antian. The dagger in his hand was blocked by Xu Antian's demon-slaying sword, emitting a sharp clang.
A look of astonishment flashed across Jiang Wudi's face before he vanished from his spot once more. That speed is incredible, I couldn't even see it. If it were me, I'd have been defeated in the very first second. Xu Antian actually blocked it. How did he even notice?
He's a genius from Harbin, after all.
You think he's like you?
The surrounding crowd murmured in astonishment. Jiang Wudi's speed is indeed impressive, but his attack power seems lacking. His strength is too weak.
Wang Yan shook his head lightly. So Xu Antian is stronger then?
The JK-style lowly girl beside him blinked.
Not necessarily. Wang Yan frowned in response. Xu Antian's speed couldn't match Wang Yan's, putting him at a natural disadvantage. Hitting Jiang Wudi would be difficult. Meanwhile, in the square, Xu Antian was staring intently at a certain spot.
Although Jiang Wudi moved with blinding speed, even vanishing into thin air at times, his aura remained detectable.
To Xu Antian's eyes, Jiang Wudi's figure was completely exposed. He can see through my invisibility. Jiang Wudi materialized in surprise. No matter which direction he moved, he could feel Xu Antian's gaze fixed upon him. So what if he sees through it? As long as I'm fast enough, you won't even have time to react. Jiang Wudi sneered inwardly.
He abandoned his invisibility altogether. A surge of spiritual energy surged beneath his feet, forming swirling whirlwinds around his calves. With a flick of his foot, he vanished from his spot with a whoosh. This time, his speed was even faster.
Boom! A dull thud echoed as his figure was blocked by the heavenly gangs shielding Xu Antian. He was violently knocked back. With that level of attack power, you won't break through my defense. Xu Antian glanced at the marks on his heavenly gangs and said indifferently. You'll find out soon enough. Jiang Wudi retorted. Boom! 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 His figure darted across the battlefield, the dagger in his hand striking the heavenly gangs over and over. The impact caused cracks to appear on the heavenly gangs. Finally, it shattered with a thunderous crash. In my eyes, you're nothing but a stationary target. You only deserve to be struck by me. Jiang Wudi sneered coldly. He had completely seized the upper hand. Before him, Xu Antian's formidable strength found no outlet whatsoever. Chapter 107, I can afford countless mistakes. Bonus chapter for W. Xu Antian frowned. Jiang Wudi's speed was too swift, he could see it, but his body couldn't react fast enough. Yet Jiang Wudi's attacks felt like mere tickles. They were utterly harmless. Thud. A soft thud echoed as Zhang Wudi launched another strike, the dagger piercing Xu Antian's chest. You lose. Zhang Wudi's face broke into a smile. He was holding back too much against Xu Antian. You're celebrating too soon. Xu Antian remained expressionless. Under Zhang Wudi's stunned gaze, his body instantly transformed into a golden hue. The dagger in his hand was pinned fast by Xu Antian's flesh. He couldn't pull it out at all. At that very moment, Xu Antian's massive hand reached for his arm. Zhang Wudi's expression changed, desperate to avoid Xu Antian's touch. His arm jerked violently, accelerating into a blurring phantom that left Xu Antian grasping at thin air. Zhang Wudi's foot pressed against the ground, poised to vanish from Xu Antian's sight once more. Suddenly, he felt a tight grip on his foot. A red cord had somehow been tied around his ankle. The other end of the cord was firmly grasped in Xu Antian's hand. Xu Antian gave a sharp tug. A powerful force surged through the cord, pulling Zhang Wudi toward him. Zhang Wudi's pupils contracted as his body flew uncontrollably towards Xu Antian. His reflexes were sharp. He drew another dagger from his waist and slashed at the red cord. Thud! A dull thud echoed. The dagger in his hand was flung aside. As he saw himself growing closer and closer to Xu Antian, Zhang Wudi's expression hardened with resolve. The aura emanating from his body surged once more. Rumble! Behind Zhang Wudi, a colossal image of Guanyin materialized. Her face radiated benevolence, her hands forming the jeweled vase mudra. Zhang Wudi's figure steadied for a moment. Then, countless arms emerged from behind Guanyin. Each palm held various Buddhist ritual implements. The moment these arms appeared, they descended upon Xu Antian like a torrential downpour. In an instant, they engulfed Xu Antian. So this is Zhang Wudi's signature move? No wonder they call him the thousand-armed Guanyin. Even from this distance, I can feel the pressure. Imagine the force bearing down on Xu Antian at the center. Can Xu Antian block this? I'm winning. I bet on Zhang Wudi. The crowd buzzed with whispers. Wang Yan frowned slightly. Zhang Wudi's attack seemed powerful, but it might not necessarily harm Xu Antian. Moments later, Guanyin's assault ceased. Zhang Wudi fixed his gaze on Xu Antian, who stood motionless in place. The dagger in his hand was poised to strike at any moment. Suddenly, Xu Antian moved. Gripping the demon-binding rope, he yanked Zhang Wudi toward him with brutal force. Thud! His foot stomped down, shattering the green stone beneath him as his form instantly appeared before Zhang Wudi. Boom! A fist slammed out. Zhang Wudi was sent flying backward by the direct impact. But with his feet bound by the demon-binding rope, he hadn't even come to a stop before Xu Antian yanked him back again. Stop! I surrender! Just as Xu Antian's next punch was about to land on Zhang Wudi, he called for a halt. Xu Antian's previous punch had already inflicted internal injuries upon him. Moreover, the thousand-handed Guanyin technique had drained a significant portion of his strength. With his body bound and his speed compromised, victory was utterly out of reach. Though he hated to admit it, Xu Antian was indeed slightly stronger than him. Thud! Xu Antian ultimately delivered the punch, but held back his power. Boom! Zhang Wudi crashed heavily onto the plaza. Blood spilled from his mouth. A hint of apprehension flickered in his eyes as he looked at Xu Antian. He rose to his feet, wiping the blood from his lips. His voice was deep and solemn. I underestimated you. Otherwise, I wouldn't have lost so quickly. Xu Antian shook his head. No, that's not why you lost. Then what was it? Zhang Wudi frowned. I can afford countless mistakes, but you can't afford a single one. With his formidable defense, he had no need to rush. He had all the time in the world to find Zhang Wudi's weakness. Zhang Wudi fell silent. Under certain circumstances, Xu Antian was right. He pulled out his phone and immediately transferred 500,000 points to Xu Antian. Zhang Wudi actually lost, and so quickly. Xu Antian is incredibly strong. I wonder if Xuanling stands a chance against him. Is that red cord a magical artifact? How come Zhang Wudi couldn't cut it? It proves that speed alone isn't enough without sufficient strength, it's just scraping the surface. Senior brother Wang, what do you think of this Xu Antian? Asked the JK-style lowly girl. Wang Yan pondered for a moment before replying. Xu Antian has exceptional physical constitution and high defense. However, I possess a magical artifact specifically designed to counter him. My win rate is 73% and 70% and he's 30%. Wow! Senior brother Wang, you're so awesome. The lowly girl's eyes sparkled with admiration. Meanwhile, on the other side of the plaza, Xuanling's brows were deeply furrowed. Xu Antian's strength was undeniably formidable. He had defeated Zhang Wudi in an incredibly short time. He strode to the center of the square and stood before Xu Antian. I'll let you rest for 2 hours. Xu Antian shook his head. Not necessary. Defeating him took little effort. I need to go train soon and am pressed for time. You can come directly. I won't take advantage of you. Xuanling insisted. Xu Antian sighed in exasperation. Why was this man so stubborn? What a stubborn mule. He took a deep breath and rephrased, I'm fully recovered now. We can begin. Alright. Xuanling nodded. The two stood facing each other. Xuanling drew a silver spear from behind her back, gripping it with one hand as she pointed it at Xu Antian. I want you to bring your full strength to this fight. Alright. Xu Antian nodded. He'd long wanted to teach that show-off a lesson. Every time, that guy showed off right in front of him. This time, he would make sure Xuanling could never show off again. As the two prepared to begin their duel, the surrounding spectators erupted in excitement once more. Senior brother Xiang's strength is well-rounded. After all, both his speed and power are formidable. Xu Antian will struggle to find his weak spot. Exactly. Plus, senior brother Xiang specializes in thunder magic. His attacks are devastating. Xu Antian might not even survive. Xu Antian, lose for me. I bet on Xuanling. I don't want to go broke. Relax, brother Xiang has the better odds. He's the top fighter in the capital. Amidst the murmurs of the crowd, Xu Antian stood facing Xuanling, the demon-slaying sword in hand. You go first. Xuanling declared. Still showing off? Xu Antian raised an eyebrow. Without further ado, he stomped his foot and charged at Xuanling with his sword raised. As he closed in, the demon-slaying sword slashed out. Clang! The silver spear, crackling with lightning, collided with the demon-slaying sword. Sparks flew everywhere. The two weapons parted the moment they touched. But clearly, Xuanling's strength was no match for Xu Antian's. He was actually forced back by Xu Antian's single strike. Xu Antian seized the moment to strike again. A brilliant white light erupted from the tip of his blade. Countless sword energy swept forth, enveloping Xuanling's figure. Clang! 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 Xuanling whirled her silver spear, unleashing a flurry of strikes that instantly shattered the swirling sword chi in midair. Seizing the opening, she swiftly created distance between them. Simultaneously, he hurled his silver spear forward. With one hand, he cast a spell upon the spear. Lightning surged along the spear's length, its surface crackling with violent electrical energy. Go! Xuanling commanded in a light shout. The spearhead locked onto Xu Antian, charging toward him with savage force. Chapter 108. Don't try to impress, or lightning will strike you seeking gold tickets. Xu Antian's lips curled into a smirk. The next instant, he flung his demon-slaying sword upward, manipulating it with spirit control to collide mid-air with the thunder spear. Clang! 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 The fierce collision between the two weapons erupted into a series of clangs. Initially, the two were evenly matched. Yet within mere moments, the demon-slaying sword had completely overpowered the thunder spear. Amidst the crowd, J.K. Lowly exclaimed in surprise, Xuanling's spear technique is said to have been passed down from a centenarian master. It's incredibly refined. How could she be getting pushed around like this? Wang Yan shook his head gently. Xu Antian is overwhelming him purely with sheer force. The key to weapon-based combat lies in two things, the mastery of weapon control techniques and the abundance of one's own spiritual power. Logically, Xuanling, being at the 7th level of the 1,000-ton realm, should surpass Xu Antian in spiritual power and hold the advantage. So you're saying Xu Antian's weapon control technique is more refined, the young girl exclaimed in realization. But Wang Yan shook his head again. No. Not only is Xu Antian's artifact control more refined, his spiritual power is also more formidable. You can see it in every clash. Xuanling's silver spear gets knocked back each time. I see. But when it comes to artifact control, among the younger generation, senior brother Wang is second to none. No one dares claim the top spot. The young girl nodded obediently. Heh, Wang Yan chuckled, choosing modesty over further comment. Though he did possess his own unique insights into artifact manipulation. In the midst of the battle, Xuanling, finding no advantage to be gained, decisively recalled his spear and ceased the weapon manipulation duel. The next instant, a colossal, monstrous shadow materialized behind him. It resembled a crimson leopard, crowned with a single horn and trailing 5 tails. Shun! The Jin beast raised its head and roared, its voice reverberating like a thunderclap. The shockwave sent a piercing pain through the eardrums of the spectators. Investigators with weaker cultivation levels even bled from their eardrums. Xuanling plunged downward with his spear, thrusting it toward Xu Antian midair. As the spear thrust forward, Jin's 5 tails whipped behind him, all striking toward Xu Antian. Xu Antian met the thunder spear with his sword in one hand. Boom! A thunderous explosion sent Xuanling flying backward. In terms of raw power, he utterly overwhelmed Xuanling. Yet simultaneously, the Jin's 5 tails pierced the celestial armor covering Xu Antian's body. Boom! 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 The celestial shields emitted muffled thuds, shattered after just 3 strikes. The other 2 tails slammed squarely into Xu Antian's body. Yet Xu Antian's body merely swayed slightly twice, not even shifting his feet, as if nothing had happened. Did you skip breakfast? That pitiful strength can't even breach my defenses, Xu Antian sneered. With his golden stone body activated, within the 1,000 June realm, few could possibly harm him. You're celebrating too soon. Xuanling retorted coldly.
Immediately, he formed seals with both hands and struck toward himself. The ferocious shadow behind him abruptly retracted into his body. Xuanilan's aura surged rapidly. His pupils transformed, no longer resembling human eyes but rather those of the Jin beast. His entire aura became sharper, more ruthless, more domineering. Boom! Thunder roared across the sky. Massive bolts of lightning struck towards Xuanilan, but before they could reach his body, they were drawn to the silver spear in his hand. The silver spear became enveloped in dense lightning, growing ever larger. But before he could hurl the lightning spear, Xu Antian had already soared up from below, his demon-slaying sword streaking towards Xuanilan. Xuanilan was forced to halt his lightning gathering and struck the demon-slaying sword with his silver spear. He knocked the demon-slaying sword away, sending it flying off course. Xu Antian seized this opening to close in on Xuanilan. Golden light shimmered around his body as he swung a fist towards Xuanilan. Xuanilan spun around and thrust her silver spear forward. Xu Antian remained calm, meeting the strike directly with his bare palm. The instant his palm touched the silver spear, he seized it in his hand. "Are you seeking death?" Xuanilan roared. The spear carried genuine lightning, a force no human flesh could withstand. Xu Antian's body would be instantly paralyzed by the lightning or even fried alive. The lightning flashed along the spear, rapidly spreading towards Xu Antian's body. But the outcome Xuanilan had anticipated did not materialize. Xu Antian pulled the silver spear toward himself with force, as if nothing had happened. The immense force nearly made Xuanilan lose her grip on the shaft. Just how strong is Xu Antian's physical body? "He's actually withstanding the power of lightning," someone in the crowd exclaimed in shock. "I wonder what kind of magic Xu Antian is practicing. He seems completely unaffected by the lightning's power." "Senior brother Xiang is being pulled over. What should we do?" "Senior brother Xiang must win. Is Xu Antian really that strong? I don't see anything special about him." "What do you know? Xu Antian is using brute force to break through all techniques." On the battlefield, Xuanilan's expression darkened as he unleashed his own power. But it was useless. He was still pulled away. Realizing his strength couldn't match Xu Antian's, Xuanilan acted decisively. He actually let go and tossed the gun aside. He quickly created distance between them and Bart. "I don't believe you can withstand the power of lightning unless you're made of stone." He believed the lightning earlier hadn't been powerful enough, nor abundant enough. More, stronger lightning would surely pierce Xu Antian. He formed hand seals once more, directing them toward his own body. With each successive spell he cast, the thunderbolts in the sky began converging towards Xuanilan himself. Purple lightning danced across his body, enveloping him entirely in its glow, making him resemble a thunder god. What kind of technique is this? Xu Antian was utterly astonished. Within that thunder, he sensed a devastating power. Had the Thunder King not encountered him, few would stand a chance against such power. Unfortunately, his body, as hard as stone, was naturally resistant to lightning. His feet stamped out in rapid succession as he charged towards Xuanilan. "Looking for death." Xuanilan sneered coldly. The next instant, he charged towards Xu Antian, channeling the very essence of thunder itself. He refused to believe Xu Antian could withstand this blow. This thunderous force is terrifying. Even from this distance, the pressure radiating from senior brother Xiang is suffocating. "Hey, could it be that your thunder is just too powerful?" The crowd instinctively scattered, fearing they might be caught in the crossfire. Under everyone's gaze, the two collided with a thunderous crash. Boom! Massive energy ripples swept out in all directions. Purple lightning spattered in all directions. When the light finally faded, the crowd was astonished to discover that Xu Antian and Xuanilan were locked in an embrace. Xuanilan was covered in soot, smoke still curling from her hair, her specially made suit scorched and torn to shreds by the powerful lightning. In comparison, Xu Antian appeared much better off. Aside from his hair becoming slightly frizzy and a few holes in his clothes, he showed no other visible injuries. "I lost," Xuanilan muttered, head bowed, the pride vanishing from his face. Every ounce of power within him was spent. A single exertion from Xu Antian would snap his body in two. He never imagined that even his most powerful strike had barely scratched Xu Antian. Earlier, in an attempt to breach Xu Antian's defenses, he had channeled the maximum lightning he could withstand. Yet not only had it failed to harm Xu Antian, it had backfired, leaving him severely wounded by the lightning's backlash. Just admit defeat. Xu Antian released Xuanilan. "Here's a piece of advice, don't act like a big shot. Acting like a big shot will get you struck by lightning." Xuanilan's mouth twitched several times, but in the end, he didn't retort. He had lost, and he would accept it. He wasn't the type to be a sore loser. Chapter 109, You got lots of artifacts? Watch this. Seeking gold tickets. Xu Antian's defenses are truly formidable. Few chi cultivators at the 1,000-ton realm could break through them. Yeah, looks like Xu Antian has a strong shot at taking first place in this 4-provinces martial arts tournament. Not necessarily. There's still the top cultivator from Liushur City. Besides our 749, many reclusive sects from across the 4 provinces have emerged. Plenty of experts. The
The top cultivator from Liushi, are you talking about Wang Yan? He seems to be right over there. Whispers rippled through the crowd. At the mention of Wang Yan, all eyes instantly turned toward him. Jiang Wudi, who hadn't yet departed, felt a sense of relief upon seeing Stangilan also defeated by Xu Antian. Hearing Wang Yan's name now, he immediately walked over to him. He teased, Wang Yan, you're the top player in Liaoning. Why not step up and give it a try? Today, the top players from our 4 provinces will settle this once and for all. This is a golden opportunity to make a name for yourself. If Wang Yan also lost, then his own defeat wouldn't matter much. After all, no one could beat that freak Xu Antian. Wang Yan chuckled softly and shook his head. I've already figured out Xu Antian's fundamentals. If I fight him now, our win rate is 82%, 80% for me, 20% for him. Senior brother Wang, your odds are that high. You're guaranteed to take first place in this 4 provinces martial arts tournament. The young girl beside him gazed at him with admiration. Remember, there's always someone stronger. My strength is only at the top 3 level, Wang Yan replied modestly. Wang Yan, stop pretending. If you want to fight, just say so. Jiang Wudi chuckled. Wang Yan was famously vain, how could he pass up such a golden opportunity to make a name for himself? Wang Yan shook his head. I don't want to bully Xu Antian. On the field, Xu Antian looked somewhat surprised. He was already this formidable, how could anyone still think attacking him was bullying? This so-called number 1 in Liushi sure sounded like he was full of himself. And he sounded downright phony. The king of show-offs might love to strut his stuff, but he knew how to admit defeat. Jiang Wudi might be arrogant, but he was also a man who could take defeat gracefully. But what's your deal, Wang Yan? One moment you're boasting about an 82% win rate, the next you claim you don't want to bully people. Xu Antian couldn't stand this kind of two-faced nonsense. He strode up to Wang Yan, I'll give you one chance. Accept the terms. They agreed to a 500,000-point wager. If you agree, we can fight right now. Don't talk about bullying, you're the one who's truly unworthy. Wang Yan's expression darkened. Xu Antian, are you insulting me? Take it however you want. One word, fight or not. If not, I'm out of here. Xu Antian couldn't be bothered with more nonsense. Exactly, Wang Yan. Just say yes or no. Why all the nonsense? We don't have time to waste on your verbal sparring. Jiang Wudi chimed in. Oomph. Fine, let's fight. But if I win, don't accuse me of bullying you. Wang Yan snorted coldly. Since Xu Antian had challenged him, he'd oblige. After all, if he lost, it wouldn't be him who ended up looking foolish. Moreover, defeating Xu Antian would be equivalent to defeating both Xianyilan and Jiang Wudi. Don't worry, you don't have the strength. Xu Antian chuckled lightly. Wang Yan was far too confident, already convinced of victory before the fight even began. You're too arrogant. I'm not like Xianyilan. Wang Yan shook his head and stepped into the center of the arena. This should be entertaining. Before the 4 provinces martial arts tournament even begins, we're settling the top spot internally in 749. They say Wang Yan's nickname is Divine Mechanics, 100 Refinements. Wonder what that means? Wang Yan excels at wielding artifacts, specializing in long-range attacks with magical tools. Often, his opponents are defeated before they even get close. That won't matter against Xu Antian's impenetrable defenses. Seeing another duel to watch, the crowd erupted once more. Fatly hurriedly added new betting odds. The odds between Xu Antian and Wang Yan were 0.8. In other words, he believed Xu Antian had a higher chance of winning. Your strength lies in your physical prowess and formidable defense, Wang Yan declared with a smile from the center of the arena. But I happen to possess a magical artifact specifically designed to counter you. You talk too much. Xu Antian realized Wang Yan was nothing but a chatterbox, analyzing the fight before even starting it. Unbelievable. He flung the demon-slaying sword into the air, striking toward Wang Yan from a distance. Your spirit summoning technique is decent, but that's about it. Wang Yan smiled faintly. The next second, he raised his hand and tossed a small golden bell into the air. The bell's body was ancient and majestic, clearly no ordinary object. The bell rapidly expanded above his head, suspending in midair and casting cascading golden light that enveloped Wang Yan's form. Boom! 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 The demon-slaying sword struck it repeatedly, yet only produced dull thuds, failing to pierce the golden light. Clearly, this golden bell possessed formidable defenses. Wang Yan wore a smile. He promptly pulled another item from his robe and tossed it toward Xu Antian. It was a square handkerchief embroidered with clouds. The handkerchief expanded in the wind, hovering above Xu Antian's head. In the next instant, the clouds on it descended, enveloping Xu Antian. Xu Antian frowned, feeling as though he were sinking into a muddy swamp, his movements restricted. The mist from this cloud-adorned handkerchief can make one feel as if trapped in quicksand, unable to move. Wang Yan chuckled lightly. Under everyone's gaze, he produced another needle, as fine as a hair. As he formed a seal, a golden glow flared from the needle. With a sharp whistle, it pierced the air, shooting straight toward Xu Antian. Divine Mechanism 100 Refinements. So that's it. This Wang Yan can actually control 3 magical artifacts simultaneously. Controlling multiple artifacts demands immense soul strength. Most at the 1,000-ton realm can manage only 2 at once, yet Wang Yan wields 3 simultaneously. Truly remarkable. Those golden needles are clearly designed to pierce defenses. He's likely aiming to breach Xu Antian's defenses with them. The needle is so slender it stands a good chance of piercing through. The spectators in the crowd held their breath, eager to see the final outcome. Senior brother Wang is so cool. A young girl who had come with Wang Yan pumped her fist excitedly from the front of the crowd. In her eyes, Xu Antian was about to lose. Could Wang Yan really win? Jiang Wudi was astonished. Judging by the current situation, Xu Antian certainly didn't hold the upper hand. Xian Yilan frowned. Wang Yan doesn't deserve to defeat him. He knew just how powerful Xu Antian was. Under everyone's gaze, the golden needles transformed into a golden beam, piercing through the clouds. Xu Antian's brow furrowed as his feet shifted. Putting his newly mastered phantom step to use, his figure darted swiftly through the mist. He evaded the golden needle's assault. Impossible. How can you move so freely within the clouds? Wang Yan's strike, which he had been certain would hit, unexpectedly missed its mark. How could he not be astonished? Xu Antian sneered inwardly. As long as his strength was sufficient, nothing could hold him back. You've got quite the collection of magical artifacts. Now it's my turn to show you mine. A faint smile curved the corners of Xu Antian's mouth. The next instant, he flung a small golden seal into the air. Chapter 110, Change your name to 82 Chihi. The small seal boasts an ancient, elegant design, radiating an air of nobility. Its base was square, while its upper surface bore the vivid carving of a mountain peak. It was none other than the mountain god seal held by Xu Antian. Below, Xu Antian formed hand seals with both hands, continuously striking the mountain god seal. The mountain god seal soared higher and higher, growing larger and larger. In an instant, it grew to hundreds of meters in size. Boom! Beneath the plaza, immense pressure materialized out of thin air. Every spectator present felt the suffocating weight. Back up! Xian Yilan barked in a deep voice. He recognized the small seal before him. He had seen this artifact before on the mountain god peak, yet he had never been able to lift it, ultimately missing his chance. He never imagined it would end up in Xu Antian's hands. Moreover, Xu Antian seemed capable of wielding it. Though he hadn't witnessed its power firsthand, he knew this ancient artifact couldn't be weak. This thing was a divine artifact used by the mountain god. Hearing his warning, the investigators surrounding the plaza quickly retreated, fearing they might be caught in the crossfire. Only after retreating over 100 meters did that suffocating sensation finally dissipate. Wang Yan, standing directly beneath the mountain god seal, stared wide-eyed, his face etched with utter disbelief. He gasped for breath, his forehead glistening with sweat. Gritting his teeth, he refused to concede defeat immediately. Instead, his hands swiftly formed seals, manipulating the golden needles to pierce towards Xu Antian. He must defeat Xu Antian before the great seal above his head descended. Otherwise, he would surely lose. Xu Antian lightly tapped his feet, his form shifting like a phantom across the plaza, evading the golden needle's repeated stabs. Boom! The mountain spirit seal continued its descent, now less than 100 meters above Wang Yan's head. The immense pressure made Wang Yan's bones creak and groan, threatening to shatter at any moment. Now, he couldn't even run. The golden bell above his head groaned under the unbearable weight, its golden light trembling and growing unstable. Beneath this great seal lay immense pressure, rendering him utterly immobilized. I will not lose. Wang Yan roared. The next instant, he drew a bell from his robe, cradling it in his palm and giving it a gentle shake. Ring! Ling ling dang! Golden sound waves radiated outward in concentric circles. Xu Antian had no way to evade and was affected by the sound waves. He felt as if his brain had been struck by a hammer, leaving him dazed and groggy. Realizing he'd been hit, he instinctively bit his tongue, using the pain to snap himself back to alertness. Just then, a golden flash streaked past his vision. Boom! The golden barrier shattered instantly. The golden needle plunged straight toward his chest. At the critical moment, he jerked his arm upward. As the needle pierced his chest, he seized its tail end. With a forceful tug, he wrenched it out. No matter how Wang Yan manipulated his hand seals or how the golden needle struggled, it could not escape Xu Antian's grasp. The needle mark on Xu Antian's chest vanished swiftly. Thanks to the formidable regenerative power of his stone-hard physique, this minor injury was as if it had never existed. With a thought, he accelerated the descent of the mountain god seal. Crack! A sharp crack echoed as the golden bell atop Wang Yan's head could no longer withstand the immense pressure. As the golden light shattered and dispersed, vast cracks spread across the bell's surface. The entire artifact, its spiritual light dissipating, flew off to the side. Put! Wang Yan spat out a mouthful of blood, his face twisted with despair. He had calculated it to be foolproof. Why couldn't he defeat Xu Antian? As the mountain god seal descended to crush him, though unwilling, he bowed his head in defeat. I lose. Boom! The mountain god seal hovered 3 inches above his head, abruptly halting.
Immediately after, Xu Antian raised his hand and summoned the mountain god seal back to him. This thing was quite powerful, but wielding it was truly exhausting. In just these few breaths, 1/3 of the spiritual energy within his body had already been depleted.
Wang Yan actually lost too.
And he lost in his own specialty.
What kind of artifact is that golden seal? Its power is astonishing. Does this mean Xu Antian will become the top martial artist of the 4 provinces if he defeats the remaining contestants? Unbelievable, Xu Antian actually won. The crowd erupted in shock upon hearing Wang Yan's concession.
Not far away, the young girl wept softly, murmuring, "Senior brother Wang actually lost." She lightly touched the ground and rushed toward Wang Yan, helping him to his feet. Jiang Wudi strode up to Wang Yan, his head held high.
Wang Yan, if you don't have the skills, stop bragging. Also, drop the Divine Mechanics 100 Refinements title. Just go with 82 foot from now on. Put. Wang Yan was furious. Before the fight, he'd calculated the odds between himself and Xu Antian is 82 to 28 for him, 2 for Xu. But now, despite having overwhelming odds in his favor, he had lost. Not only that, but one of his magical artifacts had been destroyed. Jiang Wudi had actually used his own words to humiliate him. "Oomph, you lost too." Wang Yan wiped the blood from his lips and retorted. "I never said 82%, Jiang Wudi chuckled.
He felt losing to Xu Antian wasn't such a big deal. After all, everyone had lost. It wasn't that he was weak, Xu Antian was just too strong. The truth was, it didn't matter who faced him.
Xu Antian, you truly are formidable. You've earned my respect.
Xuanling stepped before Xu Antian and spoke softly.
Xu Antian.
True to form, the king of arrogance even in defeat, his words still carried that cocky edge. He couldn't be bothered to acknowledge Xuanling. Xu Antian pulled out his phone, opened the QR code for transferring points, and held it up in front of Wang Yan.
Scan it. Wang Yan's mouth twitched.
Not only had he lost face, but he'd also lost 500,000 points. He'd been planning to use those points to buy a magical artifact he'd had his eye on for ages.
But now,
gritting his teeth, he transferred the points over.
What else could he do? With so many people watching, if he tried to renege, he'd be torn apart by the crowd.
Having earned 1,500,000 points in half a day, Xu Antian was in high spirits.
He then ignored Xuanling and the others, walking straight toward the exit.
He retrieved the points he'd won from Fat Li. The principal and interest combined totaled 660,000 yuan.
In the end, he ended up with over 2 million points in his possession. These points should be more than enough for my cultivation.
Xu Antian murmured to himself as he descended from the summit of Ling Mountain under the gaze of the crowd, returning to the base nestled within the mountain slopes below. After grabbing a quick bite in the cafeteria, he headed back to the gravity training chamber to practice. To his surprise, he encountered Xuanling and Jiang Wudi there once more. They were both training inside the gravity chamber as well. It seemed Xuanling and the others had been spurred on by his performance, determined to train harder and redeem themselves.
Wang Yan was absent, likely recuperating from his injuries.
After all, among the three, Wang Yan had suffered the most severe injuries. The mountain god seal had caused him internal injuries. When Xuanling saw Xu Antian, she followed the transparent pressure glass panels within the training chamber. They still nodded to Xu Antian proactively, offering a greeting. After returning the nod, Xu Antian entered the cultivation chamber and began to focus his mind on his practice. As his cultivation level advanced, the difficulty of merging acupoints increased significantly. Even with the aid of gravity cultivation, his pace of merging acupoints had unconsciously slowed. By his estimation, it would take at least another month to break through to the 5th level of the 1,000-ton realm. Chapter 111, The Wine God Gathering. Bonus chapter for the confused. Evening. Back in the dorm. Xu Antian opened the 749 app to place an order. Relying solely on gravity cultivation to fuse acupoints was still too slow. Now that his points were sufficient, he naturally needed to purchase some rare treasures to accelerate his cultivation. He filtered for celestial treasures beneficial to meridian fusion. Premium calming pill. Consuming this pill quiets the mind, rapidly immersing one into a cultivation state, accelerating cultivation speed, and aiding acupoint fusion. Exchange points, 130,000. Supremine Spirit Pill contains potentine cold energy to aid acupoint fusion. Do not consume more than 2 at a time, or you may risk damaging your energy channels. Exchange points, 200,000. Pure Yang Earth Pill. This pill embodies the essence of the earth, possessing formidable power that can integrate into energy channels to aid in meridian fusion. Exchange points, 300,000. Xu Antian went on a massive shopping spree. He spent over 2 million points in total. Place orders, sleep. The next morning, all his purchases were delivered. Xu Antian entered the cultivation chamber once more with his supplies. He took his pills while cultivating. His progress accelerated significantly. 5 days later, he successfully broke through to the 5th level of the 1,000-ton realm. He also broke the probability of breaking through to the 5th level of the 1,000-ton realm while practicing gravity cultivation. He claimed his reward, a pendant numbered 749, known as the Spirit Nurturing Treasure Pendant. He could store his own spiritual energy within it in advance. If his own spiritual energy depleted during combat, he could swiftly replenish himself using the energy stored within the Spirit Nurturing Treasure Pendant. It was like carrying a portable power bank. He tested it and found the Spirit Nurturing Treasure Pendant could store roughly half of his total spiritual energy. If he fails to replenish the pendant for an extended period, the stored energy would gradually dissipate until it was completely depleted. Reasonable. Xu Antian's assessment. That day, he cultivated as usual. After finishing his morning session, he left the meditation chamber to head to the cafeteria. But as soon as he stepped out of the meditation chamber, he encountered Xuanling and Jiang. These past few days, both of them had been coming to the meditation room to practice, and he had grown accustomed to it. The only thing was, they always came together. This made him wonder if there was some secret between them. Perhaps even feelings that went beyond friendship. Xu Antian, we need to talk to you. Let's head to the cafeteria, Jiang said. Xuanling gave Xu Antian a slight nod. These two are here for me? Xu Antian was puzzled, unsure what they could possibly want with him. Since it was on his way anyway, he walked with them toward the cafeteria. Upon entering the cafeteria, the trio secured a private booth and ordered 3 portions of demon meat. So, you said you needed to talk to me? What's up? Xu Antian took a bite of the tiger demon meat in front of him and asked casually. We discovered a cult's hideout. Jiang spoke first. We want you to join us and wipe out the base, Xuanling added. Xu Antian raised an eyebrow. So that's what it was about. Yet a flicker of curiosity stirred within him. With Xuanling and Jiang combined strength, any mission below the 1,000-ton realm should be easily within their grasp. Could it be that the cult's hideout harbored a chi cultivator at the Sha Gang realm? The cult is called the Wine God Society. It originated from the island nation and is located within a private estate in the western suburbs of the capital. Jiang continued. This is an agency assignment. The reward is 500,000 points, split evenly upon completion. Any additional discoveries will increase the reward accordingly. Here are the mission details. Xuanling placed a stack of documents before Xu Antian. Xu Antian flipped through them with curiosity, his brow furrowing deeper with each page. This Wine God Society truly was a cult. They enjoy concocting spirit wine using all sorts of ingredients. The bizarre and exotic spiritual ingredients were one thing. The real issue was that they even used parts from human chi cultivators as infusion ingredients. Recent intelligence from multiple sources indicated that several chi cultivators had gone missing from prominent cultivating families in the capital, all pointing subtly to the Wine God Society. Bureau 749 dispatched agents to investigate that estate, but they came up empty-handed. Without concrete evidence, they couldn't take action against those inside. This mission has been backlogged for 2 months, and still no one has completed it. The mission reward has consequently increased. The key to this mission lies in obtaining evidence, Xu Antian frowned inwardly. With evidence in hand, the capital's headquarters could wipe out the Wine God Society's stronghold in no time. But without evidence, even the Bureau couldn't directly arrest or eliminate them. Why did you come to me? Xu Antian wondered. With so many investigators within Bureau 749, why come to him specifically? Jiang pointed at Xuanling. Ask him. I approve of you. No one else is worthy of teaming up with me, Xuanling stated flatly. Speak plainly. Xu Antian frowned. A friend's family member was likely abducted by the Wine God Society. During the 4 provinces martial arts gathering, all sorts of troublemakers have been stirring up chaos across the capital. The bureau is understaffed, Xuanling replied, keeping his head down. Xu Antian nodded slightly. That explanation made sense. He finished the remaining food in front of him in a few bites. Then he stood up. Let's go. We'll pay the Wine God Society a visit. His cultivation technique, the blood slaughter chi gathering art, required bloodshed to enhance its power. This so-called Wine God Society would be the perfect test for his blood-infused art. All right. Xuanling nodded in agreement. The 3 exited the base and waited briefly atop the mountain before a woman with exquisite features, clad in black combat gear, arrived. Xu Antian recognized her immediately. It was Xu, the one who had tried to kill him for the soul-nurturing jade in the mountain god ruins. Seeing Xu Antian again, Xu felt awkward. She approached Xu Antian with her head bowed, offering a sincere apology. Senior brother Xu, I didn't know you were also an investigator from Unit 749 back then. I'm truly sorry. If I offended you in any way, please punish me as you see fit. A pitiful young woman standing before him, admitting her fault. Anyone might have softened at that sight. But he was Xu Antian. Thud. Xu Antian raised his foot and kicked Xu in the stomach. He was sent flying over 10 meters on the spot. This is a one-time thing. Those familiar with Xu Antian knew he was already holding back. But he wouldn't actually kill Xu either. After all, she was also a 749 investigator. To kill Xu, it had to be a mutual life or death duel.
Killing Shi Ming unilaterally would violate protocol.
Blood trickled from Shi Ming's lips as he knelt on the ground, barely able to rise. Yet his eyes held no trace of resentment, only fear.
Thank you for your punishment, senior brother.
Shi Ming struggled to his feet, clutching his stomach as he wiped the blood from his lips.
Xuanling stood beside Xu Antian, never once interceding on his behalf. First, he wouldn't intercede. Second, he didn't want to.
In his view, one must own up to their mistakes. And he had already been beaten by Xu Antian a few days prior. The four soared into the sky, heading toward the outer reaches of Ling Mountain.
Shi Ming, briefly recount yesterday's events to Xu Antian. Xuanling instructed.
Yes, senior brother Xiang. Shi Ming responded and began explaining yesterday's events to Xu Antian. Chapter 112, The Izakaya, please vote. Moments later, Xu Antian finished listening to Shi Ming's account. The Shi family was merely a minor chi cultivation clan in the capital. Even their strongest patriarch only reached the 1,000 realm. Shi Ming had a half-brother, Shi Baihe. His brother possessed decent talent and was kept within the clan for cultivation. The Shi family intended for him to become the next clan head. Last night, Shi Baihe and 3 friends went drinking at a bar in western Kyoto. During the night, Shi Baihe and 2 others vanished, while the remaining friend escaped from the bar. The escapee was an ordinary civilian, a high school classmate of Shi Baihe. Shi Ming speculated that it was precisely his ordinary status that spared him from becoming a target. That person called Shi Ming this morning, and only then did Shi Ming grasp the general outline of the incident. Through investigation, Shi Ming discovered the bar was operated under a shell company affiliated with the Wine God Society. This led Shi Ming to suspect the Wine God Society. Their current mission was to locate the survivor. All 4 were chi cultivators at the 1,000-ton realm, capable of walking on air. Jiang Wudi and the other 2 were doing just that. Only Xu Antian stood apart, his feet planted firmly on the demon-slaying sword. With one hand casually behind his back, he glided through the air, sword in tow. Not only was he faster, but he looked cooler doing it.
Xu Antian, who taught you this sword riding technique? Is it publicly taught? Jiang Wudi asked curiously. Self-taught. Not shared with outsiders. Xu Antian replied.
On this point, he wasn't lying to Jiang Wudi. He had indeed learned it himself from the Sutra of Killing. But Jiang Wudi clearly didn't believe him. Such an exquisite weapon riding technique couldn't possibly be something he'd figured out on his own. He simply dismissed it as Xu Antian being stingy.
Half an hour later, they descended to the ground. They arrived at the Joint Investigation Bureau in the western district of the capital.
Shi Baihe's friend was stationed here. But he looked utterly terrified. The moment Shi Ming appeared, he burst into tears. Sis Ming, Baihe was taken away by a group of strangers. You have to save him. Stop crying and acting like a child. Tell us what happened, Shi Ming scolded, frowning. The 4 of us were drinking at the shrine bar.
After finishing our drinks, we planned to take a car away.
But just as we stepped out of the bar, I turned to go to the corner to relieve myself. When I turned back, I saw 5 or 6 masked men in black appear.
They knocked Baihe and the others unconscious, shoved them into a car, and took them away.
As he spoke, his face still bore traces of lingering fear.
If it weren't for his weak bladder and frequent urination, he might have been taken too.
Agent Shi, our team inspected the scene. The surveillance outside the bar was malfunctioning and didn't capture the exterior. However, we reviewed street cameras and identified 2 black SUVs, both without license plates, the deputy chief of the West District Joint Investigation Bureau stated, handing Shi Ming the documents.
Got it.
Thanks for that, Director Wang. Shi Ming took the file, glanced through it briefly, then closed it. Frowning, he remarked, the trail has gone cold. The perpetrators clearly had a meticulous plan, leaving them not a single useful clue.
Xu Antian wasn't surprised.
If evidence had been so easy to find, the Wine God Society wouldn't have been left for them to deal with.
Any thoughts? After leaving the Joint Investigation Bureau, Xu Antian asked Xuanling and the others. Conventional methods won't get us anywhere. We might need to catch them off guard. Xuanling frowned.
Shi Baihe was captured at the shrine bar.
Going there might yield new clues, Jiang Wudi suggested. He immediately proposed, why don't we go to the shrine bar and drink? We're chi cultivators too, maybe we can pretend to get arrested? Lure them out. They just made an arrest.
They probably won't target anyone else so soon, Shi Ming shook her head. Jiang Wudi's plan was indeed feasible, but it would likely consume a significant amount of time. By the time they struck again, her brother would likely be soaked through and through. By then, even if the Wine God Society were wiped out, it would hold no meaning for her.
I have an idea. Just as the group fell into a brief silence, Xu Antian suddenly spoke up.
Instantly, all 3 pairs of eyes turned toward him. Amidst their expectant gazes, Xu Antian whispered, we'll infiltrate the Wine God Society's estate in the outskirts at night to investigate.
If we find anything unusual, we strike immediately.
He didn't want to waste any more time on this matter. Other investigators have tried, but they were discovered the moment they entered. There must be high-tech anti-intrusion systems inside. Xuanling shook her head, dismissing Xu Antian's proposal.
Xu Antian frowned. He wasn't afraid of ruthless criminals, he feared the educated ones. Trust me, tonight we're heading to the shrine bar. We'll definitely find something. Jiang Wudi insisted on his plan. The four exchanged glances and nodded in succession. Although Ming found it somewhat unreliable, it was the only option available at the moment. Let's go. I'll take you to change clothes first. Jiang Wudi's face lit up with a smile upon seeing everyone's agreement. Change clothes? Xian Yilan frowned. We're going fishing, so we need to dress appropriately for the bar atmosphere. We can't exactly show up in combat gear, can we? Jiang Wudi replied matter-of-factly. All right. Xian Yilan nodded. She conceded there was some logic to that. The group piled into a car and drove to a large shopping mall. After shopping around and getting their hair done, they emerged refreshed. The four of them looked like they'd been completely transformed. Jiang Wudi sported a slicked-back pompadour, wearing a loose-fitting suit adorned with a colorful dragon motif. He paired it with cropped pants and round toe shoes, his defiant expression making him look every inch the spirited young man. Xian Yilan wore loose-fitting blue casual wear. Combined with his tall frame, he resembled an athletic student. Mingzhan stood beside Xian Yilan, her cheeks slightly flushed and her posture slightly awkward. Her current outfit made her feel slightly embarrassed. She wore a low-cut white halter top paired with a white school uniform skirt, short white stockings on her calves, and women's leather pumps. Her face was lightly made up. A schoolgirl look. This was completely at odds with her own personality, making her feel awkward. She didn't even know which foot to put forward first when walking. As for Xu Antian, he wore a black casual suit with trousers and black leather shoes. A thin gold chain with a jade pendant hung around his neck. He exuded a ruggedly handsome charm. Let's go. Jiang Wudi was quite pleased with everyone's outfits. With a sweeping gesture, he led the three of them into a taxi, heading straight for the shrine bar. After half an hour, they successfully arrived at the shrine bar. Located within the Japanese-themed district on the 6th Ring Road, the bar occupied a 5-story building. It was dinner time, and the entire themed street was still fairly crowded. Come on, tonight's tab is on me, Mr. Jiang. Jiang Wudi smiled as he led the three of them into the bar. Inside the bar, dazzling light shone brightly. Music and various sounds mingled together, filling Xu Antian's ears. After a moment to adjust, he looked ahead. Near the entrance lay a vast circular dance floor, where many handsome men and beautiful women swayed their bodies, freely releasing their energy. Along the dance floor's perimeter, booths of varying sizes were nearly all occupied. Chapter 113, Shu Tendoji seeking gold tickets. Where should we start our investigation? Shi Ming whispered. Every minute delayed meant more danger for her brother. She was desperate. Don't rush. This kind of thing can't be hurried. Jiang Wudi shook his head with a smile. Come on, let's go drink. Shi Ming had no better solution, so she followed along. Xu Antian watched Jiang Wudi's retreating figure and surmised he must be a regular at the bar. The four of them approached the bar and ordered several glasses of Japanese sake. But the taste was truly awful. In just a few moments, Jiang Wudi had already struck up a conversation with the bartender. Finally, the busty bartender even left the bar with him, heading toward the dimly lit corner at the back of the bar. Xu Antian was utterly astonished. No wonder they all love coming to bars, apparently it's all about venting pent-up energy. Senior brother Xiang, I feel Jiang Wudi is unreliable. Shouldn't we consider other options? Shi Ming glanced at Xian Yilan and whispered. Xian Yilan frowned. Let's wait and see. He knew Jiang Wudi well. Though he had his quirks, he was generally dependable when it came to serious matters. Just then, a flashily dressed girl approached Xu Antian from behind and sat down to his right. Handsome guy, all alone? She asked, thrusting her chest forward and flicking a strand of hair from her ear. Xu Antian glanced at her but made no move to engage. Xiao Shu was far more attractive than her. He had zero interest in women who wore such heavy makeup. Besides, he was here on serious business. Handsome guy sure is aloof. Seeing Xu Antian didn't respond, the girl realized he wasn't interested. She tossed out a parting shot before storming off in a huff. As time passed, more girls approached Xu Antian to strike up conversations. But he turned them all down. Finally, even a guy tried to chat him up. Xu Antian nearly beat the crap out of him. The guy clearly had the wrong idea. While drinking at the bar, Xu Antian kept his eyes open. He noticed a surprisingly high proportion of chi cultivators here. Even the bartender right in front of him was one. Moreover, he noticed a towering, half-human-sized demon sculpture enshrined behind the bar. The demon had a crimson face, sharp fangs, a head of fiery red hair, and short purple horns protruding from its skull. Its appearance was utterly terrifying. It was hard to imagine why a bar would enshrine such a thing. This thing looked downright sinister. What is that? Xu Antian pointed at the demon statue and asked the bartender. Sir, that's our island nation's famous Shu Tendoji, the bartender replied politely. Shu Tendoji? Xu Antian's expression shifted. He had heard of this creature. A notorious island nation demon, fond of drinking, frequently abducting women and children to devour as sustenance, a truly vicious creature.
A bar, of all places, actually venerating such a malevolent demon. Connecting this to the sake god society behind the bar, Xu Antian vaguely sensed that the society must have some connection to Shuten Doji. He paused thoughtfully before tentatively asking, "Isn't this Shuten Doji one of your island nation's great demons? He specifically devours children and women. How can you possibly worship such a vicious spirit? In our great Xia kingdom, such creatures would have been slain long ago, let alone worshipped. Your islanders' ways are truly bizarre." The bartender's smile froze. But soon, a smile reappeared. "Sir, this is our island nation's culture. It differs from your great Xia kingdom. Kitsune loves sake. We're a bar, and venerating Kitsune is simply to pray for peace and safety." Ha 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 ha. Xu Antian burst into laughter upon hearing this. "Sir, what's gotten into you? A demon protecting your safety? That's laughable. By the way, does this worship thing also require you to sacrifice your wife?" Xu Antian sneered, his face dripping with contempt. "Sir, this is our island nation's culture. I don't blame you for not understanding, but please show some respect. Refrain from such reckless remarks, or you'll have to leave." The bartender's expression darkened considerably. Despite the blaring music inside the bar, Xu Antian's loud voice still drew attention. But it still drew the attention of quite a few people. "I won't show respect. What are you going to do about it? These evil spirits have no place in our great Xia nation." Xu Antian abruptly stood up. Then, he leapt directly over the bar counter. As the bartender tried to block him, Xu Antian shoved him aside. Then, he delivered a fierce kick to the statue of Shuten Doji. Boom! A dull thud echoed. Xu Antian's kick tore right through the crotch of Shuten Doji's statue. The bartender's face paled, panic flashing in his eyes. Xu Antian's movement was too swift, and his strength was astonishingly powerful. He hadn't been able to stop him. This was bad. The statue before them was far more than just a statue. It contained a fragment of Lord Shuten's spirit essence. It was enshrined here daily to absorb the alcohol vapor and human vital energy from this place. Failing to protect the statue meant he would surely commit seppuku and atonement afterward. Therefore, he harbored immense resentment towards Xu Antian before him. He wanted nothing more than to kill Xu Antian right then and there. But with so many people present, he simply couldn't act on it. Doing so would only expose more. His sole hope now was that the spirit essence of Lord Shuten within the statue remained sealed and that Xu Antian would depart swiftly. "Sir, this is unacceptable. Someone, escort this guest out," the bartender shouted, stepping in front of Xu Antian. Xu Antian's sudden outburst left Xuanling and Ming momentarily stunned, unsure of his intentions. The two exchanged a glance, neither making a rash move. Xu Antian narrowed his eyes. The moment the statue's groin shattered, he sensed something unusual. From within the statue, a faint aura emanated outward. And it was clearly demonic. He knew instantly that this statue held a secret. Thus, when confronted by the bartender's obstruction, he wasted no words, simply lifting his foot to kick the man flying backward. A bartender at the Lianmai realm was no match for him, as insignificant as a child. Then, under the bartender's despairing gaze, Xu Antian raised his fist and smashed the head of the Shuten Doji statue to pieces. The moment the statue's head exploded, a burst of crimson light shot out. Within the glow, a smaller version of Shuten Doji could be faintly discerned. He glared furiously at Xu Antian, shot him a hateful look, then swiftly flew upstairs. It effortlessly pierced through the ceiling, vanishing from everyone's sight. Boom! At that very moment, Xuanling struck. He leapt upward, shattering the ceiling with a single punch as he pursued Shuten Doji. The tremendous commotion erupted, plunging the bar into chaos. The crowd rushed toward the bar exit. Xu Antian glanced at the scene before withdrawing his gaze. With a light tap of his foot, he passed through the ceiling above and gave chase. Ming hesitated for a moment before following suit. Chapter 114, Still drinking? I'm here to collect. After passing through 3 floors, Xu Antian finally caught sight of Xuanling again. At that moment, she stood facing off against a middle-aged, balding man from the island nation. A faint red glow flickered at the center of the man's brow. That strand of spirit essence has attached itself to him. Xuanling warned. Xu Antian nodded slightly, acknowledging her warning. You dared shatter Lord Shuten's divine form. Damn you. The middle-aged man's face twisted into a hideous grimace, yet the sound that emerged from his mouth was inhuman, more like the grinding of grit. The next instant, he slammed violently into the wall. With a thunderous crash, the wall split open under the impact, sending fragments of brick tumbling down the exterior wall. The middle-aged man materialized mid-air and fled rapidly in one direction. Xu Antian froze, having expected the man's threats to lead to a fight. Instead, it was just a feint. He'd simply fled. That bastard. Take him down. Xu Antian stomped his foot, launching himself into the air while hurling the demon-slaying sword. He mounted the blade and gave chase. Behind him, Xuanling burst out, joining him in pursuit of the middle-aged man. Ming watched Xu Antian and Xuanling vanish into the sky. She wanted to give chase. But her speed was no match for his. Just then, Jiang Wudi, who had vanished earlier, reappeared.
Wait for me, guys. Xuanling burst out of the bar and shot skyward at incredible speed. His speed now far surpassed that of his earlier journey. In no time at all, he caught up to Xuanling. The three brothers pursued from behind, the middle-aged man ran ahead. He ran, they chased, there was no escaping. They were flying away from the capital, the buildings below growing increasingly sparse. After about 10 minutes, the buildings before them had mostly vanished, leaving only a massive villa standing out prominently ahead. High walls encircled the villa, topped with barbed wire. The middle-aged man plunged straight down. The moment he touched down, 7 or 8 men clad in black leapt from the ground, swords drawn, charging toward Xu Antian and his companions. They were all chi refining practitioners at the 1,000-ton realm. We're in luck. Xu Antian's eyes gleamed. These men were perfect fodder for refining his blood slaughter chi gathering technique. With a single hand, he formed a seal and pointed toward the demon-slaying sword beneath him. The demon-slaying sword shot forward toward one of the attackers. The man raised his katana to block. Clang! A faint clang echoed as the katana in his hand was cleaved clean in two. Before his stunned eyes, the demon-slaying sword sliced clean through his neck. The severed head shot skyward, blood spurting from the broken neck. The headless corpse plummeted downward. Yet a wisp of crimson demonic energy escaped the corpse, drawn into Xu Antian's body. This was Xu Antian executing the blood demon chi absorption technique, drawing the demonic energy from the corpse into himself. To his astonishment, the demonic energy within this man was exceptionally abundant. He must have committed countless acts of killing in his lifetime. A soul deserving of death. The demon-slaying sword struck again, and 2 more black-clad figures fell to Xu Antian's blade. These low-tier chi cultivators at the 1,000-caddy realm were no match for him. Meanwhile, the other 4 were successively killed by Xuanling and the others. The 3 charged toward the villa. Boom! Xu Antian kicked the villa's front door to pieces, and the 3 entered. But the moment they stepped inside, a swarm of ninjas charged toward them. Poison darts and arrows flew from all directions, leaving them nowhere to hide. Golden light radiated from Xu Antian's body as both the Heavenly Guardian and Golden Stone physique abilities activated simultaneously. Wielding the demon-slaying sword, he charged like a tiger into a flock of sheep, targeting the numerous black-clad ninjas before him. Sword energy surged from the demon-slaying sword, leaving behind a trail of headless corpses. Strands of malevolent energy gathered within his body, growing ever more intense. Xuanling and Xuanling were not to be outdone. Xuanling seemed to teleport, appearing and vanishing with deadly precision, each reappearance marked by another fallen enemy. Xuanling's great spear swung with sweeping, decisive force, each strike crushing multiple bodies. Facing Xu Antian and his 2 companions, these island nation ninjas were truly unlucky. One was a demon warrior, another a hell king, and the third a dagger-wielding goddess. Each more brutal than the last, striking with lethal precision. Leaving a whole corpse behind was nearly impossible. Within mere moments, no one remained moving in the entire villa except Xu Antian and his 2 companions. There's an underground passage here. Xuanling pointed to the center of the hall, where a stone staircase led downward. Check it out. Xu Antian ordered, charging in first. Xuanling and the others followed. The stone steps descended steadily, illuminated by lights around the perimeter. When the trio reached the far end, they discovered a massive secret chamber. The stone door in front of the chamber stood open. Inside stood rows of transparent glass jars, each containing all manner of strange and bizarre objects. Suddenly, Xu Antian's gaze sharpened, a fierce glint flashing in his eyes. In one jar, he saw a jar filled to the brim with infants. At least 100. Beside this jar sat another, containing something with distinctly feminine features. That Shuten Doji truly deserves to die. Xuanling's eyes flashed with cold fury. The 3 hurried forward. Soon, deep within the secret chamber, they encountered the middle-aged man once more. The man was prostrate on the ground, facing a colossal Shuten Doji. Its body was covered in crimson bristles, its face flushed red with fangs bared, short horns protruding from its head, giving it a terrifying, demonic appearance. At that moment, it was clutching a jar of liquor, pouring it into its own mouth. Hearing the trio approach, it showed no sign of stopping. Still drinking? We've come to collect you. Xuanling raised the dagger in his hand, ready to strike. With Shagong realm strength, kill him, Xu Antian said indifferently. He could gauge an opponent's strength through their chi. Though not entirely foolproof, his judgment was usually accurate. Demon, you deserve death. Xuanling raised her silver spear, its surface crackling with surging lightning. With a single stride, he thrust the spear toward Shuten Doji's throat. Boom! At that instant, Shuten Doji halted his movement. He raised his broad, palm-like hand, covered in thick red fur, and deflected the silver spear off course. You destroyed my physical form, yet you dare pursue me here. I'll kill you both and soak you in sake. Shuten Doji flung the sake from his other hand. Immediately, an intense crimson glow erupted from his body as he charged towards Xu Antian and the others. His momentum was terrifying as his massive fist slammed towards Xuanling. At the same time, the middle-aged man charged towards Xu Antian. You help Xiaolan first, I'll take him down. Xu Antian addressed Xuanling.
He then proactively engaged the middle-aged man. His combat power surged to its peak, driving the middle-aged man back relentlessly as blood spurted from his mouth. Within moments, Xu Antian's demon-slaying sword sliced through the desperate man's neck. Another head fell. The blood-soaked aura around him grew even denser, all absorbed into Xu Antian's body. Without a glance at the corpse on the ground, Xu Antian turned and joined the assault on Shu Tendoji. Chapter 115, Slaying Shu Tendoji, K-Head seeking gold tickets. Boom! Shu Tendoji's fist sent Xuanyilan's silver spear flying from her grasp, sending her reeling backward. Shu Tendoji sought to capitalize on the opening to attack Xuanyilan. But Jiang Wudi had appeared behind him at some point, thrusting his dagger toward the demon's nape. A crimson glow flared behind Shu Tendoji's neck, deflecting Jiang Wudi's dagger. Boom! Jiang Wudi was sent flying backward with even greater force. You 3 mere 1,000-ton realm cultivators think you can kill me? Shu Tendoji declared coldly. A fist slammed towards Xuanyilan. Boom! Xuanyilan blocked with his gun. But his strength was clearly no match for Shu Tendoji's, and he was sent flying once more. Yet the purple lightning surging along his rifle momentarily dimmed the crimson glow radiating from Shu Tendoji. Even with both Xuanyilan and his companion combined, they still couldn't stand up to Shu Tendoji. This Shu Tendoji was clearly no ordinary Shagang realm cultivator. Just then, Xu Antian charged in from the side. He swung his sword at Shu Tendoji's neck. Shu Tendoji paid it no mind, once again activating the crimson aura of his Shagang to block the strike. But the instant the demon-slaying sword collided with the Shagang, his expression changed. He felt a tremendous force strike his neck. It threw his body off balance involuntarily. The protective aura around his neck was cleaved apart. The blade severed his crimson fur, embedding itself deep into his flesh. You seek death. Shu Tendoji roared in fury. In his moment of carelessness, he had actually been wounded. Furious, he tossed Xuanyilan aside and spun around, raising his fist to smash towards Xu Antian. Xu Antian refused to be outdone, raising his fist to strike back. Boom! A deafening roar echoed. Xu Antian's body shook violently, instantly shattering the concrete beneath his feet as both legs sank deep into the ground. Across from him, Shu Tendoji visibly staggered, his own feet sinking into the ground. In terms of raw power, the gap between him and Shu Tendoji was negligible. Xu Antian instantly assessed the situation, raising his fist to deliver a series of punches at Shu Tendoji, restricting his movement. On the other side, seeing Xu Antian pinning Shu Tendoji down, both Xuanyilan and the others nodded silently. Xu Antian's physique was too formidable, he could actually clash head-on with Shu Tendoji, a Shagang realm expert. This meant that although Xu Antian was only at the 1,000-ton realm, his physique had already reached the level of the Shagang realm. And not just any Shagang realm. It was the physique of a great demon at the Shagang realm. While Xu Antian held Shu Tendoji in place, Xuanyilan raised her spear, summoning lightning once more to strike at the demon. Jiang Wudi refused to be outdone, his form splitting into dozens of afterimages as he charged at Shu Tendoji from all directions. For a moment, Shu Tendoji found himself overwhelmed by the combined assault of the three, struggling to defend himself as he suffered repeated injuries. Boom! Shu Tendoji absorbed Xu Antian's punch, using the force to create distance. Rage twisted his face, making him appear even more ferocious. The next instant, he flickered his body, and a shimmering sheen of water instantly appeared on his crimson fur. Just as Xu Antian was puzzled. Whoosh! Blazing flames erupted across his body. He resembled a colossal fireman. The flames danced with remarkable agility, swaying in sync with his movements while radiating terrifying heat. Inside the massive wine vats surrounding him, the colorful liquids bubbled violently as they heated up. Die! Roared Shu Tendoji. The flames on his body intensified as he stomped his foot and charged towards Xu Antian. Xu Antian frowned. This was clearly Shu Tendoji unleashing his ultimate power. Boom! True to his fears, he was sent reeling backward by Shu Tendoji's single punch. With a savage expression, Shu Tendoji unleashed a relentless barrage of punches at Xu Antian. Xu Antian was forced back relentlessly. Xuanyilan frowned, took a deep breath, and a massive Jin figure materialized around her. The moment the beast materialized, the 5 tails behind it whipped forward, joining Xuanyilan's hands to grasp the silver spear. ZZZZT. Even more dazzling purple lightning surged along the silver spear. Boom! With a thunderous roar, the silver spear transformed into a bolt of lightning, striking toward Shu Tendoji. Thud! Realizing the danger, Shu Tendoji swung his fist back to block. At the same time, Jiang Wudi, on the other side, had the illusory form of the 1,000-armed cannon appear behind him. Countless magical artifacts in her hands also crashed down towards Shu Tendoji. Shu Tendoji's expression grew even more ferocious as he raised his other hand to block. Boom! 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 The three collided rapidly. Xuanyilan was knocked back, his arm trembling uncontrollably, while Jiang Wudi's mouth bled slightly. But Shu Tendoji wasn't much better off. One arm dangled limply, seemingly broken. He attempted to step forward in pursuit. But the instant he lifted his foot, his body suddenly lost its balance. Stunned, he looked down at his legs. Unbeknownst to him, a red cord had been tied around his ankles. The cord bound his legs together, restricting his ability to make large movements. Otherwise, he would be pulled off balance. It was Xu Antian's demon binding cord, deployed at the perfect moment. You think this thing can trap me? Dream on. Xu Tendoji sneered coldly. In the next instant, flames erupted from his body, spreading along the demon binding rope in an attempt to burn it through. But it was utterly useless. The demon binding rope remained unaffected. It still bound his legs, and it was tightening. What the hell? A flicker of panic crossed Xu Tendoji's face. Xuanling and the other attacked him once more. With his legs immobilized, his combat effectiveness was severely hampered. He was struck repeatedly, sustaining injuries. His aura grew weaker by the moment. But Xuanling and the other weren't faring much better, coughing up blood repeatedly. At that moment, Xu Antian drew the mountain spirit seal from his robe. He raised his hand, performed a sealing gesture toward the mountain god seal, and struck it. The mountain god seal rapidly expanded to the size of a human head. Xu Antian clutched it in his palm and hurled it fiercely toward Xu Tendoji. With his immense strength combined with the weight of the mountain god seal, the impact was devastating. As Xu Tendoji attempted to block, his fist instantly shattered. Then his forearm, shoulder, everything exploded into splattering fragments of flesh. Blood gushed from his mouth as his aura plummeted. A flicker of fear crossed his eyes. So you know fear after all? Xu Antian sneered coldly. He recalled the mountain god seal, poised to deliver the finishing blow. But at that very moment, Xuanling acted first, thrusting her spear toward Xu Tendoji's head. Hold on! Xu Antian roared. Xuanling's body froze. Xu Antian seized the moment to hurl the mountain god seal. Boom! A deafening explosion erupted as the mountain god seal smashed through Xu Tendoji's skull, reducing it to a pulpy mess. But just as they thought it was over, a crimson light shot out from within Xu Tendoji's body, flashing toward the ground. Xu Antian recognized this immediately. It was the demon spirit essence. Similar to a human soul. Determined to eliminate the threat completely, the three pursued it together. What left them speechless, however, was that, after traveling a short distance, the essence of Xu Tendoji began rapidly fading in color. Finally, it vanished completely mid-air. At the same time, within the 8 trigrams demon refining furnace in Xu Antian's mind, the figure of Xu Tendoji slowly materialized. Finally dead. Xu Antian exhaled in relief. He'd called out Xuanling precisely to take down the boss. Otherwise, he would have suffered a huge loss. He immediately rushed back to the basement. Before Xu Tendoji's corpse, he channeled the blood demon chi absorption technique, drawing all the malevolent energy from the body into himself. Chapter 116, An Unexpected Windfall? This Xu Tendoji must have committed unspeakable sins. The malevolent energy on his body was so dense it was nearly solid. Xu Antian found this unsurprising. The corpses within those transparent wine jars before them numbered at least several hundred. This Xu Tendoji must have killed far more than those before them. But now, all this malevolent energy was being absorbed by him. It became the nourishment for his cultivation. Moments later, he had absorbed every last trace of malevolent energy from Xu Tendoji. The sheer volume of malevolent energy within his body was staggering. He attempted to wield it, and instantly, vast swaths of crimson malevolence surged forth from his body. Under his control, this malevolent energy could shift into various forms, even coating the demon-slaying sword. But now was not the time for testing spells. He raised his hand to retrieve the demon binding rope, then turned to face Xuanling and the other. He asked, "Did you notice the white crane?" "No." Xuanling shook his head, inwardly puzzled by Xu Antian's sudden summons. He thought to himself, who cares who kills Xu Tendoji? Let's split up and search, Zhang Wudi suggested. Xu Antian nodded, and the three split up to search the villa. During their search, Xu Antian once again discovered several Japanese nationals hiding. He eliminated them one by one. Meanwhile, Zhang Wudi discovered Shirbaiha in a hidden chamber. Xu Antian and the others rushed over to investigate. Inside the chamber stood a massive cylindrical transparent tank, within which floated over a dozen naked human bodies. Their skin had turned pale from prolonged immersion, yet they remained alive. Zhang Wudi located a switch, drained the liquid inside, and rescued the people trapped within. Shirbaiha was among them. Having narrowly escaped death, he still looked somewhat dazed. After Zhang Wudi questioned him several times, he finally snapped out of it. "I don't have to die?" Shirbaiha murmured. He was clearly terrified. "What happened?" Xuanling inquired. "I was drinking at a bar, got dragged here, then tossed into this massive disinfection tank. After being sterilized and cleaned, we'd be thrown into wine vats as flavoring ingredients." Shirbaiha's eyes held lingering fear and terror. "You're safe now." Xuanling frowned, speaking curtly. He had no desire to continue talking to weaklings like Shirbaiha. He turned and walked toward the villa exit, simultaneously dialing a number on his phone. "Ming, have the bureau handle the aftermath. Your brother is fine." With that, he and Xu Antian had already stepped outside the villa.
Other colleagues from the capital will handle this. Let's go, Xuanling stated. With that, he lightly tapped his foot and vanished into thin air. Xu Antian naturally had no objections. He too disliked dealing with trivial matters. With both of them gone, Zhang Wudi asked, should I leave too? And so, the three returned to Bureau 749 as dusk approached. The next morning, Xu Antian received another message from Xuanling. The guy actually told him to go to an office. After freshening up and rushing over, he discovered the office was none other than the director's office. Knocking and entering, he found Xuanling and Zhang Wudi inside. Behind the reddish-brown wooden desk facing them sat a man in his 50s. The man had a crew cut and a square face, radiating a vibrant energy. The moment Xu Antian saw the man, a slight shock rippled through his heart. He sensed an immense oppressive aura emanating from him. Moreover, he couldn't detect any aura emanating from this man. This meant the man possessed the formidable ability to shield his own aura. My name is Lian Bong, director of the Capital Bureau, the man spoke softly. You eradicated the scourge of the Wine God Society yesterday. Well done. But you left not a single member of the Wine God Society alive. What was the meaning of that? Lian Bong was visibly angered. He had seen the photos from the scene. It was nothing short of a battlefield of death. Apart from the victims, not a single soul remained alive in the vast estate. Not a single corpse remained intact. Heads were severed, bodies were torn apart. Reconstructing their bodies would require a lengthy search. And the recovered heads might not even match the right bodies. What a tremendous waste of manpower. Xuanling lowered her head, silent. He had grown accustomed to this situation. After all, this wasn't the first time the director had spoken to him like this. Last time, the time before that, and the time before that, it was always the same. He was practically developing calluses on his ears from hearing it. Xu Antian, having slain the demon drinker, felt a pang of guilt and remained silent. But Zhang Wudi wasn't having it. He retorted, directorly, our situation back then was extremely dangerous. How could we have had the chance to take prisoners? We did well just getting anyone out alive. Besides, you guys at Kyoto 749 couldn't finish this mission for so long, and we pulled it off. Don't you think you owe us a little thanks? Lian Bong radiated an overwhelming aura. The pressure nearly choked Zhang Wudi. Come on, repeat those words you just said. If you can say them, I'll give you a reward. Lian Bong spoke indifferently. Zhang Wudi's face contorted in fury. He opened his mouth several times, but no sound came out. Lian Bong's power was too overwhelming. He was simply no match for him. Before Lian Bong, he didn't even have the right to speak. After struggling for several minutes, Zhang Wudi was drenched in sweat, yet it was all in vain. Zhang Wudi was stunned. Realizing this situation was beyond his control, he reluctantly shook his head and gave up. Now that's more like it. When speaking to an elder like me, one must show proper respect. Lian Bong nodded with satisfaction. Zhang Wudi seethed inwardly, yet dared not argue openly. Next time, try to take prisoners alive. Otherwise, your mission rewards will be revoked entirely. Lian Bong continued. Additionally, the 4 provinces martial arts tournament is about to commence. All sorts of unsavory characters are surfacing in the capital. For your safety, the 3 of you are to remain indoors until the tournament begins. Yes, director. Xuanling nodded in response. Xu Antian gave a slight nod as well. Zhang Wudi lifted his chin, his eyes burning with defiance. Then, at a glance from Lian Bong, he shifted his gaze to the side. Still, you 3 did an excellent job eliminating the Wine God Society. Whatever you need, I'll do my best to provide. Lian Bong took a sip of tea from the table and said calmly. Director, I want the Thunderstone. Xuanling spoke first. He intended to temper himself with the Thunderstone, thereby commanding greater lightning power. You get 3. Lian Bong nodded lightly. He then turned to Zhang Wudi, and you? Though Zhang Wudi looked down on Lian Bong, he wasn't foolish. He wouldn't turn down a good deal. He replied, I want a magical artifact that can easily pierce defenses. Preferably a dagger. His speed was swift, but his attacks were somewhat lacking. A better magical artifact could greatly enhance his combat effectiveness. The Bureau has a broken mountain blade. Take it. Lian Bong paused briefly before speaking. Finally, he turned to Xu Antian, and you, Xu Antian? Chapter 117, Beast Taming Sect. Me? Xu Antian pondered. He glanced at Xuanling and the other person beside him and said, you 2 should go ahead if you have no urgent business. Xuanling? Zhang Wudi stared, his eyes searching. You 2, step outside. Lian Bong waved them out. Xuanling and the other left the office. Go ahead. What's on your mind? Lian Bong smiled at Xu Antian. Zhang Herong from Harbin had mentioned Xu Antian to him, his tone brimming with unstinting praise. This had piqued his curiosity. After all, Zhang Herong had been a prodigy himself back in the day. A young talent who caught his eye couldn't be anything but exceptional. This had indeed been proven. Just a couple of days ago, Xu Antian had defeated geniuses from 3 other provinces, including the capital. He had effectively become the top Qinjun realm cultivator among the 749 bureaus across the 4 provinces.
Xu Antian turned around, his back to Lian Bang, and retrieved the fiery red egg.
He then turned to present the egg to Lian Bang. Uncle Li, I want to hatch this thing. Do you have a way?
Lian Bang rose with a solemn expression. He reached out and drew the giant egg into his palm. He stroked its surface several times, then channeled several streams of spiritual energy into the egg. After observing it for several full minutes, he finally paused. After a moment's thought, he spoke. There is indeed the aura of a living being inside, but it's very faint. It could vanish at any moment. Our bureau is also researching the incubation of demon eggs. I can have them compile relevant incubation experience for you, but I cannot guarantee whether it will ultimately hatch.
Xu Antian nodded lightly. Thank you, Uncle Li.
You're quite capable, much more polite than those other two.
Here's what we'll do.
If the Bureau's incubation methods don't work, you can try your luck later at the Beastmaster sect in Liushi City. Go straight to their sect master, Beast War. Tell him I sent you.
Lian Bang's tone was firm. Understood, Uncle Li. Xu Antian nodded.
Uncle Li, if those two ever cross you again, no need for you to say a word, I'll handle them myself.
MHM. Lian Bang gave a slight nod, waving dismissively with a smile. Go on.
Yes. Xu Antian replied, a smile curling his lips as he turned and left the office. Stepping outside, he was surprised to find Xiangilan and the other waiting for him.
Spill it. What business could possibly require us both to be sent away? Zhang Wudi stepped forward, attempting to hook his arm around Xu Antian's shoulder. But Xu Antian easily dodged him.
Uncle Li's pretty pissed with you, Xu Antian said flatly.
He told me to find a chance to beat you up.
Zhang Wudi froze, his face twisting in fury.
I knew that old man held a grudge. He actually had you take revenge on me. Zhang Wudi nearly choked with rage. Shu, keep your voice down. Xu Antian pulled Zhang Wudi away from the doorway.
He whispered, we've been through life and death situations together.
How could I do that? Don't worry, I won't hit you hard. Not use force. Zhang Wudi's eyes widened. Xu Antian, you're not human. Boom. Xu Antian's fist flew out, sending Zhang Wudi flying backward. With his arm seized, Zhang Wudi had no chance to dodge. Xu Antian's punch connected cleanly. Behind them, Lian Bang emerged from the office, glancing over casually.
Xu Antian strode forward, reaching down to lift Zhang Wudi off the ground.
Stop struggling. I'm doing you a favor. Director Li is the boss here. Of all the people you could have crossed, you had to pick him. Do you still want to work here? Xu Antian leaned close to Zhang Wudi's ear and whispered. Zhang Wudi seethed inwardly but ceased struggling, feigning unconsciousness. Xianyilan frowned and followed them out. The group exited the base and arrived outside Ling Mountain. Only then did Xu Antian set Zhang Wudi down. No need to thank me, we're brothers. Xu Antian tossed over before turning and walking away. Zhang Wudi? Inside the dorm, Xu Antian was reviewing some documents sent to his phone.
The materials contained summaries of various experiments. He carefully scanned through them, searching for anything useful. Ultimately, he distilled 3 potentially valuable insights. First, demon eggs required a suitable temperature environment to hatch. The demon egg in his possession had been discovered within magma, and its shell surface remained warm. Its optimal incubation environment was most likely a high-temperature setting. Second, demon eggs generally require a place abundant in spiritual energy to hatch, otherwise, they are likely to become dead eggs. Third, hatching demon eggs might also require special spiritual materials as aids. For instance, soaking the demon egg in a specially formulated spiritual liquid during incubation. But understanding the theory was one thing, putting it into practice was another matter entirely. He had no idea what kind of demon lay within the egg, making it impossible to treat the root cause. The Bureau's experience with hatching demon eggs held little practical value for him, only as a reference, not something he could replicate directly. Still, the demon egg in his possession possessed remarkable vitality. After being left for so long, whatever was inside hadn't died. I'll try hatching it myself first. If that fails, I'll head to the beast taming sect and see if I can get lucky. Xu Antian made his plans silently. He then opened the 749 app and purchased some fire attribute spirit elixir, intending to soak the demon egg in it for testing. Early the next morning, the spirit liquid arrived. Xu Antian found a large bathtub. He first poured the spirit liquid into it, then tossed the demon egg inside. He watched intently, hoping to detect any sign of change. Time passed swiftly, and to his astonishment, the spiritual energy within the potion was vanishing and at an increasingly rapid pace. Xu Antian was overjoyed. Change meant it was working. But soon, his smile faded. The demon egg absorbed the essence liquid far too quickly. An entire bathtub's worth was drained dry in less than half a day. This had cost him a whopping 200,000 points. If the demon egg hatched after spending those points, it would have been worth it. But now, aside from its aura growing slightly stronger, the demon egg showed absolutely no signs of hatching.
The spiritual liquid is effective, but it needs more or higher quality spiritual liquid. Xu Antian understood the situation. As long as he kept feeding its spiritual essence, the demon egg's aura would grow stronger and it would hatch sooner or later. But he had no idea if his current points would be enough. Unwittingly raising a gold-devouring beast, Xu Antian felt a bit helpless. Yet the more he felt this way, the more curious he became about what lay within the egg. Based on some insights from within Bureau 749, generally, the higher the spiritual energy required for a demon egg to hatch, the stronger its innate potential. Which meant the demon egg in his possession couldn't be anything but exceptional. Xu Antian opened the 749 app once more and placed an order. This time, he spent over 1,000,000 points to purchase Fire Attribute Spiritual Essence. Suck it all up. Xu Antian thought fiercely. Points? He had plenty to spare. Chapter 118, The Shadow Spirit's Excursion Seeking Gold Tickets. Several days later. In the dormitory, Xu Antian's brow furrowed slightly. He tore his gaze away from the demon egg before him and sank into deep thought. Over the past few days, he had spent over 1,000,000 points purchasing spiritual elixirs. Every drop of this essence had been poured into the demon egg. Yet the demon egg still showed no signs of hatching. Only the vital energy within had grown significantly stronger. Xu Antian could even sense the gradually intensifying vitality within. Continuing to nourish it with spiritual elixir might just cause the demon egg before him to hatch. But he had exhausted all his points. Xu Antian could only temporarily return the demon egg to the Bagua demon refining furnace. He would purchase more spirit essence to continue the incubation once he earned more points later. He immediately turned his gaze inward toward the Bagua demon refining furnace. After several days of refinement, the Shuten doji within had vanished. Instead, a gray pill now occupied the furnace. With a thought, Xu Antian summoned the pill into his palm. Een Spirit Pill. Consuming this pill strengthens one's soul, elevating it to the power of an Een Spirit and enabling brief soul projection. Xu Antian's expression shifted. This reminded him of the scene when Shuten doji's spirit essence had fled. The situation bore a striking resemblance to soul projection. He raised his hand and tossed the pill into his mouth. It felt icy cold upon entry, then swiftly dissolved into liquid and was absorbed by his body. The chill surged toward his mind. It seeped into a luminous orb within his mind. The sphere grew larger and larger, within which a human form began to take shape. After continuous transformations, the sphere finally took on Xu Antian's likeness. Though blurry, it was unmistakably Xu Antian himself. Is this the Een Spirit? Xu Antian murmured. He discovered he could control the shadow spirit's movements within his mind. Moreover, his perception of the outside world had become sharper. It was as if he had donned a pair of high-powered binoculars. Many details he would have overlooked before now unfolded before his eyes. Moreover, he discovered he could now see through things. His perception could now penetrate walls, revealing scenes beyond them. For instance, right now, someone was resting in the dorm room next door. And above his head, numerous people stood gathered, seemingly in a meeting. This sensation was utterly magical. It must be related to my soul's growth. Xu Antian murmured. Then, with a single thought, his shadow spirit burst forth from his body. His shadow spirit hovered midair, gazing down at his physical body below. The sensation was utterly extraordinary. Xu Antian guided his shadow spirit to move around the dormitory, discovering many new wonders. For instance, the shadow spirit could effortlessly pass through objects. Moreover, under his mind's control, it could actually move objects. It was remarkably similar to telekinesis. However, this process drained his shadow spirit considerably. After several attempts, he grew weary. He had no choice but to recall the Een Spirit to his physical body to rest. The shadow spirit must have other uses, but I haven't grasped them yet, Xu Antian murmured. He opened the 749 app and searched for information about shadow spirits. He spent half a day reading. He gleaned much useful knowledge. The Een Spirit was essentially the term used to describe the soul of a chi cultivator once it had grown to a certain level. The defining criterion is that the soul can briefly leave the body without dissipating. Beyond enhancing a cultivator's perception to become sharper and more acute, it also grants the cultivator greater control over spells. For instance, by imbuing a wisp of Een Spirit essence into a magical artifact, one can manipulate it with greater dexterity. Moreover, the soul's potency allows Xu Antian to simultaneously control multiple magical artifacts. Moreover, he could learn specific soul techniques for combat or other purposes. Logically, the 8 trigrams demon refining furnace within my mind should also be classified as a magical artifact. Could I possibly gain control over it? Xu Antian's mind became active, filled with new possibilities. With this thought, he immediately felt compelled to try. He directed his Een Spirit to hover above the 8 trigrams demon refining furnace. He then attached a strand of his Een Spirit's essence to the furnace. He attempted to move it. But even using all his strength, he couldn't budge the furnace an inch. Is it impossible? Xu Antian frowned. The next instant, he channeled his entire Een Spirit into the 8 trigrams demon refining furnace.
This would grant him greater control over the furnace. He tried once more to move the furnace. This time, he was astonished to find the furnace wobble ever so slightly. Though the movement was extremely subtle, his keen spiritual senses detected it. Upon realizing this outcome, Xu Antian was overcome with excitement. Though he still couldn't fully command the 8 trigrams demon refining furnace yet. But as his strength grew, the day would come when he could summon the 8 trigrams demon refining furnace from his mind to confront his enemies. He was supremely confident in the power of the 8 trigrams demon refining furnace. After all that effort, Xu Antian felt quite exhausted. At this point, only one day remained until the 4 provinces martial arts tournament. Tomorrow, all contestants who passed the preliminary rounds would gather at Ling Mountain for the final competition.
Xu Antian would be among them.
He was determined to win tomorrow's competition.
Early the next morning, Xu Antian awoke in his dormitory. But before he could step out, Xuanling and Jiang Wudi cornered him inside. The two had come to pick him up for the competition. Xu Antian joined them for breakfast first.
Then they headed to the summit of Ling Mountain.
The arena had been set up here the day before.
Around the arena, numerous seats had been added. By now, quite a few spectators had taken their seats. Besides our 749 members, we've also invited some chi cultivators from sects and noble families this time, Jiang Wudi explained.
Xu Antian nodded silently.
He understood this was Bureau 749's overt strategy aimed at intimidating the independent cultivators across the 4 provinces.
Here, independent cultivators referred to all chi cultivators outside of Unit 749.
Whether they belonged to sects or aristocratic families. Of the 16 chi cultivators who made it to the finals this time, the majority are from sects and aristocratic families. Rumor has it there are several stunning beauties among them.
Jiang Wudi's eyes gleamed. Xu Antian was speechless.
After spending more time with him, Xu Antian realized Jiang Wudi was actually a womanizing old lecher. He couldn't walk past a woman without stopping. As for the jerk beside him, he had absolutely no prejudice against women whatsoever.
Xu Antian even began to question his sexual orientation.
The 3 took their seats at the contestant area, waiting for the competition to officially begin. Several contestants already seated at their stations turned to look at the trio as they approached.
Curiosity flickered in their eyes. Xu Antian kept his gaze straight ahead, closing his eyes to rest. He had no intention of interacting with the other contestants. Xuanling adopted a similar demeanor.
To him, none of the competitors present were worthy of his words. Meanwhile, Jiang Wudi had already made his way over to a female contestant. Like a fly drawn to the scent of blood.
Chapter 119, The 4 Provinces Martial Arts Finals commence. Holy crap! Which sect is this? So blatant.
Suddenly, a gasp erupted from the spectator seats behind Xu Antian.
More astonished murmurs followed. That's a female cultivator from the Union sect of G City. They're known for being like this. The Huan sect? Is it what I'm thinking? Yep, exactly what we're thinking. Curiosity piqued, Xu Antian opened his eyes and looked toward the source of the voices.
He easily spotted over a dozen female cultivators who had already arrived at the edge of the square. Each of these female cultivators was as radiant as a lotus blossom emerging from water. Their every glance exuded 1,000 charms, captivating to the point of bewitchment. Their attire was remarkably loose and flowing, with only the essential areas covered. Beyond that, they wore nothing but a sheer white veil draped over their bodies.
Demonic women, the word sprang to Xu Antian's mind.
At the forefront of this group stood a woman in a deep crimson gauze gown, strikingly conspicuous. Her figure was seductively alluring, her fingers slender and graceful, and the pair of long legs exposed beneath the fabric seemed to embody the very essence of innate divine beauty. Her features were exquisitely flawless, her skin appearing as delicate as porcelain. Her fox-like eyes flickered with endless allure. As if sensing Xu Antian's gaze, from afar, she playfully winked her left eye at Xu Antian. A hint of amusement flickered in her eyes.
Xu Antian paused, then gave a slight nod in return.
Then he averted his gaze.
That's the Rakshasa woman from the Union sect.
She's quite powerful, one of our opponents, Jiang Wudi said with a laugh, bumping Xu Antian's shoulder.
Don't let her beauty fool you, that woman is vicious. What? You know her? Xu Antian asked curiously.
Not exactly close, just crossed paths twice. I nearly got the short end of the stick dealing with her.
Jiang Wudi shook his head. Oh? Xu Antian's expression turned intrigued.
If she could give Jiang Wudi a hard time, this Rakshasa woman must have some real skill.
These chi cultivators within the sects shouldn't be underestimated.
After all, they were disciples cultivated with the full resources of their sects. How exactly did you get the short end of the stick?
Xu Antian inquired. Jiang Wudi's face flushed with embarrassment, as if something was difficult to explain.
He stammered, don't even ask.
Just stay away from that Rakshasa woman.
I'm telling you, that woman is treacherous and downright twisted.
Unrivaled brother, am I really like that? Just then, Luo Chanu appeared before Jiang Wudi, her expression amused.
You weren't like this when you were chasing after me back then.
Luocha Nu winked at Jiang Wudi. Jiang Wudi shuddered. When did I ever chase you? Don't make things up. What? You've forgotten? Back then, you were willing to die for me.
I really did misjudge you back then. Luocha shot Jiang Wudi a withering look before striding over to sit down at a nearby seat.
Unbeatable brother? Xu Antian nearly burst out laughing.
It sounded like Jiang Wudi had picked the wrong girl and been toyed with by this Rakshasi.
Jiang Wudi was furious, wanting to shut Xu Antian up.
But the thought that he wasn't Xu Antian's match, that he couldn't shut him up, made him even angrier. When he first met Jiang Wudi, the guy had looked down his nose at everyone, acting supremely arrogant and refusing to acknowledge anyone. After getting to know him, though, it turned out he was just a horny bastard and even had a bit of a comedic streak.
As time passed, more contestants began entering the arena.
The 20 seats reserved for the first contestants were nearly filled. Holy crap, which sex female cultivator is that? She looks like she stepped right out of a painting.
At that moment, gasps rippled through the crowd once more. Female cultivators from the Heartless Sect. They're said to despise men. Don't even think about getting any ideas with them or you'll regret it. Why?
Legend has it they cultivate the supreme forgetful heart art. They must first immerse themselves in worldly affairs to experience passion, then renounce it entirely.
Only then can they master the technique.
The men they use as emotional vessels are ultimately discarded.
So what if they're discarded? At least they got their fun. Bro, you're out of your mind. It's not that simple. Once you're entangled in their emotions, it's nearly impossible to break free. You're basically ruined.
Xu Antian looked up to see 7 or 8 women with cold, composed expressions. The leader wore white robes, her features exquisitely refined, a faint melancholy lingering in her eyes. Her figure was flawless, with long legs that seemed naturally stocking-clad. Beside her stood a young man with a crew cut and a simple, honest face, occasionally glancing at the woman with a smile.
Looks like a total suck-up.
White peony of the Heartless Sect.
Beast Jade of the Beast-Taming Sect. Jiang Wudi declared.
They say Beast Jade pursued White Peony for 3 years, but she never gave him the time of day. The thing is, everyone knows you can't touch a woman from the Heartless Sect. Yet this guy was so stubborn he must have been ensnared already.
Beast Jade just doesn't have enough experience with women, unlike me. If it were me, I'd never let that happen. Jiang Wudi's face flashed with confidence.
Yeah, brother Wudi.
Xu Antian's words instantly shattered Jiang Wudi's composure. Xu Antian. Keep this up and I'll fight you. Bring it on.
Xu Antian chuckled. Better to die than be disgraced.
Bring it on. Ha? Another beauty?
Jiang Wudi suddenly turned his head to the left, seemingly trying to change the subject.
But when Xu Antian looked over, he froze. To his surprise, it was someone he knew.
Her face was half veiled by white gauze, yet the eyes peeking out shone as brightly as stars in the heavens. She wore a long dress in shades of purple and blue, her exposed arms as smooth as jade. Beside her stood a burly, bald middle-aged man.
It was Yun Xian and Sun He.
Yun Xian, radiating an otherworldly grace, captured the attention of every spectator present.
If I could just meet this beauty, I'd gladly break through to the Sha gang realm overnight. Who is she? I've never seen her before. Yun Xian from the Daoyan sect. I've spoken with her once. She has an amazing personality. Under the gazes of the crowd, Yun Xian approached Xu Antian.
Smiling, she said, Brother Xu, I never imagined we'd meet again.
Heh, how come you're participating in this martial arts gathering too?
Xu Antian chuckled softly as he stood up. He was genuinely pleased to see an old friend again. The key was that Yun Xian had a good temperament and knew how to yield.
Our Daoyan sect is no longer secluded.
We must step into the world now to build our reputation, Yun Xian replied. Young man, if you face our holy maiden later, be careful not to hurt her. Son, he suddenly interjected from the side.
Heh, rest assured, Elder Sunday. I've got it covered. Xu Antian responded with a light chuckle. Chapter 120, Top 10 Bonus Chapter for Princess Ironfan.
After a brief exchange of news, Yun Xian took a seat beside Xu Antian and waited. They exchanged casual, disjointed chatter.
This made Jiang Wudi feel incredibly envious.
He couldn't fathom how a brute like Xu Antian could possibly know such an exceptional girl,
while he could only end up with a demoness like Luo Cha. After a brief wait, Lian Bong and other high-ranking officials from Bureau 749 arrived at the square. The crowd instantly fell silent, all eyes turning toward Lian Bong.
Under their gaze, Lian Bong strode to the center of the square. After scanning the crowd, he announced loudly, on behalf of the Beijing Bureau 749 headquarters, I welcome you all. Some of you are old friends, while others are new faces. We've convened this 4 provinces martial arts gathering to deepen mutual understanding, paving the way for stronger future collaboration.
Director Li is absolutely right. We need more cooperation with Bureau 749.
Indeed. Our stable development in Jishir City owes much to the local 749 Bureau's support. Director Li, our relationship with Bureau 749 has always been excellent. The crowd chimed in with enthusiastic agreement, filling the square with lively energy. Lian Bang smiled and raised his hand to signal for quiet before continuing. This martial gathering is not merely a contest of magical arts, but also an opportunity for exchange. Each of you possesses unique strengths in your respective fields. Through this competition, we can learn from one another and complement our shortcomings. Furthermore, to foster stronger collaboration, the top 10 Qi cultivators ranked in this tournament may choose to enroll at our capital's 749 University. All benefits will be generously provided. The surest way to win hearts is to make them your own. And he employed an open strategy. Within 749, cultivation resources were abundant. While it lacked the unique lineages found in sects or noble families, its offerings were exceptionally comprehensive. There was no fear these individuals would refuse to join 749. Once these sect prodigies joined 749, assimilating them into the university's fold would be a breeze. Once these geniuses complete their training and return to take over their sects, the top sects across the 4 provinces will become vassals of 749. To actually be able to join the 749 Bureau. This is a golden opportunity. I hope our sect's holy son can rank in the top 10. I hear the resources at 749 University are incredibly abundant. The audience buzzed with discussion. Yet some remained silent, their thoughts hidden within. Lian Bang observed the crowd's reactions before announcing the start of the competition. After Lian Bang returned to the stands, a host stepped onto the field. Glancing at Xu Antian and the others seated in the front, he began explaining the rules. 20 contestants will compete in the 4 provinces martial arts finals. We will conduct one-on-one duels through a draw. The victor advances, the vanquished departs. Now, please come forward to draw your opponents. With a wave of his hand, 749 attendants carried the lottery box onto the stage. Xu Antian and his group drew lots in turn. Xu Antian drew number 10. Beside him, Xiangyuan and Jiang Wudi drew numbers 2 and 4 respectively. Yun Zian drew number 6. Now, please welcome the contestant who drew number 1 to the stage. As the host announced, 2 figures rose from the contestant seats, stepping lightly onto the stage. One was none other than the Rakshasi woman from the Union of Bliss sect, while the other was an investigator from Harbin Bureau 749. Xu Antian recalled that she had even flown to the capital on the same plane as him. This martial gathering is about honoring martial friendship. Therefore, no further attacks are permitted once an opponent is incapacitated. Violators will be disqualified. Additionally, our referees will intervene if necessary. Now, the contest begins. As the host's words echoed, the Rakshasi and the Harbin investigator instantly locked into combat. Their fighting styles were entirely different. The Rakshasi moved swiftly, every gesture radiating an alluring aura. The Harbin investigator fought by the book. Yet he was clearly affected by the Rakshasi's allure, gradually faltering until he was defeated after a brief struggle. Next up was Xiangyuan, whose opponent was a young nobleman. He was ultimately dispatched without mercy. Jiang Wudi and Yun Zian also emerged victorious in their subsequent matches. Soon it was Xu Antian's turn. His opponent was none other than Wang Yan. This should be interesting. Xu Antian's lips curved into a smile. He didn't mind beating Wang Yan again. Wang Yan's expression darkened considerably upon seeing Xu Antian as his opponent. Facing Xu Antian, he had no chance of winning. Last time, right here, he'd been thoroughly outclassed by Xu Antian. With only a few days having passed, his strength hadn't improved at all. There was no way he could defeat Xu Antian. Therefore, after a moment of silence, he chose to concede defeat outright. This, however, spared Xu Antian the trouble. Without lifting a finger, he'd secured a victory and advanced straight into the top 10. Put. I thought 82 was going to give it a shot, but turns out he chickened out. Jiang Wudi sneered disdainfully. At that moment, he'd completely forgotten that Xu Antian had once beaten him senseless. The 10 matches concluded swiftly. The 10 victors who remained would now engage in a round-robin tournament, as announced by the host. This meant they would fight each of the other 9 opponents in turn to determine their final rankings. Meanwhile, the 10 defeated contestants would also engage in a round-robin tournament for their own rankings. The top 3 finishers would earn the chance to challenge any of the top 10, potentially replacing them in the rankings, though each contestant could only attempt this once. Due to time constraints, today's round-robin matches will be held for the losers bracket. The winners bracket matches will take place tomorrow, the host announced. Following the announcement, the round-robin battles among the 10 losers commenced immediately. Xu Antian watched intently from the sidelines. Though these individuals might not match his strength, they demonstrated unique insights in casting certain spells. This actually provided him with some inspiration. For instance, a young master from a prominent family had managed to combine wind and fire spells, creating a more powerful magic. Armed with this unique technique, he defeated 3 opponents in succession. He finally fell to a 749 investigator skilled in earth magic. These fights aren't worth watching. If Old Manly weren't sitting up there, I wouldn't bother staying any longer, Jiang Wudi muttered under his breath. You may leave, Xiangyuan replied indifferently without turning her head. If I leave, Old Manly will kill me. Jiang Wudi had already learned his lesson and wasn't about to provoke Lian Bang again.
He turned his head to look at Xu Antian, asking curiously, Xu Antian, how did you meet this beauty over there? What's it to you? Xu Antian frowned. Instinctively, he didn't want Jiang Wudi to know about Yun Xian. That guy was way too lecherous. He feared Jiang Wudi would corrupt Yun Xian. Yun Xian had just emerged from the sect, untouched by the world's corruption, pure as could be. It would be a shame if Jiang Wudi corrupted her. Chapter 121, Shiko of Diamond Temple. The contest finally concluded late into the night. Xu Antian and the others didn't even get a chance to eat. Fortunately, everyone present was a chi cultivator. Skipping a meal or two was no big deal. Xu Antian returned to the base, ate dinner, and retired to his dormitory to rest. As usual, he exchanged a few flirtatious messages with Tong Jingshu on his phone before climbing into bed. Early the next morning, Xu Antian rose and made his way once more to the summit of Ling Mountain. Yesterday's competition continued. The process remained largely the same as the previous day. The only difference was that today would feature a round-robin battle among the top 10 ranked contestants. To prevent consecutive battles from affecting the fighter's stamina, each fighter would compete in one round before the next round commenced. The draw was conducted as before. This time, Xu Antian drew the number 1 spot. He would be the first to step onto the battlefield. Heh, your opponent isn't me. Jiang Wudi chuckled lightly. He was number 2. Nor me. Xian Yilan shook his head. Brother Yi, I'm number 5. Yun Xian stated calmly. Xu Antian nodded and stepped onto the field. His opponents soon appeared before him. It was a young monk with rosy lips and pearly teeth. His figure was well proportioned, his features handsome. Even with his head shaved bald, it did nothing to diminish his inherent charm. Instead, it lent him an unusual beauty. Placing one palm before him, he bowed slightly in greeting. This humble monk is Shirkong of the Vajra Temple. I humbly request your guidance, layman. Very well. Xu Antian nodded, drawing the demon-slaying sword from his waist. Those who could rank in the top 10 chi cultivators were no slouches. He would not underestimate the monk before him. He didn't want to slip up and lose in an unexpected place. Boom! Xu Antian planted his foot firmly, propelling his body forward in an instant. The demon-slaying sword in his hand slashed out from afar. A faint white glow appeared at the blade's tip, then rapidly exploded outward, unleashing a torrent of sword energy that engulfed Shirkong. Clang! Suddenly, a resounding bell-like clang echoed across the battlefield. Shirkong's palms repeatedly struck forward, dispersing the sword energy wave after wave. Around him, a vast golden bell could be faintly discerned, enveloping his entire form. The bell was exquisitely ancient, engraved with Buddhist mantras. Golden bell cover. Xu Antian exclaimed in astonishment. This golden bell cover possessed formidable defensive power. Even the sharpness of his demon-slaying sword couldn't pierce it. Shirkong practices the Vajra Arhat technique, a physical cultivation method that forges an incredibly resilient body. Jiang Wudi murmured from the stands, his eyes gleaming with eager anticipation. Xu Antian also practiced physical cultivation. The clash between the two would surely be fascinating. Master Dui, your disciple shows remarkable talent. To have cultivated the golden bell cover at such a young age. Lian Bang nodded approvingly, his gaze turning to a bald, elderly monk nearby. Master Dui pressed his palms together. Amit Ba. Shirkong is diligent. He consistently ranked first in temple studies. Talent matters, but his achievements today are equally tied to his relentless effort. Master speaks with wisdom, Lian Bang murmured, nodding in agreement. Both men turned their gaze back to the arena. Xu Antian unleashed sword strike after sword strike, yet none could breach the golden bell shield. Instead, each tremor of the golden bell shield sent a pulsing sensation through his skull, stirring an inexplicable irritation within him. There's something fishy about this bell sound. Xu Antian realized the problem. The next moment, he sheathed his demon-slaying sword. Immediately, vast swaths of golden red light surged from his body, enveloping him completely. Xu Antian stepped forward and slammed his fist into the golden bell before him. Boom! A deafening explosion echoed. The golden bell before him was sent flying backward by the direct impact. In terms of raw power, Shirkong was no match for Xu Antian unleashing his full might. Shirkong's expression remained unchanged as he lightly stamped his foot on the ground. Instantly, an invisible aura formed around him. The golden bell vanished, replaced by a wrathful Vajrapani emerging behind him. The moment it materialized, the Vajra's eyes glared at Xu Antian. A colossal mental pressure crashed down. For a chi cultivator whose soul was not sufficiently strong, this blow would likely have been enough to intimidate them, making them dare not attack the Vajra. But Xu Antian had already cultivated his Yin spirit. He far surpassed chi cultivators at the 1,000-ton realm. Thus, he felt no pressure whatsoever. His fist continued its descent toward Shirkong. Shirkong's expression grew grave as he formed hand seals. A Buddhist seal shot towards Xu Antian. Boom! But it shattered under Xu Antian's fist. Seizing the moment, Xu Antian closed the distance with Shirkong. They clashed repeatedly in rapid succession, their blows landing with brutal force. The sound of flesh and bone colliding echoed repeatedly across the battlefield. This layman Su's physical prowess is truly remarkable. This monk has never witnessed anything like it. Dewey remarked earnestly. Nothing special, Lian Bang replied with a modest smile. If the people of 749 lacked any real strength, how could they possibly command the respect of sects and noble families like yours? But why does that Xu Antian kid carry so much malevolence? Even he felt a pang of unease at the sight. The beads spinning in Dewey's fingers paused momentarily, his thoughts briefly unsettled. But he quickly regained his composure, nodded, and said no more. With his keen insight, he could clearly see that Xu was no match for Xu Antian. Defeat was only a matter of time. Xu Antian is still so strong, practically dominating the little bald guy. Jiang Wudi whistled in admiration. No, he's even stronger than before. And far more ruthless. Xianyilan shook her head. Brother Xu carries such intense killing intent. Has he taken many lives recently? Yun Zian wondered, a hint of worry creeping into her thoughts. Too much killing intent was never a good thing. It could easily cloud one's mind. Boom! A thunderous explosion echoed across the arena. Xu was sent flying by Xu Antian's punch. His monk's robe was torn to shreds, revealing bronze-like skin. Only now, this bronze-like skin bore numerous bruises. All inflicted by Xu Antian. Xu Antian, on the other hand, though his clothes were also torn to shreds. His exposed upper body showed not a single scratch. Amitba. Layman Xu possesses remarkable physical fortitude. This monk has one final move. Should Layman Xu withstand it, I shall willingly concede defeat. Xu chanted the Buddha's name softly. His demeanor remained remarkably steady throughout. Even now, on the brink of defeat. Haha, very well. Xu Antian nodded in agreement. Xu physical body was indeed formidable, and Xu Antian had thoroughly enjoyed this battle. Therefore, he was not stingy in granting him one final chance. Xu bowed in respect, then immediately crossed his legs and sat down. The moment he settled, a vast expanse of golden light surged from his body. The dazzling radiance illuminated the entire summit of Ling Mountain. A golden-bodied Arhat slowly materialized within the golden glow. The Arhat radiated majesty, seated atop a colossal tiger draped in a serpentine dragon. The dragon-subduing, tiger-taming Arhat? Lian Bang's expression shifted slightly from the viewing platform. This was the renowned spell of Vajra Temple, possessing immense power. Once, a disciple of the Vajra Temple had used this technique to defeat a Shagang realm opponent while only at the Qianjun realm. The Shagang realm practitioner's Shagang aura had been shattered. Such was its formidable light. Xu has only mastered the basics. He cannot unleash this technique's true potential yet. Dewey shook his head lightly. Chapter 122, Decent Strength, but a licking dog. Dragon subduing, tiger conquering Arhat. Jiang Wudi exclaimed in astonishment from the contestant's seat. Instinctively, he compared it to his own thousand-handed Guanyin technique. To his astonishment, he discovered both possessed nearly equal potency. This Buddhist technique appears profoundly intricate. There truly is much I can learn from the world below. Master was right. Yun Ziyan murmured to herself, her eyes flickering with a white light. Under everyone's gaze, the dragon-subduing tiger-taming Arhat rose from the giant tiger's back. With a stomp of his foot, he launched a punch toward Xu Antian. Seemingly slow yet blindingly fast, the fist instantly materialized before Xu Antian. However, after breaking through to the in-spirit realm, Xu Antian's perception had greatly enhanced. Anticipating the attack, he made no elaborate movements, merely raising his fist to block. He intended to confront the dragon-subduing, tiger-taming Arhat head-on with his own flesh. Boom! A deafening explosion echoed. Violent tremors rippled through the arena. A massive force ripple swept out in all directions. Those nearby instinctively squinted their eyes. As the dust settled, the scene in the arena came into view. The dragon-subduing, tiger-taming Arhat remained frozen in midair, still locked in a fist-to-fist clash with Xu Antian. But in the next instant, starting from his fist, his body began to silently dissipate. Eventually, his entire form vanished completely. Sitting cross-legged, Xu slowly let a trickle of blood flow from the corner of his mouth. Rising to his feet, he bowed and declared, "Layman Xu, this monk has lost." With that, he turned and walked down from the platform. Xu Antian glanced at his arm, now covered in fine cracks. Having sustained injuries from Xu's earlier strike. Yet in the next instant, the wounds on his body had already healed themselves. First match, Xu Antian wins, earning 1 point. Now for the second match, contestant number 2, please come to the stage. The host stepped forward to announce. My turn. Jiang Wudi rose and stepped onto the stage, then scanned the contestants waiting to see who his opponent would be. Under his gaze, a stocky, earnest-looking youth with a crew cut rose from his seat. He leapt from his seat and landed in the center of the ring. A smile played on his lips as he looked across at Jiang Wudi. Beast Jade of the beast-taming sect. I humbly request guidance from senior brother Jiang. No problem. Jiang Wudi chuckled lightly, lifting his head.
He thought Beast Jade was quite polite. Senior brother Jiang, please allow me a moment to prepare, Beast Jade continued.
Jiang Wudi nodded haughtily.
The next instant, Beast Jade opened the mouth of a pouch at its waist, releasing a swarm of golden beetles. The beetles fluttered swiftly, one by one attaching themselves to Beast Jade's body until they completely covered him. It looked as though he had donned an ancient, face-concealing golden armor. The remaining golden beetles coalesced into a long, golden blade, which Beast Jade gripped firmly in his hand. The beast taming sect truly possesses some expertise in beast taming, Xu Antian murmured to himself below. The ability to control so many golden beetles simultaneously revealed that Beast Jade's strength was far from what met the eye. His simple, honest face seemed harmless. But reality might tell a different story. Senior brother Jiang, that's enough. Beast Jade called out. These beetles on your body won't stop my dagger. Jiang Wudi spoke softly, his tone still dripping with contempt. He had obtained a powerful dagger from Lian Bang. He was confident it could pierce through the golden armor. The next instant, his figure vanished mid-air. Before Beast Jade could react, he materialized behind it, thrusting his dagger fiercely toward its nape. But at that very moment, Beast Jade's body moved of its own accord. It raised its beetle blade to block the attack behind its head. Clang! A light clang echoed. Jiang Wudi was sent flying backward. But Jiang Wudi's attacks followed even faster, one after another, stabbing at Beast Jade from every angle. Yet at every critical moment, Beast Jade managed to block them. The Beast Jade's body is propelled by the golden beetle, it nearly follows its momentum. Yun Zian murmured softly beside Xu Antian. Xu Antian turned his head and saw a faint white light flickering in Yun Zian's eyes. She must be casting some sort of secret technique. That's a clever approach. The golden beetle's senses should be sharper than Beast Jade's own. By using the beetle, he achieves rapid reflexes to block Jiang Wudi's attacks. Xuanling nodded lightly, a hint of admiration in her tone. Xu Antian was astonished. Could beast taming be used like this? Truly a master of beast taming, it's all about the finesse. No, it's about knowing more and exploring further. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, the two collided fiercely. But as time passed, Jiang Wudi's speed visibly slowed. He himself realized something was amiss. He quickly examined himself and finally discovered some unknown liquid on his body. What puzzled him even more was that he hadn't noticed how this liquid had gotten onto him in the first place. Senior brother Jiang, that's the saliva of the golden beetle. It can enter your body through your skin and paralyze your muscles. It doesn't take effect immediately. It accumulates until a certain threshold is reached, and by the time you realize it, it's already too late. The Beast Jade spoke softly, still wearing that same earnest smile. Jiang Wudi felt a chill run down his spine. He had been set up, and he hadn't even known it. As Shoyu finished speaking, Jiang Wudi distinctly felt his muscles beginning to lose control. I can't delay any longer. Jiang Wudi realized. The longer he hesitated, the more disadvantageous it would become for him. Beast Jade chuckled inwardly. Why did Jiang Wudi believe everything he said? The effects of the golden beetle's saliva weren't as he described. Rather, the more spiritual energy the opponent used and the more frequently they did so, the more active it became. Only then would the opponent's limbs be further affected. Jiang Wudi had played his trump card, walking right into his trap. Jiang Wudi's expression grew grave. As he cast his spell, a colossal statue of the 1,000-armed Guanyin materialized behind him. The colossal Guanyin wielded various magical instruments of subjugation, smashing them viciously toward the Beast Jade. The speed was so extreme that everyone could only see after images. Boom! Boom boom boom! A rapid succession of loud impacts echoed across the battlefield. When the sounds finally ceased, everyone looked again. They found Jiang Wudi already teetering on his feet, his body straining to stay upright. As for the beast orb, was now crouched beneath a massive turtle shell, seeking cover. Facing Jiang Wudi's attack, the turtle shell showed not a single crack. Only a few white marks appeared on the shell's surface. It was unclear whether they were from the recent impact or had been there previously. The Beast Jade lifted the turtle shell and rose from the ground. Senior brother Jiang, you've admitted it, this is the antidote. Shoyu smiled, clasped his hands in a bow, and tossed a bottle of pills to Jiang Wudi. Jiang Wudi caught it and swallowed the pill in one gulp. Only then did the symptoms on his body begin to ease. His face remained grim. After glaring at Beast Jade, he turned and returned to his seat. As for Beast Jade, the moment he won, he scampered over to White Peony. Miss Bai, how did I handle that just now? Pretty cool, huh? Xu Antian and Yun Ziyan exchanged glances, both struggling to suppress their amusement. Beast Jade's strength was decent, but what a shame he was nothing but a sycophant. Chapter 123, The Bonds Between the Union Sect and the Heartless Sect. The fog clears. I was careless. Next time I fight Beast Jade, I won't lose. Jiang Wudi, having recovered, seethed with resentment. He believed his true strength far surpassed Shoyu's. He'd simply paid the price for his arrogance. Your loss was inevitable. Fighting without thinking leads to this outcome. Wang Yan suddenly chimed in. Shut up, 82. Jiang Wudi retorted.
Poof. I've researched Beast Jade's profile. The golden beetle saliva on its body is a spirit poison transmitted through skin contact. The more spiritual energy you expend, the faster you'll be poisoned. The best approach is to defeat it with pure physical strength or engage in long-range combat using magical artifacts. Wang Yan gave Jiang Wudi a cold glance and snorted. Once he learned his opponent would be Beast Jade, how could he not investigate? Knowing both yourself and your enemy ensures victory in every battle.
Victory often hinges on a single piece of information.
Jiang Wudi froze, stunned that he'd fallen for that Beast Jade brat's trick. So treacherous. Jiang Wudi fumed. Round 2, Beast Jade wins, earning 1 point. Now for the third match, contestant number 3, please come to the stage. Just then, the host in the arena announced the results and invited the next group to take the stage.
The third group consisted entirely of Xu Antian's acquaintances.
Xuanling and Wang Yan. Both were members of 749 who knew what kind of sparks would fly between them.
Xuanling strode directly onto the stage, with Wang Yan rising immediately behind her.
Your attacks may be fierce, but they cannot break through my defense.
You will lose sooner or later, Wang Yan said softly, looking at Xuanling.
You're no match for me, Xuanling replied coolly.
The next instant, she launched her attack. Her silver spear flashed with lightning, striking toward Wang Yan like a thunderbolt. Wang Yan's expression remained unchanged as he summoned a golden bell to shield himself, simultaneously tossing a square handkerchief to release mist that restricted Xuanling's movements. Another golden needle artifact vanished into the mist, waiting for an opening to strike Xuanling. To simultaneously control 3 artifacts without a hint of hesitation, Wang Yan's soul strength is truly formidable, remarked an observant elder from the spectator seats. Mastering 3 spiritual artifacts simultaneously at the 1,000-ton realm is truly remarkable. Few can achieve such feats, echoed another influential figure from a rival sect.
Xuanling's prowess is no slouch either.
The thunder magic itself is potent, and combined with his Shin bloodline, his fierce attacks have even reached the level of the Sha Gang realm. Xuanling and his opponent clashed rapidly within the mist.
Flash after flash of lightning in golden light erupted from within.
Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, Wang Yan suddenly produced a small golden mirror. As he formed a seal, a golden beam shot forth from the mirror.
Xuanling, struck by the beam, was sent flying backward.
Even the silver spear in his grasp proved unable to withstand the force.
He can wield 4 magical artifacts simultaneously. Has Wang Yan cultivated a yin spirit? Exclaimed a woman from the Huan sect in the audience.
Blood trickled from Xuanling's mouth, clearly indicating serious injury. Xu Antian's gaze sharpened.
Though Wang Yan was a chatterbox, his strength was undeniably formidable.
He truly deserved the title of Liushir's top martial artist.
The question was whether Xuanling could hold out. Boom! A deafening explosion.
Xuanling's entire body was enveloped in lightning, resembling a thunder god as he charged toward Wang Yan. He had broken free from Yun Pa's restraints.
Under the glare of the golden mirror, he arrived before Wang Yan.
A spear thrust forward.
Boom!
The small bell atop Wang Yan's head was instantly knocked flying. The silver spear hovered 3 inches before Wang Yan.
I concede. Wang Yan gritted his teeth.
Resentfully, he added, if Xu Antian hadn't shattered my sunset bell, preventing it from unleashing its full might, you'd be the one losing.
Xu Antian scratched his nose. What did this have to do with him?
He was just sitting back enjoying the show, yet somehow it had come back to bite him. Still, he'd discovered a way to counter Wang Yan.
Engaging in a protracted battle with his multitude of artifacts would only put him at a disadvantage.
The correct approach was to suppress him with overwhelming force from the start.
Otherwise, if the fight dragged on, Wang Yan would have the upper hand. Xuanling must have realized this as well.
The two stepped down from the arena, and soon contestants 4 took the stage. What piqued Xu Antian's interest was that both combatants this time were women. One was the Rakshasi of the Union sect. The other was by mutant of the Heartless sect. One was a seductress, the other pure as a lotus flower.
Now this is interesting. Jiang Wudi, standing nearby, let out a playful chuckle upon seeing the two.
Xu Antian turned to look at him, eager to hear more. The Union sect and the Severance sect were once part of the same sect, known as the Great Bliss Immortal sect. But because the sect practiced 2 distinct cultivation methods, their philosophies clashed, ultimately leading to the split into the Union sect and the Severance sect.
Jiang Wudi continued. How do you know so much? Wang Yan looked at Jiang Wudi with puzzlement. He's the invincible elder brother of the Rakshasa woman. It's only natural he knows more, Xu Antian added.
Oh?
Wang Yan's eyes lit up. Even geniuses love gossip.
Except for that jerk Xuanling.
The guy was sitting over there, all aloof and distant. Do you even want to hear this anymore?
Jiang Wudi nearly turned red from Xu Antian's teasing. Just thinking about his messy business with that demon woman gave him a headache and made him irritable.
Heh, go on. Xu Antian chuckled softly, no longer provoking Jiang Wudi.
At the same time, he felt a twinge of curiosity.
What could possibly be so mysterious that Jiang Wudi was keeping it under wraps? That's more like it.
The Qi cultivators of the Heartless sect practice the supreme forgetful heart technique. It requires immersing oneself in the world and its passions, only to then forget them. Only then can the cultivation method reach its pinnacle. The Union sect cultivates the ancient Union art, a method of yin-yang energy absorption. It emphasizes acting on impulse and doing things without restraint. Jiang Wudi continued. Their cultivation philosophies don't seem inherently conflicting, Wang Yan mused. They clash fiercely. One practices indiscriminate energy harvesting and emotional attachment, while the other dedicates their entire life to tormenting a single person. Jiang Wudi shook his head. Xu Antian nodded slightly, understanding the distinction. It's like comparing a promiscuous woman to a pure-hearted maiden. It's only natural they couldn't get along. Their values were simply too far apart. Their duel has begun, Yunxian reminded them at the right moment. Xu Antian's gaze snapped back to the arena. The Rakshasa woman wielded a long whip as her artifact, while White Peony brandished a jade bead. Each time the whip lashed out, it swept forth with a torrent of fiery light. The jade bead, in turn, conjured waves of water that crashed against the whip. The two were evenly matched, neither able to gain the upper hand in the short term. Moreover, Xu Antian noticed both women fought with brutal ferocity, showing no sign of holding back. It was as if they bore a deep grudge against each other. In the end, the Rakshasa woman gained the upper hand, defeating White Peony. Disciples of the Heartless sect are nothing special after all, the Rakshasa woman sneered, her eyes fixed on the blood trickling from the corner of White Peony's mouth. Pale and silent, White Peony returned to her seat and swallowed a healing pill. With the fourth group's battle concluded, the final match finally arrived for Yunxian to take the stage. Chapter 124, Yunxian's True Strength. Miss Ziyan, be careful. Jiang Wudi's eyes lit up as he saw Yunxian rise, urgently calling out. But Sun Yi, standing beside Yunxian, shot him a glare. There were always lecherous men plotting against his holy maiden. He had to keep a close watch on those surrounding the holy maiden. Thank you for the warning, young Master Jiang, Yunxian nodded lightly. Her crisp, ethereal voice nearly made Jiang Wudi's jaw drop. Hey, rein it in your drooling, Xu Antian warned. Ha? Jiang Wudi touched his chin, only to find no drool at all. His face flushed with irritation. What drool? Oh, then I must have seen wrong, Xu Antian shook his head. Yunxian was his friend, he couldn't let that stud Jiang Wudi get his hands on her. Yunxian's opponent was a youth clad in white. The youth appeared rather refined, like an ancient scholar, holding a folding fan in his hand. Nangong Wendian of the Nangong family. It is my honor to exchange Taoist techniques with Miss Ziyan. I humbly request your mercy in the upcoming exchange. Nangong Wendian spoke courteously, bowing deeply. He appeared remarkably courteous. Greetings, young Master Nangong, Yunxian returned the bow. Who is this? Jiang Wudi asked curiously. No idea. Seems to be from the capital area, Wang Yan shook his head. Boss, do you know who this person is? Xu Antian looked at Xuanling. Nangong Wendian of the Nangong clan in the capital. 19 years old, 6th tier of the 1,000-ton realm. Skilled in various curses. Nicknamed words become law. Xuanling answered indifferently. Nangong Wendian, words become law? What a peculiar nickname. Wang Yan frowned slightly. This guy can't actually make spells follow his words, can he? Jiang Wudi exclaimed in surprise. Names might be mispronounced, but nicknames were never mistaken. The group's curious gazes turned back to the arena. The battle between Yunxian and Nangong Wendian had already commenced. Yunxian formed hand seals, causing vast amounts of water vapor to rapidly coalesce midair. In an instant, a water dragon materialized. Roar! The water dragon appeared lifelike, emitting a deafening dragon's roar. Its tail lashed out as it charged toward Nangong Wendian at breakneck speed. This girl is a disciple of the Daoyan sect. To wield Taoist arts with such precision, her own comprehension of the Tao must be exceptionally profound. From the spectator stands, Master Dui, the abbot of the Vajra temple, spoke with a solemn expression. Indeed. The Daoyan sect has long remained secluded from the world. Who would have thought that upon emerging, they would produce such a formidable disciple? Li Anbang nodded in agreement. But the Nangong family's curses are also formidable. It's still too close to call who will win. The Nangong family is the foremost clan in the capital, possessing both profound heritage and formidable strength, remarked a middle-aged Taoist among the spectators. Our Nangong family is merely a minor sect in the capital, hardly worth mentioning. Director Li and everyone else are too kind, Nangong Shangshui replied with a light laugh, appearing remarkably humble. Just as they spoke, Nangong Wendian remained motionless in the center of the arena. As the water dragon closed in, he spoke. Stop. His voice was not loud, yet an inexplicable force radiated from it. The water dragon abruptly halted, frozen in mid-air as if anchored by the void itself. Yunxian's eyes flashed with surprise, yet she showed no panic. She formed another seal, and the water dragon immediately began to tremble, as if struggling. Nangong Wendian's gaze sharpened as he commanded once more, speed. A flash of spiritual light erupted beneath his feet, propelling him forward at an accelerated pace.
The moment the water dragon broke free from its confinement, he dodged it. Boom! The water dragon slammed into the ground, sending up a massive spray of water. Sword rain. Xu Antian pointed his finger into the air, then slashed downward with a fierce motion. Instantly, a torrent of swords formed from spiritual energy erupted toward Xu Antian below. Xu Antian raised her hand and waved lightly. The moisture on the ground coalesced once more, forming a water curtain that shielded her overhead. Boom! 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 The dense sword rain was completely blocked by the water curtain. The battle between Xu Antian and Xu Antian raged back and forth. Unlike others, their combat style could only be described as elegant too elegant. It perfectly embodied the image of cultivators as imagined by the masses. This is truly eye-opening. I never knew spells could be used like this. Indeed, the power of these spells is astonishingly great. I'll have to try some myself later. Learn more spells. Xu Antian, the goddess of my dreams. In the audience, several young Qi cultivators sighed in admiration. This was especially true for some investigators from Unit 749. Xu Antian's combat style had completely shattered their preconceptions. Like Xu Antian, investigators from Unit 749 were generally accustomed to relying on magical artifacts to defeat their enemies. Spells were mostly used as support, rarely studied or mastered in depth. But Xu Antian's emergence had delivered a profound lesson to them. They gained considerable knowledge in spell application. Meanwhile, the battle between Xu Antian and her opponent intensified. Xu Antian held a jade bottle, summoning vast waves of spiritual water. Wave after wave crashed down upon Xu Antian. Xu Antian's expression grew grave as he felt the immense pressure. He drew a deep breath and roared, "Heaven's turn." His voice boomed with immense power, unleashing a torrent of spiritual energy that surged forth to clash with the waves. It momentarily held back the towering waves in midair. It even seemed poised to push the waves back. But the moment the second wave crashed down, Xu Antian could hold on no longer. Blood spilled from his mouth as he was defeated. The massive wave crashed before him, halting abruptly. Xu Antian could even feel the thick moisture on his skin. A bitter expression crossed his face. He politely stated, "Thank you, Miss Ziyan, for showing mercy." Xu Antian concedes defeat. "You're quite skilled yourself," Xu Antian replied with a smile, tucking away the jade bottle. She then walked back to her seat. "Congratulations on your victory, Ziyan." Xu Antian offered his congratulations with a smile. "Indeed, Miss Ziyan is truly formidable. Even I wouldn't stand a chance against you," Zhang Wudi chimed in. "You're exaggerating. My strength isn't that great, really," Xu Antian replied modestly. Meanwhile, with the conclusion of the fifth match, all 10 contestants had now completed one round of combat. Under the organizer's direction, the second round of duels commenced swiftly. This time, however, there was no drawing of lots. Instead, they followed the same order as the previous round, fighting sequentially. The winner of the first match faced the loser of the second, the winner of the second faced the loser of the third, and so on, culminating in the winner of the fifth match facing the loser of the first, thus completing the cycle. Thus, the first match pitted Xu Antian against Zhang Wudi. Xu Antian rose and stepped into the arena. Zhang Wudi rose with a hint of resignation. "Ready to fight?" Xu Antian asked with a faint smile. Zhang Wudi glared at Xu Antian, his teeth itching with frustration. But he truly wasn't Xu Antian's match. "No choice. I'll endure it." Zhang Wudi gritted his teeth. Another fight wouldn't change the outcome. He simply couldn't break through Xu Antian's defenses. Even if he switched the magical artifact in his hand, he didn't believe it would make a difference. "I concede." Zhang Wudi became the first contestant in the 4 provinces martial arts tournament to surrender before the fight even began. Chapter 125, Choosing You as My Worldly Companion. What's going on? He surrendered without even fighting. There must be some inside deal. Inside deal my ass. Xu Antian fought Zhang Wudi, Xianyilan, and Wang Yan just days ago. None of them stood a chance against him. Zhang Wudi probably didn't want to get beaten up again, huh? Damn, is Xu Antian really that strong? I never noticed. If you could tell, you wouldn't be sitting in the back, you'd be at the chief's table. Zhang Wudi's surrender sparked heated debate among the spectators. It also made some unaware individuals realize that Xu Antian had once defeated Zhang Wudi and his 2 companions. This caused even some veteran powerhouses to turn their heads towards Xu Antian. They sought to discern what set Xu Antian apart. This youth possesses an exceptionally potent soul. It seems he has cultivated a yin spirit, an old Taoist exclaimed in astonishment, a purple glow brewing in his eyes. Amit Ba. Layman Su's physical body is also formidable. The qi and blood within him are nearly overflowing, rivaling some powerful Sha Gang realm practitioners, Master Dui murmured softly, rolling the prayer beads in his hand. Both his physical body and soul are exceptionally powerful. His strength is remarkably well-rounded. Ha! His spiritual energy is this dense too? It rivals that of a Sha Gang cultivator. Nangong Shangfeng suddenly exclaimed in astonishment. The more they observed, the more extraordinary aspects of Xu Antian they discovered. Heh, you're exaggerating, everyone. Xu Antian is just an ordinary investigator.
There's still a gap between him and your disciples.
Lian Bong chimed in with a smile. The gathered elders all fell silent. If this was considered ordinary, then wouldn't the disciples of their sects or clans all be worthless? How could they possibly respond to that? It was utterly impossible. After a long pause, Master Dewey finally spoke again, Umatba.
Mr. Su's talent far surpasses that of Shirkong. His disciple Shirkong had just been defeated by Xu Antian, so this remark was indeed accurate. On the field, the martial arts competition continued.
The second match pitted Beast Jade against White Peony. A dramatic moment unfolded. The moment they stepped onto the stage, Beast Jade knelt down.
Kneeling on one knee, he produced a bouquet of roses from somewhere. He was actually declaring his love to Bai Mutant in front of everyone.
Peony, my heart for you is as clear as day and night. Will you be my girlfriend? Beast Jade looked utterly sincere.
Bai Mutant frowned, a hint of disdain flickering across her face.
She spoke softly, you're not the kind of person I'm looking for. The one I choose must be far stronger than others his age.
I'm already ranked among the top 10 in the 4 provinces.
Is that not enough?
If not for you, I wouldn't have come to this tournament.
Still not enough?
Bai Mutant shook her head. Though Shoyu was exceptionally talented, he failed to stir even a flicker of attraction within her. This feeling was hard to articulate.
Then I must not have tried hard enough.
Beast Jade declared earnestly, his gaze fixed on Bai Mutant's eyes with profound sincerity.
I will keep striving until you acknowledge me.
After speaking, he gave Bai Mutant one last deep look before addressing the referee beside him. I concede.
This Beast Jade really is a hopeless romantic. What a hopeless romantic. He's just a suck-up.
You know, Bai Mutant's play hard to get tactic is pretty clever. She's got Xiaoyu hanging on her every word.
But you gotta admit, Bai Mutant's got the body and the looks any guy would be into her, right? Heh, if you want to experience a living hell, go ahead and try. In the audience, some understood Beast Jade's behavior, but most remained baffled.
Xu Antian and his friends were also speechless.
They knew Shoyu was love-struck, but had he completely lost his mind? Declaring his love on the battlefield and getting rejected. His face is thick enough to be a wall. After this minor interlude, the tournament resumed. Later, Rakshasa Woman vs. Wang Yan. Rakshasa Woman wins.
Xiangyilan vs. Nangong Wendian. Xiangyilan wins.
Yunxian vs. Shirkong. Yunxian wins.
The third round commenced swiftly. The rules remained unchanged from the second round, meaning Xu Antian would once again fight first. But his opponent this time was Bai Mutant. Senior brother Xu, I beg you to show mercy later, Bai Mutant curtsied.
To me, you're just an opponent. Let's begin, Xu Antian replied indifferently. These wicked women would never be allowed to disturb his resolve. His heart belongs only to Xiao Shu. Bai Mutant frowned.
Every man who had ever met her had been polite and courteous.
Xu Antian was the first of his kind. Yet she didn't dislike Xu Antian for it. Instead, she found him somewhat unique. I'm moving. Bai Mutant warned.
She then summoned a jade bead, conjuring a vast wave of water that coiled into a serpentine form, slithering towards Xu Antian. Xu Antian paused for a moment, then drew a small golden seal from his robe, clutching it firmly before hurling it toward Bai Mutant.
Boom!
The mountain spirit seal shattered the air, colliding head-on with the water serpent. At the point of contact, the serpent's entire body exploded, scattering into a vast spray of water. The combined force of Xu Antian's power and the weight of the mountain god seal unleashed a terrifying explosion. It was far beyond what ordinary magic could withstand. The spell shattered, and Bai Mutant's slender frame trembled, letting out a soft gasp. Seeing the mountain god seal closing in upon her, she swiftly formed a seal and struck the jade bead before her. As the jade orb spun, its spiritual light surged. A thread of pitch black mist surged forth, forming a dark wall of water before her. Boom! The mountain spirit seal slammed into it, erupting in a deafening roar.
The wall caved inward. Yet the wall ultimately held back the mountain god seal. Just as Bai Mutant let out a sigh of relief.
Xu Antian's figure had already materialized before her. He delivered a punch through the black water wall. Boom! This blow proved too much for the already stretched to the limit water wall, which shattered instantly.
Gushing black water sprayed in all directions.
Bai Mutant's expression changed. A faint spiritual light flickered in her eyes as she looked at Xu Antian.
Xu Antian felt a faint breeze brush against his soul. Then, there was no then.
He raised his hand and unleashed another punch.
Boom! As Bai Mutant braced to block, Xu Antian's punch sent her flying backward.
Even midair, she coughed up blood, staining her white gauze robes crimson.
Damn, Xu Antian is ruthless, crushing the flower with brutal hands. TSK, it makes my chest ache just watching. Guys like Xu Antian have no idea how to treat a lady with care. How's he ever going to find a girlfriend?
Don't worry, even if he can't find one, it won't be your turn anyway.
Seeing Xu so brutal, the audience was in an uproar.
Bai Mutant landed pale-faced, glaring at Xu Antian. Seeing Xu Antian about to strike again, she hurriedly declared, I surrender.
Xu Antian halted his advance and gave a slight nod.
Bai Mutin breathed a sigh of relief. Xu Antian had put immense pressure on her. She fixed her gaze on Xu Antian and declared earnestly, "You're handsome and exceptionally skilled. If you win first place in this martial arts tournament, I'll choose you as my guide into the world."
Chapter 126, Sudden Turn of Events. Seated nearby, Yu was utterly dumbfounded.
He couldn't comprehend what had transpired in such a short span.
Why would Bai Mutin suddenly choose Xu Antian as her chosen one? What about him?
He had pursued Bai Mutin for 3 whole years.
Why? Yu stood up, gazing at Bai Mutin. There's no reason. My affairs are none of your concern.
Bai Mutin frowned as she spoke.
Ha! Asking why? Any fool can see Xu Antian is better looking and stronger than you. Even a moron knows who to choose.
Jiang Wudi roared with laughter.
He still harbored resentment over Yu defeating him earlier.
After speaking, he turned to Xu Antian. "Don't take this too seriously. Becoming someone who enters the world isn't exactly a blessing."
Xu Antian shook his head gently. What did he care about becoming a worldly man?
He strode back to his seat. He had no intention of getting involved in the matter between Yu and Bai Mutin. But clearly, Yu wasn't ready to let it end there. Stepping before Xu Antian, he declared earnestly, "I will defeat you and prove I'm stronger. I'll make Peony choose me."
"Oh?" Xu Antian responded indifferently.
He couldn't be bothered to waste words on someone like this. Besides, he wasn't worthy of being his opponent.
Yu gave Xu Antian a serious look before turning and stepping onto the stage.
The next match was his turn. But just then, a 749 investigator hurried over to Lian Bong and whispered something in his ear. Lian Bong's previously smiling face instantly turned grave. He swiftly stood up and announced to the arena, "Due to unforeseen circumstances, today's martial arts gathering is hereby cancelled." He then surveyed the crowd and declared in a solemn voice, "Esteemed heads of sects and family leaders.
An emergency has arisen in the capital.
The Demon God Sect, the Crimson Cult, and several other heretical sects have simultaneously instigated riots within the city. Their targets are certain Qi cultivation families and sects residing here. They've moved swiftly, already annihilating 2 minor families.
Amitba. These heretical cultists are truly sinful."
Master Dewey rose from his seat, his face etched with sorrow.
"They dare attack us Qi cultivation families? Damn them!" Nangong Xiangshui's face twisted with fury.
These cultist Qi cultivators acting during the 4 provinces martial gathering clearly had ulterior motives. They were establishing dominance, determined to prevent these grassroots Qi cultivation groups from deepening ties with Bureau 749. These cultists have grown far too brazen. I now formally invite everyone to join me in hunting down and eliminating these cultist Qi cultivators. Anyone among you who kills or captures a cultist Qi cultivator will receive corresponding points. Afterward, you may claim various resources from Bureau 749. Even cultivation techniques are not out of the question." Lian Bong continued. "To eliminate as many of these cultist Qi cultivators as possible." He offered substantial incentives. This move was also aimed at winning over these civilian Qi cultivation groups. "When the nest is overturned, no eggs remain intact. Our Nangong clan will fight these heretical Qi cultivators to the bitter end." Nangong Xiangshui was the first to declare. The monks of Vajra Temple pledged to become wrathful guardians for the citizens of the capital. Master Dewey spoke up immediately. "We of Puhua Temple stand with you." Luoshan Taoist Temple. The remaining sect leaders and clan heads likewise declared their positions. "Excellent. With that, we shall act immediately. All 749 investigators, hear my command, led by investigators at the 1,000-ton realm, all Qi cultivators at the linked veins realm and above are to proceed immediately to the capital to participate in the encirclement and elimination of the heretical cult's Qi cultivators. All actions are to be conducted under the command of the Joint Investigation Platform. No one is to act independently." Lian Bong observed this and nodded with satisfaction. He swiftly issued the command. The moment the words fell, the entire 749 base sprang into motion. Information poured into the Joint Coordination Center, where it was processed and transformed into specific missions assigned to suitable investigation teams. Xu Antian also received an assignment. Proceed immediately to Luoshan Temple. Eliminate or capture the Qi cultivators of the Crimson Sect there. Like him, Xiangilan, Jiang Wudi, and others also received their respective assignments. Their targets differed, forcing them to operate separately. "Brother Xu, I'll go with you. It's the least I can do." Yun Zian rose and followed Xu Antian. "All right." Xu Antian didn't refuse. "More hands make light work, nothing wrong with that." Accompanying him were several Taoist priests from Luoshan Temple who had come to watch the match. Upon hearing that their own sect harbored a heretical Qi cultivator, these Taoists were deeply concerned. Their faces bore traces of gravity and anxiety. They tried to contact their fellow disciples back at the temple, but all attempts failed. Sun He, standing nearby, drew a jade green spirit boat from his robe. With a light tap of his foot, he landed upon it and extended an invitation, "Come aboard the spirit boat. I'll take you there." As a chi cultivator at the Xuanling realm, his cultivation level surpassed all present.
Xu Antian nodded lightly and led the others onto the spirit boat. Free labor? Why not make use of it?
As Sun He executed a finger seal, the spirit boat beneath his feet shot forward instantly. It swiftly headed toward Purple Luo Mountain, where Luo Mountain Temple was located. Along the way, Xu Antian inquired about the monastery's situation from several Taoist priests. Our Luo Mountain Monastery has only a handful of Taoists, just over 20 in total. Most are at the awakening or linked veins cultivation levels. Only I and our abbot, Brother Shi, have reached the 1,000-ton realm.
Taoist Kaiyun replied solemnly. Xu Antian nodded slightly.
In plain terms, this was a minor sect with average strength. After all, the strongest chi cultivator here was only at the 1,000-ton realm. He surmised that the chi cultivators attacking Luoshan Monastery wouldn't be particularly formidable either. After about half an hour, they finally reached the skies above Purple Luo Mountain.
Senior brother. Upon seeing the scene below, Master Kaiyun's eyes instantly turned red. Below, Ziyun Temple was engulfed in raging flames. Thick, black smoke billowed upward into the sky. Not a single soul could be seen anywhere near the entire Purple Cloud Temple. The other 3 Taoist priests glared with eyes wide with fury. Sunny sighed inwardly as he guided the spirit boat to land before Luoshan Temple. The moment they landed, Taoist Kaiyun and the others immediately rushed into the temple. They sought to find survivors. But clearly, not a single survivor remained here. On the temple floor lay over a dozen corpses, now engulfed in flames. Their charred bodies were so blackened that their features were unrecognizable. Yun Ziyan frowned, raising her hand to summon a vast cloud of mist that extinguished the flames before her. The blaze engulfing the entire Luoshan temple thus ceased. But just then, several shadowy figures darted out from the darkness within the temple. They charged towards Xu Antian and the others. Watch out! Sun He warned, immediately shielding Yun Ziyan with his body. Xu Antian's gaze turned cold as he fixed his eyes on the approaching figure. He had distinctly Western features, his complexion an unnatural pallor. He appeared utterly drained. A dagger in hand, he thrust towards Xu Antian's throat. Thud! Xu Antian raised his foot and delivered a fierce kick to the man's chest. Crack! A crisp sound echoed as his sternum shattered instantly. Chapter 127, The Vampire Count. But to Xu Antian's surprise, the man managed to get back up after hitting the ground and charged toward him once more. Splatter! Xu Antian drew the demon-slaying sword and severed the creature's head with a single stroke. This cultist, aside from being faster and slightly harder to kill, held no other special abilities. Its head rolled across the ground several times before coming to a complete stop. Under his gaze, the body seemed to ignite, rapidly turning into a pile of ashes. What the hell? Are cultists this ruthless to themselves? Not even leaving their own bodies intact after death? Xu Antian voiced his confusion. Agent Xu, that's a vampire minion, a human converted by a vampire. Just then, a woman's voice came from the recorder on his chest. It was a staff member from the Joint Investigation Bureau communicating with him in real time. Vampires? Xu Antian's eyes lit up. Western demons, he was a demon too. If he could kill it, he could surely refine it into an elixir. Elaborate. The strength of a vampire minion depends on the vampire's power level. This particular minion is roughly at the 1,000-ton realm. To convert his vampire power, it would require at least the Xuanling realm. Like vampires themselves, vampire minions fear garlic and silver. Of course, decapitating them will also kill them. The staff member patiently explained. Understood. So where is that vampire? Xu Antian inquired. Anywhere. Vampire minions can operate independently. Oh. Xu Antian felt a hint of disappointment and casually dispatched another vampire minion. Meanwhile, with Sun He's Xuanling realm assistance, the remaining vampire minions were swiftly subdued one after another. Xu Antian wanted to interrogate them about the whereabouts of their vampire leader. He stepped forward, pinning a vampire underfoot, and demanded, "Where's your boss?" "Oh. Don't understand Great Xia language? Fine then." Xu Antian raised his sword and severed its head. Then he turned to the next one and continued the beheading. Until the last one cried out, "Wait! Wait! I speak Great Xia!" Xu Antian's eyes lit up. "Where's the vampire behind you?" "In the city. I can take you there." The vampire's servant spoke up. For the Count, killing these few before him would be effortless. Once he led them there, the Count would eliminate them and gain a vast supply of fresh, energy-rich blood from their bodies. He was sure to be rewarded for his efforts. To borrow a Chinese idiom, it was like inviting them into a trap. "You're quite clever." Xu Antian nodded with a satisfied smile. So they were vampires? He was determined to kill them all today. Taoist Kaiyun, you stay here to handle the aftermath. We're going to hunt down the mastermind behind these people. Xu Antian said, turning to Taoist Kaiyun beside him. Understood. Thank you for your assistance, fellow Taoist Xu. Should Luoshan Monastery ever be of service in the future, we shall certainly cooperate. Daoist Caillou nodded solemnly.
Xu Antian waved him off, picked up the vampire minion from the ground, and flew swiftly away from Purple Luo Mountain with Sunhee, heading toward the city.
How many of you came this time? Xu Antian inquired mid-air. About 400. What faction are you affiliated with? The Crimson Cult. The vampire minion sneered inwardly. What difference would it make to tell him?
They were all going to die soon anyway. Agent Xu, the Crimson Cult is a cult from the United States.
It's filled with dark creatures like vampires, witches, and undead beings.
They've been fighting against St. Louis Cathedral for years and are extremely powerful. The staff at the Joint Coordination Center explained to Xu Antian.
Xu Antian was astonished. He hadn't realized the Crimson Cult had such a formidable background.
But this was in Great Xia. No matter what your background was, coming here to cause trouble could only lead to one outcome: death. Guided by the vampire servant, they soon arrived above a skyscraper in the city center.
The Count resides within, the vampire minion announced.
His heart pounded violently. The thought of these people before him being killed by his lordship the Count soon filled him with an excitement he couldn't suppress.
You seem quite pleased?
Xu Antian tilted his head, glancing at the vampire servant he held in his hand.
And no. I'm scared.
The vampire servant hurriedly explained, inwardly sighing with relief. Xu Antian withdrew his gaze. He leapt off the ground and soared toward the skyscraper.
Boom!
A soft thud echoed as he shattered the glass before him, successfully entering the building. He saw the legendary vampire. Before him stood a man of roughly 1.8 meters in height, with a well-proportioned physique, dressed in a black and crimson tailcoat. At that moment, he sat on a large sofa, savoring the crimson blood in his goblet. Several corpses lay at his feet. Blood seeping from the corpses had stained a large patch of the carpet crimson. You know, the closer the blood is to the heart, the more delicious it tastes. The man drained the glass in one gulp, then licked his lips with lingering satisfaction.
I can smell the sweetness in your blood.
He lifted his head to look at Xu Antian, a twisted excitement playing across his face. Nothing pleases me more than having such a delicacy delivered right before my eyes. Considering your two handsome faces, I'll grant you the privilege of becoming my servants. As for the old one, he doesn't deserve to live. He froze. What had he done to deserve this?
Was being old a crime?
This vampire was truly despicable. A surge of anger welled up within him. His hands swiftly formed seals, and a fireball rapidly coalesced before him. The moment it materialized, he hurled it at the vampire count. The vampire count wore a confident smile as he lightly tapped his foot, effortlessly evading the fireball. As he moved, only a lingering afterimage remained where he had stood.
Unbelievably fast. Boom! A dull thud echoed as he was sent flying backward.
Had he not activated his Sha Gang defense in advance, that blow would have injured him.
Xu Antian raised an eyebrow.
This vampire still lacked a bit of power. At the very least, it had reached the Sha Gang realm. He didn't let arrogance cloud his judgment. Instantly activating his stone-hard body and heavenly gangs, he maxed out his defenses. He glanced at the vampire minion in his hand. The look in its eyes as it gazed at the vampire count was unmistakably filled with excitement and adoration. Xu Antian frowned, reaching out to grab its head. Then he pulled, forcibly tearing the head from the body. After doing this, he drew the demon-slaying sword and swung it at the vampire count. But the vampire count moved too swiftly, even the demon-slaying sword couldn't keep up. Brother Xu, I'll assist you, Yun Xian declared. The next instant, she formed a hand seal and directed it toward the demon-slaying sword. The demon-slaying sword's blade grew lighter, its speed instantly multiplying several times over. With a loud thud, it sliced clean through the vampire count's body. Yet in that instant, his body violently exploded, scattering into a swarm of pitch-black bats. The next second, he reformed his body in the distance. You possess some ability. But to kill me, you still fall far short. A crimson glow flickered in the vampire count's eyes, radiating a bloodthirsty aura. Chapter 128, Being with the Saintess Isn't So Bad bonus chapter. With that, the vampire count's form shifted into motion once more. His hands, once human, transformed into sharp, razor-like blades. They slammed violently into Sunhee's Sha Gang. The immense force sent Sunhee flying backward. Sunhee's face flushed crimson, a metallic taste surged in his throat, he nearly coughed up blood. His expression darkened as he stared at the vampire count. This vampire's power actually surpassed his own. Holy Maiden, we are no match for this vampire. It would be wiser to retreat now. Sunhee clasped his hands in a seal, conjuring a wall of fire before him to block the vampire's attack once more, while shouting the warning. Yun Xian turned to Xu Antian, her eyes filled with questioning.
Xu Antian smiled and said, Uncle Sun, don't worry. I'll help you. You're only at the 1,000-ton realm. How could you possibly help me? Sunhee snapped angrily. Hadn't he seen that even he, at the Sha Gang realm, was being overwhelmed?
1,000 Qianjun realm cultivators, no matter how formidable, were still only Qianjun realm. What could they possibly accomplish?
Uncle Sun, calm down. At your age, how can you still be less level-headed than us young folks? Xu Antian couldn't quite grasp it. Logically speaking, Sun He, being older, should have seen more of the world. Why did he get so flustered at the slightest danger? Besides, was this vampire really that formidable? With a flicker of thought, Xu Antian swung his demon-slaying sword at the vampire once more. Beside him, Yun Xian also retrieved her jade bottle once more, summoning a dozen slender water snakes to coil around the vampire. Seeing this, Sun He unleashed an exploding fireball, sealing off the vampire's possible escape routes. Lowly creatures, daring to attempt my death. The vampire sneered, its form dissolving into a swarm of black bats that scattered into the night. It had perfectly evaded the attacks of all three. Just as it was about to coalesce its form again in the distance, Xu Antian unleashed his spirit control art, commanding the demon-slaying sword to strike once more. Boom! A dull thud. A pitch-black bat was pierced clean through by the demon-slaying sword. A cloud of blood mist exploded mid-air. The vampire reformed his body and looked down at his abdomen, where a wound had appeared. Though the wound healed completely in the next instant, it still filled him with rage. How many years has it been? I can't even remember the last time I was wounded. The crimson glow in the vampire's eyes intensified. Therefore, I changed my mind. I'll drain every last drop of your blood. In the next instant, his form swelled violently. His stature rapidly shot up to over 3 meters, and his entire body underwent a drastic transformation. Its limbs thickened into massive, pitch-black limbs covered in dense black fur, and broad, fleshy wings sprouted from its back. Its head became grotesquely distorted, resembling a rat's, with ears that were incredibly large. The entire creature resembled a giant bat demon. The moment its transformation was complete, it stomped its feet and charged rapidly towards Xu Antian. Xu Antian's expression remained unchanged as he raised his fist to block. Boom! His fist collided with the vampire's claws. His heavenly guardian aura shattered instantly. His entire body shook violently, nearly staggering back half a step. The vampire froze, clearly stunned that Xu Antian had blocked his punch and remained rooted to the spot. Moreover, he felt a sharp pain shoot through his arm from the impact. Before the vampire could react, Xu Antian transformed his fist into a palm, violently seizing the vampire's wrist and yanking it with all his might, pulling him toward himself. Simultaneously, a crimson cord shot from his waist, swiftly coiling around the vampire's body. Trying to trap me, the vampire sneered. He was about to transform back into a small bat and fly away, escaping control. But just then, a massive wave of water suddenly engulfed him. It was Yun Xian who had struck from the side. Boom! 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 The moment the little bat collided with the water barrier, it was instantly repelled. The vampire regained its form and glanced at the demon binding rope still fastened to its waist, its expression darkening. He reached out, attempting to tear the demon binding rope apart. But the demon binding rope only tightened further. It nearly snapped his body in two. He couldn't transform back into a small bat, for doing so would greatly weaken his power. He would be slaughtered one by these lowly humans before him. What is this thing? The vampire's voice betrayed a hint of fear. He couldn't understand why this thing still clung to him even after he transformed into a bat. Heh, you guess? Xu Antian chuckled lightly. Without hesitation, he struck out. Fists shrouded in crimson aura slammed relentlessly into the vampire before him. The vampire could only defend himself. He tried to break through the surrounding waves of water. But Xu Antian gave him no breathing room. Sun He, watching from the side, was utterly dumbfounded. He had experienced the vampire's formidable power firsthand. Yet Xu Antian could actually clash with it head-on without showing the slightest weakness. Didn't this mean Xu Antian's power surpassed his own? 1,000-ton realm cultivation level, yet possessing the strength of the Sha Gang realm? Xu Antian's talent was simply too godlike. Realizing this, he suddenly felt he should treat Xu Antian with more respect. If that kid were with the Holy Maiden, it wouldn't be so bad, Sun He mused inwardly. Roar! At that moment, an enraged roar seized his attention. The vampire trapped within the water surge violently pounded against the waves, causing them to tremble violently as if ready to burst at any moment. Behind it, Xu Antian unleashed wave after wave of attacks, punching gaping holes through the vampire's body. The vampire was utterly disheveled. Even if it meant taking Xu Antian's attacks head-on, it had to escape. Xu Antian was nothing short of inhuman. Not only was his strength immense, but his defense was also incredibly high. Even using all his strength, he couldn't break through its defenses. Realizing he was no match for his opponent, the vampire now desired only one thing, to distance himself from this demon, Xu Antian. He just wanted to escape from here. At that moment, he cursed the vampire minion who had brought Xu Antian here. Why bring 3 such formidable individuals here for no reason? He was practically asking for death. Boom! The vampire unleashed another punch, finally shattering the water barrier and bursting through. But before he could catch his breath, a vast wave of fire appeared before him, completely engulfing him. The scorching heat curled the black fur on his body. Heh, where do you think you're running? Sun He chuckled, feeling triumphant.
This was his revenge. The vampire gritted his teeth, cursing himself for not killing that old bastard son he first. Though the flames before him caused agony, the presence of Xu Antian behind him filled him with even greater dread. After a moment's hesitation, he suddenly opened his mouth and spat out a torrent of blood. The blood coalesced into a long sword. The instant he grasped it, he thrust it toward the wall of fire. A cold smile touched Sun He's lips. His wall of fire wasn't so easily breached. Boom! The wall of fire emitted a dull thud. Yet the blood sword pierced straight through it. The vampire's body flew out from within. It shot a hateful glance at Xu Antian before attempting to flee the building. Chapter 129 almost made the little sister cry. What are you staring at? Xu Antian chuckled lightly. He raised his hand and hurled the mountain god seal. Boom! The vampire's body was struck by the mountain god seal, exploding mid-air. A vast cloud of blood mist splattered outward in all directions. But the mist did not fall downward. As if possessed of a will of its own, it coalesced toward the vampire's head. The moment it coalesced into shape, it transformed back into the form of the bat spirit. Only its form had shrunk considerably. Damn, it's tough to kill. Xu Antian muttered under his breath. This thing could survive having its body blown to bits. Like an indestructible cockroach. The vampire had barely reformed its body when, before it could react, Xu Antian's sword slashed fiercely across its neck. Its head flew off cleanly. The next instant, the head transformed into a small bat, poised to fly back toward its neck. But a fiery blast slammed into it, scattering the bats into oblivion. A new head emerged from the vampire's neck. He opened his mouth, shrieking in terror, "Don't kill me! I'm a demon of the beautiful nation. Only the church can execute me. Bull church! You committed crimes in Great Xia. It's Great Xia's law that punishes you." Xu Antian showed no mercy. You kill people in Great Xia, yet expect to return to the United States for trial? Nice try. Boom! The vampire's head was smashed to pieces once more. This time, it took several full seconds to reform. Agent Xu, contain this vampire. Xu Antian didn't pause, smashing the vampire's head apart once more. Agent Xu, stop. Keep hitting it and the vampire will die. Boom! The vampire was shattered once more. Hello? Can you hear me, Investigator Xu? Please contain the vampire. Boom! Xu Antian delivered the final blow, causing the vampire to explode completely. Its scattered limbs spontaneously combusted, instantly turning to ash and vanishing. Simultaneously, a beam of mystical light shot into Xu Antian's mind. Agent Xu, why did you kill the vampire? Containing it would be of great use to Bureau 749. Hey! The signal might be bad. I didn't catch that. Was that you speaking just now? Xu Antian glanced at the recorder on his chest. Lingshan Base, Joint Coordination Center. A sweet-looking girl wore a look of deep grievance on her face. It was me speaking, Investigator Xu. Was the signal really that bad just now? Of course. What did you just say? Could you repeat that, please? I said to contain the vampire. Oh, you're too late. He's already dead. Want me to bring you the ashes? Tears welled up in the girl's eyes, but she fought back the sobs. Investigator Xu was being so unfair. The network inside the Joint Coordination Center is connected via satellite. There's no way there could be a signal problem. He clearly heard it. He's just pretending not to. Xu Antian frowned in confusion. Why is there no sound from the other end? Could the signal really be down this time? He couldn't understand. Logically, it shouldn't be like this. But that didn't matter. The vampire was dead. The objective was achieved. And at the very instant the vampire died, countless vampire minions throughout Kyoto froze in their tracks. They ignited spontaneously at an astonishing speed. With the demise of these minions, the pressure on the 749 investigators and various civilian Qigong practitioner factions within Kyoto plummeted. Meanwhile, deep within a mountain range in the United States, a middle-aged man with an unusually pale face, lying within a crimson coffin, slowly opened his eyes. His eyes glowed crimson. Baker is dead. Who killed him? Your Grace, Count Beck departed for the Great Xia Kingdom with his retinue several days ago. A dark-skinned servant standing beside the coffin answered respectfully. The Great Xia Kingdom. That ancient empire. Tell the rest of the clan never go to the Great Xia Kingdom again. That is no place for us, commanded the middle-aged man within the coffin. He traced a scar on his arm. It was inflicted by a young man during his travels to the Great Xia Kingdom in his youth. That ancient land was home to far too many formidable warriors. Yes, Your Grace. The attendant bowed in acknowledgement and turned to leave. Silence once again settled over the ancient castle. The scene shifted, returning to the capital. After slaying the vampire count, Xu Antian was swiftly assigned another mission. He was dispatched to rescue a minor noble family nearby. As it was a nearby assignment, he, Yunxian, and son he arrived swiftly. Upon arrival, he discovered they were merely a handful of cultist Qi cultivators at the Pulse Realm. Disappointed, Xu Antian casually dispatched them.
He longed to hunt down some demons to kill. But luck seemed to be against him. The next few missions yielded no demons, not even a single worthy opponent. This left him feeling somewhat helpless. Hey, any demons nearby? He picked up the recorder and addressed the base's coordination center staff. Inside the dispatch center, Miao Rui's cheeks flushed slightly as she gazed at Xu Antian's handsome face.
But remembering how Xu Antian had deliberately pretended not to hear her earlier, she still felt quite annoyed.
Agent Xu, please attach the recorder to your chest. I asked if there are any demon-related missions nearby. Xu Antian ignored Miao Rui's request entirely and demanded forcefully. Yes. No. There aren't. Miao Rui answered instinctively. Huh? Is there or isn't there? Xu Antian raised an eyebrow.
This Joint Coordination Center staff member was a bit unprofessional. Yes, but since you intentionally killed a vampire, we can no longer assign you tasks involving other demons to ensure their safe containment.
Miao Rui explained.
Xu Antian rubbed his nose.
What does that mean? He'd been blacklisted from demon hunting?
The earlier incident was purely accidental, the signal really was poor. Besides, you saw my abilities.
If someone as powerful as me doesn't go after those dangerous demons, won't more people die? Which is more important, demon lives or human lives?
Xu Antian spoke up to persuade him.
Of course, human lives. That's the right attitude.
Xu Antian chuckled.
I'll send others instead. Miao Rui wasn't fooled. Did she look that stupid? Xu Antian sighed in exasperation. He hung up the recorder immediately. Staring at the vanished screen, Miao Rui was dumbfounded. What does this mean? Was Xu Antian giving up on the job? He actually turned off the recorder. What was she supposed to do now? Would the director dock her performance bonus because of this?
The thought made her feel so wrong she was about to burst into tears again. After turning off the recorder, Xu Antian picked up his phone.
He dialed Jiang Wudi. Where are you? In the middle of a fight. What's up? Jiang Wudi asked urgently. Xu Antian's eyes lit up. Where? Above the Nangong Mansion in Huangpu District. Hurry over. Got it.
Xu Antian hung up and swiftly flew toward Huangpu District on his sword. Yun Xian and the others followed closely behind him.
Chapter 130, Heroes Battle the Proud Insect. Xu Antian unleashed his full speed, finally arriving near the Nangong Mansion after over 10 minutes.
The Nangong Mansion was actually located within an exclusive residential enclave in the inner ring of the capital.
This was the ancestral domain of the Nangong family.
To construct such a vast estate in the prime real estate of the capital. This alone spoke volumes about the Nangong family's power and influence within the capital. But now, the entire Nangong Mansion was engulfed in flames. In the air and on the ground, battles between Qi cultivators rage. The fighting is fierce. Xu Antian scanned the sky swiftly. He soon located Jiang Wudi. At that moment, he was teaming up with Beast Jade and White Peony to surround and attack a two-headed monster. Xu Antian was no stranger to the distant two-headed monster. He had encountered it once before in Harbin and again at the Mountain God Ruins. Later, he learned that this two-headed monster was also a demon. A demon known as the Proud Insect. Its power lay in controlling swarms of bee demons. The blood stinger bees that had claimed countless lives in Harbin were manipulated by it behind the scenes. What a small world. Xu Antian narrowed his eyes. Now, settling both old and new scores, he was determined to eliminate this Proud Insect before him. But the Proud Insect's power was formidable, overwhelming Jiang Wudi and his two companions. The trio was forced into constant retreat, spitting blood intermittently. It looked incredibly perilous. Seeing this, Xu Antian hesitated no longer and immediately charged toward the Proud Insect. Before he even drew near, he hurled the demon-slaying sword forward. Guided by his spirit control technique, the demon-slaying sword shot toward the Proud Insect at incredible speed. Yun Xian and Sun He intended to assist. But just as they moved to act, cultivators from the evil cult at the Sha Gang realm charged toward them from below. Forced to defend, the two had no choice but to strike back. Xu Antian, of course, also saw the Sha Gang realm cultivator. But now, his eyes were fixed solely on the Proud Insect. He had no intention of interfering with the heretical cultivator. Sun He and the others should be more than enough to handle him. By comparison, the situation on Jiang Wudi's side was far more perilous. Boom! Sensing danger, the Proud Insect raised its hand and flung the demon-slaying sword away. But in doing so, he lost the chance to severely wound the Beast Jade before him. Zhao Chong halted his attack, gazing intently at Xu Antian from afar. A dangerous gleam shone in its eyes. The Beast Jade seized the moment to create distance, a lingering fear in his heart. Seeing that Xu Antian had come to his aid, his expression grew complex. But Xu Antian's attack on the Proud Insect wasn't meant to save the Beast Jade. Boom! Xu Antian's feet stamped repeatedly in midair as he rapidly closed the distance to the Proud Insect. He reached into his robe and drew out the Mountain God Seal. Gripping it with one hand, he harnessed his body's momentum to hurl the Mountain God Seal forward with brutal force. Boom!
The mountain god seal sliced through the air, arriving before the proud insect in an instant. The proud insect remained unflinching.
Its nearly 3-meter-tall form swayed as purple aura enveloped its fists, which slammed toward the mountain god seal.
Boom! A deafening roar echoed. The proud insect's body shook violently, sent flying uncontrollably.
Both of its faces paled simultaneously, their expressions filled with astonishment.
A chi cultivator at the 1,000-ton realm could actually knock him back? You're finally here!
Jiang Wudi exclaimed with relief, his heart sinking. Had Xu Antian arrived even a moment later, they would have been crushed to death.
White Peony wiped the blood from her lips, a hint of admiration flickering in her eyes.
Truly a man who stirred her heart. His strength was terrifying. Though this 4 provinces martial gathering had been unexpectedly interrupted, Xu Antian was undoubtedly the undisputed champion. She couldn't imagine anyone capable of defeating Xu Antian. Beiyu frowned, his expression turning slightly somber. He had originally intended to challenge Yiba for the mating rights of the White Peony. But now it seemed he had little chance of victory. After all, the 3 of them combined had barely managed a draw against the proud insect. Yet Xu Antian alone had forced the proud insect to retreat. "You're asking for death," one of the proud insect's heads roared, its voice dripping with fury. Its feet stamped several times in midair, regaining its footing. Immediately, the slightly smaller head on its left opened its mouth wide. A dense swarm of bee-like demons swarmed out from within. Unlike the bloodthorn bees, these bee demons were not large in size. Yet they were incredibly swift, entirely pitch black, with mouths resembling serrated spikes. Watch out! These bee demons can self-detonate, and their blood contains a potent toxin. It slows down your movements. Beast Jade warned. It was precisely because they had carelessly fallen victim to the poison their combat effectiveness diminished. That's why they'd been constantly overwhelmed by the proud insects, facing one peril after another.
Xu Antian nodded slightly.
Gripping the returning demon-slaying sword, he swung it fiercely forward. A white glow appeared at the tip, illuminating the surroundings before exploding violently. A torrent of crimson sword energy shot forth, completely engulfing the space before him.
Put! Put! Put!
The sword chi struck the bee demons, instantly slicing them apart. Dark green blood splattered in all directions. But Xu Antian, already prepared, had dodged ahead of time. He didn't give the poisonous blood a chance to come near him. But just then, the colossal form of the proud insect appeared before Xu Antian. Its fist, shrouded in shagong, slammed violently toward Xu Antian. Boom! Xu Antian countered with a punch. His entire body was enveloped in a golden red glow. Having slain numerous humans and demons these past days, his blood slaughter chi absorption technique had absorbed vast amounts of malevolent energy. This energy merged with his spiritual power, significantly enhancing his strength. Both bodies trembled simultaneously. Xu Antian was somewhat surprised by the proud insect's power. That single punch felt like striking a mountain. Clearly, a Zhao Chong capable of wounding Zhang Heron was a force not to be underestimated. Boom! 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 Xu Antian and the proud insect collided repeatedly, their blows landing with brutal force. For a moment, neither seemed able to gain the upper hand. "I'll help you." Bai Mutant saw this and decisively intervened. She formed a seal with one hand and struck the jade bead held in her other palm. A white beam shot toward Zhao Chong as the jade bead radiated a swirling glow. Boom! The light struck the proud insect's aura, causing it to tremble violently and dim significantly. Xu Antian seized the moment, delivering a punch that sent the arrogant insect flying backward. Before the proud insect could regain its footing, Jiang Wudi materialized behind it. His dagger, gleaming with golden light, stabbed toward the creature's nape. Sensing danger, Zhao Chong violently twisted his body and swung a punch to smash the dagger. Boom! Jiang Wudi was sent flying. But at that very moment, Xu Antian arrived behind Zhao Chong. His demon-binding rope shot out, coiling toward the insect. The proud insect was caught in that critical moment, its old strength spent, new strength not yet gathered. There was no way to evade. To Xu Antian's surprise, a yellow demonic bee shot from its mouth, colliding with the demon-binding rope. The yellow demon bee possessed immense strength, successfully deflecting the demon-binding rope off course. Xu Antian frowned. The next instant, his formidable soul power erupted, forcibly straightening the demon-binding rope's trajectory. The demon-binding rope successfully coiled around the proud insect's body. The immense restraining force caused the proud insect's expression to change drastically. It instinctively reached out, grasping at the demon-binding rope. But the demon-binding rope seemed to possess a will of its own, wrapping itself around its wrist as it reached. Now his arm was bound to his waist. And as Zhao Chong strained against it, the rope continued to tighten rapidly. What is this thing? Zhao Chong was utterly horrified. He felt as though his wrist was about to be snapped clean off. Chapter 131, Zhao Chong's Demise. You're a pain in the ass. Xu Antian sneered coldly. The demon-slaying sword in his hand struck mercilessly at the proud insect's head. The proud insect's face darkened to a terrifying shade as it opened its mouth once more, spewing forth a vast swarm of pitch-black demon bees. The moment these demon bees appeared, they exploded before the demon-slaying sword could even touch them. A torrent of dark green blood sprayed towards Xu Antian.
Xu Antian frowned and sidestepped to evade. The proud insect seized the moment to create distance, then immediately turned and fled. Realizing he was no match for Xu Antian, he decisively chose to flee. Run my ass. You think you can just run after this fight? Jiang Wudi snapped. He was the fastest, darting forward to block Zhou Chong's path. The colossal thousand-armed Guanyin manifested upon his body, unleashing his peak combat power as he slammed toward Zhou Chong. Zhao Chang's brows furrowed as his killing aura condensed. He intended to withstand Jiang Wudi's attack head-on. Boom! Countless illusory images of sacred artifacts crashed down from the Guanyin's hands. The immense force shattered the aura of killing intent surrounding Zhao Chong. His body was once again sent flying uncontrollably. Before it could react, a jade orb smashed toward the arrogant insect from another angle. It raised its other hand to block, only to be hurled away once more. Boom! At that moment, a vast shadow loomed overhead. He looked up to see the colossal mountain god seal crashing down. Even before it landed, immense pressure crushed down upon him, forcing his body to plummet uncontrollably. Roar! The proud insect roared, spewing forth another swarm of demonic bees. The demon bees scattered and flew toward Jiang Wudi and the others, seeking to block Jiang Wudi and his companions. But at that very moment, Beast Jade drew a jade flute from his robe. He placed it to his lips and began to play. As the flute's melody filled the air, the demon bees began to sway unsteadily, as if drunk with wine, unable to continue their assault. Boom! The mountain god seal continued its descent. The arrogant insects below could no longer hover in midair and were crushed toward the ground. They tried to escape from beneath the mountain god seal, only to discover that with their own strength, they couldn't possibly lift it. Old bug! At that moment, a figure darted toward them from the distance. It arrived beside the proud insect, formed a massive palm of spiritual energy with a hand seal, and grasped beneath the mountain god seal, attempting to lift it. Boom! The mountain spirit seal was actually shaken loose. Seizing the chance, the proud insect prepared to escape. Not so fast. At that very moment, Nangong Xiangshui appeared from above, covered in blood and missing an eye. His aura fluctuated erratically, clearly indicating severe injury. Yet a formidable aura radiated from him. As Xu Antian and the others looked on, he opened his mouth and uttered a single word, suppress. The moment the word left his lips, Nangong Xiangshui coughed up a mouthful of blood, his aura wilting once more. Boom! The gravitational force of the mountain god seal intensified. It crushed down with brutal force. Boom! The massive spiritual energy handprint shattered instantly. The demon cultivator from the demon god sect began coughing up blood from his mouth and nose. Amidst his stunned gaze, the mountain spirit seal slammed down. Boom! Below, the proud insect struggling to withstand the crushing pressure could hold on no longer. The immense pressure from the mountain god seal instantly crushed it into a pulp. A wisp of pure energy shot out from within, piercing into Xu Antian's mind. Seeing the proud insect dead, the demonic cultivator glared at Xu Antian with gritted teeth before turning and fleeing. Everyone, retreat! With the bug elder dead and the demon bees no longer interfering, they would struggle to gain any further advantage against Bureau 749. Though they hadn't killed Nangong Xiangshui, their objective was largely achieved. It was time to leave. After all, the capital was Bureau 749's territory. The longer they lingered, the harder it would be to escape. At his command, the cultist chi cultivators present all abandoned their opponents, diving into the city streets of Kyoto and swiftly vanishing into the surrounding neighborhoods. Some Bureau 749 investigators gave chase. Xu Antian glanced after them but did not pursue. Instead, he approached Nangong Xiangshui, who had fallen to the ground. At that moment, Nangong Wendian was supporting Nangong Xiangshui. Surrounding Nangong Xiangshui stood Jiang Wudi, Bai Muden, and Shoyu. Now, Xu Antian had joined them. Heh, you needn't concern yourselves with me. Go handle what you should be doing. I won't die, Nangong Xiangshui said with a light chuckle. Though gravely wounded, he showed not a trace of despondency. A fearless demeanor radiated from her. My father's cultivation is lost forever, but he should still be able to enjoy his twilight years in peace. Nangong Wendian frowned, his voice soft. Today's turn of events was a tremendous blow to him. Yet as a man of the Nangong clan, he would never cower in submission. The dead cannot be brought back to life. Everything must look forward, everything must consider the continuation of the family. Observing the father and son before him, Xu Antian gave a slight nod. He began to understand why the Nangong family had risen to become the foremost chi cultivation clan in the capital. It was not merely their family's strength and influence. It was also the Nangong family's bearing and refinement. Xu Antian recalled the mountain spirit seal, poised to depart with a light step. But the beast jade behind him called out. Brother Xu, wait a moment. Xu Antian turned in confusion. He saw Shoyu rummaging through the corpse of the proud insect, pulling out a yellow pouch. This is a special organ from the proud insect, Shoyu explained.
It contains its own internal space, perfect for holding living creatures. It's a rare treasure.
Why tell me? Xu Antian asked. Beast Jade could have easily waited until he left to secretly take the item. Brother Xu just saved my life. I, show you, repay kindness with gratitude. After speaking, he glanced at the white peony beside him and murmured softly, as for peony, we'll compete fairly for her. Xu Antian took the blood-stained yellow bag and shook his head. I have a girlfriend. Besides, I'm not interested in her. With that, he turned and walked away.
Watching Xu Antian's retreating figure, Mutan's delicate brows knitted tightly together. Among the geniuses she knew, every single one had actively fawned over her, desperate to get close. But Xu Antian was entirely different. He actually looked down on her. She couldn't help but wonder just what kind of beauty did Xu Antian's girlfriend possess? Shoyu awkwardly scratched his buzz cut, realizing he'd targeted the wrong person. Xu Antian had never intended to compete with him for by Mutant. Peony, you heard what Xu Antian said. It's impossible between the two of you. Why not choose me instead? Shoyu persisted, thick-skinned as ever. I told you, it's impossible between us. You're not my type. Mutant shook her head firmly. After what had just happened, her resolve had only grown stronger. She wanted to use Xu Antian as her ticket into the world. Her master had said that when a woman pursues a man, it's like a thin veil. All she needed was to take the initiative. Xu Antian would eventually soften and agree. As for his girlfriend, she didn't really care. She only needed Xu Antian to help her enter the world. Once she mastered the supreme forgetful emotion technique, she would cast Xu Antian aside. After that, nothing about Xu Antian would ever concern her again. Chapter 132, Settled. Meanwhile, Xu Antian continued his sword-riding pursuit of the heretical sect's chi cultivators. But the number of chi cultivators he could kill was ultimately limited. By the next morning, there were scarcely any left to kill. The cult practitioners were either dead or had fled. The entire capital city thus fell silent once more. Some of the aristocratic families and sects caught in the crossfire were now licking their wounds and recovering from their injuries. Capital City Bureau 749. Lianbang massaged his temples lightly, a weighty expression on his face. The alliance between the demon god sect and the Crimson Cult, coupled with the surprise assault by over a dozen minor heretical sects, had indeed inflicted significant damage. Over a dozen minor clans and sects had been nearly wiped out. Even the Nangong family suffered heavy losses, with Nangong Shangshui's cultivation completely shattered. The Vajra Temple also suffered considerable losses. Dozens of investigators from Bureau 749 had also perished in the assault. After a moment's contemplation, he summoned his deputy and ordered, for each chi cultivation faction affected by this incident, grant 2 spots to join Bureau 749. Additionally, all 20 individuals who entered the 4 provinces martial arts tournament shall be admitted into the 749 Academy. Furthermore, compile a tally of the heretical cultivators slain by local cultivation factions. Distribute points accordingly, allowing them to exchange these points for cultivation resources and techniques. Yes, Director. The deputy nodded. After a moment's hesitation, he asked, Director, should the 4 provinces martial arts tournament proceed as planned? Lianbang frowned, deep in thought. First, get them into 749 University. We'll privately settle the rankings internally later. Under the current circumstances, it was inappropriate to continue holding the 4 provinces martial arts competition with such fanfare. Understood. The deputy nodded and turned to leave in quick strides. Xu Antian returned to the Ling Mountain base at noon. After a night of non-stop work, he felt quite exhausted. After a quick wash, he lay down on the bed to rest. No sooner had he settled in than his phone buzzed with a notification. He tapped to view it, discovering an invitation from Kyoto 749 University. This meant he could stay here to cultivate. Although he had spent a long time in Harbin and had grown somewhat attached to the city, the cultivation facilities and resources there could no longer meet his needs. Staying at Kyoto 749 University was a solid choice. Therefore, he accepted the invitation immediately. I wonder if I can bring my family, Xu Antian mused. He didn't want to be separated from Xiao Shu indefinitely. That would complicate certain matters. With that thought, he immediately sent a message to Zhang Herong. He informed her that he had joined Kyoto University. He also subtly mentioned Xiao Shu's situation. After completing these tasks, he turned his attention inward. Within the 8 trigrams demon refining furnace, the vampire and the proud insect floated suspended inside the furnace body, undergoing refinement. Based on past experience, it would likely take several more days to complete the refinement. His haul this time was quite substantial. He had slain 2 great demons at the Sha Gang realm. He was eagerly anticipating the elixirs that would be refined from them. In a daze, Xu Antian drifted into a deep sleep. When he awoke again, it was already the next morning. Did I really sleep that long? Xu Antian murmured. The consecutive battles against Sha Gang realm cultivators had taken a heavy toll on him. It had taken him this long to recover. Excuse me, is Investigator Xu here? Just then, a woman's voice came from outside the door. Xu Antian was puzzled, wondering who could be seeking him out at this hour. He rose and opened the door. At the doorway stood a sweet-looking girl. She appeared to be around 18 or 19 years old.
That's me. What do you want? Miao Rui was meeting Xu Antian in person for the first time and found him even more handsome than he appeared on the surveillance footage.
Her cheeks flushed slightly as she lowered her head slightly. I'm Miao Rui, a staff member from the base.
I'm here to take you to your new dormitory.
Xu Antian froze, suddenly remembering he was still staying in the guest room.
Now that he had joined Kyoto 749 University,
naturally, he should be living in the university dorms. He nodded in response.
Let me just gather my things. Xu Antian turned and re-entered the dormitory to begin organizing his belongings. As he worked, Miao Rui's voice seemed vaguely familiar.
It seemed like he'd heard it somewhere before.
Therefore, after finishing his packing and stepping out, he couldn't resist the curiosity welling up inside him and asked, "Have we met somewhere before? I feel like I've heard your voice before." Miao Rui couldn't help but roll her eyes at Xu Antian. Only now did he realize how dense he'd been.
I spoke with you the day before yesterday. The person behind the recorder was me, Miao Rui explained. Recalling how Xu Antian had bullied her, she couldn't help but feel a surge of anger. After the director found out about it, she was transferred out of the joint mediation office to gain some field experience. That was why she encountered Xu Antian again today.
So it was you?
Xu Antian exclaimed, clearly surprised.
So what if it was me?
Miao Rui straightened her modest frame, as if doing so could give her some backbone.
Nothing. Take me to the dorms. Xu Antian shook his head.
Ultimately, it was Bureau 749's various regulations that had forced Miao Rui to remind him about containing the vampire.
He couldn't really blame Miao Rui for anything.
If Miao Rui knew what Xu Antian was thinking, she'd probably be furious enough to explode.
She was lucky she wasn't angry at Xu Antian. And now Xu Antian actually dared to blame her? Got it. Miao Rui replied, leading the way through a series of metal corridors. Aren't you supposed to be working at the joint debugging station? Why are you taking on this kind of job? Xu Antian asked curiously along the way. It's all because of you. The director demoted me.
Plus, they were short-staffed here, so I came to help.
Miao Rui clenched her small fist and turned to say indignantly. Xu Antian awkwardly scratched his nose. If he'd known, he never would have asked. This was just asking for trouble.
But given the director's temperament, I'll probably get reassigned back after a while, Miao Rui continued.
Well, that's not so bad, Xu Antian nodded.
What do you mean not too bad?
Miao Rui raged inwardly.
She wanted to scratch Xu Antian's face to pieces. But with her abilities, she couldn't possibly hurt Xu Antian. Besides, she didn't want to ruin that handsome face.
After a brief silence, they finally arrived at the door of the new dormitory. This is your dorm. A teacher will handle the follow-up arrangements later. Bye.
Miao Rui gave a quick reminder, tapped her tablet, and turned to leave in a hurry. She had other matters to attend to.
Xu Antian withdrew his gaze from Miao Rui.
He pushed open the dorm door and stepped inside. The moment he stepped inside, he spotted two figures on the sofa and his expression turned startled.
It was Zhang Wudi and Xuanling.
But these two looked pretty rough right now. Bruises were visible on the exposed patches of their skin.
What are you two doing here? Xu seriously suspected that Zhang Wudi and Xuanling shared a bond that went beyond friendship. Otherwise, why were these two always together? Chapter 133, I want to temper my resolve. This is a 4-person dorm. Isn't it perfectly normal for us to be here? Zhang Wudi raised an eyebrow in response. You're strong. I only associate with the strong. The weak aren't worthy of sharing a room with me. Xuanling glanced at Xu Antian and said indifferently. This is it. That's the vibe of a bully. You just want to share a room with me, right? Just say it won't kill you. Xu Antian sighed in exasperation. But this wasn't so bad. At least 2 of his roommates were acquaintances, so it wouldn't be too awkward. What about the 3rd roommate? Who is it? Xu Antian asked, puzzled. At the mention of the last roommate, Zhang Wudi's face suddenly twisted into an odd expression. He gestured with his eyes for Xu Antian to look over to the other side. Xu Antian was baffled, wondering what the big deal was. He turned to look and discovered a slender figure in the inner bedroom. The figure seemed to catch Xu Antian's gaze. She turned and stepped out of the bedroom. By mutant. Xu Antian's eyes widened. He thought, what are you doing sneaking into the boys' dorm? Is that even appropriate? Is this polite? She wants to use you to enter the world. Zhang Wudi whispered urgently. Xu Antian felt his head spin. He hadn't done anything wrong, so how did he end up attracting this kind of woman? Change dorms, he absolutely had to change dorms. Otherwise, with this woman pestering him day in and day out, how could he possibly cultivate? With that thought, he turned and walked away. He was going to find Lian Bong and explain the situation. Hey, where are you going? Zhang Wudi called out from behind, trying to stop Xu Antian. But Xu Antian paid no attention whatsoever. Soon, Xu Antian arrived at Lian Bang's office. Seeing Lian Bang again, Xu Antian noticed he seemed to have aged considerably. What's the matter?
Lian Bang set down the documents he was holding, looked up at Xu Antian, and asked with a smile.
He held genuine admiration for this prodigy from Bureau 749. Uncle Li, could you please transfer me to a different dorm? Xu Antian got straight to the point.
That Baimutin wants to use me to infiltrate the world, he immediately explained the reason.
Ha!
Lian Bang frowned, turning to his deputy with a puzzled look. Director, Baimutin's sole condition for joining us was to share a dorm with Xu Antian. I had no choice, the deputy explained helplessly.
Lian Bang's frown eased slightly. He turned to Xu Antian. This was handled improperly by the lower ranks, but it was done with the greater good in mind. Still, this could be a blessing in disguise for you. It will temper your resolve. Entering the way of the forgetful sect isn't that simple. As long as your resolve remains firm and you don't give Baimutin any openings, she won't succeed. Uncle Li. You. Xu Antian's eyes widened in shock. What did that mean? Was he telling him to tough it out? Hear me out, young man. You must keep your cool. Lian Bang waved his hand. You've seen the beast jade of the beast taming sect, right? That lad's pursuit of white peony is merely a facade. He's up to something sinister. His true goal is to use white peony to temper his own spirit and soul. What does that have to do with soul essence? Xu Antian questioned. Of course it matters. The forgetful sect's cultivation focuses on the Yin spirit. Everything they do strengthens that Yin spirit. And as their chosen emissaries to the mortal world, their character is forged and their souls fortified during their time among us, Lian Bang explained. I've heard stories of people driven mad after being sent into the world by the forgetful sect's cultivators. That stems from insufficient mental fortitude and becoming too deeply entangled in emotions, Lian Bang replied calmly. Remember, stir desire, but never stir affection. So you're basically telling me to be a jerk. Xu Antian was speechless. I trust your resolve is strong enough to remain unaffected, Lian Bang continued. Uncle Li, I don't even have that much confidence in myself. Xu Antian said with a bitter smile. You should switch dorms. Lian Bang frowned. Yesterday, Zhang Herong mentioned he'd be sending a young girl named Tong Jingshu to stay with me. Uncle Li. My resolve is strong enough. It's just a mere white peony. No problem at all. Xu Antian hurriedly replied. Good. I knew I hadn't misjudged you. Lian Bang nodded approvingly. Uncle Li, Tong Jingshu and I are friends. How about letting her stay with me? My bed is big enough and I can help her with her cultivation. Xu Antian tentatively suggested. Director, that's against protocol, his deputy cautioned. You were the one who broke the rules first. Lian Bang shot him a cold glance. The deputy immediately fell silent, daring not to interject again. If the deputy hadn't promised Baimutin to slip her into Xu Antian's dorm, none of this would have happened. Talking about rules now? What rules? You handle it yourself, Lian Bang stated. That was tacit approval. Thank you, Uncle Li. Take care of yourself. I won't keep you any longer. Xu Antian smiled and turned to leave. Wait. Just then, he was called back by Lian Bang. Don't go wandering around outside unnecessarily lately. Focus on your training. You are the future of 749. Xu Antian paused, then nodded solemnly. Lately, ancient ruins have been appearing across the great Xia kingdom. Powerful creatures once only recorded in history are gradually revealing themselves. Our people are under immense pressure. Behind us stand the 1.4 billion ordinary citizens of the great Xia kingdom. If we fall, their survival will be extremely difficult. Uncle Li. Xu Antian was deeply moved. This is a fire jade I collected in my youth. It contains a vast amount of fire spirit energy and should be useful for the egg in your hands. Take it. Lian Bang raised his hand and tossed an ancient jade to Xu Antian. The jade was palm-sized, a deep crimson throughout, covered in flame-like patterns. Holding it in his hand, Xu Antian felt a faint warmth. Thank you, Uncle Li. Xu Antian expressed his sincere gratitude. Alright, go now. Lian Bang waved him off. After leaving the office, Xu Antian clutched the fire jade in his hand, his mood slightly heavy. Bureau 749 appeared formidable, yet faced immense pressure as anomalies proliferated across the land following the revival of spiritual energy. Yet this presented an opportunity for him. In the past, he might have encountered only one demon every few years. But now, due to the spiritual energy revival, many demons had emerged. It also gave him the chance to slay the demon. Xu Antian returned to the dormitory. Jiang Wudi, seeing Xu Antian return, asked with some confusion, "Didn't you go to switch dorms? Why would I need to? Didn't you just say so yourself? I don't want to switch anymore. Staying here is just fine." Xu Antian plopped down on the sofa. What's going on? Jiang Wudi clearly didn't believe him. Xu Antian glanced at Baimutin standing in the doorway of the bedroom. At that moment, Baimutin wore white athletic shorts, her fair, long legs exposed.
Her upper body was covered only by a white strapless top, revealing collarbones delicate enough to hold a goldfish. Her makeup-free face showed not a single flaw, her eyes radiating signals of heart-fluttering allure. I want to temper my resolve. Xu Antian swallowed hard, murmuring his reply. Chapter 134. I hear you got drained dry? Xu Antian, you're being foolish. Don't blame me for not warning you the women of the forgetful sect are not to be trifled with. In the end, you'll be the one who suffers. Xuanling paused, then urged him. I know what I'm doing. Xu Antian waved him off. What's the big deal? She hasn't done anything inappropriate. At the bedroom doorway, Mutan's face flushed slightly as she overheard Xu Antian and Xuanling's conversation in the living room. Normally, she wouldn't dress like this. But to make Xu Antian fall for her, to become her worldly companion, she deliberately sought fashion advice from several fellow disciples. She ditched her loose, flowing dresses for modern urban attire. Her peers said this better suited contemporary tastes. Only the shorts she wore seemed a size too small, feeling a bit tight. They pinched her a bit uncomfortably. And this strapless top? Nothing compared to the loose comfort of her peony-patterned belly-bearing undershirt. After a moment's hesitation, she walked into the kitchen and opened the refrigerator. She took out the fruit inside. She placed a banana and 2 mangosteens on a fruit plate and carried it to the living room coffee table. Fresh from the refrigerator, they still bore droplets of moisture. She tore a paper towel from the nearby dispenser and carefully wiped them dry. Her earnest expression almost made Xu Antian pay her respect on the spot. These are the fruits I bought for you. Have some, Mutan said, crouching beside Xu Antian's knees as she offered him a mangosteen. Thank you. Xu Antian accepted the mangosteen, placed it back on the coffee table, and expressed his gratitude. He added immediately, you don't need to treat me like this. There's a possibility between us. With that, he stood up and left the dorm. Though as he walked, his back was slightly bent. Heh, if he won't eat it, I will. Xuanling chuckled softly. He was about to pick up the mangosteen to taste it. It's not for you. Mutan stood up and snatched the fruit away. Xuanling. What had he done wrong? He just wanted to eat some fruit. Leaving the dormitory, Xu Antian felt considerably lighter. Whether it hones one's character or not, I can't say, but it sure tests your resolve, he mused with a faint, bitter smile. But as a normal guy, this kind of situation was perfectly natural. After calming himself, he continued toward the gravity training room. In a few more days, Xiaoshu should be arriving. Then he wouldn't have to endure this hardship anymore. Soon, he arrived near the gravity training chamber. To his surprise, he encountered the Rakshasi right there. But he wasn't particularly acquainted with her. He had no intention of greeting her first. Yet just as he was about to pass by her, she unexpectedly called out to Xu Antian. I hear White Peony intends to choose you as her emissary to the mortal world? The Rakshasi asked, a hint of amusement playing across her face. What's it to you? Xu Antian frowned. Mutan and I are rivals, the Rakshasi woman stated. If she chooses you as her representative to enter the mortal world, I will create obstacles to prevent her from succeeding. That woman must be a little crazy. Xu Antian thought, speechless. My strength is no match for yours. I can't stop you by force, so I'll have to use my charms instead. The Rakshasi moved closer to Xu Antian. If you agree to refuse becoming Mutan's chosen one, I'll spend the night with you. What kind of predatory offer is this? Xu Antian exclaimed in shock. But considering she was a disciple of the Union sect, it suddenly seemed less surprising. No thanks. I never intended to become one of the worldly disciples anyway. Xu Antian shook his head. Whether it's your Huan sect or the Wangqing sect, I want nothing to do with either of you. Our Huan sect possesses countless secret arts that guarantee you'll experience the ultimate earthly bliss. Are you certain you don't want it? The Rakshasi exclaimed in surprise. Was there a man in this world who didn't crave such delights? No need. Xu Antian stated earnestly. Is it because you're incapable? No worries, our Huan sect has secret arts to cure that too. Even if you're an 80-year-old grandpa, it's no problem. Stop. Seeing the Rakshasi's words growing increasingly outrageous, Xu Antian urgently cut her off. What on earth was she talking about? I said I'm not interested in your affairs, and besides, I'm perfectly normal. The kind that'll leave you crawling. With that, Xu Antian turned to leave. Heh, the Rakshasi woman pursed her lips and chuckled softly. Your friend Xuanling said the same thing back then. But later, he crawled off the bed. Xu Antian halted in his tracks, instantly intrigued. He walked back over and leaned close to the Rakshasi woman. What exactly happened between you and Xuanling? Tell me. Him? Well, Xuanling thought I was pretty and got ideas in his head. We had a few drinks, then went to a hotel. The Rakshasi paused briefly before continuing, and in the end, I drained him dry with my secret technique. The Rakshasi licked her lips, seemingly reluctant to stop. As if still savoring the memory. No wonder Xuanling always avoids talking about this. Xu Antian raised an eyebrow, his curiosity finally satisfied.
Want to try it? Don't worry, I won't drain you dry. The Rakshasi licked her lips. Forget it. Xu Antian shook his head and turned to leave.
Watching Xu Antian's retreating figure, the Rakshasi's lips curved into a playful smile. Arriving at the gravity training chamber, Xu Antian began his routine cultivation as usual. Now at the 5th level of the 1,000-ton realm, only 23 of his body's acupoints remained fused. Yet the further he advanced, the more difficult it became to fuse the remaining orifices.
His cultivation pace inevitably slowed.
After practicing in the gravity chamber for a while, he was astonished to discover he could now effortlessly shift his acupoints to overlap them.
Moreover, the fusion process had significantly accelerated. This phenomenon puzzled him greatly.
After examining himself, he finally confirmed that it was the result of his soul essence strength increasing to the level of a yin spirit. Xu Antian hadn't anticipated such a benefit from his soul's strength and power. He was genuinely delighted. This development meant he could save a great deal of cultivation time.
Xu Antian settled his mind and immersed himself in cultivation.
He remained in the gravity training chamber for a full 2 days, emerging only after pushing himself to his absolute limit. Yet his gains were immense. Another acupoint within his body had fused. Returning to his dorm, he washed up briefly before preparing to rest. But suddenly, he saw Jiang Wudi returning from outside.
Recalling the Rakshasi woman's revelation from 2 days prior, a faint smile touched Xu Antian's lips.
He leaned closer and chuckled. The Rakshasi said she drained you dry, and you were the last one to crawl out of bed.
Is that true?
Jiang Wudi froze, then flushed crimson with fury.
She's gone too far. She's lying to you. Nothing like that ever happened.
So she was lying?
You weren't drained?
Xu Antian frowned, wondering if there was more to this story.
No, I was drained dry. Then why are you arguing? Let me explain.
Jiang Wudi sighed helplessly.
Chapter 135, utterly exhausted.
I really was drained dry, but not in the way you think.
Jiang Wudi sighed, forced to recount his ordeal.
Then what was it?
Xu Antian was curious. Drained dry. How else could one be drained?
That Rakshasa woman practices enchantment arts. Combined with the fact that I'd had a few drinks that day, I accidentally fell under her spell and was lured into an illusion. That illusion felt utterly real, like it was actually happening. But in truth, it was all just my own imagination running wild.
Jiang Wudi explained.
While I was under her spell, that Rakshasi used a secret technique to drain my spiritual energy dry, even siphoning off part of my very essence. It took me a full month to recover.
At this point, Jiang Wudi clenched his teeth in fury. This was a profound humiliation. Yet he couldn't seek revenge on the Rakshasi woman.
Because she held the video of him under her spell.
If she released it, he'd be utterly mortified. So that's how it was. Xu Antian realized, understanding that he had indeed misunderstood.
He chuckled softly. But you didn't lose out either. You got your kicks, even if it was just in a dream.
Xu Antian. Jiang Wudi gritted his teeth. I only told you this. You absolutely cannot tell anyone else.
Or I'll fight you to the death.
You can't beat me.
Then I'll fight to the death.
Jiang Wudi insisted stubbornly.
This was a matter of pride.
Fine. But you have to promise me you'll do 3 things for me.
Xu Antian declared.
What are they?
Haven't figured them out yet. We'll talk about it later.
Xu Antian waved his hand dismissively and returned to his own quarters.
He'd only said it offhand. But he wouldn't go blabbing about it everywhere, that's for sure. For guys, this kind of thing was genuinely embarrassing. He and Jiang Wudi were acquaintances, after all, no need to make fun of him. Seeing Xu Antian agree, Jiang Wudi quietly breathed a sigh of relief. If he really had to fight Jiang Wudi to the death, he'd probably get beaten to death. After 2 days of intense cultivation, Xu Antian felt exhausted. He stripped off his clothes, ready to climb into bed. But just as he was about to climb in, he suddenly sensed something was off. His bodily senses activated, and he immediately detected something beneath the bedding.
And it was humanoid.
He instinctively frowned, then drew the demon-slaying sword from his waist. He swung it toward the bedding.
Boom!
But just then, the bedding was flung aside, revealing a fair, delicate form beneath. Xu Antian's sword hovered above her head, frozen in mid-swing. Bai Mutin's eyes flashed with terror. She never imagined she'd nearly been killed by Xu Antian just now.
She'd only meant to seduce Xu Antian. How could this happen? Xu Antian scrutinized the exposed skin of Bai Mutin's body with intense focus.
He thought to himself, so white.
So smooth. He had some suspicions about Bai Mutin's presence here. But he still frowned and asked, what are you doing here?
I wanted to sleep with you. Bai Mutin covered her chest, her cheeks flushing as she whispered softly. This was the first time she'd ever treated someone this way.
She couldn't help but feel a touch of bashfulness. She sure is direct, Xu Antian thought to himself. She's giving it away completely.
He shook his head.
I'm not faking my feelings.
You should go back.
Why? Am I not pretty? Bai Mutin looked at Xu Antian in confusion.
You're lovely, but we're not compatible.
Besides, I have a girlfriend, Xu Antian said flatly. You can find someone else to be your worldly guide.
If Bai Mutant kept this up, it would be bad if Xiao Shu saw and misunderstood.
I don't mind if you have a girlfriend. Bai Mutant frowned.
She'd met many men before, but none had ever made her feel the way Xu Antian did.
What do you mean you don't mind? I mind. Xu Antian nearly.
Love-struck girls are terrifying.
Love is mutual. I don't like you, so whatever you do is pointless. Xu Antian said in a deep voice.
I won't give up, Bai Mutant gritted her teeth. Despite being repeatedly rejected, she wasn't discouraged. Instead, it only fueled her stubbornness. Her cultivation had reached its current level not only because of her formidable talent, but also because of her unwavering resolve. She simply couldn't give up. If this approach didn't work, she'd try another. She slipped out from under the covers and left Xu Antian's bedroom.
Xu Antian shook his head softly and climbed back into bed.
No matter how much Bai Mutant struggled, she could never bring him down.
The next morning, Xu Antian woke up early.
He opened his phone and checked the rewards for his recent missions had already been dispersed.
A whopping 1,500,000 points.
Most of these points came from the pride insects and vampires. In truth, capturing them alive would have earned him even more points.
Possible, but unnecessary. Xu Antian murmured.
Points could be gained or lost, but the demons must be killed. He opened the shop and placed in order. He purchased a large quantity of fire attribute spiritual materials once more. He quickly spent most of his points again, leaving only a small portion for the gravity training chamber's fees. He had already spent millions of points on the demon egg in his hand. You'd better pull yourself together. Xu Antian murmured as he removed the demon egg and placed it into a stainless steel basin he had prepared earlier. If he wasn't satisfied with what hatched, he'd have no choice but to chop it up for alchemy. He had to gain something from this, otherwise it would be a complete loss.
As if sensing Xu Antian's ill intent,
the life force within the egg trembled slightly.
Xu Antian stroked the eggshell with satisfaction.
Since his soul essence had ascended to the Yin spirit stage, his perception had grown far more acute.
For instance, he could now clearly sense the faint, fragile soul essence within the egg.
Before long, the staff delivered the various fire attribute spiritual materials and elixirs he had purchased. The efficiency was significantly faster than what he'd experienced in Harbin. After receiving the spiritual liquids from the staff, Xu Antian headed straight back to his bedroom. He then tossed all the items into the stainless steel basin. He didn't stop until the stainless steel basin was overflowing. The remaining spiritual essence he set aside for later use. After a moment's hesitation, he pulled the fire jade Lian Bang had given him from his robe. He tossed it into the basin as well. With that done, he turned and left the bedroom. After locking the bedroom door, he exited the dormitory and headed toward the gravity training room. Soon, he arrived at the gravity training room once more. The staff here were familiar faces, and the considerate ones activated the gravity training room for Xu Antian. A day later, Xu Antian emerged from the training room. He hurried back toward the dormitory. For the vampire count and the proud insects within the 8 trigrams alchemy furnace had vanished entirely. Inside the furnace now lay 2 additional spirit pills. One was entirely red, adorned with intricate patterns. The other was gray, appearing rather ordinary. Chapter 136, Blood Pill and Linglong Demon Pill. Back in the dormitory. Xu Antian couldn't wait to examine the effects of the 2 spirit pills. Blood Pill, upon consumption, significantly enhances blood vitality, accelerates flesh regeneration, and enables reattachment of severed limbs. Grants control over one's own or others' blood. Draws power directly from blood. Sounds a lot like vampire abilities. Xu Antian murmured. After refining so many demon cores, he had noticed certain patterns. The effects of these refined elixirs were, to some extent, linked to the characteristics of the demon creatures before their deaths. The blood pill before him was no exception. Without hesitation, he took the pill and swallowed it. The pill carried a faint, bloody scent and had a slightly viscous texture. Once swallowed, a peculiar force surged through his veins, transforming his blood. His blood became more vibrant, granting him enhanced strength and speed. Additionally, Xu Antian noticed his body temperature had dropped significantly. At least 4 or 5 degrees lower than before. What is this? He looked down at his arm. Faint crimson lines emerged on its surface. He could clearly sense the direction of blood flow within his own vessels. With a thought, the blood flow in one of his veins instantly stopped. Is this the power to control blood? Xu Antian understood. According to the blood dance description, he seemed to be able to draw power from his blood as well. But there was no suitable opportunity to test it now. He could only put it aside for now. After carefully sensing the changes the blood pill had wrought upon him, he turned his attention to another spiritual pill. This spirit pill was obtained by refining the proud insect. Linglong Demon Pill, upon consumption, grants the Linglong heart. Demonic creatures will instinctively gravitate toward you. The longer they remain in your presence, the deeper their influence.
Note, certain demons inherently malevolent, stubborn, or foolish remain unaffected. The Linglong demon pill's effect is somewhat similar to the proud insect's ability. Xu Antian murmured. After all, the proud insect could control demonic bees. Xu Antian carefully studied the description of the Linglong demon pill and finally summarized. This ability is useless against foolish or mad demons. Similarly, Xu Antian swallowed the demon core.
Yet he felt no significant change in his body. Only his heartbeat grew stronger.
Right, I still have that pouch left behind by the proud insect.
According to the beast Jade, this thing contains its own space and can store living creatures. With a thought, Xu Antian retrieved the pouch from the 8 trigrams demon refining furnace. The bag was a dull yellow, roughly the size of a small makeup pouch. It looked quite ordinary, even a bit ugly. Yet it felt surprisingly smooth to the touch and possessed remarkable resilience. He pondered for a moment, then picked up a nearby pillow and tossed it inside. The pillow, easily twice the size of the yellow bag, was swallowed up inside without a trace. From the outside, you couldn't tell the yellow bag contained anything at all.
This is great stuff. Xu Antian's eyes lit up.
Then he frowned slightly. It's just a bit ugly.
Got it.
I can wrap another layer of fabric or leather around the outside of this thing.
That way, it'll be completely fine.
I could also add a lockable closure to prevent the contents from spilling out. With that thought, Xu Antian immediately opened the 749 mall. He selected several suitable materials inside, planning to have someone else handle the crafting once he received the items. After all, he knew nothing about needlework.
I could ask Xiao Shu. She should be arriving here tomorrow. Xu Antian murmured, mentally mapping out his plan.
Early the next morning, Xu Antian inspected the demon egg in the stainless steel basin. He sensed the energy within had grown significantly stronger.
Fiery red patterns had even begun to appear across the entire shell.
He confirmed everything was progressing favorably.
After adding some fire attribute spiritual liquid to the egg, Xu Antian left the dormitory. Xu Antian, you leave this early every day to practice? Can you not be so competitive?
Jiang Wudi, who had just gotten up to use the bathroom, couldn't help but tease Xu Antian upon seeing him. Xu Antian was already so powerful, yet he still worked so hard. It made him feel jealous. Jealousy beyond recognition. Not practicing today, heading to the city station to pick up my girlfriend.
Xu Antian replied cheerfully.
Xiao Shu was taking the high-speed train from Harbin instead of the military helicopter from Longsho Mountain Base.
Your girlfriend?
Jiang Wudi was surprised. Who'd have thought a cultivation maniac like you could actually attract a woman?
Ha! I've got time to spare. How about we spar? Xu Antian looked at Jiang Wudi.
Absolutely not.
Jiang Wudi backed down.
There was a clear difference between refusing out of pride and willingly offering yourself up for a beating. His eyes darted around before he leaned closer to Xu Antian.
You probably aren't familiar with the city, right? Why not take me along?
Wherever you guys want to go, your humble servant, young Master Jiang, will make the arrangements.
Want to go out? Xu Antian raised an eyebrow.
Ever since joining Unit 749, he hadn't gone out to have fun. He was starting to forget his own age. With Xiao Shu visiting this time, he happened to have nothing else on his plate.
A little sightseeing wouldn't hurt.
Besides, he and Tong Jingshu had been friends for so long, yet they'd never gone out on a date. With that thought, his mind was made up. But bringing Jiang Wudi along as a third wheel seemed unnecessary. They were all young adults, could they really get lost in the capital? I don't need a third wheel.
Xu Antian shook his head and stepped out of the dormitory. Just as Xu Antian stepped out of the dormitory,
the door to Bai Mutin's room slid open from within. Bai Mutin watched Xu Antian's retreating figure, a flicker of curiosity in her eyes.
Wait! Jiang Wudi rushed out of the dormitory and called out to Xu Antian once more. Before Xu Antian could frown, he hurriedly added, "You don't have a car, right? I'll be your driver." Xu Antian raised an eyebrow. If that was the case, it could work. He and Xiao Shu are in the city, they can't exactly fly everywhere they go, can they?
That would be way too conspicuous.
All right. Xu Antian nodded. As he continued walking forward, he asked Jiang Wudi, who had caught up, "Why do you insist on following me?"
"I just want to help you out, that's all."
"Speak plainly. You know about me and that Rakshasa woman."
"That I don't know what's gotten into her has started hounding me again these past few days."
Jiang Wudi sighed helplessly. "So you're avoiding her?" Xu Antian's expression was half smile, half sneer.
"Pretty much." Jiang Wudi felt a bitter taste in his mouth, unable to articulate his frustration, and could only give an ambiguous reply. He couldn't figure out why Luo Chanu kept pestering him. Sure, he was handsome, but that alone shouldn't make Rashani act this way. She had the figure, she had the look, she was flawless in every way. Why pick him out of all people? After being drained dry by the Rakshasi last time, it took him a full month to recover. Naturally, he dared not provoke the Rakshasi any further. Xu Antian shook his head softly. Jiang Wudi's got a serious psychological shadow from that Rakshasi woman.
Chapter 137, Fed Up with the Lovey-Dovey. The two arrived at the parking lot outside the base. They climbed into a yellow sports car. With a roar of the engine, the sports car shot out of the parking lot and sped toward the base's perimeter. Zhang Wudi was clearly an experienced driver, his skills impressive. He even drifted through the turns. What should have been a 2-hour drive, Zhang Wudi completed in just an hour and a half, arriving at the high-speed rail station. Along the way, he made a detour to a flower shop and bought a large bouquet of fresh roses. Xu Antian and Zhang Wudi entered the high-speed rail station together and waited at the exit. "How did you and your girlfriend meet?" Zhang Wudi leaned against the metal railing, bored, and looked at Xu Antian with curiosity. Xu Antian glanced at him but didn't respond. He wasn't in the habit of sharing his personal life with others. Seeing Xu Antian ignore him, Zhang Wudi instantly lost interest. He walked over to the nearby vending machine and bought 2 cans of cola. After handing one to Xu Antian, he leaned back against the railing and drank his own can. He occasionally exchanged a few words with the young female staff member nearby. Xu Antian shot him a glance. He seriously suspected Zhang Wudi possessed the traits of a social butterfly. He could strike up a conversation with anyone, anywhere. After waiting for about half an hour, the train Tong Jingshu was on finally pulled into the station. Soon, Xu Antian spotted Tong Jingshu at the exit. Tong Jingshu wore a white shirt with a small women's bow tie. Her lower half featured a black plaid JK skirt paired with black knee-high stockings. On her feet were a pair of black loafers. Upon seeing Xu Antian, a distinct smile lit up her face. She waved her hand in greeting towards Xu Antian. She then quickened her pace, dragging a pink suitcase as she dashed through the turnstile. "Holy crap, I never would have guessed a straight guy like you could land such a gorgeous girl," Zhang Wudi exclaimed in shock. The moment Tong Jingshu appeared, she left him utterly dazzled. She radiated youthful vitality. She also carried herself with remarkable grace. As she moved, a subtle charm radiated from her. Even he, a seasoned player who'd seen countless women, nearly found himself captivated. Xu Antian smiled as he took the suitcase from Tong Jingshu's hands and presented the bouquet of roses he had prepared. "You must be exhausted from the journey." Xu Antian ruffled Tong Jingshu's hair affectionately. "They smell so good." "Thanks, brother Tian." Tong Jingshu wrapped her arms around Xu Antian's waist, half her body nestled against his chest. Zhang Wudi. Being the third wheel sucks. This is pure, unadulterated romantic content being shoved in your face. And it was the kind where they pry open your mouth and force feed you. He couldn't refuse even if he wanted to. After a dozen seconds of awkward tension, the two finally pulled apart. Xu Antian pulled his luggage with one hand and Tong Jingshu with the other as they headed toward the station exit. "Let's go. I'll take you to grab something to eat first. What do you feel like having?" "Hot pot. I want hot pot." "Hey, what's up? Xu Antian, aren't you going to introduce us?" Zhang Wudi called out from behind. Xu Antian shot him a glance and told Tong Jingshu, "Ignore him, driver." "Oh." Tong Jingshu nodded lightly, not sparing Zhang Wudi another glance. "Zhang Wudi? How did he become the driver?" "Wait, when he left, he did mention being the driver." "But Xu Antian shouldn't have introduced him like that. Is this even right? This can't be right." The three got into the car. Xu Antian sat in the backseat and said to Zhang Wudi up front, "Little Zhang, we're going for hot pot. Recommend a place." Little Zhang. Zhang Wudi was dumbfounded. When did he start using that nickname? "Let's go to Jingfang Hot Pot. The flavor there is pretty good," he replied after a moment's thought. He then introduced himself. "Hi, I'm Xu Antian's classmate and colleague, Zhang Wudi. You can call me Young Master Jiang. Honestly, I think Xu Antian is a bit beneath you." "Hee, hello. I'm the one who pursued Brother Tian. He's far more accomplished than me, and such a kind person. If we're being honest, I'm the one who doesn't deserve Brother Tian." Tong Jingshu tilted her head, looking at Xu Antian. Xu Antian smiled and pulled her into his embrace. He remarked casually, "Young Master Jiang, focus on driving. A chauffeur shouldn't be so talkative." Zhang Wudi regretted it so much. He shouldn't have opened his mouth to say that one thing. Now he was being force-fed another dose of lovey-dovey. Zhang Wudi learned his lesson and kept quiet for the rest of the ride. Driving into the city center, it took him over an hour to finally reach their destination. The midday city traffic was simply too heavy, with constant gridlock on the roads. Even with his exceptional driving skills, he couldn't make his car fly over the other vehicles ahead. Since Zhang Wudi had made reservations in advance. Upon arriving at Zhongfang Hot Pot, they were escorted directly to their private dining room. Various seafood and precious ingredients were brought out one by the waitstaff. The three of them truly indulged in a feast. It took them over an hour to finally finish. Being chi cultivators, even Tong Jingshu possessed an astonishing appetite. After leaving Zhongfang Hot Pot, Tong Jingshu suggested visiting a nearby mall to purchase some undergarments. Xu Antian naturally had no objections. He took the initiative to lead Tong Jingshu to the largest mall in the vicinity. The mall offered every kind of shop imaginable, most of them major brands. Tong Jingshu quickly selected the items she needed to purchase.
Just as they were about to leave, a commotion inside the mall caught their attention. Ahead of them, a dozen or so people had gathered together. They seemed to be watching something. As they drew closer, Xu Antian spotted someone from the Joint Investigation Bureau in the crowd. Beyond that, a beautiful girl in a wheelchair caught his attention. Her features were delicate, and she appeared to be only 18 or 19 years old. But her eyes were vacant, and saliva dripped from the corner of her mouth. She appeared somewhat mentally impaired. "You heartless merchants," shouted the man accompanying the girl. "My daughter came here to play just once, and now she's like this. You must give me an explanation today." His emotions were running high. The woman beside him silently wiped away tears. "We sympathize with your daughter's situation, but this has nothing to do with us. I suggest you take her to see a doctor," a man in a suit at the entrance said coldly. "My daughter was perfectly healthy. She played your horror escape room with friends that day, and when she came home, she seemed dazed. Just one day later, she's like this," the man shouted angrily. "The hospital couldn't find anything wrong. My daughter is physically normal, we just don't know why she's like this. Her condition must be connected to your place." The man in the suit wore a look of resignation, frowning as he replied, "You said your daughter came with her friends. They're fine. Only your daughter is affected. How is that my responsibility?" As the crowd around them grew larger, he seemed to lose all patience. He continued, "Besides, I warned them before they started playing. They signed a liability waiver. Even if your daughter really is acting like this because she was scared, we're not afraid. If you have a problem, go ahead and sue me." Finishing, he turned to the mediators standing nearby and said, "You've seen it yourselves. He's the one making unreasonable demands. Please escort him out. He's disrupting my business." Chapter 138, The Mysterious Spirit Platform. The four mediators frowned simultaneously. One slightly older mediator glanced at the man in the suit and replied in a stern voice, "We have established procedures and protocols for everything we do. We don't need your instructions." This was already the second complaint he'd received in just a few days. Once might be a coincidence, perhaps the man was deliberately causing trouble. But two coincidences? That probability was far too low. He turned to the middle-aged man beside him and said soothingly, "I understand you're very upset. We all understand. But getting worked up won't solve the problem. Please calm down first, then tell my team the detailed circumstances of the incident." The senior investigator exchanged a knowing glance with the investigator behind him, who then guided the middle-aged man aside to gather information. The other two investigators began clearing the area of bystanders. "Let's go. Nothing to see here." Zhang Wudi turned to leave. "Something's off. That girl seems to have had her soul stolen." Xu Antian remained rooted to the spot. In his perception, the girl's soul power was weak and fragmented. He could have easily ignored such a thing. But having witnessed it, he couldn't simply walk away. Moreover, this clearly involved either a chi cultivator or a demonic entity, something ordinary people couldn't possibly accomplish. Wasn't that precisely what the 749 people were for handling such matters? Soul snatching? Tong Jingshu voiced his confusion, then recalled after a moment, "I once read about souls and spirits in a book. Humans possess 3 souls and 7 spirits. The soul is the wick, the spirit is the body like lamp oil. Only when both are present can the flame of the soul be ignited. If the soul is missing, it's like losing the wick. The flame of the soul cannot be ignited, and the mind falls into unconsciousness." Zhang Wudi, hearing Xu Antian and the others speak, grew intrigued. "So, if we can recover this girl's soul and reignite her soul flame, she'll awaken again?" "Theoretically, yes." Tong Jingshu nodded. She had only read about it in books, so she couldn't be entirely certain. "Then what are we waiting for? Let's help her recover her soul. Such a beautiful girl, doomed to live out her days in this state, it's too pitiful. If we don't help her, who will?" "This matter is under my personal jurisdiction, young Master Zhang," Zhang Wudi declared solemnly. Xu Antian was speechless. So if she wasn't good-looking, she wouldn't be saved? Zhang Wudi's criteria for helping others were painfully clear. Zhang Wudi pulled an ID from his coat pocket and presented it to the mediators. "We're investigators from Bureau 749. We suspect this case involves unknown biological entities. We're taking it over." The two young mediators exchanged glances. They were no strangers to Bureau 749. After glancing at the credentials, they passed them to an older investigator standing nearby. After carefully inspecting it, the older investigator returned the ID to Zhang Wudi. "Agent Zhang, hello. My name is Wu Shan. You mentioned this case involves unknown creatures?" Wu Shan asked, puzzled. "Yes. Please secure all staff members within this horror escape room facility." Zhang Wudi nodded. He trusted Xu Antian's judgment. "Understood." Wu Shan nodded and immediately ordered his team to secure everyone. The entire escape room venue was sealed off. "You have no right to restrict my freedom. I demand to see my lawyer." At that moment, the restrained man in the suit shouted loudly. He clearly wasn't taking it lying down.
Jiang Wudi raised an eyebrow, strode up to the man, and delivered a sharp slap across his face. This is Bureau 749 conducting an investigation. Shut your mouth if you don't want to die. As he spoke, a thread of aura emanated from his body. The man in the suit felt the immense pressure radiating from Jiang Wudi. Sweat beaded on his forehead, and fear gripped his heart. He dared not utter another word. He knew that Jiang Wudi before him was not someone he could afford to provoke. Meanwhile, Xu Antian approached the middle-aged man. He spoke softly, "Tell me exactly what happened." "Who are you?" the middle-aged man frowned. "Xu Antian of Bureau 749. I suspect your daughter's soul has been stolen. I need your cooperation with the investigation." Xu Antian replied. Her soul was stolen? The man's pupils contracted sharply. His daughter's current state was exactly that of someone who had lost her soul, wasn't it? The burly man from the capital, standing over 6 feet tall, felt his knees buckle, ready to kneel and beg Xu Antian. But the moment he moved, a force held him back, preventing him from kneeling. "Get to the point." "No need for unnecessary gestures," Xu Antian frowned. Yes. The middle-aged man's face lit up with excitement. He had heard of Bureau 749. He knew it was a special agency of the state. Now, witnessing Xu Antian wielding mysterious powers to restrain him, his heart swelled with anticipation. His daughter could be saved. He took a deep breath to steady his nerves, then recounted the entire sequence of events to Xu Antian in meticulous detail. Finally, tears welling in his eyes, he grasped Xu Antian's hand and pleaded, "Sir, please find a way to save my daughter. She's only 19. I'd trade my own life for hers. Just save her." Xu Antian frowned, gently but firmly releasing the man's hand. He nodded solemnly. "I'll do everything in my power." The middle-aged man's account largely matched what he had said earlier, but one crucial detail emerged. According to the girl's friend, she had been startled by a spirit altar displayed inside the escape room. After the scare, the girl had clearly exhibited symptoms of mental disorientation. Then, he approached the girl, extending his hand to press against the crown of her head. His shadow spirit slipped through his arm and entered the girl's consciousness sea. He discovered that her soul had indeed diminished by more than half, roughly 2/3 had vanished. However, he knew little about souls. Though he could see the problem, he didn't know how to fix it. "I must find the lost soul fragments first," Xu Antian mused inwardly. He withdrew his hand, and the shadow spirit returned to his body. He then strode toward the escape room inside the inner chamber, intending to first investigate the state of that spirit platform. Xu Antian did not allow Jiang Wudi to accompany him. He only brought Tong Jingshu along as they entered the escape room together. This was his first time ever in such a place. In the past, he hadn't had much money, so places like this, where a single activity could easily cost hundreds of yuan, were naturally off limits to him. Yet here he was, stepping into one for the very first time and under such circumstances. Pushing open the door, he found himself facing a wooden bridge. Surrounding the bridge were various elements of horror. Skulls, zombies plastered with talismans, skeletal frames crouched beneath bridges, half hidden by white mist. Most of these elements are drawn from Chinese horror tropes. It still managed to evoke a certain eerie atmosphere. "This is interesting." Xu Antian stepped forward, walking deeper inside. These things meant nothing to him and Tong Jingshu. They certainly weren't going to scare them. Chapter 139, The Wrathful Ghost. Xu Antian activated his heightened perception and quickly located the spirit platform within the chamber. Interestingly, some of the chambers here required decryption to open or pass through. But Xu Antian discovered a new escape route. Simply smash his way through. When he encountered a sealed door, he simply punched it open. Some even swung open with just a light push. It could only be said that Xu Antian's strength was immense. Tong Jingshu, clutching Xu Antian's arm, was secretly startled. Brother Tian seems to have grown much stronger. Her face flushed as she thought of that matter. But her brother's increased strength and power weren't necessarily good news for her. She felt a twinge of worry and slight fear. Afraid she might not be able to handle it. Xu Antian carefully examined the spirit altar before him. In the center of the altar lay offerings of fruit and steamed buns. On either side stood 2 red candles. Behind the altar stood a wooden urn adorned with intricate patterns, topped with a spirit tablet. It read, "Spirit Tablet of Beloved Daughter Tian Xuanling." But Xu Antian's gaze did not linger on it. Instead, he looked at the urn. He immediately pulled Tong Jingshu behind him. He drew the demon-slaying sword from his waistband and swung it at the urn before him. But at that very moment, a shadowy figure burst forth from within the urn. The instant it appeared, the room's temperature plummeted. Screech! The gray shadow let out a shrill, piercing cry. "Why do you all want me dead?" Splatter! The demon-slaying sword, radiating a blood-red aura, sliced through the shadow. It shattered and exploded on impact. But the next second, the gray shadow coalesced anew midair, revealing the form of a female ghost. She wore a crimson nightgown, barefoot, with waist-length hair that obscured most of her face. A chilling aura emanated from her. She seemed stunned by Xu Antian's attack. She hesitated for 2 or 3 seconds before reacting to flee. Don't move, or you die.
Xu Antian's voice rang out coldly. Without her noticing, he had already appeared behind the female ghost. The demon-slaying sword was pressed against her neck.
The female ghost's face twisted in agony as inner turmoil raged within her.
But in the end, she yielded. The man behind her was far too powerful, she stood no chance. That previous strike had already left her gravely wounded. If she engaged in direct combat, just 2 more attacks like that earlier would have ended her. Most crucially, she hadn't even noticed how the man behind her had approached.
The gap in power between them was simply too vast. I won't move, the female ghost sighed.
Yet the next instant, her form dissolved once more into a wisp of grey mist, climbing up Xu Antian's arm along the demon-slaying sword. Though her power fell short of the man behind her, she believed her soul's resilience was sufficient. By playing to her strengths and avoiding her weaknesses, she could defeat him.
But just then, Xu Antian's dark spirit emerged halfway from his body.
A massive hand seized the mist, its immense force forcing the female ghost back into human form.
Her neck was seized by Xu Antian's grip. No matter how fiercely she struggled, she couldn't break free.
This time, she finally knew fear.
Fear etched itself upon her face. Spare me, immortal.
I still have unfinished business, I don't want to die yet, the female ghost pleaded in a low voice.
Now, Xu Antian could clearly see the female ghost's appearance.
She appeared to be in her 20s, with a rather beautiful face. Yet her eyes were filled with nothing but resentment.
A vengeful ghost? Xu Antian raised an eyebrow.
Facing her pleas for mercy, the grip on her wrist didn't lessen, if anything, it tightened further. As the saying goes, every grievance has its source, every debt its creditor. The female ghost had harmed an innocent young girl, there was simply no justification for that.
Do you remember the girl whose soul you stole 2 days ago? Return her soul. Xu Antian demanded in a deep voice. The female ghost froze, suddenly understanding why Xu Antian had come for her.
After a moment's hesitation, she replied, most of those girls' souls have already been refined by me. Only one remains, still retaining her consciousness and memories. With that, she opened her mouth and expelled a ball of grayish-black light. Xu Antian's specter released the female ghost and seized the dark light in his hand.
He spoke softly, let's go. Leave this place with me. The female ghost watched Xu Antian's retreating figure, hesitating whether to seize the chance to flee.
But after a moment's internal struggle, she abandoned the idea. The youth before her possessed overwhelming power, she had no confidence she could escape. And if she were caught again, she would surely die. She still had unavenged grievances.
She refused to die like this. The female ghost rolled a blood-stained pink hairpin out of the urn. Follow Xu Antian.
Xu Antian glanced up and snatched the pink hairpin into his hand. This was the dwelling place of the female ghost's soul.
Once destroyed, the ghost would die instantly.
No need to worry about her causing trouble anymore.
The female ghost breathed a sigh of relief and willingly slipped into the hairpin, vanishing from sight.
She knew she wouldn't die just yet. Little did she know that if killing her hadn't been impossible for alchemy, Xu Antian would have long since chopped her to pieces. Xu Antian and Tong Jingshu emerged from the secret chamber. They walked straight up to the dazed girl.
Then, Xu Antian's shadow spirit left his body once more, burrowing into the girl's form.
It returned her lost soul back into her sea of consciousness. Originally one entity, upon returning to the sea of consciousness, they spontaneously merged together. Moments later, the girl's soul had fully coalesced once more. It was worth noting that Xu Antian's spirit remained invisible to ordinary people around them. They could only see Xu Antian gently touch the top of the girl's head.
The next second, a flicker of bewilderment suddenly flared in the girl's vacant eyes. Then came sheer terror.
Tears welled up in her eyes, and she seemed utterly terrified.
Xu Antian frowned, suspecting this might be some kind of after effect. But he wasn't a doctor and didn't know how to treat it. Thank you. Thank you for saving my daughter.
Seeing his daughter regain consciousness, the burly man standing well over 6 feet tall burst into tears.
Though his daughter didn't seem to have fully recovered yet. At least she wasn't in a vegetative state anymore.
Moreover, with her mother's soothing presence, she gradually calmed down.
She could even engage in simple conversation.
Take her to see a psychologist later, Xu Antian nodded gently, advising. He then handed the family of 3 over to the Joint Investigation Bureau personnel.
Is everything resolved? Zhang Wudi approached to ask. No. Xu Antian shook his head.
After all, he still had a female ghost on his hands.
This has nothing to do with those people. Release everyone. Let's discuss this outside.
Xu Antian turned his gaze to the man in the suit standing nearby.
This whole incident was entirely the female ghost's doing, it had nothing to do with these ordinary people.
The staff members knew nothing about the female ghost's affairs. Before coming out, he had already ascertained the cause of this incident from the female ghost.
All right. Zhang Wudi nodded in agreement.
After communicating with the Joint Investigation Bureau personnel, the 3 of them left the mall together and returned to the car.
No sooner had they settled into the car than Zhang Wudi pressed impatiently, what the hell is going on here? Chapter 140, Black Magic.
Let her tell you herself.
Xu Antian interjected. The next second, a gray shadow shot out from the hairpin in his pocket. It settled into the front passenger seat. Holy crap! A female ghost! Zhang Wudi exclaimed in surprise. He never imagined the mastermind behind this affair would be a female ghost. My name is Luo Yao, daughter of Luo Changtian, chairman of Luo Group. I became this way because of my husband. He hired someone to cast a curse on me, leading to my tragic death. Fearing I'd become a vengeful spirit, they buried me upright by the sea after my death, condemning me to eternal agony. Recently, the seal weakened, and I seized the chance to escape. I returned to seek vengeance, but that sorcerer discovered my escape early and was waiting for me at that man's house. I couldn't defeat him and had to flee. To exact my vengeance, I have no choice but to absorb the souls of the living to strengthen myself. Luo Yao recounted everything she had done. Why did your husband try to harm you? Tong Jingshu asked curiously. I caught him cheating. To stop me from telling my father, he hired a sorcerer to silence me. Luo Yao answered through gritted teeth, her body once again radiating intense resentment. What should we do now? Zhang Wudi sought Xu Antian's opinion. Let's go confront that sorcerer. Xu Antian said thoughtfully. If it were just a simple murder case, handing it over to the Joint Investigation Bureau would suffice. But now that a sorcerer was involved, it fell squarely within their jurisdiction. Thank you. Thank you for helping me. Luo Yao exclaimed, her voice filled with surprise and gratitude. Don't thank me just yet. You killed someone, and we'll hold you accountable for it later. Xu Antian said flatly. He was merely letting the female ghost off for now. She couldn't possibly think he'd forgotten about her murder, could she? Luo Yao's expression froze, then she gritted her teeth and declared, as long as I can avenge myself, even if it means death afterward, I'll accept it willingly. Xu Antian paid no further attention to Luo Yao. Instead, he took out his recorder, turned it on, and contacted the Joint Coordination Center. He reported the recent events to the dispatch center. I want to continue investigating the shaman's case, he stated his request at the end. Only after reporting the case and completing the process would he earn points. He couldn't very well make the trip for nothing. At the very least, he needed to earn his keep. He had a money pit to feed at home. Permission granted to continue the investigation, came the voice from the recorder. The voice sounded vaguely familiar. Wasn't this Miao Rui, whom he'd met just a few days ago? Seems she's back at the Joint Investigation Bureau. Got it. Xu Antian replied. She then had Luo Yao navigate as she drove to the location where she had encountered the sorcerer last time. Why don't you go confront your father and set the record straight? Zhang Wudi asked casually while driving. My father died 3 years ago. Sun Feng has completely taken over the Luo Group. Luo Yao spat out bitterly. She had been blind back then to have ever set her sights on such a man. Not only did he ruin her life, but he dragged her father down with him. If she could turn back time, she would never let such a thing happen again. That's pretty tragic, Zhang Wudi thought to himself. Meanwhile, at a luxurious villa estate on the outskirts of the capital, a man with a full beard looked at the greasy, balding middle-aged man before him and chuckled. Last time, it was all thanks to Master Zhang arriving early. Otherwise, I'd have been in serious trouble. The seal I set up should have been impossible to break. But the recent cosmic upheaval greatly enhanced that female ghost's power, allowing her to shatter it. However, she was severely wounded during her last visit. She shouldn't dare show her face again anytime soon. The greasy middle-aged man took a sip of tea before speaking with confidence. Master Zhang, is there any way to disperse that stinking woman's soul? Staying here every day isn't a solution, Sun Feng whispered. Constantly fearing that would return to claim his life, he hadn't slept well in days, tossing and turning all night. Finding the object she's possessing would allow us to kill her completely, but... Zhang Bai paused, a hint of hesitation flickering across his face. Master, whatever it is, just say it. We're old friends now, Sun Feng urged. I can cast a spell to locate the object she's bound to, but it will drain my magical energy severely. It will require the heart's blood of 10 young maidens to replenish it. 10. Sun Feng gasped. Previously, casting spells had required only 1 or 2 at most. But the thought of losing his own life if he failed to eliminate Luo Yao made him grit his teeth. He immediately gritted his teeth and promised, Master Zhang, cast your spell without hesitation. I'll handle the matter of the heart's blood. Very well, Zhang Bai nodded with a smile. He was quite satisfied with Sun Feng's attitude. Performing the ritual would only drain some of his magical energy, which he could recover afterward. Those heart blood offerings were merely benefits he had secured for himself. Amidst Luo Feng's expressions of gratitude, Zhang Bai rose and headed upstairs. His 2 disciples followed behind, carrying 2 large bundles. Soon, they reached the villa's rooftop. Under Zhang Bai's direction, his 2 disciples began constructing a ritual platform. Remember, the higher the altar is built, the better the spell's effect will be. While his disciples worked, Zhang Bai continued to offer guidance from behind. After about half an hour, the altar was finally erected. The altar measured approximately 5 meters in length and 2 meters in width. Yellow cloth was spread across its surface, upon which roasted chicken and grilled pig's head were placed.
A lit incense burner stood in the center, flanked by 2 enormous yellow sails. Zhang Bai, clad in a wide brown Taoist robe and holding a peachwood sword, stepped before the altar. He then began to chant incantations. His words sounded inhuman, utterly incomprehensible. He circled the altar twice before returning to stand before it. He reached into his robe and pulled out a small effigy woven from strands of hair. He bit his tongue, spurting a mouthful of blood, then flung the doll into the air. The next moment, the doll came to life. After stretching its body mid-air, it flew back to Zhang Bai's hand. Zhang Bai held it close to his ear, where the tiny figure's mouth opened and closed as if speaking. Zhang Bai nodded with satisfaction. Amid Sun Feng's expectant gaze, he exclaimed in astonishment, "The female ghost is in the east. About 5 li away. Ha! After I wounded her so badly, she didn't even try to escape. She dares to stay nearby." Zhang Bai roared with laughter. Once he tracked her down, there was no way he'd let her escape again. But just then, the little figure in Zhang Bai's palm spoke again. Zhang Bai's expression froze, then turned sinister. "Oomph. Looks like that female ghost isn't giving up. She's trying to harm you. She's approaching us right now. She actually dares to come?" Sun Fang's eyes lit up. He'd been dreading Luo Yao's appearance. But if she showed up, with Master Zhang present, Luo Yao would surely meet her end. Then he wouldn't have to live in constant fear anymore. "She's already 3 miles away. You two, go downstairs and set things up. Wait for that female ghost to walk right into her own death." Zhang Bai grinned savagely as he gave orders to his 2 disciples. "Yes, master." The 2 replied in unison, turning to dash downstairs. Chapter 141, This thing really can cast spells. It's just up ahead. In the car, Luo Yao stared at the villa ahead, her eyes burning with hatred. It was here that she had been cursed. And met an unexplained death. "Got it." Zhang Wudi nodded, pressing down on the accelerator. The sports car's speed increased by several notches. Within minutes, they arrived at the villa's entrance. The 3 humans and 1 ghost stepped out of the car. The security guard at the entrance had already been summoned inside by Luo Feng. Xu Antian and the others also entered the gates without incident. Moments later, they arrived at the main entrance on the villa's ground floor. Xu Antian stood at the doorway and glanced around, his brow slightly furrowed. Through his perception, he detected over a dozen figures beyond the door. Most of them were ordinary people. Only 3 individuals possessed flowing spiritual energy. But it was very weak. In the villa's first-floor hall, Zhang Bai gripped a peachwood sword in his right hand and held a miniature figure made from a strand of hair in his left, his gaze fixed intently on the doorway. On either side of him stood his 2 disciples. Behind Zhang Bai, Sun Feng hid behind a group of security guards, his face showing a hint of tension and sweat beading on his forehead. These security guards all held guns, their sights fixed on the doorway. Their stance with the weapons clearly indicated they were highly trained professionals. Boom! At that moment, a deafening explosion erupted outside the villa. The door remained intact, but a large hole appeared in the villa's wall. Zhang Bai and the others all turned their gaze toward the source of the sound. Xu Antian stepped through the hole into the house. He looked at the people before him and spoke indifferently, "You'd better not move." "Oomph. You actually dare come back here? You're asking for it." Zhang Bai snorted coldly. He could clearly sense the female ghost's presence within the man before him. With that, he swung his peachwood sword, striking toward Xu Antian. Beside him, his 2 disciples charged forward in coordination. Holding a large net soaked in sacred blood, they aimed to cast it over Xu Antian's head. But at that moment, Xu Antian lifted his head and glanced at the 3 of them, a crimson light flashing in his eyes. Zhang Bai felt as though a giant hand had clamped down on his heart, stopping the flow of blood throughout his body. His face drained of color as his body instantly lost all strength. The peachwood sword slipped from his grasp and clattered to the ground. Clutching his chest, he collapsed in agony. His gaze toward Xu Antian held a trace of fear. His 2 disciples fared even worse, fainting instantly. Sun Feng watched the scene unfold, a momentary look of surprise crossing his face. Clearly, he hadn't expected Zhang Bai to be so utterly defeated. Before any action was taken, he had already collapsed. Pointing at Xu Antian, his voice trembling, he barked, "Shoot! Kill this!" The moment the words left his mouth, the security guards were about to pull the triggers. At that very moment, a figure darted swiftly past them. Bang! Bang bang bang! The guards' bodies were violently knocked back. Before any of them could fire, they were knocked unconscious. Zhang Wudi clapped his hands and stopped before Sun Feng. Under Sun Feng's horrified gaze, Zhang Wudi delivered a punch. The blow sent him sprawling face first onto the ground, unable to even stand up. This was Zhang Wudi holding back. Otherwise, that single punch would have blown Sun Feng apart. Sun Feng nearly passed out from the pain. He couldn't fathom where Luo Yao had found these reinforcements. Is it these people? Xu Antian pulled a pink hair clip from his pocket. Luo Yao emerged from the pink hair clip. The moment she saw Sun Feng, she lunged forward, intent on killing him. But the moment she made a move, Xu Antian shot her a look that instantly silenced her.
Luo Yao shot Xu Antian a fearful glance before nodding.
Pointing at the man on the ground, she declared, "He's Luo Fang. That bald guy is the sorcerer who cast the curse on me."
Now that everyone's here, this will be much easier. Xu Antian nodded with satisfaction.
He stated calmly, "We are investigators from Bureau 749.
We currently suspect you are connected to a murder case. You're coming with us. Bureau 749.
Zhang Bai froze, a flicker of fear flashing in his eyes. Having come to Great Xia from Elephant Country, he had used his black magic to commit countless misdeeds for influential figures in the capital over the years. He had at least a dozen lives on his hands. If Bureau 749 got their hands on him, he was as good as dead. The thought made him hesitate no longer. He immediately began casting a secret spell. He chanted incomprehensible sorcery incantations. To the astonished gazes of Xu Antian and the others, his head detached from his body and soared upward. Zhang Bai shot a fierce glare at Xu Antian and the others before soaring toward the exit.
This thing really knows black magic. Zhang Wudi raised an eyebrow. The next instant, its form vanished from its original position.
When he reappeared, he was already behind Zhang Bai's head, delivering a swift kick.
Thud! Zhang Bai's head bounced back like a soccer ball.
It slammed heavily onto the ground. Blood trickled from Zhang Bai's forehead. The malevolence in his eyes vanished instantly, replaced by a startling clarity.
"Don't kill me. It was Sun Feng. He made me harm that female ghost." Zhang Bai pleaded loudly. "Bull! If you hadn't corrupted me, how could I have killed my own wife?" Sun Feng roared in anger, immediately countering.
Then he knelt before Luo Yao, sobbing and crying out, "Yaoer, back then I was bewitched by Sun Feng, my mind clouded, and that's why I harmed you."
"So your affair was his doing too?" Luo Yao retorted coldly. "Stop making excuses. I want you to act like a man and admit everything." Sun Feng froze, then glared at Luo Yao, veins bulging on his forehead as fury erupted from his throat. "My affair was because of you. You, the spoiled heiress of the Luo group. When have you ever respected me? You always had to outshine me in everything. Even in that matter, you were the one leading me on. Do you really think I'm trying to kill you just for the Luo family's money?"
At this point, he might as well throw caution to the wind. Over the years, he had committed countless atrocities to curry favor with Zhang Bai, with dozens of lives on his hands. Now that his crimes had been exposed, survival seemed impossible. Before he died, he had to voice the true thoughts buried deep within his heart. These words had been buried deep within him for many years. Now that they were finally out, he felt a great sense of relief. "And your father, that old bastard, only ever used me, never treated me as part of the Luo family. Yet he dared to hand over the Luo group to his worthless bastard son. He treated me like a slave to the Luo family, ordering me around at will, and in the end, even made me help that good for nothing." Sun Feng gritted his teeth and continued shouting. "You brought this upon yourself. If you didn't like it, you could have left. No one forced you to stay with the Luo family." Luo Yao frowned. Xu Antian watched the two accuse each other, shaking his head in boredom. Neither of them was a good person. Sun Feng was one, and Luo Yao was another. What awaited them could only be punishment by the law. "Should we take them back to headquarters?" Xu Antian asked, glancing at the recorder. "I've contacted the investigators in the patrol zone. They're already on their way. They'll take over from here." Niao Rui replied. Chapter 142, The Joker Bird. After handing Luo Yao and the others over to the investigators from the nearby patrol district, Xu Antian and his two companions headed back toward Ling Mountain. They successfully returned to base before nightfall. Xu Antian first took Tong Jingshu to register at the university. After completing the enrollment process, they returned to the dormitory together. "Brother Tian, is it really okay for us to live together?" Tong Jingshu asked softly. Though she longed to live with Xu Antian, she feared causing him trouble. "It's fine. I've already spoken with the director. Plus, my roommates are all very friendly." Xu Antian shook his head and replied with a smile. "The director?" Tong Jingshu's heart skipped a beat. She hadn't expected Xu Antian to proactively approach the director just for her sake. Tong Jingshu felt a surge of warmth in her heart. As they entered the dorm, to Xu Antian's surprise, Xianyilan and the others were all present. Xianyilan and Zhang Wudi sat on the sofa watching TV. Ai Mutant stood by the doorway, scrutinizing Tong Jingshu with a critical gaze. It was unusual for everyone in this dorm to be present at the same time. Meeting Xu Antian's questioning gaze, Xianyilan rose from the sofa and turned to Tong Jingshu, her voice flat. "You're not good enough for him." With that, Xianyilan turned and walked toward her bedroom. Tong Jingshu froze, utterly bewildered. Instinctively, he looked toward Xu Antian. "Boss, come back and apologize," Xu Antian said softly. Though he knew the Bully King's temperament was like this, he dared to speak of Xiao Shu in front of him. He looked down on Xiao Shu. He needed to teach him a lesson too. Don't listen to Xianyilan. He got beaten by Xu Antian and his mind's a bit twisted. Zhang Wudi stepped forward, trying to smooth things over.
Tong Jingshu nodded in realization.
She tugged at Xu Antian's sleeve and shook her head gently. You need to get along with your roommate. Xu Antian remained silent, but his mind was made up he'd find another chance to beat that jerk again.
That bastard never knew when to shut his mouth. Hello, I'm Bai Muden.
Just then, Bai Muden stepped out from her room and approached Tong Jingshu with a smile.
Xu Antian has mentioned you before. Now that I finally meet you in person, you truly are beautiful. No wonder he likes you.
Tong Jingshu returned the smile, feeling an instant affinity for the only girl in the dorm. She replied softly, thank you for the compliment.
You don't need to be too friendly with me, I'm your rival.
Bai Muden shook her head lightly.
Tong Jingshu looked at Bai Muden in confusion. I like Xu Antian too, Bai Muden replied. Tong Jingshu's expression darkened upon hearing this.
Her gaze instantly turned hostile toward Bai Muden. You're pretty, but don't get too full of yourself.
With that emotionless face of yours, how could Brother Tian possibly like you?
Xu Antian shot Tong Jingshu a surprised look.
What happened to the agreement to get along with her roommate?
Bai Muden had only thrown a basic attack, but Tong Jingshu went straight for the ultimate.
Tong Jingshu's attack power was maxed out now.
Ignore her, she's a little off her rocker.
Xu Antian interjected.
White Peony frowned, her voice firm. My cultivation surpasses yours. With your strength, you couldn't possibly help Xu Antian.
No matter how strong you are, could you ever match Brother Tian?
What Brother Tian needs is a considerate girlfriend like me, not a violent woman like you who only knows how to fight, Tong Jingshu retorted with a sneer.
You have no manners. Bai Muden finally managed to spit out.
But you were rude first.
Tong Jingshu shot back. Xu Antian listened to the argument with a headache.
He hurriedly pulled Tong Jingshu back into the room and shut the door. The physical barrier prevented their argument from continuing. Inside the bedroom, Xu Antian began to explain, Bai Muden is a disciple of the Heartless Sect. Their sect's disciples cultivate the supreme forgetful heart technique. The process requires them to enter the world and experience emotions, only to then forget them. Only through this can the technique reach perfection. Bai Muden chose me as her target for this worldly immersion.
I have absolutely no interest in her. I believe you, Tian. Tong Jingshu hugged Xu Antian's waist. Xu Antian exhaled softly.
As long as Xiao Shu wasn't upset. Suddenly, his expression shifted as he glanced at the steel basin placed beside the bed. Somehow, the demon egg inside had vanished. He scanned the room, finally spotting a faint red aura beneath the bed. It hatched.
Xu Antian felt a surge of surprise and delight.
Before he could react, the aura beneath the bed began to stir, actively crawling out from under the mattress.
But upon seeing what lay on the floor, Xu Antian's face turned green.
What the hell is this thing? A featherless bird? Before him stood a creature with soft pink skin, completely devoid of feathers except for 3 short, crimson quills atop its head. Its beak was fiery red and sharp, and its eyes were remarkably lively. It was tilting its head, studying Xu Antian.
The next second, it even came right up close, affectionately rubbing its head against Xu Antian's thigh. Ugly it may be, but it doesn't seem stupid. Xu Antian thought to himself.
He possessed a delicate heart, and intelligent demonic creatures were naturally drawn to him.
Brother Tian, what is this? Tong Jingshu crouched down curiously, asking with puzzlement.
This hatched from a demon egg I brought back from Harbin. I have no idea what kind of demon creature it is, Xu Antian replied with a gentle shake of his head. He planned to look up demon creature references later to confirm the little clown bird's identity.
It seems pretty smart and friendly. It should be a good demon. Are you planning to keep it, Brother Tian?
Tong Jingshu tried to stroke the little clown bird's head, but it easily dodged her hand.
Not necessarily. It depends on whether it's useful.
If it's not particularly useful, I don't plan to keep it, Xu Antian replied. He then grabbed the clown bird and stuffed it into the yellow bag he'd obtained from the proud insect. He tied the opening shut with a string and tossed it under the bed. The clown bird could wait. He had more pressing matters to attend to today.
Xiao Shu, it's getting late. Let's get some rest early tonight.
I'm going to take a shower first, Xu Antian said with a smile.
MHM.
Tong Jingshu nodded softly, her cheeks flushed.
After Xu Antian left the dorm, she opened her suitcase. She pulled out an outfit. Online tips for meeting boyfriends were all the rage these days.
If other girls' boyfriends had them, Tianga should have them too.
So before coming over, she'd made some preparations.
She removed her clothes and changed into a new outfit. After checking herself in the mirror and confirming everything looked fine, she nodded with satisfaction. She climbed onto the bed beside her and waited patiently.
5 minutes later, Xu Antian returned to the dormitory. Seeing Tong Jingshu in her new outfit, his eyes lit up.
Tong Jingshu was now wearing a black succubus outfit. A pair of black pointed horns adorned her hair. Her upper body was clad in a black leather crop top, featuring a large heart-shaped cutout below her neck, revealing the soft warmth and unfathomable shadows within. As for below, she wore only a pair of tiny panties printed with little devil patterns.
Chapter 143, The Heart Patterned Beast Tamer's Bag. The next day, at noon, Xu Antian awoke from his slumber. He cast a doting glance at Tong Jingshu, who was resting her head on his shoulder. Last night, Tong Jingshu had been exceptionally enthusiastic, her voice quite loud. Probably the entire dorm could hear her clearly. This wasn't like the usual Xiao Shu. She must have sensed the threat by Newton posed and been provoked. Though he'd offered explanations, a woman's mind remained elusive. Xu Antian pulled his arm free and got out of bed. He retrieved the bag containing the clown bird from under the bed. As soon as he opened the bag, the clown bird darted out. The moment it emerged, it immediately rubbed against Xu Antian's leg. Ha! Xu Antian was surprised. After just one night, the clown bird's body had sprouted many tiny red down feathers. Not bald, Xu Antian murmured. He pulled out his phone, snapped a photo of the clown bird, and used the image search function on the 749 app to look up information on demonic creatures resembling it. There were indeed many demonic creatures resembling birds. Suanio, Zhongming bird, ghost chariot, ostrich. But each bore distinct differences from the clown bird's appearance. The joker bird isn't fully grown yet. Juveniles and adults might look very different. I'll keep it for a while and see, Xu Antian murmured. The joker bird had changed so much overnight its body and feathers would likely transform rapidly in the future. By the time it stabilizes, it might look completely different from how it does now. From now on, I'll call you Little Red. Xu Antian stroked the bird's soft down and whispered. Its skin felt warm and soft to the touch. Hearing Xu Antian's voice, the bird tilted its head and glanced at him. Then, unexpectedly, it extended its beak and gave Xu Antian's calf a gentle peck. Not happy? You're quite picky. Xu Antian raised an eyebrow. But naming things? That was something he really wasn't good at. Brother Tian, what are you doing? Just then, Xu came to her senses and peered over the bed to check. Naming this bird, but it doesn't seem too pleased, Xu Antian replied with a shake of his head. What name did Brother Tian give it? Tong Jingshu asked curiously. Little Red. Tong Jingshu smiled softly. That name really did sound like something Brother Tian would come up with. Brother Tian, it has beautiful fiery feathers on its head. Why not call it Firefeather? Tong Jingshu suggested. Before Xu Antian could respond, the clown bird immediately nodded its bird head. You're quite clever. Xu Antian playfully tapped its head and teased. Firefeather it is. Hearing Xu Antian's approval, Xuanling flapped its wings happily. Then, in a surprisingly human-like gesture, it used its wings to rub its belly. Clearly, it was hungry. Xu Antian chuckled. This little fellow truly understood human ways. He retrieved fire attribute spirit materials from the cabinet and tossed them to Xuanling. Its eyes lit up instantly as it pounced to peck at the food. Leaving Xuanling be, Xu Antian showed the yellow bag to Tong Jingshu and asked, Shu, I want to wrap this bag in another material to make it look nicer. Do you have any ideas? Tong Jingshu took the bag, examined it for a moment, then declared confidently, Brother Tian, leave it to me. Heh, all right. Just tell me what you need, Xu Antian nodded with a smile, giving his approval. After waking up and washing up, the two had lunch in the cafeteria. After eating, Xu Antian took Tong Jingshu on a brief tour of the base. He introduced her to all the daily use facilities. By the time they returned to their dormitory, evening had fallen. Another sleepless night was inevitable. The next morning, Tong Jingshu awoke to discover, to her astonishment, that her cultivation had advanced once more, reaching the 9th level of the Lianmai realm. With Xu Antian's guidance, her cultivation progressed remarkably fast. After waking up, Xu Antian headed to the gravity training room as usual. When he returned that evening, he discovered Tong Jingshu had already re-sewn the yellow bag. The exterior was wrapped in special black animal hide, smooth to the touch. Embroidered on it was a red heart, flanked on either side by the characters Tian on the left and Shu on the right. These were clearly the abbreviations of their names. Xu Antian was quite pleased. For the next half-month, Xu Antian and his companion lived in tranquility. They only ventured out occasionally to complete simple tasks, earning points to sustain their daily cultivation needs. But the point rewards for those tasks were low. By today, Xu Antian's points were nearly depleted again. First, the costs for the gravity training chamber were exorbitant. Second, Xuanling had an insatiable appetite. Moreover, it consumed only fire attribute spiritual ingredients extremely costly. Yet its transformation was undeniably striking. The downy fur covering its entire body had shed, replaced by a coat of fiery red feathers. It looked quite majestic. However, Xu Antian still hadn't identified what kind of demonic creature Xuanling belonged to. This left him rather frustrated. He didn't know if the fire feather would prove useful. If it turned out to be useless, he'd be out of luck. A few days prior, he had contemplated slaughtering it to refine into a pill. But it seemed to sense his murderous intent. Firefeather had actually started actively trying to win Tong Jingshu's favor. This stirred Tong Jingshu's compassion, prompting him to intercede on its behalf. Xu Antian temporarily shelved his murderous intent. Once again, he marveled at how remarkably human-like Xuanling truly was.
That day, Xu Antian was training in the gravity chamber as usual. But just moments into his practice, Jiang Wudi came looking for him. He seemed quite urgent. Xu Antian ended his training in confusion and stepped out of the gravity chamber. He asked, "What's up? There's been unusual activity in the White Cloud Mountains near G City lately. The underground fire veins have started stirring for some reason, and someone discovered fire essence inside." Jiang Wudi whispered, "I plan to go try my luck. Are you in? Fire essence?" Xu Antian's eyes lit up. "This stuff is top-tier fire attribute spiritual material. If I can find it, it'll keep Xuanling fed for ages." He'd been short on points lately and was fretting over how to feed Xuanling, that money-guzzling beast. Since his current points weren't enough to buy spiritual materials, he'd have to find them himself. "When are you heading over?" Xu Antian asked. "First thing tomorrow morning. I've invited a few others to join us." Jiang Wudi replied. "All right. Where did you hear about this?" Xu Antian nodded in agreement, curious about the source of the information. "Heh, you forgot I'm from Jishur. Over there, my eyes and ears are everywhere." Jiang Wudi's face wore a smug expression. "Speak plainly." Xu Antian frowned. "Well, my Jiang family is based near the Baiyun Mountains. We get intel faster." Jiang Wudi explained in a low voice. "Besides us, others have gotten wind of it too and are already heading that way." That was precisely why he'd sought out Xu Antian. The fire spirit's emergence had stirred many factions into covert action. Going alone, he might not gain the upper hand. Xu Antian suddenly understood. Chapter 144, White Cloud Mountains. That evening, Xu Antian explained the situation to Tong Jingshu. He informed them that he would be leaving on a journey. This journey was a treasure hunt, and Tong Jingshu wouldn't be much help. It would be better for her to stay at the base and cultivate. Therefore, Xu Antian had no intention of bringing Tong Jingshu along. Early the next morning, Xu Antian stepped out of the dormitory and headed to the rendezvous point outside the base. Jiang Wudi was already waiting there. Besides him, Xuanling and the Rakshasi were also present. "Why is Rashani here too?" Xu Antian was somewhat surprised. Wasn't Jiang Wudi avoiding Rashani? How had these two ended up together again? Facing Xu Antian's questioning gaze, Jiang Wudi awkwardly turned his head away. Some things were not convenient to discuss now. "We're all here. Let's get going," Jiang Wudi announced. He led the group toward the helipad. To reach the Baiyun Mountains as quickly as possible, he had even rented a combat helicopter this time. On board the helicopter, Rashani turned to Xu Antian with keen interest. "White Peony is so beautiful, how could you not like her?" Xu Antian gave her a faint glance. "Because I have someone better." Luo Channa paused, then nodded in agreement with a smile. "That makes perfect sense. I was just saying. Rakshasi." Xu Antian truly hadn't deceived Rashani, he really had just made it up. He and Xiao Shu had known each other first, and they'd been through so much together. How could he possibly abandon Xiao Shu for a stranger? Looks aren't the only measure of a person. Having made a fool of herself and suffered a minor setback, the Rakshasi shot Xu Antian a reproachful glance but said no more. Xu Antian withdrew his gaze from her and turned to Xuanling beside him. "King of provocation, let's have a fight after we land. I want to see if your skills have improved." He hadn't forgotten how Xuanling had looked down on Tong Jingshu right in front of him in the dorm last time. He'd been stuck at the base before and hadn't had a chance to beat Xuanling up. Now that they were out, the perfect opportunity had presented itself. Xuanling furrowed his brows slightly. His skills hadn't improved much. "Fine." Xuanling nodded. He also wanted to see how strong Xu Antian was now. "Hey, you two, I called you here for a treasure hunt. What's with the brawling?" Jiang Wudi sighed helplessly. They hadn't even reached their destination yet, and Xu Antian and the other had already started challenging each other to a fight. It was a real headache. If it weren't for Xu Antian and Xuanling's proven strength, he'd have no desire to bring them along. Too much hassle. It won't interfere with the main mission. Xuanling interjected. "If they want to fight, let them fight," the Rakshasa woman chimed in, fanning the flames. "We'll have a fight later too." Xu Antian glanced at the Rakshasi. "Rakshasi." She barely said one sentence, and Xu Antian already wants to fight her. She'd seen Xu Antian's strength firsthand, how could she possibly stand a chance? Her expression froze for a moment, then she seemed to think of something and smiled. "I can't fight you outside. How about in bed?" Xu Antian stared at her in surprise, pointing toward the dense forest below. "You've never fought in the woods?" Rakshasi's cheeks flushed slightly. "Put. What are you talking about? I'm still a virgin." Xu Antian was speechless. He was talking about fighting, yet this woman could twist any topic into something sexual. Besides, a disciple of the prestigious Union sect still a virgin? Who would believe that? "Do you believe her?" Xu Antian asked Jiang Wudi. Jiang Wudi froze, thinking, I didn't even say anything. Why was he being dragged into this? Was it because he'd been sucked by the Rakshasa woman? He was completely immersed in the illusion during the suction. He never even got a chance to see that thing.
I don't know. Zhang Wudi shook his head. He felt he was the only sane one among the four. One was a show-off, another a violent maniac, and the last was a Rakshasa woman plus a troublemaker. What a headache. The military helicopter moved swiftly, reaching the vicinity of the White Cloud Mountains in just over 3 hours. They didn't head straight into the mountains. Instead, they headed to Zhang Wudi's residence. The moment the Wuji touched down, Xu Antian grabbed Xuanling and soared into the sky. Mid-air, Xu Antian clashed with Xuanling, both wielding the demon-slaying sword. Below, Zhang Wudi's father, Xuanling, looked up at the sky in astonishment. Wudi, aren't they your friends? Why are they fighting right after getting off the plane? They're just bursting with energy. Let them fight it out. We'll wait inside. Zhang Wudi couldn't be bothered to explain, replying casually. He then pointed to the Rakshasi beside him and introduced, Father, this is the Rakshasi from the Union sect. Hello, uncle. Luo Chana smiled and nodded. Heh, very good. Xuanling nodded approvingly, glancing at Zhang Wudi. He thought to himself, his son always had such good taste, not a single girlfriend he brought home was unattractive. The three of them entered the house together and sat down to drink tea. They waited outside for Xu Antian and Xuanling to settle their personal grudge. Moments later, the pair finally returned. Xu Antian's shirt hem bore a scorched edge, but he appeared otherwise uninjured. Xuanling, on the other hand, had one eye badly bruised, resembling a panda's eye. Xuanling was furious. Xu Antian had shown no sportsmanship, deliberately targeting his right eye. Let's spar again next time. Xu Antian declared from his seat. Xuanling shot Xu Antian a blank stare, refusing to engage. He wasn't foolish enough to walk into another beating. Once he strengthened his abilities, he'd challenge Xu Antian to a duel. There was no rush. Father, what's the current situation? Zhang Wudi turned to Xuanling beside him and asked. Xuanling lowered his head, paused for a moment, then answered, Currently, most of the Baiyun mountain range has been contracted by the Baiyun Merchants Guild. Only a few areas remain outside their control, but those are occupied by other Qi cultivator families. Within the Baiyun Merchants Guild, there are 3 major Qi cultivation clans, the Lu, Xin, and Yao families. They hold official contracts granting them control over all resources within the Baiyun Mountains, making it difficult for outsiders to interfere. Moreover, they are unofficial personnel of your Bureau 749, with disciples from these families also serving within the Bureau. We can enter the Baiyun Mountains from other routes. The range is vast, it'll be hard for the Baiyun Merchants Alliance to spot us. Zhang Wudi suggested. We're Bureau 749 personnel. Why should we need to sneak around? Rakshasa frowned. Why did she get the feeling the 4 of them were about to go poaching? Sneaking in? Some Qi cultivators choose the same path as Wudi, sneaking in to gamble for gains. But major factions confident in their strength actively negotiate with the White Cloud Alliance for entry. Xuanling added. Then should we negotiate too? Zhang Wudi raised an eyebrow. What's there to negotiate? We're 749 investigators. The White Cloud Mountains are experiencing disturbances. What's wrong with us investigating? Xu Antian spoke indifferently. Zhang Wudi and the others exchanged glances. Seems like there's nothing wrong with that. Honestly, you're right, the violent type's approach to solving problems is straightforward. Zhang Wudi found Xu Antian much more agreeable now, completely forgetting the earlier incident where Xu Antian had gotten into a fight. We'll do as Xu Antian says. We'll pay the White Cloud Guild a courtesy call, then head into the White Cloud Mountains. Zhang Wudi finally decided. Chapter 145. This item has a connection with Xu Antian. With the matter settled, the group immediately set off for the White Cloud Guild. Originally, Xuanling had intended to send someone to escort Zhang Wudi and the others. But Zhang Wudi insisted on driving himself. V-Room. Accompanied by the hum of its engine, the black sports car sped out of the Zhang residence, racing toward the White Cloud Merchants Guild. After over 2 hours of driving, they successfully arrived at the White Cloud Merchants Guild. The White Cloud Chamber of Commerce was located in a small town at the eastern foot of the White Cloud Mountains. Though merely a town, its architecture was remarkably opulent, with most structures being villas and estates. Luxury cars of various brands were parked in the open spaces in front of the houses. The people on the streets were dressed impeccably, clearly individuals of considerable means. But as soon as they reached the town entrance, they were stopped. This is the territory of the Baiyun Business Alliance. No outside vehicles are permitted to enter. We're investigators from Bureau 749. We need to speak with your chairman, Zhang Wudi explained as he rolled down the window. 749? The men at the entrance exchanged glances, their faces immediately breaking into smiles. Hold on a moment, I'll notify our superiors. One of them picked up a walkie-talkie and spoke briefly into it. Gentlemen, our chamber's external affairs director requests your presence. Please follow me. The man said after putting down the walkie-talkie. He then guided Zhang Wudi's sports car into the town. His demeanor was quite warm and welcoming.
After escorting Jiang Wudi into a 3-story villa, he turned back to park the sports car.
Welcome, leaders, to our work inspection. I'm Yawu, the Foreign Affairs Director of Baiyun Business Alliance.
As soon as they reached the villa entrance, several people emerged from the house and proactively came forward to greet them. Among them was a middle-aged man in his 30s. His face was covered in fleshy rolls, and though he was smiling, it looked somewhat ferocious. A child seeing him would likely cry in fright.
However, these leaders look unfamiliar. Which division might they be from? We're investigators from the 749 Kyoto headquarters.
My name is Jiang Wudi, and these 3 are my colleagues. Jiang Wudi spoke up, presenting his credentials to Yawu. Xu Antian and the other 2 also cooperated, producing their own credentials.
Yawu scrutinized the credentials, his eyes darting as he lowered his head. He couldn't fathom why investigators from the capital would come to their location.
We've been assigned by higher-ups to investigate unusual activity within the White Cloud Mountains. Since you're non-regular personnel of Division 749, I'm here to formally introduce ourselves and avoid any misunderstandings during future operations.
Unusual activity within the mountain range?
Yawu's heart stirred. He had already grasped the situation.
Just as he was about to agree,
a young man descended the stairs, appearing to be around 20 years old.
This investigation is just a cover, right? Your real goal is to profit from the mountain range. Let me tell you, it's impossible.
The White Cloud Mountains belong to our Yao family. Don't try to intimidate us with your 749 investigator status. My brother is the district chief of the White Cloud Mountains Permanent Patrol Zone for Bureau 749. When it comes to authority, my cousin outranks all of you. The young man's nose was turned up in the air, his words brimming with confidence.
Jiang Wudi instinctively frowned.
He'd expected this to go smoothly. Xu Antian glanced at the young man before withdrawing his gaze and turning to Yawu.
He asked calmly, "Who's in charge here, you or him?" This would determine his next course of action.
Yao Wu's expression shifted. Though he was the eldest son of the Yao family and the district chief, that position only applied to the patrol district. Moreover, the young master had explicitly instructed him not to cause trouble. In his view, letting the 4 people before him wouldn't hurt. He could even make some friends in the process. "Take him back upstairs," he barked, glaring at the 2 men behind him. The 2 immediately stepped forward, attempting to escort the youth back. But the young man was stubborn. He stood his ground, refusing to budge, and continued shouting, "If you want to enter the mountain range, fine. But whatever you get from inside, you must give a portion to the Yao family.
Just like everyone else who wants to go in. Are you 2 useless? Get him out of here."
Yao Wu was furious. The common folk don't challenge the authorities. That's a principle as old as time.
The Yao family indeed. The entire Merchants Alliance only obtained official permits to manage the Baiyun mountain range by becoming unofficial agents of Bureau 749.
All the spiritual materials within were exclusively supplied to Bureau 749. They skimmed their share of the profits. That's how they grew to their current scale. These young upstarts know only indulgence and the power and conveniences afforded by the Merchant Guild. Little do they realize how arduous the guild's rise to prominence truly was. Finally, the 2 men hauled the young man back upstairs.
"Honored guests, please take a seat."
That youngster was just being foolish. His words were nonsense. "You may investigate freely. Wherever you require our cooperation, we will certainly assist." Yawu invited the 4 to sit down, his face plastered with apologies.
Seeing Yawu's attitude, Xu Antian's expression softened. He sat down on the sofa and took a sip of tea.
Xu
Antian glanced at the teacup in his hand with surprise. This tea contained a faint trace of spiritual energy. Long-term consumption would extend the lifespan even of ordinary people.
These people guarding the mountains do possess some valuable things after all.
"This tea is quite good," Xu Antian remarked indifferently.
Across from him, Yao's expression shifted as he whispered a few words to the person behind him.
The attendant swiftly ascended the stairs and returned carrying 4 tea boxes.
"These are spiritual teas gathered from the mountains. They're not worth much, but the flavor is quite pleasant. Since you like them, sir, please take them back to try." Yawu placed the boxes on the tea table, speaking with flattery. Inside, he felt a twinge of regret. Had it not been for the earlier incident that offended these people, he wouldn't have brought out this 5-leaf spiritual tea to make amends. "You're too kind, medicine," Jiang Wudi chuckled lightly, discreetly picking up the tea boxes and tucking them into his robe. They'd come here seeking treasures, after all. Now that the treasure was right before them, regardless of how it came to be,
just take it and be done with it. Luo Chanu and Xianyilan also picked up their items. Xu Antian gave Yao Wei a deep look before pushing the last tea box back. "A little of this tea is enough."
He spoke the truth. This tea only held any real effect for qi cultivators at the Lianmai realm.
It's of little use to him.
Yao Wuxin's heart sank. He hadn't expected the most assertive investigator before him to push the item back.
That meant he didn't like it.
"Please bear with me for a moment, gentlemen."
Yao Wixin rose and strode quickly upstairs.
Moments later, he returned holding a fiery red box.
He opened the box to reveal a piece of ancient red jade inside. Xu Antian's eyes lit up. This was actually a fire jade. It was identical to the one Lian Bang had given him last time, though only 1/5 the size. I found this ancient jade in the mountains. I thought it was quite nice and kept it for myself. But today, upon meeting you, Investigator Xu, I felt this piece was destined for you. So I'm presenting it to you. Yao Wuzhang handed the box to Xu Antian with a smile. He had just called the eldest young master upstairs. He had already verified the backgrounds of the people before him. Their status was even higher than he had imagined. They were among the top 10 contestants in the 4 provinces martial arts tournament of the capital. Though their cultivation realm was only at the 1,000-ton realm, their actual strength reached the Sha Gang realm. They were more formidable and powerful than his own young master. The young master had given him a strict order: he must cultivate a relationship with all 4, especially the one named Xu Antian. He had originally gone upstairs to retrieve something else, but in the end, he brought out the fire jade he had discovered in the mountains not long ago. The thought sent a chill down his spine. Thankfully, he hadn't offended any of them earlier. Otherwise, the young master would have killed him upon returning. Chapter 146, After Death, No Face to Meet My Brothers. This object truly has a connection with me, Xu Antian murmured softly. He held the fire jade in his hand. To refuse such a benefit would be foolish. Besides, it would prove useful to him. John Woody beside him was filled with regret. If only he'd shown a little restraint earlier. Now he felt like he'd lost a fortune. Just as Xu Antian was about to slip the fire gem into his pocket, the beast-taming pouch at his waist suddenly twitched several times. A bird's head poked out from the opening. The sharp beak lunged forward, aiming to snatch the fire jade. Smack! Xu Antian raised his hand and smacked it squarely on the bird's head. Did I say you could eat it? He snapped. Firefeather's lively eyes brimmed with grievance. It hadn't eaten in days. The next second, it emerged from the beast pouch and nuzzled affectionately against Xu Antian's cheek with its neck. It was practically about to whine at Xu Antian. Xu Antian frowned, but ultimately tossed the fire jade to Xuanling. After swallowing the fire gem, the feathers on its body, resembling red fireworks, flared with a hint of flame. Then, it burrowed back into the beast bag. It even tied the bag's opening shut itself. The bag's opening had a drawstring pulling it tight would secure the closure. Yao Wu stared in disbelief. This was a demonic creature. Though he had encountered some demonic creatures within the White Cloud Mountains, those had been more like beasts that had gained sentience. The one before him now seemed utterly sentient. The mountain creatures couldn't compare to it at all. His awe for Xu Antian deepened instantly. Not just anyone could keep a demonic creature. Without sufficient power, one risks being devoured by the creature. Regarding matters outside of medicine, our investigation takes priority. We shan't linger here any longer. At that moment, Jiang Wudi rose to his feet and spoke, signaling his intention to depart. They had only come to pay their respects. Now that their purpose was served. Very well, I'll see you leaders out. Yao Wu courteously escorted Jiang Wudi and his 3 companions to the villa's exit. After Jiang Wudi and his companions got into the car, Yaoka produced a map and handed it to Jiang Wudi. Unlike the electronic maps found on navigation systems, the physical maps they held contained additional route diagrams. These route diagrams were all charted by the Baiyun merchants guild over the years within the Baiyun Mountains, considered safe routes. Just as Xu Antian and his group were leaving the villa. On the second floor of the villa, a group of people were watching Xu Antian and his companions. Brother Song, that kid's demon beast seems rather unusual. It's probably still a young beast, its aura isn't very strong. How about we capture it and bring it back to the mountain? It could serve as our guardian beast. The group exchanged whispers, clearly plotting to take action against Xu Antian. The leader, a short, stocky man with a dark complexion. He raised his hand to cut off the discussion among his brothers behind him. Frowning, he demanded, "What were the names of those men you just inquired about?" Jiang Wudi, Xu Antian. Xu Antian. Xu Antian. If I recall correctly, Brother Li Shan died at Xu Antian's hands, didn't he? Song Shuiyang narrowed his eyes. Members of their Black White Mountain faction had gone treasure hunting in the Xing'an Mountains not long ago. They found no treasure, and every last one of them died there, not a single survivor returned. Afterward, he paid a heavy price to learn they had all been killed by a 749 investigator named Xu Antian. They too sought an opportunity to kill Xu Antian and avenge their comrades. But their roots were in Jilin City. They had no connections in Harbin and couldn't even find Xu Antian's shadow. But now things were different. Xu Antian had actually appeared right before their eyes. As members of the Black and White Mountains, they were united by their code of honor. Now that they had seen the man who murdered Li Shan, they would do anything to avenge him. Otherwise, how could they face Li Shan and the others after death? Brother Song, what should we do? We'll follow your lead, another man with a sleazy appearance and a sharp, monkey-like face said in a deep voice. What else can we do? Just kill them all. The Baiyun Mountains are vast, no one will notice a few deaths, a burly man beside him shouted.
He sported a shaved head and wore a fist-sized rosary around his neck, resembling a monk. But he reeked of alcohol.
Xu Antian managed to kill Li Shan and his brother.
His strength is at least at the 1,000-ton realm.
We can't be reckless. We need to outsmart them, another man suggested. I have a blood-devouring spirit poison. Anyone who touches it or inhales it will be poisoned instantly.
My archery is unmatched. I can coat my arrowheads with poison and kill him.
The mountains and forests are full of deceptive terrain. It's best to use the miasma to launch a surprise attack.
I hear Bureau 749 investigators carry recording devices. We can't let them capture our faces. Inside the house, voices chattered back and forth, and soon the outline of a plan took shape. They hurriedly left the villa, heading in the direction Xu Antian and his group had departed. Meanwhile, after driving to the entrance of the White Cloud Mountains, Xu Antian and his group had no choice but to stop. The rugged mountain trails were no longer suitable for driving. They also didn't choose to walk through the air. They were here to hunt for treasure, and flying through the air risked missing valuable finds. Xu Antian and his companions proceeded along the mountain path, their figures soon disappearing into the dense forest. Along the way, Xu Antian scanned his surroundings, searching for any signs of treasure aura. But whether they hadn't ventured deep enough or not, he hadn't spotted any treasures along the way. According to the clues, that fire crystal appeared near the central part of the White Cloud Mountains.
Jiang Wudi interjected.
He opened the map, confirmed their current location, and continued, "We're now on the eastern side of the White Cloud Mountains.
If we keep heading west, we'll reach that area.
The White Cloud Mountains are vast. Since we have information about where the fire essence once appeared, we might as well swing by and take a look.
Let's try our luck." Rasha nodded. Agreed. Xu Antian concurred.
With their temporary objective set, the group set off once more, their pace noticeably quicker.
Half a day later, Xu Antian's group entered a mountain ravine.
The gorge soared high, its walls rugged and uneven on both sides.
A white mist filled the air, severely limiting visibility.
Just then, Xu Antian, who had been leading the way, abruptly halted. Frowning, he declared, "Something is following us within the mist."
His keen senses immediately detected the anomaly. Xian Yilan nodded. Something definitely feels off.
Jiang Wudi and Luo Chanu exchanged glances before halting their steps as well. The former spoke up, "Though I've never heard of any formidable demonic creatures within the White Cloud Mountains, with the recent disturbances here and the emergence of treasures like the fire spirit, some demons possess keen senses for spiritual materials. They could have appeared here from elsewhere.
We should remain cautious. I'll go check it out," Xu Antian declared. The next instant, he stepped into the air and vanished swiftly into the mist above. But just as he was about to emerge from the mist, a slender arrow pierced the air, arriving before him. Xu Antian's expression turned cold.
Golden and crimson light flared around his body, enveloping him completely.
Both heavenly gangs and demon gangs activated simultaneously. Boom! Xu Antian shattered the arrow with a single punch.
But in the instant the arrow exploded, a fine mist of crimson vapor invisible to the naked eye burst forth and shot toward Xu Antian.
Chapter 147, The Black-White Mountains. 108 constellations nearly met their end.
Xu Antian frowned, shifting his feet to evade the crimson mist. This crimson mist appeared eerily strange. Through his powerful senses, he discerned it was composed of countless microscopic blood-red insects. He wasn't about to let them touch him. No sooner had he halted his movement than another arrow shot down from above, aiming straight for his forehead.
They had anticipated his landing point. Boom!
Xu Antian raised his hand, drew the demon-slaying sword, and hurled it forward. Mid-air, the sword collided with the arrow, slicing it clean through and shattering it in flight. At that moment, more projectiles rained down from above the mist. Darts, crossbow bolts, even poison-filled pouches.
Boom! 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 Boom!
After being shattered, each projectile released a trail of crimson mist,
dispersing into the air.
Soon, it completely enveloped Xu Antian's surroundings. Xu Antian's brow furrowed slightly, realizing that descending now would put him at a significant disadvantage.
He lightly tapped his feet and swiftly ascended into the air.
As he passed through the crimson mist, the blood-red insects swarmed toward him.
Yet they were blocked by the heavenly gangs and Sha gangs. Clearly, they couldn't penetrate the Sha gangs. A smirk touched Xu Antian's lips. He'd thought they were something formidable, but this was all they had? As he gained altitude, he finally saw those who had attacked him. A group of figures stood scattered along the canyon's sheer cliffs, each wielding different weapons, their eyes fixed intently on him. What puzzled him was that every one of them wore black cloth covering their faces, as if they feared their identities being discovered. So they know I'm 749. Xu Antian thought to himself. His first thought was the Yao family. After all, before entering the mountains, they had only had a falling out with that young man from the Yao family. That Yu Wu was likely feigning goodwill to deceive them. Whoever it is, we'll find out once we capture a few and question them. Xu Antian chuckled softly. His gaze fixed on the man holding a longbow not far away. It was this man who had just shot an arrow at him.
The small Li Guanghuamu's heart tightened under the stare, feeling the dread of being targeted by a great demon.
Gritting his teeth, he fired a triple arrow volley while shouting, "He's protected by Sha Gang. He might be a chi cultivator at the Sha Gang realm. My arrows can't pierce his defenses. He's not at the Sha Gang realm." Song Xueyang frowned from behind. The Sha Gang aura of a cultivator at that level is different from his. Execute Plan B. Kill him together. As the words fell, chi cultivators on the surrounding cliffs launched another assault upon Xu Antian. But these chi cultivators, nearly at the 1,000-ton realm or even pulse realm, couldn't even breach Xu Antian's defenses, let alone injure him. Xu Antian now charged straight through the barrage of attacks, closing in on the chi cultivator who had fired the arrow. Gripping the demon-slaying sword, he swung it at the man before him. A faint white glow appeared at the sword's tip, instantly erupting into a torrent of sword chi that completely engulfed the man, leaving him nowhere to evade. Little Li Guanghuamude was startled and swiftly drew his bow, firing arrows in defense. Boom! 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 In the successive collisions, sword energy and arrows exploded mid-air. But before he could catch his breath, Xu Antian had already closed the distance. In his terrified and despairing gaze, Xu Antian's hands seized his throat. A slight squeeze would snap his neck. "Brother Huamu!" Song Xueyang roared urgently. "Let go of Brother Huamu. You're asking for death." Those around them, fearing the peerless Huamu, halted their attacks and shouted in unison. "Who are you?" Xu Antian demanded. "I'd rather die than tell you." Huamu snapped, his face set in resolve. Then he bellowed, "Brother Song, take good care of my wife and children. I'm going first." As the words fell, a destructive aura erupted from his body. The spiritual energy surging through his entire body erupted violently. He had chosen self-destruction. Boom! The deafening blast shattered the killing aura surrounding Xu Antian. A torrent of crimson mist poured in. These particles were finer than skin pores. The moment they touched his skin, they burrowed into his body, then further into his blood vessels. But in the next instant, Xu Antian controlled his blood, compressing these tiny particles together, trapping them so they could no longer move. That was a close call. Xu Antian's eyes blazed with murderous intent. "Brothers! Xu Antian's protective aura is broken. The blood-devouring spirit toxin has entered his body. Kill him. Avenge brothers Huamu and Li Shan." Song Xueyang bellowed, directing the black-white mountain forces to charge at Xu Antian. "All together now. The blood-devouring spirit toxin will consume his blood faster as his spiritual energy circulates," a woman's voice promptly warned. "Li Shan?" Xu Antian frowned, the name vaguely familiar yet elusive. But it didn't matter now. Before him, a towering monk swung a crescent-shaped shovel toward him. Xu Antian raised his hand, effortlessly seizing the crescent-shaped shovel. With a flick of his wrist, immense force erupted, yanking the monk toward him. The latter's body moved uncontrollably closer, and by the time he remembered to discard the crescent shovel, it was already too late. Xu Antian raised his fist, smashing the bald man's head to pieces with a single blow. "Brother Lu!" Song Xueyang's eyes blazed crimson. His fury reached its peak. He never imagined that trying to kill Xu Antian would cost him two brothers in succession. But what he didn't know was that this was merely the beginning. The next instant, crimson flared in Xu Antian's eyes. The chi cultivators approaching him felt their hearts clench the moment their gazes met his, as if gripped by a giant hand. Boom! 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 Some of the weaker chi cultivators had their hearts ripped open from within, leaving gaping holes in their chests. With bewildered expressions, their bodies plummeted into the canyon below. The unlucky ones slammed into protruding rocks on the cliff face, their bodies shattering into pieces. Even if someone later recovered their remains, it would be impossible to piece them back together. Only those who were farther away or chi cultivators at the 1,000-ton realm managed to withstand the impact slightly. But they too spat blood, suffering severe injuries. With a flicker of intent, Xu Antian's mind commanded the blood drifting around him to coalesce rapidly into blades. Before the chi cultivators could react, the blood blades sliced cleanly through their throats. "Impossible," gasped a woman with an alluring figure, clutching her throat, her eyes filled with bitter resentment. In just a few breaths, over 30 chi cultivators had perished. And the number was rapidly increasing. Xu Antian charged like a ferocious beast into the flock of sheep, wreaking havoc. Wherever he passed, chi cultivators either exploded or had their necks severed. Song Xueyang's legs trembled uncontrollably, his heart filled with nothing but terror. What kind of person had they provoked? In just this brief moment, the elite troops he'd brought from Black-White Mountain were nearly wiped out. "Brother Song, we'll hold him off, you must flee." The two remaining Xianjun realm cultivators beside Song Xueyang spoke in hushed tones. They were letting him go first. "If we go together." Song Xueyang forced himself to speak, suppressing the fear in his heart. "Brother Song, our families still need you to care for them. You cannot die." One of them roared, shoving Song Xueyang toward the distance. Gritting his teeth, Song Xueyang saw Xu Antian already flying toward them. Unable to hold on any longer, he scrambled to flee into the distance. But Xu Antian was faster. The two chi refining cultivators at the 1,000-ton realm couldn't even withstand a single breath before being slain. Within seconds, Xu Antian caught up to Song Xueyang. Under the desperate gaze of his victim, he punched through Song Xueyang's dantian. Xu Antian hoisted Song Xueyang, limp as a dead dog, back up to the canyon's edge. During the ascent, he slashed open his fingers, forcing the blood-red insects out of his body. Chapter 148. Who is Li Shan? Never heard of him. He had just arrived near the canyon when he spotted Jiang Wudi and his two companions soaring up from below. Upon seeing the figure Xu Antian held, they all looked somewhat surprised. Earlier, when Xu Antian had soared into the sky, they had intended to follow and assist. But other chi cultivators in the mist attacked them. Only after dispatching those within the fog did they find time to search for Xu Antian. As they soared upward, they witnessed corpses falling from the sky like dumplings being dropped into boiling water. The mountain walls were splattered with traces of shattered flesh and blood. The Rakshasa woman frowned deeply at the sight. Jiang Wudi and Xiangyulan felt relatively calm, having witnessed Xu Antian kill before. They had assumed Xu Antian had slaughtered everyone. Seeing that Xu Antian still held a living person in his grasp now naturally brought them some surprise and astonishment. Who are these people? The Rakshasi asked, raising an eyebrow. These men were average in strength, but their tactics were quite varied, causing them no small amount of trouble. No idea. Xu Antian shook his head. He tore off Song Xueyang's black mask to reveal an unfamiliar face. Xu Antian frowned in confusion. Do I have a grudge against you? You killed our brother Li Shan. Knowing his death was imminent, Song Xueyang spoke without restraint, his voice gritted with fury. Who is Li Shan? Xu Antian asked, genuinely puzzled. It wasn't his fault he'd killed so many people. Who could possibly remember who Li Shan was? If he had to remember the name of every person he killed, that would be too much to ask of him. Put! Song Xueyang spat blood in rage. His rage reached its peak. Xu Antian had killed their brothers, yet he couldn't even remember them. Li Shan, the black whirlwind of Black White Mountain. You killed them in the Xing'an Mountains. Song Xueyang roared furiously. Oh! Xu Antian finally recalled. At that moment, he finally understood, it wasn't the Yaos who sought to harm them. It was his own enemies. Black White Mountain? I've heard they have 108 constellations. Their strength isn't too shabby, Jiang Wudi exclaimed in surprise. Born in Harbin, he knew more about the local factions here than Xu Antian and the others. Song Xueyang's forehead veins bulged as a profound sense of helplessness welled up inside him. The enemy had slaughtered over half of their 108 constellations. What remained on Black White Mountain were mostly the elderly, the weak, and women and children. And they still claimed to be formidable? This was nothing short of blatant humiliation. Not content with merely killing them, they sought to crush their spirit. How utterly treacherous. Nothing but trash, Xu Antian shook his head. The next second, he tightened his grip, snapping Song Xueyang's neck. Like tossing away trash, he flung the body into the canyon below. Jiang Wudi stared at Xu Antian in shock. Aren't you going to ask who he is? Doesn't matter. Kill whoever comes at you. Xu Antian shook his head. Jiang Wudi. That was so Xu Antian. The Rakshasi covered her mouth and giggled. Suddenly, she found Xu Antian rather endearing. Though his killing style was a bit too bloody. If it were her, she'd kill with such elegance. Xiangyulan turned her head away, refusing to look at Xu Antian. He'd already taken all the credit. What else could he possibly say? Ignoring the corpses on the ground, the group descended back to the canyon floor and pressed forward, searching for places where treasures might be hidden. But unfortunately, their luck seemed to be running out. Even after leaving the canyon, they hadn't found anything of value. By evening, the four found a cave to rest in. They planned to continue deeper into the mountain at daybreak, heading toward the place where they had discovered the fire spirit. But in the dead of night, the cave suddenly began to shake violently. A torrent of debris rained down from the cave ceiling. Fortunately, as chi cultivators, they reacted swiftly and managed to escape the collapsing cave just in time. What the hell? Jiang Wudi frowned. The group flew into the air to survey the situation. A vast expanse of crimson light suddenly appeared in the nearby mountains and forests. It dyed the entire pitch-black night sky crimson. In midair, figures were swiftly flying toward that direction. It's a geomantic disturbance. Treasure might be emerging. Let's hurry. The Rakshasa woman's eyes lit up as she urgently warned. No sooner had she spoken than she led the way toward the source of the red glow. Xu Antian's expression shifted slightly as he followed suit. In his vision, a distinct aura did indeed emanate from within that crimson glow. But from such a distance, he couldn't discern whether it was a demonic creature or a treasure. As he drew nearer, he finally caught sight of what it was. It was no treasure glow. It was clearly the aura of a demonic creature. Halt! This area is now under the control of the Shin family. Seek your treasures elsewhere. But just as they approached, several figures stepped forward to block their path. The Shin family of the Baiyun Merchants Guild? Jiang Wudi frowned. Since you know who we are, leave now. We're from Bureau 749 of the capital. We notified your White Cloud Guild beforehand before entering. Jiang Wudi responded. Bureau 749?
Behind the merchants, a burly man with a thick, jet-black beard flew over, frowning.
Second master.
The group bowed in unison.
The chamber did mention 4 leaders from Kyoto Bureau 749 were coming. Which one of you is Investigator Xu? Shen Changsheng looked at Jiang Wudi and his 3 companions.
Jiang Wudi and Luo Chanu instinctively looked toward Xu Antian.
That's me. Xu Antian frowned. Greetings, Investigator Xu.
Since you're here to investigate the geomantic disturbances, you're naturally free to conduct your inquiry. Shen Changsheng narrowed his eyes slightly, his tone polite. But before Xu Antian could respond, his tone shifted. However, the White Cloud Mountains are under contract to our White Cloud Merchants Guild. Certain special resources within them rightfully belong to our guild.
His meaning was clear. If they were merely investigating, they could proceed as they wished. But if they were here to plunder treasures, that was an entirely different matter. Jiang Wudi frowned.
He had come seeking treasure in the first place. Investigating the geomantic disturbances was merely incidental.
Yet Shen Changsheng's words held some truth. They couldn't very well bully them with their superior numbers. Naturally, Xu Antian replied, narrowing his eyes slightly. We'll just look around nearby. You go ahead with your business. What treasures could possibly lie beneath?
If the Shen family wanted it, they could just give it to them.
Shen Changsheng's expression froze. He'd expected some resistance. But Xu Antian had agreed outright. Could it be that the 4 Xu Antian before him held no interest in the mountain range's treasures? A wave of profound doubt washed over him. Regardless, since Xu Antian had agreed, he needn't worry about them turning back. Thank you for your understanding, Investigator Xu.
Should you require any assistance, please do not hesitate to inform me, Shen Changsheng said courteously, a smile playing on his face.
Xu Antian waved his hand dismissively and descended toward the ground on his own. He stood watching from a short distance away. This action only deepened Shen Changsheng's confusion. Wasn't the purpose to investigate the earth vein disturbance? With the earth vein right before them, why weren't Xu Antian and his team conducting their investigation?
However, seeing other Qi cultivators arriving from all directions, he could only suppress his doubts for now and turn to shoo away the other cultivators.
Chapter 149. The blade is already half drawn. Are we really not getting involved?
The Rakshasi woman looked at Xu Antian with confusion and asked in a low voice.
Don't rush.
There's no treasure inside, Xu Antian replied softly.
Then what is it? Jiang Wudi inquired curiously. A demonic creature. We'll just watch the show for now. A demon creature? Jiang Wudi's expression turned peculiar.
He glanced at the ground fissure nearby, where the red glow emanating from within grew increasingly intense.
If it's a demonic creature, should we capture it?
We could earn quite a few points, suggested the Rakshasa woman.
That's not a bad idea. Jiang Wudi nodded in agreement. Xianyilan stood nearby, frowning. We came here to hunt for treasures. Bringing a demon along would be inconvenient. Let's wait and see. Xu Antian interjected.
The demon must be killed. But when and how to kill it depended on how the situation unfolded. From his observations, the demonic energy emanating from the ground fissure was exceptionally potent. Those from the Shen family would be difficult to deal with. The 4 remained silent, standing still to observe. Not far away, more Qi cultivators noticed the gathering red light. But they were mostly small groups, far fewer than the cultivators who had joined the fray.
Consequently, most were pushed to the outer perimeter.
Only the participants and another group of over 20 Qi cultivators approached the edge of the fissure. By now, some had already entered the fissure to explore. That's the Feng clan from Phoenix Mountain. Rumor has it their bloodline carries Phoenix heritage, though no one's ever actually seen it. And the Feng clan's strength is nothing special. They only have 3,000 June realm cultivators within their clan. Who'd have thought they'd send 2 of them directly this time?
Jiang Wudi pointed at the group of cultivators ahead and explained. Phoenix bloodline? Xu Antian exclaimed in surprise. That would place them among the ranks of divine beasts, wouldn't it?
If the Feng family truly possessed Phoenix blood, they wouldn't have only 3 Qi refining realm cultivators. Probably just bragging to make themselves look good. Xu Antian didn't dwell on it, treating it merely as a tale he'd heard. Some cultivator clans may possess half-demon bloodlines, the Rakshasa woman suddenly interjected. But such bloodlines are often strongest in the founding generation. As descendants multiply, the half-demon essence gradually dilutes until it vanishes entirely, becoming completely hidden. She had encountered such information in her sect's secret texts. Thus, she knew more about it. So that's how it is. Xu Antian exclaimed in surprise. Still, it made sense from a genetic standpoint. I wonder what their children with Xiao Shu will be like. Would they also give birth to a succubus demon hybrid? Cultivation clans or sects that have endured to this day all possess some foundational heritage. Those unable to persevere have long become dust in the annals of history, the Rakshasi remarked indifferently. Survival of the fittest, it's been that way since ancient times.
Xuanling nodded in agreement. Boom!
At that moment, a deafening roar erupted from the fissure nearby. Cultivators from the Xu and Feng families flew out one after another, terror etched on their faces. They rushed toward their clan members gathered mid-air, exchanging rapid whispers. Then, they all assumed battle stances, their expressions grave as they stared intently downward.
It seemed as though some terrifying entity lurked within. Boom!
The next moment, a massive serpent emerged from the fissure, smashing the earth beside it as its enormous body wriggled free. Its body stretched over 100 meters, covered in fiery red scales that glowed with flames. Two broad, fleshy wings extended from its back. Its jaws held sharp fangs, and a crimson tongue flickered in and out. Its cold, dark eyes fixed on the Xu family group. The moment it appeared, the surrounding temperature began to rise rapidly.
Xu Antian's expression shifted as he glanced at his waist. Firefeather had somehow opened the beast pouch and emerged once more. It flew to Xu Antian's head, its gaze fixed warily on the enormous fire serpent in the distance.
Its movements were eager, as if it were poised to charge forward.
Xu Antian was taken aback.
Firefeather, who's only at the Link Vein realm, actually has the nerve to hunt that fire snake.
That's pretty gutsy. Are you out of your mind? Xu Antian shouted.
He hadn't even brought himself to kill Xuanling himself. He'd fed it so many good things, if it died here, he'd be out of luck.
Firefeather ducked its head and obediently backed away. Could it be? Observing Xuanling's demeanor, a thought surfaced in Xu Antian's mind.
He had always fed Xuanling fire attributed spiritual ingredients.
But today, seeing Xuanling's hunting instincts, it seemed likely Xuanling could also consume demon flesh.
Judging by the fire snake's behavior, it likely craved the flesh and blood of fire attribute demonic creatures. Once I take down that fire snake, I'll leave its carcass for Xuanling to eat. Xu Antian murmured to himself. This way, he would save a significant amount of points. After all, that 100-meter-long fire snake should provide sustenance for quite some time, right? That serpent resembles a tiny snake. The Xu and Feng families stand no chance against it, the Rakshasa woman remarked, raising an eyebrow.
Should we go help? They've already lost quite a few men. Xuanling inquired. No need.
We're only here to investigate the geomantic disturbances.
Let them fight it out. Xu Antian shook his head. Those men are dead, so what?
They perished because of their own greed. The other Qi cultivators nearby, upon seeing the Tang snake appear, all retreated to avoid being caught in the crossfire.
Not a single one showed any intention of stepping forward to help.
This was only natural. After all, they'd just been driven away by the Xu family.
Expecting them to now aid the Xu family would be utterly beneath them.
Besides, that Tang snake clearly wasn't someone to mess with.
Anyone who stepped forward would be dead. The cultivators present were all shrewd individuals. Who would want to take on such a losing battle?
Thus, the Xu and Feng families were left to take the beating while the surrounding Qi cultivators watched the spectacle from a safe distance. Against this backdrop, Xu Antian and his three companions, still standing rooted to the spot, appeared decidedly out of place. Above the fissure, Xuanling's face darkened to an extreme. He'd expected to find a fire jade or some other fire spirit treasure.
Who could have imagined it was actually a sleeping tongue snake?
They had disturbed the dragon serpent, and now the creature was hunting them down. To make matters worse, the Tang snake possessed immense power.
Even with over 40 Qi cultivators joining forces, they couldn't harm it.
Watching the young disciples of his clan fall one after another, his heart bled. They had invested immense resources in cultivating these clan disciples. And now, in the blink of an eye, so many had perished. Suddenly, as he turned his head, the corner of his eye caught sight of Xu Antian and the others. His expression shifted. He urgently signaled his own disciples to fight while retreating, heading towards Xu Antian's location. The Tangxi moved far too swiftly. If they tried to flee directly, none would escape alive, they would only meet their end faster. That old fox has ulterior motives, he's trying to lure the Tangxi here, Xuanling said coldly. Hold your horses. Xu Antian narrowed his eyes. San Changsheng and the others quickly reached Xu Antian's group. But he showed no intention of stopping. Instead, he kept running.
Aren't we leaving? Rakshasa frowned.
When Tangxi passed by them, he might very well mistake them for targets too. That would land them in trouble.
No need. Xu Antian shook his head. Rumble.
The colossal Tang snake slithered through the forest, snapping and igniting trees in its wake. As it passed near Xu Antian and his companions, its icy serpentine eyes fixed on Xu Antian and the fiery crest atop his head. The serpent's eyes froze for a moment. The icy glare vanished, replaced by a hint of fear. It lowered its head and continued chasing after Xuanling's group.
Holy crap, what's going on? That dragon snake chickened out. Xuanling exclaimed in shock. He'd already been ready to strike.
His blade was halfway drawn.
But the Tang snake had just chickened out and fled? What about the other half? Stick it back in? Chapter 150, Begging Xu Antian for help. Xu Antian was also somewhat taken aback.
That Tangxi was clearly afraid of Xuanling.
It seems Xuanling's status isn't simple.
At the very least, it was a demonic creature of the same caliber as the Tang snake. He hadn't raised it in vain. It would make quite the impressive flying mount someday. Up ahead, Xuanling glanced back and froze in shock upon seeing the flying serpent still pursuing them. Impossible. His eyes widened in disbelief. Why would the Tang snake abandon its prey and insist on chasing them instead? Second Master, we can't escape. We'll stay behind to cover your retreat. You must flee. A young man beside Xuanling spoke in a deep voice. Bull. I'm not abandoning you. If we die, I die with you. Xuanling gritted his teeth and roared. The young man tried to speak again. But Xuanling cut him off. Mention this again, and I'll break your legs. He wasn't afraid of death, but witnessing the brutal deaths of his clan's younger generation was more agonizing than death itself. After a moment of deep thought, Xuanling made his decision. Let's go. Back. He actually turned around and led his men back toward Xu Antian's location. They couldn't escape by continuing to flee. In the end, every last one of them would die. Only Xu Antian and his few companions could save them now. Hadn't he seen how those men showed no fear at all when they encountered the Tang snake? There must be a way to deal with that Tang snake. After sacrificing several more lives, Xuanling returned to Xu Antian. He urgently pleaded for help. Investigator Xu, I implore you to intervene. After this, the Shen family will ensure you are well compensated. We're only here to investigate the geomantic disturbances. Demonic creatures aren't our concern. Oh, and we don't want the treasures either, they're all yours. Xu Antian glanced at him indifferently. So you're greedy, huh? Keep being greedy. Just see if you live long enough to claim them. Investigator Xu, our Shen family is losing lives. Xuanling froze, then shouted angrily. Xu Antian's brow furrowed. How dare he raise his voice at him? Is this how you beg for help? Not at all. Seeing Xu Antian's expression, Xuanling realized his tone was wrong. He softened his stance and gritted his teeth. Investigator Xu, if you can save my family's people, I'd even die here to atone for my sins. Please, help us. Boom. Behind him, a Shen family member was engulfed by flames spewed from the dragon serpent. Piercing screams echoed relentlessly behind him. Thud. Xuanling dropped to his knees, his face flushed crimson. I beg you. Take whatever treasures you want from the White Cloud Mountains. Xu Antian glanced at him. Turning to Jiang Wudi and the others beside him, he said indifferently, let's get to work. Though we came to investigate the earth vein disturbance, seeing the Bureau's subordinates in trouble, we ought to lend a hand. Jiang Wudi's mouth twitched. He thought to himself, Xu Antian really isn't human. Still, having him as a teammate was surprisingly satisfying. And he silently warned himself never to cross Xu Antian again. This guy was too unpredictable. Luo Chanu smiled as she looked at Xu Antian. His temperament mirrored her own. Xianyilan drew her gun instantly. As electric sparks flashed across her body, she charged forward, clashing with the Tingsha. With Xianyilan's intervention, the Shen and Feng families managed to break free. But now, combined, the two families had only about 20 people left. More than half their men had already fallen. Thank you, Investigator Xu, for your timely intervention. Xuanling murmured his gratitude. Though the surviving family members had been saved, he felt no joy whatsoever. The ground is cold. Get up. Xu Antian nodded lightly. The next instant, he drew the mountain spirit seal from his robe and flung it into the air. His hands formed seals in rapid succession. Boom! The mountain god seal rapidly expanded, reaching hundreds of meters in size in an instant. A faint golden glow emanated from its surface. It descended toward the coiled serpent entangled with Jiang Wudi and the other two below. Boom! Terrifying gravitational pressure crushed down. The dragon snake below could no longer soar. Its body crashed uncontrollably onto the ground. It sought to seize the range of the mountain-splitting divine seal. But each time it tried to seize it, Jiang Wudi and his two companions struck it back. SSSSS. The Tang snake let out a loud, monstrous cry. Flames erupted across its body as it charged toward the mountain god seal with explosive force. It sought to knock it flying. Boom! A deafening roar echoed. The mountain god seal trembled violently, momentarily held back by the soaring serpent. It even showed signs of being flung away. Xu Antian frowned. His feet stepped forward in quick succession, bringing him above the mountain god seal. Then, with a single, powerful stomp downward. Boom! The entire mountain forest trembled. Those nearby, like Xuanling and his group, nearly lost their footing. Xuanling's face drained of color. He never imagined Xu Antian's strength could be this formidable. That Tangshi possessed the might of the Sha gang realm. Had he known Xu Antian possessed such formidable power, he would never have dared to provoke him, not even if his life depended on it. If his older brother found out about today's incident, he'd probably skin him alive. Boom! The mountain god seal slammed heavily onto the ground. It pinned the massive Tang snake to the ground. The serpent writhed violently, spewing torrents of flame in an attempt to melt the mountain god seal. Truth be told, the flames on this dragon serpent were no ordinary affair. They actually showed signs of melting the mountain god seal.
Suan's eyelid twitched. He stomped down hard once more. Boom! The immense force, bearing the weight of the mountain god seal, crashed down. The dragon serpent's body below could no longer withstand the pressure.
It was crushed completely. Shattered flesh and limbs splattered everywhere. In the instant of its death, a streak of mystic light shot into Xu Antian's mind, drawn into the 8 trigrams demon refining furnace. Within the furnace, the Tang snake roared in fury, but it was futile. All that awaited it was being refined. Immediately after the Tang snake's demise, Xuanling descended from midair. It rummaged through the dragon snake's corpse for a while. Finally, it bit out a golden snake gallbladder from within its body. The gall still glowed with fire, dazzling like molten glass. Under the gaze of the crowd, it swallowed the gallbladder whole. A look of pure satisfaction spread across its eyes. Just as Xu Antian retrieved the mountain god seal and tucked it into his robe. When he witnessed this scene, he was furious. That snake gall was clearly a valuable item. Firefeather sure knew how to pick things. Jiang Wudi glanced at the corpse on the ground, somewhat speechless. But this outcome was entirely within his expectations.
Xu Antian, that violent maniac, killed everything in sight.
But so be it, the Tang snake was dead.
They hadn't brought equipment to contain it anyway.
It would have wasted too much time. This Tang snake is full of valuable parts. Let's split them among us, said the Rakshasa woman, her eyes glinting as she examined the corpse. Back at the Union Sect, she'd never get the chance to handle a demonic beast at the Sha Gang realm.
Agreed. Jiang Wudi nodded. All right. Xuanling agreed as well.
Xu Antian paused for a moment. The snake gall was eaten by Xuanling, so I'll take a smaller share. Since the 4 of them had slain the Tang snake together, the spoils naturally belonged to all 4. Since Xuanling had eaten the snake gall first, it was only fair he received a smaller share.
With that settled, Jiang Wudi took the knife while Luo Chanu assisted, swiftly dismembering the Tang snake.
With so much flesh and blood, they focused on collecting the most valuable parts.
What should we do with the remaining flesh? Jiang Wudi inquired.
He took 2 fangs and some scales.
I don't need any. Xuanling shook her head.
He took the Tang snake's fleshy wings and some of its scales. The Rakshasi woman wanted to take some of the leftover snake meat and bones. She couldn't eat these herself, but she could send them back to the sect for her senior and junior sisters to consume. But she couldn't do that now. For a moment, she hesitated.
Do you eat snake meat?
Xu Antian looked up at the fire feather above his head and inquired. The fire feather flew down to the ground, picked through the flesh and bones, and finally selected 5 pieces of snake meat, dropping them at Xu Antian's feet. Quite the picky eater. Xu Antian raised an eyebrow, stuffing the snake meat into his storage pouch as provisions for Xuanling. Meanwhile, Luo Chanu had also devised a solution. She turned to Shin Changqing and said, could the Shin family help deliver this flesh to the Union Sect in Spring Market? I'll pay for the delivery. Chapter 151, Is Xuanling a phoenix? Certainly. Such a task is but a trifle for our Shin family.
No need for payment.
Shin Changqing nodded in agreement. He then instructed a family disciple nearby to pack the snake meat.
He was actively seeking to curry favor with the Rakshasi. He had witnessed Xu Antian and the others' formidable strength firsthand.
He dared not provoke them further and now sought to curry favor, hoping to mend relations. Moreover, he had heard of the Union Sect, a sect within the Spring Market known to harbor chi cultivators at the Sha Gang realm. They were not a force the Shin family could afford to provoke. The Rakshasi did not refuse, merely nodding in acknowledgement.
Thank you for your trouble. This also gave Qin Changqing a way to save face. Hello, is that demon yours?
Just then, a young woman standing nearby pointed at the fiery crest atop Xu Antian's head and asked with confusion. She wore tight red leather pants and a black crop top that revealed her snow-white abdomen, where defined abs clearly showed her strong core strength. Her figure was fiery hot, the kind where adding an ounce would make her look heavy, while losing an ounce would make her appear slimmer. Her face was exquisitely fair, framed by a pair of beautiful cat-like eyes. At this moment, those eyes held a hint of confusion.
It's called Xuanling. Xu Antian nodded toward the girl. Feng Junyao studied Xuanling intently for a few more moments.
She stepped closer and lowered her voice.
May I speak with you privately? Xu Antian was somewhat surprised. He didn't know anyone from the Feng family. What could they possibly want with him?
He glanced at Xuanling hovering mid-air, his eyes flickering slightly before finally nodding. All right. After speaking, he motioned for Jiang Wudi and the others to wait there for a moment. He walked to a large tree nearby. Feng Junyao and her uncle Xuanling followed Xu Antian to the tree. If you have something to say, just say it here.
Xu Antian inquired curiously. Investigator Xu, I'm Feng Junyao. This is my uncle, Xuanling. Feng Junyao introduced herself first, then asked in a solemn tone, Investigator Xu, do you know what kind of demon the fire feather is? Xu Antian shook his head gently, indicating he did not know. Our Feng family was once a clan of half-demons. The other half of our demonic bloodline traces back to the ancient demon phoenix.
Feng Junyao began, her eyes fixed on Xu Antian. After a brief pause, she continued, our Feng family possesses an ancient stone wall engraved with the image of an ancient demon phoenix. It bears a striking resemblance to Xuanling.
Xu Antian felt a surge of surprise. Could Xuanling be the ancient demon phoenix? Was the ancient demon phoenix the legendary phoenix?
He truly had an eye for talent, having recognized Xuanling's extraordinary nature long ago and nurtured it until now.
Should we kill it? Xu Antian looked up at Xuanling. Acquiring Xuanling's abilities directly seemed quite advantageous. It would save a lot of spiritual materials needed to feed it. But what abilities he'd gain were uncertain. If it turned out to be some useless ability, he'd be totally screwed. They say phoenixes possess the power of rebirth through fire. What if I kill it once, then let Xuanling reincarnate? Could we endlessly farm spirit pills?
Xu Antian startled himself with this thought and quickly suppressed it. A power like rebirth through fire was too godlike. The current fire feather was still too young, it probably couldn't learn that. He couldn't kill the goose that laid the golden eggs. Besides, Xiaoshu seemed quite fond of Xuanling.
Are you certain? Xu Antian inquired. At least an 80% match.
If you have time, Investigator Xu, you're welcome to come to my Feng residence to verify it yourself.
Feng Junyao invited.
I'll make time to visit, Xu Antian nodded lightly. Your help with this matter has been invaluable. Within my means, I can return a small favor.
Feng Juanyao's face lit up, but she didn't voice any requests. She simply added, my Feng family still holds some records concerning the ancient demon phoenix.
If you're interested, I can present them to you when you visit our estate.
Xu Antian glanced at her. Once I've finished here, I'll definitely come.
He also wanted to figure out exactly what kind of demonic creature Xuanling was. But with pressing matters at hand, it would have to wait.
Moreover, he had noticed Feng Juanyao's overtures. You brought this up voluntarily, aren't you expecting something in return? Xu Antian asked curiously. I'm not one to like owing favors. Feng Juanyao's expression shifted several times before she finally gritted her teeth and nodded. I do have a personal motive. Our Feng clan once flourished, but after no more half-demons could be born within our family, we fell into decline.
Therefore, if we can confirm Xuanling is an ancient demon phoenix, I wish to request that Investigator Xu bestow upon us some of the demon phoenix's essence blood.
My Feng family members could use it to reawaken the half-demon bloodline within us.
As if fearing Xu Antian's refusal, Feng Junyao pressed on, if Investigator Xu assists our Feng family, I can pledge that from now on, our entire clan will follow your lead.
Junyao.
Xuanling, standing beside her, showed visible emotion.
Uncle Ling, I am the family head. This matter is mine to decide. Feng Juanyao's expression turned stern as she snapped.
She had intended to wait until Xu Antian arrived at the Feng residence, confirmed Xuanling's bloodline, and then offer him benefits before bringing up this matter.
But Xu Antian was clearly more direct.
If she didn't speak up now, it would make her appear insincere.
After this, there would be no way to bring it up again.
You're very brave.
Xu Antian nodded with satisfaction.
I'll pay the Feng family a visit.
With that, he turned back toward Jiang Wudi and the others.
A girl who looked barely 18 or 19 had become the head of the Feng family. She clearly had some skill.
Moreover, she possessed sound judgment, knowing how to seize opportunities.
She dared to stake the entire Feng family on a mere 80% chance.
With that, Xu Antian turned and departed. Watching Xu Antian's retreating figure, Feng Juanyao's face softened with a hint of satisfaction. She knew this meant Xu Antian had essentially agreed.
Otherwise, he wouldn't have chosen to go to their Feng family.
Junyao.
Are you sure this is wise?
Shouldn't you go home and discuss this with your father?
Xuanling, seeing Xu Antian leave, could no longer hold back and blurted out. With the revival of the world's spiritual energy, if our Feng family doesn't seize this opportunity, we'll face extinction sooner or later.
We might as well take a gamble.
Besides, even if Xuanling isn't an ancient fire phoenix, aligning ourselves with Xu Antian is a blessing for our Feng clan.
Feng Junyao spoke calmly.
After all, that Sha Gang Realm Tang snake couldn't last 2 rounds against him. Add his status as a Bureau 749 investigator. Uncle Ling, even if we were to give our entire Feng clan to him, we'd still come out ahead. If possible, even giving myself to him wouldn't be out of the question. For now, let's focus on what we can offer once he arrives at the clan.
Feng Ling's expression shifted.
He hadn't expected his niece to consider so many angles. Yet every word she spoke held undeniable logic. For a moment, he found no grounds to refute her.
Chapter 152, finally encountering the fire spirit. Let's go.
We'll head down to the fissure and take a look.
Xu Antian approached Jiang Wudi and the others, speaking up.
Though he hadn't detected any radiant glow emanating from within the fissure. Since they were already here, it wouldn't hurt to investigate. Moreover, he was deeply curious about why the Tang snake had emerged from the underground fissure. If a Tang snake could emerge from the fissure, might other demonic creatures lurk within?
Alright.
Jiang Wudi and the others agreed without objection, nodding their consent. They began walking toward the fissure.
The members of the Shin and Feng families standing nearby chose not to follow.
They had suffered heavy losses earlier and were already feeling the lingering fear. Shen Changsheng, in particular, led the Shen family members and the remnants of the Tingsha's flesh and blood away from the area. He had come to understand that certain things were simply not meant for them. Forcing possession would only invite catastrophic calamity. Junyao, should we go back in and take another look? Xuanling asked in a low voice. Feng Junyao shook her head. Following them won't bring us any benefit. Let's explore elsewhere. Also, have someone collect the bodies of our fallen disciples and bring them back to our clan territory for burial. Understood. Xuanling's expression darkened as he acknowledged the order in a deep voice. Meanwhile, Xu Antian and his three companions approached the fissure and peered down. The red glow within had dimmed considerably, and visibility was poor. They could only make out the jagged earthen walls surrounding the void, unable to discern the situation at the bottom. Xu Antian stepped into the void, descending into the fissure. After descending several hundred meters, they finally reached the bottom of the fissure. Beneath their feet lay reddish-brown earth, firm enough to bear their weight. They followed the red glow forward and soon arrived before the source of the light. Before them stood a massive red crystal, the source of the crimson glow. The crystal was fractured, emitting a faint warmth. The dragon serpent must have burrowed its way out from within this crystal, declared the Rakshasa woman. Within the crystal's hollow core, she had discovered patterns resembling the Tang snake's scales. So the Tang snake was originally slumbering inside, but due to the earth's pulse stirring, it shattered the crystal and emerged? Jiang Wudi speculated. It might not have been slumber but rather an enchantment. Xu Antian shook his head. What was certain was that the ascending serpent had been buried underground before, and now, influenced by the earth's pulse, it had re-emerged. Given the vastness of the White Cloud Mountains, he had reason to suspect that the ascending serpent's situation was likely not an isolated case. In other words, similar demonic creatures to the ascending serpent likely existed elsewhere. Xu Antian's eyes lit up. Demon creatures? That would be excellent. These crystals resemble fire jade in composition as if drained of their energy, Jiang Wudi remarked, pinching a red crystal between his fingers. Perhaps there are fire jades with residual energy nearby. We should search, suggested the Rakshasa woman. Agreed. Xiang Yilan nodded in approval. Xu Antian naturally had no objections either. The four split up and began exploring in different directions. Moments later, Xu Antian's eyes lit up. He had indeed found a fire jade hidden within a red crystal. He reached out, pried it free, and held it in his palm to feel its essence. The fire attribute energy within was indeed nearly depleted. No wonder he hadn't detected any aura of treasure when he was at the crack. But even a mosquito is still meat. The red crystal before him was hundreds of meters in size. After exploring it thoroughly, he ultimately gathered 13 fire gems. Yet the energy remaining in these fire gems was meager combined, they equaled only 3 intact fire gems. Soon, Jiang Wudi and the other two finished their search. They regrouped and flew out of the fissure. By then, the sky was already faintly lit. After experiencing the incident with the dragon serpent, none of them felt sleepy anymore. After brief discussion, they decided to press on toward the location where they had first discovered the fire essence. A day later, Xu Antian and his three companions successfully reached the depths of the White Cloud Mountains and found the location where the fire spirit had been discovered. Similar to the fissure where the Tang snake had appeared. Here too lay a massive fissure in the ground. Outside the fissure, over a dozen Qi cultivators from the White Cloud Merchants Guild stood guard. Additionally, 2 investigators from the local Bureau 749 were present. They had clearly been tipped off beforehand. After Jiang Wudi identified himself, they successfully entered the fissure. Landing on the fissure's floor, they saw the familiar red crystals. The red crystals were already shattered. Not even a single fire gem remained inside. Evidently, the White Cloud Merchants Alliance had already taken everything of value from this place. There should be a demonic creature here too. Judging by its size, it shouldn't be small. The Rakshasi woman spoke up to warn them. Within these red crystals lay a vast, shattered cavity. Evidently, something had once occupied the space. Additionally, she discovered a tuft of red hair within the red crystals. This was another reason she suspected a demonic creature within the red crystals. There's nothing more to see here. Let's go. Xu Antian spoke up and flew out first. There wasn't much of value here. But it confirmed his inner suspicions. Beneath the White Cloud Mountains, other demonic creatures truly existed. Where should we go next? Asked the Rakshasi after they emerged from the fissure. We can continue exploring the surrounding area, Jiang Wudi suggested. They hadn't found much here, so they'd have to try their luck elsewhere. Perhaps they'd encounter a situation like yesterday's. They might even gather more fire jade. Xu Antian had no better ideas either, so he nodded in agreement. Soon, the four left the vicinity of the fissure and began exploring the surrounding areas. To cover a larger area. They didn't stay together but instead spread out in parallel directions, exploring separately. Before long, half a day passed and dusk began to fall. They had assumed tonight would yield little. But just then, the ground beneath them began to shake violently. It's coming!
Xu Antian's face lit up with excitement.
He swiftly soared into the air to investigate, quickly pinpointing the epicenter of the tremors.
Xu Antian sped forward on his sword, arriving first. Beneath him, a pitch-black fissure appeared within the dense forest, steadily widening. As the fissure widened, wisps of crimson light began to spill out. Finally, it grew brighter and brighter, illuminating the entire night sky. By now, Jiang Wudi, alerted by the commotion, had also arrived. "Let's go down and investigate,"
Xu Antian said in a deep voice, unwilling to wait any longer for the Rakshasa woman and the other. For there were other chi cultivators stirring nearby.
"Understood." Jiang Wudi nodded. The two descended together.
They soon reached the bottom of the fissure. Unsurprisingly, a massive crimson crystal lay here, stretching a full 100 meters in length. Deep crimson fire jade could be seen embedded within the crystal at regular intervals.
Through the crystal, they could see a massive demonic creature within.
Resembling a rhinoceros, its skin was coarse and hairless, with a thick, fiery red horn protruding from its nose. At this moment, it lay motionless within the crimson crystal, like an insect trapped in amber. "That's the fire spirit," Jiang Wudi exclaimed with delight, pointing at a fist-sized fiery red glow within the crystal.
Chapter 153, The King's Peril. Fire spirit?
Xu Antian looked up and saw the fire spirit, seemingly possessed of its own consciousness, slowly drifting within the red crystal.
Now left, now down. What should we do? Could the demonic creature inside escape? Jiang Wudi suppressed his inner excitement and sought Xu Antian's advice.
"This demonic creature appears to be dead."
Xu Antian frowned after a moment's contemplation.
In his perception, the creature before them emitted not a trace of vital energy, as if it were nothing more than a lifeless object.
Dead. Jiang Wudi's mind raced with doubt. Yes. Break it open directly.
Xu Antian nodded, drawing the demon-slaying sword from his waist. Locking onto the position of one of the fire crystals, he swung his blade.
SSSSH.
The demon-slaying sword sank into the crimson crystal, shattering it.
The fire spirit seemed to sense the danger and tried to flee.
But Xu Antian was faster. He had already swung the demon-slaying sword, cutting off its escape route. Finally, Xu Antian dug it out and seized it in his hand.
The fire spirit was a translucent red orb, soft to the touch yet radiating intense heat.
After a glance, Xu Antian pretended to tuck it into his robe, but secretly sealed the fire spirit within the 8 trigrams demon refining furnace. He dared not place the fire spirit into his beast-taming pouch. Given Firefeather's voracious appetite, it might have gobbled it up the moment it was placed inside. Meanwhile, Jiang Wudi had also successfully mined a piece of fire essence. Fearing the fire essence might escape, he dug up a red crystal stone and wrapped it around the essence. Only then did he secure the fire essence. Strangely enough, once inside the red crystal, the fire spirit resumed its free-flowing state, showing no further signs of escape. The two hurried along the path of red crystals, collecting every fire essence or fire gem they encountered.
However, the fire spirits were not abundant.
Between the two of them, they had only gathered a dozen or so. They did, however, collect over 100 fire gems. Soon, they had explored most of the red crystal's area. Just then, a commotion arose from above the fissure.
2 unfamiliar chi cultivators descended from above.
Upon seeing Xu Antian and his companion, the latter visibly froze. They clearly hadn't expected anyone to beat them to it. Landing on the ground, they hurried toward the red crystals.
They seemed intent on claiming their share. "Get lost."
Xu Antian pointed his sword at them. At this moment, it was clear that whoever had the strongest fists would claim the right to possess these fire essences. And these 2 chi cultivators at the 1,000-ton realm were clearly no match for him. "Young man, don't be so aggressive.
Peace brings prosperity. More chi cultivators will be arriving soon. Wouldn't it be better if we quickly take the fire essence before us and leave?"
One of the two, a middle-aged man in his 40s, frowned.
"Continue gathering the fire essence," Xu Antian ordered Jiang Wudi.
Then, turning to the two before him, he swung his sword in a direct strike. A swirling blade of crimson and white energy sliced toward the middle-aged man.
"If you want a piece of the pie, you'd better have the strength to back it up."
The middle-aged man roared with fury, drawing a short blade from his waist and slashing at the sword chi.
Boom!
The dagger shattered upon contact with the sword energy. The sword energy, undiminished in speed, sliced straight toward the middle-aged man's chest. His companion, witnessing this, acted decisively, striking out with a pitch-black palm toward the sword energy.
Boom!
The sword energy was deflected off course. But it still managed to slice open the middle-aged man's midsection.
Put!
The middle-aged man spat out a mouthful of blood, his face turning pale as his vital energy plummeted. He stared at his wound, where crimson killing energy writhed, further widening the gash.
"Run!"
The middle-aged man shot Xu Antian a terrified glance before turning and running. If he didn't flee now, he feared he'd die here. The fire spirit might be valuable, but one must have the life to claim it. Against this young man before him, he didn't even have the right to fight back. Xu Antian sheathed his sword, his expression softening slightly. If the other party didn't know when to back down, he wouldn't mind cutting down 2 people.
"Got it all out." Jiang Wudi arrived behind Xu Antian, exclaiming happily. The bag he carried was already bulging, taller than his own height. MHM. Xu Antian nodded. What should we do with the demonic creatures inside these crystals? Jiang Wudi sought advice. Break them open and see.
Xu Antian replied thoughtfully.
Split them open? Won't that cause trouble? Jiang Wudi voiced his concern. Xu Antian shot him a glance. He couldn't understand what Jiang Wudi was afraid of.
For him, he was more eager for the demonic creature inside to be alive. That way, the dragon snake in the 8 trigrams demon refining furnace would have company. Ignoring Jiang Wudi's worries, Xu Antian found his mark and swung his sword down in one swift motion. This time, he nearly used all his strength. Cracks spread across the entire red crystal. Then the cracks widened. Boom! The red crystal shattered completely, large chunks of it breaking off, revealing the monstrous creature within. Jiang Wudi gripped his dagger, his gaze fixed warily upon the colossal creature before him, ready to strike at any moment. But before he could make a move, the creature's skin rapidly turned black and began to rot. Finally, the demonic creature turned to ash before their very eyes. Only the thick, fiery red horn atop its head remained. Jiang Wudi intended to claim it, but Xu Antian beat him to it, picking up the thick horn. This belongs to me. I'll find a way to compensate you later, Xu Antian stated. This was the only thing left behind from the demon before them. It must be something valuable. Fine. Jiang Wudi nodded. There was nothing he could do. Even if he wanted the horn, he couldn't defeat Xu Antian. Someone else is coming down. Xu Antian looked up at the sky and warned. This time, quite a few people were descending. There's nothing of value left here. We'd best leave. Jiang Wudi said in a low voice. Though they weren't afraid of those chi cultivators, avoiding trouble and conserving energy was always a good idea. Agreed. Xu Antian nodded in consent. Together with Jiang Wudi, they soared upward. But before they had flown far, the sound of combat echoed from above. The two exchanged glances, surprise flickering in their eyes. They recognized Xuanling's voice. The king of pressure is fighting someone? Xu Antian wondered inwardly. They immediately turned and swiftly flew toward the source of the noise. They soon reached the scene of the struggle. Not far ahead of them, within the fissure, Xuanling and the Rakshasi were being surrounded and beaten by over 20 chi cultivators. And the situation looked dire. Upon witnessing the scene ahead, Xu Antian's expression darkened. These chi cultivators were all clad in long robes, some in blue, others in black. The latter were fewer in number, but there were still 8 of them. Additionally, there was a youth clad in a crimson robe. The aura emanating from those in black robes was immensely powerful, clearly indicating chi cultivators at the Sha Gang realm. Xu Antian was certainly no stranger to these long robes. These cultivators were all demonic practitioners from the demon god sect. What do we do now? Jiang Wudi asked in a low, grave voice. With his strength, he could at best distract 2 Sha Gang realm cultivators and risk getting injured himself. First, help the king and the other 2 break through the encirclement, then flee. Xu Antian spoke softly. 8 Sha Gang realm cultivators plus over a dozen Chen Jun realm practitioners, they stood no chance against such odds. Chapter 154, Breaking Out. Understood. Jiang Wudi didn't insist on fighting on alone, nodding his agreement. Xu Antian took out the recorder and turned it on, reporting the discovery of a large number of demonic cultivators from the demon god sect within the White Cloud Mountains. Over 20 demon cultivators, including 8 at the Sha Gang realm. Niao Rui's shocked voice echoed from the recorder. But she quickly realized her own overreaction. She urgently ordered, prioritize your own safety first. I'll report this to the director immediately. Got it. Xu Antian nodded, then retrieved the mountain spirit seal and hurled it upward. Boom! The mountain god seal rapidly expanded, its thunderous roar drawing the attention of the demonic cultists. They all turned to look behind them. The colossal mountain god seal rapidly expanded before their eyes. Someone's ambushing us. Stop it. A chi cultivator at the Sha Gang realm among the demonic practitioners barked the order. In an instant, 3 Sha Gang realm cultivators struck simultaneously, unleashing their Sha Gang attacks toward the mountain spirit seal. Boom! A deafening roar echoed. The massive mountain god seal was held back, unable to advance another inch. Behind it, Xu Antian's face paled, his body trembling violently. Is fighting 3 opponents still a bit much? He murmured inwardly. The next instant, he activated his golden stone body, stomping his foot down. Both arms slammed down onto the mountain god seal. Boom! The mountain god seal shook violently, yet continued its relentless advance. The 3 Sha Gang realm demonic cultivators paled, retreating a step in unison. But they quickly regained their footing and braced the mountain god seal once more. Just as Xu Antian and the others were locked in a stalemate, Jiang Wudi darted out from the side of the mountain god seal, charging towards Xuanling and the others. Run, he bellowed as he struck. Xuanling and her companion, struggling desperately to hold their ground, both turned to see Jiang Wudi. Their reactions were equally swift.
Upon seeing Jiang Wudi, they immediately unleashed their full power. Electricity surged around Xiangylan, making him resemble a thunder god. With a single spear thrust, he sent the Sha Gang realm Qi cultivator blocking his path flying. She seized the moment to break free from the encirclement. Luo Chanu let out a fierce cry as a vast red mist erupted around her body. The surrounding demonic cultivators instinctively covered their mouths and noses. By the time they realized the mist posed no threat and charged through it, the Rakshasa woman had already joined forces with Jiang Wudi. But just as the two prepared to flee, the red-robed youth nearby suddenly turned his gaze toward them. He drew a longbow from his back and pulled it back with a fierce jerk. An arrow composed entirely of spiritual energy materialized on the bowstring. Boom! The moment he released his grip, the arrow shot forth like a burst of fire. A warning bell rang in the Rakshasi woman's mind, and she hurriedly stepped back. Simultaneously, she flung a crimson handkerchief to shield herself. Thud! A dull thud. The spiritual light on the red square handkerchief shattered violently, exploding outward. The arrow pierced through the handkerchief, shooting straight toward the Rakshasi's face. At the critical moment, Jiang Wudi intervened, shoving the Rakshasi aside. But his arm was pierced by the arrow. His entire arm nearly exploded. Gritting her teeth, the Rakshasi grabbed Jiang Wudi and sprinted toward the fissure above. Behind them, two Sha Gang realm Qi cultivators pursued relentlessly. "Two useless fools," the red-robed youth remarked coldly as he watched Jiang Wudi and the others flee. Meanwhile, upon seeing Jiang Wudi and the others escape, Xu Antian hesitated no longer. He immediately stowed away the mountain god seal and gave chase in the direction Jiang Wudi had fled. Jiang Wudi was injured, he might not make it. Behind him, two demonic cultivators at the Sha Gang realm were also in hot pursuit. Xu Antian's expression darkened as he accelerated his escape. But just then, a warning signal surged in his heart. He spun violently and unleashed a punch. Boom! A deafening explosion. A spirit energy arrow was shattered by his blow. Yet the immense force within the arrow not only shattered the protective barrier around him but also sent him flying backward. Xu Antian looked at his fist, where a wound had appeared. Simultaneously, a strange force began burrowing into his body. Xu Antian frowned, peering into the wound. Within, strands of pitch-black energy clung to the wound. It was preventing his wound from healing. Xu Antian drew the demon-slaying sword and sliced away the flesh tainted by the black aura. Under the powerful regenerative abilities of his golden stone physique, the flesh began to heal rapidly. He lifted his head and gave the red-robed youth a faint glance. Before the demonic cultivator at the Sha Gang realm could approach, he turned and left. Some skill. Barely worthy of being my opponent. The red-robed youth's eyes flashed with surprise as he spoke coldly. But he had more important matters to attend to on this journey. He had no time to spare for these few individuals. Go down and investigate, he ordered his remaining subordinates, who began descending toward the bottom of the fissure. Yes, young sect master. The numerous demon god sect disciples responded in unison. Together with the red-robed youth, they descended into the depths below. But soon, an angry voice echoed from within the fissure. Where's the fire spirit? Go find it. Meanwhile, Xu Antian and the two Sha Gang realm demon cultivators behind him fought their way back while retreating. Only after distancing themselves from the fissure did he finally halt. Running? Why stop now? One of the two, a short, balding middle-aged man, snorted coldly at Xu Antian's halt. A trace of mockery played on his face. You don't seriously think you're strong, do you? Xu Antian murmured softly. Earlier, he had only feared being surrounded by the demonic cultivators at the Sha Gang realm. In a one-on-one fight, he was confident he could slay both of these Sha Gang realm demonic cultivators before him. You're sharp-tongued, kid. Watch this. The short man's face twisted with vicious intent. Stomping his foot, he swung his short blade at Xu Antian. Clang! Xu Antian raised his demon-slaying sword to block. The short man's expression changed, shock spreading through his mind. His strength couldn't even knock the youth before him back. Moreover, his web between thumb and forefinger throbbed with pain. Glancing down, he saw it had been torn open by the impact. Blood seeped out. How is this possible? He exclaimed in disbelief. Before he could react, Xu Antian delivered a swift kick. Boom! The immense force kicked into the protective barrier surrounding him, causing it to cave inward. It nearly shattered. The short man's body flew backward uncontrollably. A trace of lingering fear flashed across his face. Careful, the short man warned his companion beside him. He was holding back earlier. His actual strength is on par with mine. The latter nodded slightly, then swiftly stripped off his upper garment, revealing a well-defined torso. His muscles bulged in defined blocks, yet his skin had a purplish tint, as if poisoned. In the next instant, a purple glow flared from his body, forming a protective aura that shielded him entirely as he charged toward Xu Antian. His frame towered a full head above Xu Antian. Purple fists pounded relentlessly into Xu Antian, each strike heavy and forceful. Boom! 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 Xu Antian clashed head-on with the demon-slaying sword. Within 2 breaths, they had exchanged dozens of blows. Boom! A thunderous explosion erupted as the burly man was sent flying by Xu Antian's sword strike. Xu Antian glanced at his own arm, where the protective aura had been breached, leaving a fresh wound. Yet in the next instant, the sha qi surged across his body, restoring its integrity. Xu Antian frowned. The aura surrounding the burly man was strangely viscous, like super sticky latex. The demon-slaying sword struck it, only to have most of its force absorbed, unable to unleash its full power. Clearly, this burly man's sha qi was a defensive type. Chapter 155, Surrounded. Attacks of this caliber won't harm me, the burly man growled in a hoarse voice. Attack together. Kill him, the short man ordered with vicious intent. He was still seething over Xu Antian nearly wounding him earlier and now sought revenge. Agreed, the burly man nodded. Both men charged at Xu Antian simultaneously. The burly man, relying on his formidable defense, closed in on Xu Antian, tying him up in a frontal engagement. The short man circled around Xu Antian, seeking an opening in his defense. Boom! Xu Antian unleashed his power, clashing head-on with the burly man. Both bodies shook violently, creating a brief pause. The short man's eyes lit up. He immediately closed the distance, his dagger slashing towards Xu Antian's throat. But at that very moment, Xu Antian turned his head to look at him, a crimson light flashing in his eyes. The short man's heart clenched as if gripped by an invisible hand, his breath catching in his throat. His body staggered, losing balance, his upper body crashing towards Xu Antian. Like a headbutt. Xu Antian spun around and delivered a powerful kick. Boom! A thunderous explosion. The malevolent aura surrounding the short man was instantly shattered. His aura lacked the toughness of a burly man. A metallic taste filled the short man's throat, nearly causing him to spit blood. Gritting his teeth against the backlash of his own aura, he raised his arms to block. Boom! Snap! Xu Antian kicked his arms clean off. But he seized the moment to break free from Xu Antian, re-establishing distance. Behind Xu Antian, the burly man struck again, pinning Xu Antian in place. The short man's face darkened to the extreme, his eyes filled with apprehension as he looked at Xu Antian. He had been injured again. That force had been too bizarre it could control his heart from a distance. It had stopped the blood flowing within his heart. The congealed blood squeezed his heart, causing him great discomfort. Only now, having created distance, did he feel somewhat better, his heartbeat resuming its rhythm. Useless. Xu Antian glanced back at him with contempt. That single word infuriated the short man to no end. But the thought of Xu Antian's bizarre abilities. He wanted to confront him but dared not. If he didn't, the burly man would suffer. Xu Antian directly activated his blood manipulation power, suppressing the flow of blood within the burly man's body, rendering him utterly incapable of unleashing his full strength. He was already being beaten down by Yi Ba. Damn it, do something. Use your Sha Gang defense to lessen that effect. The burly man glared at the short man and shouted angrily. The short man flushed with embarrassment. He hastily summoned the Sha Gang barrier again, enveloping his entire body. Only after completing these actions did he charge toward Xu Antian once more. But even facing 2 opponents alone, Xu Antian showed no fear. He even managed to gain the upper hand at times, wounding the shorter man. If this continued, the short man would surely die. But just then, Xu Antian's mind stirred as he glanced toward the distance. 2 figures were rapidly approaching from that direction. Ha! Hold him off, Brother Wang, and the others are back, the short man sneered. I refuse to believe 4 of us at the Sha Gang realm can't finish you off. Xu Antian frowned, sighing inwardly. The 2 Sha Gang realm cultivators in the distance were precisely the pair who had pursued Jiang Wudi earlier. With them returning now, Jiang Wudi and his companion faced grave danger. Moreover, staying to face 4 Sha Gang realm cultivators would only make his own situation increasingly perilous. Without hesitation, he sent the burly man flying with a single punch, seizing the moment to create distance and prepare his escape. Seeing this, the short man's face twisted with vicious intent as he swung his blade fiercely at Xu Antian. He aimed to block Xu Antian's escape. Get lost! Xu Antian snorted coldly. He raised the demon-slaying sword, whirling to unleash a Shen Shistorm slash. The blade's aura completely engulfed the short man's form. The short man swung his dagger, clashing with the sword's energy. By the time he had dealt with the sword energy before him and looked for Xu Antian's figure, he found that Xu Antian had already put distance between them. Pursue, the short man shouted. He and the burly man gave chase once more. The other 2 Shagong realm demonic cultivators, seeing this, hesitated for a moment before also giving chase. Xu Antian accelerated, maintaining a steady distance from his pursuers. But this endless flight was not a solution. After nearly half an hour of running, he was suddenly drawn to a spot below. It was a long, narrow valley shrouded in mist, obscuring any view of what lay below. This terrain offered the perfect opportunity to shake off his pursuers. Without hesitation, he plunged downward. He soon plunged into the white mist. He discovered that the closer he got to the ground, the thicker the mist became and the lower the visibility dropped. Soon, his feet touched solid ground. The
The soil beneath his feet was soft and loose, covered with decaying grass, leaves, and branches, appearing quite fertile.
Xu Antian left footprints with every step he took.
Suddenly, a faint sound came from beside Xu Antian. He turned his head to look and saw a starving wolf. But something seemed off about this starving wolf before him. Its eyes were bloodshot, with a hint of pitch black within. Its fur was coarse and patchy, with sections missing, exposing the dark red flesh beneath. Drool dripped from its exposed teeth, falling onto the ground.
Xu Antian released a thread of his own aura, intending to intimidate it away. But the starving wolf showed no sign of reaction.
Instead, it lunged forward with all its might, its gaping maw snapping at Xu Antian's throat.
It's surprisingly bold. Xu Antian thought in astonishment.
He drew the demon-slaying sword and struck out.
Splash! A soft sound. The starving wolf was cleaved clean in two. The wolf before him wasn't even worthy of being called a wolf demon. Killing it was effortless.
After the wolf's death, Xu Antian activated the blood slaughter chi absorption technique, absorbing the malevolent energy from its body to strengthen himself.
This had become a habit of his. After slaying an opponent, he would always absorb its killing energy. "Huh," he suddenly exclaimed in surprise. Doubt welled up in Xu Antian's heart. The aura within the starving wolf was exceptionally dense.
It rivaled that of a normal chi cultivator. This was somewhat unnatural. After a moment's hesitation, he immediately set off at a brisk pace toward the direction the starving wolf had come from. Along the way, he encountered other beasts. Tigers, squirrels, rabbits. These beasts appeared much like the starving wolf he had first encountered. They all appeared vastly different from normal beasts. Naturally, he killed these beasts as well, absorbing their malevolent energy. As he continued his exploration, another valley appeared before him. To be precise, it was a valley within a valley. Unlike the outer valley, this one was shrouded in dark crimson mist, and a foul stench wafted out from within. Xu Antian recognized the dark crimson mist well. That very substance was the malevolent energy. How many dead bodies are buried in this valley? Xu Antian was shocked. He had killed so many people, yet the malevolent energy absorbed into his body was but a fraction of this. The malevolent energy within this valley was hundreds, even thousands of times greater than what he carried. How many corpses must have been piled up to accumulate this much? After a moment's hesitation, he stepped into the valley. Chapter 156, Mountains of Bones, Seas of Resentment. The valley floor was covered in dark red soil, barren and devoid of any vegetation. Occasionally, one or two beasts could be seen, resembling the wild wolves outside, as if they had encountered some ill omen. Snap! A faint crack echoed beneath Xu Antian's feet. He looked down and saw he had broken off a section of pristine bone slab protruding from the ground, roughly 10 meters wide. Xu Antian felt a pang of curiosity. If the exposed portion was this large, how massive must the remains buried beneath be? Curiosity piqued, he gripped the hard edge of the bone slab and pulled upward. As the slab was lifted, astonishment filled Xu Antian's eyes. What he held in his hands was a massive skull. Its shape didn't resemble a human skull. It must belong to some kind of demonic creature, resembling a dog's skull in form. Yet this skull measured over 30 meters in length and more than 10 meters in width. Based on normal canine proportions, this demonic creature must have measured well over 100 meters in length during its lifetime. On the top of this demonic head, besides the area he had crushed, there were 5 more holes. They appeared to have been torn open by some kind of sharp claws. Xu Antian discarded the skull and pressed deeper into the valley. As he ventured deeper, he discovered more demonic creature carcasses. Each had been enormous in life. Moreover, they appeared to have all been slain by the same bird demon. The corpses bore claw marks and piercing wounds from a bird's beak. What is this? Xu Antian looked up, gazing at the enormous mountain of bones before him. Before him stood a colossal mound of white bones, piled high from the remains of countless creatures. Bones of all kinds were tangled and piled together, ultimately forming this towering mound of bones whose peak could not be seen. A dense aura of malevolent energy swirled around the bone mountain. Its concentration was so thick it seemed almost liquid. Standing nearby, Xu Antian could occasionally feel droplets of the aura landing on his face, like mist splashing onto his skin. The malevolent energy within him stirred, causing a faint tremor. Xu Antian's expression shifted as he stepped forward, plunging into the malevolent energy ahead. Boom! Instantly, a tremendous force slammed into his body, sending shockwaves through him and nearly knocking him off his feet. Only after activating his golden stone physique did Xu Antian feel slightly better, managing to brace himself. But that wasn't the most terrifying part. The most terrifying aspect was the resentment of the demonic creatures within the aura. This resentment was utterly terrifying, assaulting his very soul. His soul had already reached the Yin spirit level, capable of astral projection. Yet even this formidable soul struggled to endure the overwhelming weight of such immense resentment. Like a tiny boat adrift in the vast ocean. It could capsize at any moment. Roar! A thunderous beastly roar echoed within his mind. A black bear demon, formed entirely of resentment, roared furiously at Xu Antian's Yin spirit. Its mouth uttered human speech, "I died so horribly. You owe me my life."
Blame the right person for your grievances. I didn't kill you. Xu Antian retorted coldly.
But the black bear demon paid no heed, lunging to devour Xu Antian's soul.
You dare to devour me with mere resentment? You are not worthy. Xu Antian's gaze turned icy.
His shadow spirit coalesced into a long sword, striking toward the bear demon.
Boom! A dull thud echoed.
The bear demon's head was severed, its resentment dissipating as it reverted to its original form.
But in the next instant, the resentment coalesced once more.
A massive dog demon materialized and lunged at Xu Antian's spirit with a vicious bite.
Xu Antian struck again. Boom! The dog demon died. Disintegrated. Next, tiger demons, elephant demons, and other great demons whose names even Xu Antian couldn't recall appeared one after another.
But without exception, every single one was slain by Xu Antian. These demons may have been formidable in life, but they had been dead for untold ages.
All that remained was resentment.
As long as Xu Antian held firm to his Tao heart, he would not be swayed. At this moment, Xu Antian stood like the divine needle anchoring the sea, unshaken by the surging tides of resentment crashing around him. Moreover, he discovered that his spirit, under the assault of resentment, had actually become more solid. Originally, the features of his shadow spirit were indistinct. Though gradually taking shape under the nourishment of the soul-nurturing jade, the process was painstakingly slow. Without careful observation, the subtle changes were barely perceptible. Yet now, under the onslaught of this resentment, his shadow spirit grew stronger once more, its features becoming exquisitely defined. Now it bears an uncanny resemblance to his face. Moreover, it has already acquired some of his essence. Boom! A thunderous roar erupted within Xu Antian's sea of consciousness. After he slew the eagle demon before him, the sky-filling resentment vanished completely. His consciousness regained its clarity.
Xu Antian felt somewhat unsatisfied.
Had this resentment persisted a little longer, his shadow spirit might have reaped further benefits. Still, this place is quite suitable for cultivation.
Xu Antian murmured.
The Bone Mountain was surrounded by thick, malevolent energy, providing ample pressure to aid his meridian fusion. Moreover, this pure, concentrated malevolent energy was perfect for cultivating the blood malevolence chi drawing technique. He stepped into the heart of the Bone Mountain, found a suitable spot, sat down, and began his cultivation. Now at the 5th level of the 1,000-ton realm, only 18 acupoints remained unfused within his body. Merging just 11 more would allow him to break through to the 6th level.
Boom!
As he circulated the Killing Sutra, the acupoints within his body began shifting along his meridians, aligning with neighboring acupoints. Under the immense pressure of the malevolent energy, they slowly began to fuse.
While cultivating, Xu Antian still had spare energy.
He allocated part of his focus to absorb the malevolent aura surrounding him. The malevolent energies were stirred, gathering toward his location. Strands of malevolent energy pierced his skin, entering his energy channels where they intertwined with his spiritual energy. The originally colorless spiritual energy was now tinged with a hint of crimson.
But that wasn't all.
As he absorbed more and more of the malevolent energy,
the malevolent energies surged directly into his acupoints.
Xu Antian was taken aback, unsure whether this change was for better or worse.
What is this?
Suddenly, a surge of joy filled his heart.
He was astonished to discover that the evil energy could actually accelerate the fusion of his acupoints.
But was this right?
Xu Antian felt a twinge of doubt.
But since it could accelerate his cultivation, he couldn't be bothered to think about it further. He just needed to train fiercely and break through his cultivation level. Strength was the foundation, everything else was trivial.
He continued circulating his cultivation technique.
Within his body, acupoints rapidly fused together.
Above his head, vast swaths of malevolent energy churned, forming a colossal vortex. Beneath the vortex lay Xu Antian's head. Massive amounts of malevolent energy were absorbed into Xu Antian's body. A howling, chilling wind whipped around him. Soon, only 11 acupoints remained within Xu Antian's body.
But he felt it was still insufficient and had no intention of stopping. Instead, he continued the fusion.
10, 9, 5, 3, boom! A muffled thud. Xu Antian, immersed in his cultivation, was startled awake.
He opened his eyes to investigate. The malevolent aura surrounding him had vanished entirely. The colossal mountain of white bones shattered into a sky filled with bone fragments, drifting down from midair like white snowflakes. High above, with the malevolent energy gone, a ray of sunlight finally pierced the valley that had never seen daylight.
Sunlight streamed into the valley, bathing Xu Antian's face.
A faint smile touched his lips. Now, he had reached the 8th level of the 1,000-ton realm. He's here. Xu Antian had intended to savor the shift in his cultivation, but a voice from beyond the valley interrupted him. He turned his head and saw the familiar, short man. That was the one who had spoken just now. Accompanying him was the burly man. The other 2 demonic cultivators at the Sha Gang realm had vanished without a trace.
Chapter 157, Counterattack. Kid, you've kept me searching high and low. Now let's see where you'll run to.
The short man sneered coldly. Immediately after, he pulled a long, cylindrical object from his robe and extended it. Boom! A soft crack echoed as a crimson beam shot skyward, then exploded. One arrow pierces the clouds, summoning 1,000 troops to meet? Xu Antian exclaimed in surprise. He was calling for reinforcements. But this time, he wasn't going to run. With his current strength at the 8th level of the 1,000-ton realm, he was confident he could take down 2 opponents. Don't waste words with him. Block his path, don't let him escape. The burly man barked in a deep voice, charging toward Xu Antian first. Xu Antian's expression turned cold as he stepped forward to meet the attack. The burly man froze in surprise, unable to comprehend why Xu Antian dared to engage him. Then, a flash of anger crossed his face. Xu Antian clearly didn't take them seriously. Did he truly believe he could defeat all 4 of them? If he could just stall for a moment until the other 2 comrades arrived, the youth before him would be dead. The burly man raised his fist, slamming it hard toward Xu Antian's face. Xu Antian was enveloped in a crimson aura of blood-shattered energy, having pushed his blood-shattered chi-gathering technique to its absolute limit. He countered with a punch of his own. Boom! The moment their fists collided, a massive energy ripple exploded outward in all directions. A clear patch was carved out of the swirling mist. Put! The burly man's body shook violently as he spat out a mouthful of blood. His eyes widened in sheer terror as he stared at Xu Antian. He couldn't comprehend why Xu Antian's strength had suddenly become so overwhelming. Xu Antian's strength had already surpassed his own. A single punch had left him lightly wounded. Even the killing aura surrounding his body had been shattered. He swung a kick, aiming to force Xu Antian back. But Xu Antian didn't even bother to dodge. He reached out, grabbed the burly man's fist, and pulled him forcefully toward him. Thud! The burly man's foot slammed into Xu Antian's abdomen, unleashing tremendous force. Yet it was entirely absorbed by the crimson aura of killing intent radiating from Xu Antian's body. Xu Antian stood utterly unmoved. Within that white bone mountain, he had absorbed vast quantities of sha qi. The sha qi he released was so concentrated it had nearly solidified into substance far beyond what the burly man could shake. Moreover, his body was as hard as stone, deflecting the force. The burly man's attack struck him without causing so much as a flinch. They couldn't even breach his defenses. The burly man's expression changed drastically as he raised his other hand to strike. The malevolent energy on his arm condensed into a sharp, pointed cone, stabbing toward Xu Antian's eye. Boom! A crimson shield of malevolent energy materialized before Xu Antian, deflecting the deadly spike. A cold smile played on his lips as he raised his other hand, seizing the burly man's wrist. Now both of the burly man's hands were under Xu Antian's control. Xu Antian exerted force, yanking downward with a sudden tug. Squish! A distinct sound of flesh tearing echoed. Immediately followed by the burly man's piercing scream. Both of his arms had been torn off by Xu Antian. His gaze toward Xu Antian was filled with terror. But before he could react, he felt his heart clench, and in the next instant, it exploded from within his body. A gaping hole blasted open in his chest. Even so, the burly man did not die instantly. He still struggled backward. Xu Antian frowned and unleashed his blood control ability once more. Boom! 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 Every blood vessel on the burly man's body burst open, until finally his head exploded. Behind him, the short man who had been about to rush forward to help abruptly halted in his tracks. His eyes widened to their absolute limit. In the mere instant it took him to signal. His companion had died like that. And brutally tortured to death. The youth before him was no human at all. He turned to flee. But Xu Antian would never let him get away. On the ground, the burly man's blood hadn't even hit the floor before a force recoalesced it into a crimson longsword, which shot toward the short man's back at lightning speed. The short man had been vigilant about his rear. Sensing danger, he spun around and swung his blade. The thick blade's aura collided with the crimson sword. Boom! Both weapons exploded mid-air and vanished. Suddenly, the short man's expression changed. He instantly activated the Shagong aura surrounding his body while simultaneously raising his blade to strike forward. Before him, a golden seal spun as it hurtled toward him. Boom! A deafening roar. The mountain spirit seal slammed into the short man with brutal force. His protective aura shattered instantly, sending his entire body flying backward. Before he even hit the ground, a torrent of blood gushed from his mouth. His aura plummeted. One arm hung limply at his side, the very arm that had just gripped the blade. The man's face turned deathly pale as he realized he was no match for Xu Antian. As Xu Antian charged forward again, he gritted his teeth, reached into his robe, and pulled out a pitch-black, circular object. He hurled it violently at Xu Antian. Boom! Before the sphere could reach Xu Antian, it exploded violently. As the energy surged outward, a thick black mist billowed forth, obscuring Xu Antian's vision. Xu Antian frowned, then sprang into the air with a light leap. Behind the fog, the short man staggered and fled. Not far ahead of him, 2 figures were rapidly closing in. Xu Antian's expression turned cold.
The next second, he grasped the mountain god seal in his hand once more and hurled it toward the short man. The man's face paled. Forcing himself to stay upright, he ignored the backlash and activated his shotgun once more. Boom! Yet the moment it touched the shotgun, the protective barrier shattered instantly. The mountain god seal, unabated in its momentum, pierced clean through his body. It punched a bloody hole through his abdomen. Thud! The short man slammed into the ground, struggling to rise but utterly drained of strength. He could only watch helplessly as Xu Antian landed beside him. "Spare my life," the short man gasped, blood spilling from his mouth as he begged for mercy. Xu Antian looked down at him with a cold, indifferent gaze. He raised his right foot and stomped down with brutal force. Boom! The short man's head exploded like a watermelon, killing him instantly. After finishing this, Xu Antian looked up, his gaze fixed on the two middle-aged men charging toward the valley entrance. The two middle-aged men had just witnessed Xu Antian crushing the short man to death. They exchanged glances, each seeing a flicker of apprehension in the other's eyes. "Better to play it safe. We should leave now," one of them said. The short man was dead, and his companion was nowhere to be seen, likely dead as well. Under these circumstances, the two of them had little confidence they could handle the youth before them. They were already in their 30s or 40s, long past the age of youthful recklessness. There was no need to risk life and limb fighting a youngster. "You're absolutely right," the other nodded in agreement. The next second, they turned and ran toward the exit in unison. Xu Antian paused for a moment, then shook his head lightly. These two were clever, but unfortunately, he wouldn't let them off the hook. His foot stomped the ground, and his figure vanished from the spot. He gave chase at breakneck speed. While pursuing, he wielded the demon-slaying sword to strike one of them. Boom! The man spun to block. The long staff in his hand nearly flew out of his grasp. The webbing between his fingers stung fiercely, already torn open. He could barely hold onto the staff. His companion beside him saw this, his brow twitching, but dared not stop to help. He hurriedly dashed off in another direction. He had actually abandoned his partner. "Don't blame me, blame your own bad luck. You just can't run as fast as I can," the man said in a deep voice. Chapter 158, The Whereabouts of Xuanling. The abandoned man's face darkened to the extreme. He had believed that the two of them together could at least hold off the youth behind them for a while. He never expected his partner to be such a coward, abandoning him and running off. With no other choice, he gritted his teeth and kept running. But with Xu Antian pursuing him, landing occasional sword strikes, his injuries grew increasingly severe. After fleeing for several minutes, he finally couldn't hold on any longer and was captured by Xu Antian, severely wounded. "Heh, you're quite skilled. Landing in my hands is my bad luck. Kill me if you want." The man remained defiant, showing no intention of begging for mercy. Or perhaps he knew his death was inevitable. "I'll give you a quick death." Xu Antian nodded lightly, crushing the man's skull with his bare hands. Leaving the body behind, Xu Antian turned his gaze toward another direction, intending to pursue and kill the other man. But just then, a voice came from the recorder on his chest. "I've already reported the situation in the White Cloud Mountains to the director. Headquarters in the capital will coordinate with Bureau 749 in G Province to dispatch experts to the White Cloud Mountains. They should arrive within half a day at most." "Understood," Xu Antian nodded lightly. The Bureau's response was remarkably swift. "Do you have any news about Xuanling and the others? Is he dead?" Xu Antian inquired. Only after dispatching the previous assailant did he recall he'd neglected to inquire about Xuanling's whereabouts. Miao Rui, monitoring the recording device, froze. To an outsider, it might have seemed Xu Antian wished Xuanling dead. Investigator Jiang is still alive, though severely injured. Investigator Luo Cha has already taken him away from the Baiyun Mountains to a nearby base for treatment. So he's not dead after all. He's got some luck on his side, Xu Antian chuckled. He wondered if Rakshasa woman would take this chance to use Xuanling for her cultivation again. He pondered this with a hint of amusement. What about Xiangylan? Agent Xiang has also escaped danger and is currently recuperating in a mountain cave, Miao Rui replied. Hearing that all three were merely injured and still alive, Xu Antian felt genuinely relieved for them. Tell me Xiangylan's location. I'm going to find him. All right. Investigator Xiang is northeast of your position. Xu Antian immediately took flight toward the northeast. Investigator Xu, it's best not to act rashly next. We've already identified that red-robed youth. His name is Jiang Shirsan, son of the demon god sect's leader. He possesses immense talent. With his 1,000-ton realm 9th tier cultivation, he once shot down a chi cultivator at the Sha Gang realm. Miao Rui cautioned. Jiang Shirsan? The demon god sect leader's son? Xu Antian chuckled lightly, unconcerned. These days, who hasn't slain a few chi cultivators at the Sha Gang realm? He just dispatched 3 himself moments ago. Jiang Shirsan possessed formidable talent? Sorry, but Xu Antian kills geniuses. Next time he encountered that Jiang Shirsan, he intended to settle the score for that arrow wound. Did you hear that? Miao Rui asked, her voice tinged with concern. Got it. I'll take him out soon. Miao Rue. Don't be so impulsive. Wait for the Bureau's experts to arrive before acting. I'm not being impulsive. Killing him is just a side task. Can't you just follow orders? Or I'll report this to the chief. Xu Antian removed the recorder from his chest and switched it off. The noise in his ears instantly faded. Turns out not every woman is as understanding as Xiao Shu. She was so damn noisy. Xu Antian muttered under his breath as he quickened his pace. Half an hour later, he successfully located the cave where Xuanling was hiding.
Inside, Xuanling sat with eyes closed, healing her wounds. Hearing movement at the cave entrance, she immediately grabbed the silver spear beside her and stood up. She braced herself, ready to strike at any moment. Boss, it's me. Xu Antian spoke calmly, emerging from the darkness. Recognizing Xu Antian, Xuanling relaxed, repositioning her silver spear. A distinct trail of blood marked his abdomen, still oozing fresh blood. Your injury is quite severe. Xu Antian raised an eyebrow. That man's aura is strange. It's preventing my wounds from healing. Cutting the flesh won't help. Xuanling replied in a low voice. Xu Antian glanced at the severed flesh lying nearby on the ground, guessing it must be what Xuanling had cut off. The king of coercion really is ruthless with himself. Let me take a look. Xu Antian stepped forward to examine Xuanling's wound. Moments later, a hint of surprise flashed in his eyes. The malevolent aura emanating from the person who injured Xuanling was indeed peculiar. It could actually infiltrate the bloodstream, accelerating its flow. Naturally, the wound couldn't heal. Had Xu Antian not possessed such acute sensitivity to blood, he might never have detected it. But now? Child's play for him. With a flick of his thoughts, he manipulated Xuanling's blood, forcing a thread of the malevolent energy fused within it to the surface. With the malevolent energy neutralized, Xuanling's abdominal wound began to heal. At her natural healing rate, it should take about half a day to fully recover. What should we do next? Xuanling asked after changing into a fresh set of clothes. It was rare to hear such a question from the tyrant king's lips. When had the tyrant ever sought anyone's opinion? Only Xu Antian would grant him such leeway, anyone else would never have allowed it. Wait, Xu Antian replied after a moment's thought. Wait for the mountain range to stir again. Abnormalities in the Earth's veins could occur anywhere within the White Cloud Mountains, causing fissures to appear. Whether they waited inside the cave or ventured out to explore, it made little difference. This was entirely a matter of luck. It wasn't as if exploring more areas would increase their chances of encountering it. Besides, Xuanling's injuries hadn't fully healed yet, so there was no rush. All right. Xuanling nodded in agreement with Xu Antian's suggestion. The two crossed their legs and sat down inside the cave, waiting quietly for any changes outside. 2 hours later, a thunderous roar suddenly echoed from outside. It startled both Xu Antian and Xuanling awake. Exchanging a glance, they rushed out of the cave. What they witnessed left them utterly stunned. A distant mountain spewed vast clouds of volcanic ash. The gray ash completely obscured the sky. What had been a clear sky had now turned completely overcast. Moreover, the ash cloud was spreading ever wider. Xu Antian pulled out his recorder and turned it on. What mountain is this? Miao Rue hadn't slept all night, still fuming over Xu Antian hanging up on her without warning. Hearing his voice again nearly made her cry out in frustration. Fortunately, she was professionally trained. She held back until finally swallowing her tears. This is Baiyun Mountain, the largest peak in the Baiyun Range. It's an extinct volcano. What's going on? Has the dormant volcano come back to life? Through the recorder, Miao Rue could see the sky filled with volcanic ash. Pretty much. This volcano looks like it's about to erupt. Xu Antian replied. Let's go check it out. His instincts told him this volcanic eruption was likely connected to the demonic creatures lurking within those underground fissures. Chapter 159, Earth Vein Stir. The two sped through the air, closing in on White Cloud Volcano. The immense commotion from White Cloud Volcano had startled the entire mountain range. Qigong practitioners who had come to the mountains in search of treasures, upon seeing the commotion, all converged toward White Cloud Volcano. For ordinary people, a volcanic eruption was a catastrophe. But for these Qi cultivators, it was nothing. Unless one chose to bathe in the lava, essentially courting death. A volcanic eruption rarely killed a Qi cultivator. By the time Xu Antian and his companion reached the skies above White Cloud Volcano, a significant number of Qi cultivators had already gathered near the crater below. Xu Antian even spotted some familiar faces. Feng Junyao and Xuanling from the Feng family, Shen Changsheng from the Shen family, and Jiang Shisan, the young master of the Demon God Sect. Beyond these, there were many unfamiliar faces Xu Antian had never seen before. Xu Antian and the other chose a deserted spot to land. Xu Antian gazed into the crater, where volcanic ash had dwindled to a mere trace. He could see molten lava churning and rolling deep within. Though far away, he could still feel the intense heat radiating from within. Just then, Xu Antian suddenly sensed several malevolent gazes fixed upon him. He turned to look and found a group of demon cultivators from the Demon God Sect staring at him. Among them was the very Shagong realm cultivator who had escaped his grasp. Now, he pointed at Xu Antian and whispered something to Jiang Shisan beside him. Jiang Shisan's face darkened with a terrifying grimness as he abruptly turned his gaze towards Xu Antian.
Xu Antian returned the gaze with a faint smile. He knew Jiang Shisan was furious, but so what? If he wasn't satisfied, they could settle it with a fight. Even if there were 5 more Shagang realm cultivators facing him, he felt no fear. Seeing Xu Antian's expression, a murderous aura began to rise between Jiang Shisan's brows. His 4 men had gone after Xu Antian and his companions, only to return not with a single kill but with 3 of their own dead. With that thought, he drew a longbow from his back and slowly drew the string. An arrow formed from spiritual energy rapidly materialized. The moment he released the string, it shot towards Xu Antian's forehead. Xu Antian's expression turned cold. This Jiang Shisan truly didn't know when to quit. A blood-red aura of killing intent swirled around him, making him resemble a fierce deity. A fist slammed toward the incoming arrow. Boom! A thunderous explosion echoed. The arrow shattered instantly under Xu Antian's force, dissipating into a shimmering light. Jiang Shisan frowned. He knew the arrow's power well, even a Shagang realm cultivator would struggle to block it easily. The next instant, he drew his bow again, only this time, his draw speed was blindingly fast. His arm seemed to blur into a phantom, drawing the bow hundreds of times in an instant. Slender arrows rained down upon Xu Antian like a storm, completely enveloping him. With a flicker of thought, Xu Antian contracted the Sha energy swirling around him. A layer of crimson skin coalesced over his body. Boom! 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 The hail of arrows struck Xu Antian's body, producing dull thuds. Upon closer inspection, one could see that the arrows shattered into shards of spirit light the instant they struck the crimson skin. Xu Antian stood perfectly still, untouched by the hail of arrows. If that's all you've got, you can go die. Xu Antian turned to Jiang Shisan, his voice soft yet utterly indifferent. As if discussing the most mundane of matters. Having absorbed the valley's vast reservoir of malevolent energy, the malevolent aura coalescing around him surpassed even that of a true malevolent aura realm cultivator. Truthfully, even he didn't know where the limits of his own Sha Qi lay. But judging by the force of that attack, it stood no chance of breaching his defenses. Xuanling glanced at Xu Antian and frowned slightly. He felt a bit withdrawn. In front of Xu Antian, he could only play a supporting role. All the spotlight had been stolen by Xu Antian. And he couldn't say a thing about it. After all, Xu Antian possessed the strength to back it up. To dare show such disrespect to the young patriarch is nothing short of courting death. Beside Jiang Shisan, an elderly man with a long beard glared darkly, his voice deep and stern. He stepped forward, his hands swiftly forming intricate hand seals. Suddenly, an enormous earth dragon burst forth from the ground, charging fiercely towards Xu Antian. Covered in dragon scales, the creature was lifelike and terrifying, resembling a genuine colossal dragon. With a deafening roar, the earth dragon let out a thunderous dragon's cry, opening its gaping maw as if intent on swallowing Xu Antian whole. Nothing but a counterfeit conjured by sorcery, and you dare bark insolently before me. Xu Antian snorted coldly. The next instant, he drew a deep breath and roared, "Begone!" Instantly, the murderous aura radiating from his body surged forward like a raging tidal wave, engulfing the earth dragon. The surging aura completely engulfed the earth dragon's form. Boom! A tremendous rumbling echoed within the surging wave of killing intent. The long-bearded elder's expression changed abruptly. He grunted deeply, blood spilling from his mouth. His gaze towards Xu Antian now held a distinct hint of apprehension. Jiang Shi frowned and turned to the old man beside him. Old Wang was at the 7th level of the Sha Gang realm, yet he still seemed no match for the youth across from him. His own strength was only on par with old Wang's. Unless he activated his bloodline power. The swirling aura of Sha Qi surged back into Xu Antian's body. Before him, the colossal earth dragon froze mid-air, its body riddled with tiny holes. Under everyone's gaze, it crashed down with a thunderous roar, shattering into dust the instant it hit the ground. So powerful. Feng Junyao murmured softly from a distance as she watched. The moment that Earth Dragon appeared, she had nearly gasped for breath. Yet in Xu Antian's hands, it couldn't even withstand a single clash. Junyao, perhaps your choice was right. Fengling spoke in a deep voice. He found himself beginning to agree with his niece's perspective. If the Feng family could latch onto this powerful ally, their future prospects would undoubtedly flourish. May I ask if your brother Tian? Meanwhile, just as Xu Antian was about to eliminate every last member of the demon god sect, a group of people approached him. He turned his head in confusion to see a man in his early 30s with a crew cut. Who are you? Brother Tian, I'm Yaoshan, the district chief of the Baiyun Mountain Range's fixed patrol zone. When I learned from the Yaoshan family that you were coming to my area, I was still deep within the mountain range and couldn't meet you immediately. Please don't take offense. Yaoshan spoke with utmost politeness. So he was one of their own. Xu Antian gave a slight nod in acknowledgement. Brother Tian, it's best we avoid conflict with the demon cult's people for now. Director Song from Ji province will arrive here shortly. We can act together then.
Yaoshan leaned close to Xu Antian's ear and whispered.
Director Song? Song Xiancheng? Xu Antian raised an eyebrow.
Song Xiancheng and Zhang Herong had a good relationship. He'd even gone to Harbin to help hunt down the arrogant insect.
Xu Antian had some recollection of him. As the bureau chief of Jilin province, it made sense he'd be the first to send reinforcements. Xu Antian shook his head slightly and looked at Yaoshan. It's a bit much to trouble Director Song. I can handle these demons myself. Yaoshan. He was dumbfounded. Was this the arrogance of someone ranked in the top 10 martial artists across 4 provinces?
But judging by the power Xu Antian displayed just now, he might actually have the strength to back it up. But his opponents included several Qi cultivators at the Sha Gang realm. In their Baiyun Mountain Patrol sector, he was the highest-ranked cultivator at just the 7th tier of the 1,000-ton realm. If a fight broke out, wouldn't he and his men be wiped out? Chapter 160, Crimson Flame Golden Beast. Just as Yaoshan pondered how to persuade Xu Antian, the lava within the volcanic crater suddenly began churning violently. Boom! The entire White Cloud Mountain began to violently tremble. Rocks near the crater shattered, sending large fragments crashing into the molten lava. They splashed up vast plumes of magma, only to be instantly engulfed. Xu Antian frowned, stomping his foot to launch himself into the air, breaking free from the ground. The other Qi cultivators reacted similarly, choosing to soar into the air. Under Xu Antian's gaze, the entire Baiyun volcano trembled. Gigantic rock fissures spread from the summit all the way down the mountain. Magma surged from the volcano's core, pouring through the fissures and erupting from the crater. The searing lava ignited vast swaths of vegetation on the slopes, setting the summit ablaze with flickering flames. It resembled a scene straight out of the apocalypse. What is that? Someone pointed downward and exclaimed in shock. Xu Antian turned to look and saw a colossal demonic creature emerging from a massive fissure at the base of White Cloud Mountain. Its head resembled a lion's, yet it dwarfed a lion by more than tenfold, its body stretching nearly 100 meters long. Its eyes blazed like crimson gold fireballs, seemingly filled with flowing magma. The scarlet fur around its head danced like flames. Its entire body was covered in crimson scales, their edges glinting with a dark golden sheen. A row of protruding, sawtooth-like bone spines ran along its spine, and its thick tail ended in a scorpion-like hook. Roar! Emerging from the fissure, it turned its gaze toward the figures suspended mid-air, letting out a defiant roar as if to challenge them. After a cold glance at the crowd, it moved its limbs and swiftly darted toward the mountaintop. But this was only the beginning. From other fissures, various other demonic creatures began to emerge. Fox demons covered in fiery red fur, colossal tiger demons, winged bird demons. These creatures followed the same path as the first, all surging toward the mountaintop. What is this? Yaoshan's eyes widened, his gaze filled with utter disbelief. So many beasts, all emerging from beneath the White Cloud Mountains. And in the distance, more creatures were emerging from the earth, charging toward the White Cloud Mountains. Xu Antian watched the scene unfold before him, his eyes nearly overflowing with excitement. So many beasts, if he could slay them all, the 8 trigrams demon refining furnace would go wild. The thought crossed his mind, and without a moment's hesitation, he planted his feet and charged downward. Xianyilan frowned, then after a moment's hesitation, followed suit. Yaoshan tried to stop him, but by the time he spoke, it was already too late. He could only urgently report the situation here to Song Xiancheng. Meanwhile, the other Qi cultivators witnessed the scene and their own ambitions stirred. Those who felt confident in their abilities sought out the demonic creatures, intending to hunt them down. Every part of a demonic creature was valuable. If they could kill a few, their journey would not be in vain. The entire area around White Cloud Mountain instantly descended into chaos. Below, Xu Antian charged straight toward the demon creature that bore a striking resemblance to a golden lion. Among all the demonic beasts, its aura was the strongest. Such a demon beast, once refined into a pill, would yield a more potent elixir. That's a crimson flame golden lion, an ancient beast of immense power. You'd be wise not to provoke it. Miao Rui's voice warned from the recorder. The director and the others have already reached Jishur City. They'll be at your location within 2 hours at most. Xu Antian paid no heed to Miao Rui. Opportunity was right before him, there was no way he'd let it slip away. Boom! His sword slashed out, colliding with the crimson flame golden beast's tail. At the moment of impact, Xu Antian's expression changed, a strange light flashing in his eyes. The crimson flame golden beast's power was overwhelming. Even with his current strength, the impact sent a numbing shock through his arm. Yet the more overwhelming it felt, the more exhilarated Xu Antian became. He yearned to slay it at once and toss its remains into the 8 trigrams demon refining furnace to be melted down. Fury flashed in the crimson flame golden beast's eyes. How dare a 2-legged creature attack it? Utterly ignorant of its own mortality. He thrust his hind legs forward, charging violently toward Xu Antian. His 2 massive forepaws clawed at Xu Antian's head. Its claws alone were far larger than Xu Antian's entire body. Xu Antian was enveloped in a dense aura of killing intent, vast swaths of it coalescing around his body into crimson armor. The demon-slaying sword was similarly enveloped by this aura. Boom! Xu Antian collided head-on with the crimson flame golden beast. His body shook violently, sending him flying backward uncontrollably. The crimson flame golden beast faltered momentarily, but regained its composure in an instant. In terms of raw power, Xu Antian was indeed no match for the crimson flame golden beast.
Regaining his footing, Xu Antian abandoned the head-on confrontation.
He began circling the crimson flame golden beast, occasionally unleashing slashes of sword energy. The sword chi, infused with malevolent energy, was devastatingly powerful. When it struck the golden beast's scales, it shattered them, exposing the pale golden flesh beneath. The crimson flame golden beast roared in fury. Never before had it suffered such wounds. Roar! With a furious roar, it swiftly opened its massive jaws, spewing a thick column of molten lava toward Xu Antian.
Feeling the intense heat radiating from the lava, Xu Antian's brow furrowed slightly. Just as he was about to dodge,
the beast's summoning pouch at his waist opened from within, and Xuanling shot out. Now over 10 meters in size, Xuanling instantly opened its massive jaws, flames gathering within its mouth.
To Xu Antian's astonished gaze, a slender thread of flame shot forth from its beak.
It collided with the molten lava column. The seemingly formidable magma column began to disintegrate the instant it touched the flame thread.
Ultimately, it vanished entirely in midair. Xu Antian froze in surprise. When did Xuanling become so formidable?
The crimson flame golden beast's eyes flashed with apprehension the moment it saw Xuanling.
It stood rooted to the spot, seemingly hesitating whether to continue its attack. But just then, a tremendous roar erupted from the crater atop the mountain. Boom! Countless streams of magma erupted from the crater.
Alongside the lava came a vast quantity of fire crystals and fire jades. Among these objects, one stood out prominently.
It was a massive fire dragon radiating a brilliant red glow.
Though called a dragon, it appeared to lack flesh and blood, resembling fire spirits instead composed entirely of pure fiery energy.
Shi Yanjin and I turned to look.
Upon seeing the colossal fire dragon, he hesitated no longer. His limbs surged forward as he sprinted rapidly toward the mountain peak.
Beside Xu Antian, Xuanling's eyes flashed with excitement. Flaring its wings, it soared toward the summit. What on earth is that?
Xu Antian murmured to himself, his gaze fixed on the colossal fire dragon. His feet moved, and he too charged toward the summit.
Regardless of anything else, those fire crystals alone were worth a fortune.
Numerous chi cultivators around him made the same choice, all charging toward the summit, eager to get their share. Soon, Xu Antian and Xuanling arrived near the crater. Hualiang's fiery red feathers blazed as it plunged headfirst into the molten lava, its beak darting after the fire spirits to peck them up.
But to Xu Antian's surprise,
the crimson flame golden beast and the other powerful demonic creatures that had reached the summit showed no intention of devouring the fire spirits. Instead, they were blocking the chi cultivators and the demonic beings of the demon god sect from capturing the fire spirits.
Chapter 161, The Crimson Firefox's Demise. Xu Antian glanced at Xuanling, satisfied that it was safe bathing in the lava, and left it be. Enjoying a buffet was quite nice. Saved him from always eating at home and eating him out of house and home.
Xu Antian observed the crimson flame golden beast, now fighting with frenzied intensity. It was locked in a fierce stalemate with Jiangshi San, neither likely to gain the upper hand anytime soon.
He had no intention of intervening.
He'd simply step in to finish it off once the crimson flame golden beast was weakened. Turning his attention to the fire spirit within the magma before him, Xu Antian also intended to reap some benefits. He wrapped his palm in Sha Gang energy, then plunged it into the molten lava. It felt like soaking in a hot spring. But as his hand remained submerged longer, the temperature began to rise. Yet with his body as hard as stone, he could endure it for a while. Without further hesitation, he took a step forward and submerged his entire body into the molten lava. His hand reached out to grab a nearby fire spirit. The moment he seized it, he transferred it into the Bagua alchemy furnace. But his respite was short-lived. Soon, a fire fox noticed him. Fury flared in the fox's eyes as it plunged into the magma to attack Xu Antian. Its thick tail lashed out violently toward Xu Antian. Boom! Xu Antian raised his fist to block, smashing the fox tail away with a single punch. Then, with a single step, he leaped out of the lava. After all, lava was not his battlefield, fighting within it was disadvantageous. Instead, it amplified the fire attribute demon fox's offensive power. The fire fox pursued him, emerging from the molten rock. The moment half its head emerged, Xu Antian delivered a crushing punch. The fox dodged sideways, simultaneously raising its paw to clash with Xu Antian's. Boom! A thunderous explosion echoed. The fire fox lost its balance and nearly stumbled. By the time it regained its footing, Xu Antian was already closing in again. Boom! 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 Man and beast collided repeatedly. Fist met flesh, clashing with brute force. The fire fox grew increasingly alarmed with each blow. As a demonic creature, it was inherently far stronger than any human. Yet now it was being suppressed. Being beaten by a mere human. This infuriated it.
Roar!
The firefox roared, and in the next instant, intense flames erupted from its 3 tails, crashing toward Xu Antian.
Xu Antian refused to back down.
His aura of killing intent condensed as he charged straight into the fox's tails.
Boom! Xu Antian's aura coalesced into a colossal fist, simultaneously repelling all 3 foxtails. The firefox staggered from the immense force, its legs buckling as its body tumbled sideways.
Seeing this, Xu Antian strode forward several steps to stand before the firefox, delivering a punch aimed at the vulnerable spot on its neck.
The firefox instinctively raised its forepaws to block. But in its current position, it couldn't generate any leverage.
At the moment of impact, it was once again sent flying by Xu Antian. Xu Antian seized the opportunity to unfasten the demon binding rope from his waist and wrapped it around the firefox's neck. He pulled it tight. The intense suffocation drove the firefox completely mad. It unleashed all its power, its entire body engulfed in blazing flames. It opened its gaping maw and violently swallowed a massive fireball, hurling it towards Xu Antian.
But Xu Antian had been watching it all along.
Before the fireball was even expelled, he pulled the demon binding rope to alter its trajectory. Thus, despite its immense power, the fireball never had a chance to strike him. It whizzed past his back, crashing into the ground below. Several Qi cultivators were crushed to death in their despair.
As the firefox struggled, the demon binding rope tightened relentlessly. Combined with Xu Antian's immense strength, the rope was now deeply embedded into the firefox's neck.
Xu Antian was confident he could snap its neck completely with just a little more persistence. But at that moment, an even larger firefox charged from the side. Its 5 tails lashed out simultaneously toward Xu Antian.
Xu Antian's expression turned grave.
He gripped the demon binding rope with one hand while gathering his killing intent with the other to unleash another strike.
Boom!
The malevolent energy fist collided with the fox tails.
After a brief stalemate midair, both forces were simultaneously repelled backward. Xu Antian seized the opportunity to retreat.
During his withdrawal, he drew the mountain spirit seal and wrapped the demon binding rope around it.
Then he hurled it violently down the mountain. Boom! The mountain spirit seal tugged on the demon binding rope, snapping it taut in an instant.
The immense force dragged the firefox down the mountain. It struggled desperately, but it was already spent, its neck nearly snapped. It simply couldn't muster the strength to resist.
Xu Antian turned to face the firefox behind him. In an instant, they clashed once more.
But the firefox before him was clearly stronger than the previous one. For a moment, he found himself unable to gain the upper hand.
Xu Antian glanced around, assessing the situation.
After the initial chaos, many weaker Qi cultivators had already been killed, while others, fearing death, had retreated. Now, only the members of the Demon God Sect remained on the mountaintop. From Bureau 749, only Xu Antian and Xuanling remained. Yaoshan, stationed halfway up the mountain, dared not ascend.
The Demon God Sect members weren't unscathed either under the attacks of the demonic creatures, they too bore wounds.
Yet they had claimed many demonic creatures in return, at least 7 or 8 of them. The Crimson Flame Golden Beast, unable to overcome the combined might of Jiang Shisan and his allies, had now retreated into the molten lava.
With a low roar, the dozen or so remaining powerful beasts followed suit, retreating back into the molten lava.
The one before Xu Antian was an exception. Not only did it refuse to retreat, but its attacks grew even more ferocious. It seemed utterly reckless, as if it had nothing to lose. This left Xu Antian feeling troubled and quite a headache. Could these two be mates? Xu Antian couldn't help but speculate. But just then, a figure descended from the sky. The figure came to a halt, revealing Song Xiansheng. Spotting Xu Antian, he immediately landed and rushed to assist. Meanwhile, Xuanling also rushed over. The three joined forces, blasting the firefox away. Its eyes burned with intense resentment. Yet, amid the relentless roar of the Crimson Flame Golden Beast, it ultimately retreated back into the magma. It stood within the lava, glaring furiously at Xu Antian. These demonic creatures are no ordinary foes. We should leave this place first, Song Xiansheng declared. Simultaneously, he felt a hint of surprise at Xu Antian's strength. How long had it been since they last met? Yet Xu Antian could now stand toe-to-toe with a demonic creature at the Sha Gang realm. Such talent was truly extraordinary. Xu Antian nodded lightly, approaching the firefox that had tumbled halfway down the mountainside. By now, the firefox was gasping for breath, barely drawing in more air than it expelled, lacking even the strength to struggle. This crimson firefox is extremely rare. Let's take it in. Song Xiansheng's eyes gleamed. If raised, its blood could be used to refine countless spiritual pills. Uncle Song, this crimson firefox is likely beyond saving. Xu Antian crouched down, grasping the mountain spirit seal while simultaneously yanking the demon binding rope with all his might. The rope snapped cleanly through the fox's neck, severing its head. Song Xiansheng? Had Xu Antian not delivered that final tug, the crimson firefox might have been salvageable. Now, it was beyond saving. The instant the crimson firefox perished, a wisp of mystic light burrowed into Xu Antian's mind, absorbed by the 8 trigrams demon refining furnace.
Chapter 162, Fire Spirit transforms into dragon, Bifang emerges. Roar! As the firefox perished, the other firefox within the magma let out a wretched, furious roar. Simultaneously, Zhang Shusan led the 4 Qi cultivators at the Shagang realm behind him in an assault against the demonic creatures within the magma. This time, however, Zhang Shusan's target was no longer the demonic creatures, but the colossal fire dragon at the core of the magma. Xu Antian had once attempted to approach that fire dragon, but the temperature around it was so extreme he couldn't endure it. This action, however, enraged the great demons like the Crimson Flame Golden Beast. They roared furiously and charged toward Zhang Shusan. They were blocked by the combined efforts of the Qi cultivation realm cultivators surrounding Zhang Shusan. Zhang Shusan seized the opportunity to draw near the fire dragon. His clothing had long since been scorched away, revealing skin that was dark and bluish, appearing almost inhuman. To Xu Antian's astonishment, Zhang Shusan could withstand the dragon's intense heat. Zhang Shusan wore a look of delight. His purpose for coming here was about to be fulfilled. The fire dragon before him was formed from pure fire essence, a treasure of immense value that would greatly aid in tempering his body. This was why he had gone to such great lengths and taken such risks to come here. He produced a jade bottle and flicked his fingers to cast a spell. The next instant, a powerful suction erupted from the bottle's mouth, drawing the fire dragon toward its interior. But the dragon was enormous, and the bottle couldn't contain it all at once. Xu Antian wanted to intervene, but Song Xianqing stopped him, shaking his head gently. "Don't rush." Seeing Song Xianqing's confident demeanor, Xu Antian hesitated for a moment before relenting. Only a dozen seconds had passed. Just then, the lava, which had begun to settle, erupted violently once more. Simultaneously, a powerful aura rose from the depths of the magma. It rapidly spread upward. Boom! A thunderous roar erupted as a crane-like bird, its entire body bathed in molten lava, burst forth from the depths. Caw! The crane spread its crimson and blue wings, its cry deafening. It possessed only one leg, its blue feathers adorned with crimson patterns, and its white beak was sharp and slender. The demon god sect cultivator still immersed in the lava immediately spat blood, his face twisted in horror. Zhang Shusan was no exception. He grunted and dared not continue gathering the fire essence, turning to flee immediately. "It is indeed the Bifang," Song Xianqing murmured, his gaze sharpening. He had pored over ancient county annals of the White Cloud Mountains, where legends spoke of Bifang dwelling here. And now, he had witnessed the true Bifang emerge before his very eyes. Bifang! Xu Antian's eyes lit up. He was tempted to kill it for alchemy. But the Bifang before him was far too powerful. Its aura felt like a mountain, far beyond what a Qi cultivator at the Shagang realm could match. It was likely at the Spirit Sea realm above the Shagang realm, or perhaps even higher. To confront it would be tantamount to suicide. Suppressing the flutter in his heart, Xu Antian continued to peer into the lava. After Bifang's appearance, all the demonic beasts halted their actions and bowed in unison toward him. A cacophony of beastly roars echoed in succession. But Bifang paid them no mind. Instead, it opened its massive jaws and sucked in with a violent gulp. The fire dragon, formed from the essence of the fire spirit, was swallowed whole. Its aura surged violently once more. Its indifferent gaze then turned toward Zhang Shusan and his group, who were fleeing outward. It raised its wings and slowly swept them forward. A colossal flame bird, composed entirely of molten lava, instantly materialized. With blinding speed, it swept past Zhang Shusan and his companions one after another. Boom! 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 The deafening explosions echoed without pause. The first 4 Shagang realm cultivators had no chance to resist. The moment the firebird swept past, their bodies exploded instantly, flesh and blood vanishing into the molten lava. Quite consider it cremated immediately after death. A full-service dragon funeral. Xu Antian felt a surge of satisfaction at the demonic cultivator's demise. But Zhang Shusan did not die. A protective shield flared around his body, absorbing the full force of the strike. Yet even under that assault, the shield shattered. The firebird did not vanish, instead turning and swooping toward them once more. Boom! This time, Zhang Shusan was not so fortunate. Like the Qi cultivators at the Shagang realm, he was reduced to nothing, not even ashes remained. Only his longbow and the jade bottle fell into the molten lava. Bifang withdrew its gaze, flapping its wings to rise from the molten lava. As its wings beat, countless firebirds surged forth from the molten depths. They swooped down toward the cultivators below. Run! Seeing the dire situation, Xu Antian took off running. This Bifang was clearly enraged, intent on slaughtering every Qi cultivator on White Cloud Mountain. Staying meant courting death. He didn't believe he could survive the Bifang's attack. Hadn't he just seen Zhang Shusan vanish in an instant? Wait, what about Xuanling? Xu Antian realized only after running some distance that Xuanling had vanished without a trace after diving into the magma. Had he perished inside? He turned his gaze back toward the mountain. To his surprise, Xuanling emerged flying out of the lava. In its mouth was Zhang Shusan's longbow, and in its claws, the jade bottle. It flew down the mountain, looking rather sneaky. Apparently trying to avoid detection, it didn't fly very high. Now it was rapidly approaching Xu Antian. Hackling. You little rascal. Xu Antian's eyes lit up as he muttered under his breath. Firefeather really was incredibly clever. Smarter than most people. He slowed his pace slightly, waiting for Xuanling. Moments later, Xuanling finally caught up. After tossing the longbow to Xu Antian, it darted into the beast pouch and hid inside. Xu Antian froze, glancing up at the swarm of firebirds diving toward the ground. He broke into a run. Boom! 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 As the firebirds slammed into the ground, they erupted with deafening roars. Trees snapped clean off, and massive craters gouged into the solid mountain rock. Some unfortunate Qi cultivators didn't even have time to scream before they were reduced to charred corpses. The entire White Cloud Mountain was a scene of utter devastation. The Qi cultivators suffered heavy casualties. But just then, the Bifang suddenly halted. It lifted its head to gaze toward the distant sky. There, three figures were striding through the air. Below, Xu Antian sensed the change and looked up. But upon recognizing the figures, Xu Antian's eyes filled with confusion. The one on the left was a tabby cat standing nearly half a person tall, walking upright with a long sword strapped to its back that towered over it. To the right stood a bald, middle-aged monk, towering nearly 2 meters tall with a robust build, a rosary as large as a human head draped around his neck. In the center stood a young nun with a cool, composed expression, holding a whisk. A monk, a nun, and a cat? What kind of combination was this? Our reinforcements have arrived. Song Xiancheng halted beside them, exhaling a long breath. They're from Unit 749? Xu Antian exclaimed in surprise. Yes. They're the Bureau's true experts. They only show up when we're facing situations we can't handle. Ordinary cases can be handled by us investigators, we don't need them. Song Xiancheng explained. Xu Antian understood. No wonder the strongest individual he encountered in Harbin was Zhang Harong, who was merely at the Sha Gang realm. Not that his strength was inadequate, but if all Bureau 749 chiefs possessed only this level of power, how could they possibly command respect from other factions within the Great Xia Nation? To put it plainly, the Demon God Sect alone could deploy 8 Shagan realm cultivators at once. Such strength alone could wipe out Harbin's Bureau 749 several times over. Now he understood Bureau 749 did harbor far more formidable experts. But for minor skirmishes, their involvement was unnecessary, hence their infrequent appearances. The emergence of Bifang clearly exceeded the scope of control for local Bureau 749 branches. The emergence of these elite fighters was hardly surprising. Chapter 163, Fierce Battle. Uncle Song, do you know their cultivation levels? Xu Antian asked curiously. Song Xianqing shook his head. I'm not certain, but they possess strength at least above the Sha Gang realm, that is, the Linghai realm. Even as the three stood motionless in midair, their aura not directed at him, he already felt immense pressure. Spirit Sea realm. Xu Antian's eyes lit up. Currently, he was at the 8th level of the 1,000-ton realm and should soon break through to the Sha Gang realm. He wondered if he might even stand a chance against a Spirit Sea realm cultivator then. Uncle Song, why are there demons among them? Xu Antian looked at the tabby cat. Not all demons are bloodthirsty fiends. Some even side with our human race. This tabby cat was once the pet of an elderly man at the Bureau. By some twist of fate, it became a demon. After the old man passed away, he entrusted the cat to the Bureau. Song Xiancheng explained. He had heard these details secondhand and knew little more. Just then, the tabby cat seemed to sense something, gazing intently from afar. This startled Song Xiancheng considerably. He had just been discussing the cat behind its back. He immediately bowed low in respect. Xu Antian remained motionless. He hadn't spoken about the tabby cat, it was all Song Xiancheng who had said those things. Thus, there was no offense to be taken. Had Song Xiancheng known Xu Antian's true thoughts, he would likely have beaten Xu to death. Fortunately, the tabby cat quickly withdrew its gaze. Mid-air, the nun holding a whisk turned to the Bifang opposite her and murmured softly, "Let's test its strength in a preliminary battle." Agreed. The monk nodded. Clang. The tabby cat drew its sword. A menacing aura shimmered around the three figures as they charged straight toward Bifang. Enraged, the Bifang unleashed blazing flames that illuminated the entire sky. Instantly, countless fiery sparks erupted from its body, raining down like a torrent of fire in midair. The nun formed a single-handed seal, conjuring a vast wave of water before her that surged back toward the fiery downpour. A silent collision erupted between the two forces, swiftly extinguishing each other. Ha! Not far away, the monk roared in fury. Behind him, the colossal form of the wrathful Vajrapani manifested, delivering a crushing punch toward Bifang. Screech! The Bifang screeched, raising its wings to block the blow. Boom! The two collided, locked in a brief stalemate before both the monk and Bifang stumbled back a step. In the very instant Bifang retreated, the tabby cat drew its sword. A colossal blade aura, as if it could cleave the heavens themselves, slashed toward the Bifang. Rage flared in Bifang's eyes as the flames on its body violently coalesced into a massive blazing feather blade.
The flaming feather blade swept out horizontally, colliding with the colossal sword energy.
Boom!
Both exploded simultaneously. The flame feather blade shattered into smaller fragments, shooting toward the tabby cat.
The tabby cat remained unfazed, its nimble wrists flicking out repeatedly.
Streaks of sword energy shot forth, piercing every feather blade with pinpoint accuracy. Without pause, it struck again.
Mid-air, a massive golden sword chi descended from the heavens, slashing toward Bifang.
Xu Antian stared intently at the battle above, his heart filled with awe. These chi cultivators above the Sha Gang realm unleashed immense spiritual energy with every strike, their spells terrifyingly powerful. The Sha Gang realm was simply incomparable to his own. He sensed that with his own Sha Gang cultivation, he could barely withstand a single strike. He stood no chance against them. This was the chasm in strength wrought by the vast disparity in cultivation realms. To bridge this chasm, he knew there was only one path: to ascend to a higher realm. The aerial battle raged on. Bifang proved immensely formidable, holding his own against the combined assault of 2 men and 1 demon. Both sides traded blows relentlessly. Above Xu Antian and the others, bursts of spiritual pressure occasionally spilled out. Bifang is an ancient divine bird, such power is only to be expected. I wonder how the Bureau will handle her in the end, Song Xianqing mused aloud.
Uncle Song, what do you mean? Isn't the Bureau's standard procedure for demonic creatures to contain them?
Xu Antian asked, puzzled. Weak demons are indeed contained, but some are far too powerful.
Forcing containment on them would exact a heavy price from us. Song Xianqing paused before continuing. The 3 elders before us were cultivated at immense cost to the Bureau. Losing even one, or having them injured, would be a catastrophic blow. Therefore, when confronting powerful demonic beings, we first assess their strength. If they prove sufficiently formidable, we negotiate with those capable of communication, establishing clear boundaries. Even mutual transactions aren't impossible. I never knew that.
Xu Antian was taken aback. This was the first time he'd heard such things. So, the 3 tabby cats before him were merely testing Bifang's strength.
They hadn't truly intended to kill, or else the fight would have been far more intense?
Of course. Though Bureau 749 is formidable, certain matters exceed our capabilities, especially now, with spiritual energy resurging across the land, all manner of demonic creatures emerging, and cults stirring trouble. Our burdens grow heavier by the day. We hope that before our generation falls, you will be able to shoulder this heavy burden.
Song Xianqing spoke with solemn earnestness. Director Song, rest assured. I can shoulder this heavy burden. Xuanling, who had remained silent until now, declared in a deep voice. Song Xianqing nearly choked on his breath. What did that mean? Damn him to hell. But upon turning to see Xuanling, he chose silence.
He'd heard rumors about Xuanling, that slightly unhinged individual in the capital, and saw no point in engaging. That's just how you get the king to speak, Uncle Song.
Don't take it to heart.
Xu Antian shot Xuanling a glance, thinking to himself that the man really didn't know how to speak. A flicker of relief crossed Song Xianqing's face, and he was about to offer Xu Antian some words of encouragement. But Xu Antian continued, Uncle Song, if anyone ever kills you, rest assured I'll avenge you.
Song Xianqing. What on earth was he expecting? Xu Antian was a madman himself. Count me in. Xuanling nodded softly. Song Xianqing's eyes widened. Can't you two just wish me well? Uncle Song, it's unfair to think that way.
We all want what's best for you, but please give us newcomers a chance.
If you don't move up, how are we supposed to advance?
Xu Antian chuckled.
Looks like you're asking for a beating. Song Xianqing raised his hand to strike, but lowered it again before it fully extended.
He wasn't entirely sure he could beat Xu Antian now.
Ah, Song Xianqing sighed, you were born into this era of prosperity.
Seizing your opportunities, you're bound to go further than I ever could.
He was old now.
The future of Great Xia would have to be entrusted to these young people. This thought brought him considerable comfort. He even considered retiring early to enjoy life, stepping aside to let the next generation take the reins.
Chapter 164, Truce Agreement. Boom!
The fierce battle in midair raged on as Bifang's wing sent the monk flying. As his body lost balance, he opened his mouth and unleashed a torrent of flames, intent on incinerating the monk. At the critical moment, the nun intervened, using a surge of water to block the flames. The tabby cat seized the opportunity to strike with a sword, but Bifang blocked the blow. Stop fighting and come back, the nun frowned and called out. The Bifang before them proved unexpectedly formidable. Even with 3 Spirit Sea Realm cultivators, one of whom was at the advanced stage, they couldn't gain the upper hand against it. Continuing the fight risked casualties. The monk and tabby cat both retreated one after another. But Bifang was clearly enraged and refused to stop. It charged straight toward the nun and the other 2. Just then, the nun suddenly produced a 3-tiered golden pagoda. You should understand my words. We do not wish to fight you to the death. But if you persist in your irrational actions, I shall have no choice but to guide you to meet Xuanling, the nun declared softly. Simultaneously, the three-tiered pagoda in her hand emitted an intense golden light, unleashing waves of overwhelming pressure.
Bifang felt immense pressure. After struggling violently for a moment, it reluctantly gave up.
She halted her movements, gazing at the nun across from her and declared, "Put away that thing in your hand.
Don't try to intimidate me with it, it cannot suppress me."
In the next instant, the fiery glow around Bifang faded.
Her massive form rapidly shrank, ultimately transforming into a young girl clad in a crimson feathered robe. "Speak. What do you humans desire?"
Her voice was ethereal, yet carried a faint air of authority.
Below, Xu Antian watched the scene unfold, his heart pounding with shock. He never imagined Bifang could transform into a human girl.
At the spirit sea realm or above, demonic beings can take human form. Xu Antian murmured to himself.
Suddenly, it all clicked.
No wonder half-demons existed. He had once puzzled over how half-demons could be born, given the vast physical disparity and differing physiological structures between humans and demonic beings. Now he seemed to grasp the answer.
Once a demonic creature took human form, it became indistinguishable from a human.
This must be how half-demons came to be. He wanted to keep listening, but the nuns above him switched to whispering, murmuring secrets among themselves. It took 3 or 4 hours before the conversation finally concluded. The feather-clad maiden returned to the magma within White Cloud Mountain, vanishing into its depths alongside the multitude of demons. At the same time, the 3 nuns descended from midair and approached Song Xiansheng. The nun commanded, "All Qi cultivators must withdraw from the White Cloud Mountains. Henceforth, no human shall be permitted to enter this place. Those who disobey will bear the consequences."
"Yes, senior." Song Xiansheng's heart sank, and he hastily agreed. This must be part of the agreement reached between the two sides.
He had expected the nuns to depart immediately, but to his surprise, one of them turned to look at Xu Antian. A rare flicker of warmth touched her icy features. "We take great comfort in seeing a prodigy like you among the younger generation," she said.
"Strive diligently in your cultivation.
We hope you will join us soon to protect the great Xia." During the earlier negotiations, she had learned from Bifang about the deeds of the youth before her. He had brought honor to the human race and added leverage to their negotiations.
The monk's words, "if every person in our great Xia were like Xu Antian," filled Bifang with immense apprehension.
Xu Antian then expressed his desire to study modern knowledge at 749 University to compensate for the information gaps caused by his long slumber. Finally, he specifically requested to attend the same university as Xu Antian. They naturally agreed.
Bifang's enrollment at 749 University presented an opportunity for human integration. If they could assimilate him into becoming a human advocate, they would gain immensely.
"Rest assured, senior. I shall strive diligently in my studies and live up to your expectations."
Additionally, Bifang will soon travel to Kyoto's 749 to study human knowledge. You will be required to accompany him.
The nun nodded and continued.
"What the hell?" Xu Antian froze.
Bifang going to the human world, and he was supposed to accompany her. This was practically a death wish.
Bifang's power was far beyond his control.
This was like pushing him into a pit of fire.
"Senior, with my current strength, I'm afraid it's not appropriate." Xu Antian hesitated. "Ahmad Buddha. Bifang has already agreed to our terms. It's highly unlikely he'll renege."
The monk pressed his palms together. Should he go back on his word, this humble monk shall transform into the wrathful Vajrapani and send him straight to meet the Buddha.
"You're quite the filial one,"
Xu Antian muttered inwardly. He understood that once these powerful figures had made their decision, he had no choice but to comply.
But expecting him to help for free? No way. Some benefit must be offered, right?
After a moment's thought, he spoke up. "You 3 elders are right.
I'll definitely keep Bifang company.
But I'm only at the 8th level of the 1,000-ton realm now.
Won't that diminish my 749 prestige? If only I could break through to the Sha gang realm."
The nun frowned, then a hint of amusement flashed across her brow as she teased. "Are all young people as crafty as you these days?
Ask you to do something, and you want a reward. Very well. We did agree to this without consulting you first, which was unfair. I have 2 spirit water meridian fusing pills here. Take them. They should be enough to help you break through to the 9th level of the 1,000-ton realm.
As for the Sha gang realm, breaking through requires infusing Sha energy into your own spiritual energy. But judging by the dense Sha energy within you, you should be able to break through smoothly." The nun produced 2 spiritual pills and waved her hand lightly.
The pills flew automatically into Xu Antian's palm. Xu Antian gladly accepted them, knowing these pills would save him months of arduous cultivation.
Bowing deeply, he expressed his gratitude. "Thank you, senior, for bestowing these treasures." He then turned his gaze to the monk and the tabby cat beside him.
The monk understood Xu Antian's intent.
After a moment's thought, he pulled a golden Buddhist rosary from his robe. "This contains the full force of my strike. Keep it to protect your life," the monk declared. Originally, he had intended to save this for his disciple, but now he could only give it to Xu Antian first and forge a new one for his disciple later.
What a treasure! Xu Antian's eyes lit up as he hastily tucked it away. He thanked the monk as well.
Finally, he turned his gaze to the tabby cat. The tabby cat was busy licking its own paw, refusing to meet Xu Antian's gaze.
Xu Antian. Damn it, it's practically a spirit cat, yet it's still playing the house cat. How infuriating.
But if it didn't want to give it to him, there was nothing he could do.
If he pushed it too far, he'd be the one suffering.
After all, he couldn't beat it in a fight.
Alright, leave this matter to you lot.
We've other business to attend to and must depart. Seeing the situation largely resolved, the nun gave one final reminder before flying away from White Cloud Mountain alongside the monk and the tabby cat.
Song Xianqing glanced at Xu Antian and the other. You two should leave too. I'll handle the cleanup here. Understood. Xu Antian nodded, showing no intention of assisting.
This was Song Xianqing's jurisdiction to begin with. It was only right that he handle the aftermath. Besides, the remaining tasks were mostly menial chores. Their presence held little significance.
Chapter 165, 9th Tier of the 1,000-Ton Realm. After leaving the White Cloud Mountains, Xu Antian and his companion inquired about Jiang Wudi's whereabouts and headed straight there.
After all, they had come together. The least they could do was check on his injuries. Truthfully, Xu Antian was more curious whether the Rakshasa woman had taken Jiang Wudi for cultivation again. Jiang Wudi was currently recuperating at the White Cloud Mountain base. By the time they arrived, evening had already fallen.
After inquiring with the base staff, they successfully located Jiang Wudi's quarters.
Through the glass of a modestly sized recovery room, Xu Antian and his companion peered inside.
Inside stood a medical bed where Jiang Wudi lay.
At the head of the bed, Rashani appeared to be asleep, lying motionless beside Jiang Wudi.
Whoa! That kid Jiang Wudi actually turned misfortune into fortune? Xu Antian exclaimed in surprise.
Women only slow down his blade speed,
Xuanling remarked coolly.
But to Xu Antian, it sounded like the king of pressure was getting a little jealous.
What's going on? Could Jiang Wudi and Xuanling actually be friends? He gave Xuanling a sidelong glance before striding into the recovery room.
Startled by the noise, the Rakshasi woman jolted awake from her sleep.
Who's there?
She turned around just in time to see Xu Antian and the other. Recognizing them, her expression softened.
What brings you here? Have you finished handling matters in the White Cloud Mountains? Yes. That matter has been concluded. We came to check on little Jiang. How is he now? Xu Antian nodded, asking in a solemn tone. His condition is relatively stable for now. Aside from his arm, the injuries aren't too severe, Luo Chanu replied with a frown. Even with the best medical treatment, the prognosis remains grim.
According to the doctors, Jiang Wudi will only regain up to 90% of his arm's mobility. At that moment, Jiang Wudi had pushed her aside, taking the attack for her and shattering his own arm. And all of this happened because Jiang Wudi saved her. Had Jiang Wudi not saved her, perhaps none of this would have happened. Woman, you're the one who hurt him.
Xuanling frowned and spoke. Luo Chanu lowered her head, unusually silent without protest. What harm? It was mutual consent, right, Xiao Jiang? Stop pretending to be asleep.
Xu Antian chuckled.
He sensed the blood flow within Jiang Wudi's body quickening. Ha! Jiang Wudi slowly opened his eyes, feigning surprise. When did you two arrive? Just now. Xuanling replied. The injuries on Wudi are my doing. I'll take responsibility.
If need be, I'll become his hand from now on, Luo Chanu gritted her teeth.
Xu Antian looked stunned.
That's because you don't know what Jiang Wudi's hands are used for. Otherwise, she wouldn't be spouting such wild talk. But then again, as a disciple of the Union sect, serving as his hand wasn't out of the question.
She might even feel like she could take it to the next level. We're companions. That's what I should do.
Don't blame yourself, don't feel guilty, and don't think about how to make it up to me. Really, you don't have to, Jiang Wudi said. He hadn't overthought it at the time, he'd simply acted. He never expected any repayment from the Rakshasi. Besides, he was the young master of the Zheng family. How could he abandon an entire garden of roses for a single thorny one? Out of the question. No. I, Luo Cha, repay every kindness, especially a life-saving one. Luo Cha frowned, shaking her head to reject Jiang Wudi's refusal. If she couldn't repay this debt, her spiritual path would remain obstructed.
Jiang Wudi sighed in exasperation. Then just save me again sometime in the future.
The future is the future.
The present is the present.
I will do everything I can to restore your hand. The Rakshasi shook her head again.
Let me see.
Xu Antian approached Jiang Wudi, lifting his gaze to examine the arm on his hand. Thanks to the healing elixir, new flesh had already begun to grow on Jiang Wudi's arm. The bones inside seemed to have been set, though not yet fully healed.
Move your hand so I can see. Xu Antian instructed. Jiang Wudi complied, attempting to curl his middle finger. However, he clearly lacked strength and couldn't fully bend it. Xu Antian frowned.
Most of the blood vessels in Jiang Wudi's arm were intact, but some minor ones showed no signs of blood flow. The blood had stalled. He paused to consider, then used his ability to realign and unblock some of the blood vessels within Jiang Wudi's arm.
Try again?
Jiang Wudi felt his arm had become much more comfortable and attempted to curl his middle finger again. This time, though he still couldn't reach the bottom, it looked much better.
This is enough. I can still grip a blade. Jiang Wudi smiled.
His mindset seemed remarkably resilient, largely unaffected by the setback.
Xu Antian sighed inwardly.
If such an injury had befallen him, he would likely have recovered completely through his own formidable healing abilities.
But clearly, Jiang Wudi couldn't.
This was all he could do for now. The rest was up to Jiang Wudi himself.
Xu Antian nodded.
Wait until you're recovered. After exchanging a few more words with Jiang Wudi and the others, he departed.
Xianyilan remained behind, stating she would wait for Jiang Wudi's recovery.
Xu Antian was puzzled, but he respected her decision. Inside the temporary quarters at the base,
Xu Antian sat cross-legged on the floor, taking a deep breath. He then drew 2 spiritual pills from his waistband, gifts from the nun.
A potent medicinal fragrance emanated from the pills.
Nearly inhaling the scent invigorated Xu Antian's spirit. What a marvelous thing! Xu Antian thought with delight.
The next moment, he swallowed one of them. The potent medicinal energy dissolved within his abdomen. As he circulated the Killing Sutra, the energy was absorbed by his chi channels, causing vast amounts of spiritual energy to surge through them. It surged like violent ocean waves. As Xu Antian consciously directed the movement of his acupoints, 2 of the 3 remaining acupoints within his body shifted entirely toward the acupoint at his dantian.
They ultimately overlapped.
Simultaneously, a tremendous repulsive force erupted from the 3 orifices, nearly shaking Xu Antian to injury. After merging with the other orifices, the power contained within these 3 remaining orifices became utterly staggering. Attempting to fuse them now proved exceedingly difficult. Fortunately, the potent spiritual pill Xu Antian had just swallowed surged forth like a tidal wave, enveloping the 3 orifices. Encased within this surge, the orifices gradually calmed and began the process of merging.
The process was merely a bit slower.
By his estimation, it would take about 10 days to complete the fusion.
After a moment's hesitation, he swallowed the other spiritual pill.
Instantly, the potency of the medicine surged. The fusion rate of the acupoints within his body accelerated significantly. 10 days later, accompanied by a thunderous rumble emanating from Xu Antian's body, the 365 acupoints within his body finally fused into a single one. He had now reached the 9th level of the 1,000-ton realm as a chi cultivator.
Simultaneously, the remaining orifice within his dantian began to operate autonomously.
A vast amount of spiritual energy from his chi channels surged toward the orifice. The acupoint, like a spiritual well, continuously absorbed and expelled this spiritual energy. Xu Antian understood this was the spiritual energy tempering the acupoint, an essential step for ascending to the Sha Gang realm. Only when the orifice was sufficiently resilient could it withstand the corrosive assaults of various Sha energies at the Sha Gang realm. However, after absorbing vast amounts of blood, Xu Antian's orifices had already begun to undergo this tempering process. Therefore, his orifices were now sufficiently resilient. They were now more than sufficient to meet the requirements for breaking through to the Sha Gang realm. After all, the requirement for breaking through to the Sha Gang realm was merely to absorb a wisp of Sha Qi, fuse it with spiritual energy, and temper the acupoints.
Chapter 166, Sha Gang Realm. With this thought in mind, Xu Antian continued to circulate his cultivation technique.
Finally, at noon the next day, he successfully broke through to the Sha Gang realm. Not only had his acupoints become more resilient, but their capacity had more than doubled, allowing them to hold significantly more spiritual energy.
Subsequent cultivation of the Sha Gang realm followed a similar process.
He fused Sha energy within the spiritual energy to amplify its potency, then used the refined spiritual energy to temper the acupoints, enhancing their resilience and capacity.
Theoretically, each doubling of the Qi orifice's capacity would elevate one realm.
After the 9th tier, once the acupoints were tempered sufficiently resilient and expansive, he could attempt to break through to the Spirit Sea realm. During the fusion of Sha Qi, one may choose to consistently fuse a single type of Sha Qi to enhance the potency of their spiritual energy. Alternatively, one may select combinations of similar attribute evil energies. The cultivation method recorded in the Sutra of Killing requires fully integrating 9 types of malevolent energies to enhance spiritual power.
The first is the blood aura currently within his body. Following that are Dragon Chi from Earth Veins, Ninefold Heavy Water Chi, Gung Metal Sword Chi, Vitality Source Wood Chi, Karma Fire Chi, Heavenly Thunder Chi, 7 Emotions Heart Chi, and Void Rift Chi. Blood Chi is the easiest to obtain, as it can be acquired simply by killing.
The remaining 8 malevolent energies have no specific order for fusion, merely integrating them is sufficient. Once I return to the capital, I can inquire at the Bureau if they have records on these malevolent energies, Xu Antian mused. With the Bureau's resources, they should have some records on these Sha energies. He then turned his inner vision to the 8 trigrams demon refining furnace within his mind. The crimson firefox and soaring serpent had vanished from within. 2 spirit pills now lay quietly within the furnace. Both were fiery red, one still faintly glowing with a subtle flame. Soaring Flame Pill. Consuming this pill grants the ability to manipulate one's own flames, enhances resistance to fire, and enables the manifestation of fiery wings for flight at extreme speeds. Soul Capture Pill. Consuming this pill grants the power to capture souls. When locking eyes with another, one can intimidate their soul. The potency depends on the strength of one's own soul. Fire Wing Pill and Soul Capturing Pill? Xu Antian raised an eyebrow. Let me see what this is all about. With a flicker of his thoughts, the blazing Fire Ascension Pill instantly materialized in his palm. The next second, he tossed it straight into his mouth. The Fire Ascension Pill melted instantly upon contact with his tongue, transforming into a fiery thread that traveled down his throat into his stomach. Immediately, scorching heat surged through his body, the potency rushing rapidly toward his back. A tingling sensation spread across his back, followed by a searing, tearing pain. The flesh around his shoulder blades felt as though it were splitting open. He found a mirror to check, only to discover his back was perfectly intact. In the next instant, two enormous crimson wings materialized behind him. They flapped back and forth in response to his thoughts. The sensation was strange, as if he had gained 2 extra arms. The fiery wings felt like an extension of his body. But they were not flesh and blood that had actually grown on his body. They were conjured yet so perfectly lifelike they were indistinguishable from the real thing. Xu Antian wanted to test the wing's flight speed, but the dorm room was clearly too confined. He couldn't maneuver at all, so he'd have to wait until he went outside to try. With a flick of his thoughts, the wings vanished without a sound. As if they had never been there at all. Yet a faint ache lingered on his back. It dissipated quickly, though. Next, Xu Antian swallowed the soul-capturing pill. The pill was icy cold, melting in his mouth like ice cream. A surge of potent energy rushed toward his head, ultimately burrowing into his Yin spirit. The Yin spirit's form solidified considerably. Beyond that, a sinister red glow flickered within its eyes. Is this the power of the soul-capturing pill? Xu Antian murmured. He sensed that a single glance from him could now intimidate those weaker than himself. Early the next morning, Xu Antian departed from the White Cloud Mountain base. He had stayed here long enough, it was time to move on and attend to other matters. It was worth mentioning that Jiang Wudi and the others had already departed the White Cloud Mountain base 3 days prior, returning to the capital. The moment he exited the base, Xu Antian eagerly unfurled his fire wings. With the wings flapping up, down, left, and right, his form darted swiftly through the air. Not only was this more agile than sword riding, but his speed was also several times faster. Xu Antian was thoroughly satisfied with this. This effectively compensated for his previous lack of speed. With his current velocity, few chi cultivators at his level could match him. Next, he opened the storage pouch at his waist and summoned the fire feather. Having consumed vast quantities of fire essence, Xuanling's form had grown considerably larger once more. With its wings spread, it now spanned nearly 30 meters. Its aura had also intensified several-fold. Xu Antian estimated that Xuanling now possessed at least the strength of a high-tier 1000 June realm cultivator. Xu Antian stowed his fire wings and stepped onto Xuanling's back. Though his fire wings were agile and swift, flying on his own was still exhausting. With Xuanling as his mount, why would he bother flying himself? Head east, Xu Antian commanded. With his own affairs largely settled, it was time to pay a visit to the Feng family. If Xuanling truly was a phoenix, he'd hit the jackpot. The Feng family resided on Phoenix Mountain in Jishur City, not too far from White Cloud Mountain. After roughly 2 hours, Xuanling arrived near Phoenix Mountain. Phoenix Mountain wasn't particularly large, and a cluster of residences built halfway up the slope stood out prominently. Head over there, Xu Antian commanded. Xuanling immediately flew toward the residential area. He soon landed in an open area outside the residential complex. Xu Antian stowed Xuanling back into his beast pouch and strode toward the main gate of the residential complex. Before he could approach, Feng Junyao, clad in tight red leather pants and a crop top, stepped out to greet him with her entourage. However, Feng Junyao now appeared somewhat haggard. A smile graced her face as she hurried to Xu Antian's side. "Welcome to the Feng residence, Investigator Xu," she invited. "Please come inside and rest. Before meeting you, Junyao spoke of you many times. Seeing you today, Investigator Xu, you truly are a man of exceptional bearing and extraordinary presence." A middle-aged man standing beside Feng Junyao, whose nose and lips bore a slight resemblance to hers, spoke warmly. "This is my father, Feng Shan." Feng Junyao introduced. "Uncle, you flatter yourself. Raising someone as capable as Junyao is a testament to your own remarkable efforts." Xu Antian replied with a smile. After exchanging a few more polite remarks, Xu Antian followed Feng Junyao into the reception hall of the Feng family ancestral home. After several cups of tea, before Xu Antian could state his purpose, Feng Junyao preempted him. "Investigator Xu, the ancient stone wall I mentioned last time is in the cave behind our ancestral home. I can take you there right now." Chapter 167, Phoenix perches on the Polonia. "Very well." Xu Antian rose immediately. His visit had been specifically for this purpose, and he naturally wished not to delay. Guided by Feng Junyao, he and Feng Shan traversed the ancestral home together, arriving at a massive cave behind it.
This place seemed to be forbidden territory for the Feng family. No other Feng family members were permitted to approach.
The cave interior was remarkably dry, with a path paved of blue stone slabs. Though no natural light penetrated inside, the Feng family had installed electric lights within the cavern. Everything within was illuminated brightly. The trio pressed deeper into the cavern and soon reached its innermost chamber, a vast circular hollow. On one side of the cavern wall stood the ancient stone wall Feng Junyao had mentioned. The ancient stone wall was enormous, occupying nearly half the cave's wall.
Xu Antian looked up at it.
Though he couldn't tell how many centuries old it was, the images etched upon it remained remarkably clear. The ancient stone wall emitted a faint glow, suggesting it was no ordinary rock. Otherwise, it wouldn't have remained so perfectly preserved.
Carved into the stone was a towering ancient tree.
Perched upon the highest branch stood a magnificent bird of extraordinary beauty. Investigator Su, this carving depicts a phoenix, an ancestor of our Feng clan. Its appearance bears a striking resemblance to the fire feather in your possession, Feng Junyao remarked.
Indeed, it bears a striking resemblance. Xu Antian nodded lightly.
The great bird on the stone wall before them was covered in fiery red feathers, its tail feathers exceptionally long and luxuriant. Additionally, the crown of this large bird also bore crimson feathers, virtually identical to those atop Xuanling's head. The only difference was that Xuanling's crest contained fewer feathers than the phoenix before them. Xu Antian opened his beast pouch and released Xuanling.
Whoosh! Xuanling stood on the ground, spreading its wings.
A scorching heat began to spread throughout the cave. Xu Antian felt little effect, as he possessed high natural resistance to fire. But Feng Junyao and the others were struggling to endure it.
In just a moment, Feng Junyao's clothes had already become damp.
She had no choice but to pull away from Xuanling. Simultaneously, she felt a surge of surprise.
How long had it been since they last met?
Fire Feather's aura had grown significantly stronger.
Feng Shan, encountering Xuanling for the first time, was secretly startled by the creature's imposing presence.
Xu Antian carefully examined the details of the stone carvings on the wall and found them strikingly similar to Xuanling. One could even say they were identical.
At this point, he was virtually certain Xuanling was the phoenix.
The egg he'd traded for in Harbin had actually hatched into a phoenix. To be honest, he felt a stir within him, a desire to kill.
A phoenix was a divine beast. What could be refined from its essence if it were slain?
But just then, as if sensing Xu Antian's murderous intent, Xuanling unexpectedly approached him, acting affectionate.
It rubbed its neck against Xu Antian's calf. "You're not so dumb after all," Xu Antian murmured, shaking his head gently.
Truth be told, he'd raised Xuanling for quite some time now, and had grown somewhat attached to it. Seeing how understanding it was, he genuinely found it hard to bring himself to harm it.
"I'll kill you when you learn rebirth," Xu Antian declared. This statement left Feng Junyao utterly dumbfounded. Had she heard correctly? Xu Antian actually intended to kill the phoenix.
What a waste of a precious creature.
Xuanling's large eyes instantly filled with hurt. It looked at Xu Antian pitifully. "Don't push it too far," Xu Antian said coldly. Xuanling immediately dropped the act and stepped back.
But as she pushed away, her tail accidentally brushed against the stone wall. A sudden transformation occurred.
The instant Xuanling's tail touched the stone wall, the flames on its body roared fiercely, then rapidly surged toward the rock surface.
The entire stone wall turned a deep crimson, and the temperature inside the cave shot up another notch.
"What the hell is going on?" Feng Shan exclaimed in shock.
Since birth, he had always believed this stone wall was nothing more than an ordinary rock face, perhaps just a bit more unique than most stones.
But now what was happening? The wall was actually burning.
He glanced at Feng Junyao beside him, finding her equally stunned. Her brows were furrowed, her mouth slightly agape as she stared at the unfolding spectacle. Under everyone's gaze, the flames on the stone wall began rapidly spreading toward the edges. As they moved, the central section of the wall within the ring of fire vanished, revealing an unfamiliar scene beyond. Inside, grass covered the ground, and green trees provided shade. At the center of the meadow stood a massive tree, strikingly similar to the towering giant on the stone wall, though it appeared much smaller. Yet it still towered nearly 100 meters high.
"A Paulownia tree!"
Feng Junyao exclaimed in shock. She instantly recognized the origin of that colossal tree. Just then, Xuanling plunged headfirst into the stone wall and dashed toward the Paulownia tree within. Xu Antian glanced at it, then turned to grab Feng Junyao and another person beside him. With a light tap of his foot, his body lifted off the ground, and he followed suit, diving into the stone wall. The moment they all entered, the hole in the stone wall vanished automatically, as if nothing had ever happened. But Xu Antian and the others had already arrived in the space beyond the stone wall. This proved that everything had indeed occurred.
"What on earth is this place?" Feng Junyao murmured, surveying the scene before her.
The space resembled a valley, vast and expansive, filled with an incredibly dense concentration of spiritual energy. Moreover, spiritual herbs, flowers, and fruits were scattered everywhere across the ground.
Junyao, I remember now, this is a divine realm. A divine realm of bliss.
Fengshan suddenly exclaimed, his eyes lighting up with excitement. He recalled his grandfather mentioning it once that during the Feng family's golden age, they had possessed a divine realm. Yet for reasons unknown, it had vanished. Now it seemed likely that the sacred realm hadn't vanished at all. Rather, without the Phoenix bloodline, the Feng family could no longer unlock this sacred realm, and it had gradually been forgotten. Indeed, no one even remembered that such a vast divine land existed within this forbidden area of the rear mountain. Had he not witnessed it with his own eyes today, even he would never have recalled this matter.
Xu Antian listened to their conversation with some surprise.
A starving camel is still bigger than a horse. He hadn't expected the Feng family to possess such profound foundations. However, if not for Xuanling's feather accidentally striking the stone wall, this place would never have been discovered.
He looked ahead as Xuanling finally flew near the paulownia tree. Its body blazed with fiery light as its claws gripped the trunk above the tree. Its wings spread wide, its sharp beak opened, and it let out a piercing cry. Caw! The mighty phoenix cry echoed throughout the entire cave.
Simultaneously, the aura emanating from Xuanling began to surge rapidly.
An immense aura of authority radiated from its body. At this moment, Xuanling truly possessed a trace of the majestic aura belonging to the ancient divine beast, the phoenix.
The paulownia tree was like a key, unlocking the bloodline shackles binding Xuanling.
Chapter 168, The 10-Year Pact. The phoenix rests upon the paulownia. The family legend is true. Fengshan, his back bent under Xuanling's overwhelming presence, spoke with trembling excitement. Xu Antian's expression shifted as he inquired, what legend?
When a phoenix dwells upon the sacred paulownia tree, it can resonate with the divine tree, aiding the phoenix in awakening its bloodline and gaining immense power.
Xuanling's situation is precisely this. Fengshan explained. So that's it. Xu Antian murmured inwardly, finally understanding the reason behind Xuanling's transformation.
The shift in Xuanling's aura continued to unfold, showing no signs of ending anytime soon. His visit to the Feng family had proven well-timed. Xu Antian turned to Feng Junyao beside him and said, your Feng family has done me a favor this time.
Speak, what do you want from me? Feng Junyao's eyes darted around, recognizing this as an opportunity to alter the Feng family's fate.
After a moment's hesitation, she spoke, Investigator Xu, the Feng family asks for nothing.
We only wish to stand by your side. Feng Junyao intended to offer the entire Feng family in exchange for Xu Antian's protection. A one-time deal could never match the steadfastness of a long-term relationship. By latching onto Xu Antian's coattails, the Feng family could practically expect a smooth path to success from this point forward. After all, the Feng family was merely a minor local power. How could they compare to a colossus like Bureau 749? Given Xu Antian's talent and capabilities, Feng Junyao was certain he would become a major figure within Bureau 749. Xu Antian frowned. He disliked complications and wanted no part in excessive entanglements. Moreover, he didn't believe the Feng family could ultimately offer him any real value. To him, they were a liability. It might even cause him trouble down the line. After a moment's hesitation, he stated, there's no need for me to join you. You can't offer me any real help. I can promise this, within the limits of my power, I will protect your Feng family for 10 years. After 10 years, I shall have no further ties to your Feng family. The divine paulownia tree was likely the only one in the entire Great Xia Kingdom.
To ensure Xuanling's complete awakening, he had no choice but to make this promise. I will stay at the Feng residence for 3 days. If there are any matters requiring my assistance during this time, please inform me in advance.
Feng Junyao gritted her teeth and finally nodded.
Though it fell short of her expectations, it remained within her acceptable limits. Moreover, she was confident she could solidify her relationship with Xu Antian within the decade. By then, even if the promise expired, Xu Antian would not abandon the Feng family.
Seeing Feng Junyao agree, Xu Antian nodded in satisfaction.
Feng Junyao was a shrewd individual, which was one reason he was willing to strike a deal with him. The three stood within the cave realm, silently observing the transformations of the fiery feathers. A day later, the transformations on Xuanling's body finally concluded. At this moment, the essence, energy, and spirit radiating from his entire being had undergone a profound transformation. He radiated an overwhelming aura of imperial might. But the moment his gaze met Xu Antian's, that aura dissipated. He obediently flew to Xu Antian's side, affectionately rubbing against the hem of his pants.
Open this hole. Xu Antian commanded. Firefeather obediently nodded.
The next moment, it fluttered its wings lightly. Flames flickered in midair, forming a circular, transparent hole. Through the aperture, the scene within the cave could be seen. Xu Antian, carrying Feng Junyao in both arms, exited the hole. The next moment, they appeared inside the cave. Xuanling followed them out, and Xu Antian temporarily stowed her away in his beast pouch. The three of them walked together toward the cave's exit. But just then, a loud shout erupted from the cave entrance. Master, it's bad. The Wang family has come here and attacked our people.
What?
Feng Juanyao's beautiful eyes narrowed in alarm as she quickened her pace, rushing toward the cave entrance.
Feng Shan followed suit.
Seeing this, Xu Antian followed suit. He had pledged protection to the Feng family. Now was not the time to shy away from trouble.
Soon, the three arrived at the cave entrance and encountered two Feng family members.
Where are they? Feng Junyao demanded in a low, commanding voice.
In the ancestral home.
They've already broken into our ancestral home. We tried to stop them, but over a dozen of our people were injured by their men. One of the Feng family members spoke urgently, his expression tense.
What a disgraceful display of panic. Follow me to investigate.
Feng Junyao frowned, reprimanding the clan member before striding purposefully toward the ancestral home ahead.
The group soon arrived at the Feng family ancestral home. Upon witnessing the scene inside the ancestral home, Feng Shan erupted in fury.
In the open space before the ancestral home, over 20 Feng family members lay beaten to the ground, surrounded by a dozen assailants who held them down, preventing any movement.
Some even trampled on the heads of Feng family members, humiliating them to the extreme. Wang He, you've gone too far. I'll fight you to the death today.
Feng Shan's aura erupted as he stomped his foot and charged toward a gaunt, middle-aged man across from him.
Ha! What are you, some kind of joke? You think you can fight me?
The gaunt man sneered coldly. Before Feng Shan could act, a young man beside him lunged forward, blocking Feng Shan's path.
Boom!
Both were chi cultivators at the 1,000-ton realm.
Their bodies collided, and they instantly locked in combat. Wang He, what exactly do you think you're doing? This is the Feng family's private territory. You barged in uninvited and attacked one of our own. How can you possibly justify this?
Feng Junyao remained relatively composed, refraining from immediate action as she demanded in a stern voice.
Heh, you should know exactly what I mean. Marry me and become my wife. Phoenix Mountain will be your dowry.
Wang He chuckled lightly.
Then our two families will become one. Wouldn't that be a happy ending for everyone?
You're shameless at your age.
Your daughter's about my age, isn't she? Why don't you marry her instead? Feng Junyao retorted bluntly.
Besides, Phoenix Mountain has always been our Feng family's ancestral home.
We're registered with Bureau 749. You'll never get it. I checked with the Bureau.
Your Feng family only registered 30 years after the Bureau was established.
Before that, who owned Phoenix Mountain? You're just outsiders.
At that moment, another young man beside Wang He spoke softly.
Shall I go to the Bureau and have your Feng family's registration revoked? Drive your Feng family off Phoenix Mountain. Perhaps then you'll learn some sense? Seeing this man speak, Feng Juanyao's brows furrowed.
This man was Wang Qing, a member of the Wang family and an investigator for the Baiyun Mountain Patrol District of Bureau 749. Though not particularly powerful, he held considerable authority within Bureau 749. The Wang family had coveted Phoenix Mountain for years, and friction between the two clans was frequent. But since Wang Cheng joined Bureau 749, the Wang family had grown increasingly brazen. They frequently came to provoke the Feng family. Originally, the Feng family possessed sufficient strength to counter the Wang family. But during the expedition to White Cloud Mountain, many Feng family members perished, and even Xuanling suffered severe injuries.
The entire Feng family's strength plummeted. Now that the Wang family had come knocking, demanding they surrender Fenghuang Mountain, they must have sensed the Feng family's current weakness. Chapter 169, All Kneeling.
Feng Juanyao's mind raced as she sought a solution.
Boom!
At that moment, a muffled thud echoed from nearby. Feng Shan stumbled to the ground, clutching his chest as blood trickled from the corner of his mouth. Above, the young man from the Wang family wielded his long sword, plunging down from midair to strike Feng Shan once more.
Feng Shan's expression changed, and he instinctively tried to dodge.
But Xu Antian grabbed his shoulder from the side. Xu Antian then looked up and met the young man's gaze.
Boom! The young man's mind went blank in an instant.
His forward momentum lost all force, and he fell straight to the ground.
Thud!
His knees slammed into the ground, embedding into the stone pavement.
Feng Junyao was startled.
Just one glance, and a chi-refining cultivator at the 1,000-ton realm level had been brought to his knees.
Feng Shan shot Xu Antian a grateful look from the side.
The young man on the ground regained his senses, feeling profoundly humiliated. But no matter how he struggled, he couldn't rise from the ground. His heart felt as though it were being squeezed by a giant hand, leaving him utterly powerless. Moreover, he sensed that if he continued struggling, his heart would burst. He strained to look toward Wang He behind him, his eyes pleading for help.
Who are you? Release my son, or I'll make you die right here. Wang He's eyes flashed with fury as he bellowed the warning.
Xu Antian's face was unfamiliar to him, confirming he was not from the Feng family.
Who do you think you are, barking orders at me? Xu Antian said coldly.
Then, his gaze turned fierce as he swept it across the Wang family members present.
Boom! Thud! 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 One after another, over a dozen of the Wang family's elite fighters were forced to their knees.
Under the overwhelming power of the soul-capturing technique, these chi cultivators who hadn't even attained in spirit status had no chance of resisting. Combined with his blood control abilities, killing them was but an instant for Xu Antian. Back in the Thousand June realm, killing peers was as easy as slaughtering dogs. Now, having reached the Sha Gang realm, facing chi cultivators at the Qin Jun realm was like crushing ants underfoot. Wang Yi's heart trembled with shock. He couldn't fathom where the Feng family had found such a formidable chi cultivator. He was a chi cultivator at the 8th level of the 1,000-ton realm, yet a single glance from the other had forced him to his knees. Just how powerful must that person be? At the very least, Sha Gang realm. Had he known the Feng family possessed a Sha Gang realm cultivator, he never would have come. Senior, we didn't know your connection to the Feng family. We were wrong. Please spare us this time. We'll never set foot in the Feng family again. Wang Yi begged humbly. Though arrogant, he wasn't stupid. Offending this powerful figure could easily mean certain death for them. Junyao, what do you think is appropriate? Xu Antian didn't look at Wang Yi, instead turning to ask Feng Junyao. After all, this was the Feng family's affair. He feared overstepping might make things difficult for the Feng family later. They trespassed onto Feng family land without cause, injured our young, and demanded we relinquish ancestral territory. Their actions were utterly outrageous. But thankfully, no one died. This time, we'll just teach them a lesson. Feng Junyao spoke after a moment's thought. She had actually wanted to kill the people before her, but feared it would bring trouble upon Xu Antian. Thus, she held back from voicing that demand. Although Xu Antian had promised to protect the Feng family, it depended on the circumstances. Xu Antian gave a slight nod. The next moment, every member of the Feng family present spat blood. He had severed every one of their heart vessels. Even if recovery were possible, it would require a long time and vast quantities of spiritual medicine. Wang Yi gritted his teeth, his frustration reaching its peak, yet he had no choice but to endure. When you're under someone's roof, you have to bow your head. Yet clearly, someone from the Wang family refused to bow. I am an investigator from Bureau 749. To harm me is to defy Bureau 749 itself. Wang Qing roared, his face twisted with fury and refusal to yield. As a Bureau 749 investigator, how could he possibly fear a mere local chi cultivator? Xu Antian frowned slightly. His name is Wang Cheng. He's an investigator from Bureau 749's Baiyun Mountain Patrol District, responsible for overseeing and coordinating the Chi cultivator factions near Baiyun Mountain. Feng Junyao leaned close to Xu Antian's ear and explained in a low voice. Xu Antian nodded slightly, then released the restraints binding Wang Cheng. He declared, as an investigator of Bureau 749, you not only fail to uphold justice but instead abuse your authority to persecute others. How dare you call yourself part of Bureau 749? So what if I oppress you? What can you do about it? Kill me if you dare. Wang Qing gritted his teeth. He didn't believe the man before him would dare kill him. Killing him would mean opposing Bureau 749. The Bureau would never let this man off the hook. Even a Sha Gang realm cultivator would die. He'd heard that back on White Cloud Mountain, their Bureau had sent experts at the Spirit Sea realm. What was a Sha Gang realm cultivator? Dare to provoke Bureau 749? Xu Antian stared at the arrogant Wang Qing before him and suddenly felt letting the Wang family off would be too lenient. With that thought, he pulled out his phone and made a call. This is Xu Antian. Come to Phoenix Mountain immediately. With that, he hung up. Seeing Xu Antian's move, Wang Qing sneered coldly, it won't matter who you call today. You can't save the Feng family. I, Wang Qing, say so. Once I report this to headquarters, your time is up. I'll kill you with my own hands. Qinger. Stop it. Wang Yi had sensed something amiss the moment Xu Antian made the call. Seeing Wang Qing still spewing threats, he immediately cut him off. He had always spoiled Qinger too much, and her status as a Bureau 749 investigator had fostered a certain arrogance in her. But the man before them was a chi cultivator at the Sha Gang realm. Even their bureau chief in Jishur City was only at this level. How could he dare provoke such a powerhouse? Hearing his father speak up, Wang Qing finally reined himself in somewhat. Still, he kept glancing sideways at Xu Antian. Xu Antian completely ignored Wang Qing. Feng Junyao, standing nearby, saw that Xu Antian had no intention of letting the Wang family leave. She turned and fetched a stool for Xu Antian to sit down. Simultaneously, she instructed Feng Shan to lead the injured Feng family members to receive treatment, lest their wounds worsen into irreparable damage. Xu Antian sat on the open ground in front of the Feng family ancestral home. Before him knelt the Wang family members, filling the space. After waiting roughly half an hour, a combat helicopter appeared overhead. Several figures descended from the sky and swiftly approached the ancestral home. Leading them was none other than Yaoshan, whom Xu Antian had met before the district chief of the Baiyun Mountain Fixed Patrol Zone. Yaoshan was startled by the scene unfolding before him at the Feng family ancestral home. He recognized Wang Cheng on the ground at a glance. He knew his men well, after all.
Brother Shen, what brings you here? Wang Qing froze upon seeing Yao Shen. Shut up! Yao Shen glared at him and snapped. He then strode quickly to Xu Antian's side, bowing politely. Brother Xu, what just happened here? Is there anything I can do? Having witnessed Xu Antian's formidable strength, he had deliberately investigated the man. He discovered Xu Antian was ruthless in his actions, earning him the nickname Silver Sword Azura. He was also ranked among the top 10 in the 4 provinces martial arts tournament. According to insider information, barring unforeseen circumstances, Xu Antian would likely have claimed the championship. Such a prodigy was far beyond anyone he could afford to offend. He could only strive to curry favor. Moreover, their director Song had previously instructed them to cultivate a good relationship with Xu Antian. Xu Antian glanced at him and stated flatly, Wang Qing, relying on his status as an investigator from Bureau 749, led the Wang family in trespassing onto the Feng family's property. He coerced the Feng family into relinquishing Phoenix Mountain and injured multiple people. His actions were utterly despicable. Chapter 170, The Phoenix Half-Demon. Wang Qing was dumbfounded by his boss's deference towards Xu Antian. He had believed his connections allowed him to act with impunity. Little did he know his backing was actually this man's subordinate. What the hell was he supposed to do now? Even with his usual arrogance, he now realized he'd gotten himself into serious trouble. He blurted out, Brother Shen, I didn't know he... Shut up! Yao Shen snapped, turning his head. He felt a headache coming on. So it was his own men causing trouble here. He turned to Xu Antian, a smile on his face. Brother Xu, what do you think I should do? You don't need to do anything. Just stay here and watch. Xu Antian replied indifferently. The next second, he made a mental decision. Boom! 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 The Wang family members before him suffered consecutive heart explosions, their chests blown open with bloody holes. Gushing blood stained the ground crimson. Yao Shen's pupils contracted slightly. He knew Xu Antian was ruthless, but he hadn't expected him to be this brutal. Over a dozen people, all killed like that? Even if they were investigators from Unit 749, they couldn't just kill people so casually, could they? Didn't Xu Antian fear repercussions from headquarters? Feng Junyao, watching Xu Antian's retreating figure, thought this man was incredibly handsome. He'd done what she'd always wanted to do but never had the power to accomplish. Xu Antian rose from his seat and stated calmly, the Wang family attempted to kill me. I was forced to fight back. If District Chief Yao requires evidence, I have it. Xu Antian pointed to the seam of his shirt, where a recording device was concealed. After delivering this statement to Yao Shen, Xu Antian turned his attention away from the people before him and walked back into the Feng family ancestral home. Yao Shen glanced at the corpse on the ground, his face twitching several times. Xu Antian certainly acted with lightning speed. After a moment's hesitation, he ordered the others behind him to load the body onto the aircraft. As they were about to leave, she asked Feng Junyao, what is Xu Antian's relationship with your Feng family? District Chief Yao, he's a friend visiting, Feng Junyao replied. Yao Shen nodded lightly. Should the Feng family ever need anything, you may contact me. With that, he proactively gave Feng Junyao his personal phone number. If they were merely friends, he wouldn't have gone so far as to kill for the Feng family. Though the Wang family had acted wrongly, killing them all outright still seemed unjustifiable. Moreover, Wang Chang was one of the 749. Yet Xu Antian had gone and killed him. After speaking, Yao Shen departed with his men aboard the attack helicopter. Brother Tian, District Chief Yao Shen has departed. Feng Junyao returned and reported to Xu Antian. MHM. Xu Antian gave a slight nod. He had summoned Yao Shen primarily because this area fell under his jurisdiction. By killing here, Xu Antian was showing him respect. It also signaled his connection to the Feng family. Once he departed the Feng household, Yao Shen would extend corresponding consideration to them. Secondly, he wanted to gauge Yao Shen's attitude. Their initial interaction had been reasonably positive. Find me a place to stay. I need to rest for a while, Xu Antian said. Yes. Of course. Feng Junyao hurriedly agreed, leading Xu Antian to a courtyard behind the Feng family ancestral home. Ancient trees stood within the courtyard, surrounded by wooden structures in an old-fashioned style. Feng Junyao led Xu Antian to one of the houses. Seeing the room's decor, Xu Antian felt puzzled. This was clearly a girl's room, and there was even a pair of ultra-short leather pants on the bed. You're not trying to seduce me with free stuff, are you? Xu Antian glanced at Feng Junyao behind him, noting she was quite attractive, comparable to Xiao Shu. Their auras, however, differed slightly. Xiao Shu was gentle and obedient, while Feng Junyao style leaned more toward that of a sassy girl. Brother Tian, this is my room. You can stay here for now. I'll find somewhere else to sleep, Feng Junyao said, her cheeks flushing slightly. This was the finest room in the entire Feng residence, and she intended to offer it to Xu Antian. Xu Antian was slightly surprised she wasn't trying to seduce him. Still, he breathed a sigh of relief. It saved him the trouble of having to refuse. After all, he never had any such intentions. He wasn't some stud who left a trail of conquests everywhere he went. Besides, he was returning to the capital soon. Alright. Xu Antian nodded lightly, accepting the proposal. Feng Junyao sensibly exited the room. 3 days later, at noon. Outside the Feng family ancestral home. Xu Antian looked at Feng Junyao before him and confirmed, "Are you certain you wish to fuse with the essence blood of the firefeather?" The blood of demonic creatures held immense power, and Firefeather, as the king of all birds the phoenix, possessed particularly potent bloodline energy. If Feng Junyao couldn't withstand it, she might well explode from the force. "Junyao, let me try it first. As the head of the Feng family, you cannot afford any mishap," Feng Shan urged from the side. Feng Junyao shook her head. "Precisely because I am the head of the family that I must go first." She then turned to Xu Antian and her brother Tian, "Begin." "Alright." Seeing Feng Junyao's unwavering resolve, Xu Antian ceased his persuasion. He summoned the beast summoning bag and released Xuanling. He drew the demon-slaying sword and slashed a wound open on Xuanling's leg. Red blood immediately flowed out. Xu Antian controlled the blood, transforming it into a wisp that drifted toward Feng Junyao. As Feng Junyao opened her mouth, he guided it inside. The instant the firefeather's essence blood entered her mouth, Feng Junyao felt as though she had swallowed a mouthful of molten lava, unbearably scorching. Her mouth and throat were instantly scorched and destroyed. Agony contorted her face. As the blood reached her stomach, she felt as though her intestines were being scorched through. The energy contained within the firefeather's blood was terrifyingly intense. Xu Antian frowned slightly. If this was all it took, Feng Junyao might not be able to absorb the power of the firefeather's blood. Feng Junyao furrowed her brows tightly, forcing herself to endure the agony as she channeled the ancestral cultivation technique of the Feng clan. It was said that their Feng family's cultivation method was a half-demon technique, most suited for the cultivation of their Feng family's half-demons. As the technique circulated, Feng Junyao discovered the searing heat in her abdomen not only failed to subside but spread throughout her entire body. Her skin turned crimson, and steam even began to rise from her pores. Her entire body felt like a shrimp being steamed alive. Feng Shan and the other Feng family members all stared at Feng Junyao with tense expressions. Feng Junyao's success or failure held the future of the Feng family in the balance. Thus, they all held their breath in anticipation. Boom! Under everyone's gaze, flames suddenly erupted across Feng Junyao's body. Her clothes instantly turned to ash. Immediately after, her skin cracked in large patches, resembling parched, cracked earth. As time passed, the flames grew ever more intense. To Xu Antian's astonished gaze, the flames began converging toward Feng Junyao's back. Gradually, they formed two enormous wings of flame. Simultaneously, the cracks on her body began to rapidly heal, her skin becoming smoother than ever before, radiating a rosy glow. The pain faded from Feng Junyao's face. As she slowly rose to her feet, flames flared up, obscuring her private areas. Her pupils turned crimson, her gaze sharpening. Ha 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 ha. Success! Junyao succeeded. Another half-demon has emerged in the Feng family. Feng Shan, seeing his daughter's new form, shouted excitedly, his voice brimming with emotion. The other Feng family members also breathed a collective sigh of relief, their faces lighting up with joy. "Master Feng, now that you've successfully awakened your bloodline and become a half-demon, can we do it too?" someone asked excitedly, eager to try. Feng Junyao dressed herself, extinguishing the flames enveloping her body. She shook her head. "Based on my estimation, you must cultivate to at least the 1000 June realm before you can withstand the phoenix's essence blood. Otherwise, you'll likely be burned to ashes." Recalling her own ordeal, Feng Junyao felt a flicker of fear herself. Chapter 171, Return to the Capital. The Feng clan members heard this and felt a wave of disappointment wash over them. They had hoped they too could awaken their half-demon bloodline. "Don't lose heart," Feng Junyao reassured them. "With diligent cultivation, you'll all have the chance to awaken your bloodline someday." She then turned to Xu Antian with gratitude. "Thank you for your help, brother Tian. No need to thank me. It was my promise to you. Now, where is that container I asked you to prepare in advance?" Xu Antian instructed. This was something he had decided in advance. This way, when the Feng family members needed to awaken their bloodlines, they could use it directly without having to trouble them to come to the Feng residence again. "In the cave at the back," Feng Junyao replied. Guided by her, Xu Antian and Feng Junyao returned to the cave realm where the divine Paulownia tree stood. Since Feng Junyao had already awakened her bloodline, she no longer needed Xuanling's assistance this time. She could open the cave realm herself. The cave realm before them showed little change, appearing identical to how it had been days prior. However, a deep pit had appeared at its center. The pit was lined with special heat-resistant materials. "Brother Tian, this is the place," Feng Junyao stated, pointing to the pit before them. The pit was about 3 or 4 meters deep, thankfully not too wide otherwise, even draining Xuanling's blood dry wouldn't have filled it. "Good." Xu Antian nodded. He immediately cut into Xuanling's flesh once more, drawing the blood from its body.
Soon, the pit before them was filled to the brim with Xuanling's essence blood. Having lost a significant amount of blood, Xuanling appeared somewhat listless. Seeing this, Xu Antian took out several fire crystals and fed them to Xuanling to replenish its vital energy. He then returned it to the beast's summoning bag. After completing these tasks, the three returned outside. Xu Antian glanced at Feng Junyao and said, "The 3 days are up. It's time for me to depart. Once you've settled matters with the Feng family and arrive in the capital, you can come find me." Beyond her recent actions, Feng Junyao also intended to enter the capital's Bureau 749. She clearly understood that for the Feng family's long-term development, official recognition was essential. Xu Antian readily agreed. After consulting with Lian Bong, the latter also promised his assistance. However, whether Feng Junyao could ultimately gain entry to Bureau 749 in the capital would still depend on passing their internal assessment. "Alright, Brother Tian," Feng Junyao replied. Her expression darkened slightly. Though this had been agreed upon beforehand. After Xu Antian departed, she still felt a pang of reluctance. "Off I go." Xu Antian waved lightly. 2 massive fiery wings materialized on his back. With a flapping motion, his form shot skyward, vanishing into the distance in moments. 2 days later, Xu Antian successfully returned to the Ling mountain base in the capital. Outside the dormitory, Tong Jingshu had been waiting eagerly for some time, her face radiant with anticipation. Though it had only been a month since they last met, life without Xu Antian had proven unbearably difficult for her. Her cultivation progress had slowed considerably. "Xiao Shu." Xu Antian smiled upon seeing Tong Jingshu at the dorm entrance. "Brother Tian." Tong Jingshu exclaimed joyfully, rushing toward Xu Antian and throwing herself into his arms. He caught her. "Brother Tian, I missed you so much." Tong Jingshu clung tightly to Xu Antian. Suddenly, her brows furrowed. A thought flashed through her mind: why does Brother Tian smell like a woman? She felt a twinge of unease, but her unwavering trust in Xu Antian prevented her from believing he would ever stray with another woman. In truth, that was exactly the case. Xu Antian had slept in Feng Junyang's room for 3 nights, so naturally, he carried some of her scent. Without giving it much thought, Tong Jingshu pulled Xu Antian into the dormitory. "You're back." Bai Mutant murmured softly from inside the dorm, clad in white pajamas. Watching the affectionate way Tong Jingshu and Xu Antian interacted, a tightness gripped her chest. Her cheeks flushed as she recalled the advice her senior classmate had given her half a month ago to help win Xu Antian's affection. Now that Xu Antian was back, she could find a suitable opportunity to try it out. Xu Antian frowned. He had no intention of engaging with this crazy woman, Bai Mutant. But considering they shared the same dormitory bound to cross paths daily, at the very least, he should maintain a superficial relationship. Therefore, Xu Antian gave her a slight nod. Then, he and Tong Jingshu returned to their room together. The moment they entered the room, Tong Jingshu grew impatient. "Wait, I'll go wash up. I'll clean you up. It's dirty." The next day, at noon, Xu Antian finally came to his senses. Recalling last night's wildness, a hint of helplessness flashed across his face. Perhaps the succubus power within Tong Jingshu had grown, causing a slight shift in her personality. He couldn't tell if this was a good thing or a bad thing. Shaking his head, he got up and headed to the cafeteria. During his meal, he opened the 749 app and searched for information related to Shachi. He desperately needed various types of Shachi to aid his cultivation, otherwise, his cultivation would remain stagnant at the first level of the Sha Gang realm. Unfortunately, he found no information about Shachi on the 749 platform. What's going on? Xu Antian was puzzled. In his view, an organization as powerful as 749 couldn't possibly lack information on Shachi. After a moment's hesitation, he rose and headed for Li Anbang's office. Moments later, he arrived smoothly at Li Anbang's office. "Uncle Li." Xu Antian looked at Li Anbang seated behind his desk. After just a few days apart, Li Anbang appeared much more haggard. As if he hadn't slept in days. How did you find the time to come see me? What brings you here this time?" Li Anbang nodded, a faint smile appearing on his weary face as he asked. Young people like these wouldn't come to see him unless they had business. I came to visit Uncle Li and also to ask about the Shachi." Xu Antian chuckled lightly. "I've already broken through to the Sha Gang realm." "What? So fast?" Li Anbang's eyes widened in utter shock. He nearly jumped to his feet in excitement. Among the 749 universities nationwide, Xu Antian was undoubtedly one of the top-ranked students. Such talent had landed right in their capital city. It brought him considerable prestige. Just days ago, Xuanling had sought him out regarding the matter of killing energy. Having already reached the 9th level of the Thousand June realm, she sought to harness killing energy to break through to the Sha Gang realm. He had thought Xuanling's breakthrough speed was already remarkably fast. But Xu Antian proved even faster, having already broken through to the Sha Gang realm. Curious, he asked, what type of Sha energy did you fuse with first? Blood.
Xu Antian replied. Blood? That type of is immensely powerful, but if one's soul isn't strong enough, it's easy to lose your mind to the bloodlust. Lianbang nodded lightly, offering a warning. Do you plan to continue fusing blood Sha, or are you considering other types of Sha energy? Uncle Li, I want to fuse other types of Sha Qi. Xu Antian stated bluntly. Lianbang chuckled softly and asked, judging by your expression, you've already found a suitable type of evil energy? Tell me about it. Chapter 172, Earth Vein Dragon Sha. Earth Vein Dragon Chi, Ninefold Heavy Water Chi, Gung Metal Sword Chi, Vitality Sourcewood Chi, Karma Fire Chi, Heavenly Thunder Chi, Seven Emotions Heart Chi, Void Rift Chi. Uncle Li, I need all 8 of these Chi. Xu Antian declared without reservation. He had come seeking Lianbang's assistance. If he didn't even name the Sha energies, the other party wouldn't be able to help him. However, upon hearing Xu Antian's request, Lianbang fell silent. He then turned to the computer beside him, tapping away at the keyboard, seemingly lost in some task. After a long while, he finally stopped. He spoke up. The 8 types of Sha Qi you mentioned are available in the Earth Vein Dragon Sha formation. However, they require points to exchange. I'll grant you access privileges shortly, and you'll be able to see them in the store then. The 9 Yuan Heavy Water Sha can only appear in the deep sea. You can check Shanghai. That area has recorded instances of this type of Sha energy. Gung Metal Sword Sha is usually only found in large sword tombs. There's a Magpie Sword Sect in Liaoning City. They have Gung Metal Sword Sha. Heavenly Thunder Sha gathers in thunderstorm-prone areas. You might try your luck in the south. The 7 Emotions Heart Chi can be found at the Heartless Sect. As for the remaining 3 Vitality Sourcewood Chi, Karma Fire Chi, and Void Rift Chi, I haven't uncovered any relevant information. Lianbang shook his head lightly, his mind filled with puzzlement. Where did Xu Antian even learn all these names of Sha energies? And why specifically request these particular Sha energies? After a moment's contemplation, he couldn't help but caution, merging more evil energies isn't necessarily better. If your body can't handle it, it might explode. If you feel you've reached your limit, stop merging immediately. Uncle Li, I understand. Xu Antian nodded lightly. What troubled him now was that even Lianbang didn't know the whereabouts of the remaining 3 types of Sha Qi, had never even heard of them. Where on earth could he possibly find them? Would he end up with no evil energies to absorb and fuse, causing his cultivation to stagnate forever at the evil Qi realm? That would be utterly frustrating. As for the remaining 3 types of Sha Qi, I'll continue inquiring about them for you. We'll just have to search for them gradually. Lianbang nodded lightly. He didn't inquire why Xu Antian needed to fuse so many types of evil Qi. Young people need their secrets and privacy. Xu Antian had cultivated to his current level. He wasn't a fool. He must have his own reasons. Prying too much would only invite trouble. Alright, thank you for your help, Uncle Li. Xu Antian expressed his gratitude. You might want to stay in touch with Xuanling. He's headed to Rongqing in the south to gather various types of thunder for his breakthrough into the Shagong realm. If he discovers any heavenly thunder, it could save you some time. Lianbang offered as a final reminder. Xu Antian raised an eyebrow, surprised to learn Xuanling was also attempting to break through to the Shagong realm. But he'd heard Rongqing was rife with bear clubs. Xuanling better not get swept up in that scene and end up on a path of no return. After thanking Lianbang once more, Xu Antian turned and left the office. Back in his dorm, he immediately opened the mall to search. Sure enough, this time he found Sha Qi in the mall. However, the variety of Sha Qi available was limited, totaling only about a dozen types. Xu Antian located the Earth Vein Dragon Qi and discovered its exchange points were a staggering 5 million. He glanced at his current points balance. Even with the points earned from the Baiyun Mountain quest, he only had a little over 2 million points. He was still short by more than half the required points. After a moment's hesitation, Xu Antian decided to sell off some of his fire jade. He possessed a bottle of fire essence, sufficient to sustain fire feather for some time. The remaining fire jade was inferior in quality to the fire essence, making it unnecessary to hold onto it. He photographed the fire jade and listed it in the marketplace. Soon, other investigators began messaging him about the price. Xu Antian ultimately sold 10 pieces at 300,000 points each. Combined with his existing points, it just barely reached 5 million. He immediately exchanged them for the Earth Vein Dragon Slayer. But all I got was a hint. Proceed to level 200 underground at Ling Mountain Base. Xu Antian pondered, vaguely suspecting the Earth Vein Dragon fiend must lie beneath the surface. After exchanging a few words with Tong Jingshu, he left the dormitory and headed toward the elevator lobby. The entire Ling Mountain Base had 30 underground levels, and below that lay another 200 levels. However, Xu Antian had never seen anyone else descend to those 200 floors. Now he finally understood what lay beneath those 200 levels. He stepped into the elevator and pressed the button. The elevator didn't start immediately. After waiting a full 30 seconds, it finally began its descent. Xu Antian surmised that it must have been verifying his identity. The elevator descended at breakneck speed, opening its doors again within mere minutes. Before him stood a massive rectangular metal chamber. At the front of the metal chamber stood a row of control consoles, where over a dozen staff members were currently bustling about. Xu Antian's gaze, however, was fixed on the large transparent glass panel above the control console. Through the glass, he could see a thick, golden beam of light outside. The beam seemed solid, stretching horizontally across the transparent glass. Its beginning and end were nowhere to be seen. Even through the thick glass, Xu Antian could feel the overwhelming pressure emanating from the massive beam. This is the earth vein of the capital. You may also call it the dragon vein. Just then, a sweet-looking staff member approached Xu Antian and introduced it with a smile. Dragon vein. Xu Antian's eyes lit up. He had first encountered the concept in a historical novel. In ancient times, each dynasty was built upon the convergence of dragon veins, believed to anchor the nation's fortune and destiny. Little did he expect to witness it with his own eyes today. We rarely have visitors come to absorb the dragon's aura here. It's years between one, so you're quite a rare guest. But there's an upside: the accumulated dragon energy here is more than enough for your cultivation, the attendant continued. She seemed to be a natural chatterbox. Before Xu Antian could ask anything, she'd already rattled off a whole lot. Still, it saved him a lot of time. Follow me. I'll take you to the Sha Qi cultivation chamber. Guided by the attendant, he entered a chamber on the left. Golden light radiated from the chamber's glass walls, blinding him almost to the point of closing his eyes. The dragon-like earth qi is extremely potent. Don't absorb too much at once, or you'll damage your qi channels, the staff member cautioned. Got it. Xu Antian nodded, signaling his understanding. Get ready. 3, 2, 1, the staff member counted down. As the countdown ended, the floor-to-ceiling glass in front of Xu Antian retracted into the ground. His entire body was instantly bathed in the golden light. Without hesitation, he crossed his legs and began circulating the Killing Sutra, initiating the absorption of the dragon-like earth energy. The moment the technique activated, vast amounts of golden light surged toward him from all sides. It rapidly absorbed into his qi channels, merging with his own spiritual energy. Chapter 173, Ascending Dragon Fist? Sister Wang, guess how long he'll last on his first try? The sweet-looking girl turned to the middle-aged woman seated beside her, her voice brimming with curiosity. Their job was to monitor the dragon veins, a routine that was incredibly monotonous. Now, finally, an outsider had arrived. Naturally, he became the topic of their conversation. I recall the last person who absorbed the dragon's aura from the earth's veins was 5 years ago. He lasted 2 hours, which was already quite impressive. I heard he later went to Chengdu and became a bureau chief there, Wang Rong said with a smile. She paused, then added thoughtfully, he probably lasted about 2 hours too. Then I bet he can last 3 hours. Kai Xian blinked. Let's bet 100 points. Heh, deal. Sister Wang nodded with a smile. The stakes weren't high, they were just looking for a bit of fun. Their gazes then returned to Xu Antian. As Xu Antian channeled his cultivation technique, vast quantities of earth vein dragon began converging toward his body, forming a faint vortex of malevolent energy around him. At its center stood Xu Antian. He's absorbing that aura at an alarming rate. At this pace, he won't last 2 hours. Wang Rong frowned. Earth vein dragon energies were extremely potent. Absorbing too much too quickly would damage his qi channels. At Xu Antian's current absorption rate, he could barely last an hour before he'd likely be unable to continue. Kai Xian's face twisted in distress. If this continued, didn't that mean she was certain to lose? Heh, no need to panic. Maybe his energy channels are incredibly resilient and can withstand the Sha energy's assault. Wang Rong offered comfort upon seeing her distress. Sis Wang, are you mocking me? Humph. To withstand the earth vein dragon's assault, his qi channels would need to be incredibly strong. How could that be possible? Kai Xian puffed out her cheeks, convinced Wang Rong was deliberately teasing her. So do you want to concede now? I'll only take half your wager. Wang Rong shook her head and smiled. Having worked here longer, she naturally possessed more experience in such matters than Kai Xian. In her view, Kai Xian was bound to lose. Humph, no way. I refuse to believe it. Kai Xian refused to admit defeat so easily. With that, she pulled up a chair and sat down, staring straight at Xu Antian as he practiced. Wang Rong smiled helplessly at this sight. Kai Xian was clearly acting childish. Time flew by, and soon over an hour had passed. Yet Xu Antian showed no signs of stopping. Instead, his absorption of the malevolent energy only accelerated. Nearly 1/5 of the malevolent energy within the entire Earth Vein Dragon Sha storage chamber had been stirred up by him. He's absorbing like this, does he want to die? Wang Rong frowned, convinced Xu Antian was being reckless. She had never seen anyone absorb Dragon Sha Qi like this before. Sis Wang, he's the one doing it, doesn't he know his own limits? We shouldn't worry so much. Kai Xian raised an eyebrow. She was actually hoping Xu Antian could hold out a little longer. That would bring her much closer to winning the bet. Hearing Xishuan's words, Wang Rong realized there was some truth to it.
After all, no one would willingly court death.
So she chose to remain silent for now.
Soon, 2 hours had passed, yet Xu Antian showed no signs of stopping.
Moreover, the commotion generated by his cultivation grew even louder.
A third of the malevolent energy stored within the chamber had been stirred up. If this continues, it will become truly dangerous.
Wang Rong said gravely.
The more the earth vein dragon chi is disturbed, the more likely it is to trigger a backlash.
It will autonomously form dragon chi to attack the absorber.
Based on our previous calculations, exceeding half the storage room's capacity will cause a backlash.
We must bring him out immediately.
With that, Wang Rong reached to press the button before her, intending to raise the glass barrier in front of the chamber once more, separating the earth vein dragon chi from Xu Antian.
But at that very moment, the earth dragon aura surged violently. In an instant, it coalesced into a colossal golden dragon.
Its scales were lifelike, for dragon claws gripped its underside, antlers adorned its head, and its gaze radiated authority.
The instant it turned, its gaze locked onto Xu Antian.
Then, its tail lashed out, striking directly towards Xu Antian.
It's over. Wang Rong's face turned deathly pale.
Even if she activated the isolation shield now, it would be useless. The isolation shield couldn't withstand the malevolent energy of the golden dragon.
What's going on?
Just then, a middle-aged man burst into the studio, demanding urgently. Director, he absorbed the evil energy and triggered the Sha Qi golden dragon. Kai Xian saw the newcomer and hurriedly responded.
What?
Sun Nan's expression turned grave as he turned to look at the malevolent energy storage room. Just in time, he saw the tail of the Sha Qi golden dragon about to smash down on Xu Antian's head. His eyes widened. If a genius died under his watch, all his years of hard work would be for naught. He would surely be stripped of his position.
But just then, Xu Antian suddenly opened his eyes and stood up.
Under the stunned gazes of Sun Nan and the other two, a vast surge of blood-red killing intent erupted from Xu Antian's body, coalescing in his right hand.
Boom!
His fist struck upward from below, slamming viciously into the dragon's tail.
The immense force not only sent the dragon's tail flying backward, but the entire golden dragon's body was even forced to retreat uncontrollably. Holy crap! Rising dragon punch!
Kai Xian's eyes widened as she gasped in shock. She felt Xu Antian's move strongly resembled scenes she'd seen in fighting games. Based on our previous tests, the Sha Qi golden dragon's strength is at least at the 5th level of the Sha Gang realm.
How is he this powerful? He knocked it flying with just one punch? Wang Rong frowned and spoke.
Sun Nan breathed a sigh of relief. It seemed he could keep his position as director after all, no need to step down. Roar! The golden dragon, sent flying by the single strike, roared with fury. Roaring, it charged towards Xu Antian, its massive jaws snapping open as if to swallow him whole.
Xu Antian's expression turned cold.
How dare this mere Sha energy concoction bark at him? With a flick of his wrist, the demon-slaying sword materialized in his hand.
Crimson aura coalesced upon the blade as he unleashed a distant strike.
Whoosh! The crimson aura swept out, slicing cleanly through the golden dragon's head.
Boom!
In the next instant, the golden dragon exploded, scattering into a sky filled with golden light. Seeing this, Xu Antian sat back down on the ground, closed his eyes, and continued absorbing the dragon's aura from the earth's veins. Sun Nan and the other two, witnessing this scene, were left gaping in disbelief.
The formidable aura of the golden dragon had been scattered by that water spirit? Xu Antian's power was simply too overwhelming. Keep watch here. I'm going to report this to the director. Sun Nan instructed before hurrying away, intending to inform Lian Bang.
A faint smile touched Kai Xian's lips. The 3-hour mark was almost upon them. It seemed her gamble was about to pay off. Seeing Kai Xian's smug expression, Wang Rong said nothing.
Losing 100 points was something she could afford.
She settled back into her chair, observing and recording the fluctuations in the earth vein's malevolent energy.
Chapter 174, next time? There's a next time?
4 hours later, Sun Nan returned to the Sha Qi storage room. A hint of relief washed over his face. After informing the director about Xu Antian, he had expected the director to be surprised. But to his surprise, the director seemed to have known about Xu Antian all along. He was instructed to focus solely on assisting Xu Antian's cultivation and not to dwell on anything else.
Director, what did the chief say? Wang Rong stood up and asked upon seeing Sun Nan.
Sun Nan shook his head gently.
Nothing to worry about. Just let him continue his cultivation. If the director said it was fine, then it must be fine. 3 days later, Xu Antian continued his cultivation.
Sister Wang, the malevolent energy in the storage room is almost gone. Kai Xian exclaimed in a daze. This was the umpteenth time she'd been startled.
She'd never seen anyone cultivate like this before.
He was practically a starving ghost reincarnated. After all, the dragon vein dragon chi before them represented their department's entire 5-year haul, and now it was all gone.
We have a backup malevolent energy storage room. It'll be more than enough for his cultivation, Wang Rong nodded lightly.
From initial disbelief, she had gradually come to accept it. Or perhaps she had simply grown numb.
Kai Xian? Was that what she meant? What she meant was that Xu Antian could absorb way too much. Inside the storage room, Xu Antian examined his acupoints.
His energy channels were already filled to the brim with spiritual energy, golden and crimson hues intertwining as they tempered his energy channels.
Boom!
Under the relentless tempering, his acupoints finally reached a critical threshold and began to swell violently. In just a few breaths, his acupoints doubled in size once more.
As the orifices expanded, Xu Antian's aura rapidly intensified. In an instant, he reached the second level of the Sha Gang realm.
The expansion pressure within his acupoints rapidly diminished due to their enlargement.
Xu Antian attempted to continue tempering his acupoints with his own fused Sha Qi.
He discovered the effect had become negligible. He understood that he needed to seek out other Sha energies to fuse with, in order to enhance the attributes or rather, the potency of his own spiritual power. Realizing this, he lost any desire to continue training there.
I'm done. He stood up and signaled to Kai Xian outside. He's finally done. Kai Xian nearly jumped up in celebration.
Wang Rong beside her also breathed a sigh of relief, pressing the button to open the storage room door. Xu Antian emerged from inside and, guided by Kai Xian, headed toward the elevator lobby.
When will you come again? Kai Xian asked curiously. Xu Antian raised an eyebrow, thinking to himself, next time?
He'd assumed the 5 million points were for a single cultivation session.
He hadn't expected it to be a recurring privilege. So I purchased a cultivation slot, meaning I can come here to practice whenever I need to? Xu Antian inquired.
Yes, absorbing and integrating the malevolent energy isn't something that can be completed in a single session, Kai Xian nodded matter-of-factly.
Oh, but I don't need it anymore. Xu Antian replied, stepping onto the elevator and ascending upward.
Kai Xian froze in place.
What did he mean by no longer needed?
As the realization hit her, shock rippled through her heart.
She murmured, could he have absorbed enough in just one go?
Now that I've obtained the Earth Vein Dragon Sha, I still need to continue collecting other Sha energies.
On the way back, Xu Antian pondered, considering his next steps.
Of the several types of evil energy Lian Bang had mentioned, the Earth Vein Dragon Evil was the easiest to obtain. Next were the Gung Metal Sword Qi and the 7 Emotions Heart Qi, both residing in the Magpie Sword Sect and the Heartless Sect respectively. Both sects are in Liaoyang City. I might as well make a trip there and acquire both types of evil energy.
Xu Antian murmured.
With his status as a 749, paying a small price should make acquiring these two types of evil energy manageable. As for the other two types of malevolent energies, the Heavenly Thunder Malevolence and the 9-element Heavy Water Malevolence, they would require a journey to cities in the south. Moreover, they would require luck and wouldn't be obtained quickly.
Right, Biwang is in Rongcheng.
I can have him keep an eye out for the Heavenly Thunder Sha, Xu Antian recalled Lian Bang's reminder.
He immediately pulled out his phone and sent a message to Xianilan. After handling these matters, he arrived at his dormitory door. Pushing open the door, he found the living room empty. It was afternoon, so it made sense everyone would be out cultivating.
He returned to his room and found Tong Jingshu still asleep.
You lazy girl. Xu Antian chuckled softly, gently stroking Tong Jingshu's cheek.
Just then, Tong Jingshu opened her eyes. The moment she saw Xu Antian, a smile spread across her face. She immediately reached out and pulled Xu Antian onto the bed.
This is a bit too eager, isn't it? Xu Antian thought in surprise.
But since Xiao Shu wanted it, he could only indulge her. Besides, after practicing non-stop for days, he needed some relaxation too. But today, Xiao Shu's movements seemed a bit awkward. Xu Antian didn't suspect anything, he simply assumed Tong Jingshu had just woken up and was still half asleep. He promptly took charge, beginning to loosen the soil and water the plants. But once he got into the rhythm, he froze for a moment.
Something's not right. Xu Antian frowned. How could Tong Jingshu still be bleeding? Could it be that my strength was too great and I hurt Xiao Shu? Impossible.
Xu Antian was thoroughly puzzled. He immediately lifted the fabric covering Tong Jingshu's back and examined her lower back.
The area was smooth and unblemished, showing no signs of injury whatsoever. This isn't Xiao Shu.
Xu Antian's gaze sharpened. Tong Jingshu had a natural hollow at the small of her back, but the person before him did not.
Anger flared across his face.
He grabbed the person by the throat and demanded harshly, "Who are you? Where did you take Xiao Shu?" Just as he moved, a layer of spiritual light shimmered over the figure before him, then shattered, revealing a pure, white form. As he turned back, Xu Antian caught a clear glimpse of the face. It was Bai Muten. To gain access to the emotions, she had actually planned to make a done deal.
Cough cough, let go of me.
Tong Jingshu was practicing outside. Bai Muten felt as if her neck would snap.
Xu Antian's expression softened as he released her.
He stepped down from the bed.
He declared, "You've gone too far. Leave now. Let's pretend today never happened."
Bai Mutant froze, her lips pressed tightly together.
You already have me. I belong to you now.
Having finally lured Xu Antian into her trap, she wouldn't let such a golden opportunity slip away.
So eager to give yourself away for free? Xu Antian frowned inwardly.
But he knew Bai Mutant only sought to use him to advance her own path. He, in turn, was using her to temper his own Dao heart. But this time, Bai Mutant defied all expectations, catching him completely off guard.
If Tong Jingshu discovered this, how could he possibly explain it?
After a moment's hesitation, Xu Antian stated earnestly, "This whole thing is based on you setting me up.
I won't take responsibility for you."
Bai Mutant frowned, tears welling in her eyes.
Why do you hate me so much?
Her expression was truly pitiable.
Xu Antian sighed inwardly.
You're beautiful, but we met at the wrong time.
I already have a girlfriend.
Besides, your feelings for me are self-serving. You only want to use me to cultivate.
How could I ever fall for someone like that? Don't waste your efforts on me.
With your abilities, you'd be better off finding someone else to guide into the Tao like that beast Jade. And if you ever do something like today again, don't blame me for taking extreme measures.
Xu Antian warned aloud.
Chapter 175, Departure for Liushi. In the end, Bai Mutant left Xu Antian's room with a sense of forlornness. She had believed that once she'd forced the issue, Xu Antian would be compelled to love her and take responsibility. But in the end, she realized she'd shot herself in the foot, a colossal mistake.
Perhaps I was wrong from the very beginning.
Bai Mutant murmured to herself, beginning to reflect on her actions.
Love should flow naturally. She was too eager for results. After seeing Bai Mutant off, Xu Antian tucked away the bloodstained sheets. He did this to prevent Tong Jingshu from noticing anything amiss upon her return.
Otherwise, he'd be in for a world of trouble.
I need to find time to visit Liushi City. Xu Antian mused, reclining on the sofa. I'm not very familiar with Liushi.
Before that, I need to learn more about the Magpie Sword Sect and the Heartless Sect. Bai Mutant was from the Heartless Sect, and originally, asking her about the Heartless Sect's 7 emotions heart demon would have been the best course of action. But with what had transpired, he couldn't bring himself to ask her for help now.
Shouyu is also from Liushi. The beast taming sect is one of the top sects in Liushi.
They should have some understanding of the local Magpie Sword Sect and Heartless Sect.
Xu Antian thought of a suitable person. Moreover, he held a favorable impression of Beast Jade.
It was his earlier warning about the pride insect that had allowed Xu Antian to later obtain the beast taming bag. With that thought, he immediately pulled out his phone to contact Beast Jade. He sent his plan over. But whether Shouyu was occupied with other matters or not, he didn't receive an immediate reply. Still, he wasn't in a hurry. Beast Jade would surely reply once he saw the message.
By evening, Tong Jingshu returned to the dormitory. Upon seeing Tong Jingshu, Xu Antian suddenly felt like a guilty thief.
He even suspected Tong Jingshu had discovered his affair with Bai Mutant.
Fortunately, he quickly composed himself and didn't give anything away.
That night proved to be another sleepless one. With Xu Antian's assistance, Tong Jingshu finally broke through to the 1,000-ton realm.
Her strength underwent a qualitative transformation. After reaching the 1,000-ton realm, the succubus attributes within Tong Jingshu grew even more potent.
Only his robust constitution allowed him to withstand it. Additionally, the bedsheets were soaked through and would likely need to be washed. Early morning, Xu Antian lounged on the living room sofa, munching fruit and watching TV, utterly content. A massive sea demon surge has struck Shanghai, causing significant casualties among coastal residents. However, with the coordinated efforts of Bureau 749 and the Joint Investigation Bureau, the surge was successfully repelled. According to Bureau 749's investigation, this sea demon surge appears to have been orchestrated by a powerful demon. An ancient creature has reportedly appeared deep within Mount Kunlun. The Bureau 749 investigation team dispatched to the area has been wiped out. According to Bureau 749's announcement, our nation's understanding of Mount Ileo is less than 1%. Since Bureau 749 proactively revealed its existence to the public, people's understanding of the organization has grown substantially. Today's news headlines are almost exclusively tied to Bureau 749. Other parts of the Great Xia Empire aren't peaceful either, Xu Antian murmured. A sense of urgency welled up within him. He sensed that something major was bound to happen sooner or later. Before that, he needed to boost his strength as quickly as possible.
Ha! The Beast Jade sent me a reply. Xu Antian opened his phone to find the Beast Jade's response.
The Magpie Sword Sect was once the foremost sect in Liaodong, but after internal upheavals, it never recovered. Now only 6 or 7 members remain. Acquiring the Gangjin Sword Chi should pose little difficulty for you.
As for the Heartless Sect, it's also among Liaoyang City's top-ranked sections. They have not just one, but multiple Shagong realm experts stationed within. The people of this sect deeply despise men, so you'll need to be cautious if you go there. Easier before harder. I'll head to Magpie Sword Sect first. After securing the Gangjin Sword Demon, I'll proceed to Heartless Sect.
Xu Antian pondered, then expressed his gratitude to Beast Jade.
When do you plan to head to Liushi? I'll be traveling home the day after tomorrow. We could make the journey together.
Beast Jade replied. After a moment's thought, Xu Antian readily agreed. They agreed to depart Ling Mountain together for Liushi the morning after tomorrow.
Having a local guide was certainly a wise choice.
Early the day after tomorrow, Xu Antian and Xiuyu met punctually outside Ling Mountain.
I have a flying demon beast. Let's ride it back to Liushi together. After exchanging greetings, Xiuyu spoke first.
He then opened the beast taming pouch at his waist, releasing a blood eagle over 10 meters in length. This blood eagle possesses the strength of a 1,000 June realm cultivator. At its speed, we can reach Liushi in half a day at most. Xiuyu stroked the feathers on the eagle's neck, speaking with a hint of pride. The fact that he could tame a flying demon beast of the 1,000-ton realm was proof enough of his own strength.
No need. I have my own flying mount. Xu Antian declined Beast Jade's offer.
He opened his own beast pouch and released Xuanling. After this period of recovery, Xuanling had fully regained its normal state from severe blood loss, appearing vibrant and spirited. Screech! At that moment, the blood eagle beside him suddenly let out a strange cry and flew uncontrollably away. The gaze directed at Xuanling was filled with fear.
What's going on?
Beast Jade was utterly astonished. His blood eagle was no pushover. Why would it react as if facing a formidable foe upon seeing Xu Antian's mount? Could it be that Xu Antian's mount was even stronger than his own blood eagle? Feeling the commotion, Xuanling turned its head to glance at the blood eagle. The terror in the blood eagle's eyes deepened.
Finally, its legs gave way, and it collapsed onto the ground.
Its body trembled violently, head bowed low like a child caught misbehaving by its parents.
Bloodline suppression?
The Beast Jade's heart raced with shock. They of the Beastmaster sect dealt with demonic creatures daily and were all too familiar with such phenomena.
But to make the blood eagle kneel outright.
The bloodline of this fiery red giant bird before them must be exceptionally potent.
Fire Feather. Be a little more friendly. Xu Antian scolded.
Beast Jade wasn't an enemy.
If Fire Feather frightened their mount into submission, how could they travel together?
Xuanling blinked, withdrew its gaze, and ceased staring at the blood eagle. Under Beast Jade's soothing, the blood eagle gradually calmed down.
What kind of demon beast is this? How can it be so powerful?
Beast Jade inquired curiously. It was a professional habit of his dealing with beasts daily. He couldn't help but probe deeply when encountering a formidable one.
I don't know what kind of beast Xuanling is either. Its power is just average.
I only took it as my mount because it was obedient, Xu Antian replied with a light chuckle. The Firefeather Phoenix's true nature was highly sensitive, something best kept from outsiders. If the Bureau's leadership found out and demanded Xuanling for years of research, it would be a loss rather than a gain. Xiuyu paused, then replied, Brother Xu really has good luck.
The tone of that remark carried a distinct hint of envy.
Xu Antian smiled without comment, instructing the fire-feathered phoenix to soar into the sky and carry him toward Liaoyang City.
After a moment's hesitation, Xiuyu also leapt onto the blood eagle.
Chapter 176, The Decline of the Magpie Sword Sect.
Brother Xu, did you know why Bai Mutant from your dorm suddenly returned to Liushi a couple days ago? During the journey, Xiuyu hesitated before asking. White Peony returned to Liushi.
Xu Antian was somewhat surprised. He hadn't seen her these past 2 days and had assumed she was merely away on a mission. He hadn't expected her to have returned to Liushi.
Could it be because of what happened between us? Xu Antian murmured inwardly. Outwardly, he feigned surprise. She's back in Liaoyang? I'm not really sure about that.
We're in the same dorm, but we hardly ever talk.
Xiuyu's expression darkened.
He hoped to glean something from Xu Antian.
You didn't come back to Liushi just to chase after Bai Mutant, did you? Xu Antian asked curiously.
A resolute expression hardened on Xiuyu's face as he nodded.
Yes. I will become Bai Mutant's chosen one. Xu Antian thought to himself, don't pretend.
Lian Bang had once told him that Xiuyu was pursuing Bai Mutant merely to temper his Dao heart.
There might be some romantic involvement, but certainly not much.
In this era, men like Brother Xiu who persevere for love and money are rare. I support you spiritually, Xu Antian praised. Brother Xu, since you and White Peony are roommates, I'll need your help with some support in the future, Xiuyu said with a smile.
Xu Antian, no problem at all.
Supporting might not be his strong suit. He'd already succeeded in getting on base.
And it was practically handed to him. The kind you couldn't refuse even if you wanted to.
This shouldn't affect Xiuyu's cultivation of his Dao heart, right?
Xu Antian pondered.
No, this should actually strengthen Xiuyu's Dao heart.
I'm helping him out here.
Brother Beast, how much do you know about the Magpie Sword Sect? Could you elaborate further?
Xu Antian proactively inquired about the sect.
That was his primary objective. The Magpie Sword Sect was once the foremost sect in Liaodong, even more powerful than our beast taming sect. But a calamity struck their sect, rumored to have originated within the Sword Tomb, resulting in heavy casualties among their disciples. Eventually, they gradually declined. Now, only 7 members remain. The sect leader is Shiman Hai, a chi cultivator at the Thousand Caddy realm. The others are disciples, some just awakening their potential, others having broken through to the linked vein stage. Though the sect has fallen into disrepute, Magpie Sword Sect still holds great prestige in Liaodong and maintains connections with many major sections. Therefore, Brother Xu, it would be best not to use force to obtain the Gengjin sword chi. The Beast Jade cautioned in a solemn tone.
Xu Antian nodded lightly.
He concluded that while the Magpie Sword Sect had fallen on hard times, it still held some influence in Liaodong. It was best not to provoke them if possible.
What about the Heartless Sect? Are they also in Liaodong? Xu Antian shifted his question to the Heartless Sect.
Beast Jade shook his head.
The Heartless Sect and our Beastmaster Sect are both in Liaoshi.
Acquiring the 7 emotions heart demon from them would be exceedingly difficult. You've likely heard of their supreme forgetful emotions art. It causes the Heartless Sect's higher-ups to despise men. Only some newly initiated disciples retain any naive feelings toward them.
Moreover, the 7 emotions heart demon is a unique demonic energy exclusive to the Heartless Sect.
It is essential for cultivators at the Thousand June realm to break through to the demon girdle realm.
Therefore, its quantity is quite limited. Xu Antian frowned.
Judging by this, obtaining the 7 emotions heart demon would indeed be exceedingly difficult. But where there's a will, there's a way. He'd go and see for himself when the time came. A hint of amusement then flickered in his eyes. Glancing at Beast Jade, he remarked, since Brother Beast knows the cultivation methods of the Heartless Sect, you should also know that practicing the supreme forgetful heart art requires first being ensnared by emotion, then forsaking it. Those who fall into such entanglements rarely meet a good end.
Brother Beast, you know full well the mountain harbors tigers, yet you choose to head straight for it?
Beast Jade chuckled.
If I don't go to the underworld, who will? If I can block one white peony, it means I've saved another fellow practitioner. Such high resolve?
Xu Antian was astonished. Had he not known the truth beforehand, he might have believed Beast Jade's nonsense.
Brother Beast, what noble sacrifice!
Xu Antian deliberately uttered these words. Truth be told, Beast Jade was quite an interesting fellow. Half a day later, they successfully arrived in Liaoshi.
Brother Xu, I've met the head of the Magpie Sword Sect several times before we're acquainted. Since I don't have any urgent business in Liaoshi this time, I'll accompany you on your journey.
Beast Jade offered enthusiastically.
Then I'll be indebted to you, Brother Shou.
Xu Antian replied gratefully.
When you have connections, you might as well use them.
In Liaoshi, getting things done with connections versus without them was like night and day. With connections and acquaintances, anything could be arranged.
We're classmates after all. No need to be so formal, Brother Xu.
Shou chuckled lightly.
Xu Antian possessed remarkable talent and formidable strength qualities that made him worth actively befriending. When you're out in the world, isn't it all about friends?
The Magpie Sword Sect is on Sword Forging Peak. It'll take us about an hour to get there, Shou reminded him.
The two continued onward and soon approached the vicinity of Sword Forging Peak.
Sword Forging Peak soared skyward like a sharp blade thrust into the earth. Its sheer cliffs on both sides were incredibly steep, with low-growing weeds sprouting from crevices and the occasional crooked sapling visible. Winding mountain paths encircled the peak, stretching all the way to the summit, a sight that looked downright perilous.
Neither Xu nor Tian had any intention of climbing. They flew directly to the summit.
At the summit lay a vast platform, featuring a small courtyard built of blue stone and adjacent farmland. There, a man resembling an old farmer, wearing a straw hat, was weeding the fields.
Hearing the commotion overhead, he looked up.
He froze for a moment, then tossed aside his hoe and strode toward the nearby courtyard.
As he ran, he shouted, "Master, it's bad. Demonic creatures are attacking us, 2 of them."
"What?
Demons? Where did they come from?"
From the stone courtyard, a white-haired elder rushed out, sword in hand, uttering a sharp command. Just then, Xuanling and Xuanling landed one after the other before the courtyard.
"These demons are unfathomably powerful. I'm no match for them. Run." Shiman Hai turned and fled.
His disciples behind him were stunned into silence. But just then, a youth with delicate features grabbed Shiman Hai's arm and spoke up, "Master, there are people inside those 2 demonic creatures."
"Ha?"
Shiman Hai turned to look and indeed saw 2 people. That meant the beasts before them had masters. Senior Shiman, Beast Jade from the Beast Taming Sect and Xu Antian from Bureau 749 have come to pay our respects.
Shou leapt down from the back of the Blood Eagle, stepped forward, and greeted him with a smile. The Beast Taming Sect and Bureau 749?
Shiman Hai frowned slightly. He wondered what business these 2 factions could possibly have with their Kajin sect. But despite his doubts, proper courtesy must still be observed. "Please come in and take a seat if you have something to discuss," he invited them into the small courtyard. The 3 sat around a round stone table in the courtyard as a handsome youth poured tea for them. "I had the honor of meeting Senior Shiman at the sect assembly in Liaoshi 2 years ago. Seeing you again now, it seems your cultivation has advanced considerably." Shou paid Shiman Hai a compliment.
Hee, I can't compare to you young people. Shiman Hai chuckled lightly, though a touch of melancholy lingered in his heart. He glanced at the young talents of the beast-taming sect, then looked at his own disciples. They simply couldn't compare. What brings you here this time? If I can be of assistance, I shall certainly lend a hand. After exchanging a few more compliments, Shiman Hai seized the moment to inquire. Chapter 177, Sword Spirit seeking gold votes to boost rankings. We've long heard of Senior Shiman's chivalrous spirit and willingness to aid others. Meeting you today, we find your reputation truly lives up to the legend. Beast Jade spoke with a smile. He then turned to Xu Antian. Truthfully, it is primarily my friend here who requires Senior Shiman's assistance. I have come seeking the Gangjin sword spirit. Might Senior Shiman grant this junior's request? Xu Antian inquired politely. The Gangjin sword demon? Shiman Hai frowned, hesitating before asking, may I inquire about your current cultivation level, young friend? Is this for yourself, or for another? Second tier of the Sha Gang realm. It's for my own use, Xu Antian answered truthfully. As he spoke, he released a trace of his aura. Shiman Hai's heart skipped a beat, nearly causing him to leap from his stone seat. Thank goodness my legs aren't swift, otherwise, standing up just now would have been utterly embarrassing. Shiman Hai thought inwardly, casting an unreadable glance at the disciple beside him. Ahem. With your cultivation level, addressing me as senior feels rather inappropriate. If you don't mind, just call me Brother Shiman. Shiman Hai cleared his throat lightly. Having a chi cultivator at the Sha Gang realm address him as senior felt like a burden he couldn't bear. Beside him, Beast Jade shot Xu Antian a surprised glance. He had already greatly overestimated Xu Antian's talent, yet it turned out to be even stronger than he had imagined. How much time had passed since the 4 provinces martial arts gathering? Xu Antian had already reached the second tier of the Sha Gang realm. Such talent was simply inhuman. Consider that he himself was only at the 8th level of the 1,000-ton realm. And that was the result of his relentless daily cultivation. Yet even so, a vast chasm now separates him from Xu Antian. Catching up to Xu Antian's cultivation level has become exceedingly difficult. Given Xu Antian's innate talent, the gap between them would only widen further. Is this the gap between geniuses? Beast Jade's heart filled with bitterness. This profound sense of helplessness weighed heavily on him. But then he thought, maintaining a good relationship with Xu Antian now could prove beneficial in the future. After all, with Xu Antian's innate talent, he was bound to go far on the path of a chi cultivator. Brother Shiman. Xu Antian called out cheerfully. The bond between them grew stronger without either realizing it. Normally speaking, if Brother Xu came to me for some Gangjin sword chi, I wouldn't mind giving you some for free. But there's been an incident in our sect's sword tomb entering. It could be dangerous for you. Shiman Hai said solemnly. Oh? Could you elaborate, Brother Shiman? Xu Antian inquired curiously. Deep down, he felt a hint of goodwill toward this old man. After all, not everyone was willing to help others without expecting anything in return. He had already resolved to compensate Shiman Hai in some way once the matter was settled. That was his way, reciprocate kindness generously. But if someone crossed him, they'd have no one to blame but themselves if he wiped out their entire family. This matter isn't something I can't speak of. Shiman Hai sighed, pausing for a moment before continuing. 100 years ago, our sect was the foremost in Liaodong. Back then, our ranks were filled with prodigies, our strength formidable. All the major sects of Liaodong looked to our Kjian sect as their leader. The sword tomb was the very foundation of our sect. Within it lay the spirit swords left behind by generations of predecessors. Some of these swords still held traces of their understanding of the way of the sword. It was a requirement for disciples graduating from our sect to subdue a spirit sword within the tomb and bring it out. But over time, the spiritual swords within the tomb gave rise to a powerful sword spirit. Our sect's founder battled it for 3 days and 3 nights, only to die from exhaustion. Since then, because of that sword spirit, our disciples could no longer obtain other spiritual swords. Their cultivation progress was severely hindered, and our sect gradually declined. As he spoke, a deep sense of resentment flickered in Shiman Hai's eyes. They had guarded the sword tomb with such dedication, yet the spirit within barred their entry. Ultimately, this very barrier led to the sect's decline into its current state. Xu Antian remained silent. Hearing Shiman Hai's account, he could envision the former glory of the Magpie Sword Sect. The Gangjin sword demon you seek lies deep within the sword tomb. The sword spirit blocks the way you cannot pass. Shiman Hai shook his head. Brother Shiman, how powerful is this sword spirit? Xu Antian did not retreat immediately. I don't know its exact current strength, but 100 years ago, our sect's founder was at the 8th level of the Sha Gang realm. After a century of growth, I estimate the sword spirit's power has likely reached the spirit sea realm. Shiman Hai answered thoughtfully. Xu Antian frowned, sensing a hint of difficulty. He had never truly fought a spirit sea realm cultivator before, possessing only a vague understanding of their power. But since he was already here, he had to give it a try. Otherwise, he would never be satisfied.
If it didn't work out, he could request the Bureau to deploy a Spirit Sea Realm cultivator, though he had no idea what the cost might be. After all, cultivators at the Spirit Sea Realm had far more important matters to attend to. The affairs of the Magpie Sword Sect were trivial matters of the utmost insignificance.
Brother Shaman, I want to try, Xu Antian said.
No.
Brother Su, I can't watch you throw your life away.
At your current level 2nd tier of the Sha Gang realm, you stand no chance against him.
Shaman Hai's expression darkened as he immediately tried to stop him. He couldn't bear to see such a gifted cultivator perish. Besides, Xu Antian was one of the 749. If he died here, how could he possibly explain it?
Brother Shaman, don't worry. Though I'm only at the 2nd level of the Sha Gang realm, even a Chi cultivator at the 9th level might not be my match, Xu Antian reassured him.
What? A 9th tier Sha Gang cultivator isn't your match? Shaman Hai nearly stepped forward again. A 2nd tier Sha Gang realm cultivator could defeat a 9th tier Sha Gang realm cultivator? Is this even human? This is beyond monstrous. And he didn't believe Xu Antian would lie to him after all, who would gamble with their own life.
Beside him, Shoyu felt even more distressed upon hearing this.
Is he even supposed to live after this?
A 2nd tier Sha Gang cultivator taking on a 9th tier one.
Xu Antian's strength was terrifyingly formidable.
I must seize this chance to build a relationship with Xu Antian.
Shoyu mused inwardly.
With such a powerful ally within reach, he was determined to seize the chance. If Xu Antian could lend him a hand in the future, it would save him decades of hard work.
Since you're so confident, I'll let you try. But don't overreach, withdraw immediately if you can't handle it.
Shaman Hai warned sternly. Over the years, he had tried hard, inviting several Sha Gang realm experts from Liushur City. Yet upon hearing of the sword spirit's power, they all backed down, unwilling to risk their lives.
Shaman Hai understood this completely.
After all, reaching the Sha Gang realm was no easy feat for any Chi cultivator. Suffering injury or death would deal a massive blow to their own sect. Over time, seeing no glimmer of hope, he gradually gave up.
Now, Xu Antian's sudden arrival offered him a glimmer of hope.
If Xu Antian could subdue or disperse the sword spirit, their Magpie Sword Sect might re-enter the Sword Tomb, and there was a possibility they could rise again.
Rest assured, Brother Shaman. I know exactly what I'm doing.
Xu Antian replied with a smile.
Chapter 178, Sword Tomb seeking gold tickets to rank on charts. That's good. Shaman Hai nodded lightly.
He rose and flew toward the base of Sword Forging Peak with Xu Antian and the other disciple. Soon they reached the mid-slopes of Sword Forging Peak. He pointed to a sheer cliff face before them. This is where the Sword Tomb lies. Xu Antian followed his gesture and saw a flat ledge carved into the cliff face, with a pitch-black cavern opening behind it.
Stay close to me. Shaman Hai instructed before leading the two men closer and landing on the ledge.
Finally, they stepped into the pitch-black cave entrance. Beneath their feet lay a rock wall jutting into the cave, beyond which stretched a vast cavern. The ceiling was invisible, and the floor was out of sight. Within the cavern stood over a dozen massive stone pillars, densely studded with spirit swords of every color and shape. Some had rotted away, while others still glowed faintly with spiritual light. In the pitch-black cave, they shimmered like scattered starlight.
Xu Antian had never witnessed such a sight before. Deeply astonished, he marveled at the grandeur of the sword tomb. Rumble! At that moment, every spirit sword in the cavern began to tremble violently. It's coming! Shaman Hai warned in a hushed voice.
No sooner had the words left his lips than a massive, semi-transparent dragon emerged from the pitch-black depths of the cave. Its icy gaze swept over Xu Antian and his companions.
The warning within was unmistakable.
Xu Antian scrutinized the sword spirit dragon before him, sensing an overwhelmingly domineering sword intent emanating from its body, as if it sought to destroy everything in sight.
This is interesting. Xu Antian's lips curved into a smile.
The next instant, he drew the demon-slaying sword and stepped forward, landing directly above the sword spirit.
Xu Antian's move seemed to enrage the sword spirit dragon.
A flash of intent flickered in its eyes. Suddenly, a spirit sword shot out from a nearby rock pillar, whirling toward Xu Antian.
Clang!
A crisp sound rang out as Xu Antian parried the strike with his sword, sending it flying. The rage in the sword spirit dragon's eyes deepened.
Without any visible movement, the spirit swords surrounding Xu Antian began to tremble violently. Clang! Clang!
One by one, spirit swords were drawn from the rock pillars, their points turning to pierce towards Xu Antian. Whoosh! Like countless meteors, they transformed into streaks of light, exploding towards Xu Antian. Watching from the cave entrance, Shaman Hai's forehead broke out in a cold sweat as he worried for Xu Antian. The combined might of so many spirit swords was no trivial matter.
What if something went wrong?
At that moment, he suddenly felt a pang of regret. Beiyu also held his breath. Under their watchful eyes, countless spirit swords converged upon Xu Antian from all directions.
Xu Antian's expression remained unchanged as he simultaneously activated the heavenly gangs and the slaughter gangs.
Golden Tiangang and blood gold Sha Gang intertwined, enveloping his entire body.
Simultaneously, the demon-slaying sword in his hand struck out repeatedly.
He sliced away the few spirit swords with the most intense spiritual light before him.
As for those that seemed less powerful, he directly absorbed their force with his Sha Gang. Clang! 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 A series of metallic clangs echoed.
A small portion of the spirit swords were knocked away by Xu Antian, while the majority struck his heavenly gangs.
Boom! The heavenly gangs shattered. Next came the Sha Gang.
Though the Sha Gang developed cracks, it did not shatter. By then, the spirit sword's assault had ceased. In the next instant, a flash of malevolent energy erupted from Xu Antian's body, and the Sha Gangs had fully restored their original form. This scene caused Xu Manhai and the other person observing Xu Antian from afar to both breathe a sigh of relief.
Xu Antian's strength was indeed formidable.
Having experienced the Beast Jade's power firsthand, they knew they themselves would never have been able to withstand it.
That barrage of spirit sword strikes alone would have pierced them like a honeycomb.
Hope began to stir anew within Xu Manhai's heart, as he fervently wished for Xu Antian's success. Within the sword tomb, Xu Antian lowered his gaze to the demon-slaying sword in his hand. In the instant the demon-slaying sword clashed with those spirit blades, he sensed the emotions or perhaps sword intent contained within them. Soft and gentle, domineering and ruthless, returning to the source, or utterly merciless, a myriad of sword intents flashed through his mind like a galloping horse. This greatly deepened Xu Antian's understanding of sword intent.
Thoughts surged through his mind, yet he couldn't fully integrate them. Xu Antian frowned. I need more sword intent baptism.
Before he could ponder further, the spirit swords he had sent flying suddenly returned, wave after wave, crashing against his body like surging tidal waves. At that moment, Xu Antian resembled a solitary boat adrift upon a sea of swords, enduring the tempestuous waves while remaining steadfast and unshaken. The demon-slaying sword in Xu Antian's grasp grew faster and faster, his parrying techniques against the sword tide becoming increasingly fierce.
So powerful! Beast Jade couldn't help but exclaim. She realized the vast gap between herself and Xu Antian. Xu Manhai, however, wore a look of excitement and anticipation. His fist clenched tightly beneath his sleeve, his heart far from calm. Roar! The sword spirit dragon roared within the cave, seemingly enraged by Xu Antian's actions.
In the next instant, all the spirit swords within the cave whirled downward, converging upon the sword spirit dragon's form. The sword spirit dragon, formed from blades as its body and blades as its scales, instantly materialized into a tangible form. The blades on its body flashed with a chilling, icy light, radiating an intense, razor-sharp aura. Xu Antian merely glanced at it a few times, yet felt an illusion of his body being sliced open.
His expression darkened considerably.
Before he could study it further, a slender dragon tail lashed out from the darkness beside him.
Like a razor-sharp blade. Boom! Xu Antian raised his demon-slaying sword to block. The moment of impact sent him flying backward.
The demon-slaying sword nearly slipped from his grasp.
Xu Antian's brows furrowed deeply. The demon-slaying sword spirit dragon's power was terrifying.
Not only did it hold an overwhelming advantage in raw power, but even more terrifying was the domineering aura emanating from the sword spirit dragon, a sword intent that seemed poised to annihilate everything in its path. This sword intent was overwhelmingly potent, not only assaulting his Sha Gang and cracking it with fine fissures. His Yin spirit itself was under assault. Given the current strength of his soul, he could barely withstand it, feeling a piercing pain in his soul and a sense of being suppressed. No sooner had he steadied himself than the sword spirit dragon's massive head shot out from beneath the cave, lunging at Xu Antian with blinding speed. At the critical moment, a flash of blue light flickered in Xu Antian's eyes as he activated soul capture. The sword spirit dragon faltered, its momentum halted.
Xu Antian seized the opportunity to create distance, evading the sword spirit dragon's attack.
Immediately, crimson and golden aura coalesced around his body, rapidly converging toward the sword's blade.
Boom!
A massive blade of energy shot forth from the demon-slaying sword, striking toward the sword spirit dragon's face. But as the blade energy neared the sword spirit dragon, a towering sword intent erupted from its body, shattering the energy into fragments that dissipated into nothingness. It was as if the sword spirit dragon was the true sovereign of all blades, and Xu Antian bowed before its might.
Xu Antian's expression turned grim.
In that instant, the demon-slaying sword in his hand had trembled violently, nearly slipping from his grasp.
What terrifying sword intent! Xu Antian murmured inwardly. Yet, an intense excitement followed immediately.
For he discovered that under the overwhelming pressure of the sword spirit dragon's might, the fragments of sword intent that had been flashing rapidly through his mind had begun to shatter and reassemble.
Yet complete still required time.
I need greater pressure. A wild gleam flashed in Xu Antian's eyes. The next moment, he charged straight toward the sword spirit dragon, his demon-slaying sword raised high.
Chapter 179, Annihilation Sword Intent, Slaying the Dragon. Has he lost his mind?
Attacking the sword spirit dragon himself. Beast Jade was utterly shocked, his voice trembling with disbelief. He could scarcely believe his own eyes. Xu Antian, clearly at a disadvantage, still dared to confront his formidable opponent head-on, choosing to rise to the challenge. If it were him, he'd probably run. Xu Antian, watching nearby, felt a flicker of surprise in his eyes. He had actually sensed a seed of sword intent within Xu Antian. That seed was now rapidly taking root and sprouting. This youth has boundless potential. He's grasped his own sword intent even under the suppression of the sword spirit. Xu Antian was utterly stunned. Among the ancestral masters of Magpie Sword Sect throughout history, fewer than 5 sword cultivators had ever achieved such a feat. Each of them was a prodigiously talented figure in their own era. Xu Antian possessed the makings of a young patriarch. He had a premonition: Xu Antian would defeat the sword spirit. Boom! 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 Xu Antian wielded his sword, clashing wildly with the sword spirit dragon. Though his strength fell short of the sword spirit dragon, he was repeatedly knocked back. But in an instant, he charged forward again. Over a dozen times in succession. Xu Antian grew more resolute with each attempt. The cracks in his Xuanling armor multiplied. He didn't even have time to recover. Yet at this moment, he paid no heed. He charged relentlessly forward, colliding with the sword spirit dragon. Boom! Finally, the Xuanlings on Xu Antian's body were shattered. His flesh was torn open. The severed flesh gleamed like polished metal, smooth as a mirror. And it was rapidly healing. At the same time, the sword intent radiating from Xu Antian grew ever more intense. It carried a fierce momentum capable of cleaving the heavens and slaughtering all. Boom! The sword intent emanating from Xu Antian and the sword spirit dragon materialized, colliding fiercely mid-air. Neither yielded, locked in a momentary stalemate before swiftly diverging. Xu Antian raised his sword and struck out. This strike carried the intent of annihilation, as if seeking to obliterate everything. The blade reached the sword spirit dragon in an instant. Shock flashed in its eyes, followed immediately by fury. It whipped its slender, sword-like tail, blocking the strike before itself. Boom! An explosive crack echoed. The spirit blades covering the sword spirit dragon shattered one after another. Some were even pulverized into dust by Xu Antian's sword intent. They fell as metallic shards. This was the first time Xu Antian had ever wounded the sword spirit dragon. After this strike, the aura emanating from Xu Antian finally underwent a complete transformation. His sword strikes grew faster, his sword intent smoother and more refined, becoming utterly natural. Boom! The sword spirit dragon was struck repeatedly by Xu Antian, its spiritual blades shattering in large chunks, dwindling ever more. Boom! The sword spirit dragon was struck again, its spirit blades on its head shaken loose. It seized the opportunity to create distance. In the next instant, the spirit blades on its body fell away one by one, returning to the nearby stone pillars. Yet one spirit sword emerged from the dragon spirit sword's brow. It was a golden longsword approximately 1.7 meters in length, featuring a dragon-headed hilt and a jade sword tassel. The dragon head was lifelike, bearing a striking resemblance to the sword spirit dragon upon closer inspection. Unlike the other spirit swords, its spiritual light was subdued, yet the sword intent emanating from it was incredibly profound. The sword spirit dragon's massive form shrank, merging into the golden dragon sword in an instant. The next second, golden light burst forth from the dragon sword, releasing an even more powerful sword intent. At the entrance to the sword tomb, Beast Jade's legs trembled violently, nearly causing him to collapse to his knees. That sword intent was overwhelmingly domineering. Even though he was already at a considerable distance, he was still affected by it. Xu Antian's situation was similar. Sword intent emanated from his body too, but compared to that radiating from the dragon sword, it was like a mayfly next to a towering tree. He now needed to brace himself against the nearby mountain wall to barely remain standing. Yet the trembling in his legs made it clear his endurance was barely holding. This is the sacred sword of our Magpie Sword Sect's founding patriarch, the Golden Dragon's sacred sword. It contains a powerful, overbearing sword intent. Xu Antian gritted out, struggling to speak. Suddenly, a sense of annihilation emanated from within the cave. The two turned to look and discovered it emanated from Xu Antian. Moreover, this sword intent was growing ever more intense. Behind the Golden Dragon's sacred sword, the phantom figure of a middle-aged man clad in golden robes materialized. He lifted his head, gazing distantly at Xu Antian from the other side of space, a smile in his eyes. Then, the Golden Dragon's sacred sword swung seemingly swift yet controlled, slashing toward Xu Antian. An overwhelmingly domineering aura, as if demanding absolute submission, pressed down upon Xu Antian. Xu Antian remained composed, his demon-slaying sword slashing diagonally forward from below. In an instant, the world turned desolate, all existence extinguished. That overbearing aura, upon touching the sword intent of annihilation, held firm for only an instant before rapidly weakening. Then, it vanished entirely in midair. The golden light on the sacred golden dragon sword dimmed. The middle-aged man in the golden robe behind it wore a look of satisfaction as he slowly vanished from the sky. Whoosh! The golden dragon's sacred sword shot backward, plunging deep into the stone pillar below. Hum! In an instant, all the spirit swords within the sword tomb emitted a humming sound.
Then, in the very next second, they fell completely silent. Xu Antian stood suspended in midair, sword in hand. He raised the demon-slaying sword, recalling the sword technique he had just executed.
Having slain the sword spirit dragon, this strike shall be called Dragon Slayer. Xu Antian murmured softly.
Under the overwhelming pressure of the sword spirit dragon's tyrannical sword intent,
he not only attained enlightenment in the sword intent of extinction but also forged a new sword technique of his own.
Slay the dragon isn't complete yet, there should be follow-up moves, Xu Antian pondered.
But his current strength was insufficient to continue developing the subsequent variations of the sword technique. I never imagined Brother Xu would actually defeat the sword spirit.
Shiman Hai snapped out of his shock, flying to Xu Antian's side as he exclaimed in awe. The sword spirit dragon is indeed formidable. I nearly didn't defeat it. Xu Antian shook his head.
The sword spirit dragon's power far surpassed that of ordinary Qi cultivators at the Sha Gang realm.
Its attacks were so fierce that even his Sha Gang couldn't block them. Moreover, its formidable sword intent could shake the very soul. Most Qi cultivators wouldn't even dare to fight it. Somewhat powerful? It's ridiculously overpowered. Beast Jade couldn't help but inwardly rant. A sword spirit dragon of that caliber, and Xu Antian just calls it somewhat powerful? Truly, comparison is the thief of joy. Regardless, I've witnessed your prowess, Brother Xu. You've done the Magpie Sword Sect an immense favor this time. Shiman Hai expressed his gratitude. He then gestured toward the depths of the sword tomb. The bottom of the tomb is where the Gangjin sword demon resides. Brother Xu, you may retrieve it whenever you wish. Thank you for your generosity, Brother Shiman. Xu Antian responded gratefully. This time, his gains were substantial. Not only had he achieved his goal and obtained the Gangjin sword demon, but also, in the midst of peril, grasped the essence of the Nirvana sword intent and mastered a new sword technique, further elevating his prowess. But I have one more request. I hope you too will agree to it. Brother Shiman, speak. This sword tomb holds countless spirit swords. In the past, when our sect was powerful, we could still protect them. But you know our current situation, if this attracts the attention of thieves, our Magpie Sword Sect would struggle to defend against them. Shiman Hai spoke thoughtfully. Therefore, I must ask you both to keep this a secret for our sect. Chapter 180, Beast Taming Sect kneeling in gratitude for gold tickets to boost rankings. Shiman Hai's concern was not without merit. The principle of not flaunting wealth held true everywhere. Xu Antian nodded in agreement. Rest assured, Brother Shiman. I won't breathe a word of this to anyone. Bayu echoed the promise. Senior Shiman, I too will keep this confidential. Since this matter originated with Xu Antian, refusing would be a direct slight to him. Brother Shiman, consider this a debt I owe your Magpie Sword Sect. Should you ever need anything in the future, you may come to me, Xu Antian said after a moment's thought. He disliked taking advantage of others, especially since Shiman Hai had made a favorable impression upon him with his dignified demeanor befitting a senior. Heh, you're quite a fine fellow. Shiman Hai chuckled, his praise clear. Young men like Xu Antian were rare indeed. He possessed sufficient natural talent while remaining humble and courteous. He didn't linger to disturb Xu Antian's cultivation, instead departing the sword tomb alongside the Beast Jade. Xu Antian, however, flew deeper into the sword tomb. He finally landed on the ground in the deepest part. The area was saturated with vast quantities of pale golden killing energy. A sharp, piercing force emanated from within the aura, causing even his physical body to feel waves of stinging pain. This was precisely the he sought. Xu Antian sat cross-legged and began circulating the killing sutra. The surrounding, as if finding an outlet, began surging madly into Xu Antian's body. Unlike the overbearing nature of the earth vein dragon chi, the gunmetal chi was sharp and piercing. Thus, as he absorbed it, Xu Antian felt his chi channels being repeatedly pierced by sword energy. Fortunately, his energy channels were resilient enough, otherwise, absorbing it would have been difficult. There was a real risk of being pierced through. Gradually, his entire consciousness became immersed in cultivation. 5 days later, Xu Antian emerged from the sword tomb. The aura emanating from his entire being had undergone a noticeable transformation. A new sharpness had emerged, concealed yet palpable. Having fully absorbed and integrated the gunmetal sword chi, he had now successfully broken through to the third tier of the Sha Gang realm. His spiritual energy now carried this newfound sharpness. He flew to the peak and once again arrived at the stone courtyard where the Magpie Sword Sect resided. It was midday when Xu Antian entered the courtyard. Shoyu and Shiman Hai were seated at a round stone table, sipping tea and chatting. Seeing Xu Antian, Shiman Hai's face lit up with a smile. I won. He had wagered with Shoyu on how many days it would take Xu Antian to emerge. He had bet on 5 days, and today was precisely the 5th day. Therefore, he had won. Senior Shiman truly has the keenest insight. Shoyu offered his flattery. Ha! Shiman Hai chuckled without reply. He then invited Xu Antian to sit down and inquired, when might you visit again, Brother Xu? To absorb more gunmetal? Xu Antian shook his head gently. It's unnecessary. I've already absorbed sufficient gunmetal evil chi. Ha? What? Shiman Hai looked at Xu Antian in astonishment, unable to suppress his exclamation.
Though he himself hadn't reached the Sha Gang realm, their sect had produced more than one chi cultivator who had.
He might not have seen the real thing, but he knew what it looked like.
He knew that chi cultivators at the Sha Gang realm needed to absorb evil energy in small, frequent doses to temper their acupoints.
What was Xu Antian's situation? Had he refined it all in one go?
The beast Jade was dumbfounded, even retreating into a shell. He consoled himself, truly, the world of geniuses is different from that of ordinary people. In Xu Antian's presence, he dared not call himself a genius anymore.
He was utterly unworthy.
The Gangjin sword chi has served its purpose in tempering my acupoints, Xu Antian murmured softly after sipping his spiritual tea. Hearing this, Shiman Hai's heart trembled. He knew full well the power of the Gangjin sword chi. That it had ceased to benefit Xu Antian's acupoints only highlighted how exceptionally powerful and resilient his acupoints truly were. He soon found himself accepting the reality. With such extraordinary acupoints, Xu Antian's formidable strength far surpassing his peers was only natural.
Great heroes emerge in youth. Brother Xu has boundless potential ahead. Shiman Hai's eyes gleamed with admiration. Thank you for your praise, Brother Shiman. Xu Antian nodded lightly.
He felt it was time to depart. He promptly stated, Brother Shiman, my purpose in coming here has been fulfilled.
I shall not linger longer. Very well. I'll see you out. Shiman Hai rose with a light chuckle.
He escorted Xu Antian and his companion out of the small courtyard. He watched them mount their steeds and soar away from the Magpie Sword Sect. Mid-air, Xu Antian was somewhat surprised to find that the Beast Jade hadn't departed but had been waiting for him at Magpie Sword Sect.
He inquired why. The Beast Jade smiled and replied, I'm heading back to Liaoshi anyway, it's just along the way. Then it extended an invitation, by the way, Brother Xu, would you be interested in visiting our Beast Master sect?
Xu Antian reflected that Beast Jade had assisted him greatly this time, and had even waited 5 days for him at Magpie Sword Sect. He felt he owed him this favor. Thus, he agreed. It was merely a matter of delaying his journey by a couple of days. It wouldn't affect him in the slightest.
Hearing Xu Antian's agreement, Beast Jade's smile grew even broader.
Having witnessed Xu Antian's formidable strength, he was now determined to cultivate a strong relationship with him. Brother Xu, while our beast taming sect may lack in other resources, we possess a vast array of tamed beasts. Should you take a liking to any, I'd be happy to present you with a few, Beast Jade pledged. As the son of the beast taming sect's leader, he held the authority to gift a few beasts.
Xu Antian's eyes lit up. He'd been struggling to find a place to hunt demons.
Upon hearing Shoyu's offer, he realized the beast taming sect could be a good destination. And Shoyu was offering them willingly. Once they were in his hands, they would be his property, and how he disposed of them would naturally be his decision.
Heh, then I'll trouble you, Brother Beast. To be honest, I'm quite fascinated by demonic creatures.
Xu Antian replied with a light chuckle. Once we arrive at our sect, I'll be sure to give Brother Xu a proper tour, Beast Jade replied with a smile. Chatting and laughing along the way, they soon reached the territory of the Liaoshi beast taming sect. Shoyu pointed toward a range of mountains stretching ahead and introduced, Brother Xu, that ahead is the Hatta Ridge. That's where our sect's headquarters lies.
Xu Antian looked up and saw the mountains stretching endlessly before them, their horizon lost to the eye.
Occasional beast roars and bird calls echoed from within. Together, he and Beast Jade flew deeper into the mountains. After about 10 minutes, they descended toward the highest peak in the range.
The mountain's shape was peculiar, resembling a massive tiger's head.
Guided by the Beast Jade, they rode their mounts straight toward the summit. They finally landed on a vast platform at the summit. This was the Beastmaster sect's designated area for parking flying beasts. Several other flying beasts rested on the open ground around them. But the moment Xuanling touched down, they were startled.
Flapping their wings, they scrambled to their feet, ready to take flight. Brother Xu, rein in Xuanling.
Beast Jade urged urgently. If you scare these flying mounts into running off, his father would beat him to death.
Chapter 181, Father, if you want to die, go ahead, I won't stop you. Xu Antian patted Xuanling's head, signaling it to return to the beast pouch. Just then, a group approached from the distance. The leader sported a thick, jet-black beard, with a broad back and sturdy build, resembling a massive bear. He wore a black martial arts uniform. The others beside him were similarly built.
Quick, lend a hand. The leader waved, and his companions immediately rushed forward to seize the reins of the flying beasts. He then approached Beast Jade and smacked him on the back of the head. You brat didn't even say a word about coming back, and the first thing you do is stir up trouble for me.
Beast War scolded with a laugh.
Dad, could you spare me some face in front of my classmates? Beast Jade rubbed the back of his head, pouting. Within the entire sect, he feared his father most. His father's hand was too heavy, and he'd endured countless beatings since childhood.
That's why the first beast he contracted was the golden armored beetle to make the beatings hurt less. Your classmate?
Beast War turned to Xu Antian, his gaze sharpening slightly. He sensed a hint of danger emanating from the latter.
Brother Xu, this is my father, Beast War. Beast Jade stepped forward to introduce him. He then introduced Xu Antian to Beast War.
Father, Brother Xu and I both rank among the top 10 martial artists in the 4 provinces.
However, I once suffered defeat at his hands.
Ha, so he's Shou Yu's classmate. Clearly gifted beyond measure, far superior to my own son.
Shou Zhan laughed heartily.
He then invited Xu Antian to follow him toward the purple gold hall in the rear.
Shou Yu followed behind them, unable to resist, muttering to himself.
You don't have to lift him up by putting me down, even if I am indeed inferior to Xu Antian. Of course, he dared not voice this to Beast War directly. Otherwise, he'd get another beating. Inside the purple gold hall, the group took their seats one after another. As the host of this gathering, Beast War naturally took the seat of honor.
Shou Yu and Xu Antian occupied the seats to his right.
Brother Xu, you're welcome to stay at our beast taming sect for a few more days.
Let's show you around the mountain peaks.
I'm not bragging, but our beast taming sect has more beasts than any zoo.
You'll be amazed.
Beast War declared with quiet pride. Moreover, thanks to their unique methods of beast control and breeding, the Beast Control sect had long been considered an unofficial affiliate of Division 749, maintaining extremely close cooperation with them. Heh, hearing Uncle Beast speak so enthusiastically, I'm quite looking forward to it, Xu Antian chuckled lightly. Beast War appeared to be the kind of person who was incredibly straightforward.
His manner of speaking was direct.
This trait set him apart from Beast Jade. The group chatted back and forth, the conversation flowing pleasantly.
They chatted until well into the afternoon, only parting ways after dinner. Xu Antian was assigned to a guest room by Shou Yu. He promised to take Xu Antian on a tour of the mountain the next morning. Within the purple gold hall, Shou Zhan looked at his son, frowned, and asked, "What kind of demonic creature is on your friend? How can its bloodline be so powerful? Even my phoenix mount was suppressed by its bloodline. I have no idea."
"I've never seen a bird like that before," Shou Yu shook his head.
He then proceeded to describe Xuanling's appearance in detail to Shou Zhan. After listening, Beast War frowned as well.
Several similar demonic creatures flashed through his mind, but the details didn't quite match.
After a long moment, he finally spoke. The most likely candidate is the Crimson Fire Phoenix.
He had also considered fire attribute divine beasts like the Bifang, Vermilion Bird, Golden Crow, and Phoenix. Yet though each of these divine beasts was immensely powerful, they had been extinct for many years.
The probability of their reappearance was extremely low.
Even if it's a Crimson Fire Phoenix, its bloodline is still formidable.
Do you have any way to acquire this demon creature? Beast War inquired. He was deeply intrigued by the demonic creature on Xu Antian's body.
He wanted to keep it within the beast taming sect. Shou Yu looked at her father in shock, then shook her head like a rattledrum.
Bitterly, he said, "Father, if you want to die, go ahead. I won't stop you. But don't drag me down with you. You little bastard. How dare you speak to your father like that? Looks like you need another beating."
Beast War's expression hardened, and he raised his hand to strike.
Shou Yu anticipated the strike and dodged it just in time, hurriedly interjecting, "Xu Antian is at the 2nd tier of the Sha gang realm. So what if he's at the 2nd tier? I'm at the 8th tier. Beast War declared with domineering arrogance. He's the kind of guy who beats even 9th tier Sha gang cultivators into the ground. Beast Jade pressed on. "Beast War? You're not pulling my leg, are you? Why would I lie to you?" Beast Jade asked softly. "Actually, I was thinking about making a deal with him. Maybe we could get that Crimson Fire Phoenix to leave some offspring behind." Beast War sat back down in his chair and spoke softly. Breeding was what their Beastmaster sect excelled at. If they could obtain the Crimson Fire Phoenix's seed and breed it with his mount, the Azure Phoenix, they might just cultivate another Crimson Fire Phoenix. Beast Jade was speechless, thinking to himself, "Old man, that wasn't what you meant just now." But he couldn't be bothered to call him out. The main concern was avoiding a beating. "Alright, I can ask him about it. But what do we offer in exchange?" Beast Jade nodded in agreement. "What do you think he'd want?" Beast War countered. As Xu Antian's classmate, Shou Yu should know his needs better. He came to Liushur this time to collect evil energy. The specific type he needs now is the 7 Emotions Heart Evil. The 7 Emotions Heart Evil. Beast War frowned. The 7 Emotions Heart Evil could only be found within the Heartless sect. Though both the Beast Taming sect and the Heartless sect were based in Western Liaoning. But relations between the two sects were merely cordial, with little interaction between them. "Father, I heard you used to have a thing with the Absolute Emotion sect's leader. Why not make a sacrifice?" Shou Yu leaned closer and whispered. Beast War's old face flushed crimson. He cursed inwardly, "You little bastard. How dare you make fun of your own father? I think you're asking for a beating. Dad, I'm telling the truth. Why don't you actually try it?" Yu adopted a look of genuine concern. Try my ass. You know those women of the heartless sect. Going there won't just fail, it'll make them hate Xu Antian even more.
Beast War shook his head. Back then, the sect master of the heartless sect had used him to cultivate her emotions, then discarded them, successfully breaking through to the Sha gang realm. He too reaped benefits from the arrangement. His Dao heart was tempered, growing more resilient. Each had their own agenda, taking what they needed. Naturally, they parted ways afterward, never to cross paths again.
Oh, and you still haven't gotten your hands on that white peony? You're way behind where your old man was back in the day.
Beast War suddenly teased.
Beast Jade's face flushed crimson, yet he couldn't refute it.
He'd tried his hardest, but the white peony simply didn't like him. What could he do?
Dad, if you keep putting me down, I'm going to find Mom.
Beast Jade whispered softly.
You kid, can't take a joke? Why go find your mom when we're just father and son talking? Beast War's attitude did a complete 180.
He instantly softened, his voice filled with affection.
Tomorrow I'll take Xu Antian for a stroll on the mountain.
I'll present him with a few demonic creatures then.
As for the matter you mentioned, find an appropriate moment to bring it up.
Whether he'll agree or not, I can't guarantee.
Yu snorted coldly, then turned away without another word to Shoujan,
leaving Beast War seething with frustration.
Chapter 182, These two demonic beasts are fine. One got stewed. Early the next morning, Yu sought out Xu Antian on his own initiative.
First, he treated Xu Antian to a feast of demon beast meat, then took him to another mountain peak where demonic creatures were raised. Our beast taming sect maintains 5 peaks for raising demonic creatures. 3 of them house avian beasts, quadrupedal beasts, and insectoid beasts respectively, while the remaining 2 are primarily for edible beasts.
Yu explained along the way. Xu Antian nodded slightly.
The beast taming sect truly was a vast and powerful organization. They actually had 2 entire peaks dedicated solely to raising beasts for consumption. Soon, they arrived at the first mountain peak. The mountain was covered in towering trees, upon which perched numerous enormous bird-like demon creatures. Among them were the blood eagles Xu Antian had seen before, along with other flying demonic creatures he had never encountered. None of these beasts possessed particularly high cultivation levels, with the strongest reaching only the 1,000-ton realm.
How did you manage to keep all these demonic creatures confined to this mountain? Xu Antian asked curiously.
He roughly counted at least 30 demonic creatures on the mountain before him.
Didn't the beast-taming sect's chi cultivators fear these creatures might escape?
Our beast-taming sect possesses a secret technique called the soul-binding imprint. Once we imprint this mark upon the souls of these creatures, they have no choice but to obey our commands.
Yu explained with a smile. Similar to a slave mark? Xu Antian raised an eyebrow. Pretty much. But the conditions for casting the soul-binding seal are extremely demanding. Not just anyone can perform it, Yu nodded. Let's go down and take a look.
If you see any beasts you fancy, just say the word.
Except for those few breeding specimens, I can personally gift you any of the rest. Xu Antian gave a slight nod, having no intention of being polite.
He and Beast Jade flew through the mountain range, observing the beasts up close. For those he didn't recognize, he asked Beast Jade to explain. His primary interest lay in their abilities. Their cultivation levels held little significance to him.
Ultimately, he selected a one-eyed raven.
According to Beast Jade, this creature possessed the ability to devour souls. They then proceeded to the mountain peak where the beast demons resided. There, Xu Antian selected a thunder-forged ox. This ox demon possessed formidable defensive capabilities, especially its internal organs, which were said to be exceptionally resilient after being tempered by lightning.
Finally, Xu Antian selected 2 insects from the insect peak, the earth-covering worm and the hidden winged insect. Both insect demons possessed unique abilities. Beast Jade felt a twinge of regret. The insect beasts were also needed, and each type was plentiful. Losing 1 or 2 wouldn't be a big deal.
But the one-eyed raven and the thunder-forged ox were both the last of their kind.
Giving them away meant they would be gone forever.
Still, to gain Xu Antian's favor, he had no choice but to bite the bullet. The instant Xu Antian tossed the 2 insect demons into his beast summoning bag, he channeled a surge of killing energy into their bodies. Both creatures died instantly. They dissolved into 2 streams of pure energy that surged into his mind. As for the one-eyed crow and the thunder crusher ox, after some thought, Xu Antian ultimately strangled them both to death in front of the Beast Jade. The Beast Jade's eyes widened in shock. Such rare demonic creatures, killed so easily by Xu Antian? What on earth was going on here? What a waste of precious resources. Even with their vast resources and influence, the beast-taming sect had never done such a thing. Brother Xu, what? Beast Jade suppressed the pain in his heart and tentatively asked. These 2 beasts are excellent. Stew the one-eyed raven for soup. As for this thunderclap ox, we'll roast it whole. Xu Antian mused aloud. Even in death, they shouldn't go to waste. Might as well feast on them. Yu. He was utterly speechless. He hadn't given Xu Antian these beasts to slaughter and eat.
He thought, if you want to eat demonic creatures, I'll take you to the other 2 peaks. What's wrong, brother beast? Is it inconvenient? Xu Antian looked at the dazed beast Jade and asked. And no, not at all. I'll have someone prepare it right away. Beast Jade replied. It was already done. What else could he say? After all, it was Xu Antian who did the killing. He'd already extended the favor. Besides, he could get a taste of the spoils too. Thinking about it that way, he seemed to be coming out ahead. Then I'll leave it to you, brother Shou. Xu Antian said politely. At noon, Xu Antian and Shou arrived at the Purple Gold Hall. A massive round table stood at the center of the hall, laden with an array of delicacies. Roast whole ox, stewed crow soup. Seated around the table were over a dozen people. Xu Antian and Shou took seats to the right of Shou Zhan. To Shou Zhan's left sat a middle-aged beauty. Her features bore a striking resemblance to Shou Zhan's. Which peaks did you take Brother Xu to today? Beast War inquired curiously. Shou felt a pang of frustration she couldn't voice. Her father called Xu Antian brother, so what should she call him? Uncle Xu? Or perhaps each had their own relationship. We visited Bird Peak, Insect Peak, and Beast Peak. Brother Xu showed interest in several demonic creatures, so I took it upon myself to present them to him. Shou managed a faint smile. Oh? What kind of demon beasts? Beast War's face lit up with curiosity. Shou pointed to the roasted whole ox and the stewed crow soup on the table. Thunder-crushing ox and one-eyed raven, one roasted, one stewed. Plus 2 demonic insects. Roasted? Stewed? Beast War froze, but quickly grasped the situation. His eyes widened. You mean this whole roasted ox on the table is a thunder-shattering ox? Shou nodded gently. Dad, try some. I've never tasted thunderclap ox meat before. Beast War. That thunderclap ox had cost him no small effort to capture, raised for a full 7 or 8 years. Now it had become a dish on the table. To say he wasn't heartbroken would be a lie. But it was already roasted. What else could he say? He could only tear off a large chunk of meat with tears in his eyes and shove it into his mouth. Delicious. Beast War commented. Brother Xu really has an eye for things. Xu Antian nearly lost his composure, thinking to himself that Beast War's acting was truly terrible. Clearly heartbroken, yet still putting on a brave face. He took a bite himself and found it was indeed quite delicious. Seeing this, the others at the table no longer held back, all reaching out to share the feast. When did they ever get the chance to eat such demonic creatures? Today was their first time. They certainly weren't going to pass it up. Soon, everyone was full and satisfied. They dispersed, and the table was carried away. Xu Antian remained seated, chatting casually with Shou Zhan and his son. After exchanging a few polite compliments, Shou Zhan's eyes darted around before he spoke up. Brother Xu, I noticed you had a flying demon beast in your hands yesterday. Might I ask what kind it is? I'm not entirely sure myself, Xu Antian replied. It was a creature I happened to acquire. Since it's fairly obedient, I've kept it by my side. He had no intention of revealing Xuanling's true identity as a phoenix to others. Brother Xu, as someone who deals with beasts daily, I recognize many types. If you don't mind, could you summon it for me to take a look? Perhaps I can discern its origins, Beast Jade continued with a smile. That's fine. Xu Antian nodded. He owed the man a favor. Outright refusal would be downright rude. He tapped the beast pouch lightly and commanded, come out. The next second, Xuanling opened the beast pouch on its own and emerged. Beast War's eyes lit up. Last time, he'd only caught a distant glimpse. Now, observing it up close, he realized the bird demon before him was even more impressive than he'd imagined. A look of delight flashed in his eyes as he circled around Xuanling, examining it meticulously.